The woman felt a splitting headache and opened her eyes to see a white ceiling. When did I fall asleep? She wondered. She turned to the side and found herself in an unfamiliar small room, complete with a desk, chair, and laptop. This isn't my home, Bayu wondered. She remembered having a conflict with some school bullies and then accidentally falling into a sewer. The sewage instantly submerged her head, and then her memory went blank. Am I dead? She whispered to herself. She frowned, then suddenly felt a strand of hair slip from her ear. Her pupils contracted slightly. It was white hair. How did my hair turn white? She whispered in surprise. She quickly got up and found that she had turned into a girl. The blanket slipped off her chest. This is impossible. She immediately pulled back the blanket to confirm, her face turning red instantly. She realized she had truly become a girl. She couldn't help but check her body again. In this rebirth, she became Bayu, who shared the same name. She felt that this world was almost exactly the same as her previous life. Looking at herself in the mirror, the white sailor uniform and blue pleated skirt made her exclaim, "This is my ideal type." She finished dressing, looked at her small feet and slender hands, and couldn't help but feel a complicated emotion. Just then, a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. World announcement. Everyone will enter the magical continent in 1 hour. Countdown. 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Here, everyone will have the fairest and most just opportunity to compete for supremacy. Each player starts with a castle, a barracks, the ability to summon troops, plunder resources, grow stronger, and compete with other races for supremacy. Huh? Am I hallucinating? Bayu's phone suddenly beeped. She looked at it and saw that the news online was all discussing that voice. Netizens responded enthusiastically. I've awakened a system. Give me 50 yuan, and I guarantee you'll rise to the top. A game that can make sounds in your head? It's obviously a system. Bayu watched these discussions, and even the official response began, which could probably be heard by everyone in the world. Time passed quickly, and there was no official explanation. We can only wait and see how things develop. The countdown ended, and the mechanical voice sounded again. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, 0. Bayu felt a wave of weightlessness wash over her, and her eyes involuntarily closed. Initiating Lord status check. She didn't fall. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in a dilapidated castle. Where is this? Bayu asked, somewhat confused, and hurriedly ran outside to check. The sky was overcast, with a few withered trees scattered around, and strange cries occasionally drifted out. Did I time travel again? Bayu looked down at herself, wearing a sailor uniform and a pleated skirt. Thankfully, she hadn't turned into a monster this time. Welcome home, esteemed Lord. Congratulations, Lord, on acquiring the accompanying weapon, Judgment Death Scythe. Lords are the most noble bloodline among the undead. Their units will be designated as undead and are unique to them. Huh. Before Bayu could react, a red bracelet with a bell appeared on her right arm. She touched it, and the bracelet instantly transformed into a giant scythe, its blade gleaming with a cold light. Am I the Grim Reaper now? She looked at the scythe and tried to use her mind, but the scythe turned back into a bracelet. From now on, your castle will enjoy a 7-day newbie protection period. During this period, your castle is invincible. 7 days later, all lords will face the first wave of beasts. If the castle's core crystal is destroyed, you will perish along with the castle. Bayu noticed that a huge protective shield had appeared around the castle. She adapted quickly. After all, this wasn't her first time traveling through time. Bayu wandered around the castle and found it completely empty. They're not going to make me sleep on the floor, are they? She muttered as she went into the yard. There was a dark green crystal in the courtyard, and a virtual button appeared next to it. She pressed the button out of curiosity. Undead Crystal, Level 1, Unique Barracks. This barracks can summon undead units such as skeletons, zombies, and ghosts. So I'm going to be hanging out with these brainless idiots from now on. Bayu was both amused and exasperated. At this moment, the notification sound rang again. The undead crystal is fully charged. Recruit troops immediately. Bayu clicked yes. The necromancer crystal flashed with green light, and 10 skeleton soldiers appeared in front of Bayu. Their skeletons were empty, and upon seeing Bayu, they all knelt down in submission. Bayu frowned. How could she have drawn these with only a 1% chance? These skeleton soldiers stood ramrod straight, wielding round bone shields and bone knives. Bayu couldn't help but ask, "Hey, can you talk?" The skeletons looked up at her empty eye sockets, but only the blue flames flickered in her eyes. They showed no other reaction. Looks like it won't work. Bayu sighed. Just as I expected. However, She quickly discovered that she could view information about these skeletons. She waved her hand to bring up the screen. Unit name, Skeleton Soldier. Race, Undead. Loyalty, 100%. Level, Normal level 1, can be upgraded by killing enemies. Health points, none. Growth cap, Commander level. Note, Rank division, Common, Commander, King, Emperor, Monarch, King, God. Each rank is divided into 9 subranks. Undead Crystal Charging. Charging completed at midnight daily. By you understood, the skeleton soldiers had no health bar. She continued to observe the other functions within the castle. She checked the castle information. Castle level, level 1. Territory area, 500 meters in radius. Description, observe everything within the territory, including collecting loot with 1 click. Special buildings, none. Territory upgrade, 1k wood, 500 stone. Upgrading the castle requires wood and stone. But what about magic crystals and spirit cores? Bayou pondered. And food? What can the undead eat? She turned to the skeletons and said, go hunt in the wild. It took the skeletons a while to react, and they slowly walked outside. Bayou then began to familiarize herself with the other functions of the castle and the crystal. Through the system, she could easily view all the facilities. The castle's system functions include the Lord's Hall, Barracks, World Chat, and Exchange. Upon entering the Exchange, Bayou found it completely empty. She then checked her personal information. Lord, Bayou. Level, Normal level 1, can be increased by individual and troop kills. Territory level, level 1 initial castle. Unit type, Undead. Equipment, Judgment Death Scythe. Note, as the Lord, you only gain 10% experience points for each unit that kills an enemy. Bayou looked at her information and felt somewhat disappointed. Am I really that weak? Then she opened the world chat and saw messages popping up rapidly. The chat is divided into 1,000 channels, and she is in channel 666, where the information is so dense that it is almost impossible to see clearly. She clicked pause and finally saw part of the message. Silver Wolf is my wife. What kind of units are you? Slashing, but with a knife. A chicken that can perform. Damn, we need to restart. 80-year-old top-quality young girl. May I ask if the chicken upstairs is wearing overalls? Bayou smiled. The difference was truly enormous. Such a huge gap right from the start. It turned out that the battle for supremacy among all races wasn't entirely fair. The starting unit types varied greatly. She had a clear plan in mind. After the 7-day newbie protection period, the beast tide would arrive, and if she didn't take the opportunity to develop, she might be in trouble. It seems I have no choice but to do something, she thought to herself. Bayou arrived at the castle gate, intending to see the skeleton soldiers' achievements and also to learn about the situation outside. She stood inside the protective shield, observing her surroundings. Outside, there was only grass, rocks, and a few withered trees, with a snow-capped mountain faintly visible in the distance. There must be high-level monsters and rare resources on that mountain, Bayou thought to herself. She noticed several skeleton soldiers engaged in a fierce battle with a wild boar, but the skeletons were instantly routed. How could they be so weak? However, before falling, the skeleton soldiers managed to inflict damage on the boar, which eventually succumbed to blood loss and died. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully killing a level 1 common boar. You have gained 5 experience points. It's only level 1. It can't even handle a one-on-one fight with a skeleton soldier, Bayou said with a wry smile. But the skeletons eventually gained 30 experience points and began absorbing energy. Bayou felt a warm current coming from her lower abdomen. I've leveled up. Bayou was overjoyed to find that she had successfully leveled up to level 2 and felt her strength increase throughout her body. Soon after, several skeleton soldiers also leveled up to level 2. So it seems that leveling up by fighting monsters is a pretty good method. The skeletons dragged the boar carcass back, and Bayou saw a pop-up notification. Boar carcass found. Decompose it immediately. Decompose. She chose to decompose without hesitation. Decomposition of the wild boar carcass successful. Obtained 120 portions of wild boar meat, 12 portions of wild boar tusks, 6 portions of wild boar hide, and 2 magic crystals. The dismantled supplies were instantly stored in the warehouse, and Bayou nodded in satisfaction. Go back to killing enemies and bring back the corpses, she ordered the skeleton soldiers. Suddenly, she remembered that she seemed to have a skill that could summon the undead. She reached out and touched the bracelet on her right hand, which instantly transformed into a giant scythe. Undead Summoning Magic. Tier 1 consumes 3 mana to summon a skeleton soldier from the target's corpse. 5. minute cooldown. Baiyu has 20 magic points, which means she can summon 6 times. She couldn't wait to use her skill to summon a skeleton soldier, which consumed 17/20 mana. A gray magic circle appeared beneath the rabbit's corpse, and a skeleton soldier crawled out of the circle. A humanoid skeleton, and the corpse hasn't disappeared, Baiyu exclaimed in surprise. Skeleton soldier. Level. Common level 1, cannot be upgraded. She discovered that the summoned skeleton soldiers could not be upgraded, seemingly related to the corpse's level. Could it be that wild rabbits can be summoned infinitely? Baiyu wondered. After waiting another 5 minutes, she tried to summon them a second time. Summoning failed. She sighed. 3 points of magic power wasted for nothing. After waiting for the skill to cool down, Baiyu cast Necromancy on the level 2 rabbit corpse, successfully summoning a level 2 skeleton soldier. Disassemble, she commanded. The rabbit carcass has been successfully disassembled, yielding 10 portions of rabbit meat and 1 portion of rabbit skin. Pheasant carcass successfully decomposed, yielding 5 portions of pheasant meat and 1 magic crystal. Sure enough, the higher the level, the greater the chance of obtaining a magic crystal. Baiyu nodded. She then ordered the skeleton soldiers to continue killing the enemy and bringing back the corpses. Baiyu entered the castle and saw food piled up in the corner of the warehouse. She wanted the skeleton soldiers to level up by fighting monsters first, so that not only could she level up herself, but she could also rapidly build up her army, and then she would definitely not have to worry about resources. Well, I'm a genius. She smiled and began preparing for her future conquests. Baiyu squatted to one side, bored, watching the skeleton soldiers farm in the jungle while browsing the world chat. Just then, many lords listed their supplies on the exchange. Baiyu clicked to view them and saw several food trade listings. 1 unit of food can be traded for 10 units of wood or 5 units of stone. 1 unit of food can be traded for 20 units of wood or 10 units of stone, premium. She understood. The gray horizontal bar represented the market price, the red upward arrow indicated a premium, and the green downward arrow meant a small profit. Food trade was snapped up almost instantly, while orders to exchange wood and stone for food were rejected by no one. She thought to herself, the undead don't need food, while the other lord's troops will lose loyalty due to hunger. They can trade any excess food to quickly acquire wood and stone resources. Currently, Baiyu's warehouse has 120 portions of wild boar meat, 10 portions of wild rabbit meat, and 10 portions of wild pheasant meat, each weighing approximately 1 kilogram. She plans to sell the food at a 4-fold premium. She posted a message on the exchange. 1 unit of food, trade 40 units of wood or 20 units of stone, and indicated that there were 100 units remaining. A few seconds later, the exchange information screen was flooded with messages of successful transactions, with more than a dozen messages popping up one after another. Successfully trading 1 food item yields 20 stone items. Successfully trading 10 food items yields 400 wood items. In less than 10 seconds, Baiyu's 100 portions of food were all traded away, in exchange for 2,000 portions of wood and 1,000 portions of stone. The exchange doesn't charge any fees. Baiyu exclaimed in surprise. Upgrading the castle required 1,000 units of wood and 500 units of stone, which she now had just enough of. She immediately chose to upgrade the castle. The castle upgrade is complete. Baiyu looked at the information and saw that although the improvement was not significant, the territory area had expanded and the health points had increased slightly. She was somewhat disappointed. She had expected new features to be unlocked, but it seemed none had been. Baiyu continued to monitor the world chat. Soon, she noticed that she had become famous in the chat. Old 8. Scumbag Huangbao boss. 100 servings of food are gone so quickly. Planet boss. You scumbag boss, I'm your long-lost sister. Baiyu then opened the exchange and found that Spirit of Flame and Ultraman's son-in-law had also started similar food premium trading. She guessed that Spirit of Flame might be an elemental unit, while Ultraman's son-in-law was somewhat unclear. With billions of players worldwide, the food market is clearly not a problem. She took a deep breath. Okay, let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. Baiyu felt a warm current flow through his body, instantly invigorating him. Congratulations, Lord, on reaching level 3, Ordinary. Feels great, Baiyu said happily, already looking forward to the next upgrade. She realized she hadn't noticed this information before, thanks to the experience gained from killing skeleton soldiers. Baiyu felt his strength had increased. Although he couldn't kill the water buffalo with one punch, he could now handle ordinary enemies without any problem. She opened her panel, only to be somewhat disappointed. My level 3 is almost the same as a level 1 skeleton soldier. Baiyu sighed helplessly. It was nearly noon, but she didn't feel hungry. The skeleton soldiers had already brought back all the spoils. She noticed that several skeleton soldiers had changed. They had become taller, and their auras had noticeably strengthened. Unit name, Skeleton Warrior. Level, common level 3, can be upgraded by defeating enemies. The name has changed. Has it been a job change? Baiyu excitedly checked the other skeleton soldiers. Sure enough, the 3 skeleton soldiers transformed into skeletal warriors, their bone knives becoming enormous skeletal longswords, and their bones appearing even harder. The remaining 9 skeleton soldiers also leveled up to level 2. She picked up the Death Scythe of Judgment, ready to begin her mass troop build-up plan. Suddenly, she noticed that the attributes of the Judgment Death Scythe had also changed. Accompanying weapon, Judgment Death Scythe. Quality, Commander level weapon, upgradable. Active skill, Necromancer Summoning Magic, Tier 2. Passive skill, attacks inflict soul damage and withering effects. Those killed will be transformed into undead. There's an extra passive skill, which means monsters killed with the scythe will directly become undead. Baiyu asked in surprise. Her active skill was upgraded to Tier 2, allowing her to summon double the number of skeleton soldiers. She immediately tried it out on the nearby pheasant carcass. Undead Summoning Magic, Tier 2. Mana cost, 27 out of 30. This time, she was surprised to find that 2 skeleton soldiers, not one, crawled out of the pheasant corpse formation. So it was the scythe that caused this, she said happily. Baiyu used necromancy to dispose of all the corpses. She summoned 90 level 1 skeleton soldiers, 24 level 2 skeleton soldiers, and 3 level 3 skeletal warriors, for a total of 126 skeletons. After dissecting the corpses, she obtained a large amount of supplies. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully dissecting the spoils. You have obtained 140 portions of wild boar meat, 80 portions of rabbit meat, and 200 portions of pheasant meat. This is a great harvest. There's enough food to trade for stone and timber, Baiyu said with a smile. To test the passive skill of the Death Scythe, she sent the skeletons to catch a live pheasant. 3 skeletal warriors swiftly seized the pheasant, and Baiyu swung his scythe, slashing it down. The pheasant struggled, but was quickly killed. Immediately, a magic circle appeared on the corpse, and a skeleton soldier crawled out from it. Baiyu discovered that killing monsters with the scythe did not consume magic power. Next, Baiyu ordered all the skeletons to go hunting. As the number of skeleton soldiers increased, they could only expand outwards. By evening, Baiyu had gathered over 100 skeleton soldiers to hunt in the wild, and she began to realize that this was her path to wealth. Back at the castle, Baiyu found 400 servings of food in the warehouse. She decided to put all of them up for sale. Huang Bao initiated a trade. Her trade sparked a heated discussion in the world chat. Tyrannosaurus Warrior. What kind of unit can get 500 servings of food in one morning? 5-second True Man. Seeking expert strategies. My unit is a peasant, and I'm surrounded by desert. I'm starving. Harder than a diamond. Even the grasslands have no resources. Who will give us some food? Two-faced Turtle. The internet beggar is here. Looking at the chat history, Baiyu shook her head helplessly. These keyboard warriors were incredibly boring. In less than 5 minutes, the 400 food items that Baiyu had put on the shelves were sold out, in exchange for 6,000 pieces of timber and 3,000 pieces of stone. She upgraded the castle again. Although she didn't know the specific effects, upgrading was always a good idea. Castle level 3. Territory area 1,500 meters in circumference. Upgrade requirements. For K wood, 2K stone. After the upgrade, a notification suddenly popped up on the castle. Congratulations, Lord, for upgrading your castle to level 3 and receiving 1 random special building blueprint. Baiyu was surprised to find that level 3 was a key milestone, as special changes would be triggered when the castle and troops were upgraded to level 3. She received the blueprints and saw that they were just ordinary blueprints. Special building blueprint. The girl's wardrobe. Function 1. Automatic cleaning. Function 2. Clothing repair. Function 3. Increase Lord's favorability. Construction material. 1 magic crystal. The magic crystal in the warehouse decreased by 1. Then she went to the bedroom. The bedroom was originally simple, but now there is a huge wardrobe with light blue and pink color scheme, making her feel as if she has returned to modern times. She pushed open the wardrobe door and saw a dazzling array of clothes, so many that they rivaled those in a shopping mall. The wardrobe is divided into 4 sections: tops, trousers, suits, and shoes. Each section contains various styles of clothing. What surprised Bayu the most was that all the clothes in the wardrobe were her size, including some of her favorite socks. The ability to repair clothes? Does that mean I can just tear them? Bayu was a little excited and almost changed her clothes. Important matters come first. Important matters come first. She suppressed her impulse and decided to deal with the more important things first. Bayu left the bedroom, planning to continue upgrading the castle. She had enough resources and decided to upgrade the castle another level. As a result, the upgrade only increased health and territory size, with no new features. At this point, her warehouse was completely empty, and she could only wait for the next wave of monsters to bring her loot. Bayu suddenly noticed a huge figure appearing in the distant sky. Some kind of strange bird? She watched the creature draw closer, finally recognizing it clearly. It was a dragon. A giant blue and white dragon, with wingspans that blotted out the sky and exuded a chilling aura, caused ice crystals to fly wherever it passed before finally landing on a snow-capped mountain. It's actually an ice dragon. Bayu was shocked. Such a creature was a pinnacle existence even in legends. Although the snow-capped mountain wasn't too far from the castle, it was so high that Bayu could only see it from afar. After the castle was upgraded, the territory expanded to a radius of 2,000 meters, but the dragon was not within her territory. Once the 7-day newbie protection period is over, the dragon could attack at any time. She didn't want to become its target. After 15 minutes of breakthrough, Bayu checked her panel and found that her health had increased by 50 points while her mana remained unchanged. As evening fell, Bayu watched the skeleton soldiers return laden with their spoils, a smile playing on his lips. Most of them were low-level monsters, the highest being level 3, which Bayu's undead army easily dealt with. Except for the frost dragon on the snow mountain. She thought to herself, planning to capture this dragon as her mount. As night fell, Bayu continued to summon wild monsters, sat down to decompose their corpses, and had already accumulated 900 servings of food in the warehouse. Although she harvested 500 food items from a dozen or so skeletons, the number of monsters around her was not unlimited. They harvested 155 magic crystals, but still no spirit cores. Bayu guessed that spirit cores might only drop from higher-level monsters. Bayu's skeleton army continues to grow, currently consisting of 2 level 4 skeleton warriors, 10 level 3 skeleton warriors, 67 level 2 skeleton soldiers, and 150 level 1 skeleton soldiers. She also noticed a strange phenomenon. A whole day had passed, and she didn't feel hungry at all. Perhaps it is because they awakened the bloodline of the undead and possessed some of the characteristics of the undead race. Bayu has listed another 900 food items on the fair exchange of all races. Huangbao initiates a trade. As night falls, jungle monsters gain double the power, and there is a risk of encountering higher-level monsters. Is it because the monsters go into a berserk state at night? Will the double stats result in double drops? You've worked hard. Go back out and hunt, she commanded the skeletons to continue their mission. The world chat continued to discuss the changes of the night. Bayu was stunned for a moment when 900 portions of food were sold out in seconds, and he obtained 18,000 portions of wood and 9,000 portions of stone. Upgrade requirements: 6k wood, 3k stone. She chose to upgrade, and the castle successfully reached level 5. She looks forward to unlocking new special buildings. Castle level 6. Territory area for 1,000 square meters. Congratulations on upgrading your castle to level 6. You have received one random special building blueprint. As expected, Bayu's guess was correct. A special building blueprint would be obtained every 3 levels. She examined the new architectural blueprints. Special architectural blueprint, Throne of Bones. Building level, King level. Function 1. Increases troop loyalty to the Lord. Function 2. Within the territory, the strength of the Lord and troops is increased by 1 level, effective below the King level. Function 3. Within the castle, increases the experience gained by the Lord by 1.5 times, effective for ranks below King. Building resources: 10k wood, 10k stone, 100 magic crystals, 10 spirit cores. As night fell, the blood moon emitted a faint red glow, illuminating the magical continent. Bayu's territory has reached an area of 4,000 square meters. As a newly arrived lord, her territory can be said to be very large. Suddenly, she sensed a creature entering her territory. A white figure, about the size of a wild boar, appeared in the distance. That's right, you can check information within the territory. Bayu immediately remembered this and prepared to check the information of the creatures that entered the territory. Bayou retrieved the information on the unknown creature and saw. Unit name: Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Race: Howling Moon Wolf Clan. Level: Common level 5. Skills: None. That white figure is a wolf, which must be hunting at night. It was a level 5 wolf, with strength similar to a level 4 skeleton warrior, but 8 points higher in agility. Bayou was somewhat worried, as he only had 2 level 4 skeleton warriors and was unsure if he could defeat the wolf. She decided to send 2 level 4 skeleton warriors and 10 level 3 skeleton warriors to attack the Howling Moon Silver Wolf together. Although the wolf was somewhat intelligent, it was focused on devouring the wild boar and did not notice the approaching skeletons. As the skeletal warrior approached, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf's ears twitched, immediately sensing the threat. The level 4 skeletal warrior threw an ancient sword at the attack, but the Howling Moon Silver Wolf nimbly dodged it, turned around, and bared its teeth at the skeletal warrior. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf seized the opportunity to pounce on the skeleton warrior. Although it bit off a bone, it couldn't crush it. This level 5 wolf is not to be underestimated. Bayou sighed. With so many skeleton warriors, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf was soon injured. Suddenly, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf raised its head and let out a deafening howl, startling the crows in the distance into scattering. Bayou suddenly realized that this wolf might have come from the snow mountain. Soon after, 7 or 8 howling silver wolves rushed from the foot of the snow mountain onto the battlefield, each wolf being level 5. As the battle continued, the Howling Moon Silver Wolves found themselves unable to kill their enemies and began to retreat. The first wolf, which was the most seriously injured, failed to escape, while another wolf was left behind after trying to rescue it. In the end, Bayou killed 2 Howling Moon Silver Wolves. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully killing a level 5 Howling Moon Silver Wolf. You have gained 50 experience points. The loot can be dismantled. The skeleton soldiers brought back the carcass of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf and continued their hunt. Bayou used necromancy to summon 2 skeletal warriors from the wolf's corpse. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf's corpse has been successfully decomposed, yielding 80 wolf meat, from magic crystals, and 4 spirit cores. Double drop rate. It actually has a spirit core. Bayou laughed happily. These spirit cores reminded her of the upgrade requirements for the barracks: 100 magic crystals and 10 spirit cores. She decided to upgrade the barracks immediately. Undead Crystal, Level 2, Unique Barracks. Level 2 barracks can summon 4 unit types: skeletons, zombies, ghosts, and undead knights. 10 units randomly selected each, with a 2% chance of randomly obtaining a higher level unit and an extremely low chance of randomly obtaining a racial champion. Upgrading the barracks requires 1,000 magic crystals and 10 spirit cores. Upgrading the barracks allows you to summon undead knights, although the summoning probability increases by 1%. Bayou thought helplessly. The number of knights summoned after the upgrade didn't increase. She decided to let the skeletons continue fighting the monsters while she returned to her bedroom to rest. After taking a cold shower in the bathroom, Bayou finally crawled into bed to enjoy a moment of peace. Bayou was lying in bed, feeling drowsy, when he suddenly thought, "Wait, can I summon troops again at dawn?" She checked the time on the system and found it wasn't even 11 o'clock yet. Bayou decided to wait a while before doing anything else. Half an hour later, Bayou, wearing a loose t-shirt and slippers, walked out of the room and decided to go to the kitchen to grab something to eat. Although she wasn't hungry, she still wanted to try the meat from this other world to see if it tasted good. Holding a large piece of roasted pork chop, she began to wolf it down. The pork was so tough that her little tiger teeth couldn't bite through it. Although the meat was a bit tough from grilling, it was surprisingly delicious. She was surprised to find that it wasn't as bad as she had expected. After finishing her meal, Bayou spent some time cleaning herself up. It was almost midnight. She checked the world chat, waiting for her summons. 12 o'clock finally arrived, and Bayou was already waiting beside the barracks. A familiar notification popped up. Undead Crystal fully charged, recruit now. She took a deep breath and clicked, yes, by the power of the law, may the Tyrannosaurus warrior protect you, without hesitation. The necromantic crystal glowed green, and 10 figures gradually emerged. Bayou was immediately drawn to one of the enormous figures, the gigantic bone dragon. This time, she summoned a giant bone dragon, 3 zombies, 2 ghosts, and 4 undead knights. After observing them, she concluded that the bone dragon was undoubtedly the strongest. Your Majesty, your servant greets you. The bone dragon and the ghost spoke at the same time, startling Bayou. She realized that high-ranking undead possessed intelligence, and that ghosts belong to the spiritual category of undead. Bayou checked the Bone Dragon's information. Skeleton Dragon King, unnamed, growth cap, god level. Active skill, Nether Dragon Breath. Passive skill, Elemental Magic Immunity. This is insane. Its 3 stats are even higher than a level 5 Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Bayou was astonished. It turns out that the Skeleton Dragon King's growth ceiling is god level. She named the Skeletal Dragon King Arthur, and Arthur responded, "Thank you, my queen, for bestowing upon me this name." Bayou decided that the frost dragon on the snow mountain was no longer a threat to her. As long as Arthur was given enough time, he would definitely be able to defeat the frost dragon. Next, Bayou checked the attributes of the other unit types. The Undead Knight wore tattered armor, wielded a green scythe, and rode a skeletal horse. Ghosts are spirits and are skilled in soul attacks. Zombies are slow-moving, have almost no weapons, and seem weaker than skeleton soldiers. Bayou first checked the zombie's attributes. Unit name, Zombie, growth cap, commander level. She then checked the ghost's attributes. Unit name, Ghost, Spirit, growth cap, commander level. Ghosts do not have the strength attribute. Instead, they have the spirit attribute and are faster than skeleton soldiers and zombies. Finally, Bayou checked the Undead Knight's attributes. Undead Knight, growth cap, king level. The Undead Knight has higher strength and agility than other unit types, and a higher growth potential, but it is still considered average. Bayou decided to send Arthur to lead the other troops out hunting to level up. She commanded, "Arthur, you take them out hunting to level up." "Yes, your majesty," Arthur replied respectfully. Soon, Arthur led the 3 types of troops and the skeleton soldiers out to hunt in the wild. Bayou went back to bed, yawned, and prepared to rest. "I'm going back to sleep now. See you tomorrow." Bayou checked the system announcements early in the morning and stepped out of the castle. She found the area in front of the gate piled high with animal carcasses. There were so many. With Arthur's addition, even the highly agile antelope can be hunted with ease. Bayou sees that Arthur has leveled up to LV3. Skeleton Dragon King, Arthur. Arthur's strength, agility, and magic have all increased by 10 points, but he hasn't gained any new skills. If he encounters the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, Arthur should be able to easily defeat it. Of the 3 zombies, only 2 reached level 2, while the remaining 1 remained at level 1. As for the 2 ghosts, they both leveled up to level 3 and became king spirits, with their spirit and agility greatly improved, but their attack method is still soul attack. The most noteworthy change is that the Undead Knight's class advancement has transformed into the Death Knight. After the Death Knight changes classes, he becomes more imposing. His blue flames turn into cold red flames, and his scythe turns blood red. Each level's growth attributes are higher than those of the skeleton soldiers. After checking the unit information, Bayou began processing the spoils. The system automatically calculated the amount of loot, and she found that she had leveled up to LV5 again. Lord Bayou. Bayou checked the attribute changes with satisfaction and continued the work of summoning, dismantling, and recycling. She processed the carcasses of 20 wild boars, 15 antelopes, 35 hares, and 150 pheasants, which took her an entire morning to complete. I've really stirred up a hornet's nest," Bayou sighed, feeling exhausted from using magic. Through necromancy, she not only summoned skeleton soldiers, but also successfully summoned zombies and ghosts. Bayou discovered that the system's rules prevented her from summoning level 3 zombies until she unlocked the corresponding job advancement. Comparing the troops she had summoned, she decided to continue expanding her undead army. What kind of expressions will these lords of 20 different troop types have when they see my army of hundreds of undead? Decompose. Decompose everything. In the end, she obtained 1,800 portions of food, 119 magic crystals, and 3 spirit cores. That's right. Food is so scarce. Why not use it to exchange for magic crystals? What an idiot. Bayou suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Huangbao initiates a trade. 1 unit of food in exchange for 40 units of wood, 20 units of stone, or 1 magic crystal. Remaining quantity, 1,800 servings. 1 serving of food for 1 magic crystal. That makes sense, right? Bayou nodded confidently in confirmation. Her listing was immediately available. Xiao Biao. Boss, I'm a girl. Please take me in. Ikuin. I can look dark even with the lights off. Zwan Pianist, so dark? You're even darker than me. Bayou was chatting in the world chat. He said no, but his actions betrayed him. Despite the high price, lords who needed food would still buy it. A few minutes later, her transaction was finally completed. although it took much longer than last time, about 10 minutes. She also received a large number of friend requests, which exceeded 999 plus and turned into 3 red dots. Bayou rejected all of them without hesitation, thinking, who wants to add all of you? Bayou inspected the exchange and ultimately obtained 30,000 units of wood, 15,000 units of stone, and 300 magic crystals. She was so excited she almost jumped up. Wow! Holy crap! This was the biggest one she'd ever made. Currently, due to the lack of spirit cores, the Bone Throne cannot be built yet, and the only option is to continue hunting and leveling up. Upgrading the castle is no problem at all. Bayou has 34k wood and 17k stone in the warehouse, enough to upgrade it to the next level. She decided to temporarily upgrade her level and save some materials for later construction of the Bone Throne. Every 3 castle upgrades unlock special buildings, and Bayou guesses that it might be possible to upgrade all the way up to level 100. Arthur, Bayou commanded, from now on, you're in charge of killing high-level monsters. Hunting is the work of the other undead. Yes, Your Majesty, Arthur replied respectfully. Bayou divided the remaining 444 undead into 3 teams. 2 teams were responsible for chopping wood and digging stones, led by several level 3 king souls, while the other 200 undead continued hunting. She discovered that she wasn't the only lord selling food in the world chat. Other lords were also starting to lower food prices. The monsters around the castle were gradually cleared out. Bayou decided to have some undead take charge of cutting down trees and digging stones, since they were an unlimited source of labor. Even if a zombie is stupid, it shouldn't be unable to level up by cutting down a tree, right? Bayou thought to herself. Arthur flew through the sky hunting monsters, and as the number of monsters around him decreased, he flew further away. Suddenly, he saw a group of green, humanoid creatures, which Arthur guessed were the local forces. He swooped down, unleashing his dragon breath, freezing the green creatures. Only one mage managed to dodge, raising his hand to unleash a fireball attack. Arthur was unharmed. Passive skill, immune to elemental magic. The green mage attempted to escape. Arthur flew to the magician and let out a dragon roar, which frightened the magician so much that he knelt down. Don't kill me. Arthur ignored him, grabbed the magician with his forepaws, and flew away. Bayou received a system notification that Arthur had killed the green mage. A goblin. Bayou looked at the pop-up message with a puzzled expression. Chapter 13, Surrounding Local Forces. Bayou had just started her day's work when she saw Arthur fly back, his claws gripping a green goblin mage. Wow, Arthur caught him alive. That's clever, she exclaimed in surprise. Arthur threw the goblin to the ground. As soon as the goblin mage saw Bayou, he immediately knelt down and trembled. Respected human powerhouse, please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. This is a suspicious intelligent creature near the castle. I deliberately left one alive, Arthur explained. Bayou carefully examined the goblin. It was about 1.5 meters tall, with green skin and pointed ears, clearly a timid creature. The interrogation began, and Bayou learned that the goblin was named Spine Tame, which Bayou decided to call Little Green Bean. It said that there was a hidden cave outside the southern swamp, where a tribe of over 1,000 goblins lived. Because of its proximity to the snow-capped mountains, they were mostly active at night. Could there be goblins? Aren't goblins a chance to make a fortune? Bayou had an idea, but Little Green Bean told her that almost all goblins were under the rule of the Goblin King, and the chance of seeing a goblin was slim. Next, Little Green Bean described the forces on the snow mountain. It turned out that the Frost Dragon alone could contend with another force, which was the Howling Moon Wolf clan, which had about 3,000 wolves, including 7 or 8 wolf kings of the commander level, and their leader was even more powerful. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf can transform into a werewolf. Bayou was shocked. It seemed she had gotten herself into trouble. Suddenly, she thought to ask the Little Green Bean, have you found any other castles like mine? Little Green Bean looked terrified, and Bayou quickly stepped on its head. Speak. I'll tell you. There was indeed a castle like yours before, but it's disappeared now, Little Green Bean quickly explained. Disappeared? Explain yourself, Bayou emphasized. Little Green Bean trembled as she said. Shortly after that castle appeared, some unfamiliar tribesmen came out and began hunting. After talking with them, we learned that they had been enslaved by the castle's owner. In order to save them, we had these tribesmen devise a plan to lure the humans out of the castle and kill them. Bayou was stunned. There's such a thing. Be tricked out and killed by her own troops. She couldn't help but sigh. What a melodramatic plot. However, she still decided to avenge that unfortunate lord. Does your goblin tribe have any other resources? 500 magic crystals and 5 spirit cores near the lost castle. Hearing this, Bayu's resolve for revenge hardened. It seems I must avenge that lord. Bayu learned that the goblin tribe dared to appear during the day because they were eyeing her castle. Fortunately, Arthur had already discovered and defeated the small group. Thank you for telling me so much. The outside world is really scary, Bayu said with a smile. However, the goblin mage sensed something was amiss from her smile. Respected powerful one, I have said everything I need to say. Please spare my life. Little Green Bean pleaded in a low voice. Okay, Bayu smiled. Arthur, take it to see its great-grandmother. Upon seeing Bayu's gaze, Arthur immediately unleashed his dragon breath, turning Little Green Bean into an ice sculpture. You old bastard. Little Green Bean's last thought was perhaps his ruthlessness towards Bayu. Bayu looked at the corpses that had been transformed into skeleton warriors with satisfaction. Now there are 3 level 5 skeleton warriors. Your unit successfully defeated the goblin mage, gaining 30 experience points. Breakdown. Successfully dismantled the goblin mage's corpse, obtaining 1 piece of common grade leather armor and 1 common grade weapon. This Little Green Bean didn't lose any weight. Bayu couldn't help but exclaim. Well, whatever, it's fine even without meat. She said to Arthur, go and bring back the other goblin corpses. Let's keep leveling up. The equipment dropped by goblins was of little use to her, but she suddenly realized that it might be a new business opportunity. Chapter 14 Zombie Job Change. Bayu felt her strength was still too weak. Arthur was only level 3. If Arthur were stronger, he could easily conquer the goblin tribe. But she knew that using an army of undead to wear down the enemy was unrealistic. The gap was too large, and the skeletons might be destroyed before they even got close to the enemy. It's best not to alert them. Let's go quietly and not let them notice. Bayu decided to continue accumulating strength and improving herself. She looked at the snow-capped mountains, thinking of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan, and a sense of urgency rose within her. If I could obtain 4 spirit cores, I could build the bone throne, and leveling up would be much faster, she pondered. The barracks cannot be upgraded yet, as it requires 1,000 magic crystals, and she doesn't even have 500 on hand. In comparison, building the bone throne would be more profitable, so she decided to focus her efforts there first. Arthur brought back the remaining goblin corpses, and Bayu prepared to begin the summoning. Magic power, 37/40. As the gray magic circle flashed, a new type of soldier, clad in black armor, gradually appeared, with red glowing eyes and a long sword. Wow, what is this if not a skeleton warrior? Bayu exclaimed in surprise. Death Warrior. Growth ceiling, commander level. Death Warrior. This must be a level 3 zombie class. Bayu excitedly discovered that this was a brand new undead unit, clearly stronger than the skeleton warrior, with higher agility than the bone warrior of the same level, but slightly lower strength, a perfect balance. She continued to summon, and Lady Luck descended once more, summoning 2 level 5 king souls and 3 level 5 death warriors from the 5 goblin corpses. Death Knights and Skeleton Knights share similar attributes, but Death Knights possess greater agility and potential. Undead Knights, on the other hand, are well-rounded and powerful, making them suitable for combat. Bayu checked the attributes of the Death Warrior and the King Soul. The King Soul's spirit attribute had broken through 20 points. Although they could not be upgraded, they would still be of considerable help to the current combat power. She dismantled the goblin corpses and obtained 5 sets of ordinary equipment, 5 magic crystals, and 1 spirit core. Bayu stored them in the warehouse, secretly thinking, a small profit. At this moment, Arthur also successfully leveled up to level 4, further enhancing his combat power. Bayu had 8 level 5 undead under her command, plus Arthur's level 4, making their strength terrifying. She felt that she had amassed such a powerful army in just a day and a half. Although the undead army was formidable, Bayu still felt somewhat worried, because the goblins were still commander-level beings, and if he was not careful, he might be killed in a counterattack. All right, you can continue hunting, Bayu ordered. Around noon, the skeleton army brought back a large number of animal carcasses, all of which were surprisingly pheasants. Could we have really messed up Brother Kuen's plans? Bayu asked doubtfully. The level 4 leader, Wang Hun, respectfully reported. Your Majesty, a chicken coop was discovered 2,400 meters northeast of the castle, and we have wiped out all the infested animals. Well done. Bayu gave a thumbs up. This time she harvested 356 pheasants, including 45 level 3 pheasants, 120 level 2 pheasants, and 191 level 1 pheasants. This means she will summon another wave of undead. Bayu's magic power and recovery speed are limited, so she needs to keep summoning hundreds of pheasants until the afternoon. Phew. What's with this feeling of being both tired and refreshed? Bayu sat weakly on the ground, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. The undead army has grown stronger once again. The 356 pheasants brought with them 356 undead, significantly increasing their combat power. However, the pheasants are not a strong enemy, and the undead army deals with them as easily as killing chickens. Chapter 15 stirred up trouble for the pigeons. Bayu successfully summoned various undead, including skeletons, ghosts, zombies, and undead knights. After adding 356 new undead, her undead army has exceeded 900. The goblin tribe has over 1,000 goblins. Once Arthur's level is higher, we'll wipe them out. Bayu thought excitedly, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. She decided to process yesterday's harvest first and began to decompose the corpse. 356 pheasant carcasses detected. Should they be decomposed immediately? Breakdown. Successfully decomposed all pheasant carcasses, obtaining 1780 food portions and 167 magic crystals. With the wolf meat in the warehouse, Bayu obtained a total of 1,860 servings of food. She put all the food on the exchange and continued to sell it. The Yellowjacks have initiated a trade. As more and more food items became available, the lords of the magical continent began to discuss her trades, and Bayu noticed that her food sales on the exchange were steadily increasing. Los Santos philanthropist. The boss is developing so fast, even my Dow heart is shattered. Little Bird Vodka. Why don't you lower the price? Nobody buys it at this price. Tiga. If you don't buy it, someone else will. Big players like Huang Bao don't lower their prices. Look at their sales. Bayu noticed that more and more lords were starting to sell food at low prices in an attempt to compete with her. However, her food supply was large and consistent, and she still maintained her dominant position. With prices falling so quickly, it seems the food trade boom is coming to an end soon, Bayu sighed. Soon after, Bayu's 1,860 portions of food were finally traded, and food orders on the exchange gradually decreased, with only occasional small batch orders appearing. Among them, a lord with the ID Orphan of Zhao caught Bayu's attention. This lord traded 6,000 units of stone for 300 units of food in one transaction. Bayu guessed that he might possess a large mountain or have summoned stone golems. Is this lord so short of food that his troops are stone golems? Bayu muttered to himself. Through this transaction, Bayu obtained 40,000 wood, 20,000 stones, and 360 magic crystals. Her current total magic crystal count has exceeded 1,000, but she lacks spirit cores, preventing her from upgrading her barracks or constructing special buildings. I only need 3 more spirit cores to build the bone throne. It's such a dilemma, she sighed. Chapter 16 Constructing the Special Building, Blackwater Altar. Bayu hoped to get 3 spirit cores from Arthur today, although she knew that if the Howling Moon Silver Wolves appeared again tonight, she was confident she could keep them all. Let's ignore these for now and consider it when we have enough materials. Bayu decided to upgrade the castle to level 1 first. He had already reserved enough materials to build the bone throne, and with the 40,000 wood and 20,000 stone he obtained from the food trade, he now had nearly 100,000 wood and stone in his warehouse. Upgrade requirements: 12k wood, 6k stone. Bayu chose to upgrade without hesitation. The castle doesn't change much after the upgrade. The only changes are an increase in health and area, and an increase in the price of upgrade materials. I'll upgrade again. She clicked upgrade again. Castle level, 9 max. Upgrade requirements: 50k wood, 30k stone, 10k iron ingots. Note: the castle has reached its maximum level and will be converted into a town after upgrading. Congratulations, Lord, you have obtained a special building blueprint. Bayu looked at the upgrade requirements and felt somewhat helpless. 50,000 wood, 30,000 stones? Iron ingots? What are these? I've never seen them before, she thought angrily, the need for iron ingots giving her a headache. She guessed that iron ingots were obtained through mining, similar to the game she had played in her previous life. However, there was no iron ore in the environment around the castle. The snow-capped mountains and swamps couldn't possibly have any veins. However, Bayu still believed there would be a solution. As a top lord of the magical continent, she would always find a way to resolve the issue. Let's see how my luck goes, hee. Bayu received the special building blueprint as a reward. Congratulations, Lord, on obtaining the special building blueprint, Blackwater Altar. Building level, King level. Function 1. A Blackwater lake is generated at the center of the altar. Throwing living creatures into it will gradually corrode the soul and body, turning the corpses into undead for the Lord to command, ineffective against creatures of king rank or higher. Function 2. A protective barrier will form around the altar, ineffective against undead creatures and creatures of king rank or higher. Function 3. Undead bathed in black water will be strengthened, and there is a very low probability that their life level will change, ineffective against creatures of king rank or higher. Building materials: 10k wood, 5k stone, 100 magic crystals, 1 spirit core. Wow, this altar is great. Bayou excitedly looked at the function description. No more using necromancy on corpses one by one. It's liberating. This is fantastic. The Blackwater Altar and the Bone Throne are both king-level buildings, but the Blackwater Altar requires relatively fewer materials. Bayou decided to build the Blackwater Altar now. Otherwise, with more and more special buildings appearing in the future, he would get dizzy from choosing them. Put up. As the light flashed, 4 enormous stone pillars rose from the center of the altar, their tops ablaze with pale blue flames. Surrounding the center of the altar, a square altar slowly emerged, black liquid seeping out and covering the entire altar. A pale blue protective shield composed of 4 skulls enveloped the entire altar. The altar was quite large, almost occupying the center of the castle courtyard. Fortunately, the castle had been upgraded, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to accommodate the altar. Bayou felt a surge of fiery energy flow into her body, and her level increased slightly. She excitedly anticipated the changes to come. 15 minutes later, Bayou changed into clean casual clothes, tied her long white hair into a high ponytail, and regained her senses. She checked her attributes and found that they were no longer so weak. Nice, I can barely reach the level of a level 4 skeleton warrior. She was secretly pleased. Chapter 17 Major Unit Enhancement. Bayou finally decided to test the effects of the Blackwater Altar, ordering the skeleton soldiers to bring a rabbit carcass and a live rabbit. She threw the carcass into the altar, and a plume of black smoke rose. The turquoise magic circle in the altar shone, and then a black skeleton soldier crawled out of the carcass. This skeleton looks a bit stronger than the ordinary skeletons, Bayou thought to herself. She checked the skeleton's attributes and found that its base stat had increased by 1 point. This was the enhancement effect of the Dark Elixir Altar. The altar enhances the attributes of undead units, increasing them by a certain amount each time. Bayou continued the experiment, placing a live rabbit into the altar. Corroded by the black water, it turned into black smoke and eventually transformed into another patina-covered skeleton soldier. It's too cruel. Bayou shook her head, but she also discovered a pattern. Corpses would remain intact when placed on the altar, while living things would be corroded into skeletons. She had the skeleton soldier enter the altar herself, and saw that its skeleton had become more robust, and its attributes had increased by 1 point. Next, Bayou had the other unit types also strengthened. Different unit types, such as skeleton soldiers, ghosts, zombies, king spirits, and death warriors, have different enhancement effects. Skeleton soldiers increase attack and defense. Ghost, mental enhancement, capable of resonating. Zombie, inflicts corpse poison, slowing down enemy movement. Undead Knight, enhances curses and mental attacks, and can intimidate enemies. Death Knight, increases attributes by 3 points, becoming a powerful unit. This enhancement has greatly increased the strength of Bayou's undead army, especially by strengthening the passive skills of each unit type, making them no longer just cannon fodder. The Blackwater Altar is incredibly powerful, Bayou exclaimed excitedly. It not only increased the numerical advantage of the undead units, but also improved their quality. She decided to continue strengthening her undead army to prepare for future battles. She knew that once the 7-day newbie protection period was over, the lords of the magical continent would enter into a fierce battle for supremacy, and only the strong would survive. Bayou continues to accumulate resources through food trade and plans her next move. She aims to collect iron ingots, build the Bone Throne, upgrade the town, and avenge her people. These tasks cannot be stopped. They must be completed as soon as possible, she said confidently. Chapter 18 Strengthening Arthur. Time flew by, and it was already afternoon. Bayou finally finished enhancing all of them without affecting the work efficiency of the undead. Looks like I'll have to give the summoned undead a bath from now on, Bayou thought with a smile. It's convenient that the undead summoned directly from the Blackwater Altar don't need to be strengthened one by one. Each undead enhancement takes 1 minute, but the Blackwater Altar has enough space, so there's no worry about running out. Before nightfall, Arthur flew back ahead of schedule, carrying the corpses of several unidentified creatures in his claws. Bayou knew she needed the corpses, so Arthur had brought them back on purpose. What a clever creature, so considerate. Arthur, was this hunted from outside the territory? Bayou asked curiously. Yes, Your Majesty, about 10 kilometers west of the castle. I discovered these 4 gorillas working together to hunt this giant pangolin. I killed them and brought them back, Arthur replied respectfully. Well done. Throw these corpses into the Blackwater Altar, Bayou immediately instructed. Arthur threw the carcasses of 4 gorillas and 1 pangolin into the Blackwater Altar. As black smoke rose, the magic circle beneath the 5 corpses flickered, and 4 death warriors and 1 death knight emerged from it. Wow, this death knight is so powerful, Bayou exclaimed with delight upon seeing the death knight summoned by the pangolin. Death Knight. Enhancement. Soul. All attributes +3. Level. LV6. Bayou was surprised to find that this Death Knight had reached level 6, making it the strongest unit she had summoned so far. She eagerly clicked to decompose it, and gained 4 magic crystals and 4 spirit cores. No equipment. Bayou raised an eyebrow, not too happy. Fortunately, the spirit core was given, so it was still a small profit. Then, the system popped up another prompt. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained 50 portions of pangolin meat, 1 portion of pangolin hide, 2 magic crystals, and 1 spirit core. There's even a spirit core. It seems that creatures of level 5 and above drop magic crystals and spirit cores on a fixed basis. Bayou thought excitedly. This harvest was definitely worthwhile. However, another lord in the world chat, the Monkey King, is currently enraged. The Monkey King, my summoned demonic ape was taken down by a flying creature. I'm so angry. Jean Chanzi. Wukong, don't be angry. They are just 2 demonic apes. Monkey King. The system shows that the enemy lord killed him, but his name wasn't revealed. I don't care who it is. If they catch me, I'll kill them. Bayou was oblivious to the strife, still basking in the joy of her newfound spirit cores. She already had 12 spirit cores in her warehouse, but she was short of magic crystals, only having 926. She decided to collect the corpses collectively once the undead army returned. Arthur, go to the Blackwater Altar to strengthen yourself. Bayou suddenly thought of something and decided to enhance Arthur's power. Arthur entered the Blackwater Altar. Although its massive size made it seem somewhat cramped, it still managed to enter smoothly. The energy of the Blackwater began to surge towards Arthur, and Bayou sensed that Arthur's aura was gradually becoming stronger. Unlike ordinary undead who received a 1-minute enhancement, Arthur's enhancement lasted a full 9 minutes. As Arthur stepped out of the altar, Bayou was astonished to see its transformation. Its skeleton began to glow with a pale blue light. Blue flames burned beneath the dragon horns on its head, and the flames in its eye sockets intensified. Blue flames also burned at the tips of its bony wings and tail, and Arthur's aura became even more powerful. Bayou sensed that Arthur's transformation made him almost a combination of a ghost knight and a bone dragon, greatly enhancing his combat power. Chapter 19, My First Friend. Bayou immediately opened Arthur's attribute interface, and was surprised to see the Skeleton Dragon King, Arthur. Growth ceiling, God level. Active skill, Netherworld Dragon Breath. Passive skills, Elemental Magic Immunity, Dragon's Might. Dragon's Might creates an invisible mental pressure on beings of a lower life level, weakening their magical and physical defenses. Enhancement, Comprehensive Enhancement. The Burning Netherfire increases the user's soul defense, while the Hardened Bones increase physical defense. Dragon's Might is unlocked, granting plus 10 points to all attributes. Bayou exclaimed in surprise, this is too powerful. The enhancement of the Blackwater Altar greatly increased Arthur's defense, and also granted him a skill called Dragon's Might, that boosted his attack, reducing the enemy's physical and magical resistance, and significantly improving Arthur's combat power. His attributes jumped from 20 points at level 3 to 60 points, a truly remarkable leap. Arthur, how are you feeling? Bayou asked. Your Majesty, Arthur feels stronger than before. Arthur replied respectfully, bowing his head. All right, let's continue leveling up. Bayou waved his hand, instructing him to use his aerial advantage to increase his level. Next, Bayou opened the world chat channel to kill time. She had just started playing a match, 3 game, when she suddenly saw a system notification. Your troops have defeated the enemy lord's troops. Enemy lord unit? When did this happen? Bayou was stunned, and instantly realized that this might be the Crimson Blood Demon Ape that Arthur fought. Oh no, what bad luck. I unintentionally offended a lord. Baiyu apologized silently, feeling guilty. However, Arthur can easily defeat the enemy's troops, so there's nothing to worry about. She suddenly realized there was another lord nearby, about 20 kilometers away. Although the newbie protection period hadn't ended yet, Baiyu decided to prepare in advance to avoid being retaliated against later. A goblin tribe, a Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan, and this lord. It seems I need to speed up my preparations. Baiyu noted down this information, intending to deal with them one by one. A private message popped up in the world chat, and Baiyu's heart skipped a beat. Is it trying to cause me trouble? Upon opening the message, Baiyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was a request to buy food. The Orphan of Zhao. Boss, do you have any extra food? I need 500 servings, still at the original price. I'll exchange them all for stones. Huang Bao. Not available now. It will be available in the evening. The Orphan of Zhao. Can I add you as a friend so we can trade more easily? I've tried to add you many times before, but you've always refused. Baiyu smiled and accepted her friend's request. Sure, no problem. This Orphan of Zhao successfully became Baiyu's first friend. The Orphan of Zhao. Thank you, boss. Huang Bao. Judging from your appearance, you shouldn't lack resources. Why don't you buy them from the exchange? Baiyu asked curiously. The Orphan of Zhao. Well, the food at the exchange is limited, so your supply is more reliable. Baiyu's heart skipped a beat. It seems the business is getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 20 Strengthen Yourself. Several private messages from the Orphan of Zhao, urgently requesting food trade. Baiyu knew that while there was cheap food available, the quantity was too small to meet the needs of these lords. She decided to ignore him and give herself some time. We'll be able to harvest another batch of food later, Baiyu thought. Looking at the Blackwater Altar, she suddenly thought, that's right, the Blackwater Altar can strengthen the undead. So can it strengthen myself too? Living creatures that fall and will turn into rotting, stinking bones, and I don't want to become like that. She hesitated for a moment, then said, however, I have the blood of the undead, so maybe I can give it a try. Although her attributes were still weak, roughly equivalent to a skeleton warrior, at most reaching the commander level, she felt that if she didn't strengthen herself, she might eventually become a weakness of the undead army. Baiyu walked to the Blackwater Altar, entered the protective shield, and after confirming that he could freely enter and exit, he carefully reached out to touch the Blackwater. She gently touched the black water with one finger, her eyes closed, afraid to look. Suddenly, she felt a cool sensation on her fingertip and breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right. Upon closer inspection, Baiyu discovered that her fingers weren't touching the black water, but rather forming a small vacuum with the bottom of the altar. Although her fingers weren't touching the black water, she could feel energy flowing into her body, and her senses seemed to be somewhat enhanced. What's going on? Baiyu wondered, but she did feel that she had become stronger. She withdrew her finger to check for any changes and found everything was normal. Since that's the case, I'll give it a try. Baiyu took a step and stepped into the Blackwater Altar. The Blackwater deliberately avoided her, but she could feel a tingling sensation all over her body, almost making her fall. She took off her shoes and stood barefoot in the black water, her whole body tingling and itching as if she were being electrocuted. Suddenly, the scythe bracelet fell off, transforming into a giant scythe that plunged into the black water, which then surged wildly towards it. Weapons can be enhanced, Baiyu thought excitedly. Although she temporarily ignored the weapon lying on the ground, she continued walking towards the center of the altar. As she sat down, the surrounding black water enveloped her, and the energy within the black water converged towards her. With her eyes closed, Baiyu felt her attributes improving. Although she was already half asleep, she could still feel the changes within her body. After an unknown amount of time, Baiyu woke up feeling full of energy, as if she could punch a car to pieces. Where did all the black water go? She was surprised to see that the black water on the altar had almost disappeared, and the scythe lay quietly on the ground. She walked over, picked up the sickle, and examined it, finding no obvious changes. Baiyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, never mind, I'll leave it for now. The scythe reappeared as a bracelet on her right wrist. She noticed that black water was still slowly seeping into the altar floor, indicating that the Blackwater Altar was being restored. Thank goodness I didn't damage the king-level building. It really scared me to death. It was completely dark outside. Baiyu checked the time and found that it was already 8:30 p.m. She had actually slept for almost 4 hours. She received several more messages from the Orphan of Zhao, indicating that he was eagerly awaiting the transaction. Baiyu felt a little embarrassed and quickly replied with a message. I had something to take care of just now. I'll make the deal with you in a moment. The other party replied instantly. Okay, thank you so much. Baiyu guessed that the orphan of Zhao might have leftover food, and if he kept waiting, he would definitely go hungry for 2 meals. Looking at the mountain of animal carcasses and the Blackwater Altar, she fell into deep thought. Never mind, let's check my attributes first. Lord Baiyu. Having absorbed the most primal power, the left eye of the Queen of the Dead has awakened, permanently increasing all attributes by 15 points, and health and mana by 10 points. Baiyu asked in surprise, what is this? Chapter 21 Left Eye. Baiyu checked the effects of the Blackwater Altar and found that the enhancement only increased her attributes by 15 points and did not unlock any new skills. Could it be that the side stole half of its energy? She quipped to herself. She noticed something unusual about her left eye, ran back to her bedroom to look in the mirror, and found no difference between her left and right eyes. Then, she opened her personal profile page and saw a question mark. Clicking on it gave her a prompt. The Queen of the Undead's left eye possesses all summoning and transformation spells, requiring no chanting or incantation. Its magic level will gradually unlock as the Lord's level increases. How inconsiderate. They didn't even tell me what magic I could use. Baiyu sighed, then decided to test the skill's effects. She stepped out of the castle and saw a pile of corpses. Suddenly, the idea of a summoning spell flashed through her mind, and she instantly understood how to cast it. Baiyu threw the corpses into the magic circle, and the undead crawled out of the circle one after another. To her surprise, Baiyu discovered that she could not only summon ordinary undead, but also transform corpses into bone beasts. Her left eye emitted a ghostly blue light, and the summoned undead crawled out of the magic circle. Everything proceeded smoothly. She discovered that summoning no longer consumed magic power, but rather mental energy, physical strength, or soul power. Baiyu checked the newly summoned units. 40 level 1 undead, 25 level 2 skeleton soldiers, ghosts, and zombies, and 10 level 3 advanced units, including 5 skeleton warriors, 2 death knights, 2 king souls, and 1 death warrior. These corpses have been summoned all at once. They can now be decomposed. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully dismantling. She received 1,400 portions of food and decided to leave 500 for the orphan of Zhao. She initiated a trade, and the orphan of Zhao quickly replied. The orphan of Zhao, boss, is it possible to trade? Baiyu agreed and received 10,000 pieces of stone. The orphan of Zhao, can the big boss make long-term deals? Huang Bao, do you have any wood? You can't do without wood. The orphan of Zhao, I can exchange stones for wood with other lords at a ratio of 2 to 1. Baiyu replied with a smile. It's a pleasure working with you. She realized that the exchange allowed lords of different resources to complement each other, and that this resource exchange had great potential. She also decided to slightly reduce food trading and convert some of it into magic crystal trading. Baiyu's setup of the magic crystal trade soon attracted the attention of other lords. Her trade order sparked discussion among several lords. Slug, boss, are you out of food? Xiong, is the boss's castle at max level? Zhu Ganglai, my troops eat a lot. I'll buy them first. A mentally ill person, don't be fooled. Let's all boycott. Baiyu smiled slightly, knowing that her strategy had worked, and she would continue to expand her trading empire in the magical continent. Chapter 22 Dark Magic. Baiyu discovered that he had sold 100 portions of food. Although it took him half an hour and he was scolded by many lords, he eventually sold them all successfully. Fortunately, there were many lords in the magical continent, so there were always people willing to buy. After the successful transaction, Baiyu now possesses 100 magic crystals, enough to upgrade the barracks or construct the bone throne. She decides to prioritize constructing the bone throne for a more direct boost to combat power. Special Building Blueprint, Throne of Bones. Building Level, King Level. Function 1. Increase troop loyalty to the Lord. Function 2. Within the territory, the strength of the Lord and troops increases by 1 level. Function 3. Increases Lord experience points by 1.5 times within the castle. Building resources, 10k wood, 10k stone, 100 magic crystals, 10 spirit cores. Build it. Baiyu confirmed without hesitation. She lost 10 spirit cores just like that. She wasn't heartbroken. Spirit cores only have meaning when used, and Baiyu felt that this investment was worthwhile. With the altar completed, a throne made of bones appeared in the center of the castle, its armrests adorned with glowing skulls. The throne stood 2 meters tall, its overall color a grayish white, and two enormous bone swords were intertwined behind it, giving it an imposing presence. Baiyu tried to sit on it, but because the seat was too high, she could only barely sit down, her feet not reaching the ground at all. This throne seems to be more for display purposes. It can actually take any form, she muttered to herself. The bone throne increases experience gain within the castle, but not in external territories. Baiyu opened the system to check the undead kill information, wanting to see the boosted experience points. Before long, a system message finally popped up. Your unit successfully killed a level 2 boar, gaining 15 experience points. Sure enough, the experience points have increased. Baiyu was pleasantly surprised to find that the experience points she had previously accumulated had increased to 15, which was indeed a 1.5x bonus. Her level has risen to LV6, and with the experience bonus, her goal of advancing to Lord level has become clearer. Next, Baiyu checked the enhancement effects of the companion weapon. Accompanying weapon, Judgment Death Scythe. Quality, Commander level weapon, upgradable. Soul Condensation, 12%. Active skills, Necromancer Summoning Magic, Tier 2, Dark Magic, Tier 1. Passive skill, attacks inflict soul damage and withering effects. Those killed will be transformed into undead. To her surprise, she discovered that her weapon had gained a new dark magic skill, albeit only at level 1. This must be like my left eye, a type of magic that can be cast, Baiyu guessed. She then examined the specific skills of dark magic. Dark magic, Tier 1. Skill, Black Flame Bullet, consumes 10 mana, launches a black fireball to attack the enemy, no cooldown. This skill looks very powerful. Baiyu thought to herself, 10 points of magic power is enough to launch a powerful attack. It's practically a trump card. Then, she decided to try out this new skill outside the castle. As night fell, the blood-red moon hung high, and the night on the magical continent grew increasingly eerie. She spotted a withered tree in the distance and decided to use it as her test subject. Baiyu raised her left hand, fingers spread, palm facing the withered tree. As her magic power waned, a black magic circle appeared in front of her palm, and then fired a black flame bullet. Boom! A black fireball struck the dead tree with a muffled thud, instantly blasting a large hole in the trunk. Black flames spread rapidly, completely engulfing the entire tree. In less than 30 seconds, the dead tree vanished without a trace, leaving not even ashes. This skill is simply a devastating weapon. Baiyu was shocked. The effect brought by 10 points of magic power exceeded her expectations. Her upgrades and weapon enhancements propelled her strength to new heights. Baiyu decided that tonight she would continue to reap the rewards. The moment of revenge was fast approaching. Checking the time, Baiyu realized there was still some time before midnight. Tonight, she planned to summon the undead army once more and continue the battle. Chapter 23 The Golden Legend. Baiyu waited until midnight before arriving at the barracks to issue a summons. She didn't have high expectations for the Golden Legend, as the summoning results from the level 2 barracks were limited, with only a 2% chance of summoning a high-level unit. However, the summon units can be upgraded, which is one of her major advantages. The Necromancer Crystal is fully charged. Summon now. She prayed silently and clicked the summon button. The Necromantic Crystal instantly emitted a ghostly green light, illuminating the entire room. As the light gradually faded, 10 blurry figures appeared. Could it be the Golden Legend? Baiyu asked in surprise. One of the figures was larger than the others, about 3 meters tall, with a pair of wings spread out behind it, clearly indicating it was a high-level soldier. As its form gradually became clearer, Baiyu saw its true appearance. It has a wide mouth, a bald head, and pointed ears, clearly not a human head. It has strong limbs, sharp claws on its hands and feet, a long tail on its back, a body made of stone and metal, and bat-like fleshy wings on its back. Upon seeing Baiyu, it immediately bowed down in submission. The other 9 undead are regular units, consisting of 2 skeletons, 3 ghosts, 3 zombies, and 1 undead knight. Baiyu's air force has been strengthened, and the flying units are becoming more and more powerful. Will he be able to fly himself? She checked the Gargoyles' attributes. Gargoyle. Growth ceiling, royal level. Exclusive passive, magic immunity. Gargoyles are incredibly powerful, with base stats far exceeding those of ordinary units, a growth ceiling of royal level, and innate magic immunity. Although it is known that powerful magic can also defeat gargoyles, it is still a powerful unit. Baiyu's air force lineup consists of Arthur, Gargoyle, Ghost, and King Soul, while the ground force consists of Undead Knight, Skeleton, and Zombie, mainly serving as cannon fodder. You guys go hunting. The gargoyles will handle the upgrades. She arranged for the gargoyles to improve their strength, since flying units have a huge advantage. Alright, finally I can sleep. She lay down, looking forward to tomorrow's rewards. Double loot drops, and the experience bonus from the Bone Throne meant she'd get 3 times the experience from monster hunting tonight. After taking a shower, Bayu fell asleep. The next day, sunlight pierced through the clouds, but the magical continent remained shrouded in gloom. Distant snow-capped mountains were faintly visible, their view obscured by mist. Bayu rubbed her eyes and prepared to get up. After washing up, Bayu appeared in the castle courtyard looking refreshed. Let me check my attributes first. Lord Bayu. Excellent. Your magic power has increased by 10 points. You can use the skill one more time. The Blackwater Altar had restored some of its Blackwater, enough for the summoning. Bayu continued to strengthen the summoned undead. She successfully summoned 90 undead, covering for unit types, although gargoyles can only be summoned through advanced barracks. She broke down the food and obtained 2,800 servings of food and 155 magic crystals. Although she didn't have a spirit core, Bayu knew that only by relying on Arthur could she obtain better spoils of war. Chapter 24, Soaring Griffin. Bayu had previously sent the undead to chop down trees and dig for stones. After a day and a night of hard work, they finally harvested 2,000 stones and 1,000 pieces of wood. For the undead whose level was locked at LV1, although hunting was difficult, it was perfect for doing these physical tasks. Today is the 3rd day, and Bayu noticed that other lords' demand for food had decreased again. Looking at the situation at the exchange, she felt somewhat embarrassed to continue selling food at 4 times the premium. Most lords had begun selling food at lower prices, clearly indicating a decline in market demand. Whatever, let's put 3,000 food items on the shelves first, and sell as many as we can. Bayu decided to put them on the shelves as soon as possible to avoid the food prices plummeting if she waited until evening. The Yellowjacks have initiated a trade. After listing the food, Bayu ignored it, knowing that the world chat would start criticizing her, but the food trade had to continue. If we rely solely on the undead to gather resources, the area around the castle will probably be completely drained by them, Bayu muttered to herself. She knew that the magical continent was not a simple game, but a battlefield full of challenges and competition, where lords who slack off would eventually be eliminated. Meanwhile, Arthur was circling on the west side of the castle, chasing a griffin. The griffin was agile and swift, much smaller than Arthur, and used its size advantage to constantly weave between boulders and trees. Arthur, on the other hand, adopted a more direct pursuit method, but failed to catch it despite several attempts to ram it. The griffin roared angrily, trying to intimidate Arthur. But Arthur did not back down. Instead, he roared back with the might of a dragon, a sound that instantly shattered the griffin's will to resist, and it began to flee at full speed. Arthur unleashed a ghostly dragon's breath, and the griffin was astonished to find that Arthur's breath was larger than its body. Despite its attempt to dodge, it was still struck by the breath, its wing injured and frost spreading rapidly. Losing its balance, the griffin plummeted, but Arthur swiftly caught up, grabbing it with his forepaws and plunging it towards the ground. Boom! The massive collision kicked up a cloud of dust. The griffin was on the verge of death, while Arthur was unharmed. After finishing off the griffin, he flapped his wings and flew back to the castle, clutching the griffin's corpse. Your unit successfully defeated a level 7 soaring griffin, gaining 80 experience points. Bayu received the kill notification and was surprised to find that Arthur had actually killed a level 7 griffin. She knew that Arthur, as a flying unit, was definitely not weak. After checking Arthur's attributes, Bayu discovered that Arthur had successfully leveled up. The Skeleton Dragon King, Arthur. Level, Common level 6. Each level increases stats by 10 points. The Blackwater Altar's bonus significantly boosts Arthur's combat power. Bayu estimates that even a level 8 soaring griffin might not be a match for Arthur. Before she could even check the griffin's carcass's attributes, Arthur had already returned with its body. Bayu stood at the castle gate, watching Arthur fly back with the griffin's corpse, secretly hoping for even more gains tonight. Chapter 25 News about Iron Ingots. Arthur folded his wings and landed, leaving the corpse of the soaring griffin aside. Bayu stretched out her small hand towards the tall Arthur and gave him a thumbs up. Ox. Bayu looked at the 3-meter-long griffin, which, not counting its tail, was about 1.8 to 2.2 meters tall. Compared to Arthur, who was over 10 meters long, it did seem very small. She planned to use the magic of her left eye to transform the griffin into a bone beast. This griffin was the perfect bird, Lion, choice for Baiyu. After all, its level 7 was what it was, and even with its stats lower, it would still be stronger than skeleton warriors and death warriors. A gray triangle instantly appeared in Baiyu's left pupil. The triangle rotated to form a 6-pointed star magic circle, emitting a faint blue light. A 6-pointed star pattern identical to the one in Baiyu's eyes appeared beneath the griffin's corpse. A bone wing emerged first from the magic circle, followed by a second wing, and then the body and limbs all appeared. The griffin's carcass had gone limp, presumably because it had lost its bones, but thankfully the flesh was still intact. Baiyu observed the bone beast summoned from the corpse of the Lingyun griffin. Its size was the same as before, but it was all bones and had become much uglier. Nothing really changed, so it's just that the bones and soul were extracted to form a completely new creature, which became an undead. Baiyu really couldn't appreciate it, but Baiyu didn't want a pretty face. Competence was the most important thing, and ugliness didn't matter. Even now, aside from the bone dragon, Baiyu still thinks all undead creatures are ugly. Bone beast griffin. Race, undead. Growth ceiling, royal level. A level 7 bone griffin has around 40 points of strength and agility, which is quite good compared to other basic undead. Breakdown. Since the corpse was no longer of use, Baiyu chose to make the most of it. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained 50 food, 2 magic crystals, and 1 spirit core. There's a spirit core. Not bad. It seems Baiyu's previous record that creatures level 5 and above drop spirit cores was correct. She remembered that griffins should also know magic. After all, this was a magical continent. How could any high-level creature survive without magic? However, after the griffin becomes undead, it loses all its abilities in life as a price for gaining immortality and infinite stamina. The bone beast already has very good attributes. Any undead that can fly is a good undead. Baiyu also discovered a strange point. All the undead not summoned by the barracks had this strange point. That is, although the level of these undead was clearly locked and could not be upgraded, the growth limit of these undead was still displayed at the bottom of the panel. Does this prove that these undead will have a chance to break through the level barrier in the future? Baiyu wrote this question down in her notebook, knowing she would find out later. She also remembered one of the features described when the Blackwater Altar was being built yesterday. Function 3. Undead bathed in black water will be strengthened, and there is a very low chance that their life level will change, ineffective against creatures of king rank or higher and other creatures. The number of undead has now reached a terrifying 788, plus Arthur and the bone beasts that were just summoned, making a total of 790. Except for the griffins, all of these undead have been strengthened by the Blackwater Altar. Function 3 describes a very low probability of causing a change in life level, but Baiyu didn't notice any of it. Perhaps Baiyu used up all his luck on the barracks draw. Luck is a mysterious thing, and Baiyu cannot force it. Some people spend 648 renminbi and do hundreds of pulls, only to get nothing, while others get a miracle with a single free pull. It's just so frustrating. And I, on the other hand, am always the one who's off track. Baiyu sent the bone beast griffin into the Blackwater Altar to strengthen it, and each attribute successfully increased by 6 points. As for the strengthening, it was the same as the strengthening of the skeletons, which was also bone strengthening. Arthur, keep leveling up. She sent Arthur away, and since the bone griffin couldn't level up, Baiyu naturally assigned it to hunt in the wild outside the castle. Oh dear, look at my idiot. I forgot to put the units I summoned yesterday morning into the Blackwater Altar for enhancement. Baiyu slapped her forehead. She must have been too tired yesterday and forgot such an important thing. The bone beast griffin was about to fly away. Baiyu quickly made it stop. Go and call back the gargoyles and all the spirits that haven't entered the Blackwater Altar. Baiyu spoke to the bewildered bone beast griffin. The bone griffin shook its head, seemingly understanding what Baiyu was saying, yet also not quite. It spread its wings and flew out of the castle. I've never heard of intelligence decreasing when you become an undead. Or is this silly bird just inherently stupid? Oh well, we'll come back eventually. It doesn't matter when we strengthen it. Baiyu opened the exchange to see how her food transactions were going. Holy crap! Iron ingots. Baiyu could hardly believe that he had actually seen iron ingots. Baiyu believed that although his development speed could not reach the T0 level among billions of lords, he should still be at least T0.5, right? Baiyu is still completely baffled by iron ingots. He has never seen one before and has no idea where to get them. Although Baiyu guesses that it might require mining, the key question is whether the undead can mine. Let's put aside that for now. There must be at least some mines around Baiyu's castle, right? Bayu's current castle covers an area of 6,000 meters in radius, with a diameter of 12,000 meters. It's not exactly small. There aren't even any small hills in the territory, let alone mountains. The only mountain is still that Snow Mountain, a very obvious high-level map. For Bayu, who hasn't even left the beginner village yet, the Snow Mountain is still too difficult. Wait a minute, there can't possibly be iron ore in a snow-covered mountain, right? The information about trading iron ingots is ridiculously expensive. He's even more of a shrewd businessman than Bayu. 1 iron ingot can be traded for 80 units of wood, 2 units of food, or 2 magic crystals. 100 iron ingots can be traded for 1 spirit core. The transaction price was 4 times the premium paid by big shots like Bayu, with 1 iron ingot directly exchanged for 2. Exchange a spirit core for 100 iron ingots? The lord who initiated this trade is dreaming. Iron ingots are now a scarce resource, just like food on the first day. This gives these lords a false sense of security. When these stupid lords upgrade their castles to level 9, they will find that iron ingots, which have never appeared before, are now available. Upgrading a castle to a town will directly require 10,000 iron ingots. That's when everyone will be dumbfounded. It goes without saying which is more valuable, 10,000 iron ingots or 100 spirit cores. Spirit cores are still the most scarce high-level resource, and Bayu would not easily trade spirit cores. The exchange's information only shows the lord who initiated the trade for the very first moment after the item is listed. It will not be displayed again afterward. You need to open the trade order to view it. Bayu pouted indignantly. Let me see which bastard is it that beat me to it. That despicable guy. Chapter 26. The Identity of the Orphan of Zhao. Bayu clicked on the transaction order message and finally saw the name of this wicked capitalist. The moment she saw the name, her mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg. Holy crap. The Orphan of Zhao? You really are an orphan. Bayu never expected that the person trading iron ingots would be his first friend, the Orphan of Zhao. You think you can play dumb to fool me? Bayu felt that the big shot persona he had established in front of the Orphan of Zhao had completely collapsed. It turned out that he was just a clown, and this guy was the real big shot. Damn it, Bayu couldn't bring himself to talk to the Orphan of Zhao about the iron ingots. Should I just buy it directly from the exchange? That would be a huge ripoff, unlike myself, who's a fan. Cough cough. At this moment, beside a great mountain tens of thousands of miles away from Bayu Castle, stands a castle whose main structure is made of piled stones. The castle was surrounded by white stone and several large mountains, with nothing else around. The castle itself sat at the foot of the largest of these mountains. Inside the castle, a graceful and curvaceous young woman is enjoying her exquisite lunch in the kitchen. It was actually just a roasted wild rabbit, but it was burnt. The girl was 1.72 meters tall, with long, wavy black hair and exquisite makeup on her beautiful face. Her looks are only slightly inferior to Bayu's. She was wearing a tight white shirt that exposed her navel. The first button of the shirt was undone, revealing a glimpse of her inner beauty. The second button was also about to break under the immense pressure, showing signs of it about to pop off. She wore a black miniskirt that revealed 2 long, straight, fair legs, and black semi-transparent stockings with an unknown letter on them that extended to the top of her legs and into the mysterious area inside the skirt. The girl sat in a dining chair, legs crossed, with a high heel dangling precariously from her toe. It was the lord who was being angrily rebuked by Bayu at this moment. The Orphan of Zhao. The girl's name is Zhao Lianxue. She is 21 years old this year, 3 years older than Bayu. Just like her name, she is also an orphan, just like Bayu. To make a living, Zhao Lianxue dropped out of school early and became a clerk at a company in order to give back to the orphanage. But her boss was a lecherous old man, not only greasy but also balding, making Zhao Lianxue feel nauseous. Seeing her beauty, he always wanted to use the classic workplace quid pro quo on her. Later, before the balding boss's plan could succeed, he was transported to a magical continent. Zhao Lianxue had been navigating the social world for many years, and before she transmigrated, she also enjoyed playing some games, such as Mayuan and Munong. Having some understanding of games, and with his intelligence, he quickly adapted to the current predicament. The troops she summons are dwarven artisans, 10 a day. Dwarven artisans are proficient in construction, machinery, metallurgy, and forging, except that they are a bit weak in combat and eat a lot. On the first day of her transmigration, Zhao Lianxue observed the surroundings of the castle. It was surrounded by mountains, and there were very few monsters, which also meant that there would be few high-level monsters and the danger would be lower. This gave her a relatively safe and stable place to develop. But the dwarves need to eat, and they eat quite a lot. When Zhao Lianxue sends them out hunting, the dwarves often return empty-handed. However, one of the dwarves' trips brought Zhao Lianxue back other dwarven kin, all of whom were wandering dwarves. They would join her castle as long as Zhao Lianxue promised to provide them with food. Zhao Lianxue's castle suddenly expanded to 200. She inquired with the wandering dwarves and learned that the old dwarf king had passed away, and the dwarf kingdom was now embroiled in a large-scale civil war that was showing signs of splitting apart. They were all civilians affected by the war. Zhao Lianxue felt sorry for them and took them in. Although their stone-digging efficiency increased significantly, their daily food needs also increased. Later, Zhao Lianxue roughly understood the fighting capabilities of these dwarf craftsmen, so she simply gave up the idea of letting them hunt on their own and focused on having them dig stones, which they could then use to trade for food. The food was outrageously expensive. Although prices had dropped somewhat from yesterday to today, the quantity of low-priced food was still too small. Sometimes Zhao Lianxue could only manage to grab 1 or 2 servings, and sometimes she couldn't grab any at all. This amount of food is far from enough. Zhao Lianxue keeps an eye on the exchange every day, ready to snag cheap food at any time. Fortunately, my troops are good at mining stone, and there are several large mountains outside the castle. Resources come naturally, and with the exchange function, they're plentiful. No wood? No problem, we'll use stones instead. No food? No problem, we'll trade it for stones. The place was overflowing with stones. While the dwarves were digging in the mountains, they suddenly discovered an iron ore deposit and even found a special building blueprint, which made Zhao Lianxue even happier. The special building was the furnace. Zhao Lianxue successfully unlocked and built the furnace, which smelted iron ore into iron ingots. It was the first time Zhao Lianxue had ever seen iron ingots, but she knew they would be very useful. Yesterday, the dwarves brought back more than 100 more dwarves, which became the last straw for Zhao Lianxue. The strategy of buying cheap food at the exchange was no longer working, and Zhao Lianxue had no choice but to turn to the lords who had plenty of food. For example, Baiyu. Of course, Zhao Lianxue isn't stupid, and she wouldn't just add Baiyu alone. It's just that Baiyu sells the most food, which makes Zhao Lianxue feel that the supply is the most stable. Today, Zhao Lianxue finally upgraded her castle to level 9 by continuously trading stones for various resources such as wood and magic crystals. Zhao Lianxue also learned about the use of iron ingots. The iron mine was so large, and with the furnace output combined with the more than 300 dwarf craftsmen in the castle, they could produce 500 iron ingots every day. Upgrading the town required 10,000 iron ingots, and at this rate, it would take 20 days to upgrade the town. She has her own ideas and doesn't ask for help from others. Seeing that the castle could not be upgraded to a town in a short time, Zhao Lianxue decided to use iron ingots to make a trade. While most lords' castles haven't reached level 9 yet, even if they don't know the purpose of iron ingots, they must understand that they are high-level resources. Currently, it seems that I am the only lord trading iron ingots on the exchange. I can also learn from other lords and trade directly at high prices. They made a fortune, controlled a continuous supply of stones, had over 300 dwarven craftsmen, and possessed the ability to smelt iron ingots. He doesn't need to rely on anyone at all. He's a perfect protagonist template. Zhao Lianxue was full of confidence and hope for the future. She had already surveyed the area around the castle and found no danger. Once the 7-day newbie protection period was over, even a beast tide would be nothing to worry about. Chapter 27 Cooperation. Although Baiyu verbally denounced the orphan of Zhao as a treacherous dog, his hands didn't stop. He had previously put 3,000 portions of food on the market, and there were still 600 in stock in the warehouse. Baiyu decisively used the food to trade for iron ingots. Food is all I need. I, Baiyu, have no shortage of food. However, there were only 150 iron ingots available in the orphan of Zhao shop. While those brain-dead lords were still chatting in the world chat about the uses of iron ingots, Baiyu decisively used 200 food items to buy up the last 100 iron ingots. Baiyu took out the iron ingots that had just been traded from the warehouse and held them in his hand. The iron ingots had been forged into brick shapes, each weighing about 10 kilograms. However, with Baiyu's 35 points of strength attribute, they were as light as cotton. This is an iron ingot. Isn't it just a lump of iron that hasn't been refined properly? I thought it was some kind of high-end stuff, but it turns out it's just ordinary iron, just like its name suggests. Upgrading a town requires 10,000 iron ingots, which can be exchanged for 20,000 portions of food, provided that you already have enough. Moreover, the price of food will only decrease, and if no one has any other way to obtain iron ingots, then the price of iron ingots will only increase. Looking at the 10,000 iron ingots needed to upgrade the town, and then at the 100 iron ingots in the warehouse. How long will it take to save this up? Baiyu had a long face and looked unhappy. I wonder if any of the undead know how to mine. No, mining is easy. The difficult part is smelting. Given the intelligence of the undead, it's probably going to be tough. The gargoyles and the undead that weren't upgraded yesterday are back. Looks like I misjudged that silly bird. It actually understood what I said. Baiyu had the gargoyles and other undead enter the Blackwater Altar to strengthen it, and the strengthening was completed in 1 minute. The gargoyle turned black, looking like a little black doll. Baiyu checked the gargoyle's attributes. Gargoyle. Enhancement. Skin. Increases own defense. Transforms into a stone statue to absorb some magic, strengthening oneself, not exceeding one's own level. All attributes plus 5 points. The gargoyles here are not afraid of sunlight as Baiyu described in her previous life, and they do not turn back into stone statues when exposed to sunlight. On the contrary, after this enhancement, it actively turned into a stone statue and absorbed magic to enhance its abilities. Advanced units are indeed different. The higher the level, the more outrageous the enhancements. After a night and a morning of leveling up, the gargoyle has reached level 5. Now, Baiyu is starting to look down on the level 1 skeleton soldiers he summoned that couldn't be leveled up. The undead are more efficient at killing enemies within the castle territory because of the Bone Throne's enhancement, which increases their level by 1. Even level 1 skeleton soldiers that cannot be upgraded can become level 2. Any wild monsters around the castle anymore, and the number of undead is increasing. Baiyu could easily spot several skeletons just by glancing outside the castle. To carry out Baiyu's orders, the skeletons had no choice but to move further away from the castle. You have a new friend who sent you a private message. It's obvious who it is, because Baiyu only has one friend. I don't know what this orphan wants from me this time. He told me he's run out of food again. I'm starting to suspect he's a glutton. Baiyu said indignantly, having already labeled this despicable orphan of Zhao as a profiteer, a good-for-nothing, and a sycophantic rich man. Baiyu opened the private chat. The orphan of Zhao. Is the boss there? I'm running out of food again. I need another 500 portions. This time I've switched to wood. I'll trade you wood and stone together. Little green tea, Shaw. The orphan of Zhao, tag +1. Huangbao. Yes, I have something to ask you. Do you have any iron ingots? Baiyu had to lower his status to become a big shot in order to develop the castle, sob. The orphan of Zhao. Yes, there is a mine nearby, and coincidentally, my unit knows how to refine iron ore. Haha, how silly of me. I actually told you how I got the iron ingots. Just as Baiyu had guessed, the iron ingot was a plain, unadorned block of iron, which must have been mined and then smelted in a furnace. Baiyu felt she had overestimated the game. Some things were just as simple and unpretentious as described on the surface. Why did he tell me? Even if you told me, I have no mines, no furnaces, and no or refining skills. Thinking of this, Baiyu burst into tears again, her eyes welling up with tears. Just as Baiyu was about to reply to the message from the orphan of Zhao and cooperate with him, her small hand froze in midair. If he trades his iron ingots for food, then his stones will be freed up again. He can then use the stones to trade food with other lords. With less food demand, he won't need to frequently trade iron ingots for food with Baiyu. He definitely understands the importance of iron ingots and wouldn't be as casual about it as Baiyu selling food. Damn it, I have no advantage at all. Baiyu was still brainstorming when, seeing that Baiyu was not replying for a long time, the orphan of Zhao sent another message. The orphan of Zhao. Boss, would you like to trade iron ingots? This also revealed to Zhao Lianxue that Baiyu's castle was also at its maximum level. Zhao Lianxue is no fool either. She upgraded her castle to the maximum level only because she had such an advantage, while Baiyu's conditions were definitely not as good as Zhao Lianxue's. Zhao Lianxue guessed that Baiyu's troops were most likely powerful troops, and probably ate very little, or even none at all. Otherwise it would be inexplicable why Baiyu could take out so much food so easily. Zhao Lianxue believed that Baiyu must be very strong, and that her own troops were too weak. Although Zhao Lianxue was confident that she could handle the Beast Tide, the end of the Beast Tide would be a battle for supremacy among all races. Relying solely on her dwarf craftsmen, she would be fine if she wasn't discovered, but if she was, she would be the first to be wiped out. Therefore, it is very necessary to make friends with Baiyu, Big Legs. Zhao Yinxue only hoped that Bai Yu wouldn't be a balding, greasy old man, preferably a tall, handsome guy. Huang Bao. Yes, how much can you trade? The orphan of Zhao. To show my sincerity, how about I trade 300 iron ingots for 500 food items, sir? And if you need anything, I can promise to trade 200 iron ingots with you every day for 300 food items. Consider it making friends with you. Bai Yu. You've got a knack for business. They even gave me a 100 yuan discount on food, right? It makes me feel like a little sucker, but I like it. Huang Bao. Okay, my dear friend. Bai Yu was so excited that she almost blurted out. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to acknowledge you as my father. Fortunately, Bai Yu was rational, otherwise she would have lost face. Chapter 28 The Howling Moon Silver Wolf Attacks. The orphan of Zhao has made a deal with you. Transaction details, 300 iron ingots for 500 food items. Do you agree? Agree. What a straightforward person, Godfather. Bai Yu clicked agree without hesitation. Transaction failed. You don't have enough food. When Bai Yu looked at the warehouse, he saw that of the original 600 portions of food, only 400 portions remained after 100 portions of iron ingots were traded. That's it, I'm broke. Oh, right. The exchange should still have some food left that hasn't been traded. Bai Yu hurriedly removed all the food from the exchange. 1,000 of the 3,000 food items remained, which was enough. Bai Yu tapped the transaction order floating in front of her again with her small hand. Agree. Transaction successful. With the disappearance of 500 food items from the warehouse, 300 iron ingots were successfully obtained. This orphan is definitely a big shot. He guarantees to provide Bai Yu with 200 iron ingots every day, and his own daily production is at least 500. There are still 900 servings of food left. Let's save them for now, so we don't run out later and it would be embarrassing. 3,000 food items have been listed on the trading platform for half a day, and only 2,000 have been traded. Bai Yu remained silent. Firstly, most lords were able to obtain food on their own after 3 days of development. In fact, the stronger lords also traded their surplus food, resulting in an increasing amount of low-priced food, which greatly impacted Bai Yu's business. Even powerful lords like Ultraman's son-in-law and Spirit of Flame have been forced by market pressure to lower prices for food transactions. Currently, Bai Yu is basically the only one conducting transactions at a fourfold premium. This is a real headache. Our source of income has been cut off. Bai Yu scratched her hair with her 2 little hands, and a few strands of hair stood up. The 2,000 food transactions yielded a total of 32,000 units of wood, 18,000 units of stone, and 400 magic crystals. Overall, the gains were decent, and the fourfold premium was quite substantial. However, the fourfold premium is unlikely to work in the future. Bai Yu will either have to lower the price like other lords, or have the undead go directly to dig up stones and cut down trees. Business is tough. I wish I could refine or myself someday. Right now I only have 400 iron ingots. It'll take me forever to save up 10,000. Bai Yu sighed. We have enough wood and stone to upgrade the castle and town now. All that's missing is the troublesome iron ingot. Wood and stone aren't so important to Bai Yu right now. Upgrading the town is still a long way off. Bai Yu needs to find a way to develop other businesses. Those monster materials that have been sitting and used in the warehouse, such as wild boar tusks and various animal hides. However, no one on the exchange is selling these items right now, and Bai Yu doesn't have a reference price. She's not afraid of selling at a high price, but she's afraid of selling at a low price and losing money. Food is no longer profitable. The most important thing now is to find a way to obtain iron ingots and spirit cores. Bai Yu's next goal is to upgrade the barracks, and finally upgrade the town. Why isn't it upgrading yet? Bai Yu glanced at the Blackwater Altar beside him. A thin layer of black water had already formed on its surface. Suddenly, Bai Yu realized something. Can I enhance it a second time? As she spoke, Bai Yu walked over, took off her shoes, and put on white socks. Her size 36 feet stepped into the Blackwater Altar. The Blackwater avoided Bai Yu as before, but the tingling pleasure was gone. Bai Yu was somewhat disappointed, as it was clear that a second enhancement was no longer possible, and he had missed an opportunity to become stronger and more powerful. As expected, the Blackwater Altar is unreliable. I can only rely on myself, though my hands will get a little sore. It's already afternoon, and Bai Yu has nothing to do. In this magical continent without internet or cell phones, what can Bai Yu do? She might as well take a nice nap first. The undead are still working hard, chopping down trees, digging for stones, hunting in the wild, and leveling up. As the leader, Bai Yu can simply enjoy the 1.5x experience boost inside the castle and wait to level up. Going outside to personally fight the enemy is really beneath Bayu's dignity, and once you leave the castle, you lose the 1.5x experience bonus. Bayu wasn't that stupid. This was simply a losing proposition. Bayu woke up refreshed to find it was already evening, just in time to see the system notification. Bayu loves the night the most because there are double drops at night, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, Bayu will definitely level up again when she wakes up tomorrow. Nighttime is the best opportunity for the undead army to grow stronger. Hey, can I choose to avenge my fellow villagers at night? That way all the loot drops will be doubled. Wouldn't I be rich overnight? Bayu really felt like a clever little devil. No way. That goblin leader is a commander-level being. What does it mean if his stats are doubled? We can't beat him at all. Bayu felt that his grand plan to make a fortune had been shattered before it even began. Warning. Hostile creatures have intruded into our territory. Bayu was startled by the sudden system notification and sat up abruptly in bed. What is that? Bayu ran barefoot out of the bedroom, downstairs to the lobby, and then pushed open the castle gate. What greeted us was not darkness, but a moonlight that radiated an even more eerie glow than ever before. Bayu unconsciously looked up and saw that the sky was cloudless, with a red full moon hanging high in the night sky. By the moonlight, Bayu looked outside the castle and saw dozens of white figures rushing towards it. Howling Moon Silver Wolf. That vengeful thing didn't make a sound last night, but tonight it called in people. No, it called in wolves, to come and take down Bayu. Bayu estimated that there were at least 30 Howling Moon Silver Wolves. The lead Howling Moon Silver Wolf was burly and larger than the others. Its eyes glowed red, clearly indicating that it was the leader of the pack. Once inside the territory, Bayu can view information about the pack of wolves. Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Skill, Bloodlust. Killing an enemy grants a berserk effect, lasting 30 seconds. Killing another enemy resets the timer. A level 9 Howling Moon Silver Wolf. And the double boost at night, is it really that strong? Bayu never expected that the leader of this Howling Moon Silver Wolf was actually level 9. It was truly terrifying. After being doubled in power, his stats are almost on par with Arthur at level 6. Just then, a ghost flew back from outside the castle. Seeing that Arthur hadn't returned, Bayu felt utterly unsafe without him. Upon seeing this, Bayu immediately shouted at the ghost. Quickly, go to the west and fetch Arthur. Chapter 29, The Perverted Werewolf? Wait a minute, the castle has a protective shield. It's still the 7-day newbie protection period, so theoretically I'm invincible inside the castle. Bayu patted her heart and squeezed it to put her mind at ease. Unexpectedly, the level 9 Howling Moon Silver Wolf actually has a skill. Upon seeing this bloodthirsty skill, Bayu revealed a sly smile. I, Bayu, hereby guarantee that if you can use your skills, I'll admit defeat. The undead scattered around the castle also noticed the group of white intruders, and the undead in the sky and on the ground began to surround the wolf pack. These wolf cubs are all elite monsters. A single pounce could shatter the skeleton soldiers' bodies, but it was utterly useless. The skeleton soldiers quickly reformed and launched another attack on the wolf cubs. I have a feeling that this Howling Moon Silver Wolf isn't very smart. Last time, so many wolves ran back. Didn't even one of them tell them that these skeletons are immortal? Oops, I forgot. These stupid wolves can't talk. The number of skeleton soldiers and zombies around them was increasing, along with many undead knights, and a group of ghosts were flying in the sky. The number of undead was approaching 500. 30-odd wolves, how dare you? Faced with the increasing siege of the undead, some unlucky wolves were soon injured, and their living space became smaller and smaller, gradually being blocked by the undead. The wolves' high agility was of little use at this point. It seems like we can't win without Arthur and his pack of wolves. This was the first time Bayu had ever seen so many undead attacking an enemy together. The scene was truly spectacular. A woo. The lead Howling Moon Silver Wolf let out a howl, and the surrounding Howling Moon Silver Wolves began to howl in unison. The lead Howling Silver Wolf's veins bulged, its limbs grew thicker and stronger, and its front paws even lifted off the ground, allowing it to stand up on its hind legs alone. The wolf's claws on its forelimbs also became enormous, just like the wolf's head, and grew 5 sharp black nails. The lead Howling Moon Silver Wolf, which was over 2 meters long, had actually transformed into a werewolf that was 3 meters tall. As the lead wolf transformed, the surrounding Howling Moon Silver Wolves also began to transform. In the end, all 30-odd Howling Moon Silver Wolves transformed into werewolves standing 2 meters tall. Some of the wounded Howling Moon Silver Wolves recovered from their injuries, and their eyes gleamed with a blood-red light. Holy crap! Isn't this cheating? How can it transform? Bayou remembered that Little Green Bean had mentioned before that high-level Howling Moon Silver Wolves could freely transform into werewolf forms, while ordinary Howling Moon Silver Wolves could only transform on the night of a full moon. Tonight happens to be the night of a full moon. No wonder the wolves didn't come yesterday. They were waiting here all along. Howling Moon Werewolf. Bayou hurriedly checked the attributes and was surprised to find them to be so abnormal. My health increased by 40 points, which doubles to 80 points. My strength and agility were also enhanced, but the most outrageous thing was my strength, which reached 100 points after the night's boost. It also has an additional skill, self-healing. However, upon closer examination, Bayou realized that while this self-healing ability was indeed incredibly powerful for other races, it was somewhat of a liability for Bayou's undead army. What? You can heal yourself? Sorry, I'm immortal. Now transformed into a werewolf, used its 2 large claws to take down one child with each claw. Even the mental attacks used by the Flying Kings had little effect on this werewolf. It seems that after transforming into a werewolf, its defensive capabilities have also increased significantly. However, the difference between the two might be too great, and Bayou might not be able to see it clearly due to the distance. The Death Knight, wielding a scythe, charged forward and swung it at a werewolf. The werewolf easily blocked the Death Knight's attack with its crossed claws, though the claws that blocked the attack were corrupted and turned black by a curse. However, the Death Knight's curse cannot be stacked, and it is clear that these Howling Moon werewolves are no lower in life level than the Death Knights, so the intimidation effect is also ineffective. The damage inflicted by the Death Knight was quickly repaired by the werewolf's self-healing ability. The only thing that can work is the Death Warrior's corpse poison, which, through continuous stacking, can effectively suppress the werewolf's self-healing abilities. Damn, this is after the Blackwater Altar was enhanced. If it hadn't been enhanced, wouldn't it be a sitting duck? As the soul attacks of the King's Soul and the Ghosts began to stack up, their power grew stronger and stronger, and some low-level werewolves also began to be affected. Gargoyle in the sky swooped down, its 2 claws piercing directly into the body of a werewolf. Then, it carried the werewolf into the sky, and with a forceful push from its 2 palms, the werewolf was torn apart and fell to the ground in 2 pieces. The werewolf, now split in 2, remained motionless, apparently beyond the healing range of its self-healing ability, and was completely dead. A light bulb suddenly lit up above Bayou's head. Got it. Bayou cautiously approached the castle gate, her left eye flashing blue light as a magic circle appeared within it. The werewolf corpse in the distance remained unchanged. Bayou. Insufficient casting range. Seeing that the werewolves were completely surrounded by the undead, Bayou felt much more at ease and took a few more steps forward. Bayou summoned again, and this time the distance was sufficient. The same array that appeared in Bayou's eyes appeared on the werewolf's 2 halves of corpse. Then, a werewolf made of skeleton was successfully summoned from within, and the Bone Beast werewolf went straight to kill its former brethren. The surrounding werewolves were completely stunned by this scene. The red light in the werewolf's eyes turned into blue flames dancing in its eye sockets, and its body ceased to exist, leaving only a skeleton. Yet it could still stand and even attack. This was utterly unbelievable to these werewolves. Bone Beast Werewolf. Growth Ceiling, Commander Level. Looking at the attributes of the Bone Beast Werewolf, Bayou felt they were acceptable. He guessed that summoning from the werewolf's corpse would definitely summon an undead werewolf, not its original wolf form. Bayou revealed a mischievous smile. Transforming every full moon is such a hassle, so let me help you stay in werewolf form forever. Ew, how evil. Chapter 30. Old 6 is here. Although these werewolves can heal themselves, their stamina is limited, while the undead have unlimited stamina. As Bayou kept summoning from behind, the number of werewolves decreased, and the corpses of the dead werewolves all became the werewolves' enemies. Of the same level with innate bloodlust and self-healing skills, and a bone beast werewolf with no skills, but who is immortal, it's obvious which is stronger. The leader of the werewolves, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the undead, seemed to have finally discovered the 6th brother hiding at the very back. She realized that she had turned her people into this horrific state. The werewolf leader suddenly unleashed his inner power, nimbly weaving through the undead army. Facing the undead he couldn't avoid, the werewolf leader scattered them with a single wolf claw strike. The werewolf leader has double the attributes and can crush all the undead on the field. However, the undead will not die. They will only launch endless attacks on the werewolf leader. Determined to slowly wear down the werewolf leader, the werewolf leader discovered a key figure, suspected to be the leader of this group of undead. If he could kill this person, the undead would likely lose their fighting ability immediately. To catch the thief, first catch the king. The werewolf leader easily broke through the undead army's blockade in a few moves and charged straight at the sixth brother, who was hiding in the back. Oh no, we've been discovered. Bayu panicked as the werewolf leader charged toward him, instinctively wanting to unleash dark magic to attack it. Boom. A massive body descended from the sky, directly blocking the werewolf leader's charge towards Bayu. Good day, Arthur. Spray it on me now. Bayu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Arthur standing in front of him, and at the same time began to shout. Arthur slapped at the werewolf leader with a claw. The werewolf leader did not expect a big guy to suddenly fall from the sky. Faced with Arthur's attack, the werewolf leader raised his wolf claw to defend. The scene that Arthur had imagined, the werewolf leader being sent flying, did not occur. The werewolf leader simply took a few steps back and used his exaggerated strength to block Arthur's attack. Roar! Arthur let out a dragon roar, then opened his mouth and exhaled a thick, dark blue dragon breath. At such close range, the werewolf leader had no time to dodge and could only take the hit head-on. The dragon's breath completely enveloped the werewolf leader, and the burning of his soul and body caused him to howl in agony. Layers of ice crystals also appeared around his body, attempting to freeze him. The werewolf leader struggled to withstand Arthur's dragon breath, thanks to his high attribute values. Suddenly, a black fireball came from the side. It's the sixth guy in the back. The werewolf leader suddenly realized what was happening, but he had no chance to dodge and was hit in the right arm by the fireball. Like Arthur's netherworld dragon breath, the black flames inflict damage on both the body and the soul. Black flames began to burn on the werewolf leader's body. Arthur's dragon breath could barely heal the werewolf leader's physical injuries with his self-healing ability, but it was completely ineffective against the black flames released by the sixth werewolf. At this moment, the flesh of the werewolf leader's right arm had completely disappeared, revealing the white bones inside, as he faced the dual soul attacks of Arthur and Bayu. The werewolf leader finally couldn't hold on any longer and was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture by Arthur's dragon breath, though the black flames continued to burn. Its soul was completely annihilated. If it could speak, Bayu guessed it would shout a classic Chinese melody at her. You old bastard, Aleph ***** you. You have successfully killed a level 9 Howling Moon werewolf and gained 240 experience points, double experience. It's my head. It seems the werewolf's true cause of death was that his soul was burned away by Bayu's black flame bullet. The werewolf's corpse lay on the ground, and Bayu also broke through his bottleneck and leveled up again because of this werewolf. There's a saying that goes something like this. Life is like, since you can't fight it, you might as well enjoy it. At this moment, the other undead were still surrounding and killing the remaining werewolves, while Arthur next to Bayu looked at Bayu with a blank expression. Getting back to the main point, this was the first time Bayu had used black flame bullets on living things, not counting trees. I never expected it to be so monstrous. It could burn continuously on the body and was impossible to extinguish. Bayu had already sat up from the ground, though her clothes were a bit dirty and messy. She patted the dirt off her bottom. Holy crap, my meat. Bayu realized that this dark magic wouldn't leave a corpse, and quickly stopped the black flames from continuing to burn the werewolf leader's body. Compared to this little bit of meat, Bayu was happier to have gained a level 9 bone beast werewolf, a peak combat force under his command, which was very nice. With the werewolf leader dead, the other werewolves are just easy prey, especially with Arthur joining the fray. Arthur is still strong. Otherwise, with the other undead under Bayu's command, they might not have been able to wear down this level 9 werewolf. Bayu used the magic of her left eye again to transform the werewolf into a bone beast. Currently, only she has the ability to transform into a bone beast. The scythe cannot. A level 9 bone beast werewolf seems much stronger than a level 9 skeleton warrior. Bone beast werewolf. Growth ceiling, king level. Puff. Bayu coughed up blood. The double attribute boost at night was gone. That's fine. It's already very strong, only slightly weaker than Arthur. The undead will take care of the werewolf corpses. Bayu just wanted to get back to the castle as soon as possible and change her dirty clothes. Bayu killed the werewolf leader outside the castle. He only had the double experience bonus at night and the 1.5x bonus without the bone thrown. Bayu counted on his hands. I lost 120 experience points. No, we lost everything. We didn't count the other werewolves. Bayu glanced back at the battlefield, where 7 or 8 werewolves were still barely clinging to life. Bayu hurriedly returned to the castle, hoping to recover some of the lost experience points. Turning around, she entered the castle, went to the bathroom, kicked off both shoes, and had her hair tie pulled off by Bayu. With a flick of her head, her white hair flew out. The social humiliations and embarrassing moments she experienced in her entire previous life were nothing compared to the sheer number of times she went through in just a few days on the magical continent. Bayu was on the verge of tears. I need to take a shower first. This is so embarrassing. Chapter 31, A Bountiful Harvest. Fortunately, his unit was undead. Otherwise, it would be no different from taking a dump in the street. After taking a shower, Bayu casually threw on a white dress, going commando without anything underneath, since she was going to sleep soon anyway, and was too lazy to change. As soon as Bayu stepped out of the bedroom, she felt a chill down below and quickly covered her skirt. Phew, it was just my imagination. I thought my skirt was flying up. Then it's not a big problem. We can just make do with it. What's with this slight feeling of shame? It's only been 3 days, and Bayu is going crazy from being cooped up in the castle for 3 days. It feels like the flu quarantine from her previous life. And the worst part is there's no internet. The world is so big, Bayu wants to see it. Bayu wanted to see the outside world, but unfortunately, she was too weak. She had barely stepped out of the castle gate when she was almost killed by a werewolf. Bayu had considered riding Arthur to fly out and take a look, but she gave up after trying it once. Arthur is a bone dragon, the kind with no flesh on its body, so there's nowhere for it to land. The idea of someone standing on Arthur's head like in the novel, acting like a hermit master, simply doesn't work. As soon as Arthur took off, Bayu almost fell off. Arthur was a bone dragon, and his whole body was made of bones, so there was absolutely no piloting experience. Based on my experience with online novels from my previous life, I should be able to fly once I reach a certain level. I can't possibly tell you that there are gods who can't fly. That would be too lame, right? First, take a look at your own attributes. Lord Bayu. Aside from the usual attribute boosts, it seems like nothing has changed. But Bayu just wouldn't give up, hoping that each level up would bring special rewards. It's a bit ridiculous that you get experience points for killing monsters, but there's no experience bar. I never know when I'll suddenly level up, and I'm never prepared. I'm almost at the maximum level. I'm so excited. I hope to have a different experience soon. Hee. Bayu chuckled foolishly, drool dripping from the corner of her mouth. The undead army carried all the werewolf corpses outside into the castle. Bayu used magic to transform them into bone beasts. They couldn't be thrown directly into the Blackwater Altar, otherwise they would be randomly summoned as other undead. Bayu then had these bone beasts re-enter the Blackwater Altar. Bayu discovered that the bone beast was actually a variant of the skeleton, and its enhancement was the same as that of the skeleton, fixed skeletal enhancement. That's nothing new. However, with the addition of more than 30 level 5 bone beast werewolves, Bayu's undead army became even stronger. The leader wolf's attribute enhancements were the same as the other werewolves, with no special changes. Although being targeted by the wolf cubs in the snowy mountains is a bit troublesome, at least for Bayu, it's still a good thing right now. The castle's invincible barrier is fearless against any enemy. As long as they are in the newbie protection period, no matter how many come, they will only be easy prey for Bayu and will also accelerate Bayu's development. Alright, it's estimated that no enemies will come. These wolf cubs have all been wiped out. Currently, there are only a few forces around Bayu Castle. As for the goblins, Bayu guesses they don't have the guts. If the frost dragon goes berserk, and Bayu has no grudge against it, but it comes to attack Bayu will have no choice but to adopt a turtling tactic and hide inside the castle. The nights are long, so please continue, everyone. Those who need to hunt, go hunt. Those who need to level up, go level up. With double drops, Bayu couldn't possibly miss such a great opportunity. She had to cherish the time and make good use of her labor. Bayu needs to dismember all these werewolves, as well as the corpses that the undead hunted this afternoon while Bayu was sleeping. With a single glance, Bayu summoned the animal corpses, instantly adding 80 more undead of varying levels, 1 to 3, to the castle. Bayu then instructed them to enter the Blackwater Altar to strengthen themselves. Afterward, he dismantled the corpses. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully dismantling and obtaining. Since the loot was obtained from the undead hunting in the afternoon, there was no double drop rate. The harvest was decent, 1,400 servings of food and 54 magic crystals. The undead porters also brought Bayu 3,000 units of wood and 2,000 units of stone. Although it wasn't much, it was better than nothing. Besides, who would complain about having too many materials? Next up is the main event of the night. A group of 36 werewolf corpses, each of the Howling Moon Silver Wolves being level 5 or higher. You should know that Baiyu had previously obtained a spirit core from the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. If Baiyu's notes are correct, monsters of level 5 and above will always drop a spirit core, so Baiyu will directly obtain 36 spirit cores. We've struck it rich. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Baiyu happily tapped the disassemble button. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully dismantling. Wow, this is really a surprise. Wait, there are so many surprises. Baiyu was almost caught off guard. What first attracted Baiyu was the elite food. What on earth is elite food? How is it different from regular food? Level 5 werewolves drop elite food, but Baiyu clearly killed a level 6 pangolin and a level 7 griffin before, and they only dropped ordinary food. Strangeness. By the way, Baiyu has also killed level 5 Howling Moon Silver Wolves, and they also dropped ordinary food. Baiyu seems to understand now. It's because they transformed into werewolves that they dropped elite food. I'm so smart. Praise me. Chapter 32, The Temptation of Elite Food. Killed over 30 werewolves, plus double loot. This is even more exaggerated than the efforts of the previous 3 days. This perfectly illustrates the saying, it's better to lie down and count money than to work hard to earn it, highlighting the importance of marrying a rich woman. Baiyu's rich girlfriends are these werewolves. If they came every night, Baiyu wouldn't need to work so hard. A werewolf should normally drop 20 food items, right? How come this level 9 werewolf only dropped 19? Baiyu. Oh, I remember now. Baiyu's skill burned off part of the wolf's body, so it only dropped 19 pieces. Please, I'd really appreciate it. However, Baiyu also discovered something. It's not that creatures level 5 and above always drop spirit cores, it's a probability-based drop. The fact that Baiyu lost the previous times can only be attributed to her good luck, which led her to make a wrong judgment. However, there's a double drop rate at night. Every single drop becomes double. Baiyu obtained a total of 40 spirit cores, making him incredibly wealthy. If you encounter a werewolf at the start of the game, burst out laughing, because you are truly a lucky player. Baiyu obtained a total of 1,438 elite food items, 130 magic crystals, and 40 spirit cores, which means the barracks can be upgraded immediately. The upgrade was completed just before midnight, and then on the 4th day, a new unit was summoned. Yo, sure. It means you can turn into a werewolf and not lose your skin, but it doesn't matter anyway. Who cares about those junk things? Baiyu took out a portion of elite food from the warehouse, intending to bake some in the kitchen. Since it was elite food, it should at least have some special effects, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Unfortunately, the system didn't show any difference in elite food, so Baiyu had to test it out herself. Came out of the kitchen with the roasted wolf meat she had prepared. She blew on it, and then took a bite. Chew on the left, chew on the right. It doesn't taste good. It doesn't seem any different. Baiyu felt a warm current in the elite food, a feeling she couldn't quite put her finger on. Gain 2 experience points by using elite food. Damn, the purpose of elite food is to provide experience points. Baiyu has over 1,400 servings of elite food, which means he can provide 2,800 experience points. To put that into perspective, Baiyu guessed that these experience points could directly elevate him to the commander level. Baiyu was tempted. This was a great way to quickly become stronger. As soon as Baiyu walked to the warehouse and opened the door, he froze on the spot. Looking at the mountain of elite food, Baiyu was dumbfounded. How long would it take to eat this? It's probably going to burst from overeating before it even upgrades. Never mind, I'll just trade it. I was too naive. Sorry. Baiyu checked the time. There was still some time before midnight. She decided to put the elite food items up for sale first, and the transaction might be completed by tomorrow. Baiyu chose to trade magic crystals and iron ingots directly. He didn't lack wood and stone for the time being, and it was still a long way off before he could upgrade the town. He could accumulate a lot of wood and stone by relying on the undead. As soon as Baiyu's trade was listed, it immediately ignited the group of country bumpkin lords who were chatting and joking in the world chat. Some of them were still worried about ordinary food, and elite food was something they had never even heard of. Saipan. Holy crap, what's elite food? Is it dropped by high-level monsters? That is amazing. Are all the pros this strong? Rain Girl has nothing to do with it. Are you kidding me? It's only been 3 days. I'm still feeling smug that I can barely make ends meet, and I've already been crushed by the big boss. Taro Boba. Wah, can you scratch my itch, boss? Little vegetable. Can the cute girl upstairs with the big dick stop being disgusting? I'm going to throw up. Don't you guys care about the important thing? Elite food can give you 2 experience points. Pure love, god of war. It's that swindler Krabby Patty again. You're charging way too much. What's an iron ingot? If I had that stuff, would I even care about the 2 experience points from your elite food? Mouse. As expected of a clown. Iron ingots are worthless. Those who can refine iron ingots will definitely exchange them for elite food. This is a great opportunity to improve myself and my troops. I can gain experience points without risking my life to kill enemies. Bayou glanced at the world chat with an "I knew it" expression. For Bayou, the experience points might not be a problem, since the undead army was constantly killing enemies, and there was also the 1.5x experience bonus from the Bone Throne. But for some weaker lords, this was a considerable temptation. In the castle of the Orphan of Zhao, Bayou's move completely stunned Zhao Lianxue. Looking at the food in her hand, she suddenly lost her appetite. She was about to throw it away, but then she thought better of it. Food was the most important thing for Zhao Lianxue at the moment. Why is there such a big difference between us, since everyone starts from scratch? Son. Zhao Lianxue sat in a chair, propping her head up with one hand, looking melancholy. They call themselves friends, but they didn't even ask me anything. Zhao Lianxue thought this. A look of helplessness appeared on her face. I was too naive. Of course, who would care too much about a verbal promise? You have to understand that without any constraints, lords are enemies. Zhao Lianxue wanted to ask Bayou if there were any more elite foods, but looking at the 1,437 elite foods listed on the exchange, some were in small quantities and others in large quantities. Zhao Lianxue guessed that Bayou must have run out of stock. What should we do? This Krabby Patty boss is really something. He can even get his hands on elite food. Zhao Lianxue looked at herself again. The dwarf craftsmen also needed to sleep at night. Although they were called dwarfs, their living habits were not much different from those of humans. Lianxue was considering trading the 500 iron ingots that had just been forged tonight for elite food. Seeing that she could gain 2 experience points for free from each food, Zhao Lianxue was extremely tempted. It should be noted that most of Zhao Lianxue's dwarves are around level 2 or 3, with pitiful combat power. Leveling up by fighting monsters is simply wishful thinking. However, they have no experience in mining stones or refining. Their only advantage is that there are more of them. It's changed. Iron ingots can be refined again, but who knows when elite food will be available. Zhao Lianxue decided to exchange 500 iron ingots for 500 elite food items. 500 iron ingots were equivalent to 1,000 experience points, which was more than enough for Zhao Lianxue and the strongest dwarf in the castle to level up. Zhao Lianxue, being Bayou's friend, has 2 other functions besides chat, alliance, and submission. Zhao Lianxue wonders if forming an alliance with Bayou would improve the situation. I just don't know what their attitude is. Zhao Lianxue sighed. Now it was Bayou's turn to get excited. Bayou thought that his elite food was not appreciated by the bumpkins. This was something that even Bayou himself was tempted by. Within 10 minutes of being listed, 500 units were sold. It seems there are still some smart people out there. This is another unprecedentedly large order. Woohoo, take off. Chapter 33. Something's wrong. If Arthur can defeat a level 9 werewolf, then wouldn't the goblin commander be no problem too? Goblins are low-level creatures with such a low level of life that even if they reach the leadership attribute, it wouldn't be too abnormal, right? Bayou felt it was necessary to avenge his unfortunate fellow villager. Tomorrow would be the 4th day, and if he didn't deal with them soon, Bayou feared that something unexpected might happen. However, it's nighttime now, so it won't work. Bayou still needs to respect the goblin leader who has doubled his attributes. Bayou has nothing to do now. All he needs to do is upgrade the barracks and summon troops before he can go to sleep. Upgrading the barracks requires 1,000 magic crystals and 10 spirit cores. Upgrade the barracks. The 1,000 magic crystals and 10 spirit cores in the warehouse disappeared first, followed by a system notification. Undead crystal. Congratulations on obtaining 1 random special building blueprint. It's a gargoyle that was unlocked. I thought it would be something more advanced. It seems Bayou wasn't very lucky last night. The gargoyle is a unit that can only be unlocked at level 3 barracks. The level 3 barracks can now randomly summon gargoyles, but that's not important. What's important is that Bayou can finally summon gargoyles. The barracks only serve to unlock things. Otherwise, relying solely on the undead summoned by the barracks, Bayou would only have 40 undead now, which wouldn't be enough to do anything. It was all thanks to Bayou's own summoning that the upgrade materials for the barracks doubled again. Although we had enough spirit cores, we were still far from having enough magic crystals. It's always this is enough, and that is not enough. It's really annoying. However, Bayu was confident that magic crystals were easy to obtain, and he would strive to upgrade the barracks to level 4 by the day after tomorrow. As for the probability, Bayu didn't care. If there was a 1% chance of getting it, she would still get it. If there was a 99% chance of not getting it, she wouldn't get it. As long as it wasn't 100%, it didn't matter. Special architectural blueprints. Let me try my luck. Bayu rubbed her two little hands together, just about to click to start. I almost forgot. Bayu quickly put her conscience on her head and cast a lucky buff on herself before choosing to activate it. She couldn't forget about the lucky buff. Special building blueprint. A girl's bedroom. Building level, none. Function 1. Enables better rest. Sufficient and comfortable sleep is essential, increasing the speed of mental recovery. Function 2. All items in the bedroom have automatic cleaning and self-repair functions. Construction materials, 1 magic crystal. Bayu. System, something's wrong with you, very wrong. What kind of fancy tricks are you up to now? Are bedrooms considered special buildings? Fine, Bayu, adhering to the principle of why not take it if it's free, reluctantly accepted. It's probably because the system felt its living conditions were too dilapidated and couldn't stand it anymore. Bayu walked into the bedroom and looked at the room she was living in. The walls were dilapidated and cracked, the ceiling was dark, the Western-style old candle chandelier was old, and the white single bed also looked very old. Although it was not dirty, it did look very old. Only the wardrobe next to it stands out from the rest of the bedroom, a modern addition. It is indeed a little broken. All lords live in houses like this. Or can they obtain different styles of castles based on the type of troops they summon? Bayu didn't know, because he had never seen other lords' castles. In any case, as far as Bayu's own castle was concerned, he felt quite terrified on his first day there. Let's build it. Let me see just how big the difference is. Magic crystal -1. With a flash of dazzling light, the entire bedroom was instantly transformed. The bedroom was decorated in a blue and pink style, just like Bayu's wardrobe. It was clear that the wardrobe and the bedroom were originally part of one space. The dilapidated and cracked walls became clean and smooth, the black ceiling turned light blue, and the entire bedroom floor was covered with a blue and pink carpet. The original white single bed has been transformed into a pink double bed that is more than 2 meters wide, with a large pillow on the bed and several small bear plush toys on both sides. The bedroom now features a modern dressing mirror, and the old candle chandelier on the ceiling has been replaced with a modern crystal chandelier. There is a brand new European-style domed window on the wall, because Bayu's bedroom is on the 3rd floor, and you can see directly outside the castle through the window. Unfortunately I'm uncultured, so all I can say is holy crap. Bayu was incredibly excited. This is so awesome. Please give me a lot more of the special buildings that cost 1 magic crystal. Please, system. As Bayu stepped into the bedroom, it felt as if he had traveled back in time. It was as if the other lords had come to fight to the death, while Bayu had come to enjoy life. In such a large bedroom, Bayu was all alone. She ran to the bedside and pounced on it. It's so soft, much more comfortable than my old bed. Indeed, there is no harm without comparison. Bayu turned on the light, and the crystal chandelier on the ceiling emitted a soft glow, instantly enveloping the entire bedroom. The moment Bayu saw the crystal chandelier, she knew there must be electricity in the bedroom. Yes, there was electricity, but there were no wires. Bayu was no longer surprised. In just 3 days since arriving in the magical continent, she had seen far too many unbelievable things. Alright, now that we've summoned the troops, we can go to sleep. Bayu glanced at the system time and saw it was already past midnight. He prepared to go downstairs to summon his troops. Bayu arrived at the barracks, and the familiar notification appeared again. Barracks fully charged. Begin summoning immediately. Yes. Inside the small room, the barracks emitted a green light, and 10 figures gradually emerged within it. 10 identical figures, 3 meters tall, with wings on their backs. They are 10 gargoyles. Bayu didn't know whether to sigh about his good luck or bad luck. He didn't get any gold units this time. Gargoyles are now the basic unit of level 3 barracks, so it wasn't too surprising that he summoned all of them. Well, luck can't be good every day. Getting gold twice out of 4 draws is already pretty good. 10 gargoyles are much better than getting 10 skeleton soldiers on the first day. If Bayu were to draw 10 more skeleton soldiers, he would be devastated. This time, Bayu didn't forget to send the 10 gargoyles to the Blackwater Altar to strengthen them. After the strengthening was complete, Bayu sent them flying away to level up. Alright, that's all for today. Time to go to sleep. Chapter 34 The Despicable Green-Haired Monster. Bayu flipped up her dress, threw it on the floor, and crawled naked into bed. This is the happiest time of the day. The castle is invincible. Even the gods cannot stop Bayu from sleeping. However, Bayu is still ambitious. If she doesn't get stronger quickly, she might not be able to sleep peacefully once the newbie protection period is over and the protective shield is gone. You have to worry about enemies attacking all the time. How scary is that? Bayu drifted off to sleep. She had a very strange dream. It was the first time Bayu had ever dreamed since arriving in the magical continent. Bayu dreamt that a bunch of green-haired monsters attacked her castle. They laughed strangely at her, looted everywhere, and ignored the castle's protective shield. The undead army had disappeared. Finally, this group of green-haired monsters completely demolished Bayu's castle, leaving not a single stone behind, just like a locust swarm passing through. Not a single piece of clothing was left for Bayu, leaving her alone sitting in the cold, empty space, hugging her chest and shivering. This is intolerable. Bayu suddenly opened her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that her castle was still there. Damn it, isn't this bedroom supposed to enhance mental strength and recovery? Shouldn't I be full of energy? Why am I having dreams about it? The worst part is that she doesn't even try to have a happier dream. It's infuriating. Ugh. Bayu glanced at the system's time and realized that she had only slept for 3 hours. Green-haired monsters, huh? I'm coming to wipe you out right now. In Bayu's eyes, the green-haired monster equals goblin. They're all green. I'll say they're a kind of living thing. Is that okay? Targets for Bayu. The only troublesome one is this goblin leader. Bayu didn't know how strong the commanders were, so she always planned to wait until she was stronger before dealing with them. But the dream she had tonight made Bayu very angry. What to do when you're angry? You have to take it out on goblins. Of these 1,000+ goblins, only the leader is a commander-level goblin. The others are a few level 9 goblin warriors and goblin mages. Bayu didn't believe that a level 9 goblin could be stronger than a level 9 werewolf. Bayu estimated that it was at most about the same strength as a howling silver wolf before it transformed into a werewolf. Of course, the goblin mages might be stronger, but these mages are useless against Bayu. Firstly, the undead are immortal. Secondly, Arthur and the Gargoyles are immune to magic, so Bayu is not worried at all. Let's take a look at Arthur's attributes first. As expected, he is leveled up. Although I don't know if Arthur was level 6 or 7 when he beat up the werewolf, it's enough to know that Arthur's current combat power is enough to surpass the level 9 of ordinary creatures. Even with double attribute bonuses at night, a level 9 werewolf is only about as powerful as a level 6 Arthur. In the past, Bayu would have hesitated to fight the goblin tribe, but today is different. Tonight, Bayu has a level 9 bone beast werewolf, who is the strongest fighter under the commander. With Arthur's terrifying combat power, Bayu has nothing to fear. Bayu compared the strength of the two sides. The goblin tribe had a leader, several level 9 goblin warriors and goblin mages, and more than 1,000 goblins. Bayu was not too sure about the others. Bayu's undead army is currently strongest with Arthur at level 7, a level 9 bone beast werewolf, a level 7 bone beast griffin, and the remaining level 7 to 5 bone beast werewolves. Bayu counted. There were 60 undead of level 5 or higher, half of which were bone beast werewolves that had just been transformed tonight. The total number of undead was 1023. Wow, this number even stunned Bayu. Bayu remembered that there were only 800 or so undead yesterday. Bayu had thought his undead would be fewer in number than the goblins, but now it seems. Today is the day I avenge my fellow villager. Goblins, prepare yourselves. Tonight will be a sleepless night. Bayu assessed the strength of both sides and concluded that, apart from the questionable combat power of the goblin commander, the undead army was overwhelmingly superior to the goblins no matter how you looked at it. Bayu was so excited that she stood up straight out of bed, the blankets slapped against her skin, and the red moonlight from the window shone on her white clothes. A cool breeze blew in from the window, and Bayu finally realized what was happening. She quickly jumped out of bed and went to find some clothes to wear. Not only did Bayu estimate the difference in strength, but he also calculated the time. There were still more than 3 hours until dawn. Subtracting the travel time, these 3 hours would be more than enough for Bayu to eliminate all the goblins. Over 1,000 double drops. What does that mean? Not to mention the dropped items, just the experience points alone. 2 experience points from a goblin is over 2,000 experience points. With double drops, that's 4,000 experience points. It's absolutely terrifying. You'll be at max level right away, a huge upgrade. After Bayu finished calculating the score, her eyes turned into stars and began to shine. We're rich. We're rich. Fellow villager, rest in peace down there. I will definitely avenge you. Moreover, there must be other treasures in the goblin tribe. Not to mention, the magic crystals and spirit cores left behind by the castle after that unfortunate villager was killed are enough for Bayou to make this deal. If the goblin chieftain is too strong, stall until dawn. Once the double attribute bonus disappears, the goblin chieftain will eventually wear it down. Bayou had never heard of goblins being able to heal themselves. If the goblin commander is weaker than Bayou imagined, then the situation is reversed. For the double reward, he must kill it before dawn no matter what. More than 1,000 corpses could directly double Bayou's undead army. Bayou realized that the undead army was not built up through development, but through fighting. The 30-odd werewolves tonight have increased Bayou's undead army's overall strength by at least half. If Bayou were to absorb the goblin tribe, his strength would double. You can obtain resources, gain experience, and strengthen your undead army. Bayou finally understood the core gameplay of the undead. It all boils down to one word: attack. Chapter 35. Goblin Lair discovered. Bayou decided to go and see for herself. She discovered that her dark magic was still quite powerful, and if Arthur and the goblin leader were locked in a stalemate, Bayou could help. Actually, Bayou couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to go out and see what was happening. It was a huge battle between undead and goblins, and Bayou didn't want to miss it. What should I wear? Bayou stood naked in front of the wardrobe, rummaging through the clothes, suffering from decision paralysis. Since we're going to exterminate goblins and fight, we should at least dress presentably. We can't go in a short skirt. Bayou picked out a white shirt, put it on in a flash, and tied a black bow at the collar. Bayou sat on the edge of the bed, skillfully piling the black socks together with both hands, then slipped her little feet in and pulled them up to her thighs, and she was all dressed. Bayou is becoming more and more skilled now. After all, practice makes perfect. For some reason, Bayou's hands didn't listen to her head, and in the end, she still wore a blue and white checkered pleated skirt. Oh well, I'll just be a mage, the sixth one. In the back anyway, so it's not a big problem. Bayou then tied her hair into a high ponytail with a small rubber band, and she was all done. Bayou walked out of the castle, pushed open the gate, and saw a skeleton soldier carrying wood into the courtyard. You have all the undead outside communicate with each other and gather at the castle gate. The skeleton soldier put down the piece of wood he was holding, paused for a moment after hearing Bayou's voice, and then left the castle. 1 tells 10, 10 tell 100, 100 tell 1,000. In less than 20 minutes, the news spread to all the undead. Soon, the undead returned to the castle gate. They did not understand what Bayou meant by gathering, and simply stood haphazardly outside the castle. According to Little Green Bean, the goblin tribe is located in a cave outside the swamp south of Whitebeard Castle. Once you leave your territory and head south to find this swamp, you won't be far from the goblin tribe. Arthur flew back and landed outside the castle. Arthur, do you remember the place where you caught that goblin last time? Bayou looked up at Arthur and said, Arthur remembers, Your Majesty. Okay, Arthur, you'll lead the way and guide the undead to this place. Find the goblin tribe, and then we'll take them down. Bayou was in high spirits, and for the sake of convenience, she had no choice but to endure the bumpy ride. Bayou made Arthur lower his head, and then clumsily climbed onto Arthur's back, riding on his spine. Ouch, my butt hurts. Bayou was already wearing a skirt, and with this ride, the hem of the skirt was pulled up to her upper thigh, almost revealing her black panties. No way, what the hell is that sitting posture? Bayou remembered that girls didn't sit like that. Right, they sat sideways. Bayou struggled to twist her body and adjust her posture on Arthur's back. Hiss. The black stockings on her legs were torn by Arthur's spine. Bayou was speechless. That's it then. Bayou finally managed to adjust her posture, put her legs on one side, and sat sideways on Arthur's spine. That's much better. Although Bayou is not afraid of heights, she still felt a little uneasy looking at the 5 or 6 meters below her feet. Set off. Bayou sat on Arthur's back, one hand tightly gripping Arthur's spine, the other small hand clenched into a fist and raised upwards, shouting, Call. Arthur spread his wings, creating a gust of wind on the ground, and took flight. Oops. Bayou gasped in surprise, nearly losing her grip as the wind blew her away, her heart pounding wildly. Bayou watched as the castle grew smaller and smaller in his field of vision, and the undead at the castle gate became as small as ants. The gargoyles and wraiths below the castle gate then took flight as well. To be precise, the wraiths floated, while only the gargoyles and the bone griffin flew. As for the other undead, they could only run on the ground. Among them, the undead knights and bone beast werewolves were the fastest, while the skeleton soldiers were the slowest. Arthur carried Bayou at the very front, flying not very high, so as not to lose the undead below. Wow! Bayou was overjoyed, like a child discovering a new world. This was the first time Bayou had ever been so far from the castle. High above, Bayou could see the surrounding environment of his castle completely. If it weren't for the fog in the distance, Bayou felt he could even see the lord near his castle. Although we were flying and our field of vision had expanded, we still couldn't see very far due to the surrounding fog. It's likely that this fog is a form of protection provided by the system for its members. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why there's such a thick fog every day. Aside from the indescribable flight experience, Bayou had nothing to complain about. Arthur would fly a distance in the sky and then turn back to circle for a while, waiting for the dead below. And so, Bayou tormented Arthur on his back for nearly an hour. They didn't fly very far, spending most of the time waiting for the other undead. Bayou finally saw a large swamp in the distance by the moonlight. The gray mud and black soil formed a not-so-obvious dividing line. The swamp was larger than Bayou had imagined. Bayou felt that this swamp was even larger than his own castle territory. The swamp is filled with many thick trees, all with black trunks and no green at all. The swamp is not only very large, but also has a very eerie atmosphere. This is troublesome. Such a large swamp will make it very difficult for the skeletons to cross. If Bayou goes around that route, he estimates it will waste at least an hour, by which time it will be almost dawn, and the double drop rate might be gone at any time. That was a miscalculation. We should have scouted the location beforehand. However, Bayou felt that there shouldn't be a big problem. The undead have infinite stamina. Although they move a little slower in the swamp, they shouldn't be trapped by the swamp, right? Arthur, keep flying forward. Bayou wanted Arthur to scout ahead first, to find the exact location of the goblin tribe, which would make their later actions easier. Arthur, fly higher, don't let them spot you. Arthur increased his altitude and flew directly into the sky, with black clouds rushing past on both sides, obscuring everything. With Arthur flying at full speed, it took less than 3 minutes to fly out of the swamp, and then continue flying forward for another 2 minutes. Your Majesty, Arthur seems to have seen the cave you mentioned, and there is a group of goblins guarding it. Arthur's eyesight was naturally much better than Bayou's. Bayou was so windy that she could barely open her eyes, let alone take a moment to observe the situation below. Well done, Arthur. Remember this location. We'll fly back and gather the minions here to wipe out their lair. Based on Arthur's flying speed, Bayou estimated the distance. It would take the undead about 40 minutes to cross the swamp. The swamp was wide, but not very long. Chapter 36 set. Arthur quickly flew back with Bayou, by which time the undead had already begun crossing the swamp. Arthur carried Bayou, circling in the sky and observing the surrounding situation. Half of the fighting force needed to wipe out the goblins still depended on the Bone Beast werewolves, but unfortunately the Bone Beast werewolves couldn't fly, so they could only wait for them to cross the swamp. The skeleton soldier walking at the very front of the swamp stepped on a tree branch on the ground. Suddenly, the swamp ground began to shake. The surrounding branches twitched wildly, and a huge tree monster made of black wood from the swamp crawled out. It had 4 limbs, each made of thick wood. Apart from Arthur, the tree monsters were larger than the undead they had obtained. Monster that crawled out must have been startled by the skeleton soldier, and it raised its tree claws to smash at the skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier's body was instantly smashed apart, and bones flew everywhere. What is this thing? Because Arthur flew low, Bayou could see him clearly from above. The skeletons were restricted by the terrain in the swamp, moving slowly, while this tree monster, with its enormous body, seemed unaffected by the swamp. The tree monsters began their attack on the intruders, and soon several undead bodies were scattered and slowly reassembled. This is obviously a high-level monster. Bayou tried to check the monster's information, but found that it was not in the castle territory at all, so the function was unusable. Never mind, I'll beat it up first. I can't let this thing stop me from avenging my compatriots. You know, Bayou has always had deep feelings for his compatriots. Real. Arthur, take it down. Upon receiving Bayou's order, Arthur immediately bent down. Oh dear, slow down, slow down. Bayou was never mentally prepared for such a big move. Arthur breathed a dragon's breath onto the tree monster's massive body. Its enormous size meant it wouldn't be able to react quickly. However, the tree monster's body was not completely frozen, probably because it was too big. Instead, Arthur's dragon breath drove it into a frenzy. Countless branches instantly extended from the thick wooden limbs, wildly whipping outwards. Bayou observed the ground. Only the level 9 bone beast werewolf could barely block the tree monster's attack, but its body was also sent flying. The bodies of the rest of the undead were all smashed apart. Commander-in-Chief. Moreover, it's a commander-level weapon with double attribute bonuses at night. Only a commander-level being possesses the strength to block Arthur's dragon breath almost unscathed. Commander-level tree monster in the swamp. Damn it, I was fooled. Since tree monsters should be afraid of fire, right? It's my turn to make my appearance. Arthur, come closer to it. As Arthur swooped down to the tree monster's vicinity, Bayou raised her hand and unleashed a black flame bullet. Then, Arthur carried Bayou and flew directly into the sky to avoid the tree monster's attack. It has a bomber-like feel to it. The black flame bullet struck the tree monster's forelimb, creating a large hole in it, with flames fiercely burning the edges of the hole. Almost 2 seconds later, the tree monster's forelimbs broke off, and the tree monster fell directly into the swamp without the support of its forelimbs. The fallen forelimbs were burned to ashes. It seemed that his dark magic was very effective against the tree monster. Even Arthur's dragon breath had no effect on its body. As a result, Bayou burned away the tree monster's forelimbs with a black flame bullet. A second time. 3 variations on Plum Blossom. For joyous occasions. Alright, Bayou has spent 40 points of magic power. The tree monster's limbs are now all gone, and black flames are still burning rapidly from the wounds on its limbs. Monster was now lying motionless in the swamp. Congratulations on successfully defeating the commander-level evil Trant, gaining 400 experience points, double drop rate. Dead. So it was called the evil tree spirit, and it really is a commander level 1. Bayou quickly withdrew the magic, otherwise the corpse would have been burned to ashes in no time. Bayou helped Arthur land, and carefully climbed off Arthur's back, her little leather shoes stepping into the stinking swamp water. Bayou walked up to the evil tree spirit, preparing to use summoning magic, but he didn't know how much fighting power it would have without its 4 legs. But he's at least a commander-level officer. Bayou activated the magic in his left eye, but the evil tree spirit didn't react at all. Summoning failed. Reason for failure. The muddy swamp derivative lacks a soul. Huh. This is a huge loss. Damn it. I can't even summon one. I thought I'd get a commander-level combatant. Bayou felt disappointed, but she also noticed something from the hint. It seemed that soulless things could not be summoned as undead. Bayou quickly checked and found that it could be broken down. Phew. Thank goodness. Bayou breathed a sigh of relief. Break down. If it's outside the territory, you have to actively decompose it. Luckily, there's only one, otherwise it would be exhausting. Within the territory, you can decompose it in batches and even recycle the warehouse with 1 click. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully dismantling the corpse of the evil Trant and obtaining the evil Trant set. Bayou was getting more and more confused. How come she finally got out of the house and ended up seeing all sorts of things she had never seen before? The corpses of commanders don't have magic crystals or spirit cores. You're a tree spirit, aren't you? If you can't give food for decomposing corpses, at least give some wood, right? The evil tree spirit disappeared, leaving behind 3 pieces of equipment in its place. A helmet, a breastplate, and a leg armor. This should be that basket set. Let's take a look. Equipment name, Evil Trant Set, 3/3. Note, extremely sensitive to fire. Another outrageous thing. The equipment was even divided into sets and individual pieces. Bayou remembered that the equipment she had obtained before didn't even have a name, only a level, let alone any attribute bonuses. This is a good thing, but it's a bit ugly. Bayou thinks it would be hard for her to accept if she wore it. Put it on. Bayou pointed at the level 9 bone beast werewolf and said, anyway, items decomposed outside the territory can't be recycled with 1 click, and you have to carry them with you. Why not let the level 9 bone beast werewolf wear them? Maybe they can even go head-to-head with the goblin leader. The bone beast werewolf a long time to put on the suit. Although it felt a bit strange, the attributes had indeed increased. It felt like this kind of suit was more suitable for humanoid creatures. The bone beast werewolf is also humanoid. Its upper body is too muscular. The bones of the surrounding skeleton soldiers also came together, and the skeleton stood up again. Keep going. Beating up that tree spirit wasted another half hour. By the time they crossed the swamp and reached the goblin tribe, Bayou estimated that they would only have a little over an hour before dawn, so they had to hurry. Bayou lifted her foot and glanced at the sole of her shoe. It was covered in black mud mixed with foul-smelling water. It's disgusting. Chapter 37 Battle. Bayou climbed onto Arthur's back again and adjusted her sitting posture. Arthur, take off. The undead began crossing the swamp again, and this time they didn't encounter any evil tree spirits, which was a bit of a pity for Baiyu. However, only Baiyu can kill this thing. If another one comes, Baiyu's magic power will probably be exhausted. Luckily I came along, otherwise the undead would probably have been stuck in the swamp until dawn. Without interference from other creatures, the undead army on the ground quickly crossed the swamp, with the level 9 bone beast werewolves wearing the evil set being the fastest. Baiyu estimates that this is a hidden effect of the evil fiend set, allowing him to walk on flat ground in the swamp. His back, Arthur took the lead and soon arrived above the goblin tribe, circling around it. Baiyu saw a small ravine below, with many torches stuck in it, each torch with a hole in it, densely packed like a honeycomb. Baiyu's trypophobia was triggered by watching it. She got goosebumps all over her body. Outside the ravine, there was a large bonfire, and next to it were several simple wooden grills. There were no goblins near the campfire, and the fire was much smaller. There were very few goblins below, only a few goblins carrying large clubs patrolling the area. That's true. It's past 4 in the morning, the sleepiest time of day for people. Even goblins, Baiyu guesses, are probably fast asleep right now. Baiyu looked back and saw that the undead in the distance had almost caught up. Arthur, attack. Baiyu felt the time was right, and immediately ordered Arthur to attack. Arthur stopped circling in the sky and, upon receiving Baiyu's order, immediately unleashed a breath of dragon fire at the goblins patrolling below. The goblins patrolling below had no time to react, and were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, their souls annihilated. Unexpectedly, not far from the small ravine, a goblin was hiding on a simple wooden watchtower built by the goblins. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The goblin immediately screamed in panic. Arthur landed under Baiyu's command. Baiyu skillfully climbed down, turned around, and jumped onto a level 1 gargoyle. The gargoyle was 3 meters tall, and Baiyu could lie on it without any problem. In order not to hinder Arthur's battle, Baiyu specially chose this level 1 gargoyle as her mount. The gargoyle cautiously took flight, knowing that one day it would be able to personally carry its queen, something it could boast about to the other gargoyles for the rest of its life. The gargoyle was half bent over, and Baiyu was holding the gargoyle's neck with both hands, lying on its back in a prone position. After the goblin's screams rang out, the entire ravine began to shake, and various goblins started pouring out. The most common goblins can only carry sharpened wooden spears and clubs, while some goblins also carry torches in their other hand. Slightly more advanced goblins wield bone weapons and simple, modular weapons, such as wooden clubs inlaid with numerous wild animal teeth, turning them into spiked clubs. A tremor came from the largest cave entrance in the ravine below, and then a strong goblin, 2 meters tall and wielding a bone club, rushed out. Baiyu immediately recognized this goblin as the leader of the group. Damn it, who are you talking skeletons? The enraged goblin leader roared at the enemies that kept appearing in the sky and around him. Behind the goblin leader were 4 goblin mages and 6 goblin warriors. Those standing so close to their leader must be the level 9 goblins. Dragon, oh dragon! Some timid goblins saw Arthur's enormous body, which was actually a giant dragon. Although it was a bone dragon, its dragon might was enough to intimidate these timid goblins. Just then, the goblins all came out of the cave, saving Baiyu from having the undead go in and kill them one by one. The surrounding undead army was also converging on this side. The undead of level 5 and above, including the undead knights, have already arrived. The only ones who haven't arrived yet are some level 1 skeleton soldiers and zombies, but they are not far away, so it's not a big problem. Kosage, kill them all. With a wave of her hand, Baiyu sent countless ghosts rushing down from the sky, like a procession of 100 demons at night. Arthur also sprang into action, taking to the sky. Aside from a few goblin mages, these goblins had virtually no anti-air capabilities. Arthur practically slaughtered them from the air. The undead on the ground also heard Baiyu's command and charged towards the goblins, instantly unleashing a chaotic battle between more than 1,000 goblins and more than 1,000 undead. The goblin mages brandished their staffs. As the only goblins capable of ranged attacks, their primary targets were the undead flying in the sky. One fireball after another was launched from the goblin mages' staffs, soaring into the sky. At this moment, the night was illuminated by the goblin mages' fireballs, like fireworks. The fireball hit the ghost but passed right through it, having no effect whatsoever. The goblin mages, not understanding what was happening, could only change their target. Arthur hovered in the sky, his massive size making him the primary target of the goblin mages' attacks. Fireballs flew towards Arthur, but upon contact with his body, they merely produced smoke, from which Arthur emerged unharmed. The goblin mages were once again dumbfounded. Among the Air Force, only the level 7 bone beast Griffin was the most unlucky. The other Air Force members either had no corpses or were immune to magic. Only he was hit by a fireball and instantly torn to pieces. Suddenly, a goblin mage below spotted a gargoyle flying motionless in the sky not far away, seemingly carrying a human on its back. The goblin mage's staff flashed red, and a fireball shot straight towards Bayou. Just as the fireball was about to hit Bayou, another gargoyle flew out and blocked the fireball with its body, absorbing the magic power. Goblin mage? The goblin mage could hardly believe it. He thought he was dreaming. So all my hard work in mastering the fireball spell was a joke? The goblin mage's fireball spell had no effect on any of the enemies in front of it, plunging it into deep self-doubt. Damn it, you little brat, trying to ambush me. Although the goblin leader was a commander-level being, he was not even as big as the level 9 bone beast werewolf. At this moment, the bone beast werewolf, wearing the evil armor set, was fighting the goblin leader and was barely able to hold his own against him. Bone beast werewolf with only set bonuses. It seems I overestimated them. Chapter 38, Killing the Goblin Leader. As more and more undead arrived, the goblins gradually began to falter, with only a few goblin mages and goblin warriors in the center of the arena still struggling to hold on. At the same level 1, goblins are no match for the undead. Arthur casually unleashed a breath of dragon fire that instantly froze dozens of goblins, then turned and swooped down towards the goblin leader below. Arthur's massive skeletal body plummeted from the sky, the immense momentum carrying his powerful claws as they slammed into the goblin leader. The goblin leader, along with the bone beast werewolf it was fighting, was sent flying by Arthur's attack. Good job. Keep it that way. Give it a good beating. Bayou shouted loudly from the gargoyles back to cheer on Arthur. Stunned by the claw that came from the sky, he saw stars and lay on the ground for a long time before he could react. Oh whoa! The goblin leader stood up, pounding his chest with his fists and howling angrily. By the evil set, the bone beast werewolf standing nearby, its bones still intact, was the first to rise and charge towards the goblin leader. The bone beast werewolf rushing towards him. In an instant, green sap gushed from the goblin leader's body, leaving 4 deep, bone-revealing wounds on it. Fortunately, the goblin leader reacted quickly and protected his neck, otherwise he would have been dead. The goblin leader stopped howling foolishly. It was furious. This werewolf had no sense of honor, bullying a 60-year-old comrade like it, trying to trick and ambush it. Big green bean, take this. The goblin leader heard the voice. It was a human woman's voice, clear, melodious, and quite pleasant to hear. The goblin leader looked in the direction of the sound and saw a black fireball flying towards him. The goblin leader swung his large bone club and smashed it into the fireball, hitting it with a perfect home run. But Bayou's black flame bullet wasn't a baseball. The flames shattered the goblin chieftain's large bone club, and the fireball scattered in all directions after the goblin chieftain's home run, instantly forming a black firework. The bone beast werewolf and Arthur quickly retreated, afraid of being splashed by the black flames. The goblin leader in the center wasn't so lucky. Flames splattered on its feet and arms, immediately causing it excruciating pain. The goblin leader hurriedly tried to extinguish the eerie flames. Seeing the goblin leader engulfed in flames, the bone beast werewolf turned and left to attack the other goblins, while Arthur flew up to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The goblin leader was dumbfounded. No matter what he tried, he couldn't extinguish the flames. He stomped on them, buried them with soil, and spat on them, but nothing worked. The flames just kept spreading. The goblin leader rolled on the ground in pain. At that moment, it wished it had a knife so it could cut off its hands and feet, and then it would be all right. The flames continued to burn the goblin leader's body as it began to rampage through the battlefield between goblins and the undead. The undead fled in terror, while the goblins, bewildered, were accidentally bumped into by the goblin leader, and the flames instantly took over. Then the goblin, engulfed in black flames, like its leader, began shouting and rampaging. The other goblins nearby finally realized something was wrong and began to riot. In an instant, chaos erupted on the battlefield. Wherever the goblins engulfed in black flames went, other goblins and undead scattered and fled. Some low-level goblins, due to their weak souls, were quickly burned to ashes. It's coming. Put me down quickly. Bayou felt that the goblin leader would be burned to death in no time. Now that most of the goblins were dead or wounded, Baiyu had not yet leveled up. Baiyu felt that as long as the leader died, he would definitely level up. Baiyu didn't want to experience this feeling in the sky, especially on the back of a gargoyle. The black flame bullet was cast by Baiyu using his scythe. As soon as the goblin leader dies, he immediately turns into an undead. He doesn't only die after being burned to death. Baiyu felt that it was about time when the fire was halfway burned, so he stopped the magic and left part of the corpse to decompose. Goblin corpses do not drop food when they decompose, and other items besides food will not decrease in quantity based on the degree of mutilation of the corpse. For example, a goblin will drop a magic crystal by default. Even if Baiyu burns it down to just a toe, it will still drop a magic crystal. If it were a pigeon carcass, and Baiyu burned it down to just one leg, then the 5 portions of food that were originally dropped might become 1 portion. Baiyu landed at the rear of the battlefield and continued to observe the battlefield's movements. The goblin leader was now left unattended. One of its legs had been burned off, preventing it from running around, which relieved the other goblins. Wait, your leader is about to die. What do you mean by breathing a sigh of relief? Seeing that the goblin leader had stopped running around, a level 9 goblin mage wanted to go forward to rescue his leader, but the black flames were too strange, and even the goblin mage, who was usually proficient in magic, fell silent. The goblin mage raised his staff, and flames gathered above it, gradually coalescing into a fireball. Call out. The goblin mage's fireball struck the goblin leader, who was already on the verge of death. Goblin leader HP 1. Baiyu was completely stunned, but then she came to her senses. Hey kid, trying to steal my kill, huh? Baiyu raised his hand and unleashed another black flame bullet. With each use, Baiyu became increasingly adept at it. The black fireball flew straight toward the goblin mage, whose gaze was still fixed on his leader, thinking about how to rescue his leader. The goblin leader, with his head tilted to one side, saw the incoming black flame bullet and, with his other intact arm, pointed shakily behind him. The goblin mage looked back in confusion. The goblin mage was so frightened that he dropped his staff and scrambled away to get away. The goblin leader's pupils slowly dilated, fear gripping him. I told you to block me, but who told you to run away? The black flame bullet successfully struck the dying goblin leader. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully defeating the level 1 commander level goblin. You have gained 400 experience points, double drop rate. A pale blue orb of experience light appeared at the site of the goblin leader's corpse and floated toward Baiyu. Finally dead. Goblins are goblins. Even with double stat boosts at night, they're still only good for this much. The experience orb flowed into Baiyu's body, and Baiyu felt that his experience points had broken through a critical point. It's time to upgrade. Chapter 39. Rest in peace, my fellow villager. The familiar feeling washed over her again, and Baiyu had already sat down to the side, ready to welcome her. With the goblin leader dead and the other goblins surrounded by the undead, Baiyu was essentially left without any enemies to threaten him. Why does it always have to be like this every time I break through? Damn it. Yes, it's all about becoming stronger, about surviving. The fault isn't mine, it's the world's. It's all that dog's fault. Every time Baiyu levels up, he can't help but check his attribute panel to feel the joy of increased strength. Lord Baiyu. With a significant boost to her attributes, Baiyu has finally reached level 9, barely clinging to her former status as cannon fodder. While Baiyu's current attributes aren't the highest, her level is undoubtedly the highest. Of course, except for the commander-level figure who is about to appear. The goblin leader was killed by Baiyu's black flame bullets cast with the Judgment Death Scythe, and automatically transformed into an undead after death. Bone Beast Goblin? Baiyu quickly shook his head, clearly feeling that it wouldn't work. Just comparing goblins and skeleton soldiers, goblins were not even as strong as skeleton soldiers, so converting them into bone beasts would be a huge loss. Let's just leave it to fate. What if the goblin leader's corpse summons a commander-level gargoyle? Hee. The black flames burning on the goblin leader's corpse had already been extinguished by Baiyu. Black smoke was rising from the corpse, and a black magic circle was glowing beneath it. A large wing emerged from the formation first, and Baiyu was delighted to see this. Just as I wished for it. It really is a gargoyle. Baiyu discovered that the gargoyle was different from other undead. It could not change its class, and thus undergo some kind of transformation. Perhaps it only had this one form. As Baiyu's first commander-level great intelligence, its attributes are worth checking so that it can be compared with Arthur and have a clearer understanding of Arthur's combat strength. Gargoyle. 60 strength? You know, even a level 7 Arthur has 70 points. Is the gargoyle too weak? No, it's Arthur who's too strong. Arthur is a being capable of becoming a god. How could he be compared to these ordinary undead? When the time comes, let the gargoyles go into the Blackwater Altar to strengthen them, and each attribute will increase by another 5 points. The number of undead increased as they were fought, while the number of goblins decreased. The few level 9 goblins that remained, after being joined by a commander-level gargoyle, soon went to reunite with their brothers and sisters. At this moment, in the endless east shrouded in mist, the sun slowly revealed its outline, ushering in dawn for the magical continent. The goblin tribe was successfully wiped out by Bayou before dawn. With so many experience points, not only did Bayou level up, but even Arthur's unbridled slaughter in the sky successfully leveled up. The experience contributed by these more than 1,000 goblins brought a huge boost to Bayou's undead army. The skeleton dragon king, Arthur. Arthur is also level 8. His attributes increase by a fixed 10 points with each level, but he hasn't gained any skills yet. However, he is still very strong. After digesting this group of goblins, Bayou felt that his strength could rank in the top 100 among all lords. Oh no, to be more confident, the top 10. Arthur, have the other undead move all these goblin corpses to the nearest territory. As soon as the goblin corpses enter the territory, Bayou will use magic to summon them all, and then use the territory's one-click decomposition and recycling function. This will be much faster than summoning them and having them drag the corpses back. The goblin corpses had to be piled up to make it easier for Bayou to summon them, and besides, this was outside the castle territory, so Bayou felt no sense of security. Arthur obeys, Your Majesty. Arthur began directing the undead to move the goblin corpses, while Bayou walked alone to the center of the battlefield and stood before the corpse of the goblin leader. Breakdown. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining 1 commander-level equipment, 20 magic crystals, and 3 spirit cores. This commander-level equipment was a large bone hammer with the attribute of increasing strength by 5 points. Bayou wasn't interested and casually tossed the weapon to the level 9 werewolf wearing the evil set, instructing it to take it back to the castle. Bayou picked up the magic crystal and spirit core from the ground, then looked at the goblin mage who had died beside him. Its staff was very simple, just a wooden stick with something wrapped in vines at the top. When Bayou picked it up, he found that it was a spirit core. Removed the spirit core from the staff and tossed the wooden stick aside. Who are you to use a spirit core? Wait a minute, Bayou thought of something, picked up the stick she had just thrown away, buried a small mound of earth in the ground, and then stuck the stick into the mound. At this moment, the sun had fully risen, and the long night on the magical continent had come to an end. Bayou was now on her 4th day on the magical continent. Sunlight shone on Bayou's slightly stained clothes, casting a long shadow that covered the small mound Bayou had just built. Fellow villager, rest in peace. I have avenged you. I will take good care of your inheritance. I hope that when you travel through time in your next life, you will first look for the brain you threw under the bed. Now it's time to count the money. Bayou Nabla. Chapter 40 Unexpected Gains. Bayou pried all the spirit cores off the staffs of the surrounding goblin mages. There were 17 in total, and Bayou was overjoyed. We're rich. We're rich. Bayou looked at the goblin's lair, which must contain a lot of treasure. However, the entrances to the caves in these ravines were too small for ordinary undead to enter. The only option was to send in the skeleton soldiers to conduct a thorough search. Ordinary skeleton soldiers are about the same size as goblins, slightly taller, and can easily enter the cave. The cave of the goblin tribe, which housed over 1,000 goblins, was indeed ridiculously large. Bayou sent 300 skeleton soldiers in to search it, and his order was, take out everything that can be carried. Bayou arrived at the largest cave, which was the cave where the goblin leader lived. Bayou was curious and wanted to go in and take a look, so she picked up a torch from the side and carefully went inside. The goblin leader's cave was the largest, over 2 meters high, so Bayou didn't have to walk with his head down. The cave was dark and damp, with a particularly unpleasant smell. Bayou almost vomited. Bayou wondered if this goblin leader liked to defecate while sleeping. After walking for a short while, Bayou reached the end of the cave and, by the light of the orange-yellow fire, could see the layout of the surroundings. There was a pile of thatch on the ground, and a burlap mat on top of the thatch. This was probably where the leader slept. It was really rudimentary. I don't know why they are considered intelligent beings. At the end of the cave, there were 2 small openings on either side. The openings were too small for Bayou to enter, so Bayou took a torch and approached to take a look. By the light of the fire, Bayou seemed to see several boxes made of bones inside. They were more like boxes than actual boxes, as they had no lids. Bayu could see that the boxes were filled to the brim with magic crystals. Damn it, who said I couldn't get in? Bayu took 2 steps back, raised her left hand to condense magic, and a black flame bullet blue opened the cave entrance. Bayu bent over and walked into the cave, arriving in front of the box of white bones. The box was about 1 meter long and half a meter wide, and it was filled with magic crystals. Bayu also found a special architectural blueprint, a map, and a magic book inside the cave. Bayu opened the spell book to examine its contents. It was a mid-level fire spell book, with Fireball being the lowest level spell within it. Goblin mages must have been practicing this spell book, but unfortunately, their talent was too poor. There were very few goblins who could even master the lowest level Fireball spell. Holy crap, there's even a magic book. Bayu was stunned. She thought the goblin mage was born with a Fireball spell, but it turned out he learned it from a spell book. From the moment the lords were reincarnated on the magical continent, everyone automatically learned the common language of the magical continent, thus being able to understand the languages of other native forces, and books were naturally no problem for them as well. The only little cheat the system gives to all the lords. This intermediate level fire magic is incredibly simple compared to Bayu's dark magic. The basic principles are essentially the same. It's simply a matter of chanting incantations to mobilize the elemental power around you and gather it onto your staff. Bayu could definitely learn this fire magic book. Tucked the special architectural blueprints and map into the magic book, intending to examine them more closely upon returning to the castle. She also placed the few spirit cores and magic crystals she was carrying into the box. The magic book was of immeasurable value, far exceeding the box of magic crystals. Bayu walked out of the small hole and returned to the goblin leader's large hole. Bayu was excited and couldn't wait to look at the other hole. Damn it, what's the point of looking at it? Let's just blow it up first. With a loud bang, Bayu slowly lowered his left hand, and the other hole was also successfully blasted open by Bayu. Bayu was so excited that she quickly bent down and went inside. Oh, how could this be? Seeing what was inside the cave, Bayu was somewhat disappointed. Why were the items in the 2 caves not of equal value? What was this big green bean thinking? No wonder it can only sleep on the floor. The cave was filled with a jumble of miscellaneous items. At least that was Bayu's first impression. Inside were some equipment that goblins usually use, some unfinished staves, some smelly food, and a pile of stones in the corner. Are you out of your mind? What's with putting rocks into the hole? Bayu walked over with a torch and took a look. Something seems a little different. Why are all these stones black? Only when Bayu got closer could he see the stones clearly by the light of the torch. Almost half of the cave was filled with black stones. It looks so familiar. What does it resemble? Why does it look a bit like iron ore? Could it really be iron ore? Where did these goblins get so much iron ore? They don't know how to smelt it. Forget it, never mind. Bayu retreated from the cave and quickly went outside. Once outside, Bayu took a deep breath of fresh air. It was truly suffocating inside. Aside from the increased strength of the undead army, the biggest gain from this battle should be this spellbook. Bayu ordered several skeleton soldiers to go in and carry out all the things from earlier, while Bayu himself supervised from outside. The skeleton soldiers worked for nearly an hour before they finally managed to empty the goblin cave of everything. There were also quite a few good things in the other goblin caves, but they were still far inferior to what the goblin chieftain had. By this time, all the goblin corpses had been transported in one wave, and this time the goblin corpses could be completely cleared out. The 300 skeleton soldiers were responsible for carrying the treasures from the goblin cave back. Bayu carefully climbed onto Arthur's back. Tear. The black part cracked open, revealing the white part inside. Bayu was speechless. Her black stockings had been torn again by Arthur's bone. Sure enough, the more careful you are, the less useful it is. Bayu had gotten used to it, didn't care anymore, was tired, let it all end. Bayu glanced back at the goblin tribe. There were no goblin corpses left on the ground, only pools of green sap. The skeleton soldiers emptied the goblin cave of everything. They were quite honest. Bayu had them take everything they could carry, including the bitter tea goblin clothes. Outside the cave, there were still clothes and other miscellaneous items left by the goblins, all useless things. Looking at this scene, Bayu felt that the goblin tribe had been robbed, and then the goblins discovered the thieves, so the thieves had no choice but to kill them all. It was a typical case of burglary turning into robbery, and then murder to cover it up. How pitiful. Who told you to bully my fellow villager? This fellow villager, whom I've never met before, is my dearest friend, my brother. Chapter 41, The Hidden Chandelier. Arthur, take off. With a wave of her hand, Bayu sent Arthur into flight. Before long, They flew to the very edge of the territory. Bayou climbed down from Arthur's back. Although Bayou really wanted to jump down in style, the height didn't allow it. I'm already at level 9, so surely I can't be thrown from a height of 7 or 8 meters, can I? However, Bayou simply failed to overcome her psychological fear. After Bayou came down, Arthur flew away. Arthur was going to protect the army of the dead in the sky. What if some blind fool suddenly appeared and snatched Bayou's treasure? Bayou looked at her somewhat tattered stockings and took them off, not forgetting to smell them next to her nose as she did so. Hee, it doesn't smell bad. Bayou put her stockings in the side pocket of her pleated skirt, thinking she could use the wardrobe to restore them when she got back. She couldn't let them go to waste. Think about how many lords who transmigrated to the magical continent only had the same set of clothes they wore when they arrived, while they themselves had more clothes than they could ever wear. This place happens to be the boundary of Bayou Castle's territory, and the corpses of hundreds of goblins are piled up within the territory. As soon as Bayou stepped into the territory, a system notification sounded. The Lord has been detected to have acquired an intermediate level fire spell. Would you like to spend 500 magic crystals to learn it immediately? You can even learn directly using magic crystals. It's so convenient. Bayou thought she would have to slowly read magic books to learn. Bayou opened the warehouse, where there were still 661 magic crystals, which was enough. Bayou tapped the confirm button with her small hand. The magic book in her hand vanished instantly, transforming into a surge of energy that flowed into Bayou's body. The special architectural blueprints and maps sandwiched inside also fell down, which she quickly caught with her hands. After carefully examining his body, he didn't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, his understanding of fire magic suddenly deepened, and he suddenly found himself able to use these spells with ease. The magic book disappeared right after Bayou finished learning magic. Otherwise, Bayou was hoping to make a small fortune using it, but now her wish has been dashed. Bayou opened his hand, and a red magic circle appeared in front of his palm. As Bayou activated his magic power, a huge pillar of fire shot out from the magic circle, exploding in the distance and forming a sea of fire. A fire-type spell that consumed 10 points of magic power, and its power and range were also very large, which Bayou was very satisfied with. From now on, please call me Vulcan Bayou. Bayou's Chinibu middle school syndrome kicked in, and he started to get a little carried away. It turns out that as someone with undead blood, I can not only practice necromancy magic, but also other types of magic. Bayou felt that with a little research, he might be able to combine and unleash dark magic and fire magic. However, the only magic Bayou currently possessed were necromancy, dark magic, and fire magic, none of which were at the highest level. His understanding of magic was not yet very deep, and he still needed to explore some techniques on his own. Bayou didn't want to think about these things for now. The goblin corpses hadn't all been brought back yet, so she wouldn't summon the undead for the time being. Bayou picked up the special building blueprint in her hand, intending to take a look. She had been so focused on looking at the magic book that she hadn't had time to see what kind of special building it was. Special architectural blueprint, concealed chandelier. Building level, king level. Function 1. Hides all buildings within the territory. Function 2. Reduces the chance of being detected by surrounding local forces. Note: the building is only affected by the concealed chandelier, which disrupts the vision of other creatures, making it less likely to be detected within their territory. It is not truly invisible, ineffective against king level or higher creatures. Note 2. The building's location will not change, but it will lose its concealment effect on creatures that accidentally wander into it, revealing the castle's existence. Note 3. This also applies to other lords, but has no effect on factions that have already discovered their castles. It will not affect the lord who built the Hidden Chandelier or their troops. Building materials: 10k wood, 5k stone, 100 magic crystals, 10 spirit cores. This auxiliary building is quite interesting. It can actually conceal the castle. According to Bayou's notes, even creatures that trespass on the territory will still have a concealment effect, and they will not be able to find the castle unless they come to the vicinity of it. Making your castle invisible to other creatures from a distance can effectively reduce the attention of surrounding forces, thus reducing a lot of unnecessary trouble. Moreover, not many materials are needed, and Bayou just happened to have them. These little green beans are really lucky. Put up. The supplies in the warehouse vanished instantly. There was still some distance between them and the castle, and Bayou could only vaguely see the castle in the distance becoming hazy, like a mirage. We'll have to wait until Bayou returns to the castle to observe the other changes. While Bayou was experiencing magic and building special structures, The undead also brought back all the remaining goblin corpses. The skeleton soldiers at the very back, responsible for carrying supplies, were moving too slowly. Bayu estimated that he would have to wait a while longer. The undead piled the goblin corpses into two small mountains. Bayu stepped back, and a ghostly blue light flashed from his left eye. Instantly, a huge gray magic circle appeared beneath the two mountain-like goblin corpses. Undead began to crawl out of the magic circle, and Bayu endured the headache and persevered. Summoning over 1,000 undead at once consumed too much mental energy, even for Bayu, who was at level 9. It took a full 5 minutes for all the undead to be summoned. After the magic was dispelled, Bayu felt dizzy, her brain was a little oxygen deprived, and she also felt a bit of pain. However, the reward was 1,200 undead, double the number of undead Bayu had before, so it was all worth it. Bayu's undead army suddenly experienced a qualitative leap. If he had a few more commanders, Bayu felt he could go up the snow mountain and beat up the howling moon silver wolf. That doesn't seem right. What if the frost dragon finds out? We're doomed. Although the undead cannot be killed by the frost dragon, they can be frozen by its breath. Once frozen, the undead will lose their ability to move, which is basically the same as being dead. However, the level cap for these undead is limited to this point, as they were summoned by Bayu and therefore cannot be upgraded. Their levels are locked. You all go back to the castle now and take a bath. Bayu addressed the group of undead who had just arrived in this world. Chapter 42, A Bountiful Harvest. Bayu watched the undead walk towards the castle, then turned to look at the remaining goblin corpses on the ground. Bayu walked up to the corpse, and a semi-transparent system notification popped up in front of the goblin's body. Breakdown. Bayu simply tapped her hand. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained 2,416 pieces of common equipment, 4,039 magic crystals, and 300 spirit cores, double drop rate. Wow, I'm so rich. Bayu had never seen so many materials before. He had only talked about getting rich before, but this time he was really going to get rich. That's like a knife slicing a cow's, but absolutely amazing. Since the goblins were killed at night, the loot will still drop double even though it's daytime now. Bayu had already tested this, so there's no need to worry. We can't expect them to consume the double attribute boost at night, then die and decompose their corpses without giving them the double boost, can we? Just like how the howling moon silver wolf dies after transforming into a werewolf, its corpse will remain in werewolf form and will not revert to its normal wolf form. It's not like it's a monster that has to reveal its true form after it dies. Bayu instantly recycled the resources into the warehouse, and the land in front of her became clean and tidy in an instant. Before long, escorted by Arthur, the skeleton soldiers at the rear finally carried the goblin's remains to Bayu. After taking inventory of these items, Bayu can return to the castle to rest. Bayu directly used the one-click recycling function within the territory, and the supplies in the hands of the skeleton soldiers disappeared into thin air, leaving only the original bone boxes. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained 900 magic crystals, 200 pieces of common equipment, and 4,500 iron ore. Wow, it really is iron ore. There's so much of it, but it's just raw material and needs to be processed. I wonder what the proportions are. Oh right, the orphan of Zhao can process iron ore. How could I forget about him? I can ask him for help, but first I need to figure out the ratio. Who knows if he's a real person or a ghost through a screen? What if this kid has bad intentions and tries to take a kickback from me? Yes, but you thought she was too smart. In this day and age, you can't easily trust others just because they're on a screen. Online relationships are the most unreliable. Dumbfounded when they saw the supplies suddenly disappear. They were just there a moment ago, so how did they suddenly go? They shook their heads, looking left and right, making a creaking sound as their bones rubbed together. Stop looking, I took it. Their intelligence is questionable, Bayu thought, slapping his forehead as he looked at the group of adorable skeleton soldiers in front of him. You can continue hunting. Rest? Rest is impossible, never in this lifetime. Do the dead need rest? Of course not. Hey, wait a minute, bring me the equipment. Bayu quickly stopped the bone beast werewolf and made it hand over the evil set and another large bone hammer. The trial card has expired. I'll break it again if you keep playing with it. Arthur Gagogo. Bayu, holding 4 pieces of equipment, sat on Arthur's back, ready for Arthur to fly her back to the castle. The matter of eliminating the goblin tribe was now perfectly resolved. When Bayu once again stood firmly on the castle floor, her sense of security was at its peak. Outside the main gate of the castle courtyard, 2 outdoor chandeliers have been added. The chandeliers are composed of a hexagonal base and 6 sides, with black frames and an unknown material. They are very simple and unadorned, and are hung on both sides of the gate. It's more accurate to call it a lantern than a chandelier, but it's all the same, so Bayou didn't bother to argue about it. Fortunately, its lighting is relatively normal, not some gloomy green or blue light, but just normal yellow light, which is a little dim. This is the hidden chandelier in the special building. If someone looks at Bayou's castle from a distance, they will find that the place is bare, with nothing but wasteland and dead trees. Outside the castle, there were some animal carcasses, which the undead had hunted before attacking the goblin tribe. Because they had also fought with the werewolves, there weren't many of these carcasses. Bayou is now a very wealthy man, and he no longer cares about a few $100s worth of food. The main problem is that food is no longer valuable, and its price-performance ratio is getting lower and lower. Sigh. Bayou sighed. Bayou dissected the corpses and obtained 1,000 food and 100 magic crystals. It was clear that this was not much, even after the double drop rate. Inside the castle, the newly summoned undead were huddled together at the Blackwater Altar, undergoing enhancement. The enhanced undead were immediately sent away by Bayou. Just kidding. The castle is only so big, so many undead would be too crowded. Besides, do you think you lowly undead can just waltz into my castle? Humph. Bayou opened the exchange and glanced at the trading of elite food. To his surprise, all of it had been traded. Bayou had thought that no one would be trading at night. It seemed that elite food was extremely popular. Unfortunately, Bayou didn't have any more elite food to trade at the moment. Bayou received the supplies from the exchange. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully trading for 874 magic crystals and 1,000 iron ingots. After making another small profit, Bayou looked at the other orders on the exchange. Most of them were still mainly food transactions, but now most lords were selling food, and there were very few lords buying food. Furthermore, Bayou discovered that almost all orders could be traded using magic crystals, suggesting that magic crystals might be becoming the common currency among lords. Bayou glanced at the 6,000 magic crystals in his warehouse, and a slow smile spread across his face, transforming him into a crooked-mouthed dragon king. You can't even handle a little over 1,000 servings of elite food? If I were to offer you 2,000 servings of ordinary equipment in exchange, how would you lords respond? Bayou put all the equipment he had acquired on the exchange. Bayou currently has no shortage of stones and wood, and all transactions are conducted using magic crystals and iron ingots. Moreover, his undead army is endless and he doesn't need weapons at all. It's only because there are so few lords with iron ingots that the price of iron ingots is so high. Normally, a magic crystal is worth more than an iron ingot. The evil set consists of 3 defensive pieces, and there is no doubt that a single piece of it is not as valuable as a weapon of the same level. Alright, let these idiots be shocked. Chapter 43, 2 promotions in one go. Bayou glanced at the system time. It was only around 7 in the morning. The once quiet world chat was now flooded with orders that Bayou had placed. The 10-year promise. What happened? Am I seeing things? I just woke up and I'm already amazed by this big shot again. 5-star general. Holy crap, over 2,000 pieces of equipment. Did the Crab Row Castle boss wipe out an entire tribe? This is outrageous. General you. 99999, you're awesome, boss. That's incredible. ZBC. There's even commander-level equipment. It's only the 4th day, and this pro can already kill commander-level creatures. That's amazing. I admire the pro. Only loves young women. That outfit is outrageous. It's just too expensive. I can't afford it. Big Mango. Can I borrow a young married woman upstairs? What the hell? Seeing the world chat getting more and more out of control, Bayou decisively closed it. It really is a big mango, yellow inside and out. I'm so innocent. I can't let them corrupt me. Now that Bayou has money, of course she's going to squander it. With 323 spirit cores to speak of, Bayou felt that she wouldn't need to worry about obtaining spirit cores for the foreseeable future. Aside from iron ingots, which Bayou currently cannot obtain, he has almost no shortage of other resources. The number of undead has doubled. Bayou arranged for half of the undead to cut down trees and dig stones, so that even when Bayou doesn't need stones and wood, his stone and wood resources can continue to grow. In less than a day, Bayou's barracks were able to be upgraded again, which is really exciting, hehe. Upgrading the barracks requires 2,000 magic crystals and 20 spirit cores. Judging from this situation, Bayou felt like he could keep upgrading the barracks to the maximum level. Upgrade. The level 4 barracks have unlocked the Bone Dragon, and the upgrade resources have doubled. But it's not a big problem. Baiyu has money now. I'll get promoted again. A new unit has been unlocked, the Ghost Dragon. In Baiyu's memory, the Ghost Dragon seemed to be similar to a ghost, without a physical form, right? And he won't comment until he sees the Ghost Dragon summoned. Oh no, I forgot about the magic crystals. Baiyu, who had just made such a bold statement, was immediately proven wrong. Although Baiyu still wanted to upgrade, she had 263 spirit cores left, more than enough, but she didn't have enough magic crystals. Baiyu, who was just marveling at becoming a millionaire, has become penniless after upgrading his barracks by 2 levels. The 6,000 magic crystals in his warehouse are now completely gone. However, considering the successful upgrade of the barracks by 2 levels, it was all worthwhile, as magic crystals are still quite easy for Baiyu to earn at the moment. Having unlocked 2 powerful troop types at once, Baiyu felt like he was about to take off. No, I can't make any promises yet. Summoning is random, and it would be awkward if I couldn't summon a bone dragon or a ghost dragon tomorrow. Baiyu successfully experienced what it means to work yourself to the bone to earn money and spend it like water. The next level of barracks requires 8,000 magic crystals. How long will it take to accumulate that? We could just rob it directly, but the system insists on giving us an upgrade. Baiyu watched as all the undead were fully strengthened by the Blackwater Altar, then dismissed them, sending them all out to hunt. Arthur was also assigned to continue leveling up. The spirits began to busy themselves again, while Baiyu herself quietly walked into the bathroom. In the past few days, apart from the bedroom, the bathroom was arguably the place she visited most often. Baiyu was helpless because they did this every time they upgraded. Who could he blame but himself? Baiyu took off her clothes, and the sound of running water came from the bathroom. After a while, she came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, walked barefoot into the bedroom, and took out a black bathrobe from the closet and put it on. Why is this robe so short? She only realized after putting it on that the robe barely covered her hips and below, revealing her 2 long, straight, fair legs. The size was definitely right, so the robe was meant to be like this. Baiyu looked in the mirror in her bathrobe and chuckled. She thought, I look pretty good. It's true what they say, after becoming a girl, looking in the mirror has become a habit. Sitting in the bedroom chair with her legs crossed, Baiyu took out the map she had previously seized from the Goblin tribe to examine. Even after so many days in the magical continent, Baiyu still didn't know the name of the place she was in. I don't know who drew this map, it's incredibly messy, and it only shows the area around Baiyu Castle, nothing bigger. Although the map was very simple, Baiyu could still vaguely make out that the triangle on the map represented a snow-capped mountain. With the location of the snow-capped mountain as a coordinate, other places are easy to distinguish. Damn, there are words on the back. Baiyu flipped the map over and discovered that there were words on the back. Baiyu instantly felt stupid for not checking the map before looking at it. And it seems the side without words was actually the reverse side. Baiyu must have held the map upside down. The snow mountain is called the Frosty Snow Mountain. Baiyu discovered that the snow mountain area on the map is very large, and the snow mountain she observed through the castle is only the tip of the iceberg. Danger markers were placed on the snow-capped mountain, making it seem like a forbidden zone to the goblins. To the west of the frigid snow mountain lies a vast forest called the Dark Forest, which has been marked as dangerous by goblins. It seems like goblins see danger everywhere. Baiyu Castle is located at the junction of the frigid snow mountain and the Dark Forest. There are very few trees left here, only a few scattered dead trees. Judging from this goblin's map, my castle is in danger on both the east and west sides. Baiyu Castle is located outside the Dark Forest region, far from its depths, and closer to the Frosty Snow Mountain. Could these two places really be completely forbidden areas? Baiyu's current strength is only slightly stronger than the Goblin tribe, and he can't even compare to the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. What is a forbidden place for the goblins is also a forbidden place for Baiyu, which seems to make sense. Even if the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe's stats were the same as the Goblin tribes, Baiyu knew that the two creatures were on completely different levels of life. A regular level 9 werewolf can take on a level 1 goblin leader in a one-on-one fight, not to mention that the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe is much stronger than the Goblin tribe. The most important thing is that the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe is located on the Frosty Snow Mountain. The fact that they can survive on the snowy mountains, which goblins call forbidden territory, means that their tribe is definitely not ordinary. Moreover, Baiyu always had a feeling that goblins might be the weakest intelligent race on the magical continent. Chapter 44 Alliance. Having familiarized herself with her location, Baiyu tossed the map aside. She prepared to lie down in bed and take a good nap. The most important things in life are eating, sleeping, and leveling up. No, cross out eating. Why you can skip eating. Inside the castle of the Orphan of Zhao, Zhao Lianxue had just gotten up when she saw the lords in the world chat having a heated discussion. Zhao Lianxue was puzzled. Intrigued, Zhao Lianxue paused the world chat and scrolled through the messages one by one. All the messages were saying that a big shot had listed more than 2,000 pieces of equipment on the exchange. Zhao Lianxue quickly opened the exchange to check, and to her surprise, it really was there. Zhao Lianxue's dwarf troops are capable of crafting equipment. However, Zhao Lianxue wasn't concerned about the equipment itself. What she cared about was which powerful figure was so formidable, and whether she had a chance to curry favor with him. Zhao Lianxue opened the transaction information. Crab burger. It was him. Zhao Lianxue's mouth was wide open, big enough to fit a carrot, her face full of disbelief. That's a commander-level being. How could he kill a commander-level being so quickly? That's just too exaggerated. If Zhao Lianxue was still considering an alliance with Baiyu before, this time, she has completely confirmed her decision. Zhao Lianxue initially harbored a sliver of hope, believing that Baiyu's ability to obtain so much food was merely due to the special nature of his troop type. However, as Baiyu traded over 1,000 portions of elite food, Zhao Lianxue realized that Baiyu was no ordinary individual. This time, Baiyu directly traded over 2,000 pieces of equipment, including several commander-level items, which further convinced Zhao Lianxue that Baiyu's troop type must be extremely powerful. The Krabby Patty is absolutely amazing. Zhao Lianxue immediately opened the panel and sent a message to Crab Roe Burger. Baiyu had just snuggled into bed, wanting to get a good night's sleep, when she received a system notification. She reached out from under the covers and opened the panel, only to find information about the Orphan of Zhao. Baiyu had initially thought it was some kind of system notification. I don't know why this kid is looking for me so early in the morning. The Orphan of Zhao, boss. In order to achieve long-term transactions and cooperation, and to promote friendship and relations between the two sides, do you think we could form an alliance? Alliance. Baiyu looked at the message from the Orphan of Zhao, but didn't reply for the time being. Instead, she looked at the word alliance next to the chat box. Baiyu clicked on alliance, quickly browsed through it, and understood what this function meant. Simply put, the transactions between the two parties will be officially guaranteed, so there will be no situation where you are scammed in an online romance, or where you give someone supplies and they turn around and run away with your money. After two lords form an alliance, the hostility between them will be lifted, allowing them to fight other enemies together. A maximum of 5 lords can form an alliance. The maximum number of alliances is 5, presumably to prevent alliances from becoming too powerful. If there were no limit, billions of lords could form alliances, and the game would be over. What would be the point of fighting then? In reality, it mainly depends on the individual strength of the lord. The alliance is just giving the weak a way to survive. However, that being said, the alliance is still very beneficial to Baiyu. Baiyu is still counting on the Orphan of Zhao to help process his 4,500 portions of iron ore. After forming an alliance, he won't have to worry about the orphan embezzling Baiyu's iron ore. Crab Roe Burger. Only stable friendships can promote long-term development and cooperation. I agree with the alliance. The Orphan of Zhao, that's great. Thank you so much, boss. Love you. Zhao Lianxue was surprised that Baiyu agreed so readily, and she hadn't even had a chance to use the excuse she had prepared. The Orphan of Zhao requests an alliance with you. Agree. Baiyu directly agreed. Looking at the message about the Orphan of Zhao, Baiyu was speechless. Who would try to get close to someone like that? Who wants to love you? Seriously. Baiyu quickly replied. Crab Roe Burger. Stop. I'm not gay. The Orphan of Zhao. Boss. I'm a girl. Sob sob sob. What are you doing? Trying to gain my sympathy by saying you're a girl? No way, absolutely not. Crab Roe Burger. Are you a lesbian? The Orphan of Zhao. No, that's not it. Wait a minute. Zhao Lianxue suddenly realized something, as if she were about to grow a brain. The Krabby Patty's owner is actually a woman. Although Zhao Lianxue was somewhat surprised that Baiyu was a girl, she felt more sorry that Baiyu wasn't a handsome 185 centimeters tall guy, which would at least lessen her psychological burden. Relationships with girls can be quite complicated. As the saying goes, 3 women make a drama, and 8 women put on a palace intrigue drama. There's some truth to that. If Baiyu were a boy, Zhao Lianxue could still act cute and coquettish, even if it came at a price. After all, men are creatures who think with their lower bodies. Baiyu, who was lying in bed, suddenly thought of something, threw off the covers, put on her bathrobe, got out of bed, and went to the warehouse. I forgot to check the iron ore. Bai Yu picked up a piece of raw iron ore and compared it with an iron ingot. If Bai Yu remembered correctly, according to his knowledge from his previous life, the refining ratio of iron ore was about 1.5-2.5 to 1. Given the system's track record, it's highly likely to be close to reality. In other words, 1.5 to 2.5 kilograms of iron ore can be refined into 1 kilogram of iron. The iron ore in Bai Yu's hand is exactly twice the weight of an iron ingot. According to the fixed ratio in the magic continent, Bai Yu guessed that one piece of iron ore should be able to refine 1 iron ingot. The 4,500 portions of raw iron ore in the warehouse are equivalent to 4,500 iron ingots. Bai Yu felt relieved and went back to her bedroom to prepare for sleep. When she woke up, Bai Yu felt that she had traded most of her equipment. Crab roe burger. What is the iron ore refining ratio? Lian Xue uncertainly. The orphan of Zhao, 1 to 1. What's wrong, boss? Zhao Lianshua's answer was exactly as Bai Yu had guessed. Crab roe burger. I have 4,500 portions of iron ore here. Process them for me, and you can name your price. Zhao Lianxue was sitting at the dining table drinking water when she suddenly spat it out. Zhao Lianshue's daily iron ingot production is low is because the mining is difficult, resulting in a very small amount of iron ore obtained each day. Otherwise, with her furnace continuously refining iron, the output could reach 3,000 ingots per day. That's what you call a big shot. To be able to get so much iron ore in one go is like an old lady climbing stairs. You can't argue with that. Zhao Lianxue finally understood why Bai Yu had agreed to the alliance so readily. It turned out this was what was waiting for her. Zhao Lianxue seemed to have discovered her only purpose. That means being a tool to help the big boss process iron ore. Zhao Lianxue realized that her role was limited to this. She naturally dared not make excessive demands on Bai Yu. The orphan of Zhao. It's a small matter, so let's skip the reward. If possible, could you please give me some food? My troops eat a lot and consume food very quickly. Bai Yu thought about it and realized that her current food was indeed useless, and food was no longer worth much. 1 unit of food could now only be exchanged for 10 units of wood or 5 units of stone, which was a serious devaluation. To demonstrate his status as a big shot, Bai Yu sent over 4,500 portions of iron ore and 1,000 portions of food at the same time. The orphan of Zhao. Thanks for the donations, sir. Bai Yu ignored Zhao Lianxue and pulled the covers over her head, closing her eyes. Okay, time to sleep. Chapter 45 Local Forces. On the distant other side of the continent, this place is ablaze with red, and nothing grows around it, because several enormous volcanoes stand here. On one of the volcanoes stands a castle built of obsidian. The lord of the castle is a young man wearing black shorts and shirtless. His face is cold and handsome, and his skin is covered in fine sweat due to the scorching heat around him. The man was none other than Lin Jon, the lord known as the Spirit of Flame. Lin Jon stared in shock at the information displayed on the exchange. He was able to kill a commander-level officer so quickly. Lin Jon prided himself on being stronger than Bai Yu and the other lords, but unexpectedly, he was a step behind. Lin Jon's unit was the Flame Spirit, an elemental being born with fire elemental power and no physical form. Not only did it not need to eat or sleep, but it could also grow stronger by absorbing fire elemental power while bathing in magma. The most outrageous thing is that the Flame Spirit survives by relying on the spirit core in its body. In other words, one Flame Spirit represents one spirit core. Conversely, Lin Jon can also summon Flame Spirits by obtaining spirit cores to quickly enhance his strength. It was precisely because of this that Lin Jon was able to rapidly increase his strength, but the method of obtaining spirit cores was extremely difficult, which greatly limited Lin Jon's performance. However, Lin Jon was not without danger either. His situation was exactly the same as Bai Yu's, or even worse. The volcano where Lin Jon's castle is located is not the largest one. The largest volcano in the center has a magma dragon living in the magma at its top. This is the biggest danger that Lin Jon may face in 3 days. Fortunately, the magma dragon sleeps most of the time and has not shown much hostility towards Lin Jon's castle. Spurred on by Bai Yu, Lin Jon's determination to become stronger became even more urgent. He immediately ordered all the Flame Spirits to set off, leave the volcano, and go hunting in the wild to level up. Another classic protagonist archetype, a lord facing both pressure and opportunity. Among the billions of lords in the entire magical continent, there is no shortage of individuals who possess both opportunity and strength. Although Bai Yu is currently very strong, it is impossible for him to be ranked number 1 among billions of lords. Unbeknownst to Bai Yu, who was fast asleep. Two towering men, each 2 meters tall, had appeared at the location of the Goblin tribe, standing atop the ravine and looking down at the ruins of the Goblin tribe below. They're all dead. Not even a single corpse was left, and the cave has been emptied. It must have been those otherworldly visitors again. Just who are they? One of the burly men spoke in a hoarse voice to the other burly man. I don't know. According to the information coming from above, these visitors from other worlds seem to be all human, and the castles they are in are protected by a powerful force. The leader tried to take action, but failed. What? A defense that even a demigod can't break. I heard that the Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan and the otherworldly visitors here seem to have some conflict. Tell them not to provoke these humans for the time being. The 2 burly men transformed into 2 giant black wolves and vanished like the wind. On the snowy mountain, upon receiving the news, the leader of the Howling Moon Silver Wolves kicked away the female wolf beside him. You bastard, you've gone too far. The instructions above forbade it from causing trouble for the lords, and since important matters were at stake, it dared not disobey. It's all your fault for coming up with that terrible idea, you slut. The Howling Moon Silver Wolves kicked the mother wolf next to him again. All the other wolves were sent to the dark forest to live a life of luxury, but I'm the unlucky one who was sent to this godforsaken place, the frosty snow mountain. I've had enough. It's been 100 years already. How much longer do I have to stay here? Bayu groggily opened her eyes, threw off the covers, and sat up in bed. With the help of her mental energy being restored in the bedroom, Bayu had a very comfortable sleep, which made up for the mental energy consumed when summoning the goblins in the morning. Bayu glanced at the system time. It was already noon. She went to the window and saw that some animal carcasses, as well as wood and stone, had been piled up again at the castle gate. Bayu recycled the wood and stone with a single click. He then went downstairs in his slippers and came to the outside of the castle, where he had the undead throw all the corpses into the Blackwater Altar. Bayu's undead army gained another 50 members. Breakdown. Congratulations, Lord, on obtaining. A total of 1,000 servings of food were prepared, which just covered the processing fee that Bayu had given to the orphan of Zhao that morning. After working all morning, all that was left were 30 magic crystals. That's far too little. It seems that as Bayu's strength grows, he's gradually becoming dissatisfied with the meager resources he's currently acquiring. It's been a whole morning. Let's see if all the equipment has been traded yet. Bayu opened the exchange to check his orders and found that all of them except for the Evil Fiend set had been traded. Perhaps the Evil Fiend set was too expensive. Poor lords couldn't afford it, and rich lords didn't want it. Let it hang up for now. Some stubborn person will eventually buy it. Bayu thought to herself, and then collected the supplies from the exchange. I received 20,000 magic crystals directly. Bayu had only one feeling at that moment. Awesome, so awesome. They also harvested 3,110 iron ingots. As expected, there are quite a few lords who can smelt iron ingots. Iron ingots are very valuable to lords who do not have them, but they are not valuable to those lords who can smelt them. Compared to magic crystals, they would naturally use iron ingots to exchange for them, which is exactly what Bayu needs right now. With the iron ore processed for Bayu by the orphan of Zhao, Bayu now has over 9,000 iron ingots, just one step away from upgrading the town. Hee, I'm rich again. Sure enough, businessmen make the most money. Laborers will never be able to turn their lives around. Bayu rubbed her 2 little hands together, revealing a silly grin. If you rely entirely on farming monsters to obtain magic crystals, who knows how long it would take to accumulate 20,000 magic crystals. The furnace of the orphan of Zhao can produce a maximum of 3,000 iron ingots per day. It will take Bayu at least 2 days to refine 4,500 iron ore. If Bayu can obtain 1,000 iron ingots within 2 days, he can successfully upgrade to a town on the 6th day. Who knows what the strength of the beast tide will be, but it is undeniable that the beast tide 7 days later will wipe out a large number of languishing lords, so Bayu needs to become as strong as possible before the beast tide. Sigh. The protective shield will disappear in 3 days. I'm so scared. Chapter 46 Exclusive Special Buildings. Currently, the only building Bayu can upgrade is the Barracks. The castle is still missing some iron ingots, and special buildings cannot be upgraded either. Who cares? Anyone who makes money and doesn't spend it is a fool. Upgrading the Barracks requires 8,000 magic crystals and 80 spirit cores. Upgrade. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully upgrading your Barracks to level 6. You have been awarded 1 random special building blueprint. The level 6 barracks didn't unlock any new unit types, but the number of units that can be summoned has increased to 20. Damn it. What's the point of increasing the number of summons? Bayu can summon them all by herself, and there's no limit to the number. This is a huge loss. The next level requires 10,000 magic crystals and 100 spirit cores. Bayu decided not to upgrade the barracks for now, but to see what this special building blueprint could yield. Otherwise, upgrading the barracks would just increase Bayu's summoning capacity, and Bayu would be devastated. The 20,000 magic crystals were used up in one go, and the only thing that increased was the quantity. Bayu's heart was bleeding. Bayu received the reward of special building blueprints. Congratulations, Lord, on obtaining the special building blueprint, the 4-way demon stone pillar. Special building blueprint, 4-way demon stone pillar. Building level, none, gargoyle exclusive. Function, the gargoyle, which transforms into a stone statue and resides on the 4 exorcism pillars, will gain 2 experience points per minute. Note 1. The gargoyles located on the 4 exorcism pillars will fall into a deep sleep and will only awaken when an enemy invades their territory or when the Lord summons them. Note 2. The gargoyles located on the 4 exorcism pillars will be bound and cannot be replaced. Building materials. 8k stone, for 1,000 magic crystals, for spirit cores. Unit types even have their own unique buildings. 2 experience points are gained per minute, which is 1 experience point every 30 seconds. If it's continuous for 24 hours a day, well, that's... Bayu quickly calculated it. 2,880 experience points. That's much faster than killing wild boars with gargoyles. Even killing wild boars nonstop for a whole day wouldn't yield nearly 3,000 experience points. Outrageous. Incredible. Bayu almost wanted to stand on it and become a statue herself. The gargoyle's level cap is Emperor level, which means it's a surefire future Emperor level combat power. It will become bound to this special building, and from now on it can only serve as a gatekeeper, but that's still pretty powerful. Fortunately, Bayu didn't rush to upgrade the barracks. Otherwise there wouldn't be enough magic crystals to build the 4-way magic stone pillars. Put up. This is a great thing, much better than upgrading the barracks to increase the number of undead summoned by 10. Bayu chose to build it without hesitation. 4 round stone pillars rise from the main gate of the castle courtyard. The pillars are round with square tops, and the entire pillar is black. The pillars are carved with bas-reliefs of gargoyles with bared teeth and claws. The 4 stone pillars are arranged in a trapezoidal shape, with 2 on each side of the gate and 2 more at the back. The overall height of the stone pillars is the same as that of the castle gate. Would binding a gargoyle that cannot be upgraded break the restriction? Looking at the 4 exorcism stone pillars, Bayu suddenly thought of the gargoyle commander he had summoned from the corpse of the goblin leader. If these undead summoned by Bayu could also gain experience from the 4 exorcism stone pillars, then their starting point would be even higher. Forget it, we can't take the risk. We'll be in trouble if it still can't be upgraded. This is something that can't be replaced. Bayu summoned 4 gargoyles that had been summoned from the barracks. Bayu gestured to the 4 gargoyles, then looked at them before turning to the 4 demon exorcising stone pillars, his meaning quite clear. The 4 gargoyles understood Bayu's gaze and immediately flew towards the 4 exorcism pillars. The gargoyle's limbs were planted on the stone pillar, its wings folded, and it squatted on it. Its skin began to petrify little by little, eventually covering its entire body, and the pale blue light in its eyes was completely extinguished. The 4 gargoyles, in a squatting position, were completely transformed into 4 statues. Okay, all done. I hope you can all reach the Emperor level soon. Bayu slowly walked back to the castle. The orphan of Zhao was helping her refine iron ore, and all the weapons they obtained had been traded away. Food trading was no longer an option, and Bayu felt that she had nothing left to do. Bayu lay on the bed, her gaze fixed on the chandelier above her head, just sitting there quietly. Bayu felt that she couldn't just slack off like this. She should do something. Bayu is currently at level 9. Bayu feels that there is still a long way to go before leveling up. It's still a long way off. Bayu suddenly sat up in bed, brushing aside the hair that was covering her face to reveal her delicate features. No, I have to become stronger. Bayu took off her bathrobe and put on a regular black tracksuit. This time, Bayu was smart and didn't wear over the knee socks. She just grabbed a pair of white ankle socks and wore them with chunky sneakers. Oh dear, I have to wear something underneath too, otherwise the sag will be too noticeable when I exercise. Bayu then took out a black, close-fitting garment, lifted her t-shirt, and fastened the garment behind her back. She planned to go outside the castle to study her magic, to master it in advance, and to wander around the castle area, perhaps even hunting some monsters to practice. She was currently level 9, and with the boost of level 1 within the Bone Throne territory, she could reach the commander level. As long as she stayed within the territory, she was confident that her safety would not be a problem. The dark forest is dangerous. The frigid snow-capped mountains are dangerous. And this place, located at the junction of the two, has become a relatively safe area. The amount of experience gained is no longer important. Bayu's main focus is on honing her combat skills. Bayu walked out of the castle, tying her hair behind her head with both hands. Mid-level fire magic doesn't have particularly large area of effect attacks. To achieve the power of a giant fireball that could destroy a small town, as seen in the anime Bayu saw in his previous life, Bayu estimated that it would need to be at least high-level magic, or even higher. Bayu extended a finger, and a flame emerged from it. This kind of basic use of fire element does not require a magic circle. A natural lighter. She leisurely walked out of the castle, playing with the flame in her hand. After learning fire magic, Bayu also developed a certain resistance to fire elements, so her fingers didn't feel hot at all. Upon arriving outside the castle gate, we spotted a wild rabbit grazing. Bayu compared her 2 small hands to 2 small pistols, pointing them at the wild rabbit not far away. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. Instantly, many small flames emerged from Bayu's fingers and flew towards the wild rabbit not far away. The hare reacted quickly. It was spotted before the flames even reached it and scurried away into the distance. The flames struck the ground and ignited into a small ball of fire. Bayu quickly pointed her little hand at the fleeing rabbit. Small flames kept exploding behind the rabbit, which was being followed closely by others. Da-da-da-da. Chapter 47 Native Human Forces. The innocent little rabbit had never seen anything like this before, and could only run forward desperately to avoid being hit by the flames behind it. As a result, Bayu failed to hit the target even once, which made him furious. You bastard. Bayu immediately opened his left hand, which was shaped like a pistol, and a red magic circle appeared. A large fireball flew straight toward the hare. It still missed. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded next to the hare, killing it with the shockwave. It's not fun at all. Bayu walked over, picked up the charred rabbit carcass, went to the castle gate, and swung his arm to throw the rabbit carcass into the Blackwater Altar. Bayu looked at her enhanced attributes with some suspicion. The commander level now. Damn it. A commander level expert almost got away with a level 1 rabbit. What a disgrace. Bayu continued walking out of the castle. To the east were frigid snow-capped mountains, a high-risk area. Bayu chose to head west to see if he could reach the edge of the dark forest. It mainly depends on whether your castle territory covers that area. If not, then so be it. Anyway, Bayu won't risk going outside the territory. Along the way, Bayu also killed several wild boars. Wild boars are much easier to kill than rabbits. Rabbits will run away when they see you, but wild boars are different. They will nudge anyone they see. Moreover, wild boars are big, making them easier to hit. Bayu summoned spirits from the wild boars that were killed by him. The spirits were then tasked with carrying the original bodies back to the castle. It's perfect for doing both without any problems. Unbeknownst to Bayu, he was moving further and further away from the castle, heading towards the western edge of the territory. It was 6 kilometers from the castle to the edge of the territory. Bayu hunted in the wild while observing his surroundings. After walking for more than 2 hours, the number of dead trees around him began to increase compared to the area near Bayu's castle. The black earth on the ground began to become more damp, and more monsters appeared. Looking at the ever-growing number of trees in front of her, Bayu felt an urge to burn them all down. After thinking about it, I decided against it. It wouldn't be good if the big shots in the forest noticed me. This is the edge of the territory, and there are a lot of wild monsters here. Let's practice our magic here. Bayu had been practicing silently with wild boars here, becoming increasingly skilled in using fire magic, and was even able to combine it with his dark magic in a small way. Just then, Bayu suddenly heard a loud noise from the forest to the west. Bayu stopped what he was doing and turned his head to look. Several tall, thick, withered trees collapsed with a crash, and the crows on them scattered and flew away. What's going on? Before Bayu could figure out what was going on, she saw a huge black cat with incredible speed running out of the woods. It was covered in blood and had a golden cross-shaped longsword stuck in its back. Upon seeing Bayu, the black cat pounced directly at her. Bayu reacted quickly. Although she didn't understand the situation, she decided to beat it up first. Bayu opened his left hand, palm facing the black cat, and immediately 5 huge fiery red magic circles appeared on both sides of Bayu's palm. The 5 magic circles instantly unleashed 5 large fireballs, each 1 meter in diameter, which attacked the black cat. Boom. Boom. The fireball exploded, creating a vast sea of fire. Congratulations, Lord, for gaining 120 experience points. Dead. Baiyu lowered her left hand. The magic she had just used had consumed 40 points of her magic power. As the fire subsided, the charred corpse of a black cat was revealed. Baiyu looked up and saw a man wearing white and gold armor and carrying a shield walking towards her from the forest. People. Could it be a lord? Baiyu was somewhat nervous, as if facing a formidable enemy. The man walked to the black cat's corpse and pulled the long sword that was stuck in the cat's back. Beautiful lady, thank you for your help. I am Morse, a novice knight of the Holy Court. The man bowed to Baiyu and introduced himself. I just saw you use a fireball. Mississippi, may I ask where you are a mage from? This question stunned Baiyu. Judging from Morse's words, it was certain that he was not a lord. There was only one possibility. He was a native human from the magic continent. Baiyu had never heard of humans in the magical continent before. Baiyu paused for a moment, then quickly replied to avoid arousing suspicion. Your Excellency, Holy Knight, my name is Gilten. I am a freelancer, without any organization, and my home is around here. Damn, why is this awful name the first thing that comes to mind? Unexpectedly, Baiyu's first sentence aroused Morse's suspicion. Miss, you're lying. All magicians are under the jurisdiction of the Magic Association. It's impossible for a free spirit to learn magic. Morse walked toward Baiyu with his sword in hand, a hint of greed in his eyes. Since we're not magicians from the Magic Association, and we're in this desolate place, perhaps. I'm going to take you back to the Magic Association, but before that, I'd appreciate it if this beautiful lady could serve me well. Damn, I didn't know ordinary people couldn't practice magic, and nobody told me. Baiyu was furiously complaining. Seeing Morse walking towards her with a sword, she decisively opened her palm, and a fire dragon spun out of the magic circle and flew towards Morse. Morse raised his shield and blocked Baiyu's magic. Baiyu quickly raised his other hand, and a black magic circle appeared, merging with the red magic circle. The flames on the dragon's body turned completely black in an instant, striking Morse's shield. Boom. Morse was unharmed. He flung his shield away, dispersing the last vestiges of the flames. Morse stared at the black flames burning on the shield, his expression grave. This is dark magic? Dark magic has long been lost. You are of a different race. He should be executed. Only these visitors from another world possess qualities that defy comprehension, and the girl before them perfectly fits that description. The greed in Morse's eyes vanished, replaced by endless killing intent. If Morse had previously intended to capture and toy with Baiyu, this time he intended to kill her outright. No way. I only said one sentence and used one skill, and you wiped it all out? Holy light emanated from Morse's shield, instantly extinguishing the black flames. Wielding his cross-shaped sword, he vanished from his spot and swiftly charged towards Baiyu. Is this how you treat your guests? Chapter 48. The Lord of Commander-Level Demon Souls. Baiyu unleashed a massive pillar of fire, which Morse blocked with his shield as he charged forward through the flames. Suddenly, two black fireballs came from both sides of Morse. Although Morse was wearing heavy armor, his body was unusually agile. He did a backflip and dodged Baiyu's two black flame bullets. Morse has already discovered that Baiyu's fire magic skills are not high, at most only at the intermediate level, and her dark magic seems to only have one move. The most effective way to deal with a mage is to get close. Mages are physically weak, and once you get close to them, they will undoubtedly lose. Holy sword, slay this man before you. Morse raised his cross sword high, the blade gleaming with golden light. A slash formed from condensed light directly cleaved through Baiyu's incoming fire magic, and the remaining force continued to strike Baiyu. Holy crap, that's strong. Just as Baiyu hurriedly dodged to the side, Morse seized the opportunity and arrived right next to Baiyu, slashing at her with his sword. Damn it, you don't actually think I'm a mage, do you? A giant scythe instantly appeared in Baiyu's hand, meeting Morse's cross-shaped sword. The sword and the sickle clashed. The bell on the sickle rang out with a clear, ringing sound. Morse suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. The moment Baiyu drew his scythe, his attributes doubled, his strength increasing from 60 to 120, and he knocked Morse back with a single blow. The massive scythe nearly cut Morse. Mental attack, a weapon that appeared out of nowhere. Power that increased inexplicably. Truly bizarre. Morse shook his head, and the stinging pain in his mind gradually subsided. Baiyu gripped the sickle with one hand, the blade dragging on the ground, and swung the sickle toward Morse. Although Baiyu didn't know any close combat skills and hadn't learned any sanda, boxing, or Taekwondo, he knew that when kids fight, there's only one word: brute force. Morse was about to raise his shield to block. Jingle. The sound of the bell rang again, and Morse was distracted, his hand holding the shield reacting a step too slowly. Sizzle. Morse was struck directly by Bayu's scythe, which made a piercing sound as it struck Morse's armor. With a thud, Morse crashed heavily to the ground not far away, his shield having just been knocked away by Bayu and landing a short distance away. Damn, I thought you were so strong, but you're so weak. Let me show you the thrill of being beaten up by double the attribute bonus. Bayu felt a little regretful. If he hadn't been wearing armor, he would have died just now. Cough cough. As Morse leaned on his sword and was about to stand up, a black fireball came hurtling towards him. Morse immediately swung his cross-shaped sword at the black fireball. But there was more than one fireball. Bang bang bang. Bayu knew that he was not good at close combat, so he wouldn't risk going up to fight him. He would observe first. Fortunately, I am skilled in both literature and martial arts, and can be both a mage and a warrior. 3 black flame bullets struck Morse squarely, knocking him to the ground once again, his armor ablaze with black flames. Then the armor emitted a holy light, and the black flames were extinguished in an instant. Bayu noticed that these knights didn't seem to be afraid of his dark magic. On the contrary, they seemed to be suppressing it. Morse discovered that he was no match for this alien race at all. Wait a minute, the alien race was clearly weak before. How come she's so strong? Morse had previously contacted these lords under the guise of being a native human, then lured them out and killed them. The Holy Court had already given them orders to kill all non-human races without mercy. Morse hurled a swipe of his sword at Bayu, lifting up the damp black soil. He then quickly rose, unleashing 2 golden sword strikes before turning and running away. He doesn't want to die here. Towards them in the distance. Upon closer inspection, Morse's pupils constricted. A bone dragon. How could there be a bone dragon here? At that moment, Bayu's voice came from behind Morse. Arthur, stop him. Morse was startled by Bayu's words. They're in cahoots. Morse decisively abandoned his escape attempt once again, dropped the crossed sword in his hand, and immediately turned around and knelt down in front of Bayu. My esteemed Miss Gilten, I submit to you. Please spare my life. Well, a true man can bend and stretch. Bayu, on the other hand, was speechless. Damn it, you're the one who's jertin'. Arthur's massive body landed behind Morse, who was startled and lowered his head even further. Arthur, what brings you here? Bayu was curious as to why Arthur was here. Your Majesty, Arthur received a distress call from a royal spirit, saying that your Majesty is fighting with someone here, so he rushed over. So that's how it is. Bayu's current undead base is quite large, and since it's within the territory, it's not surprising that the undead can see her. Bayu then looked at Morse, who was kneeling on the ground. He had been so arrogant just moments before, wanting to have sex with her and kill her, but now he knew to kneel down and beg for mercy. Bayu gave Arthur a meaningful look, and Arthur understood immediately. Before Morse could react, Arthur breathed a dragon's breath into his mouth, ending Morse's life. Morse's body remained kneeling on the ground, frozen into an ice sculpture. It wasn't that Bayu didn't want to do it himself, but it would be too cruel for him to do it. He would either use a scythe or burn him with fire. It would be more dignified for Arthur to freeze him and destroy him completely. Congratulations, Lord, on defeating the level 2 Holy Knight Commander. Huh? No experience points. Could it be because they are human? Commander level 2, don't tell me you can't even summon anymore. Bayu cast a spell, and a magic circle appeared beneath Morse. The magic circle emitted a gray aura, forming a king's soul above Morse's body. It looks like a king's soul, but there are some obvious differences. The spirit's form is no longer human-like. Its eyes emit green light. Its soul aura is more intense, and its size is larger than that of a king's soul. Bayu sensed that something must have changed and quickly checked the information. Lord of Demon Souls, spiritual form. Skill, Soul Curse. Soul Curse. Cast a guaranteed curse on the target's soul. Cooldown is 30 minutes. Mana cost is 20 points. Of Demon Souls. As expected, I've changed classes. The growth cap for all 3 basic troop types is now commander level. It seems the final class change will be after reaching commander level. A new curse skill has been added, and combined with the characteristics of the undead race, it will definitely be a powerful force. Arthur, you go on to level up. I'll practice here for a while longer. You should also go back to the castle and strengthen yourself at the Blackwater Altar. Bayu spoke to Arthur and the Lord of Demon Souls in front of him. Yes, your Majesty. Arthur and the Lord of the Demon Soul also flew away. The Lord of the Demon's soul flew towards the castle, while Arthur chose to head west into the dark forest, seemingly still a little worried about Bayou. Chapter 49 Commander Level Skeleton Demon. Bayou picked up the cross sword and shield that Morse had thrown aside and found that they were no different from each other, feeling that they were made of silver. Impossible. How could a trainee knight's weapon be made of silver? Bayou guessed that at most, it was mixed with a little bit of silver. To be honest, this equipment is really good. At least it looks much better than the Evil Fiend set and the Great Bone Hammer. They're both commander level, but the difference is huge. Bayou arrived beside Morse's body. Breakdown. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining 5 pieces of commander level equipment. No experience, no drops. What the heck? Don't the human race in the magical continent have any game attributes added by the system? This was a complete waste of time. Bayou himself could have easily taken the equipment off his body. This set looks amazing. Let's see what effects it has. Equipment name. Holy Court Apprentice Knight set, 5/5. Equipment level, commander level. Set bonus. Greatly increases the wearer's defense. Grants immunity to 40% elemental magic damage, plus 20 strength, plus 5 agility, and plus 5 stamina. Note. Increases the amount of mental damage received by 10%. Is there such a big difference between a 5-piece set and a 3-piece set? This is a pure heavy armor warrior, both tanky and high damage. Bayou stored the set in the castle warehouse, intending to deal with it back at the castle. He then glanced at the large cat he had initially knocked out. He'd been so focused on Morse that he'd almost forgotten about it. It was also a commander-level fighter. Unexpectedly, my trip out brought me a stroke of luck, and I gained 2 commander-level combatants. This black cat is probably quite powerful to begin with. Should we transform it into a bone beast, or into an ordinary undead? After much deliberation, Bayou decided to transform it into an ordinary undead. The bone beast's attributes were similar to those of a skeleton, and the commander-level version did not undergo any special changes, only retaining some of its original characteristics. Now that Bayou has discovered that the undead undergo special changes when they are promoted to commanders, how could he waste this opportunity to satisfy his curiosity? Bayou's left eye flashed, and instantly a gray array appeared at the location of the black cat's corpse. The ground began to tremble slightly, and then a skeletal arm larger than the black cat's head stretched out. Although Bayou called it a black cat, this thing was almost the size of a tiger. Then a huge skeleton, about 8 meters tall, crawled out of the magic circle. It was all white and held a huge bone hammer in its hand. A skeletal giant. 8 meters is almost the height of a 3-story building. Commander level, such a huge guy, and he's still alive? Are you scared yet? Skeleton Demon. 50 points of strength is already quite high for a typical commander-level character. Don't be fooled by how much Arthur had at level 5 or 6. Arthur is a god-level being at the upper limit, which is definitely different from those commanders who have reached their limit. It's just that the agility is a bit low, and why doesn't the commander-level skeleton demon have any skills? Am I, the skeleton clan, not worthy? Let's go back to the castle and strengthen ourselves. Bayou waved to the skeleton demon, who walked away step by step, with each step causing a slight tremor in the ground. Wait, it's so big. Don't break my castle. Bayou shouted at the skeleton demon. Break down. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained 100 servings of elite food, 10 magic crystals, and 2 spirit cores. It dropped elite food, not bad. Bayou sat to the side and began to review the battle with Morse that had just taken place. Although he has equipment bonuses, his close combat ability is too weak. He has no skills whatsoever and relies entirely on stat overpowering. In short, he has no technique, only sheer brute force. Moreover, he has not yet fully mastered fire magic and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Continue practicing fire magic, since ranged combat is much safer than melee combat. Bayou sheathed the scythe and continued to cultivate magic until her magic power was exhausted. Then, she took out the scythe again and used the double magic power gained from it to continue practicing magic. After her magic power was depleted, Bayou picked up the scythe and began to practice, at least to get used to her weapon. Otherwise, they won't even know how to use weapons and will only rely on brute force to create miracles, which will probably make them a laughingstock. As the leader of the undead race, how could he be a noob? As the saying goes, you can slack off, but you can't be truly bad. Bayou practiced until evening. When her magic points were depleted, she practiced with the scythe. Once her magic points were fully restored, she continued practicing magic, repeating this process over and over. Bayou was already drenched in sweat. Her t-shirt on the back was soaked with sweat, and she was sweating profusely. As it was getting dark, Bayu stopped and prepared to return to the castle. At night, you get double experience, and with the bonus from the Bone Throne, it's triple. Bayu can temporarily forego the 1.5x experience during the day, but the triple experience at night is unacceptable. When Bayu returned to the castle, it was already completely dark. Back at the castle, Bayu saw a pile of animal carcasses soaking in the Blackwater Altar, which the undead had obtained from hunting that afternoon. There was also a pile of wood and stone at the entrance. Recycle. The pile of wood and stones at the entrance disappeared instantly, and were moved to the warehouse and neatly stacked. Breakdown. Another 800 servings of food and 30 magic crystals were added to the inventory. Unlimited labor is great. The 60 corpses represent 60 new members added to Bayu's undead army. You have new unread messages. I knew it was a message from the Orphan of Zhao right away. I haven't replied to her all afternoon. I wonder how the processing is going. The Orphan of Zhao. Boss, I processed 2,500 iron ingots today and sent them to you. The message was sent half an hour ago. At that time, Bayu was still on her way back and didn't pay attention to the message. Bayu glanced at the warehouse and saw that there were indeed 2,500 more iron ingots. Bayu sent another 500 portions of food to the Orphan of Zhao, acting every bit the big shot. Keeping the main food source is pointless. The wood and stone traded are less efficient than the undead can mine, so it's not worth the effort. The Yellow Bow, here you go. The Orphan of Zhao, thank you so much, sir. You're incredibly generous. She really replies instantly. Even my online boyfriend doesn't reply as quickly. Bayu ignored them and went into the bedroom to take a shower. She had sweated too much and felt sticky all over. She threw all her clothes at the bathroom door and went to take a shower completely naked. I love taking baths. It makes my skin feel so good. Oh my gosh. Chapter 50, A New Type of Unit. After taking a shower, Bayu walked out of the bathroom, casually wrapped in a bath towel. He couldn't say that he hadn't made progress after an afternoon of practice. At least he was more proficient in fire magic, and he felt much more comfortable holding the weapon in his hand. She sensed that the dark forest was definitely unusual and might be hiding some secrets. Bayu just hoped that this place wouldn't be targeted by the local human forces. Next time, it's best to play dumb. According to Morse, the native human race on the magic continent is quite powerful, and they are very hostile towards us lords. Bayu looks like a remote place. If the local human races were powerful, they would probably be in prosperous lands. With so many lords, who would bother with Bayu, this godforsaken place? She planned to sell the Holy Court Apprentice Knight set first, since keeping it would just leave it gathering dust, as the set was of no use to her. Bayu directly bundled the items together for sale, offering 5 pieces of equipment in a single transaction. Moreover, he set the price of the magic crystals higher than that of the iron ingots, hoping that these lords would use iron ingots for the transaction. She also carefully marked the set effects for them, so that these lords wouldn't be unaware of their value. Let's sell the food too. Even a small mosquito bite is still food. Just keep 1,000 servings in stock. If you can't kill a commander-level monster, can't you at least try some commander-level meat? Approaching the man. Look, the Krabby Patty boss has put out some good stuff again. Paradise of Elysium. Holy Court Knights? I've met one. They're a native human force from the magical continent. The lowest-ranking knights there are commanders, and they're all ridiculously strong. They're very hostile towards us outsiders. My unit is Birdmen, and I once saw them execute a lord in the sky. Golden Kingdom. Even someone this powerful was killed by the Krabby Patty boss. Just how strong is that boss? A true lord's glory. Strolling down the street with a baby bottle in his mouth. Damn, bro, don't scare me. Today, a human in platinum armor wants to cooperate with me. Could he be a holy knight? The supreme lazy king. Why don't you go and see the weapons and equipment traded by the Krabby Patty boss, and you'll know. The Tang Dynasty's runaway princess. Wow, this set is so powerful. Are all the local human races equipped with such good gear? I want one too. The 5th day is almost here, and time is running out. Bayu only hopes that after fighting monsters tonight, she can reach the commander level. Ideally, Arthur should also be promoted to the commander level. Bayu's undead army now numbers over 2,000, including 3 commander-level undead. Bayu doesn't believe that the Beast Tide can still produce king-level monsters, and feels that with his current strength, dealing with the Beast Tide is no problem at all. Wait, this Beast Tide won't change based on the strength of the Lord, will it? Bayu thought about it, and realized it was quite possible. How could those unlucky lords, whose summoned troops had little offensive power, possibly deal with the Beast Tide? And what about those lords born on islands and in deserts? What wild beasts could they possibly have around them? It's so nice to be a lord born on an island. When you're hungry, you can just catch fish to eat, and you don't have to worry about wild beasts around. You can't expect wild beasts from the sea to climb ashore and attack your castle, can you? They wouldn't be wild beasts, they'd be monsters. Bayu stayed in the bedroom, moved a chair to sit by the window, stared blankly at the outside of the castle, and occasionally checked the world chat, watching the group of cattle and horse lords exchanging empty compliments. There are always some lords with boundless ambition, who are oblivious to any crisis and live a carefree life. Well, it seems like I'm really living life like a game now. Bayu is different from them. Bayu has always been a person with a sense of crisis. She likes to plan ahead and never does anything without certainty. As midnight approached, Bayu got up, put on her slippers, and headed towards the barracks. After summoning her troops, the day's mission was considered complete, and Bayu could finally go to sleep without worry. The Necromancer Crystal is fully charged. Summon now. Yes. Bayu has almost unlocked all the advanced units, so he really doesn't know what the point of the 6% chance of randomly getting an advanced unit in the barracks is. Currently, only the Lich and Zombie Titan units are left to be unlocked. Bayu feels that once the barracks are upgraded to the maximum level, he will be able to unlock all the units. The green light emanating from the Necromancer Crystal began to fill the entire room, forming 20 figures around it. Among them were 6 enormous figures. Bayu recognized their shapes and knew they were definitely bone dragons. Nice. 6 were summoned at once. Heaven is on my side. Bayu was somewhat pleased and looked at the other figures, including 6 skeleton soldiers, 4 zombies, 3 undead knights, and 1 gargoyle. Its massive bone wings unfurled. The forms of 4 bone dragons successfully emerged. They were not as large as Arthur, nor did they have dragon horns on their heads, but otherwise, they were not much different from Arthur before his enhancement. Bayu noticed something was wrong when the other 2 extended their wings. They weren't bone wings, but translucent wings burning with ghostly flames. They were ghost dragons. The ghost dragon is entirely in a spirit form, with a translucent light blue color and blue ghost fire burning on its body. Unlike the bone dragon, the ghost dragon is only a soul, but the soul is protected by this ghost fire. The 2 are identical in size. One is a white skeletal dragon, and the other is a light blue spirit dragon. Your Majesty, we will obey your commands. The 4 bone dragons and 2 ghost dragons actually spoke at the same time. It seems they are all intelligent. That's great. Skeleton dragon. Growth cap, monarch level. Skill, dragon breath. Dragon breath unleashes scorching flames to destroy everything in its path. Even a regular bone dragon has 15 base stats, which is already quite strong, but it's dragon breath. If I'm not mistaken, it should be fire breathing, right? Chapter 51 ranking. Bayu feels a bit cheap, but the growth potential of a regular bone dragon is at the monarch level, which is currently Bayu's highest growth potential besides Arthur. He can only hope for special changes in the future. If a monarch level bone dragon can no longer use dragon language magic, but it's a bit unreasonable for it to only be able to breathe fire. Ghost dragon. Growth cap, monarch level. Skills, death ray, death mist. Death ray. The death ray spewed from the mouth can wither enemies it hits, stripping them of their health and lifespan. Death mist spews out a large, triangular cone-shaped cloud of gray mist, reducing the strength and agility of enemies that come into contact with it. 1 damaging skill and 1 support skill. The ghost dragon actually has 2 skills. Why is there such a huge difference between dragons? This ghost dragon is clearly overpowered, and its base stats are even higher than the bone dragons. It might be due to an imbalance in its spirit and strength attributes. As the Dragon King, Arthur finally has subordinates now, and hopefully they can play a key role in the Beast Tide 3 days later. You all go inside the Blackwater Altar first to strengthen yourselves. Bayu waved and walked out of the barracks first, while the 20 undead also entered the Blackwater Altar to take a bath. Bayu clicked to view the information about the Blackwater Altar. Skeletal Dragon Clan. Bone strengthening greatly increases defense and attack power, grants immunity to 40% elemental magic damage, and increases all attributes by 6 points. Ghost Dragon Clan. Soul Enhancement. Increased mental strength, reduced mana cost for skills, +7 to all attributes. Bayu watched as the Bone Dragon's enhancements improved. This was finally making sense, as simply breathing fire was too weak. The Ghost Dragon, on the other hand, had strengthened its soul and reduced its mana consumption, making it quite powerful as well. Although the Bone Dragon, like the skeleton, also has bone reinforcement, its bones do not develop a patina and turn black. Instead, they appear even whiter, as if they have been waxed. The ghost dragon didn't change much. Its spirit body seemed more solid, but it was still semi-transparent. Its entire body emitted a faint blue light, making it quite recognizable. Baiyu sent the 6 dragons to the west to find Arthur, and had Arthur help them level up. The remaining undead were left to their own devices, starting by leveling up by hunting in the wild, and then hunting high-level monsters with the other undead once they reached a higher level. However, they cannot fly, lack aerial advantage, and are slow to move, making it difficult to upgrade. Baiyu, wrapped in a bath towel, walked back to the bedroom. Her task for the day was complete. It was time to go to sleep. Upon entering the bedroom, Baiyu flung off her bath towel and quickly slipped into bed. Baiyu quickly fell asleep, holding her pillow with both hands, one leg sticking out of the blanket, and her legs tucked into the blanket. The magical continent has ushered in the dawn, and the lords have entered the 5th day of the newbie protection period. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Baiyu, who was still asleep, heard the system notification sound. Dear lords, congratulations on surviving to day 5. There are only 3 days left until the beast tide arrives. The system will temporarily activate the leaderboard feature for 3 days, continuing until the beast tide ends. The leaderboard will be refreshed for 1 day each week for a limited time. The leaderboard is ranked based on a combination of the lord's strength and influence. After the beast tide ends, the lords who remain in the top tier will receive special rewards. Lords, go forth and conquer. Among all races, you will surely find your place. Ugh, it's so noisy. Baiyu grumbled and tossed, and turned in bed, having heard the commotion early in the morning. What ranking list? Ranking list. Baiyu suddenly opened her eyes and sat up abruptly in bed, ignoring the blanket that had slipped off and the pink bunny exposed to the air. Well, this is just an official event, isn't it? It really is just a game. Baiyu brought up the system panel, and sure enough, a leaderboard function had been added to the far right of the system's main interface, with a countdown timer below it. 65 hours, 55 minutes, and 32 seconds. Baiyu calculated the time, and found that it would end on the 8th day, by which time the beast tide would have passed. Baiyu opened the ranking list to check which lords were the most powerful. First tier, top 1000. IDs, Flame Spirit, Ultraman's Son-in-Law, Troll Lord, Lucky Angel, Krabby Patty, Island Country, Sky Overlord. Second tier, top 10,000. IDs, King of the Forest, Golden Lion King, Giant Stone Pillar, Knights of the Round Table, Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Third tier, top 100,000. ID, Do You Believe in Light, Clown, Defending God, Tang Dynasty's Escaped Princess, Big Mango. The fourth tier, top 1 million. The fifth tier, beyond 1 million. You are currently in tier 1. Looking at the rankings, Baiyu thought that the rankings were actually quite reasonable. Only the top 1 million lords were ranked. You have to know that there are billions of lords in the magic continent. If you say you are ranked first, that would be pure nonsense. Many top-tier lords are actually quite evenly matched. Otherwise, it would be difficult to say who is stronger in a real battle. Baiyu saw her name in the first group and grinned crookedly. Short of the top 1,000 in terms of my own abilities. The first tier consists of 1,000 lords, which means the system will give this reward to each of them once. It's just that we don't know what it is. If every lord gets the same reward, then it's the same as not giving it to anyone. In classic Canyon relativity, slowing down the enemy is equivalent to accelerating yourself. This widened the gap between them and other lords below the first tier, while the top tier of lords remained unchanged. Baiyu also saw many familiar names in the first group. Sure enough, those who were able to trade food a few days ago were the most elite group among them. The leaderboard function is a bit rudimentary. It only displays the lord's ID and ranking, and there are no other functions. Shouldn't we be able to click on these lords' names and see their basic information? I can understand not showing their troop types, but at least they should show their castle level. It doesn't really matter. Baiyu had a premonition that today was the 5th day, and these lord castles in the first tier were definitely all at level 9 and ready to be promoted to towns at any time. I'm already awake. I'm not going to sleep anymore. Chapter 52 Recycling. Disassembling. Upgrading. Baiyu rolled out of bed and walked towards the wardrobe, with the little rabbit hopping and skipping along behind her. What should I wear today? While Baiyu was still struggling with what to wear today, Zhao Lianxue was completely speechless by the rankings on the leaderboard. Your ranking is in the 5th tier. Zhao Lianxue never expected that she wouldn't even make it into the top million. Garen's whispered words were both silent and disarming. Are you kidding me? What kind of broken system is this? My castle is at the maximum level, yet I can't even get into the top million. Zhao Lianxue said indignantly, clearly not believing the system's ranking. Her unit was just weak in combat, so how could it be ranked so low? By the way, let's see if Huang Bao is in the top tier. Zhao Lianxue needed to confirm whether the powerful figure she was clinging to was strong enough. The first group only had 1,000 people, and soon Zhao Lianxue saw the ID of Shameful Yellow Fort in the first group. Sure enough, the difference inside was huge. Fortunately, the powerful figure she had embraced was a top-tier expert, which put Zhao Lianxue at ease. She arrived at the restaurant and began to enjoy her exquisite breakfast. After eating barbecue for 4 consecutive days, Zhao Lianxue was almost ready to throw up. She felt like she had gained several pounds, but there were no vegetables to eat in this godforsaken place. Now, Zhao Lianxue was starting to feel physically nauseous at the sight of barbecue. Yesterday, more than a dozen dwarves came to seek refuge with Zhao Lianxue, which increased her food expenses. If Baiyu hadn't generously given her 1,500 portions of food, she would be worrying about food again. With billions of lords, the population is simply too large. There are 100 millionaires among 100 millionaires, let alone billions. There are many lords like Zhao Lianxue who are lucky enough to upgrade their castles to the maximum level, not to be ranked in the top 1 million. Although the rankings are based on overall strength, they primarily reflect the individual strength of the lords. At this moment, our chosen one, Baiyu, was wearing a black short dress, her hair loose and flowing down her back, and sandals on her jade-like feet, as she walked towards the courtyard. Baiyu doesn't plan to leave the castle today. She can dress casually inside. Baiyu came to the courtyard to examine the spoils of the dead from the previous night. The triple experience boost overnight didn't even get Baiyu to break through to the commander level. It seems like the experience required to go from level 9 to level 1 commander is a lot. Wood and stones were piled up at the castle gate, and a pile of animal carcasses were soaking in the Blackwater Altar. Recycle. Congratulations, Lord. Breakdown. Congratulations, Lord, on obtaining. I just traded a batch of food yesterday, and today I received another 2,800 servings. I can't possibly eat them all. Baiyu opened the exchange and checked the orders she had placed last night. Oh, great. All the transactions are complete. Baiyu can claim it with a single click. Congratulations, Lord. You have acquired 4,200 magic crystals, 10,800 units of wood, and 5,400 units of stone through the trade. The Holy Court Apprentice Knight set was sold, but the buyer didn't use iron ingots for the transaction. Instead, they chose to use more expensive magic crystals. Indeed, lords are currently in a hurry to upgrade their towns. 500 or 1,000 iron ingots is fine, but if they had to take out 3,000 iron ingots at once, no one would be willing to part with them. Arthur hasn't brought back any high-level monster corpses lately, so he's probably leveling up by killing these ordinary animals. The lord who lived next door to Baiyu and summoned the Crimson Blood Demon ape troops seemed to have stopped sending his troops outside the castle territory ever since Arthur killed several of his troops. Baiyu estimated that once his town was upgraded, it would immediately border him, and then he would deal with him. She glanced at the supplies currently in her warehouse. Warehouse, 12,910 magic crystals, 181 spirit cores, 62,800 portions of wood, 28,400 portions of stone, 7,010 portions of iron ingots, 3,800 portions of food. There were also some odds and ends of animal parts, but Baiyu was too lazy to look at them. The magic crystals Baiyu received from selling equipment today are enough to upgrade the barracks again. If only the iron ingots had been used for the trade, Baiyu could have directly upgraded the town. Upgrading the barracks requires 10,000 magic crystals and 100 spirit cores. Upgrade. He only has 81 of his most valuable spirit cores left, and he only has a little over 2,000 magic crystals left, which is just a fraction of what he needs for the next upgrade. The new unit, the Zombie Titan, has been unlocked, directly supplementing Baiyu's undead army's ground combat capabilities. The other barracks remain largely unchanged, except that they are now more expensive. Sell the food we just got. Upgrading the town requires 30k stone. Baiyu used some stone to build the four-wheel drive demon stone pillar, so he is now more than 1,000 short. Baiyu still reserved 1,000 portions of food, since they wouldn't spoil if stored in the warehouse, just in case. Then I opened the exchange and checked the orders to see if any lords were selling iron ingots, so I could snatch some from the exchange. Baiyu searched for keywords, and all the orders that came up were for buying iron ingots. Baiyu spent half an hour browsing, but couldn't find a single one for selling iron ingots. They might have been listed, but they were immediately sold out. It seems we can't rely on Baiyu from the exchange. It looks like we can only count on the Orphan of Zhao. Zhao Lianxue and Baiyu's cooperation is still going strong. 200 iron ingots are traded for 300 food items. This is a low price that Zhao Lianxue deliberately offered in order to curry favor with Baiyu. Baiyu is not short of food now, so we can't let him suffer a loss. Adding the 2,000 iron ingots that Zhao Lianxue hadn't finished processing, that makes a total of 9,000 units for Baiyu. If Zhao Lianxue trades 200 units per day, it would still take 5 days. Too slow, that won't do. Let's see if we can negotiate with the Orphan of Zhao and get her to give me priority in trading 1,000 iron ingots. Without hesitation, Baiyu immediately opened the chat box for the Orphan of Zhao and sent a message to Zhao Lianxue. Chapter 53 Sun Xiaoxiao. Huangbao, how many iron ingots do you have now? Could you lend me 1,000 to use first? Lianxue, inside the castle, was flattered and surprised to receive Baiyu's message. Ah, the big shot actually messaged me first. Is the boss only 1,000 iron ingots away from upgrading the town? Zhao Lianxue glanced at the iron ingots in her warehouse. As the number of dwarves increased, the production of iron ingots naturally increased as well. Zhao Lianxue's furnace could now produce 800 iron ingots per day, because currently, the dwarves could only mine 800 per day. Zhao Lianxue unlocked the furnace on the 2nd day, and now it's the 5th day, and she has only refined a little over 2,000, but less than 3,000 iron ingots in total. During this period, Zhao Lianxue used up some of the food and supplies she bought for elites, leaving only 700 servings in the warehouse. Zhao Lianxue's furnace can produce 3,000 iron ingots a day. Baiyu still has 2,000 to process. With Zhao Lianxue's daily output of 800, they can all be smelted by tonight. This was the only request the big shot had made of her at the moment, and if she refused, Zhao Lianxue felt that her benefactor might very well leave her. This is absolutely unacceptable. Zhao Lianxue immediately replied to Baiyu. The Orphan of Zhao, boss, I don't have enough iron ingots in my warehouse right now. I'll send you the rest tonight. Baiyu didn't expect Zhao Lianxue to be so easy to talk to, and actually agreed right away. Huangbao, thanks. The Orphan of Zhao. No need to be so polite with me, sir. Lianxue anymore, and played with the small flame alone in the courtyard. Your unit has successfully eliminated. Goblin. Baiyu was somewhat surprised that he had actually killed a goblin. Didn't Little Greenbean say that goblins were organized? How come he would encounter goblins here? Wait, Crimson Blood Demon Ape. Isn't that the unit of the Lord with the ID, Great Sage equal to heaven? It's the one who lives very close to Baiyu Castle. Arthur killed several of his troops before, and he cursed at them in the world chat. How the goblins and the Crimson Blood Demon Ape were killed arrived at the same time. Could it be? Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the castle of the unfortunate Monkey King, Sun Xiaoxiao was already getting irritated as she looked at the system notification. Your unit has been killed by goblins. Sun Xiaoxiao's mentality was already somewhat broken. She could only summon 2 Crimson Blood Demon Apes a day. Today was the 5th day, and she only had 10 at most. 4 of them were killed by an unknown lord before, and now 2 more have died. Only the last 4 seedlings were left. Sun Xiaoxiao just started junior high school this year. Unlike other girls who like all kinds of cosmetics, idolize celebrities, and discuss which male classmates are handsome, Sun Xiaoxiao has liked one character since she was a child, Sun Wukong. He spent all his time at school hanging out with boys, had short hair, and was a complete tomboy. Sun Xiaoxiao is proud of her surname. On the day she transmigrated, she was in class wearing her school uniform when she was transported to this magical continent. The blue and white school uniform jacket had the words, Middle School, printed in red on the back, and Sun Xiaoxiao had drawn a Monkey King on the white area of the back of the uniform. Damn it, it must be that lord again. What the hell is a goblin? In developing her character here, staying indoors at night and never encountering any high-level monsters, which led her to believe that her birthplace was relatively safe. Since the last time 4 Crimson Blood Demon Apes were killed by other lords, Sun Xiaoxiao started having his troops take turns going out to hunt in the wild, with 2 monkeys per team. As a result, the 2 Crimson Blood Demon Apes outside were killed again today. Sun Xiaoxiao looked at the last 4 Crimson Blood Demon Apes in the castle. One of them was relatively lucky, having survived since the first day of summoning and reaching level 7. When Sun Xiaoxiao's castle reached level 3, she obtained a piece of equipment, the very flight ability that Baiyu had been longing for. It allowed her to summon a cloud and fly in the sky while standing on it. Sun Xiaoxiao called it the Somersault Cloud. Let's go avenge our brothers. How dare some level 7 goblin kill one of my generals? Sun Xiaoxiao immediately led the 4 Crimson Blood Demon Apes toward the direction where the other 2 Crimson Blood Demon Apes had died. Of the 4 Crimson Blood Demon Apes, one was level 7 and the other 3 were level 6. Sun Xiaoxiao didn't believe she couldn't kill a level 7 goblin. Sun Xiaoxiao guessed that the goblin was currently fighting with the Lord's troops. When both sides were severely injured, she would reap the benefits and avenge the fallen troops, letting the Lord know that he was not someone to be trifled with. Sun Xiaoxiao summoned the somersault cloud, stepped on it, and took off. The 4 Crimson Blood Demon Apes followed behind her, huffing and puffing. The system kept sending messages about killing goblins, and Baiyu realized that the appearance of goblins was no accident. It was very likely that his troops were fighting a large group of goblins. As for the unfortunate Lord's troops that were mistakenly killed, well, they were just unlucky, so they should just accept their bad luck. Baiyu also became interested, knowing that goblins were much richer than goblins, and it wasn't just a matter of strength. Simply put, goblins are the pro-max version of goblins. Their relationship is roughly similar to that between the Japanese army and its puppet troops. Baiyu thought about capturing one alive to gather information, since he had forgotten to leave 2 survivors to ask questions when fighting goblins last time. He needed to at least understand the power distribution in the magical continent. And is this other world actually a sphere? Maybe it really is flat and round. Wait, why should I care about this? Baiyu summoned a gargoyle, jumped onto its back, and had the gargoyle carry him to the battlefield. I'm already level 9, almost a commander. I'm no longer the cowardly kid who didn't even dare to leave the house when I first arrived in this magical continent. Although riding a dragon is cooler, Arthur rarely sees a dragon, so finding it is quite difficult. Besides, it might just be Arthur fighting with these goblins. The undead killed a Crimson Blood Demon Ape. Baiyu remembered that the Lord's castle was south of her own castle, and it seemed to be closer to the original goblin tribe than Baiyu's castle. Baiyu immediately commanded the gargoyle to fly south. Chapter 54 is actually a woman? Sun Xiaoxiao finally arrived at the battlefield in her somersault cloud, only to witness a scene she would never forget. Below, over 100 goblins are fighting, a bunch of skeletons. Several enormous, skeletonized dragon-like creatures were breathing fire at the goblins below. Sun Xiaoxiao had always thought that creatures in the magical continent should at least be living beings. Why is this skeleton moving? Sun Xiaoxiao recognized the bone dragon in the sky. That must be the Lord's troop type. Last time, Sun Xiaoxiao only saw it from afar and didn't feel it so strongly. But this time, after observing it up close, she realized how ridiculously big it was. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately turned around and saw 4 Crimson Blood Demon Apes still running towards them. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately flew back. You bunch of idiots, are you out of your minds? Run, run. Sun Xiaoxiao had a feeling that any one of the soldiers here was no weaker than her Crimson Blood Demon Ape, and there were actually hundreds of them. Sun Xiaoxiao then looked at her own 4 seedlings. You can't get hurt, you're my last hope. The 4 Crimson Blood Demon Apes were immediately driven away by Sun Xiaoxiao. Driven by curiosity, Sun Xiaoxiao even watched the battle from afar on her somersault cloud in the sky behind her. The scene was truly breathtaking. Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't believe that those skeletons were actually a Lord's unit. They were too powerful. Fortunately, Sun Xiaoxiao flew high enough that even if the goblins had anti-air abilities, they couldn't hurt her, and the bone dragons in the sky didn't seem to have noticed her. Sun Xiaoxiao stared intently at the battlefield below, where goblins were throwing spears, using magic, wielding knives, torches, and hammers. Especially the giant goblin at the very front of the group, much larger than the others, whose hammer slammed into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Sun Xiaoxiao could feel its immense power. There were also hunchbacked goblins dressed in strange robes, holding staffs taller than themselves, casting spells across the battlefield. Those skeletons were even more monstrous. Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't even count how many different kinds there were. And after being destroyed by the goblins, they could actually reassemble themselves, as if they were immortal. Watching the chaotic battle between goblins and undead, it turned out that it was all supernatural means. No, it should be called magic. Then, considering that his Crimson Blood Demon Ape could only charge in and fight wild monsters hand to hand, the difference was just too great. At this moment, Baiyu was leisurely riding a gargoyle towards this place. Just kidding. Even goblins would have to fight against the undead. Baiyu was not worried about the safety of the undead at all. His only concern was that these goblins would run away. This is a wealth of experience and resources. Quickly, Baiyu also saw the green dots on the ground in the distance, which must be the goblins. Fighting the goblins was not large, only about 200, and they were mainly Air Force units, all of which were undead from the surrounding area. Hey, what's that little yellow dot on the horizon? Sun Xiaoxiao's somersault cloud was yellow, while the sky was dark and gloomy with no sun in sight. So Sun Xiaoxiao's somersault cloud was naturally very conspicuous when it stopped there. Who was fighting the goblins had already noticed Sun Xiaoxiao, but since Sun Xiaoxiao showed no hostility and her aura was too weak, Arthur ignored her. When Baiyu rode the gargoyle closer, he finally saw clearly that it was a small yellow cloud, and there was a lord on the small yellow cloud. As for why Baiyu was so sure that Sun Xiaoxiao was a lord, well, who the hell would wear a school uniform if they weren't a lord? Who was engrossed in watching the fight, looked up and saw a 3-meter-tall winged monster carrying a person on its back flying towards her. Its white hair was too conspicuous. Sun Xiaoxiao looked up and her eyes met Baiyu's. She's a beautiful woman. No, run. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately turned and ran away on her somersault cloud. The only humans who could be here now are the lords of those skeletons. Arthur, grab her. Baiyu shouted at Arthur, and Arthur, upon hearing Baiyu's voice, naturally prioritized Baiyu's command. It immediately flapped its wings, turned around, and flew towards Sun Xiaoxiao. Damn it! Sun Xiaoxiao turned around and saw that the biggest guy in the group of soldiers was actually chasing after her, and immediately uttered a national treasure. Sun Xiaoxiao's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of her chest. This was just too terrifying. Sun Xiaoxiao wanted to slap herself right then and there. Why did you have to come out? Now look what happened. Phew. Sun Xiaoxiao felt a gust of wind rushing towards her head, and Arthur's massive figure instantly overtook her and flew in front of her. You'd better stop voluntarily. Arthur's ability to speak human language once again refreshed Sun Xiaoxiao's understanding of what it meant for soldiers to be able to talk. Why does my crimson blood demon ape act like a stupid monkey? All it does is howl. It wasn't that Arthur didn't want to use his dragon claws to grab her, but she was simply too weak. Arthur was afraid he wouldn't be able to control his strength and would kill her in one go. Baiyu's order was to capture her and take her back, and since he was going to capture her and take her back, she had to be alive. Sun Xiaoxiao slammed on the brakes, bringing her somersault cloud to a stop in midair. This giant was much faster than her. She couldn't outrun it at all. That's unfair. How can something so big fly so fast? Big brother, spare my life. I won't run away. Sun Xiaoxiao's heart was pounding wildly. She was clearly terrified by Arthur. A 15-year-old girl like her had never experienced anything like this before. Arthur ignored Sun Xiaoxiao and remained suspended in the air because he saw Baiyu riding a gargoyle flying towards them from behind. Put your little yellow cloud away and land immediately. Upon arriving, Baiyu immediately spoke to Sun Xiaoxiao. Sun Xiaoxiao glanced back and saw the same white-haired beauty from before. Then she looked at the giant bone dragon glaring ahead and obediently controlled her somersault cloud to descend. Baiyu also ordered the gargoyle to descend slowly. Arthur, meanwhile, kept staring at Sun Xiaoxiao from the sky, making her scalp tingle. Sun Xiaoxiao landed slowly, put away her somersault cloud, and looked at the white-haired beauty in front of her with some timidity. Baiyu also jumped off the gargoyle's back, facing away from the battlefield where goblins and undead were fighting. You seemed pretty arrogant when you were running just now. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Baiyu pretended to scratch her ear with her little finger, sizing up the energetic young man in front of her. Wait, something's not right. It's actually a woman? Big sister, I was wrong. I didn't say anything. Please don't hold a grudge and kill me. It's true that a great person doesn't hold a grudge against a petty person. Baiyu emphasized it again. Yes, you're absolutely right. Sun Xiaoxiao looked at the white-haired beauty in front of her with fear and said tremblingly, knowing that there were no rules here and that she might be killed by the person in front of her. Thinking of this, Sun Xiaoxiao became even more frightened and began to try to comfort herself. Sun Xiaoxiao, don't be fooled by her beauty. She's definitely a vicious woman. At worst, you die, and you'll be a hero again in 30 years. Chapter 55 Surrender. Baiyu listened to Sun Xiaoxiao's voice. Although the voice was a bit rough, Sun Xiaoxiao looked to be at most 15 or 16 years old, and was probably still going through puberty. Forget it. Why bother arguing with her? You are the Monkey King. Just as Baiyu finished speaking, a goblin, oblivious to the danger, sneaked up from behind and launched a sneak attack on him. Baiyu retaliated with a powerful fireball, sending the goblin flying. So strong. This is a white-haired witch. My mom said that white-haired witches eat children. Oh no, I'm going to die. What should I do? I am. Sun Xiaoxiao was so frightened that she could barely speak. Big sister, you know me. We're more than just acquaintances. She even gave me a good scolding in the world chat back then. Baiyu said jokingly. That was all just a joke. Yes, just a joke. Sun Xiaoxiao said with an awkward laugh. Baiyu wasn't angry. She wouldn't stoop to her level. I'll give you two choices. First, submit. Baiyu was interrupted by Sun Xiaoxiao before she could finish speaking. I choose to surrender. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately felt much more relaxed. No, that decisive. Baiyu never expected Sun Xiaoxiao to agree so readily. It wasn't that Baiyu was attracted to her. She was just a minor, and Baiyu couldn't bear to see her like that, even though Baiyu herself had only just come of age. Even if Sun Xiaoxiao doesn't choose to submit, Baiyu won't do anything to her. However, the two castles are too close together, which will definitely affect Baiyu's future development. If she refuses to submit, Baiyu, who has no other choice, will have to send her down to reunite with her former fellow villagers. But at least it will allow her to enjoy herself for a few more days. Baiyu isn't a saint. Anyone who opposes her development and refuses to comply will die anyway. There's a saying that goes, better to die a fellow Taoist than to die a poor one. Baiyu felt that it was still very suitable for the current living environment. If it hindered his development for her sake, wouldn't he be a complete fool? Even those with a love-struck mind wouldn't be this stupid. Aren't you going to ask what the second option is? Isn't it death? That's how it's portrayed in TV dramas. Sun Xiaoxiao said with a serious expression. No, I can let you live a few more days. Baiyu spoke the truth. Isn't that still the same? Sun Xiaoxiao felt that the white-haired woman was making fun of her. Name? Sun Xiaoxiao. Height? 164. Weight? 45 kilograms. Measurements? Why do you even have to ask this? Sun Xiaoxiao was a little surprised, feeling that something was off about the style of the scene. Stop talking nonsense. Baiyu glared at her, and Sun Xiaoxiao immediately wilted and told the truth. 70/60/75. Airport. Baiyu made a sarcastic remark. What? I haven't even started developing yet. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately retorted. Tell me about your own level, as well as the levels of your castle and barracks. As for the troop type, Baiyu already knew. It was the Crimson Blood Demon Ape. He had summoned 10 of them in 5 days, and he had killed 5 of them. I'm currently level 4, my castle is level 5, and my barracks is level 1. How's that for me? Not bad, right? Sun Xiaoxiao asked Baiyu with some anticipation. So weak. To everyone's surprise, Baiyu's answer was a bucket of cold water poured on Sun Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm. Indeed, the Orphan of Zhao has geographical and troop type advantages. Although its combat strength is weak, it can develop very quickly. Perhaps Sun Xiaoxiao's level is the current state of most lords. Add me as a friend. One party to submit to another is by adding each other as friends. Baiyu had previously learned about the submission function. A lord who submits will become the territory of the other side, similar to the difference between a main city and a secondary city, and this is irreversible. The subjugated party cannot disobey the orders of the lord to whom it submits. And if the lord to whom it submits dies, the subjugated party will also die, but the reverse is true. By choosing to submit to Baiyu, Sun Xiaoxiao was essentially placing her life in Baiyu's hands. If Baiyu died, she would die too. Submitting to other lords also means losing the opportunity to contend for supremacy among all races. However, this was nothing to Sun Xiaoxiao, because she hadn't even thought about it. What's your ID, ma'am? You need to know the other person's ID before adding them as a friend. Crab Roe Burger. You're the Krabby Patty King from the top of the rankings. It's me. Baiyu nodded. Sun Xiaoxiao was shocked. The world chat had been buzzing with excitement these past few days because of this big shot in front of her, and most of the conversations revolved around the top lords. Looking at the formidable troops behind Baiyu, Sun Xiaoxiao understood. Only top-tier experts could possess such strength. No wonder he looked down on her for being weak. Who would have thought that the Krabby Patty boss at the top of the rankings is actually a beautiful older woman? And the big shot was right next to me. If submitting to this powerful figure could be dangerous, then probably few of the billions of lords would survive. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately typed Crab Roe Burger into the search bar to add friends. The Monkey King requests to add you as a friend. Baiyu clicked agree directly, watching Sun Xiaoxiao write something on the system panel. The Monkey King has submitted to you. Baiyu chose to agree, but after clicking agree, she still needed to enter her name. Baiyu used her hand as a pen to sign a beautiful signature. Contract generated, cannot be changed. Instantly, a new Domination section appeared on Baiyu's system panel, and Baiyu curiously clicked on it to take a look. Lord of the Territory, Sun Xiao. Strength, Ordinary level 4. Territory level, level 5 Initial Castle. Barracks level, level 1 Demon Ape Crystal. Special buildings, none available. Unit type, Crimson Blood Demon Ape. Equipment, Soaring Clouds. Surprisingly, the system contains various information about Sun Xiao, which shows that it is quite considerate. Similarly, Sun Xiao's information also includes some information about Baiyu, but it is not as detailed as Baiyu's information, only containing some basic information. Big sister, I still don't know your name. Although Sun Xiao could see it on the system panel, she didn't look at it at the moment, and Baiyu was right next to her, so it would be more polite to ask her face to face. Baiyu, then I'll call you Sister Bai from now on. Whatever. Sister Bai, what kind of soldiers are these? How come they're so powerful? Having escaped the danger to her life, Sun Xiao relaxed and immediately became a fangirl upon learning that Baiyu was actually the boss of the Krabby Patty. The undead. Undead. I think I've seen that in novels before. Are they similar to ghosts? Sun Xiao was, after all, a junior high school student who spent her days hanging out with other kids at school. She didn't know much about TV shows and novels, so she didn't really understand what dead spirits meant. You can understand it that way too. Sister Bai, may I visit your castle? Sun Xiao made a request to Baiyu, showing great curiosity about everything related to the big boss. After becoming a territory, strictly speaking, Sun Xiao and Baiyu's troop types are not much different, so they are naturally members of Baiyu's castle and can freely enter and leave Baiyu's castle. Let's wait until the battle is over. Chapter 56 Killing Goblins. Baiyu turned to look at the battlefield where goblins and undead were fighting. Only then did Sun Xiao shift her gaze from Baiyu and look at the battlefield behind her. Sun Xiao stood next to Baiyu and could smell Baiyu's faint body fragrance. Sun Xiao glanced at Baiyu's beautiful profile out of the corner of her eye. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. The big shots are not only good looking, but also incredibly powerful. And then look at myself. I'm nothing at all. Damn it. Baiyu stood at the edge of the battlefield watching the battle without any panic. Although Sun Xiao was very panicked, she could only pretend to be calm while standing next to Baiyu. If any foolish goblin dares to attack Baiyu, he will be blasted away by a fireball. Baiyu also noticed that most of the goblins were ordinary level, except for the strong, large goblins surrounded by the undead, and a goblin mage next to him, who were commander level. Baiyu will temporarily refer to it as Big Guy. This big guy is too stupid. It has no anti-air capabilities and is a sitting duck for the bone dragons. That goblin mage is quite skilled. Not only can he launch fireballs, but he can also summon a barrier. The barrier's impact upon landing creates a shockwave that can also shield nearby friendly goblins. It's a pretty good support skill. But that's about it. It seems that after taking a certain amount of damage, the barrier will still shatter, having no effect on the undead. If it weren't for the fact that there were 2 commanders among these goblins, and that none of Baiyu's undead had arrived at a commander level, these goblins would have been wiped out long ago. Go find the Lord of Demon Souls. Baiyu spoke to the gargoyle that had just served as his mount, and the gargoyle immediately flew away. It wasn't that Baiyu didn't want another commander-level skeletal demon to come. It was just that this guy was a bit too slow. By the time it arrived, the daylilies were already cold. Sister Bai, that giant goblin seems to be heading this way. Sun Xiao, who had been watching the battle, and was breaking through the encirclement of the undead, charging towards them. With its commander-level attributes, the giant rampaged through the enemy ranks, smashing away any undead that blocked its path with a single blow. It even withstood the mental attacks of the King's souls, and, with the shield provided by the Goblin Mage, withstood the flames of the Bone Dragon as it made its way forward. A lone hero. Get out of the way. Okay. Baiyu reached out and stopped Sun Xiao from behind, then stepped forward, turned sideways, and raised her right hand, palm facing the big guy. Do you think it's nighttime? You've messed with the wrong person. A magic circle appeared on the ground in front of the big guy, its size just big enough to encompass him. The big guy was completely unaware of it, or perhaps he was aware, but showed no fear. The big guy stepped directly into the magic circle. After his entire body entered the magic circle, the fire elements on the ground quickly condensed, and a huge pillar of fire shot into the sky, completely engulfing the big guy. Baiyu's magic power was decreasing rapidly at a visible rate. Soon, the protective shield the Goblin Mage had given the big guy shattered due to the excessive damage he had taken. The big guy was engulfed in flames, but he managed to withstand Baiyu's magic thanks to his physical strength and defense. Only a few strands of hair on its head were burned away by the flames. Of course, It may not have been just the hair on its head. The big guy stepped directly out of the magic circle, and it looked like his body was about to burst out of the magic circle. Bayu's outstretched hand clenched into a fist, and the red magic circle on the ground instantly mixed with a trace of black, no longer so fiery red. The flames that shot out instantly turned into eerie black flames, and the big guy screamed in agony as he was burned, collapsing to his knees. The black flames appeared for only a moment before dissipating, because the amount of magic power Bayu consumed was simply too enormous. In just that one moment, Bayu's magic power was completely depleted. The flames subsided, and the massive creature knelt on the ground, howling in agony, its body engulfed in black flames that tormented it. No matter what method was used, the eerie black flames could not be extinguished. So strong. Sun Xiaoxiao watched as Bayu unleashed a skill with a simple gesture. It was so cool and powerful. This big guy was clearly the leader of the goblins, but unexpectedly, Bayu had rendered him exhausted in a single move. Sun Xiaoxiao felt that if this big guy were to hit her with a hammer, she would probably be smashed into mincemeat. Arthur, finish him off. Bayu immediately shouted at Arthur in the sky. If Arthur kills the enemy, both Bayu and Arthur will gain experience. If Bayu kills the enemy himself, only he will gain experience, which is too much of a loss. The main problem is that Bayu ran out of mana. Upon hearing Bayu's shout, Arthur opened his mouth and unleashed a breath of netherworld dragon breath. Just as Arthur's breath was about to strike the goblin giant, Bayu withdrew the black flames from the giant's body. Massive creature, weakened by the loss of its black flames, tried to get up and run away, but Arthur's dragon breath followed immediately, leaving it no time to react. It was frozen into an ice sculpture by Arthur, its soul instantly annihilated. Your unit successfully defeated a level 1 commander-level goblin thug, gaining 120 experience points. Alright, he's dead. Bayu said something to Sun Xiaoxiao, and Sun Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Mage in the distance immediately began his escape. However, it lacks the size, strength, and defense of a goblin thug. It only knows one fireball spell and one protective spell, making it impossible to break through the encirclement like a goblin thug. Even if it knows magic, its magic power will eventually run out. At this moment, the gargoyle in the distance returned, with a commander-level demon soul master floating beside it. That's pretty efficient. Of demon souls immediately spotted the strongest goblin mage among the goblins below. Seeing that the goblin mage was trying to escape, the lord of the demon souls immediately activated his skill, Soul Curse. A black chain made of soul power flew towards the goblin mage. Although the goblin mage was determined to run away, he also kept an eye on his surroundings. When he saw the attack from the lord of the demon soul coming, the goblin mage cast a protective spell on himself without hesitation. To the goblin mage's surprise, the black chain was invisible and passed directly through his magical barrier, striking him. The goblin mage felt as if his soul was being torn apart. As a mage among goblins, how could he not understand now that this was a powerful mental attack? The goblin mage spat out a mouthful of green blood into his own barrier, then collapsed to the ground, lifeless, and the magical barrier vanished. Wow, this is a commander-level mental attack. Bayu exclaimed, slightly surprised. Chapter 57 almost killed me. Your troops have successfully defeated the Goblin Shaman. Originally called Goblin Shaman, it's possible that the Goblin Shaman's body was too weak, which is why he was instantly killed by the Lord of Demon Souls. Wait a minute. Shouldn't magicians all have very strong mental power? Little did they know that the Goblin Shaman's magic power was already depleted, and he was forcing himself to use his mental energy to cast spells. His mental energy was at its weakest point, and since the Lord of the Demon Soul was skilled in soul attacks, the unfortunate Goblin Shaman was instantly killed in one move. Sun Xiaoxiao watched in shock. The two strongest goblins were dead, just like that? With the addition of the Demon Soul Lord, these ordinary-level goblins are even more vulnerable. A single mental attack can instantly kill one of them. Moreover, the Lord of the Demon Soul is different from other undead. These spirit undead are born with intelligence, making it extremely easy for Bayu to command them. Remember to leave a few alive. Bayu shouted, and the undead understood immediately, beginning a one-sided massacre of the goblins. Not good. Bayu felt as if a thin sheet of paper had been torn away, and he was successfully promoted to the commander level. Damn it, of all times. Bayu's strange movement was noticed by Sun Xiaoxiao beside her. Why did she suddenly squat down when she was standing perfectly fine? Sister Bai, what's wrong? Does your stomach hurt? Sun Xiaoxiao immediately asked with concern. And nothing. Hey, Sister Bai, you don't look well. Are you really alright? Sun Xiaoxiao squatted down and tilted her head to look at Baiyu beside her. Baiyu didn't dare to speak and simply shook her head. Oh, I know, Sister Bai. You're not on your period, are you? Baiyu was startled. Had she found out? Girls, you know, they all have those few days every month. Some people experience a lot of pain, while others don't. It's really a mystery. Phew, so that's what you meant. Good thing you weren't caught. Sister Bai, let me rub it for you, and you'll feel better. As she spoke, Sun Xiaoxiao reached out to touch Baiyu's lower abdomen, but Baiyu dared not agree. She didn't want to experience a social death. Luckily, I was wearing a dress today, so it wasn't too noticeable. No need, I'll be done in a bit. Baiyu quickly refused, and seeing this, Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't insist, and had no choice but to give up. Oh well. About 20 minutes later, when the battle between the undead and the goblins was about to end, Baiyu finally took a deep breath. Call. Baiyu stood up abruptly, staring at Sun Xiaoxiao with an aggressive gaze. Bai, Sister Bai, what's wrong? Just as Sun Xiaoxiao was about to take a step back, she was caught. It's definitely a woman, isn't it? Hey, Sister Bai, what are you doing? Sun Xiaoxiao was startled and quickly backed away. No wonder. Baiyu made a sarcastic remark. Why wear that thing? Lots of girls in my class don't wear it. They say it will affect their development. I'm aiming for a 36D. Sun Xiaoxiao raised her chin and said confidently. Huh, what kind of logic is that? Did you have any strange feelings when you leveled up? She stared intently into the other person's eyes with a scrutinizing expression. She refused to believe that she was the only one like this. Surely others would too. Why? On what grounds? Sister Bai, now that you mention it, it does feel a bit strange, like ants crawling all over my body. Sun Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, and then answered. I see. Baiyu showed an expression that said, I knew it. Let me check my stats first. I'm no longer a regular Karami, but a commander-level Karami. Lord Baiyu. Wow, amazing. Sure enough, after advancing to the commander level, his strength saw a significant increase, with each attribute increasing by about 15 points, his health increasing by 50 points, and his magic power increasing by 20 points. He was incredibly powerful. After a round of enhancements, it seems that among undead of the same level, apart from Arthur, no other undead has higher attributes than Baiyu. This at least proves that Baiyu's current growth ceiling is at least at the Emperor level. Baiyu dares not guarantee that he is at the God level. Currently, Baiyu's own attributes are better than those of the Bone Dragon of the same level, and the Bone Dragon's growth ceiling is at the Monarch level. Baiyu thinks it's not an exaggeration to call himself an Emperor-level character, right? Congratulations on reaching the level 1 commander rank. Your accompanying weapon, Judgment Death Scythe, will also be upgraded. So this is what companion weapons mean. It will increase in level along with Baiyu's level. When Baiyu was at the normal level, the scythe was at the commander level. Now that Baiyu is at the commander level, wouldn't the scythe become a king weapon? To be even bolder, does Baiyu breaking through to the emperor level mean he will directly obtain a divine artifact? Wow, that's so exciting. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Accompanying weapon, Judgment Death Scythe. Quality, king level weapon, upgradable. Soul condensation, 12%. Active skills, Necromancer Summoning Magic, Tier 3, Dark Magic, Tier 2. Passive skill 1. Attacks inflict soul damage and a withering effect. Those killed will be transformed into undead. Passive skill 2. Weapons can be enchanted with magic without the need for chanting or forming a magic circle. Undead Summoning Magic. Tier 3 can summon 2 of the 4 basic unit types each time, with no change in mana cost. It really did become a king-level weapon. Moreover, not only did their magic level increase by 1 tier, but they also gained an additional passive skill. This passive skill is easy to understand. It simply eliminates the casting animation, so you no longer have to stand still when casting spells. The Necromancy spell has also been upgraded to level 3, but it is still not very useful. Although the number of types of necromancy that can be summoned has increased, Baiyu has already tested it and found that this spell will definitely summon 2 necromancy. In other words, the necromancer summoning spell using the scythe can only summon the 4 basic unit types, and the double summoning effect currently doesn't work on commanders and above, making it somewhat useless. It will probably need further upgrades to become truly effective. Baiyu summoning a gargoyle is surely better than 2 skeleton soldiers and a zombie, right? If Baiyu could only describe his current weapon in one word, it would be powerful. The 2 words are Nyobo-e voice cracks. Chapter 58 Magical Continent. Baiyu really wanted to take out his sickle and play with it, but Sun Xiaoxiao was there, so Baiyu was a little embarrassed. A true master doesn't just reveal their hand to others. Humph. What? You're saying Sun Xiao has submitted and is one of our own, so there's absolutely no problem with that? No way, I won't. You must step into the spotlight at the crucial moment and then shock the entire audience. Hee hee, Baiyu grinned foolishly. At this moment, the battle between the undead and the goblins was nearing its end. 3 gargoyles, each holding a goblin by the neck, brought the 6 of them to Baiyu. Sister Bai, why are you catching these goblins? Sun Xiao has now experienced many big events and is no longer easily impressed. She has even more faith in the big boss's strength. Don't you want to know what kind of place this is, and how many powerful forces and dangers are involved? Wow, Sister Bai is truly amazing. I never even thought of these things. As expected, there is a clear difference in thinking between myself and the experts. Alright, stop flattering me. Baiyu watched as the 6 goblins were thrown to the ground by the gargoyles, but they still chose to stand up. They did not kneel down or beg for mercy from Baiyu, because they understood that the worst that could happen was death, and they would never submit to the lowly human race. Baiyu looked at the few bald, ugly goblins in front of him. When they stood up, their height was not even as long as Baiyu's legs, probably only about 1 meter. The round little green head has 2 big, pointed ears, which are like the ears of a beast girl, except that these goblins' ears are level with the top of their heads, and they are also particularly big. How to describe it? From a human aesthetic point of view, it's so ugly it made me want to vomit yesterday's breakfast. You lowly, foolish humans, our great goblin warriors will never submit to you, even unto death. Of the goblins bared its big yellow teeth at Baiyu and yelled, "Give it your wish." Baiyu refused to believe that there were truly anyone who wasn't afraid of death. Gargoyle behind grabbed the goblin's head with one hand, and the goblin's head exploded like a watermelon. The warm mixture of green and white splashed directly onto the face of the goblin next to him, who was so frightened that he shuddered. Even Sun Xiao, who was behind Baiyu, was startled, as if the gargoyle had crushed her own head instead of the gobliness. I will ask you questions, and you will answer them. If you confess, I will spare your lives. Baiyu's voice reached the ears of the 5 goblins, and the goblin that had just spoken immediately knelt down. I'll talk. Respected human powerhouse, please spare my life. Traitor. A defiant goblin beside him immediately tried to eliminate the traitor, but was suddenly blasted away by a fireball from Baiyu. Of the goblin's shoulder was melted away, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing all the way. My hand. The goblin's scream terrified the other 3 goblins, who immediately knelt down in anger before Baiyu. So there are still those who are afraid of death. Baiyu firmly believes that no intelligent being is unafraid of death. Very well, the first question is, why are you here? The goblins in the swamp were sent by our goblin kingdom to monitor the frosty snow mountain. Today was the day we were supposed to contact the goblins, but we discovered that the goblin tribe had been wiped out, so we were sent here to investigate. The goblin kneeling on the ground spoke tremblingly. Upon hearing this, Baiyu understood the cause and effect and instantly became interested. It's likely that these goblins suspected a nearby lord of committing the act, and coincidentally, Sun Xiao's castle was nearby. The attack showed that Sun Xiao's troops were killed. Baiyu guessed that the goblins and Sun Xiao's crimson blood demon ape were fighting. As luck would have it, Arthur and his minions were leveling up nearby when they encountered this group of goblins and started fighting them. It turns out that the goblins were just an eye planted by the Goblin Kingdom in the Snow Mountain. However, the goblins were too weak to guard the Snow Mountain and could only hide near the swamp. What's on the snow-capped mountain? Baiyu then followed up on the goblin's words with further questions. I don't know. I'm just an ordinary member acting under orders. That's all I know. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf clan on the Snow Mountain was also like the goblins, being ordered to observe something. Do you know what kind of creature the Howling Moon Silver Wolf on the Snow Mountain is? I know this one. They belong to a branch of werewolves from the mountain peaks. They are relatively weak and were probably sent to the Snow Mountain on orders. At the summit of the mountains? Sure enough, there was an even larger werewolf organization behind Howling Moon Silver Wolf. They were just cannon fodder. How does the summit of these mountains compare to your Goblin Kingdom? A little bit stronger. Baiyu clearly didn't believe what the goblin was saying. Xiang is stronger than our Goblin Kingdom. Baiyu then asked the goblins for some basic information about the magical continent, but there was too much they didn't know. The magical continent is not a single, unified landmass, but rather divided into 7 continents, each separated by a vast, boundless sea. Only those at the divine realm can traverse these continents alone. The continent where Baiyu is located is called Martial, and its area is so vast that its extent is unknown. Perhaps the goblins are too weak and know too little about this continent. According to the goblins, Marshall has never been unified in history. Although they don't know about the other 6 continents, it is very likely that Marshall is the most chaotic one. The most powerful forces are the demons, angels, titans, and dragons, while those slightly weaker than the top races are the humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves. Of course, this refers to the influence of Marshall state. It is said that the human race's strength is not as simple as it appears on the surface. The Holy Court alone has influence spanning all 7 continents of the magical continent. The dragon race directly rules over an entire continent, and in the endless sea dwells the sea god race, whose power is unfathomable. Of course, these things cannot be verified at present. They are just hearsay. Ordinary forces have a big problem even leaving Marshall, let alone understanding the forces in other continents. Isn't that nonsense? Bayou and his lords, who number in the billions, are naturally scattered across the 7 continents. All the native humans on the magical continent regard these lords as alien races and want to exterminate them all. Other races also viewed the lords as invaders from another world and harbored great hostility towards them. Well, Bayou now has some basic understanding of this magical continent. Simply put, this game is a confrontation between all the lords and the native races of the magical continent, and in the end, only one side may survive. The relationships between the lords and the native races of the magical continent are similar. They share a common enemy, yet fight their own battles. This information was already a huge shock to Bayou, let alone Sun Xiaoxiao standing next to her. Sun Xiaoxiao's worldview was completely shattered. She might even want to turn the game, All People Lords, into a competition among lords to be number 1. Chapter 59 Return to the Castle. Respected human powerhouse, we have said everything we could. Please keep your promise and spare our lives. The goblins thought Bayou would ask them about the Goblin Kingdom, but he only asked for some basic information that any intelligent race on the magical continent would know. That makes sense. These visitors from another world have only been in the magical continent for a few days, so it's normal that they don't know this information. The goblins have decided that as soon as they return to the Goblin Kingdom, they will immediately seek help to take revenge. Among these alien races, there are some with some strength, unlike the group of alien races around the Goblin Kingdom who are easily defeated. Bayou nodded. Yes, I'm a man of my word. I said I wouldn't kill you, and I won't. The goblins were overjoyed upon hearing this, never expecting that this alien human was so foolish. The goblins stood up and immediately tried to flee. Roar! Arthur's dragon breath completely engulfed the 4 goblins, and before they could even react, they were already dead. I said I wouldn't kill them because I myself wouldn't, but I didn't say my troops couldn't be killed. Arthur, have the undead take these goblin corpses back to the castle. The goblins were killed in action, and Bayou thoughtfully ordered the undead to begin cleaning up the battlefield, making a small contribution to the environmental protection of the magical continent. Sun Xiaoxiao thought Bayou wanted these corpses to take back and dispose of them. Stop standing there like an idiot. Let's go. Bayou skillfully jumped onto the gargoyle's back, and the gargoyles slowly took off. Sun Xiaoxiao also summoned her prop, Little Yellow Cloud, once again, and followed Bayou into the sky. Bayou flew in front, with Sun Xiaoxiao behind, and the two flew together toward Bayou's castle. Since Sun Xiaoxiao and Bayou are currently in a servant-servant relationship that cannot be changed, some of the special bonuses from Bayou's castle are also useful to Sun Xiaoxiao. As Sun Xiaoxiao followed Bayou into the castle territory, the Little Yellow Cloud suddenly sped up considerably, and Sun Xiaoxiao also felt her own strength increase. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately checked her attributes and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, I actually leveled up. Oh, that's a special building bonus for my castle. It disappears once I leave the territory," Bayou explained to Sun Xiaoxiao behind her. One sentence ignited Sun Xiaoxiao's anger again. She had never seen a special building before. Were all of them so powerful? Sun Xiaoxiao then remembered that she could view some information about Bayou. Lord Bayou. Sun Xiaoxiao was stunned. Bayou was far superior to her in every aspect. Moreover, Sun Xiaoxiao could not see what special buildings Bayou's castle had. It only showed a quantity. Sun Xiaoxiao thought that having one special building was outrageous enough, but she didn't expect Bayou to have 6. Not only has his own strength reached the commander level, but even his castle is at the maximum level. This is such a huge blow. Compared to this, I feel like I'm just a piece of trash. The invisibility effect of the concealed chandelier did not work on Sun Xiaoxiao. The moment she entered Bayou's territory, Sun Xiaoxiao could see Bayou's castle from afar. But this castle, it looks a bit scary. Soon, Sun Xiaoxiao followed Bai Yu down to the castle gate. There were 4 terrifying statues with bared fangs at the gate, which Sun Xiaoxiao found to be very similar to the monster that carried Bai Yu. Entering the castle gate and arriving at the courtyard, there is an altar in the middle that is half the size of a football field. The skulls on the 4 pillars emit an eerie blue light, and below them is a pool of black, unidentified liquid. You'd better not go in here, or you won't be able to get out, and I won't be able to save you. Seeing that Sun Xiaoxiao kept staring at the Blackwater Altar, Bai Yu reminded her that currently only the undead, and Bai Yu herself could freely enter and exit the Blackwater Altar without ignoring the barrier. Bai Yu couldn't guarantee that Sun Xiaoxiao wouldn't be able to come out after entering. Bai Yu glanced at the time. It was noon. She didn't need to eat, but Sun Xiaoxiao probably did. Are you hungry? There's food in the warehouse. You can take it to the kitchen and cook it yourself. I'm a little hungry. Is it really okay to make it? Bai Yu took a portion of food directly from the warehouse and gave it to Sun Xiaoxiao. Sun Xiaoxiao accepted it somewhat embarrassedly, turned around and walked towards the castle, but after taking only 2 steps, she remembered something and turned back. Sister Bai, aren't you going to eat? I can't finish this portion of food. Fine, I'll have some too. Not eating would seem somewhat inhuman. Because of the goblin matter, Bai Yu had spent the whole morning dealing with some supplies that she hadn't had time to process. Bai Yu and Sun Xiaoxiao walked towards the kitchen while collecting the goods they had traded at the exchange. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully completing the trade and acquiring. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Bai Yu cut the food into small portions, threw them directly into the pot, poured in tap water, and prepared to stew them all together. These days, you'll starve if you don't have some life skills. Judging from your age, you should be a junior high school student. Have you found your parents here? While waiting for their food, Bai Yu and Sun Xiaoxiao sat on the dining chairs and chatted idly. Bai Yu, you're really good at chatting. You started with such a heavy topic right away. Bai Yu regretted asking the question as soon as she saw it. She noticed a hint of disappointment in Sun Xiaoxiao's eyes, but then she pretended to be strong and said, No, I believe they'll be fine. Maybe they didn't even travel here. For a child her age, suddenly transported to this unfamiliar world, all alone, it's impossible not to be afraid and miss home. Unlike Bai Yu, who was an orphan from a young age and was used to living alone, and who had already experienced time travel, she was able to adapt quickly. What about you, Sister Bai? Have you found your parents? Someone as strong as you can definitely protect them. While worried about herself, Sun Xiaoxiao also asked Bai Yu with concern. Me? I don't have parents. Bai Yu's words were astonishing. Oh, I'm sorry, Sister Bai. Sun Xiaoxiao realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly apologized. I've been an orphan since I was a child and have no memory of my parents. So why should I apologize? Bai Yu said nonchalantly, got up, took out 2 plates, scooped the meat out of the pot, put on knives and forks, and served it to Sun Xiaoxiao. The meat is ready, eat up. Sun Xiaoxiao picked up her knife and fork and began to wolf down her food. Thank you, Sister Bai, you're so kind. Bai Yu sat opposite Sun Xiaoxiao and slowly ate a piece of meat with a fork. I'm not a good person. Chapter 60 The Wrathful Night and the Dark Night. Bai Yu had relatively little food on her plate, and she finished eating in no time. Just then, the undead outside began to return, carrying the goblin corpses. Eat slowly. I'm going to go outside and take a look. Bai Yu put down the fork, got up, and walked out of the kitchen. In the courtyard, the undead were orderly placing the goblin corpses into the Blackwater Altar. The goblins were short in stature, and a gargoyle could easily grab 4 of them with its 2 hands. Goblins in total, exactly 120. Each goblin was level 5 or higher, and there were 2 commanders, a goblin thug and a goblin priest. Bai Yu guessed that these 120 goblins were probably a complete goblin squad, responsible for investigating the cause of death of the goblin tribe. Because the only castles nearby were Bai Yu's and Sun Xiaoxiao's, and Bai Yu's castle was protected by a concealed chandelier, they were able to keep it hidden from the others. Even if they find out, it's useless, they'll still die. There are over 2,000 undead near White Jade Castle. 100 goblins aren't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Goblins, as intelligent beings, are not strong in combat themselves. Their strength lies in their technology. Therefore, Bai Yu chose to convert them into ordinary undead. One by one, the undead, strengthened by the Blackwater Altar, crawled out of the Blackwater Altar. Each one was level 5 or higher, and Bai Yu's undead received another major boost in overall strength. Otherwise, although Bai Yu has a large number of undead, most of them are still level 1 and cannot be upgraded at all. At this moment, Bai saw a ghost knight, his body engulfed in blue flames and wielding 2 swords, crawl out from the corpse of the goblin thug. Larger in size, its body is covered in black, floating armor with blue flames burning inside, and even its undead horse is covered in thick armor. If the previous undead knights and death knights were light cavalry wielding scythes, then this commander-level undead knight has now been upgraded to a heavy cavalry. Divine Retribution Knight. Skill, Divine Punishment. Divine Punishment, an army of undead knights, formed from the flames of souls, charges at the enemy. The Wrath Knight should be the final form of the undead knight, and it even has an extra skill, not bad at all. Bai then looked at the undead summoned by the goblin priest, hoping to get a grand slam for himself. The thin, goblin priest's corpse, forming a humanoid undead wielding a long sword. It was about 1.8 meters tall, the same height as an adult human male. Could the size of the undead that are transformed be related to the size of the previous corpse? The undead summoned by goblin thugs are larger, while the undead summoned by goblin priests are smaller. If Bai hadn't realized it was summoned by a goblin priest, she would have almost thought it was just an ordinary zombie with a weapon in its hand. Black Knight. Enhancement. Body. All attributes +2. Skill. Vertical Slash. Vertical Slash. At the moment of activation, agility is tripled and strength is doubled. A downward slash can directly tear apart the enemy's body and soul. As expected, the attributes of a commander-level Black Knight are significantly lower than those of a Divine Punishment Knight of the same level. However, Bai felt that this skill was quite interesting. The other undead skills were all fancy attack methods, while the Black Knight's was the most simple and unadorned slash. Moreover, Bai thought that this skill should be very strong. In summary, it has short reach but high burst damage. All the undead were growing larger, except for the Black Knight, who not only didn't grow larger, but actually shrank. The narrow sword in the Black Knight's hand was not a samurai sword, but a slender straight sword. The entire zombie was dressed in black armor, and if it weren't for the dense corpse aura emanating from the surroundings, it would really look no different from a human from a distance. Sun Xiaoxiao had just finished lunch and came out. She was startled to see new undead crawling out of the goblin corpses from the Blackwater at the altar. Suddenly remembering Bai's warning, he wondered if he would also turn into a pile of bones if he accidentally went inside. Sister Bai, isn't this a special building? Because the internal layout of each lord's castle is slightly different, and Sun Xiaoxiao and Bai are in the same location, the differences between their castles are not significant. In other regions, most castles are built using locally sourced materials. For example, Lin Zhen's castle, the Spirit of Flame, is made of obsidian. Similarly, Zhao Lianshue's castle, the Orphan of Zhao, is built using stones from nearby mountains. Yes, it can continuously summon undead, as long as there are corpses. Wow, that's powerful. No wonder the pros have so many unit types. How come I'm never so lucky as to get a special building? Sun Xiaoxiao sighed inwardly. Bai noticed something was wrong again. The undead summoned by these 120 goblins were still the original 5 types of troops: skeleton soldiers, zombies, ghosts, undead knights, and gargoyles. There wasn't a single bone dragon or ghost dragon. Logically speaking, Bai's level 7 barracks should have already unlocked the bone dragon and ghost dragon, so why can't he summon them? Oh no, something's wrong. What am I going to do about this barracks messing with my mentality? Bai was planning to build a massive army of bone dragons, but the plan was thwarted before it even began. This is a hidden attribute that the system doesn't mark. Maybe it's because the barracks level is too low, or maybe it's related to the Blackwater Altar. Bai decided to personally summon and experiment with it next time. Breakdown. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully dismantling. Just like the goblins, they don't drop food. Could it be because of intelligent races? Wait a minute, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf is also an intelligent species, and it drops food. But that doesn't seem to be entirely true. Strictly speaking, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf should be considered a semi-intelligent creature, because low-level Howling Moon Silver Wolves don't possess intelligence. Who cares? Who needs its food? The biggest gain this time is still these 79 spirit cores. Chapter 61, The Intervention of a Mistress. Spirit cores now, but I'm still short over 9,000 magic crystals to upgrade the barracks. I'll sell these equipment first to earn some magic crystals, and then figure out another way to get the rest. Sigh. Krusty Krab Burger initiates trade. A common grade piece of equipment can be traded for 10 magic crystals or 5 iron ingots. Remaining quantity, 118 items. A commander-level piece of equipment can be traded for 300 magic crystals or 150 iron ingots. Remaining quantity, 2 items. Sun Xiaoxiao watched Baiyu skillfully put the weapons and equipment on the shelves, feeling somewhat envious. So this is how the big shots make money. It's so different from the game I play. I'm always struggling for food and worrying about my troops getting killed, while the big shots are practically financially free. Sun Xiaoxiao found it hard not to suspect that Baiyu might have received a cheat program secretly given to her by the system. Sun Xiaoxiao opened the world chat, wanting to see the reactions of the lords. Mountains don't see me. The boss has put weapons up for sale again. Everyone hurry and grab them. Dark Knight Queen. You're all getting excited over a bunch of ordinary weapons, you bunch of mutts. The Monkey King. Look at you bunch of country bumpkins. Sun Xiaoxiao chimed in with a smug look on her face. Little Drill Wind. At Monkey King, have you found the lord who killed your troops yet? Skip the extra messages. Monkey King. At Little Drill Wind, find me, my brother. The guy next to me is the top-tier Krabby Patty boss. I'm his underling now, so watch your mouth. Sun Xiaoxiao instantly transformed into a keyboard warrior in the world chat, and her boasting also drew out even more lords, all of whom envied Sun Xiaoxiao for having a powerful figure protecting her. This news is way more exciting than the big shots selling equipment. Ben Borba. Holy crap, you're so damn lucky. What kind of unit is the Krabby Patty boss? Please tell me at Monkey King. Avanti, what level is this big shot? Damn it, I was born next to a big shot, and was even taken in as a subordinate. You must be the chosen one at Monkey King. Bubble. So it turns out it was a unit that got killed by a big shot, and then went to him and got taken in as his underling. Even novel protagonists wouldn't dare write something like this. Aku. Seeing this is worse than being able to latch onto a powerful figure. It's worse than being killed. Immediately, a large number of lords began tagging Sun Xiaoxiao, and the name, Great Sage Equal to Heaven, was instantly remembered by many lords. Sun Xiaoxiao looked at this group of unlucky guys and couldn't help but smile. You even asked about Sister Bai's troop type? Do you think I, Sun Xiaoxiao, am stupid? Baiyu naturally saw the message in the world chat, but it didn't matter to her. Those who chatted in the group were all lowly lords. What would the real big shots do? Would they never even look at the world chat? No. They would secretly spy on the screen like Baiyu, but they would never say a word. As luck would have it, Zhao Lianxue saw the news. What? Someone actually became the boss's underling before me. Oh, damn it. It's true what they say, love at first sight can't compare to love that grows over time. The dwarves working in the castle courtyard looked at Zhao Lianxue with confusion, wondering what was wrong with her this time. Are all human women like this? Zhao Lianxue was indignant at this moment. This monkey is lucky, isn't it? Why is it born near the big shot's castle, while I can only keep company with the rocks in the mountains? When the dwarves sought refuge with Zhao Lianxue, she inquired about some basic information about the magical continent, even before Baiyu knew it. Zhao Lianxue's castle is nothing but mountains. There's nothing in the surrounding area for hundreds of kilometers, not even a single lord's castle. No wonder the dwarves in distress are all running this way. Could it be that this stinky monkey is actually a handsome 185 centimeters tall guy who bewitched the big shot and then offered himself to him? Yes, very likely. That despicable guy actually used his inferior beauty to seduce the big boss. If only I had just submitted to the big boss from the beginning. Now suddenly there's a mistress vying for his favor. Zhao Lianxue was still having a crazy brainstorming session. Baiyu and Sun Xiaoxiao were already chatting in the lobby. Having been in this strange world for so long, they didn't even have anyone to talk to, which was quite frustrating. While waiting for the transaction to complete at the exchange, Baiyu can then upgrade the barracks again. It was already afternoon when Sun Xiaoxiao prepared to return to her castle. Baiyu politely tried to persuade him to stay, since there were plenty of rooms in the castle and one more person could sleep comfortably. But Sun Xiaoxiao refused, worried that her crimson blood demon apes would go hungry and destroy the house, and wanted to go back to take care of them. Baiyu didn't force the issue. As far as Baiyu and Sun Xiaoxiao were at their current location, there really weren't any other powerful flying creatures in the sky besides the frost dragon of the frosty snow mountain. Sun Xiaoxiao had a flying device, so there was no need to worry about basic safety issues. However, Baiyu still thoughtfully arranged for the demon soul lord to escort her back to the castle. Sun Xiaoxiao was deeply moved to learn that Baiyu had arranged for a commander-level soldier to protect her all the way. Goodbye, Sister Bai. Sun Xiaoxiao waved and shouted loudly to Baiyu on the ground from the sky, and Baiyu waved goodbye to her in return. Baiyu's undead army now has 5 commander-level undead. Although Arthur has not yet been promoted to commander, he also possesses commander-level combat power. In addition, the dozen or so level 9 undead can also exert commander-level combat power within the territory. Baiyu was no longer afraid of the beast tide 2 days later. With 2 more days, Arthur would have more than enough time to be promoted to commander. Baiyu received the resources from the exchange. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully trading 118 pieces of common-grade equipment and obtaining 1180 magic crystals. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully trading 2 commander-level weapons and receiving 600 magic crystals. More than 1,000 magic crystals have been credited to my account. I still need 8,000 more to upgrade my castle. Keep it up. After Baiyu was promoted to commander, he had a very direct understanding of his physical condition, and his strength also increased significantly. She felt that she was no longer someone who could kill an old ox with 1 punch, but someone who could smash a car to pieces with 1 punch. Chapter 62 Castle, Town. After taking a shower, Baiyu walked out of the bathroom, naked, and headed towards the bedroom. Since she was all alone in the castle, she had nothing to be afraid of. Baiyu simply took a loose white t-shirt from the closet and put it on. It would be dark soon, and there was no way Baiyu would go out this time, so she would just leave it at that. Otherwise, I'd have to take it off at night, which would be quite troublesome. Although she wasn't wearing anything on top, she still had to wear something on the bottom. Baiyu casually put on a pair of shorts, and the length of the t-shirt was just right to perfectly cover the shorts, achieving the effect of making the shorts invisible. In the evening, Baiyu received a private message. When Baiyu opened it, she saw that it was from Zhao Lianxue. The orphan of Zhao, boss, I've finished refining all your iron ore, and I also have 1,000 iron ingots of my own. Shall I send them to you now? Finished refining? Great. This way, Baiyu can upgrade his castle. Huang Bao, send it over now, thank you so much. The orphan of Zhao, no need to be so polite, sir. We're allies. Zhao Lianxue's 3,000 iron ingots arrived instantly. 2,000 of them were obtained from refining Baiyu's iron ore, and the remaining 1,000 ingots were Zhao Lianxue's savings. Baiyu owes her a huge favor this time. That's the advantage of having teammates. You can help each other. Although Zhao Lianxue's castle is far from being upgraded to a town, and the iron ingots would just gather dust in the warehouse, the fact that she was willing to lend so many iron ingots to Baiyu shows that she still trusts Baiyu. Baiyu could simply use up these iron ingots, then break up the alliance and run away, getting everything for free. Baiyu didn't believe the system could get the iron ingots back after all that was used up. But is she that kind of person? Of course not. Baiyu is a generous, righteous, and loyal person who hates evil and keeps his promises. How could he do such a despicable thing? There's a saying, isn't there? Being born in a small country is not the fault of a gentleman. We are born into a great nation, and should therefore conduct ourselves as gentlemen. Baiyu is an outstanding son of China, a descendant of Yan and Huang. How can he be compared to those petty people who pollute the ocean? Sigh, I should think about how to repay the orphan of Zhao. I don't want to keep owing them a favor. Upgrade. The moment Baiyu pressed the upgrade button, a blue light rose up throughout the castle. She quickly went to the courtyard and looked at the castle behind her, which had now been upgraded. The castle has become much larger than before. It used to have only 7 floors, but now it has 12. The entire castle was predominantly black, but Baiyu also noticed a faint blue glow emanating from it, which added to its mystique. The blue light was similar to the blue light emitted by the Heavenly Punishment Knight and the Ghost Dragon. Baiyu discovered that as the castle was upgraded, the overall architectural style of the castle would better match his troop type, just like the system's quirky sense of humor. The castle grew larger, and naturally the courtyard inside the castle also grew larger, but this did not affect the special buildings, because Baiyu discovered that the original Blackwater Altar had taken up less space. Baiyu lives alone in a 12-story castle. It would probably take her an hour just to explore the entire castle. Wait a minute, wasn't it upgraded to a town? Where are the other buildings? The castle gates were open, and Baiyu could see outside through them, but the outside was bare and empty. Baiyu had a bad feeling and, refusing to believe it, ran outside the castle to check. She looked around the castle from all sides, but there was nothing there. It seemed that the ground around the castle had been cleaned up by the system and was now clean. There were no trees or piles of stones to be seen. Baiyu felt like she had been tricked by the system. What happened to the promised town advancement? Why did they leave me a spot to build it myself? Isn't this a scam? Upon checking the information, Baiyu immediately understood. Just as he had guessed, the areas cleared by the system were the deliberately reserved town territories. However, as Baiyu checked the town information, several other prompts popped up from the system. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully upgrading your castle to a town. You have received 2 random special building blueprints. Congratulations, Lord, on unlocking the town-exclusive building, the Portal. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully upgrading your castle to a town. You may randomly draw 1 ability related to your bloodline. Hee hee. Bayu's face instantly lit up with a smile. The surprise came too fast, like a tornado. I knew it. After all that effort to upgrade the town, how could there be nothing to show for it? Is it only by upgrading your own castle that you get special building blueprints as a reward? Sun Xiaoxiao's castle is level 5, and she doesn't have any special buildings. Upgrading to a castle doesn't offer much of a boost. The most important and crucial improvements come from upgrading the town itself. Bayu was particularly curious about this exclusive building, the Shuttle Gate. It was unique to this building, which was absent from all other buildings in the town. It must have some special function. Town-exclusive building, Shuttle Gate. Building level, none. Function, constructs a 2-way portal, allowing free movement between the territories of the lords, allies, and subjects. Depend on. Bayu thought it was some kind of advanced building, but it turned out to be just a teleportation portal, and it could only be used to teleport between one's allies and subjects, and the other party had to have this building. It's practically useless. This exclusive building should be unlocked by all lords when upgrading their towns, and you still have to build resources for it. What a ripoff. Why can't it be given as a gift to the lord? Stingy person. As things stand, Bayu dares to say that she is definitely one of the earliest lords to upgrade her town. Bayu's ally is Zhao Yinxue, and her subjects are Sun Xiaoxiao. The 2 of them are still a long way from upgrading their castles. This portal is completely useless at the moment, and building it is a pure waste of resources. Fortunately, the town's territory didn't expand during this upgrade. Otherwise, we would have been 1 step closer to the frigid snow-capped mountains and the dark forest. With the newbie protection period about to end, it's still too dangerous. Chapter 63 Magic Upgrade, Walls and Defense Towers. First, claim the skills unlocked by upgrading your town. This is a great opportunity to become stronger instantly. Although Bayu didn't know what she would draw, given the sheer number and variety of abilities, she had absolutely no clue what to expect. However, she hoped for a high-level ability that would allow her to fly. After all, Sun Xiaoxiao, the younger brother, can fly, so it wouldn't make sense for the boss not to be able to fly. Receive. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully extracting Dark Magic, Intermediate. Detection indicates the Lord has mastered Dark Magic, Tier 1. Learning cost halved. Spend 50 magic crystals to learn immediately. Puff. Bayu coughed up blood. His fantasy had been slapped hard by reality. What bad luck. She actually drew a skill she already knew, and Bayu was so full of anticipation. Bayu was also a little confused about the magic's rank. She had been puzzled before because her dark magic was rank 1 and her fire magic was rank 2. She thought it was because the magic was different that it was ranked differently. I've drawn dark magic, and it's listed as mid-tier, which means all magic categories are the same. However, one thing is certain. Intermediate level magic is definitely higher than 3rd level magic, because Bayu's necromancy is only 3rd level, and there is not much improvement. In contrast, intermediate level fire magic can be freely combined with dark magic, highlighting the difference in skill level. Sigh. I've drawn a mid-level dark magic spell. I guess I'll just have to accept my fate. Study. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully mastering dark magic, Intermediate. This time, Bayu didn't even see what the magic book looked like. Just like last time when she mastered intermediate level fire magic, her body didn't show any abnormalities. It's just that my understanding of dark elements has deepened, and I've gained a few more fixed skills in my mind, making it easier for me to use magic. I'm no longer a noob who only knows how to use Black Flame Bullet. Dark Barrier. As the name suggests, this magic uses the dark attribute to form a barrier, making it a defensive skill. Dark Corrosion. Uses the dark attribute to create a large black poisonous mist that corrodes enemies while also obscuring their vision, making it a support skill. Dark Leap. Merging with the power of darkness, the body dissipates into black mist and reappears in another location, with a maximum distance of 1,000 meters. It is similar to teleportation in spatial systems, but not as fast. In short, it is a flash, which can be used for both offense and defense. These are some of the functional skills. In addition to the inherent offensive skills, Bayu can also freely utilize them. Now Bayu's magical abilities are even more comprehensive, capable of offense, defense, and support, and she can even use a scythe for close-range combat to eliminate the enemy's main damage dealer. Although I haven't learned to fly, being able to teleport is still pretty good. Baiyu suddenly realized that although she had mastered the original dark magic, it had directly boosted her combat power by several levels. She suddenly felt that she hadn't lost out. Indeed, the system was true to its word. Anything produced by our system is guaranteed to be of high quality. Warning, the "it's so good" adage applies here. Hopefully, the last 2 special building blueprints will yield some good items. Baiyu quickly cast a lucky buff on herself. Received 2 special building blueprints. She used one hand to click to claim, while continuing to work with the other. Congratulations, Lord, on obtaining the special building, the city wall. Congratulations, Lord, on obtaining the special building, the defensive tower. Wow. Sure enough, my luck improved. Rabbits really do bring good fortune. It's confirmed. Defense towers are offensive special buildings, and city walls are defensive special buildings. In an instant, Baiyu's town was fully completed. It was absolutely awesome. The building materials are a bit pricey. After all, iron ingots are a scarce commodity. The most outrageous thing is that this city wall can actually be upgraded. In other words, this city wall will not be gradually phased out as Baiyu's strength increases, but upgrading the resources will probably be a bit difficult, as even just building it requires a lot of materials. Well, this city wall reminds me of a game Baiyu played in her previous life. Let's take another look at the defense towers. Function: connected to the castle's core crystal, it unleashes magical attacks on enemies entering the territory. Note: can only be built on city walls. Grows with the castle crystal level. So, a level 1 town corresponds to a level 1 commander? This defensive tower is ridiculous. It can't be built without city walls, and building city walls requires 5,000 iron ingots. Isn't this a vicious cycle? Alas, it seems there's no way to obtain iron ingots. We're constantly constrained. Baiyu made a decision. She had to find a way to refine iron ingots herself. Although Zhao Lianxue was helping her, her output was so low that it wasn't enough for her own needs. She never expected to rely on anyone else. She was simply struggling to find an effective way to refine iron ingots. 3 buildings were unlocked at once, and not only did I not have a single Baiyu iron ingot, I even owed him 1,000. Stones and wood are running low, and we need to hurry up and get more magic crystals. Has it already gotten to night without me realizing it? We need to hurry up and get the undead hunting and gathering resources. Arthur and the bone dragons, leveling up, can't be neglected either. Hopefully, Arthur can successfully reach the commander level during tonight's double experience bonus. Another day has passed. I can go to sleep after I've summoned all the troops. Just then, a system notification sounded. It was a message that Zhao Lianxue had suddenly sent to Baiyu. The Orphan of Zhao. Boss, do you have any extra beast materials? I got a special building blueprint while mining today, called Blacksmith Shop. Dwarves can use it to craft equipment, and they need those beast materials. Baiyu fell silent again. Damn, that's really lucky. If those miscellaneous items could be used to craft equipment, the profits would be enormous. Huang Bao. I have a little, how much do you want? The Orphan of Zhao, a wild boar tusk, and any animal pelt can be crafted into a piece of ordinary equipment. According to the market price of ordinary equipment, a piece of ordinary equipment costs 10 magic crystals. Boss, give me 200 pieces, as a way of repaying the 1,000 iron ingots. 200 pieces of materials can be crafted into equipment and sold for 2,000 magic crystals. 1,000 iron ingots are also worth about 2,000 magic crystals, but there is no market for them. Actually, Baiyu still came out ahead, using 200 miscellaneous items to offset 1,000 iron ingots, not including Zhao Lianxue's processing fee. Did I save the galaxy in my past life? Chapter 64, Even miscellaneous items can make money. Baiyu was a little confused as to why this orphan of the Zhao family was being so nice to her. It was a bit like a simp. Shaw, how could I say such things about someone? But Baiyu wasn't one to take advantage of others. She sent 250 copies directly, and the profit from 50 copies was enough for her to make an extra profit. For Zhao Lianxue, it was simply a matter of exchanging iron ingots for magic crystals, so there was no loss. In any case, she couldn't upgrade the town for the time being, but she would need a lot of magic crystals to upgrade the barracks. She suffered no loss, but she helped Baiyu a lot. The Orphan of Zhao. Boss, you sent too much. You don't need that much. Crab roe burger. It's nothing, it's a gift for you. Thank you for your help. In fact, Baiyu could also cooperate with Zhao Lianxue this time. Taking advantage of Zhao Lianxue's ability to manufacture equipment, they could buy wild boar tusks and animal fur from the exchange and then resell them to make a fortune. Zhao Lianxue naturally thought of this as well. However, Acquiring wild boar tusks and animal fur on a large scale would require a lot of magic crystals. Zhao Lianxue didn't have many magic crystals, so cooperating with Baiyu was a good choice. She could use Baiyu's funds and prestige, and also improve her relationship with Baiyu. Therefore, before Baiyu could send another message to Zhao Lianxue expressed her thoughts first. The orphan of Zhao. Boss, we can cooperate. We can buy up wild boar tusks and animal hides on the exchange, and then resell them to make a profit. Dwarves are very good at crafting equipment. 100 dwarves working together can craft thousands of pieces in an hour. Crab roe burger. Sure, that's exactly what I was thinking too. How should we split it? The orphan of Zhao. Boss, I don't have the magic crystals I need to buy. I'll need you to buy them for me. How about we split the profits 50-50ths? Crab roe burger. Okay, thank you. This gave Baiyu another huge advantage. Even without Baiyu's initial investment, Zhao Lianxue could have easily made a fortune by reselling the 2,000 magic crystals. Although it would have been a bit slow, she would have made a lot of money in the end. Of course, it's also possible that in 3 days, or even 2 days, these lords will find out that these miscellaneous items can be used to craft equipment. At that time, the price will skyrocket, and it will be impossible to take advantage of their information gap and make a fortune like it is now. So even if you can make money, time is crucial. Baiyu immediately listed all of her magic crystals on the exchange. Krusty Krab Burger initiates trade. 1 magic crystal can be traded for 1 wild boar tusk and any animal pelt. Remaining quantity, for 1,000. Baiyu originally had 4,980 magic crystals. If he put them all up for sale, with some in whole numbers and some in odd numbers, it would easily arouse suspicion from other lords. Therefore, Baiyu chose a round number instead. Even so, some top-tier lords noticed something amiss. Why would a powerful lord like Baiyu suddenly acquire these useless odds and ends? Even if these lords guessed that Baiyu was likely buying these things to make equipment, they were helpless because they had no use for these things. These lords, who had noticed something amiss, had no choice but to leave behind the miscellaneous items they possessed for the time being. The moment the order was listed, it caused a sensation among the other lords, who immediately began scrambling to buy it. These weak lords are extremely short of magic crystals. Seeing that they can exchange 2 useless items for a magic crystal, they don't even need to think about where else they can find such a good deal. They didn't care what the big boss wanted these things for. They just wanted to earn magic crystals. In less than 10 minutes, all 4,000 magic crystals were snatched up, and Baiyu gained 4,000 wild boar tusks and 4,000 animal pelts of varying sizes. Baiyu immediately sent all 8,000 documents to Zhao Lianxue, who would probably have to work overtime tonight. The orphan of Zhao. Boss, you're awesome. Show me. Crab roe burger. I have 160 wild boar tusks left in my warehouse. Let's forge them too. The orphan of Zhao. Okay, boss. You can sell the equipment after it's finished. Your prestige is quite high, so the lord will probably think that you got it by fighting monsters and won't forget about forging equipment. Crab roe burger. Okay. Baiyu then took out 160 documents from her warehouse and sent them to Zhao Lianxue. There are a total of 4,160 materials. If they are split 50-50ths, Baiyu will get 20,800 magic crystals. Baiyu's barracks can be upgraded again in no time. If these lords discover that the miscellaneous items dropped by wild monsters can be used to craft equipment, they will definitely raise the price. Baiyu doesn't want her business to fail again after only a few tries. The lords would discover this secret before the beast tide arrived, and it certainly wouldn't last long. With billions of lords, there are too many people. It's impossible that not a single one would be discovered. That would be too unbelievable. Moreover, as the lords grow stronger, ordinary equipment will eventually depreciate. Although the price of miscellaneous items will not exceed that of equipment even if it increases, the final profit may be 1 or 2 magic crystals, unlike now where the price difference is tenfold. At that time, Baiyu would no longer be able to cooperate with Zhao Lianxue. The profit from 1 or 2 stones would be too low and not even enough to cover Zhao Lianxue's wasted time. Baiyu could have made a profit by having his troops hunt during that time. Baiyu suddenly realized that with his current strength, he might be able to take on the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe. Their tribe is on the snow-capped mountains, but Baiyu doesn't know their exact location. He needs to send Undead to scout ahead and make sure there are no dangers around before taking action. Moreover, the operation must be carried out at night to maximize resources. Baiyu still remembers that high-level monsters would appear at night, but ever since the Goblin tribe was wiped out by Baiyu, and the Howling Moon Silver Wolf caused trouble for Baiyu once, it has never made a move again. Without hesitation, Baiyu immediately summoned the Lord of Demon Souls and ordered him to go to the snowy mountains to gather intelligence. Firstly, the Lord of the Demon Soul can fly and is immune to physical attacks. Secondly, being in a spirit form, it is not easily detected at night. And most importantly, the Lord of the Demon Soul is intelligent and will not attract the hatred of the Frost Dragon. Baiyu dared not send Arthur, in case he was unlucky enough to encounter the Frost Dragon, which would be troublesome. Besides, Arthur was too big and would be too obvious a target. Once the Lord of Demon Souls has gathered the information, Baiyu decides to risk going up the snow mountain the next night to launch an attack on the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. Actually, the best time is on the night of the full moon, when all the Howling Moon Silver Wolves can transform into werewolves. Putting aside their combat strength, Baiyu can gain a large number of powerful helpers. The moon was full just a few days ago, and the next full moon won't come for another month. Baiyu can't wait that long. Baiyu glanced at the system time. It's 12 o'clock. Baiyu walked out of the bedroom and headed towards the barracks outside. After summoning the troops, she could go to sleep. The Necromancer Crystal is fully charged. Summon now. Chapter 65 Another King. Yes. While Baiyu was casting a lucky buff on herself, her other hand was on the confirmation button. Baiyu had originally planned to wait until Zhao Lianxue finished crafting the equipment, sold it to obtain magic crystals, and then upgraded the castle before summoning. However, it was already midnight, and Zhao Lianxue still hadn't replied, so it would probably be very late. Baiyu decided to summon first, and then go to sleep. The barracks crystal emitted a green light that filled the room, and 20 figures began to coalesce within the light. Another tall figure appeared, about 3 meters tall, similar in size to a gargoyle. This time it was humanoid and had no wings. Baiyu was certain that this was a type of soldier he had never seen before. Withdrawal successful. Human figure emerged, wearing a crown, heavy armor, and holding a broadsword, but inside the armor was a skeleton without flesh. His eyes burned with a red flame that was distinctly different from other skeletons, and he possessed an indescribable air of leadership. Skeleton King. Baiyu recognized it at a glance as the king of the skeleton race. As for the remaining 19 unit types, they all paled in comparison to the Skeleton King, although 2 bone dragons and 2 ghost dragons were still quite good. The Skeleton King, holding a giant sword, knelt on one knee and bowed to Baiyu, while the other undead also adopted a posture of submission. Greetings, Your Majesty. The intelligent spirits spoke to Baiyu at the same time. Baiyu then gestured for them to get up and happily checked the Skeleton King's information. Skeleton King, unnamed. Active skills, Skeleton Fall, Soul Drain. Skeleton Fall summons countless giant skulls engulfed in flames to fall from the sky, dealing area of effect physical and magical damage. Mana cost, 20. Soul Drain. Drains the souls of all creatures below your level in the vicinity, dealing soul damage while strengthening yourself. Mana cost, 20. Pretty much the same as Arthur, except that Arthur has 1 active skill and 1 passive skill when he appears, while the Skeleton King has 2 active skills, both of which are area of effect damage skills that consume 20 mana. From now on, you shall be called Jon, and all the skeleton soldiers will be under your command. Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing this name upon me. Baiyu then led them to the Blackwater Altar for enhancement. You know, Arthur gained a skill during the enhancement, so Jon must be just as good. Baiyu let Jon go in first to enhance the spirits, while the other undead waited on the side. It took Jon a full 15 minutes to finish enhancing the spirits. Baiyu then allowed the other undead to enter and strengthen themselves, and opened the information on the Blackwater Altar to check on Jon's changes. Enhancement. Comprehensive enhancement. The burning netherfire increases the user's soul defense, while the hardened bones increase physical defense. Skill enhancement is unlocked, granting plus 10 points to all attributes. Similar to Arthur's enhancement, it is a comprehensive enhancement in all aspects, including the soul and bones. Jon and Arthur, as kings, also unlocked a skill. Their attributes were increased by 10 points. Passive skill, Enlightenment. Enlightenment allows all skeleton soldiers to break level restrictions. Holy crap, this skill is insane. Although it did not enhance Jon's combat strength, it strengthened Baiyu's skeleton army. What does breaking the level limit mean? It means that the skeleton soldiers that Baiyu personally summons can be upgraded just like those summoned from the barracks. Of Baiyu's more than 2,000 undead, the largest number were skeleton soldiers, accounting for more than a third, with nearly 800 skeleton soldiers. If everything could be upgraded, that would be absolutely awesome. It seems Baiyu is going back to his old ways, and is starting to summon using weapons. 2 skeletons that can be upgraded to commander level are much better than a gargoyle that will forever remain at the normal level. Jon, your main task tonight is to level up, and secondly, use the enchanting skill to enchant all the skeletons. Don't waste the double experience points at night. You'll level up quickly in the early stages when your level is low. You can always let the skeleton soldiers do the work and Jon can finish them off. Your Majesty, Jon's enlightenment skill does not need to be activated. The skeleton soldiers will automatically remove the restriction upon seeing Jon. Jon's ethereal, hoarse voice reached Bayu's ears, bringing her more good news. Good. Bayu slapped her thigh excitedly. Ouch, that hurt so much. Unexpectedly, this passive skill is so user-friendly. Bayu thought it would take several days to completely enlighten so many skeletons, but this skill has saved a lot of time. It's simply divine skill. Bayu had arranged for all the spirits to leave, and she was preparing to go back to her bedroom for a nap, hoping that Arthur and Jon would give her a surprise tomorrow. By the way, Jon, go out and tell them not to throw animal carcasses directly into the Blackwater Altar anymore. Yes, Your Majesty. Otherwise, Bayu wouldn't be able to summon twice tomorrow. As Jon left, Bayu glanced at the system time. It was almost 1 o'clock. Bayu went to the bedroom, took off her clothes, lay down on the bed, pulled the blanket up with both hands, and prepared to sleep. 10 minutes later, Bayu suddenly opened her eyes again. At this moment, Bayu was still immersed in joy and had some difficulty falling asleep. Suddenly, Zhao Lianxue sent a message to Bayu. The orphan of Zhao, boss. All 4,160 pieces of equipment have been crafted. I'll send them to you right away. Yellow Burger. Okay, I'll put it on the shelves right away. Zhao Lianxue was always so late, but Bayu didn't care too much. Even if the equipment is prepared in advance, it will still take Bayu some time to trade it. By the time the trade is completed, it will be some time already. Bayu feels that at this point, most of the lords must already be asleep. Not everyone is a night owl like me. Does that mean I stay up until 2 or 3 in the morning every night? Bayu felt that by the time he woke up, the transactions were almost complete. This equipment was worth 40,000 magic crystals. Even at his peak, Bayu had never handled so many items. Every night, Bayu, lying in bed, likes to contemplate life. Do you think this magical continent is actually a sphere? If it were a sphere, there would probably be time zones, right? So, if Bayu is sleeping now, it must be daytime for other lords, right? Go to sleep, go to sleep. What are you thinking about? Why are you thinking about these things? What does it have to do with me? Chapter 66, Finding the Location. Bayu had already gotten up the moment the system notified her. As she grew stronger, she felt her energy increasing. It's a new day. Bayu first found a small top and put it on from top to bottom. It was a sporty and comfortable unbuttoned style. Then she paired it with a black sailor suit, a black pleated skirt, black tights, and black leather shoes. All in black, the look is complete, emphasizing contrast. Of course, it's just that the clothes are black, don't overthink it. The first thing Bayu did after getting dressed was to open the exchange and collect yesterday's earnings. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining 41,600 magic crystals. 40,000 magic crystals, that's awesome. Bayu then put all the magic crystals back on the shelves, preparing to acquire materials. Since none of the lords have discovered this secret yet, Bayu can use all the magic crystals to buy them back at a low price and make a fortune. Only those who dare to invest will reap rewards. Bayu added another 400 magic crystals to make it a round number. Zhao Lianxue's equipment production is around 1,000 pieces per hour, but dwarves are different from undead. They need to eat and sleep. 10,000 pieces of equipment per day is probably Zhao Lianxue's limit. Lianxue at least 4 days to complete all 40,000 plus materials. After 4 days, the lords will probably all know that these materials can be used to forge equipment, and the price will definitely skyrocket. However, Bayu's release has already aroused suspicion among most lords, who would use 40,000 magic crystals to collect a bunch of useless junk. Moreover, the person who buys the garbage is a big shot. What does this mean? It means that this garbage is not garbage, but a treasure with other uses. Bayu immediately put 40,000 magic crystals up for sale, which caused an uproar among the lords. Just because it's too beautiful. 40,000 magic crystals? I've never seen so many in my life. This big shot is actually using them to buy junk. Big Mango. The person upstairs is such an idiot. It's obvious that these things are very useful, but we just don't know it, which is why the big shots bought them at low prices. Black Forest. Based on my years of experience farming in games in my previous life, these materials are most likely for enhancement or crafting equipment. Ultraman son-in-law. Everyone, stop guessing. These materials are used to forge equipment, but special buildings are required, and the troops must be humanoid intelligent beings. Peppa Pig hairdryer. The son-in-law boss has spoken. According to him, these materials are obviously too cheap, and the Krabby Patty boss is making a killing. Everyone, resolutely boycott this and raise the price of the materials. Green tea leftover woman. Sorry, I'm just a few magic crystals short of upgrading my barracks. I'll trade now. There's no point in keeping them anyway. The beast tide is coming the day after tomorrow, so it's all about improving my strength. What's this about losing out? You won't lose out when you die the day after tomorrow. You can raise the price yourself. General Thunder. That's right. Right now, only the Krabby Patty boss is buying them. If you raise the price, won't people refuse to buy from you? It's not too late to wait until after the beast tide to consume these materials. Just leave it in the warehouse to collect dust, you brain-dead idiot. +1. Plus 10,010. Phew. Bayou breathed a sigh of relief. Although the lords had noticed, they were all focused on the upcoming beast tide and wanted to seize the time to improve their strength. They didn't care how much Bayou earned. They were happy with how much they earned themselves. It's estimated that the lords who survive the beast tide will no longer sell these materials. Bayou arrived outside the castle, intending to collect the materials and the corpse. Receive. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully acquiring 2K wood and 6K stone. After collecting the materials, Bayou looked at the mountain of animal carcasses piled up at the door. His miserable life as a summoner was about to begin again. Bayou took out his scythe and began his tedious summoning. An hour later, Bayou successfully completed the summoning. The 60 corpses summoned 120 undead, including 45 skeletons, a probability of about 1/3. Although you can summon all 4 unit types at the same time, the probability of summoning a Death Knight is always much lower. Breakdown. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully dismantling and obtaining. Another 160 materials were given, which Bayou collected and used to purchase the materials that had been listed on the exchange. Even though all the lords knew the purpose of these materials, they still traded all of Bayou's magic crystals amidst envy, jealousy, and angry curses. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully trading for 42,000 wild boar tusks and 42,000 animal pelts. Bayou directly sent these materials, along with the 160 copies she had just acquired, to Zhao Lianxue. Huangbao, here are 42,160 materials. Take them and get started forging as soon as possible. As Bayou spoke, he gave Zhao Lianxue another 1,000 portions of food. Zhao Lianxue would be busy working on these equipment for the next few days and probably wouldn't have much time to get food. The dwarves had to smelt iron ingots and forge equipment, and they didn't have the extra energy to do anything else. Bayou first sent her 1,000 portions, enough for her and her troops to eat for 2 days. The orphan of Zhao. Thank you, boss. I'll work hard to forge my equipment from now on. Zhao Lianxue saw the 40,000 documents. It was as if 400,000 magic crystals were beckoning to her. How could she not be excited? She would soon be able to live the life of a tycoon. The warehouse still has 1,000 food units in stock, and Bayou has an extra 1,400 food units, which can be used to exchange for some wood and stone. Tonight, the two of them will harvest 10,000 pieces of equipment, worth 100,000 magic crystals. They will split the spoils 50-50, and Bayou will also receive 50,000 magic crystals from the equipment, which can be used to upgrade the barracks immediately. Just then, the Lord of the Demon Souls silently flew back from outside the castle. Bayou happened to see it. It seems we've found the lair of the Howling Moon Silver Wolves. So, have you figured out the location? Of Demon Souls landed in front of Bayou and bowed to her. Bayou couldn't wait to ask him a question. Your Majesty, I have located their tribe. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe is located on the outskirts of the Snow Mountain. I have observed the surrounding area and have not found any dangerous creatures. Well done. Tell me more details. Chapter 67 Shocking Changes in the Snow Mountain. Bayou listened as the Demon Soul Lord recounted information about the Snow Mountain in his ethereal voice, which was neither clearly male nor female. The snow-capped mountain that appeared in Bayou's view was the outermost part of the Lunglia Snow Mountain range, and this snow-capped mountain alone was already quite large. Entering the interior of this snow-capped mountain, one is greeted by a world of pristine white snow. Countless peaks rise from within, closely connected to each other, with gentle slopes between them, creating a plateau-like terrain. It's very tall, but uneven. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe was located halfway up the back of this snow-capped mountain. The leader of the Howling Moon Silver Wolves ordered his subordinates to build a castle on the mountainside. The other tribesmen were stationed around it. The Demon Soul Lord surveyed the surroundings, but did not venture deep into the snow mountain. The area around the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe's location should have already been cleared by them. After all, wolves are creatures with a very strong sense of territory. Bayou currently has about the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe. 7 or 8 commander-level werewolves are no problem for Bayou. The only question is what level the leader of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe is. If he is a max-level commander, then things will get complicated. You've worked hard. Go ahead and get busy. Of the demon souls flew away. As an intelligent undead, it knew what it had to do even though it couldn't level up. Tonight, no matter what, Bayou is determined to take a gamble and gather all the undead to prepare for a battle against the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe. One reason is for resources, and the other is to strengthen their power. Tomorrow is the last day, and Bayou needs to make final preparations for the arrival of the Beast Tide. Anyway, Bayou had already witnessed the abilities of these werewolves. Without soul attacks, the undead could not be killed. Even if the werewolf leader was very strong, Bayou did not believe that a war of attrition would not be able to wear it down. Could not take Arthur and the Bone Dragons with her for the night's mission. She could only lead the other undead. Bayou had previously thought that the 5-meter-long frost dragon was an adult, until the bone dragon was summoned. Arthur's body length of over 10 meters was much larger than that of the frost dragon. At first, Bayou thought it was because Arthur was the skeleton dragon king, and it was normal for the eldest to be bigger. But when Bayou saw the bone dragon, he was dumbfounded. The ordinary bone dragon was still bigger than the frost dragon that Bayou had seen before. There is only one truth. That frost dragon was definitely a juvenile. There was also an adult frost dragon on the snow mountain. Good things really do come in pairs. Bayou was on the verge of tears. If he took the bone dragon up the snow mountain, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Soon, the 1,400 food items that Bayou had listed were sold out, and Bayou obtained a total of 3,200 wood items and 4,000 stone items. Bayou had finished dealing with all her current matters and had nothing to do, so she waited for night to fall. It was already afternoon when Bayou sat in her bedroom, idly looking out the window. To relieve her boredom, she chatted with Sun Xiaoxiao for a while. Suddenly, Bayou, who was sitting by the window, stood up abruptly. A thick golden beam of light shot up from the distant snow-capped mountains, soaring straight into the sky. It actually dispersed the dark clouds. It was the first time Bayou had ever seen the sky of the magical continent. It was blue, just like the sky in her previous life. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the clouds, casting a ray of light onto the snow-capped mountain. What's this? This was the first time Bayou had ever witnessed such a terrifying attack. Even the mist between the snow-capped mountains and Bayou Castle could not block the dazzling golden light. The holy light emanated from the depths of the snow-capped mountains, still far from Bayou's castle. Bayou immediately summoned a ghost to check the situation. Just kidding, Bayou wouldn't dare invite the Demon Soul Master to go. If he were caught in the crossfire, Bayou would directly lose a commander-level combatant. Bayou could sense the terror of that attack. It seemed that apart from the castle's invincible protective shield during the newbie protection period, no lord could withstand this blow. An hour later, the ghost returned to the castle as expected, much to Bayou's delight. What happened on the snow-capped mountain? Your Majesty, I have witnessed a 6-winged angel battling a frost dragon in the sky. Below, on the ground, are countless armored humans and werewolves, as well as enormous stone golems. The 3 forces are locked in a fierce battle. It looked like they were snatching something. My subordinates dared not approach and couldn't be sure. The ghost's words shocked Bayou, who then inquired about some details and learned a general understanding of the situation. The strongest among them should be the 6-winged angel. The attack just now was definitely launched by him. He was able to fight the frost dragon to a standstill, and according to the ghost, the frost dragon was seriously injured, seemingly no match for the angel. Behind the battling frost dragons, a smaller frost dragon was indeed seen, confirming Bayou's guess. As for the human race wearing armor below, they should be the Holy Knights, numbering in the hundreds. If even a trainee knight is a commander-level officer, then the knights the angel brought must be regular soldiers. Bayou couldn't imagine that more than 100 commander-level officers would just be cannon fodder. What an incredibly powerful lineup that must be. As for the Howling Moon Silver Wolves and the Stone Golems, they seem to be standing with the Frost Dragons, working together to fight against the Holy Court Knights. The two sides are fighting fiercely over something. It's over. The plan to wipe out the werewolf tribe has failed. 3,000 howling silver wolves are no match for 100 or so commander knights. Deep within the frigid snow-capped mountains, at the heart of the battlefield, the frost dragon was covered in wounds, inflicted by many angels. Hot blood flowed from its wounds, and was instantly frozen into ice crystals. Opposite the frost dragon stood a solemn and holy six-winged angel, with 2 wings covering his face, 2 wings protecting his body, and 2 wings allowing him to fly. The angel's face was obscured, but a rich golden light emanated from behind him, and the long sword in his hand exuded a sacred aura. Hand over the item, and I'll spare your life. You won't find what you're looking for here. Get out of my territory. Layers of ice crystals began to condense on its enormous wings. Roar, get out of here. The frost dragon roared, simultaneously sending a message to the smaller frost dragons behind it. Blue and white light emanated between the wings of the frost dragon, and a deep voice chanted strange syllables. The entire snow-capped mountain darkened once more, and a raging blizzard swept across the battlefield. The fierce winds made it impossible for the holy knights below to open their eyes. In an instant, dozens of knights were frozen into ice sculptures, and even the friendly howling moon silver wolf was not spared. For massive ice walls suddenly rose from the ground, enveloping the frost dragon and all the surrounding enemies, but keeping the little frost dragon out. Hey, go! The frost dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a massive breath of dragon fire, which, carrying ice and lightning, attacked the 6-winged angel. Chapter 68 Dragon Clan Sacred Relic. The little frost dragon roared, glanced at the frost dragon trapped by the ice wall, and then flew directly towards the outside of the snow mountain. Bayu stood by the window, his eyes fixed on the direction of the snow-capped mountains. He also sent out several ghosts to secretly scout the situation, waiting for the battle to end. Maybe we can even find something on the snowy mountain. After all the fighting, there has to be a corpse. Bayu doesn't dare to ask for anything else. Bayu just wants to go and collect their bodies and let them rest in peace. That's not too much to ask, is it? The golden light on the snow mountain shone again. This time, even from a great distance, Bayu could clearly see that the holy light formed a golden holy sword in the sky and fell straight into the snow mountain. A huge golden aftershock spread out from the snow-capped mountain, and Bayu could even feel the slight tremors coming from the ground. Just how powerful is this angel? It's terrifying. Those 2 ghosts didn't die? Bayu had thought the ghosts he sent out would be killed by the aftershocks, but it seems he was overthinking it. The ghosts are intelligent and apparently hid in advance. It's also possible that the angel's attack didn't inflict mental damage, which is why the 2 ghosts escaped unharmed. Suddenly, Bayu saw a blue figure flying towards her castle from the sky. Holy crap! Why is that frost dragon flying towards the castle? The little frost dragon had seen Bayu's castle before and had some knowledge of these alien castles. These castles would not change location. Even though it could not see Bayu's castle on the way here, it firmly believed that Bayu's castle was still in the same place. The little frost dragon also saw many undead among them. It naturally recognized these undead creatures, and it also saw several bone dragons. A hint of disgust flashed in its eyes, but it chose not to pay any attention to them. It wasn't until the little frost dragon flew into Bayu's territory that all the undead realized it was an intruder and began to converge on this side. The little frost dragon had no choice. Its mother made it leave, but where could it go? The Holy Court of Martial Continent was not something it could fight against, let alone the angels. Regardless of which side they chose to ally with, the pressure from the Holy Court and the angels meant they risked betrayal, leaving them with no choice but to ally with other races. This was because there was absolutely no possibility of assimilation between these native humans and other races. Although these alien races are currently ridiculously weak, they are growing extremely fast, and the castle's defenses are astonishingly high. Even his own mother said that it was impossible to budge it in the slightest. These alien castles exist both outside and inside the frosty snow mountain. The reason why they weren't chosen is simply because Bayu's castle is the strongest. It sought refuge with a foreign race and hid in a castle. Even if the Holy Court and the angels found it, they could do nothing about it. Little did they know, Bayu's invincible protective shield only had 1 day left. I wonder what the little frost dragon would think if it knew. At this moment, the little frost dragon was approaching Bayu's town territory. Arthur led the dragons, circling in the sky, with countless undead below. Even the 4 statues at the entrance of Bayu Castle opened their crimson eyes, began to tremble, and layers of stone peeled away. The 4 gargoyles came back to life at that moment, each exuding an aura of leadership. They flew into the sky. With the added bonus of the Throne of Bones, Bayu's undead army has more than a dozen commander-level units, including both army and air force units. The little frost dragon was somewhat surprised. In just a few days, this alien had grown to such a level. If a real fight broke out, it might not be able to escape unscathed from the siege of these undead. Even if it used up all its dragon breath, it would be impossible to freeze all these commanders. However, it wasn't there to fight. The castle's protective shield was right in front of it, and it could sense the immense power contained within. The shield blocked it from advancing any further. All the spirits did not make a move, they simply surrounded it. Bayu could see everything clearly from inside the castle. The little frost dragon didn't seem to be hostile. Otherwise, it would have attacked the moment it entered Bayu's territory. I want to see your leader. The little frost dragon spoke in human language and looked at the largest bone dragon among them, which was none other than Arthur. See me? Bayu heard everything clearly inside the castle. What was going on? Had they come to escape? Ain't you dare bring angels here. Bayu panicked a little. What if the angels caught up with her in a moment? Wouldn't she be doomed? To be precise, she could only live for another day. When Bayu arrived outside the castle, all the undead made way for him. Bayu stood not far from the gate of the courtyard and looked up at the frost dragon above. The little frost dragon landed immediately upon seeing Bayu emerge from the castle. The surrounding intelligent undead remained calm, as Bayu was still within the castle's protective shield and posed no danger whatsoever. Humans, I will submit to you. The little frost dragon startled Bayu as soon as it opened its mouth, but Bayu didn't believe in the possibility of a windfall and looked at it with a wary expression. I refuse. You'll bring back those native human forces for me. The little frost dragon was also taken aback, not expecting Bayu to refuse it. It should be known that Bayu was a noble dragon, and would not have submitted to the human race if it had not been forced to do so. But the little frost dragon didn't want to give up. It had nowhere to go, and it hadn't grown up yet, so it was too weak and the risk of seeking refuge with other forces was too great. The little frost dragon opened its mouth and spat out a fragment that emitted a cold light. Bayu felt the temperature around her drop several degrees at that moment, and there was even a chill in the air. I am willing to offer my clan's sacred relic to you. The angels and those humans have been trapped by my mother's magic. They do not know where I have gone, nor do they know that the sacred relic is inside my womb. Please rest assured. As long as the angels don't get their hands on it, what does it matter if this useless thing is given to the alien race? At this moment, the little frost dragon was already willing to risk everything. Bayu looked at the mysterious fragment on the ground. The aura it emitted alone made Bayu realize that this was no ordinary object. It seems that this is what the angels and the frost dragons are fighting over. This is a hot potato, but as long as the angels don't notice, it'll be fine. Seeing Bayu remain silent, the little frost dragon spoke again. I am willing to sign the lowest level of master-servant contract with you, as long as you promise me that you will not give this item to the angels or other humans. I will not interfere with whatever you do with it. Bayu immediately used her territory access to view the information about the fragment. Frostheart fragment, 1-7, detected. Collect immediately. Could you tell me about the origin and function of this Frostheart? Chapter 69 Fragments of a Divine Artifact. Bayu raised her head and looked at the little frost dragon. The little frost dragon also showed a hint of doubt, not understanding how this human knew the name of the sacred object. The Heart of Frost is a sacred relic of our frost dragon race. Each branch of the dragon race has its own sacred relic. 500 years ago, the Frost Heart was shattered in a great battle between our gods and the gods of the angel race. Our gods perished, and the angel gods were also severely wounded and died soon after. To preserve the fragments of the sacred artifact, my frost dragon race fled with them, scattering them throughout Martial Continent. Subsequently, a great war broke out between the angels and my dragon race. However, my dragon race's power in Martial Continent was weak, and our numbers were small. We were no match for the combined forces of humans and angels. We were ultimately defeated and went into hiding. The sacred relic, the Heart of Frost, has only one purpose: to create gods. Is this a fragment of a divine artifact? Bayu was surprised. I'm only at the commander level now. Isn't it a bit too early for me to be involved in these things? In summary, the frost dragon is blessed with sacred artifacts, making it easier for it to become a god than the angel race. Or perhaps becoming a god requires some special conditions that the angel race must obtain. Bayu doesn't know. Therefore, the angels seized the fragments of the frost dragon's sacred artifact in order to completely exterminate them, determined not to give the frost dragons any chance to turn the tables. But that's a divine artifact. It will definitely be of great use to the angel race. As for why the two races went to war, the little frost dragon didn't know, since it had been too long, and it hadn't even hatched yet at that time. This is a fragment of a divine artifact, something you risked your lives to protect. You're just going to hand it over to me like this? Bai was very puzzled. Of the 7 fragments, the angels have already obtained 4. We fought to the death just to prevent the angels from getting it. After the frost heart was shattered, it has no power left and is of no use to us. The little frost dragon answered all of Bai's questions patiently, explaining things to her. Bai understood as well. This thing was utterly useless, completely ineffective without collecting all the fragments. For fragments were still in the angel's hands, and with the angel being so powerful, how could they possibly obtain the remaining fragments? No wonder they handed over the fragments so readily. Wait, why does this feel like something out of Dragon Ball? The condition for the little frost dragon's submission was that it would help protect the fragment and prevent it from falling into the hands of angels and the native humans. Baiyu boldly speculated that if the angel race were to collect all the artifacts, they might actually produce another god. At that point, the frost dragon race would be finished, which might explain why they were so determined to fight to the death to hand over the fragments. Baiyu pondered that since the angel hadn't discovered his location, it wasn't impossible to subdue this frost dragon, which would be a huge boost for him. According to the little frost dragon, the angels were not sure if there were any fragments of the frost heart here. They just happened to find their lair, which led to the war. Therefore, Baiyu was not too worried that the angel would send people to search the surrounding area extensively. After all, such a powerful person could not be idle all day long and just run around the snow mountain, right? Thinking about it, Baiyu realized that the advantages really did outweigh the disadvantages. At least I'll have my own mount now, right? Hehe. I agree. As soon as Baiyu finished speaking, the little frost dragon lowered its head, and a magical contract appeared on its head, as if it had been prepared for a long time. Baiyu confirmed that it was indeed a master-servant contract, and then wrote down her name. The little frost dragon also touched the contract with the horn on its head. The contract was completed instantly. Baiyu felt as if he had established a soul connection with the frost dragon in front of him, and that he could kill it instantly with a thought. The life and death of the frost dragon were completely in its own hands. This master-servant contract was exactly the same as the subservience contract between lords. With the frost dragon completely subjugated by Baiyu, the surrounding undead began to scatter and go about their own business. The 4 gargoyles also returned to the exorcism pillar as statues. The frost dragon also felt that it could freely enter and exit the protective barrier in front of it. May I have your name? Baiyu thought it would be better to ask, since there should be a proper way to address someone. Pablo D. Gaffron Lyres. What the heck? Fine, from now on you'll be called Xiaobing. Such a long name, what's going on? Who can remember it? The frost dragon had no understanding of human culture, nor did it have any concept of whether a name was pleasant or unpleasant. To it, a name was just a label, and it didn't matter what it was called. Of course, Baiyu wouldn't be foolish enough to tell anyone its real name, because Baiyu didn't remember it at all. Baiyu looked at the frost heart fragments on the ground, covered in Xiaobing's saliva. How disgusting. Baiyu didn't reach out to pick them up. Since he was entrusted with keeping them, Baiyu directly used the territory's one-click recycling function to store the frost heart fragments in the warehouse. Then, as usual, I checked Xiaobing's attributes, at least to know its abilities and strength. Frost Dragon. Race, Dragon. Loyalty, 100. Rank, Commander level 5. Growth ceiling, Emperor level. Active skills, Dragon Breath, Dragon Roar, Dragon Might. Passive skill, Dragon Scales, the power of natural elements such as ice, snow, gale, and lightning. It was actually a level 5 commander. Baiyu was not only surprised by its level, but also by its ability. This was much better than the Bone Dragon, which could only breathe fire. Dragon's Might and Dragon's Breath are self-explanatory, as Arthur already possesses them. Dragon Scales enhance his defense, not only increasing physical and magical defense, but also providing some resistance to mental damage. There's also the passive ability of the Force of Nature, which allows the Frost Dragon's attacks to carry all 3 attributes, and it also has a home field advantage when fighting in favorable terrain. The most outrageous thing is this upgrade method. After being given attributes by the system, it can not only upgrade by killing enemies. The original upgrade method remains the same. Even if it does nothing, its strength will still increase to the Emperor level when it reaches adulthood. However, Dragons have such long lifespans that this growth process will also take a very long time. So living dragons are so much stronger than dead-bone dragons. Or is it that this dragon has exceptional talent? The situation on the snow mountain is unknown, and Bayou doesn't dare let the frost dragon leave his castle. Staying inside, at least with the help of the concealment lamps, it won't be easily discovered. Even if it were to be discovered, there would still be a protective shield. In any case, Bayou dared not let it leave her castle easily until she was absolutely certain of its safety. You can stay in the castle for now. I've sent the undead to the snow mountain. They'll come back to report when they have any news. Chapter 70. Starting to pick up the bargains. Yes, master. Unlike humans, frost dragons don't experience feelings of embarrassment. Since they have chosen to submit, they must adapt to their new status. Deep within the snow-capped mountains, the two wings of the six-winged angel protecting him in the sky were broken, and many angel feathers were scattered on the ground. His aura was chaotic, but he still exuded a sacred aura. The massive body of the frost dragon collapsed to the ground, pierced by the enormous sword of judgment formed from holy light. Its pupils were now dilated, and it had completely lost its life force. The surrounding ice walls were also completely destroyed, and the ground was littered with countless werewolf corpses, including some human holy knights. The battle was over. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe, the Frost Dragon, the Stone Giant, and others were all slain by the holy knights and angels. The six-winged angel ignored the corpses on the ground and flew straight towards the Frost Dragon's lair. No, he didn't find what he was looking for in the nest, but he wasn't disappointed. He had only tried his luck this time. The contents of the lair are yours. Take the dragon's corpse with you, pack up, and continue on your way. The majestic voice of the six-winged angel echoed from the sky. He had no interest in the treasures within the lair, but he knew that the human knights who served him were fond of such material possessions. Soon, the knights present finished dividing up the treasure in the lair, and took the frost dragon and the bodies of their fallen comrades with them as they left. As for the corpses of those howling silver wolves, they are of no value to them. Perhaps in less than 2 hours, these corpses will be completely buried by the blizzard, and there will be no indication that a great battle had taken place here. They had other tasks to complete, and time was of the essence. They stumbled upon the frost dragon while passing by, which led to this great battle. For these holy knights, the frigid snow-capped mountains might be considered forbidden territory, but for the angel in the sky, it was merely a matter of a little effort. Bayou waited for more than 2 hours, until it was almost dark, but there was no further movement from the snow-capped mountain. Is the fight over? At this moment, Bayou saw that the two ghosts had also flown back. Bayou immediately walked out of the castle and into the courtyard. When Xiao Bing saw the two ghosts fly back, she knew that news had come back from the frozen snow mountain, and she raised her head. What's the situation up on the snow-capped mountain? Bayou couldn't wait to ask the two ghosts. The two ghosts told Bayou everything they had seen. When Xiao Bing heard that her mother had been killed, she was clearly stunned. From the moment its mother told it to run away with the fragments, it already knew that its mother was no match for that angel, and that its mother had long been prepared to die in battle. Roar! Xiao Bing roared to the sky, venting her grief and anger, and resolved that once she was strong enough, she would avenge her mother. Bayou listened quietly to the two ghosts' story. She already knew the ending, but was relieved that the angel didn't hold Xiao Bing accountable for running away. Perhaps in his eyes, a commander-level being was no different from an ant. Or perhaps he thought it was perfectly normal for a mother to risk her life to protect her child, and he never imagined that the fragment was on Xiao Bing. The angels and paladins left after killing the frost dragon, taking with them the corpses of the frost dragon and its companions. When Bayou heard that the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe had also been wiped out, and that the bodies of the werewolves were still buried in the snow, Bayou's eyes lit up. These corpses are still of great use to Bayou. It seems there's still a chance to salvage the situation. Wait a minute. If the angels were stealing the frost dragon's sacred artifact, why would the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe also participate in the battle? Xiao Bing, why are those Howling Moon Silver Wolves and stone golems helping you? If you don't understand, ask. Upon hearing Bayou's question, Xiao Bing looked up. Those stone giants were not very intelligent and did not know that the angels had come to steal the fragments. They were only there to defend against the invaders. As for those werewolves, they already had a blood feud with the Holy Court. They were sent to the snowy mountains 100 years ago from the peaks of the mountains. As for their purpose, I don't know. My mother might know, but she never told me. But one thing is certain, their goal was not the fragments of the Frost Heart. In other words, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe had a compelling reason to take action. It can't be as simple as just having a grudge. The Holy Court Knights have over 100 commander-level members, while the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe only has a dozen or so. What's the difference between that and sending them to their deaths? The Howling Moon Silver Wolf's tribal castle is located on the edge of the Snow Mountain. It was unaffected and remains intact. There must still be a lot of good stuff inside. In addition, there are thousands of corpses in the snow. These 2 points alone are enough for Bayou to make a trip. But Bayou was still a little uneasy and repeatedly sent out ghosts to ascertain intelligence about the depths of the Snow Mountain. Finally, after confirming that the depths of the frigid Snow Mountain were completely silent, Bayou decisively led Xiao Bing and a group of undead to the Snow Mountain. Xiao Bing wanted to go back to check on the battlefield, and Bayou didn't refuse. After all, this was currently Bayou's strongest combat force and a capable helper. This time, Bayou's status is different. Before, he could only ride a bone dragon with a chrome, but this time he can ride a real dragon. Xiao Bing crouched down, and Bayou climbed onto Xiao Bing's back, straddling Xiao Bing's neck with her legs spread apart. Even though she was wearing a skirt, this position looked somewhat odd. Let's go. Bayou signaled to Xiao Bing that they could take off. To facilitate the operation, Bayou had brought an entire air force with him for this raid. Of course, there was no one else but Bayou himself, who was on the ground. The first stop was naturally the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe on the outermost edge of the frigid Snow Mountain. Bayou couldn't help but suspect that it was because the wolf pack's lair was too far from the depths of the Snow Mountain that it hadn't been affected. Bayou's castle wasn't far from the outermost edge of the Snow Mountain, and soon Bayou rode Xiao Bing into the Snow Mountain. Snow began to fall heavily from the sky, and even Bayou felt a chill. Xiao Bing stopped halfway up the outermost Snow Mountain. Bayou jumped off Xiao Bing's back and stepped into the 10-centimeter thick snow, which instantly reached Bayou's ankles. Fortunately, Bayou has some characteristics of the dead, so she is not very afraid of the cold. Otherwise, she would probably freeze to death on the Snow Mountain dressed like that. Bayou looked ahead and saw a castle built of stones, which was smaller than the castle in Bayou's town before it was upgraded. Go in and take a look. Bayou gave orders to the 2 gargoyles. The sky was already very dark, and after arriving at the Snow Mountain, a blizzard began to fall, making the sky even more gloomy. 2 gargoyles landed, opened the castle gates, and went inside. Chapter 71 Confiscating Property. 2 gargoyles led the way before Bayou followed them in, while Xiao Bing and the bone dragons waited outside. The interior of the werewolf's castle is quite different from that of the castles of other lords. Inside, unidentified black hairs hung on wooden shelves on both sides of the room, and there were some animal skulls in the corners of the floor. In the very center of the castle, there was a stone tablet-like structure with 4 sides, and at the bottom of each side were some rotting animal entrails. The pungent, foul odor made Bayou nauseous. It seems there is no danger inside this castle. Bayou ordered the gargoyles to split up and begin searching, while Bayou himself went upstairs along the stone steps. Bayou inspected each room one by one. Most of the rooms contained a pile of straw covered with an animal pelt, and these rooms were probably where the werewolves slept. Bayou went inside and searched, but didn't find anything of value. Having gained nothing, Bayou could only return the way he came and walk up the stone steps to the 3rd floor. As soon as he entered the 3rd floor, Bayou was attracted by one of the rooms. 2 necklaces made of animal tusks hung at the entrance, along with 2 braziers propped up by wooden sticks, their red lights flickering. Bayou walked to the door and kicked it open. Just as Bayou was about to step inside, a sharp claw strike came from the side. Fortunately, Bayou reacted quickly enough and immediately retreated from the room, dodging the attack. Bayou saw the enemy clearly. It was a werewolf covered in animal fur, but its physique was noticeably thinner than that of a typical werewolf, with thicker fur on its head and a bulge on its chest. A female werewolf. This was Bayou's first reaction. It was the first time Bayou had ever seen a female werewolf. Humans die? The werewolf made a piercing sound, its 2 front paws on the ground, and it charged towards Bayou using all 4 limbs. Bayou stretched out her arm and hooked 2 fingers upwards, seemingly making a provocative gesture of "come here." In reality, magic was activated at that moment. The 2 braziers behind the werewolf instantly burst into flames, and 2 fire dragons shot into the sky from the braziers, directly engulfing the werewolf in front of them. Bayou didn't remove the flames until she smelled the aroma of the roasted meat, and the flickering flames in the 2 braziers returned to normal. The werewolf's charred corpse lay motionless on the ground. Bayou stepped past the werewolf and entered the room. This room is very large, and its layout is quite different from the other rooms. It even has a rough bed made of stones, covered with mud, then thatch, and finally several layers of animal fur. This must be the werewolf leader's room, so that she-wolf we just saw was his wife. Bai Yu searched the room, but after a while, he was disappointed to find that there was nothing in the leader's room. Isn't this too poor? Bai Yu had no choice but to leave the room and search upwards floor by floor until she reached the top floor. There was only one room on the top floor, with cold wind blowing in through the windows on all four walls, and a thin layer of snow already on the ground. In the very center, Bai Yu discovered a stone pillar as tall as a person, with a crystal emitting a red glow embedded at the top. What is this? Bai Yu approached the crystal, and a system notification popped up. Bai Yu clicked on it directly. Werewolf Castle Crystal found. Should it be dismantled immediately? Castle Crystal? Upon hearing this, Bai Yu understood. This thing must be the core of the entire castle. If Bai Yu were to dismantle it directly, the castle would likely disappear. Bai Yu returned to the first floor. He refused to believe that such a large castle was completely barren. There was no reason why it should be poorer than the goblin tribe. Upon reaching the ground, the gargoyles had already brought out many boxes, and some were still carrying them out. Where did you find it? Bai Yu asked the gargoyle beside him, and the gargoyle pointed to a corner of the hall. Bai Yu followed the path and discovered that there were stone steps leading underground. Bai Yu went down the steps. Below is a large space with passageways on 3 of the 4 walls. The surrounding walls are also made of stone and covered with a thick layer of ice. They can even build a basement and know to use ice to reinforce it. Aren't these werewolves a bit outrageous? Bai Yu stopped walking. This must be where the werewolves stored their supplies. Bai Yu went down to the first floor and opened each box to check the supplies. Food. Magic crystal. Food. Fur. Spirit core. These boxes mostly contained food, which was stored in the basement for easy storage. There were also 2 boxes of magic crystals and 1 box of spirit cores. However, the boxes storing magic crystals and spirit cores were much smaller than the boxes storing food. The spirit cores weren't in one box either. There were some other miscellaneous items inside, which the werewolves probably considered valuable, but Bai Yu didn't examine them closely. The castle was mainly built of stone, and naturally there were plenty of stones in the warehouse. Soon the gargoyles brought out all the chests. Take all these boxes back to the castle. You come with me. Bai Yu ordered the gargoyles to take the supplies back to the castle first, and led one of the gargoyles towards the top floor. Bai Yu came to the crystal again. Break down. Congratulations, Lord. You have successfully dismantled the werewolf castle crystal, obtaining 10k wood, 20k stone, and 5k iron ingots. Just as Bai Yu clicked to dismantle, the castle suddenly vanished, turning into a pile of wood, stones, and iron ingots scattered on the ground. A fierce blizzard surged towards Bai Yu from all directions, but fortunately, Bai Yu quickly grabbed the gargoyle and flew into the air. Phew, I knew it. Fortunately, Bai Yu had anticipated this. The gargoyle carried Bai Yu to the ground, and Bai Yu immediately ordered the undead to start collecting materials on the ground and then transport them to the castle. However, these materials were all loose, making transportation a real hassle. Bai Yu could only wait for the gargoyles to bring back the boxes that had just been used to transport the supplies. At least this way the delivery will be faster. Is it night? The harsh weather on the snow-capped mountain made it impossible for Bai Yu to tell the time of day. Bai Yu remembered that it was already very dark when she first entered the castle. Now things are really bad. There's a blizzard all around, and it's gotten dark, so we're completely lost. After Bai Yu had arranged for the undead to transport the supplies, he then decided to head to the depths of the snow mountain with Xiaobing. According to Bai Yu's understanding, the strongest creature in the entire Frost Snow Mountain is the Frost Dragon. Since the angels and holy knights have left, Bai Yu is still safe. Xiaobing, let's go. Chapter 72, A Chance Encounter with the Lord. You have a new private message. Just as Bai Yu was about to take off, she saw a system notification and clicked on it. The Orphan of Zhao. Boss, 10,000 pieces of equipment have been crafted, and I've sent them to you. That's pretty fast. Bai Yu thought he would have to go at least until midnight, but since he was out and couldn't list the product on the exchange, he would have to wait until he got back. Crab roe burger. Okay, I'm outside now. I'll put it on the shelves when I get back to the castle. Zhao Lianxuan never expected that Bai Yu wouldn't be in the castle so late at night. Do all the top players level up by fighting monsters at night? There's still a huge gap between me and the experts. There was no danger near Zhao Lianxua's castle at night. She was still too scared to go out. The double attributes at night are for lords who have the courage, strength, and opportunity. However, Zhao Lianxua was really overthinking things this time. Bai Yu was simply delayed because he left home late and it was evening. Set off. Xiao Bing carried Bai Yu into the air in an instant, while the gargoyles and bone dragons behind them also took flight, leaving behind some undead still on the ground collecting materials as they headed deeper into the snow-capped mountains. The blizzard intensified at night, and Bai Yu, caught in the raging wind and snow, could not open her eyes. She could only try to cling to Xiao Bing to reduce wind resistance. There was no moonlight at all on the snow-capped mountain, and it was pitch black all around, so Bai Yu couldn't see anything. Bai Yu lay on Xiao Bing's back, her little head turned to look diagonally downwards. Just as Xiao Bing flew over a snow-capped mountain, Bai Yu saw a monster with red eyes radiating from the mountaintop. Because of the glowing eyes, Bai Yu could only make out that they were eyes. But the undead were different from Xiao Bing. Even at night, they could see clearly without being affected at all. In fact, Xiao Bing's strength would be enhanced in this kind of weather. What is that? Bai Yu knew that Xiao Bing must have seen that figure. This was its home, and no one knew it better than it. Fenri is a monster that only appears at night and roams inside the snow-capped mountains. It has very low intelligence. Seeing that Xiao Bing didn't seem too worried about the thing, Bai Yu figured it was probably safe, so she didn't ask any more questions. Putting aside the dangers of the snow-capped mountains at night, the harsh weather alone is enough to deter any creature from climbing them. Bai Yu lay quietly on Xiao Bing's back, waiting to reach their destination. Xiao Bing's flight speed is even faster than Arthur's. Xiao Bing's attributes are already higher than Arthur's and the other bone dragons, and with the attribute boost on the snow mountain, its speed is extremely fast. In order to get there as quickly as possible, Bai Yu had Xiao Bing leave the other undead behind, with only Arthur following along. Otherwise, flying while waiting for the gargoyles to catch up would be too slow and too agonizing. Call. 2 dragon shadows, one large and one small, flew swiftly across the dark sky above the snow-capped mountains. Even flying at such a high speed, it still took more than 2 hours to fly, which shows just how big this snow mountain is. During this time, Bai Yu kept an eye on the system's time, which was now close to 9 o'clock in the evening. As Xiao Bing slowed down, Bai Yu knew they were finally arriving at their destination. After more than 2 hours of agonizing waiting, Bai Yu was finally able to land. Master, there are people downstairs. Xiao Bing immediately spotted dozens of figures darting below, searching for werewolf corpses in the snow. The frozen werewolf corpses that were found were left aside, seemingly ready to be moved away. How could a frail human easily lift a werewolf corpse with one hand? This is not the kind of human Xiao Bing understands. Bai Yu was stunned when she heard this. How could there be people in such terrible weather? A holy night. If it were holy nights, Bai Yu would have no choice but to retreat. How could he possibly fight dozens of commanders? No, they are human, but they don't seem to be human. I have never seen them on the snow mountain. After Xiao Bing explained it, Bai Yu understood. Damn it, they're here to steal it. Arthur, go. Bai Yu immediately ordered Arthur to test the opponent's strength first, since Arthur wouldn't die anyway. Below, on the snow, a man in the lead, dressed in a black tuxedo, looked like a well-mannered gentleman. The man directed the others to search for the werewolf's carcass in the snow. They were also far from the depths of the snow-capped mountains, but they had arrived earlier than Bai Yu. The man had already transported some of the frozen werewolf corpses back to their homeland. These corpses were valuable to them, which is why the man was willing to risk coming all the way to the depths of the snow-capped mountains. The man's keen senses detected an unusual gust of wind overhead. Looking up, he saw a massive bone dragon descending from the sky. The man transformed into a black shadow and dodged instantly. The surrounding figures were startled by the loud noise of Arthur's landing and all looked over. Upon realizing that it was an enemy, everyone turned into a blur and attacked Arthur simultaneously. Only the man watched all of this calmly from behind. Roar! Arthur roared out a massive dragon breath carrying the might of a dragon, and in that instant, all the surrounding snow and snowflakes in the sky were blown away by Arthur's dragon breath. Several unlucky fellows were caught off guard and struck by Arthur's dragon breath, their souls instantly annihilated. However, many figures still suddenly appeared beside Arthur, attacking him directly with their sharp black fingernails. Arthur's defense was already formidable, and with the full enhancement from the Blackwater Altar, these people simply couldn't break through his defenses. Forget about killing Arthur, they couldn't even break his bones. A commander-level bone dragon. The man immediately assessed Arthur's strength. His commanders were all escorting the werewolf carcass and weren't present. How could there be a bone dragon, an undead creature, in the snow-capped mountains? This must be a lord's unit. This is the first time the man has ever seen undead creatures. The man looked around. His night vision range was very small, but he could still vaguely see a blue figure high in the sky. The man was very confident in his abilities. He knew that to kill the undead, he needed to use soul attacks, but he didn't have that skill at the moment. But there's an even quicker way. Kill its lord. The man had a premonition that the lord was on that blue figure. The man transformed into a black shadow and actually flew up. It's that frost dragon from the snow-capped mountain. The man saw the blue figure clearly, and at the same time he saw Baiyu on Xiaobing's back, wearing a black JK uniform, with blue eyes and white hair. As expected of a lord, this outfit is the best proof. Although the man didn't know why the frost dragon and this human lord were here, the frost dragon was smaller than the bone dragon, and its strength could not possibly exceed that of a commander. Chapter 73. Running pretty fast. The man didn't hesitate from the moment he took off, rushing towards Baiyu on Xiaobing's back at top speed. Baiyu was completely unaware at that moment, and could only hear the sounds of fighting coming from the ground. Although Baiyu possesses some characteristics of the undead, she doesn't know why she can't ignore the darkness like the undead. At this moment, Baiyu suddenly felt Xiaobing move, followed by a muffled thud. Bang! The man never expected the frost dragon to react so quickly. He was actually swatted away by its claw. The man brushed the snow off his clothes and stood up from the snow. Xiaobing, what's going on? Baiyu couldn't see anything clearly and could only ask Xiaobing. The figure on the ground flew up and launched an attack, but I swatted it away. Alright, Baiyu is now certain. This is definitely not human. Xiaobing didn't sense any magical aura or see any weapons or props, which means that this person can fly and doesn't rely on anything. Little Ice, what's its approximate strength? Junior Commander. Compared to me? Better than you. Baiyu took out a scythe, and his attributes instantly doubled. And now, weaker than you. Baiyu was relieved and immediately ordered Xiaobing to begin landing to assist Arthur. Having endured 2 hours of blizzard, Baiyu was unwilling to let someone else steal her thunder. As Xiaobing landed, Baiyu jumped down. The snow on the ground had reached 20 centimeters, spreading up to Baiyu's calves. Baiyu threw a fireball upwards, and the fireball exploded instantly. The entire battlefield was illuminated by Baiyu's firelight in an instant. Baiyu also clearly saw the man opposite her and the group of figures fighting with Arthur. Baiyu's first impression of them was that they were too white, even whiter than Baiyu herself. It was a sickly paleness, not like the skin color of a normal person at all. The man was dressed in a black tuxedo, while the others were all dressed in red suits, making them stand out against the white snow. Fire magic was ineffective in this weather. The flames lasted only a moment before dissipating. But Baiyu still saw the werewolf corpses behind the man, frozen into ice sculptures. Baiyu's left eye emitted a ghostly blue light, and instantly a magic circle appeared beneath the werewolf's corpse. The man also sensed the magical aura behind him and looked back, only to see bone beast werewolves crawling out from the corpses. These bone beast werewolves did after crawling out was to attack the man in front of them. At this moment, the man finally understood why the Lord wanted these corpses. She could actually summon the undead. The bone beast werewolves that were attacking him. The werewolves' bones were restricted in the snow, and their regeneration was slowed down. The moment Baiyu used the magic of her left eye, she suddenly discovered that she could ignore the darkness. With the enhancement of Baiyu's left eye, everything around him was clearly visible, just like during the day. As long as Baiyu keeps his left eye open, he can ignore the darkness and will not consume magic power without using magic, although he does need mental strength to support it. Although the field of vision may be a little smaller due to only having one eye, it's not a big problem. At least I'm no longer blind at night. Are you the Lord? Holding a sickle, Baiyu, whose eyes glowed blue, asked the man in front of her. The man had an Asian appearance and was clearly the leader of the group, while the other figures all had Western features. The man looked at the girl whose aura was growing stronger not far away. Beside her was an ice dragon that he couldn't defeat, and on the other side was an unkillable bone dragon. Retreat. The man's cold voice rang out, without answering Baiyu's question. Everyone around him turned into a blur and soared into the sky, scattering in all directions. With the enhancement of her left eye, Baiyu felt that her 5 senses were strengthened and her body became much more agile. Baiyu cast a dark spell, and her figure instantly turned into black mist and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in front of the man. Baiyu brandished her scythe, the massive blade ablaze with black flames, and slashed at the man. The black flames, swiftly swung by Baiyu, formed a long, trailing trail. The man never expected the little girl in front of him to be so fast. She lifted the swallowtail at the back of her clothes, which instantly transformed into a huge black cloth, intending to completely wrap Bayou up. However, the black cloth was easily torn to shreds by Bayou's scythe, and the man immediately used his hands, which grew long fingernails, to block the attack of the scythe. The man was knocked back several steps by the scythe, leaving a wound on his hand from which black flames ignited. The agony of his burning soul contorted his face in agony. Not only that, he also felt his lifespan diminishing. The man immediately used his other hand to chop off the injured arm. The severed arm quickly turned to ashes on the snow, and the man, clutching his broken arm, disappeared from the spot. They run pretty fast. Arthur flapped his wings and flew after the group. Xiao Bing remained where she was, responsible for Bayou's safety. The scythe in Bayou's hand transformed into a stream of light and reverted to a bracelet, which was then worn on Bayou's wrist. Bayou couldn't fly, so she could only watch helplessly as they escaped. Arthur gave chase, but their flying speed wasn't slow, and their small size made them more agile. Even if they couldn't escape, they could easily hide. It turns out that activating the left eye has hidden attribute bonuses, which Bayou had never discovered before, only using it as a summoning skill. There were many signs that the snow had been turned over, indicating that these people had arrived long ago and had taken away a lot of werewolf corpses. Someone else beat them to it. Bayou also specifically asked Xiao Bing, but Xiao Bing didn't remember them either. It's highly likely that the castle is outside the snow mountain and can also see the battle in the center of the snow mountain. Bayou couldn't understand what use these corpses could be to other lords, besides being useful to him. Those who have the strength to venture deep into the snow-capped mountains surely wouldn't covet food derived from the decomposition of these corpses, right? Just summoned all the werewolf corpses that the others had found, and now Bayou was going to search around here, just like them. Bayou chose to summon all the werewolf corpses as bone beast werewolves, and used the double summoning to summon other undead. Xiao Bing, could you please clean up this snow on the ground? Bayou remembers that Xiao Bing has mastered the natural power of ice and snow, so this shouldn't be too difficult, right? Xiao Bing lowered her head. Roar. A deafening roar rang out, accompanied by a huge gale, instantly blowing away all the snow on the ground in front, revealing the brown frozen soil beneath. The frozen corpses, being too heavy, all surfaced. Well done, Xiao Bing. At this moment, Arthur also returned from the pursuit. After killing several figures along the way, he worried that the pursuit was too far and hurriedly returned. Little Ice, look around. Arthur is back. He can protect me. Chapter 74, A Lucky Find. Little Ice flapped its wings and flew away, heading towards its nest. Bayou counted the corpses on the ground, summoning werewolf corpses with her left eye and summoning ordinary wolf corpses with her scythe. It would take an unknown amount of time to transport this frozen werewolf corpse back for resurrection. Let's summon as many as we can. Moreover, this place is deep in the snow-capped mountains, and not only is the terrain difficult to traverse, but it's also quite far from Bayou's castle. Bayou couldn't even imagine how long it would take for the army undead summoned here to return to the castle. Bayou plans to summon some of these corpses here, then dismantle them one by one, making it easier to transport the remaining corpses and supplies back later. An hour and a half later, the other bone dragons and gargoyles arrived one after another, bringing with them the help to transport supplies. Bayou had also finished summoning and decomposing the corpses. Besides the werewolf's corpse, Bayou also found several strange stones, which should be the stone giant's corpse that Xiao Bing mentioned. There was nothing else. Xiao Bing also returned, but everything in the nest had been taken away by the enemy, leaving nothing behind. Xiao Bing's mother's body. Bayou didn't believe that none of the holy court knights had died in such a great battle. Now that Bayou couldn't see a single human corpse, it meant that these corpses had most likely been taken away by them as well. Anyway, there was nothing of value left, only these corpses, and even those had some stolen. Bayou walked up to the stone giant's corpse and casually dismantled it. The stone giant's corpse transformed into 1,000 pieces of stone and a spirit core that emitted a red glow. Bayou picked up the spirit cores from the ground. As for the stones, Bayou didn't want them. Carrying a bunch of stones back would be too much trouble for him. Bayou searched the surroundings for any other stone giant corpses, but found nothing. He didn't find any corpses, but he did find a lot of stone materials from the system's decomposition. Everything was dismembered and taken away by the previous lord. This corpse was only kept hidden from them because it was well concealed. However, there weren't many stone giants to begin with, and the lord only took less than 10 at most. Bayou wasn't too disappointed that she didn't get those spirit cores, She just wanted to help him leave this world properly the next time she saw him. At 11:30 p.m., Bayu had finished thoroughly counting, dismantling, and summoning the corpses. There were a total of 1,800 Howling Moon Silver Wolf corpses. Bayu clearly remembered that Little Green Bean had said that the Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe had more than 3,000 wolves, which meant that the Lord had already taken away at least 1,500 Howling Moon Silver Wolf corpses before Bayu arrived. This means that the Lord not only arrived early, but also must have a large number of troops, all of whom can fly, and his own strength has reached the commander level. He is definitely a top-tier Lord in the first echelon. The magical continent is so vast, how come I only had a 1 in 1,000 chance of encountering it? Conversely, aren't they doing the same thing? 1,800 Howling Moon Silver Wolf corpses. Only 300 were in werewolf form, while the remaining 1,500 were in ordinary wolf form. Among the 300 werewolf corpses, there were 5 werewolves of the commander level. Bayu only summoned 1 commander-level bone beast werewolf, while the other 4 were other undead summoned. The 4 commander-level creatures are a skeleton demon, 2 demon soul masters, and a gargoyle. The decomposition of 300 werewolf corpses yielded 6,000 servings of elite food, 500 magic crystals, and 160 spirit cores. The remaining 1,500 corpses can summon 3,000 undead, allowing Bayu's undead army to expand to 5,000. The wish was beautiful, but reality was not so. Summoning 1,500 corpses is a huge undertaking. Bayu calculated that her magic power was 120, and summoning would consume 3 points, with 1 point restored per minute. It takes 2 hours to summon 40 corpses and 80 undead. Bayu would need to summon continuously for more than 3 days, without sleep, to summon all 1,500 corpses. Wait a minute, taking out the scythe will double your magic power, which means you can summon 80 corpses in 2 hours. That does speed up the process considerably. However, it is unrealistic to summon them all before the beast tide arrives, because Bayu cannot summon them without rest. Bayu also needs to rest. Bayu coughed up blood. The goal of summoning 3,000 undead from 1,500 ordinary wolf corpses was simply unrealistic. Bayu first summoned 300 werewolf corpses, because Bayu could use the magic of his left eye to summon them directly, without consuming magic points. As for the remaining 1,500 corpses, they can only be transported back to the castle and summoned slowly. Although the scythe can summon 2 at a time, it still consumes 3 points of magic power. Not only does magic power take time to recover, but it can only summon 1 at a time. Throwing them directly into the Blackwater Altar would allow for a quick summoning. To save time, Bayu thought for a moment. It was almost the last day, and before the beast tide arrived, he could only summon a maximum of 400 corpses, or 800 undead. Bayu planned to throw the remaining 1,100 corpses directly into the Blackwater Altar. If Bayu were to summon so many corpses using her left eye, she would probably faint immediately. Bayu first used up all her magic points to summon a portion of them, and will continue summoning the rest from tonight until tomorrow night. Bayu ordered the undead that had arrived to begin moving the corpses of the Howling Moon Silver Wolves. As for the newly summoned army, Bayu didn't make things difficult for them and let them return to the castle with all their might. Fortunately, Bayu brought enough gargoyles this time, and with the help of the bone dragon, they were able to transport all the corpses back in one go. Bayu ordered Arthur to escort them from behind, while Bayu rode Little Ice back to the castle ahead of them. 2 hours later, Bayu finally flew out of the snow mountain and returned to the castle, bringing an end to the agonizing night of the operation. It's already 2 o'clock. The first thing Bayu did upon returning to the castle was to put the 10,000 pieces of equipment that Zhao Lianxue had sent up for sale. Bayu only needs magic crystals to upgrade the barracks now, and the final day has already begun. Bayu planned to upgrade the barracks before summoning. Anyway, he already had a lot of undead, so he didn't care about the 20 more. Even if they were incredibly powerful, they wouldn't be able to reach the commander level in a day. Bayu will collect the supplies piled up outside the gate, which were looted from the werewolf castle, with a single click. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained 4,000 magic crystals, 5,000 servings of food, 2,000 pieces of stone, 80 spirit cores, and 200 animal pelts. These are all supplies from inside the werewolf castle, plus 10k wood, 20k stone, and 5k iron ingots obtained by Bayu from dismantling the werewolf castle crystal. This bargain hunt was a huge success. What more could you want from something that's given away for free? Chapter 75 Resource Allocation. The army's undead don't just sleep in the castle, do they? Bai harvested 2,800 units of wood and 2,000 units of stone, all of which were the undead's harvest in one night. As for the animal carcasses next to the castle gate, Bai planned to leave them for now and dispose of them all tomorrow morning. It's already very late, so Bai plans to go to sleep first. It will take at least 3 more hours to bring back the corpses of the howling moon silver wolves. If Bai waits for 3 hours, it will be dawn. As for the resources we acquired tonight, we'll make arrangements for them tomorrow morning. Xiaobing, you should stay in the castle for the time being and avoid being discovered by those holy knights. Bai has recently decided not to ride Xiaobing anymore, as it's too conspicuous. It's a little better at night, but it would be troublesome if someone saw her during the day. It was already an accident that the Lord saw her tonight. Once the castle's protection period ends, Bai plans to settle accounts with him. Bai wanted to let him know that even among top lords, there can be a significant difference in strength. Yawn. Bai was already sleepy. She went to the bathroom, kicked off her leather shoes, took off her black stockings, and stripped naked. The shower head sprayed out comfortable warm water, rinsing Bai's smooth and delicate skin. Her jade-like feet stepped onto the soft carpet, leaving a damp footprint. Bai came into the bedroom wrapped in a bath towel, sat on a chair, and dried her wet long hair with a towel. All right. Bai crawled into bed and drifted off to sleep. The 7th day since arriving in the magical continent is also the last day of the newbie protection period. Even the world chat was much quieter at this moment. Every lord felt the pressure. It was the last day, and everyone was doing their best to improve their strength. Of tomorrow's beast tide, and whether they can survive is even more uncertain. The undead also brought back the wolf corpses, and Arthur even ordered the bone dragons to go to the snow mountain to pick up the undead from the ground. Otherwise, they really wouldn't have been able to return to the castle in such a short time. It wasn't until 8 o'clock that Bai rubbed her eyes and prepared to get up. This feels so good. Bai felt that this nap had completely restored her energy, and her body felt more relaxed than ever before. Bai sat up, threw off the covers, and got out of bed. Bai's task today is to use the scythe to summon as many undead as possible, and then throw any that cannot be summoned into the Blackwater Altar to summon more. It's time to prepare for the final beast tide. Bai wore a white short-sleeved shirt, paired with sweatpants and casual shoes, and twirled around in front of the mirror. Yeah, it feels like I'm a high school student. Bai opened the exchange and claimed the equipment she had sold the previous night. This is a tense time for all lords, and equipment is sure to sell well, since no one wants to miss even the slightest chance to become stronger. On the contrary, after the beast tide passes, these equipment will become worthless. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully trading 10,000 pieces of common equipment and obtaining 100,000 magic crystals. Bai sent Zhao Lianxue 50,000 magic crystals directly, and put the remaining 50,000 magic crystals into the warehouse. Bai managed to get 5,000 iron ingots from the werewolf tribe, which is enough to build city walls, but defensive towers cannot be built yet. Put up. The moment Bai clicked build, 4 black city walls rose from the ground at the edge of the town's territory, completely encompassing the entire town area. The 4 black city walls are 10 meters high and 4 meters wide, with a city gate at the center of each wall. Above each of the 2 sides and at each of the 4 corners of each city gate, there was a square recess. Bai counted exactly 20. These locations were likely used to build defensive towers. Unfortunately, Bai doesn't have enough iron ingots to build defensive towers now. Special building, city wall. The upgrade materials have increased tenfold. The king level is still too far away for Bai, so she won't think about it for now. With the city walls commanding defensive capabilities, most of the monsters in the beast tide could be kept outside the town's territory. Combined with Bai's undead army, they were fearless. Bai arrived at the castle gate, dismembered the animal carcasses from the previous night, and then threw them all into the Blackwater Altar. The carcasses of these animals below level 3 are not worth Bai using necromancy. Besides, Bai can't even summon all those howling moon silver wolf corpses, so he doesn't have time to deal with them. Even a howling moon silver wolf is at least level 5, which is much stronger than those wild beasts, right? Breakdown. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully dismantling. There's so much food. Bai now has over 7,000 servings of food, including 6,000 elite servings. However, Bai doesn't plan to sell this elite food. She'll keep it for Xiaobing as rations, and it will also give her extra experience points. Maybe she'll level up while eating it. These ordinary foods were no longer of much use, so Bai sent 1,000 portions to Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhao Lianxue respectively. This food is enough for Sun Xiaoxiao to eat for a while, so she won't have to worry about food for the time being. As for Zhao Lianxue, needless to say, she is helped by you so much. Next, Baiyu plans to upgrade the barracks. He hasn't summoned any of today's troops yet. Upgrading the barracks requires 12k magic crystals and 120 spirit cores. Upgrade. Upgrading the barracks requires 14k magic crystals and 140 spirit cores. Upgrade. Baiyu has leveled up twice in a row, which is quite effective. If she had enough spirit cores, she could have leveled up another time. Baiyu glanced at the warehouse and saw that there was still plenty of wood and stone, over 20,000 magic crystals, and over 100 spirit cores. Apart from iron ingots, Baiyu really didn't lack any other resources. There's another town-specific building, the Gateway, that I haven't built yet. Since I have plenty of resources now, I might as well build it all at once. Baiyu clicked Build directly with her small hand. The castle gate faces the city wall gate 2 kilometers away, and roughly in the middle, a black building appears. Baiyu walked over to check out the portal. The black building was 5 meters tall. A few steps up led to a large door. Baiyu opened the door and saw that the interior was empty except for a tall rectangular teleportation portal at the very back. Baiyu arrived at the portal and found the system panel. She could also set the destination to be teleported to. The list only contained Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhao Lianxue, and both of them were grayed out and could not be clicked. It's boring. Baiyu felt bored and returned to the castle. Baiyu arrived at the barracks, preparing to summon troops, hoping to draw a new type of troop this time. Baiyu's small hands are shaped like claws. Don't forget the lucky buff. The Necromancer crystal is fully charged. Summon now. Baiyu applied slight pressure with her small hand and clicked down without hesitation. Call. Chapter 76. 10 of them. The necromantic crystal emitted a familiar pale green light. 20 figures began to coalesce behind the barracks crystal. Baiyu saw 10 unusual figures emerge, unlike any of the undead he had ever seen before. This is a new unit, and there are 10 of them at once. Each figure was emaciated, with dark skin and a sickly appearance. Calling it humanoid is not quite accurate. To be precise, it's a person, but it looks like someone who has been starving for several days and is extremely weak. Each person was draped in a loose, large black robe that stretched from head to toe, and held a long black magic wand in their hand. Upon seeing Baiyu, the 10 people immediately prostrated themselves and knelt down. Your most devout apostle has come to see your majesty. The remaining 20 undead were all summoned ordinary undead. No liches or zombie titans appeared, and Baiyu didn't pay much attention to them. However, he did manage to summon 2 more ghost dragons, which was a pretty good result. It was just that the zombie titan was a bit of a mystery. Baiyu had already unlocked it, and with a total of 50 chances, he hadn't been able to summon it even once. Baiyu could tell at a glance that they were not human. Not a normal person. Dressed like a mage, he can only be a necromancer. Growth ceiling, royal level. Skills, ghost form, undead summoning. Ghost form transforms the necromancer into a ghost. In ghost form, the necromancer can become invisible and fly silently, but cannot cast spells. Baiyu naturally didn't need to know much about the necromancy spell, as it was equivalent to Baiyu's first-tier necromancy spell. At present, it is already quite good that a level 1 necromancer, as a general unit, has 2 skills. Although they are essentially human, the system has endowed them with undead characteristics, allowing them to remain immortal. Since they are mages, their normal attacks are naturally also casting spells, but the spells here are not counted as skills by the system. The Necromancer's main attack method is to use frost and evil elements to create damage, and they can also fly. Baiyu feels like any unit can fly now. You're the only one who doesn't know how. Baiyu hadn't forgotten that the Blackwater Altar also had an enhancement effect. Those enhanced by the Blackwater Altar would generally gain a passive or active skill to some extent. Baiyu can count on these necromancers to share the burden of summoning. Which queen would personally summon them? Baiyu had them enter the Blackwater Altar to be strengthened, and the undead summoned on the Snow Mountain earlier were now almost fully strengthened. A few minutes later, the necromancer finished his enhancement, and Baiyu couldn't wait to check his attributes. Necromancer, magic enhancement, increases the power of one's own magic, allows negative attributes to stack, increases maximum mana by 20 points, and increases all attributes by 3 points. Although this attribute bonus is a bit weak, necromancers rely on magic to fight. A level 1 necromancer can directly have 50 points of magic power after being strengthened, which is indeed a bit abnormal. Since it was a magical enhancement, Baiyu took another look at the necromancer's skills. The ghost form skill allows you to cast spells or attack while in ghost form, and you will still remain invisible. Baiyu was even happier to see the Undead Summoning spell. The Necromancer's Undead Summoning spell had also been upgraded to around level 2, and he could now summon 2 undead, but only skeletons. The level cap for skeletons has been broken. With Jon around, even skeleton soldiers summoned by necromancers can still level up. The best choice for Baiyu to improve his current strength. Baiyu smiled happily. Now, not only could all 1,500 Howling Moon Silver Wolf corpses be summoned, but Baiyu didn't even have to lift a finger. They could be released directly. The necromancers have a bonus from the bone thrown inside the castle. Each level they gain increases their magic power by 10 points, allowing them to summon 3 more. The undead army's mass production. Baiyu immediately arranged for them to get to work, which was intense and exciting. 1,500 corpses was a huge project, and they couldn't afford to slack off. When Baiyu checked the system panel, she saw a bunch of red dots at the bottom and then realized what was going on. Yes, Arthur killed quite a few of that lord's troops last night. The system gave him kill notifications. Because you're outside the territory, killing enemy units won't trigger a notification. Otherwise, if a system notification suddenly popped up on your face while you're fighting someone, you'd be doomed. Moreover, this notification can be actively selected to be ignored, because Baiyu's undead were killing enemies almost every moment, and the messages kept popping up, almost driving Baiyu crazy. Especially during that time when they were cleaning up Kuen's den, there were so many messages that Baiyu immediately turned on Do Not Disturb. Baiyu clicked on the system notification. Your unit has killed. Vampire? Baiyu recalled the group of people he had seen last night. Apart from the Lord, they were all Europeans with sickly pale faces, immense strength, and incredible speed. They could even fly. This does indeed fit Baiyu's understanding of vampires. Perhaps she didn't see them sucking blood at the time, which is why she didn't think about it that way. Damn it, the undead don't have any blood either, and the werewolf corpses are all frozen solid. So their blood is probably frozen too. Baiyu doesn't even know if he'll drink their blood. But Baiyu was certain that the Lord must have other ways to summon vampires besides the barracks. Moreover, Baiyu noticed that the Lord was abnormal. He must have been transformed into a vampire, which would make him immortal. The vampire granted him immortality. As long as he doesn't do anything reckless, he could probably outlive most lords just by living. However, that's not very realistic, as lords are bound to their castles. He can run away, but he can't escape his castle. Putting everything else aside, the fact that he dared to steal Baiyu's thunder meant that Baiyu had no intention of letting him live. He might also have some kind of vampire bloodline like Baiyu, but the transformation happened a bit too quickly. Baiyu opened the leaderboard and checked the IDs of the lords in the top tier to see if he could find any information. Believe it or not, Baiyu actually found a few suspicious candidates. These are the 3 lords, Count of the Night, Dracula, and Vampire Supreme. The last one is too melodramatic, so Baiyu immediately passed on him. It's very likely one of the first 2. Baiyu has already ordered dozens of gargoyles to begin searching around the snow-capped mountains. Such a blatant attempt to steal someone's thunder. Chapter 77 Vampire Lord. Beyond the frigid snow-capped mountains. Unlike the location of White Jade Castle, this place is not situated between the dark forest and the frigid snow-capped mountains. Beyond the snow-capped mountains lies a desolate plain devoid of life, known as the Barren Plain. This land belongs to a human empire, but it is on the edge of the empire. Even the empire keeps its distance from the frigid snow-capped mountains. There used to be a village where humans lived, but now the village is desolate and there is not a single person in sight. Lord Yiliang, whose name is Dracula, has his castle located not far from the human village. It was the same lord who fought Baiyu last night, and his arm had now recovered. The humans in the village cannot be said to be all dead. They were simply endowed with long lifespans and strange abilities by Yiliang. That's right, Yiliang turned all the humans in this village into vampires, a total of 2,000. Because this place is located on the edge of the empire and close to the frigid snow-capped mountains, the number of missing people is unknown. Therefore, the destruction of the village did not attract much attention from the empire, which relieved Yiliang. Dracula's bloodline immediately after transmigrating, becoming a true vampire. His castle's name originated from this. The barracks naturally also summoned vampire soldiers, but only Yiliang himself had the ability to turn people into vampires. The transformation of more than 2,000 vampires almost made him collapse from exhaustion. Vampires need to drink human blood to ensure their long lifespan and unlimited vitality, but unfortunately, the humans on this magical continent, or perhaps the human forces of Marshall, are a different story. That's ridiculously strong. Some weaker vampires have no chance to drink human blood, coupled with the suppression by humans and their natural enemy, werewolves. Vampires had no choice but to resort to drinking the blood of some animals, which was much less effective, but still better than starving to death. Yi Liang's vampire was naturally endowed with game-like attributes. Not only could killing enemies increase his strength, but drinking blood could also do so, even much faster than killing enemies. This is why Yi Liang needed werewolf corpses. Lester, you will absorb all the blood from these corpses. Yi Liang spoke to the strongest vampire in his castle. Last night's fight between Yi Liang and Baiyu made him realize the gap in their strength, but his commander-level subordinates were not present at the time, so Yi Liang did not think he would be no match for Baiyu. Yi Liang has 6 commander-level vampires under his command, one of whom has reached level 2, namely Lester. Lester will absorb all the blood of these werewolves, which will surely lead to a qualitative leap in his strength. Dealing with a bone dragon and an ice dragon will be a piece of cake for him. Thinking of Baiyu's stunningly beautiful face and perfect figure last night, Yi Liang only wanted to grab her, pierce her neck with his sharp teeth, and suck her blood. Yi Liang's vampire troops are not unique, meaning that other lords also have beings capable of summoning vampires, and there are also vampire forces on the mainland of the magical continent. Yi Liang had always wanted to contact them and join them. Only there could he find the highest level blood and resources. This was something Yi Liang had always dreamed of. My lord, there are suddenly many more gargoyles patrolling the frosty snow mountain. They must be looking for our location. A vampire who had gone out hunting appeared in the castle in an instant, reporting his discovery on the snow mountain to Yi Liang. I haven't even gone to see her yet, but she's already contacting me. You guys go find the location of her castle and lure all those gargoyles away. Yi Liang began to wonder about Baiyu's unit type. At first, Yi Liang thought Baiyu's unit type was Bone Dragon, but now so many gargoyles have appeared. It's impossible that she can summon the entire undead race, right? He also checked the leaderboard, and none of the lords' names were related to the undead, except for a few lords whose troop types were unclear. Yi Liang guessed that Baiyu was one of them. Once the beast tide ended, and he found the location of Baiyu's castle, Yi Liang planned to take action against her. He captured her and brought her to his castle, where she would provide him with fresh blood every day. Yi Liang revealed a wicked smile. Now that Baiyu has the Necromancer, he is completely free. Of course, Baiyu is not so heartless. He will occasionally help them summon. As the number of undead increases, the animals near Baiyu Castle are almost extinct, presumably because they all consider Baiyu Castle a forbidden area. Moreover, the level of the undead is getting higher and higher, so killing 1 or 2 wild boars is no longer very effective, and the area covered by the undead is getting farther and farther. Some of the undead have even come to hunt near Sun Xiaoxiao's castle. The current situation is no longer sufficient for the undead to level up, so Baiyu began arranging for them to hunt in the snowy mountains and the outskirts of the dark forest. There are quite a few high-level magical beasts there, which are a good source of experience. The frosty snow mountain is so vast that it's impossible for it to only contain a few creatures like frost dragons, howling moon silver wolves, and stone giants. There are also some high-level creatures such as Fenrir, ice bears, and snow foxes. With the absence of the frost dragon and the howling moon silver wolf tribe, the snow mountain is relatively much safer. In addition, the angel's dragon-slaying ability allows Baiyu to advance to higher-level maps ahead of schedule. As the strongest force in the Frost Dragon Mountain, Baiyu estimated that although the Frost Dragon had not reached the God Realm, it was at least a monarch or emperor-level being. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf tribe is merely a tribal chieftain-level tribe, located only on the outermost edge of the snow-capped mountains. Such a large power gap couldn't possibly exist in the middle. There must be other dangerous races present. Since the undead can't die anyway, Baiyu can just let them level up and grind monsters on the outskirts of the snow mountain. With Baiyu's current strength, dealing with the beast tide is more than enough. However, if the beast tide is based on the overall strength of the lord or is affected by the terrain, it might be a bit more difficult for Baiyu. Because Baiyu is located next to 2 forbidden areas, where there are countless magical beasts, it is understandable that the beast tide is strong, especially since Baiyu's castle has already been upgraded to a town. The beast tide brings not only destruction and death, but also countless resources such as food, magic crystals, spirit cores, and experience for the lords who survive. Baiyu suddenly thought of Sun Xiaoxiao. Sun Xiaoxiao's castle was located in a similar location to Baiyu's, and the scale of the beast tide was likely the same. Those few Crimson Blood Demon apes had virtually no chance of surviving the beast tide. Baiyu would have to help her to survive. However, this also greatly benefited Baiyu. While other lords only gained from one beast tide, Baiyu gained from two. Once the beast tide passes, Baiyu's undead army will reach an extremely terrifying number. Chapter 78 The Midnight Beast Tide arrives. Time flew by, and it was already afternoon. Less than 10 hours remained before the beast tide arrived. All the lords were making the most of their time to improve their strength. Baiyu's undead were scattered outside the castle territory to level up, and Jon successfully reached level 7, even though all the skeleton soldiers gave Jon their heads. Baiyu believed that after surviving the beast tide, even if Jon couldn't reach the commander level, reaching level 9 shouldn't be a problem. Arthur lived up to expectations and was promoted to the rank of commander. Withered Space creates a ranged barrier that absorbs the life force and soul of enemies within the barrier, temporarily enhancing one's own attributes. Now at the commander level, has gained a new active area of effect skill with a buff effect, perfect for the upcoming beast tide. Baiyu herself wasn't idle either. Every 2 hours, her magic points were fully restored, and she helped the necromancers summon together. Summoning them all before midnight was no problem at all. Baiyu will stop consuming magic points after 10 p.m., and will focus on conserving her energy while waiting for the beast tide after midnight, ensuring she has enough magic points and sufficient combat power. The world chat fell into an eerie silence, with a sense of oppression permeating everyone's hearts. In the evening, Zhao Lingxiu sent a private message. The orphan of Zhao, boss, the equipment has been sent. Huang Bao, okay. Their conversation was concise and to the point, without any unnecessary words. It seems Zhao Lingxiu also understands the importance of the last day. These equipment were clearly forged in an expedited manner. Baiyu glanced at the warehouse to confirm, then immediately put all the weapons up for sale. There shouldn't be any equipment that sold better than at this time. The orders placed by Baiyu caused a stir, but not a big one. These lords are now only concerned with their own survival. When they see the big shots putting up equipment, and since their troops are mostly defenseless and in need of equipment, they naturally start frantically buying up the equipment. No one could be sure whether they could survive the beast tide and keep their magic crystals. I'm afraid that by then I'll have the life to keep it, but not the life to enjoy it. Night fell as scheduled, and Baiyu's equipment was all traded away. Baiyu immediately sent 50,000 magic crystals to Zhao Lingxiu, who was now very likely counting on these magic crystals to improve her strength. Zhao Lingxiu's castle, more than 200 dwarves stopped mining and working, and began to neatly put on their equipment, making final preparations for the beast tide at 12 o'clock. Zhao Lingxiu used the magic crystals sent by Baiyu to upgrade the barracks and unlock the dwarf warriors, which can be summoned after midnight. Zhao Lingxiu felt extremely tormented. Although there were few wild beasts in her location, it did not necessarily mean that the beast tide would be small. I'm suddenly so envious of those big shots. They probably don't have these kinds of worries. The orphan of Zhao, boss, I hope I can see you alive tomorrow. Huang Bao, you haven't seen me yet either? Baiyu replied in what she considered a humorous way. Huang Bao, believe in yourself. You'll see me after the town is upgraded. The orphan of Zhao, I will upgrade the town as soon as possible. Huang Bao, go for it. Thanks to Baiyu and the necromancers' tireless efforts, all 1,500 Howling Moon Silver Wolf corpses have been summoned. Baiyu's undead army has expanded to more than 5,000. With more than 3,000 skeleton soldiers alone. But don't underestimate these 3,000 skeleton soldiers. Each of them is at least level 5. Just thinking about 3,000 level 5 soldiers is terrifying. Breakdown. Baiyu could finally dismantle the mountain of corpses. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully dismantling. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf vanished instantly, and Baiyu's castle courtyard became much emptier. These undead, having been summoned in batches, had already been strengthened by the Blackwater Altar. Baiyu also needed to prepare for the beast tide. He summoned all the undead back and ordered them to surround the city walls. Jon, take 1,000 skeleton soldiers to Sun Xiaoxio's castle, protect her, and help her fight off the beast tide. Baiyu commanded Jon. 1,000 level 5 skeletons should be enough to deal with Sun Xiaoxiao's beast tide, right? Since Jon hadn't reached the commander level, Baiyu also sent 2 commander-level skeleton demons over. 2 commander-level soldiers and 1,000 level 5 or higher skeleton soldiers. If this lineup still can't stop the beast tide, then Baiyu estimates that over 99.9% of the billions of lords on the magical continent would be dead. The main reason for sending Jon over was to let him take on a wave of beasts by himself and improve his strength as soon as possible. As long as the commander-level monsters didn't come out, the two skeletal demons wouldn't move. Jon, who couldn't get meat while following Bayou, could only drink soup. After all, with the blessing of the Bone Throne, there were just too many commanders in Bayou's castle. On the other side, Sun Xiaoxiao was sitting in the castle trembling. Although the 8 Crimson Blood Demon apes had all reached level 5 or higher, Sun Xiaoxiao felt no sense of security whatsoever. Awoo! At this moment, the 8 Crimson Blood Demon apes let out strange cries. Sun Xiaoxiao looked over and found that a dark mass of skeletons had appeared outside the castle. The lead skeleton was clad in heavy armor and wielded a broadsword, resembling a great general, with a massive skeletal giant standing on either side. Sun Xiaoxiao naturally recognized these skeletons. This is Sister Bai's unit. When Sun Xiaoxiao went to Bayou's castle, she didn't see so many skeletons. This is too terrifying. It's like an army. Once Jon entered Sun Xiaoxiao's territory, Sun Xiaoxiao checked their levels. It was fine if I didn't look, but when I did, I was shocked. Those 2 skeletal giants were not only commander level, but all the skeletons, including those that Sun Xiaoxiao thought were just ordinary soldiers, were ridiculously strong. All 1,000 skeletons were level 5 or higher. My god, is this a military unit? Sun Xiaoxiao turned her head and looked at her 8 monkeys. What the hell is this? Sun Xiaoxiao's worries vanished. With Sister Bai's help, she was confident that she would be able to survive the beast tide without any problems. Jon led the skeletons to surround Sun Xiaoxiao's castle. Compared to Bayou's castle, Sun Xiaoxiao's castle was much smaller, and 1,000 skeletons were able to defend it without any blind spots. As midnight approached, all the lords were prepared for their final, desperate battle. Time, 23:50. With only 10 minutes left, all the lords seemed unable to withstand the immense psychological pressure. Torment, fear, and even despair began to spread among them. The world chat also became lively at this moment, perhaps to relieve their enormous pressure, or perhaps to say one last thing. Electric Mouse. The mouse, really can't take it anymore. Old 8. Stop talking nonsense. Drink this bowl of Ali Gay, and all those damn beast tides will die. Shaking out and turning into a horse. Old 8 is a true man. I admire him. Alas, I have no chance. See you all in the next life. Sad egg yolk. Try to be cheerful. Maybe if I die, I can quit the game and go back to Earth. Wang Lufei. Quickly, tell me you want to live. The orphan of Zhao. I hope everyone can survive. Love cilantro. I'll be able to go home and eat cilantro soon. Everyone must live well. With 1 minute left, Bayou had already arrived on the city wall, gazing into the distance. Bayou wasn't wearing a skirt today, precisely for ease of movement. All the troops were out fighting the enemy, so Bayou naturally wouldn't stay cowardly inside the castle. She would hold off the beast tied outside the walls. Bayou had already noticed that the protective shield in front of her had started to flicker. As time approached, the flickering frequency became faster and faster, like a light bulb that could go out at any moment. Time, midnight. The protective shield in front of Bayou flickered rapidly before finally disappearing completely. At this moment, all the lords lost their last reliance and began to face the cruel magical continent. The upcoming beast tide will be the first step for all lords to go from novices to conquering all races. Chapter 79. Is this all there is to the beast tide? Knock knock knock. The ground trembled, as if 1,000 troops were charging. All the spirits, including Bayou standing on the city wall, stared ahead at this moment. All the mist over the magical continent dissipated as time ticked to midnight. Indeed, these mists existed because of the Lord, rather than being inherent to the magical continent. Bayou stared straight ahead, with an unobstructed view. In the distance, a dense herd of beasts appeared, almost all of which were species that Bayou had never seen before, surrounding the castle. There are rhinos covered in full armor, giant chimpanzees over 3 meters tall, colorful pythons, and even golden-shaded dogs. These are just the animals whose appearances Bayou can discern. There are many other strange-looking and unidentified bizarre species. But at this moment, without exception, all of them had bloodshot eyes, as if they had lost their minds. They launched a fierce attack on Bayou's castle. A giant, monstrous bird in the sky emitted rays, and flocks of crows launched a suicidal charge towards Bayou's castle. Kill! Bayou raised her little hand and shouted. If the beast tide is only this level, then Bayou is very disappointed. All the creatures here are just ordinary level, and there isn't even a single commander level 1. On Bayu's side. Above the castle were hundreds of gargoyles flapping their wings and floating in the air, hundreds of ghosts floating with transparent spirits, and even more than a dozen undead dragons. On the ground were thousands of various undead army units, including bone beasts, werewolves, skeleton soldiers, zombies, and undead knights. This was the first time Bayu had gathered so many undead in the castle. The scene was far more shocking than the beast tide. A beast tide? What a joke. Bayu sneered. Let these beasts see what a beast tide looks like. Why bother with defense? Just go for it. Soon, as the leading beast horde drew closer, the undead also engaged in battle with these wild beasts. This horde of beasts, though seemingly overwhelming, couldn't even break through the blockade of the undead on the ground. Not to mention, Bayu's undead air force was the strongest force. Bayu stood on the city wall and looked up. Not far away, magical beasts began to rush down the snow-capped mountain. Bayu looked back at the back of the castle and found that the same was true in the dark forest. It seems this beast tide is not as simple as it appeared. The initial surge should be the most ordinary beast tide that all lords will face, while the subsequent surges will likely depend on the location of the castle and the overall strength of the forces involved. Bayu unleashed fire magic from the city wall, attacking the magical beasts in the sky. With about a third of her magic power depleted, Bayu took out her scythe and used dark magic to teleport directly from the city wall to the ground. The beast tide wasn't very strong, which was a good opportunity for Bayu to practice his combat skills. Moreover, the monsters killed with the scythe would be directly transformed into undead, while the corpses of other monsters would be summoned by the necromancers on the city wall. Bayu's undead army will only grow stronger with each battle. The beast tide may be a catastrophe for some lords, but for Bayu, it is an excellent opportunity to become stronger. Level 9 monsters like Bayu are directly transformed into bone beasts, while all monsters below level 9 are summoned as ordinary undead. These monsters were below level 9. With Bayu's buff from the Bone Throne level increase and the double attribute bonus from the scythe, they were basically one-shot, as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Bayu was only using his scythe for the most basic attacks, without even using magic, and the beast horde had no power to resist at all. Bayu at least killed them one by one, while Arthur was even more unreasonable, instantly killing a large number of monsters with a single Wither Space skill. With the addition of monsters from the 2 forbidden areas of the Frosty Snow Mountain and the Dark Forest to the battlefield, the overall strength of the monsters has also increased significantly. As a commander, Bayu led the undead in the rear and stood alone. A massive polar bear charged at Bayu, its paw shattering the 2 skeletal warriors on either side with its immense force. At this moment, the polar bear's eyes were bloodshot. Although it was a commander-level creature, it was just like any other magical beast without intelligence, relying entirely on its brute force to attack. The polar bear swung its paw at Bayu, who nimbly dodged it and brandished a flaming sickle, slashing at the polar bear. Dingling. Hearing the crisp sound from the scythe, the polar bear's crimson eyes dimmed slightly, revealing a puzzled expression. Why am I here? The scythe attacks came one after another, slashing a huge wound on the side of the polar bear, the flames scorching the skin and turning it black. The polar bear, in pain, slapped Bayu to the side with its paw. Bang! The immense force created a crack in the ground, but Bayu's figure had already vanished. The polar bear sensed something, looked down, and saw a red magic circle that had appeared at its feet. Before it could react, a huge pillar of fire engulfed it. Then, several more black spears flew in and pierced the pillar of fire. The polar bear's body was instantly pierced by the black spear. The excruciating pain jolted it awake, and the crimson in its eyes vanished, replaced by a glimmer of clarity. Just as the polar bear was about to beg for mercy, the surrounding pillars of fire suddenly disappeared, and the red magic circle under its feet turned gray. The polar bear's body was pierced by the black spear and burned with eerie black flames. It was powerless to resist, and its massive body was instantly crushed to the ground. The polar bear felt its life force rapidly dissipating. That's right, this gray magic circle is Bayu's necromancy spell. Bayu had been in a misconception that necromancy spells could only be used on corpses, so she always thought it was a skill that did no damage. What would happen if you summoned a living creature? The answer is now obvious. Although the living creatures cannot be summoned, their life force will rapidly wither away until they die. In other words, necromancy can also cause damage when used on living beings. It also has a slight suppressive effect that prevents the bear from escaping the magic circle. An uninjured polar bear might have been able to break free immediately, but it is now severely injured and cannot break free at all. They could only wait to die quietly inside the summoning magic circle. The polar bear fell dead inside the magic circle, from which a giant skeletal demon crawled out and instantly joined the battle, rampaging through the surrounding beasts. It's not that Bayou doesn't want to summon twice. It's because with Bayou's current level of necromancy, corpses of commander level or higher cannot be summoned twice, and only one can be summoned. Congratulations, Lord, for defeating the level 1 winter bear. You have gained 240 experience points. Double experience at night. So many monsters, how awesome is that? Little Karami, you think you can mess with me? Chapter 80. Lords respond to the beast tide. With so many Warcrafts tonight, they should be able to level up at least once. Plus, with Sun Xiaoxiao's side, let's boldly predict that asking for a 2-level boost isn't unreasonable, right? Bayou easily dealt with a level 1 commander. Now that it's a level 2 commander, and with the enhancement of the scythe, taking it down was a piece of cake. A tiny bit of magic power is wasted, but it's understandable to do that in order to end the battle in a cool and stylish way. With Jon's help, Sun Xiaoxiao was having an easy time dealing with the beast tide. Even the second wave of the enhanced beast tide only had a few surging out from the dark forest, which were nothing compared to what Sun Xiaoxiao was experiencing. She knew, of course, that if it weren't for Bayou, she would be dead by now. Several Crimson Blood Demon apes were also busy, helping Bayou's troops fight the enemy outside. Although the effect was minimal, they did their part. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to send out any troops. I'd feel like a complete idiot. Zhao Lianshue's castle. She watched with concern as the dwarves, clad in armor, fought against the monsters outside. Just as she had guessed, her castle was surrounded by mountains, and there was no danger at all. Therefore, the beast tide was only a basic one, without even a single commander-level beast. In addition, due to its remote location, the number of ordinary beast tides is much smaller than that of ordinary beast tides. But the dwarves are not undead. Many of them have died in battle even while wearing armor. They were originally refugees, suffering from oppression and hunger, and fled here. Zhao Lianxue provided them with food and drink, and even allowed them to work only 8 hours a day. As an intelligent race, they felt the respect that the Lord showed them. These commoners didn't care about races. All they knew was that the human woman in the castle behind them had helped them in their most difficult time, and now that she was in trouble, they, the dwarves, would risk their lives to protect her. Zhao Lianxue felt an indescribable sadness as she watched the dwarf uncles who used to be so swaggering in the castle fall one by one in front of her, but she was too weak to help at all. This was a brutal battlefield, and Zhao Lianxue understood that a lord like herself could not possibly survive without relying on others. The beast tide was merely driving out these weak lords. Being out meant death. Soon, Zhao Lianxue felt a strange sensation. She was about to break through. But she remained calm, just like always. Zhao Lianxue has strong self-control. After all, everyone's constitution is different, just like the ocean, which is sometimes stormy and sometimes calm. As for Zhao Lianxue, she can only be described as average. Besides, she was already very experienced in this area, and these minor incidents couldn't cause any ripples for her. Most importantly, she was still immersed in grief over the dwarf's sacrifice and had no time for anything else. But as time went on, the tranquil lake was broken by a pebble, and ripples began to spread. Damn, this is a bit tricky. She sat cross-legged on the ground, clasped her hands together, and began to silently recite the Diamond Sutra. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, dew, and lightning. Why isn't this over yet? At that moment, the sky turned gloomy, and a torrential downpour began, soaking her clothes in the blink of an eye. Damn it, my clothes are soaked. Zhao Lianxue was dressed like this. How could she possibly face anyone? Meanwhile, a similar scene was unfolding across the magical continent. The monsters rampaged through the castle gates, leaving the castle interior littered with the corpses of soldiers. No. The monster tore the lord to pieces in one gulp, and the castle began to vanish at that moment, as if it had never existed. The corpses and bloodstains left on the ground proved that a major battle had taken place here. As the castle disappeared, the monsters came to their senses and began to return to their original territories, puzzled. The lava volcano, Lord Lin Zhan, the spirit of flame, successfully destroyed a fire lizard tribe before the beast tide arrived. He himself broke through to the commander level and mastered the ability to transform himself into flames, which not only allows him to move quickly, but also makes him immune to physical damage. Compared to me, a mage who controls fire elements to unleash fire magic, flames are like Lin Jun's own inherent ability. He wields them with far greater ease than the mages do. Simply put, magicians control fire, while Lin Jun's ability is that he himself is fire. The flame spirits lived up to expectations, reaping hundreds of spirit cores while Lin Jun was wiping out the salamander tribe. Lin Jun summoned all of them into troops, and thanks to the experience gained from wiping out the salamander tribe, several flame spirits successfully broke through to the commander level. It transformed into a 3-meter-tall fire giant that floated on the ground. Under the attack of the flame spirits, these beast tides were all turned into roast meat. Except for the monsters on the lava volcano, which were a bit troublesome, these beast tides posed no challenge to Lin Jun. On the other side of the frigid snow-capped mountains, Lord Yi Liang of Dracula faced the beast tide with ease. The 2,000-plus vampires were simply crushing the beast tide in one fell swoop. Lester, Yi Liang's top vampire general, also reached level 4, the commander level, after absorbing the corpses of 1,500 werewolves. Commander-level fire wolves that have emerged from the frigid snow mountain. Like Fenrir, the flame wolf is active only at night in the frigid snow-capped mountains, spending most of its daytime time in its caves. Fortunately, there were their caves in the snow-capped mountains near Yi Liang, and the nighttime beast tide successfully summoned them back. This was also the first time Yi Liang had learned that in such a harsh and cold place as the frosty snow mountain, there actually existed flame wolves that could use fire magic. The flame wolf is not a wolf in the traditional sense, but rather a werewolf. It has red fur and black limbs, wears a black robe-like hat over its head, and has faint flames burning on its body. The flame wolf is a level 3 commander, and it still struggles against a level 4 commander vampire. But at this moment, the flame wolf had long lost its rationality. Its 2 claws kept spitting out flames, scorching the surrounding vampires and causing widespread destruction. The vampire once slashed the flame wolf's skin with his claws, but it remained as if it were a dried-up corpse, without a single drop of blood flowing out. Although the flame wolves have double attribute bonuses at night, vampires are also nocturnal creatures and receive similar buffs at night. Even so, the level 3 flame wolf still managed to hold the level 4 vampire firmly in place, and the level 4 vampire had absolutely no chance of killing the flame wolf on its own. Suddenly, a huge black cloth appeared above the flame wolf, completely enveloping it. The fiery wolf's body, instantly enveloped in flames, burst into a massive inferno, but it had no effect whatsoever on the black cloth. Soon, the flames of the flame wolf gradually died down, and it was tightly wrapped in black cloth, unable to move. The black cloth was Yi Liang's weapon. The level 4 vampire seized the opportunity and killed the bound fire wolf directly. Chapter 81 Seeking Refuge. Bai Yu, wielding a scythe, was reaping the lives of the monsters. The number of monsters dwindled, while the number of undead increased. The monsters, who were already no match for the undead army, have become increasingly passive. Suddenly, a black birdman flew at low speed from behind the monster, attacking her. Bai Yu was already at a disadvantage in night battles because she lacked night vision. Upon hearing the necromancer's warning from above, she instantly activated her left eye, enhancing her 5 senses. Bai Yu immediately sensed a creature approaching from ahead, and used the night vision ability of her left eye to see the creature clearly. The muscular humanoid body has a dog's head and a pair of black wings on its back, which gives it the ability to fly. Its entire body, including its skin, is black, and it holds 2 objects in its hands that resemble scepters and magic wands, which are likely its weapons. In an instant, the black dog-headed birdman's attack arrived, and Bai Yu's scythe burst into flames, illuminating the surroundings. With her enhanced senses, she deftly dodged the birdman's attack. The birdman regained his senses the moment he saw her left eye at close range, stopped attacking, and a look of shock appeared on his dog face. The scythe slashed down on the birdman's body in an instant. Strangely, the birdman absorbed all the flames on the scythe, and the wounds cut by the scythe began to heal. Bai Yu could sense that the birdman's aura had slightly strengthened after absorbing Bai Yu's fire magic. What is this? This was the first time she had ever seen such a bizarre creature. The birdman was still in a daze, sensing Bai Yu's aura and noble bloodline power. The birdman immediately landed and knelt down on one knee in front of Bai Yu. "Your Majesty, I have just offended you. Please punish me." As he spoke, the birdman lowered his head even further. "Huh? What's going on?" Baiyu was completely bewildered and had no idea what was going on. No, it's nothing. Seeing that, Baiyu did not blame him. The birdman's dog head seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It immediately flapped its wings and flew into the sky, and the eerie sound waves spread throughout the battlefield. The birdman opened its dog mouth and shouted, "With the queen's birth, the undead race will surely be unified. Why don't you all submit immediately?" From behind the beast tied, and 1, 2, a dozen, and then hundreds of birdmen flew over from behind. Not only in the sky, but also behind the ground, there was a commotion. Baiyu saw the creatures crawling on the ground through his left eye. It is humanoid, with feet like pig hooves, a hunched back, but walks upright on 2 legs, has 2 huge claws on its hands, and is covered in fungi. Before even reaching Baiyu could already smell a stench. Because his body was covered in fungi, his flesh was highly rotten, and as he walked, bits of flesh could be seen falling to the ground. What is this thing? It's disgusting. These disgusting creatures are basically no slower than those dog-headed birdmen, and there are close to 100 of them. Both creatures came before Baiyu, seemingly sensing her aura. The disgusting creature immediately knelt on all 4s, and the birdman also knelt down. "Your most loyal subjects have come to pay their respects to your majesty." Wait a minute, Baiyu seems to understand. Only the undead would call themselves queen, which, combined with the birdman's words and its strange abilities, suggests. Therefore, these disgusting creatures and this group of birdmen are all undead. There are other undead creatures in the magical continent, but judging from the birdman's words, it seems they were scattered. Just because Baiyu is the only summon of the undead race doesn't mean there are no other undead creatures in the magical continent. Yes, but not many. There are just too many types of undead. These native undead may have been glorious in the past, but now they have all split up for some unknown reason and are fighting on their own. Their status is basically at the bottom of the magical continent. According to the birdman, the undead race must have had a king before. The king died, which led to the undead race splitting into more than a dozen races of varying sizes. Kill all these monsters. Baiyu stood still, looking at the more than 200 undead who were submitting to him, and gave orders. These creatures immediately rebelled against the beast tide and began attacking the surrounding wild animals. Baiyu teleported to the top of the city wall, put away his scythe, and the beasts stopped appearing. Baiyu glanced at the time. 0:45. In another 15 minutes, these monsters will probably be slaughtered by their own undead army. To be honest, Baiyu didn't know what race these 2 undead were. Baiyu brought up the system panel to check. The Destroyer. Growth cap, Monarch level. Active skill, Magic Devour. Magic Devour absorbs magic to strengthen itself. The initial mana is 0. When the absorbed magic reaches 100 points, it can be upgraded to release the skill again, resulting in a magical explosion. Passive skill, Magic Immunity. That's amazing. No wonder my fire magic didn't work on it. It was absorbed. The Destroyers, with their maximum life attribute still at the Monarch level, and over 100 Destroyers at the Monarch level. This is Baiyu's greatest gain from the Beast Tide. Only one of these Destroyers is a Commander level being, the one that just attacked Baiyu. Having a Monarch level maximum lifespan doesn't mean all undead will necessarily reach Monarch level. It only means there's a slight possibility they can break through. I've been seeing lords in the world chat saying that troops are coming to join me, and today I finally encountered one myself. Ghoul. Growth ceiling, royal level. It turned out they were called ghouls. There were no commanders among these ghouls, so Baiyu just randomly picked a level 5 one and checked its information. The conclusion is that this is just too lame. Although its growth potential is at the same level as the Gargoyle, Emperor level, it doesn't have any special abilities at all. It's beyond just being lame. The ghouls felt to Baiyu like a low-budget version of Gargoyles, and most importantly, they couldn't fly. It's bad enough that it can't fly, but it's also disgusting, ugh. Of course, Baiyu only felt a little disgusted in his heart. After all, the other party had come to join him, and maybe even a commander level 1 would have skills. Chapter 82 has ended. After killing so many monsters and gaining double experience points, Baiyu finally leveled up again. She felt that after she reached the commander level, her experience bar became much longer, and her leveling speed slowed down considerably. She quickly took out the scythe again. The double attribute boost from the scythe would greatly increase her resistance. Time, 1 o'clock. Almost all the monsters had been wiped out by Baiyu's undead army, which made Baiyu feel much better. The beast tide was almost over, and the eyes of the last remaining beasts suddenly returned to normal, no longer the eerie scarlet red, and they seemed to have regained their senses. All the wild beasts and magical creatures turned and left, losing interest in Bayu's castle. Some of the magical creatures that regained their senses even had a hint of fear in their eyes. It wouldn't be accurate to describe them as leaving, but rather as fleeing. It seems the beast tide was deliberately orchestrated by the system to eliminate unqualified lords, forcibly controlling these magical beasts to perform a fixed program. This caused them to completely lose their minds and launch an attack on all the lords. Bayu teleported from the city wall to the bathroom in 2 quick movements and began to wash. Because she was planning to take a shower, she put away the sickle, and her senses were heightened once again. Then took a cold shower, and the feeling of the cold water on her skin made Bayu feel much more awake. Stepping out of the castle, the battle outside was over, but the struggle within his own body was far from over. Bayu ignored everything else and focused on summoning today's troops first. Then he had to deal with the corpses outside, a huge workload. Bayu was already mentally counting 10,000 alpacas. She finally understood that this bath had been a complete waste of time. The Necromancer crystal is fully charged. Summon now. Call. At this point, she didn't care about her luck anymore. She just wanted to summon all the troops first. A pale green light began to fill the entire room, and a huge figure appeared out of thin air. Bayu was instantly drawn to this gaze. Its height alone is nearly 20 meters, with thick limbs and some human-like physical features. It has gray skin, and its eyes have no eyeballs, only empty eye sockets, burning with green flames. Giant. This was Bayu's first thought upon seeing it, and since it belonged to the undead race, it could only be a zombie titan. She simply couldn't imagine that such a large size, even without any special skills, would have an astonishing destructive power. As for the other 29, Bayu looked at the other figures. 10 more necromancers. Aren't they here to lighten Bayu's workload? Well done. There was also a bone dragon and a ghost dragon, and that was about it. They were all undead with low maximum health. Greetings, Your Majesty. You guys go to the Blackwater Altar to strengthen yourselves first. Bayu nodded and gave instructions to the spirits. 10 minutes later, the undead were fully enhanced, and Bayu checked the attributes of the Zombie Titan. Zombie Titan. Growth cap. Monarch level. Skills. Flame God Body. Frost God Body. Enhancement effect. Physical Body. Significantly increases physical defense, reduces the mana cost of the Divine Body skill, and increases all attributes by 10 points. This Zombie Titan Bayu is definitely not fake. He's genuinely awesome. It's probably the highest single attribute besides Arthur, Jon, and Little Ice. The level 1 strength attribute has exceeded 10 points, and the enhancement directly adds another 10 points. Bayu also looked at the 2 skills of the Zombie Titan. The effects were similar, both being enhancement skills, but with different attributes. Both skills continuously consumed magic points after activation, and the skills would naturally turn off when the magic points were used up. For the Zombie Titan is rather disappointing, much lower than other unit types. Otherwise, Bayu could summon all the Zombie Titans and directly sweep through the magical continent. Well, that won't work either. The Zombie Titan can't fly. Its weakness is too obvious. Bayu arrived at the city wall and began directing the undead to move the corpses of the monsters, piling them all within the town's territory. With 20 necromancers. Among them were some powerful magical beasts, which Bayu also chose to directly select and summon as bone beasts. The number of magical beasts attacking the castle this time was not large, only a little over 7,000. This number was only achieved with the help of magical beasts from the Dark Forest and the Frosty Snow Mountain. Bayu estimated that a typical Lord's beast tide would consist of around 3,000 to 5,000 beasts, depending on the specific situation. She glanced at the time. It was 1:30. By this time, most of the Lord beast tides had ended, but no one spoke in the world chat. Perhaps everyone is still basking in the joy of surviving, or perhaps they're all busy clearing resources. The world chat is eerily quiet right now. On Sun Xiaoxiao's side, Jon had already wiped out the entire beast tide. With all the skeletons giving Jon experience, the most important thing was that 2 skeletal demons held down a commander-level monster and killed it. Jon also successfully leveled up to commander rank by taking advantage of the beast tide and the double experience at night. At this moment, she was directing the skeletons to move the corpses, while Sun Xiaoxiao revealed a faint smile of relief in the castle. The 2 castles were not far apart, but Sun Xiaoxiao's beast tide was much smaller than Bayu's, with only more than 3,000 magical beasts. This was probably because she was farther away from the snow mountain and weaker. Jon began leading the skeletons to transport the monster corpses back to Bayu's castle, though he didn't leave any for Sun Xiaoxiao. More than 3,000, and all the extra spare parts were left to Sun Xiaoxiao. Don't underestimate those spare parts. There were several hundred of them. Bai Yu, standing on the city wall and watching the busy undead below, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Call dash. Bai Yu gradually regained her original fair complexion. It's finally over. Damn it, this is so agonizing. Chapter 83 Submission and Alliance, Part 1. Bai Yu needed to see why she had been tortured for so long. Normally, it only lasted 20 minutes, but this time it lasted for more than 40 minutes. Unusual, very unusual. Did he get promoted twice? Wow, you guessed right. I really did level up twice. Although Bai Yu's current attributes are considered strong among ordinary commanders, they are still somewhat insufficient compared to some abnormal commanders. It's roughly at an above-average level. If your stats aren't good enough, make up for it with equipment. This beast tide was indeed both an opportunity and a disaster. For some weak lords, it might be a catastrophe, but for the top lords, it was a great opportunity. After the beast tide, unless a high-ranking commander or something comes along, Bai Yu is no longer afraid. However, both sides are forbidden areas, and there are countless powerful individuals at the commander level or above. Bai Yu has to be cautious for now and cannot be too arrogant. Wasn't there supposed to be a reward after the beast tide ended? Bai Yu stood on the city wall. By now, most of the Lord's beast tide should have ended. It's already 2 o'clock. What kind of freakish beast tide can last for 2 hours? She checked the system's leaderboard and found that there were only 21 hours left. Bai Yu guessed that the rewards might be released only after the leaderboard countdown ends. Until I saw that many of the Lord's names, which were originally yellow on the leaderboard, had turned gray. The first tier is practically non-existent. From the second tier all the way to the 5th tier, more and more lords have their names turned gray. Bai Yu didn't even need to think. These were clearly the dead lords, but the number was far more staggering than he had anticipated. The mortality rate for the 5th echelon was close to 70%. Looking around, more than half of the lords' names were grayed out. In contrast, the top tier has virtually no lords with gray names. The lords in the world chat also became active, celebrating their joy at surviving the beast tide. The boy with the middle parting. Haha, I actually survived. Old 8. You didn't expect that the Oligay from 2 hours ago wasn't the last bowl. Big Mango. Although most of the troops are dead, at least they survived. Tyrannosaurus War God. Tremble, all of you. From now on, you will all be my enemies. I am about to begin the war of all races. Haha. Oinginyi. Is this guy upstairs stupid? Bai Yu glanced at the world chat, ignoring the lord's frantic spamming, and prepared to go back to sleep. The necromancers can summon the corpses outside at their leisure. They don't need to sleep anyway. She naturally didn't forget to ask the destroyers where they came from, but as for the ghouls, they couldn't speak, so forget about them. According to Bai Yu, these destroyers and ghouls all came from the Dark Forest, which is home to a variety of species, including wild beasts and magical creatures, as well as some advanced intelligent races that had fled there for refuge. The depths of the Dark Forest are very mysterious. Even the destroyers don't know what lies deep within the Dark Forest. They only linger on its outskirts. It must be an unparalleled expert, and the danger level is very high, which is why it is called a forbidden area by weaker creatures. So far, the destroyers have not encountered any undead other than ghouls, so Bai Yu's wish to get something for free has failed. Therefore, it is quite reasonable for undead to appear in the Dark Forest. This way, even if it is discovered by some powerful forces, it will not arouse suspicion. Bai Yu felt it was time to explore the frigid snow-capped mountains and dark forests. The Air Force was responsible for heading to the snow-capped mountains because the terrain was too rugged for the army's undead to move around. The army undead went to the outskirts of the dark forest to deal with some low-level commander-level creatures. Bai Yu reassigned tasks to the undead. The Air Force went to the snow-capped mountains, the army went to the forest, and some stayed behind to do hard labor, assisting the necromancers in summoning the undead and moving corpses. Of course, the lumberjacks and stonemasons can't stop. Bai Yu needs a lot of resources to upgrade the castle, so how can they not work hard? Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, the destroyers and ghouls have been ordered by Bai Yu to return to their former lair and begin relocation. There are more than 200 of them, including some commanders. It's impossible that they don't have any coins, right? They should at least offer some assets as tribute, right? At that moment, Bai Yu had just entered the bedroom and taken off her pants. Bai Yu simply couldn't stand having it thrown directly into the closet like that. She had to wash it with water first. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Baiyu gulped down several mouthfuls of water. Sweating a lot makes one thirsty. Baiyu had just arrived in the bathroom to wash her clothes when she received a notification from the system. The beast tied on Zhao Lianshua's side has ended. More than 20 dwarves have died in battle, and several others are seriously injured and are being cared for by the other dwarves. But the dwarves also reaped great rewards. Several dwarves reached level 9, and one even broke through to the commander level. If it weren't for this commander-level dwarf turning the tide, Zhao Lianxue felt her castle would have been completely destroyed. Zhao Lianxue felt somewhat sad, realizing that her strength was far too weak. Zhao Lianxue felt that this world was too cruel. Why was she so unlucky to have transmigrated to this world and participate in this bullshit war of 10,000 races? Zhao Lianxue suddenly thought of her former bald, sleazy, and greasy boss and realized that he wasn't so bad after all. I just don't know if he's dead now. Zhao Lianxue often thought that if she could find a boyfriend who was 185 centimeters tall, a little handsome, and a little rich, that would be enough. They could just have a simple relationship, get married, have children, and live out their lives together. High-quality human males. People usually prefer the innocent and naive type, right? Zhao Lianxue sighed. She had already broadened her horizons when she was in junior high school. She was deceived and tricked by her first love's sweet words. She didn't know what she was thinking at the time, but she agreed. They broke up less than 2 months after they got together. Eventually, Zhao Lianxue stopped caring, since it was an inevitable and perfectly normal thing. He can now be considered a high-speed rail driver. Zhao Lianxue's mind wandered, and before she knew it, she had strayed far from the truth. For Zhao Lianxue, she had no ambition to conquer all races, nor did she have the strength to do so. Her own survival was currently a major problem. After spending the last few days with Baiyu, Zhao Lianxue found him to be a decent person. Since he was also a girl, she figured he wouldn't be a scumbag with designs on her body. So, Zhao Lianxue made a bold decision. She must submit to Baiyu. Chapter 84 Submission and Alliance, Part 2. Baiyu put down her personal clothing and opened the system panel. The orphan of Zhao. Boss, I don't want to work anymore. Please accept my utmost respect. Huh. The orphan of Zhao. My ID is the orphan of Zhao. I have been an orphan since I was a child. Baiyu was dumbfounded. What happened? Another one went mad after the beast tide was over? The orphan of Zhao. My dwarf troops are really too weak in combat. I can only summon 20 a day, and in 7 days I can only have 140. If it weren't for the help of the dwarves who have joined me, I would probably be dead by now. After the beast tide that I truly realized the cruelty of the magical continent. I couldn't survive on my own with the help of the dwarves. You are a big shot and don't have this worry, but I can't. I'm afraid of dying. The dwarves have been very kind to me. Apart from their physical appearance, they are almost indistinguishable from normal humans. They talk to me, and they experience death and pain. Over the past few days, I have come to regard them as human beings. Just because I have given them food, they risk their lives to kill the beasts that invade the castle. Even when they are seriously injured and lying on the ground, they still smile when they see that I am still alive. I don't want them to die, and I don't want to die myself. I want to submit to you, my lord, and become your territory. This is the result of my careful consideration. You may consider it, my lord. Damn it. Before Baiyu was even noticing, Zhao Lianxue sent her a short essay, which Baiyu quickly skimmed through. Wait, you're going to submit to me? What merit do I have to deserve this? This was the first time Baiyu had ever seen someone voluntarily submit. However, it must be said that submission is entirely one-sided. If you encounter a bad lord, he might just use you and then discard you. If it's useful to me, I'll keep it. If it's useless to me, then let it die. After all, life and death are entirely in the hands of the Lord, who would willingly entrust their life to someone else. Baiyu guessed that Zhao Lianxue was probably in despair at this moment. For her, it was because she was afraid of death that she took a gamble and chose to submit to Baiyu. If Baiyu is a bad person, it's just a different way of dying, and it won't change Zhao Lianxue's current situation. But at least it's more dignified than being bitten to death by a monster. If she's lucky and Baiyu is a good person, then her chances of surviving in the magical continent will greatly increase. Zhao Lianxue knew that offering help in times of need was far more important than adding to someone's success. This was the initial stage, and her role was crucial for Baiyu. If she only submits to others later in the game, then her role becomes dispensable. Why would powerful figures want a useless piece of trash? Huang Bao, this is no joke. Are you sure you've thought this through? Zhao Lianxue's role is still very important to Baiyu. Since she has taken the initiative to submit, Baiyu has no reason to disagree. Zhao Lianxue knew that Baiyu would definitely agree, and her brows relaxed considerably. The orphan of Zhao, boss, I've thought it through. Either way, I'm going to die. Only by following you can I survive. Huang Bao, okay. Baiyu's simple reply of okay gave Zhao Lianxue hope. Zhao Lianxue quickly clicked the submit function above her friend's profile. You have joined the alliance and cannot initiate submission to other lords. Zhao Lianxue saw this message. She thought about dissolving the alliance without thinking, but then realized it would be better to tell Baiyu in advance. The orphan of Zhao, boss, we must dissolve the alliance before we can initiate the submission. I'll dissolve the alliance first. Huang Bao, okay. Baiyu replied to Zhao Lianxue, and it seemed that a lord who had submitted to her could not form an alliance. Baiyu's previous speculation that using alliance and submission together could achieve an infinite nesting effect seems to have been overturned. Sure enough, the system wouldn't leave such a big vulnerability. A lord who submits loses his sovereignty and the right to form alliances with other lords. Conversely, a lord who joins an alliance can at least be certain that his allies are not territories of other lords. However, there is no limit to the number of territories. An alliance with a maximum of 5 lords can have an unlimited number of territories. Your ally, the orphan of Zhao, has dissolved the alliance. Since only one lord remains in the alliance, it has been automatically disbanded. The alliance was dissolved without anything being recovered, and the two didn't borrow anything from each other. It was just a normal transaction between lords. The lord, orphan of Zhao, has submitted to you. Baiyu clicked agree, and the two of them began writing their names on it. The contract was successfully generated, and a new lord appeared on Baiyu's system territory panel. Lord of the territory, Zhao Lianxue. Strength, ordinary level 8. Territory level, level 9, initial castle. Barracks level, level 3 dwarven crystal. Special buildings, forge, blacksmith shop. Unit type, dwarf, craftsman, warrior. Equipment, none. Her real name is Zhao Lianxue, and she really is surnamed Zhao. Baiyu thought Zhao Lianxue was just joking. The true orphan of the Zhao family. Huang Bao. Alright, it's getting late, let's rest. Zhao Lianxue replied to Baiyu and discovered that her system panel had a new ownership function. Zhao Lianxue clicked on it and saw some basic information about Baiyu. Baiyu? That's a nice name. Zhao Lianxue had long been curious about Baiyu's unit type, wanting to know what unit Baiyu was that made her so strong. Lianxue did not show too much surprise at Baiyu's strength as a level 3 commander and the information that he had been upgraded to a town. If someone is not as strong as me, can I call myself a big shot? Undead. Zhao Lianxue's first thought was of a group of dull, stupid skeletons, slow-moving, unable to hit anyone, and easily falling apart if hit. Could this skeleton really be that strong? Is the uniqueness such that only Baiyu can summon the undead? Wait, the system said undead, not skeletons. Zhao Lianxue suddenly realized, could Baiyu be able to summon an entire race? This explains why Baiyu is so strong. In fact, Zhao Lianxue's understanding of the undead was too one-sided. Even if Baiyu relied solely on skeletons and their variants, he could still firmly hold his position in the top tier. Baiyu sent Zhao Lianxue a message and then ignored it. I quickly washed my underwear, went to the bedroom, and threw the clothes into an empty closet. This is specially designed for handling dirty clothes. It has a built-in drying and cleaning function, and the clothes will look brand new after cleaning. It's simply a lazy person's dream. Baiyu took off her clothes to prepare for bed. Sigh, there was no way around it. Sleeping naked had become a habit. That's enough for tonight's nightlife. Chapter 85 Submission and Alliance, Part 3. At 3 o'clock in the morning, as Baiyu, Zhao Lianxue, and others drifted off to sleep, all the lords who survived the beast tide began to follow one trend: alliance. Almost 80% of the lords who survived the beast tide barely managed to withstand it, and like Zhao Lianxue, they gained a clear understanding of their own strength. That is weak. Too weak. Are there any other ways to become stronger besides increasing one's own strength? Yes. That is the alliance. The alliance has become the only choice for almost all weak lords. Although the alliance can only have a maximum of 5 people, the flow of resources and mutual support among the 5 people can greatly enhance the lord's sense of security. From the moment the first lord conceived this idea and started posting it in the world chat, it completely ignited the passion of all the other lords. The entire world chat is talking about one topic: finding teammates for your alliance. To prevent arbitrary withdrawal from the alliance, the requirements for joining and the penalties for leaving have been increased. Of course, This restriction is a contract jointly established by all alliance members, and with the system in place, it is impossible not to abide by it. At the lava volcano, King Jon, the Lord of the Flame Spirit, was still counting his spoils after the beast tide ended. Because King Jon's castle is located on a volcano, most of the monsters that attack his castle are fire-type creatures native to the volcano. The attacking beast horde isn't important. What's crucial is that more than half of the 4,000 or 5,000 monsters come from the volcano and are at least level 5 in strength. Based on the probability of level 5 and above monsters randomly dropping spirit cores, the corpses of more than 2,000 level 5 and above monsters should drop at least 1,000 spirit cores. 1,000 spirit cores allow King Jon to summon 1,000 flame spirits, increasing his strength many times over. Even King Jon, who had been expressionless the whole time, showed a rare smile. Because King Jon's troops consist of only one type of creature, flame spirits. Therefore, after King Jon upgraded the barracks several times, he not only increased the number of flame spirits he could summon each day, but also increased their base level. King Jon placed all the spirit cores into a lava pool inside his castle. This special building served a similar function to Bayou's Blackwater Altar. It can be transformed into a flame spirit, and it is connected to the barracks crystal. In other words, as the barracks increases the base level for summoning flame spirits, the flame spirits that King Jon summons will also increase in level. This would indeed allow King Jon's strength to experience a significant boost. As for the greatest threat to the volcano, the lava dragon, it suddenly awoke from its slumber a few days ago for unknown reasons, roared, and flew away from the volcano. It hasn't returned since. King Jon's confidence soared as he watched the flame spirits continuously emerge. Just as King Jon was about to go to sleep, a message suddenly popped up from the system. King Jon clicked on it with some confusion. It was a friend request. Frost Lord. King Jon didn't understand why this person wanted to add him as a friend. In the following days, King Jon rarely visited the exchange, so his popularity also declined. He was long past the time when he could get thousands of friends by simply posting a message on the World Channel. King Jon agreed with her friend, thinking that this person might have something to ask her or something else. Spirit of Flame, what is it? Frost Lord, hello Big Shot. Are you interested in forming an alliance? Our alliance currently has 4 lords, all of whom are second-tier lords. We're looking for a top-tier first-tier lord to take charge. Are you interested, Big Shot? King Jon didn't believe that the first tier of 1,000 people had specifically chosen him. Spirit of Flame, why are you looking for me? Seeing King Jon's curiosity, the Ice Lord seemed to see a glimmer of hope and decided to reveal more details. Frost Lord, boss, to be honest with you, among all the lords in the first tier, only your troops are most like elemental beings. Spirit of Flame, just because of this name? Frost Lord, to be honest, I and my 3 current allies are all elemental beings. King Jon was intrigued when he saw this, finding it hard to believe that these 4 lords who summoned elemental creatures had come together. The Ice Lord and the others were confident in their ability to be in the first tier, but unfortunately, there were only 1,000 spots on the leaderboard. They believed they were just unlucky to have been squeezed into the second tier. Even if they aren't, they are still among the top combat forces in the second tier. Frost Lord, boss, I believe you should have a preliminary assessment of our strength, and we won't hold you back. If you come, you can take the position of alliance leader. The Ice Lord showed great sincerity, and he was also confident that King Jon's troops were elemental beings. Based on the strength of the units that summon elemental creatures, they are at least in the second tier, or even the first tier. The second tier consisted of 10,000 people, all of whom the Ice Lord had reviewed and spoken with several suspicious lords. None of them met the criteria, leaving only the first tier. And within the first tier, only King Jon matched the name requirement. King Jon pondered for a moment and realized that the Ice Lord was right. Indeed, if they were all elemental beings, they wouldn't hold him back. On the contrary, they would be of great help to him. The Alliance's capabilities are certainly not limited to what they are currently demonstrating, so there's only one conclusion. Their current castle level is too low, and they haven't unlocked the corresponding functions yet. Spirit of Flame, I agree. The Alliance is indeed a great help in the current situation. Frost Lord, then congratulations in advance on joining us, sir. Subsequently, the Frost Lord pulled King Jon into the Alliance, and the words, Alliance Chat, appeared at the top of King Jon's World Chat channel. Frost Lord, at all members, the big shot has arrived. Let's all introduce ourselves to him, and get to know each other's units. To King Jon's surprise, apart from the Ice Lord, The other 3 were not asleep. Lord of the Earth. Hello, boss. My unit is the Earth Goblin, and my castle is located in a human empire on the barren plains of Marshall. Vine Fairy. Big brother. My unit is a tree spirit, and my castle is in a forest in Bodal State. Wah. I'm so envious that everyone is in the same state. Wrath of the Gale. My unit is the Wind Demon, and my castle is in Wolf Valley, Marshall. Frost Lord. I summoned the Snow Maiden, who should be the only highly intelligent being among us. My castle is in the frigid snow mountains of Marshall. After the 4 finished their introductions, Lin Jun had gained some understanding of their troop types, and their names did indeed sound like elemental beings. Spirit of Flame. Just as the Ice Lord guessed, my unit is the Flame Spirit, and my castle is the Lava Volcano in Marshall. Vine Fairy. Wow. You two are in a snow-capped mountain and a volcano. How romantic. Frost Lord. It's been a bit unsafe here lately. Vampires and gargoyles keep appearing on the snow mountain. They attack me on sight. If it weren't for my Snow Maiden being immortal and able to hide, I would have been killed by them countless times. Spirit of Flame. How can there be vampires and gargoyles on the snow mountain? These are troops of 2 lords. What about their strength? Frost Lord. Whether they are vampires or gargoyles, their strength is about the same as mine. Chapter 86 Comprehensive Enhancement of Overall Strength. The next morning, Bai Yu, who had been sleeping in a rather unsightly position, woke up clutching her blanket. Although the protective shield had disappeared, the presence of the Hidden Chandelier, coupled with the protection of the undead army, meant that Bai Yu wasn't too worried, such as being too scared to sleep. It's also possible that the bedroom had a calming effect. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Both the frigid snow-capped mountains and the dark forests are dangerous, which is precisely why Bai Yu, who is located between the 2, is safe. What's this called? This is called the darkest place is under the lamp. The big boss wouldn't care what's outside his territory. What he cares about is whether little Karami can defeat Bai Yu's undead army. Bai Yu can finally wear a dress again today. She carefully selected one for a while. Let's start our elegant day with getting dressed. I need to go out and take stock of the supplies in a bit. I looked down at my outfit and wow, I could barely see my feet. Bai Yu used a dark magic spell to teleport to the city wall. This teleportation was really useful. It would be even better if one could fly and teleport at the same time. She also took the stones and wood from the castle, 3K wood and 2K stones. During the day, Bai Yu could see the entire battlefield below the city walls more directly. Jon has led the skeleton army back, and the corpses are piled up on the other side. On the ground, there were the severed limbs of various wild beasts everywhere. The corpses had been piled up by the undead, but the severed limbs and the entrails that had been cut open were still left on the battlefield. The ground was covered in patches of red and some green, which must have been the blood of these monsters. However, these scenes were much milder compared to those of other lords. After all, only skeletons, zombies, and gargoyles in Bai Yu's undead army can directly tear and cut down enemies. Ghosts, phantom dragons, and death knights mostly kill enemies using curses and soul attacks, and their corpses are usually intact, so they are not as gory. Even the weakest bone dragon would burn the monster to death, turning it into a blackened pile of roasted meat. After a night of continuous summoning by the necromancers, they have summoned 3,000 monster corpses of various levels. The corpses piled up under the city wall were an eyesore, so Bai Yu chose to decompose them, obtaining 1,200 magic crystals, 5K food, 1K elite food, and 500 spirit cores. Seeing the resources that had fallen, Bai Yu immediately started cursing. Wah wah. Because the beast tide arrived at midnight, but there was no double drop. It seems the newbie protection period has ended. After 7 days, the nights have started to return to normal, and killing all wild monsters no longer provides double loot. Wait a minute, Bai Yu clearly remembers that last night when she killed that ice bear, it was double experience. Bai Yu opened the system panel, and, sure enough, there was an announcement. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully weathering the beast tide and officially beginning your journey of conquering all races. Starting from the 8th day, the double drop rate of monsters at night will be changed back to the original normal drop rate, but the double attribute bonus and double experience drop rate at night will still be retained. Only applies to monsters below the king level. This is outrageous. Bai Yu thought he was going to strike it rich. How many magic crystals and spirit cores would so many magical beasts have? As a result, the experience was cut in half, but fortunately, the double experience bonus was still available. As for anything below the king level, Yu couldn't access it, so he didn't care. Yu thought about it carefully and realized that it made sense. The surviving lords, even if they didn't kill all the monsters in the Beast Tide, at least managed to hold out until the Beast Tide ended. Every lord has some magic crystals and spirit cores at this point, because they'll be severely devalued later. After the Beast Tide ends, all the lords will experience a rapid increase in strength. There are still 7,000 corpses left. The necromancers should be able to complete the summoning within a day and a night. It will be quite fast. Wow, Jon actually got promoted to commander level. That's amazing. Skeleton King Jon. Active skills, Skeleton Fall, Soul Drain. Passive skills, Enlightenment, Glory of the King. King's Glory. Skeletons fighting alongside the Skeleton King gain +5 to all attributes and accelerate their regeneration. Although the description is simple, it is a powerful auxiliary enhancement skill. The skeleton's maximum level is only the commander level, so being able to increase all attributes by 5 points is already very impressive. And this skill is always active as long as Jon is around. Jon seems to be turning into a general more and more. Yu then looked at the other undead. Most of the skeletons that could level up had already leveled up, and the bone dragons had reached level 7. Most of the remaining undead could not be leveled up. She had no choice. She thought the skeleton soldiers were the weakest, but since Jon was summoned, they had become the strongest fighting force in Yu's undead army. The zombie titan leveled up to level 8 overnight. As long as you kill a high-level monster, plus double experience, your level will rise rapidly. The initial leveling is fast, but it will become slower and slower later on. There won't be a second Beast Tide. Yu saw a ghost fly back and head towards the castle. It flew back from the snow-capped mountains. It's obvious that a ghost flying back is delivering a message. Yu used magic to return to the castle once more, took 2 steps, and stood before the ghost. Your Majesty, the gargoyles have found the vampire's castle. Chapter 87 Frosty Cave. Yi Liang's vampires naturally couldn't find Yu's castle. After all, the concealment chandelier wasn't just for show. Without the strength of a king, one couldn't see through its concealment effect. On the contrary, the encounter between the vampires and gargoyles on the frigid snow mountain resulted in the deaths of many of Yi Liang's vampires. However, vampires are not entirely without options against the undead. The blood magic wielded by leader-level vampires can directly target the soul. In other words, only Yi Liang's commander-level vampires have the strength to kill the undead. Coincidentally, there is also a commander-level gargoyle on the snow mountain. Yi Liang's commander-level vampire was no match for a gargoyle of the same level that could absorb magic. A red figure suddenly appeared inside Yi Liang's castle. My lord, the gargoyles have discovered our castle. Yi Liang was taken aback. Hadn't he told them to lure the gargoyles away? How come they were still discovered? It's not a big deal that the opponent discovered your castle, but the real problem is that your troops couldn't find any information about the opponent's castle at all. The gargoyles and the Lord Girl from that night seemed to appear out of thin air. However, the vampires also brought back good news. They had discovered the cave of the fire wolf from last night's Beast Tide. Yi Liang decided to eliminate them and improve his strength as soon as possible. After all, Yu's oppressive aura was still quite strong, not to mention that Yi Liang's castle had now been discovered. However, the cave wasn't located very close to his castle as Yi Liang had guessed. It was still some distance away. Yi Liang guessed it must be another cave. He then immediately led the vampires off. Neither Yu nor Yi Liang realized that there was a lord hidden in the frigid snow mountain, namely the Frost Lord, Lung Jie. Yu's castle is located on the east side of the snow mountain, while Yi Liang's castle is located on the west side of the snow mountain, and the distance between the two spans the entire frigid snow mountain. In the middle of the frigid snow-capped mountains, there is a valley formed between the mountains. Lung Jie's castle is located here, and the entire castle is covered in white snow, making it very difficult to find. The castles of other lords were either built on the mountainside or on the mountaintop, but Lung Jie's castle was in a very unusual location. Lung Jie's unit, the Snow Maiden, is a bird-like creature formed from ice and snow. The woman's head and body, her hands were 2 wings made of frost, and her feet were 2 giant bird claws. Although the Snow Woman is beautiful, she is not human. She has lost her jade feet and replaced them with 2 bird claws, which is her main attack method. These creatures of ice and snow element also have a combat power boost in the frigid snow mountains, and as long as ice and snow exist, the Snow Maiden will never die. This is a snow-capped mountain, covered in ice and snow everywhere. Lung Jie believed that his Snow Maiden was invincible on the snow mountain. The Yukiana is not strong in combat. She is extremely intelligent and possesses the characteristic of immortality. Lung Jie believed that the two gargoyle and vampire lords were probably second-tier lords like himself, and that they had become enemies for some unknown reason. They were constantly looking for each other's location, and would fight without hesitation whenever they encountered each other. Although both of these forces seemed much stronger than him, Lung Jie's Snow Maiden was known for her wisdom and immortality. What? Vampires and gargoyles are almost immortal too? Why not just freeze it? What's the difference between being sealed and being dead? Sir, we've discovered an ice cave. Upon hearing this, Lung Jie's face lit up with joy. There were some frost caves on the frigid snow mountain, containing many good things, much like the game instances in his previous life. However, the location of the frost cave is extremely difficult to find, and there are at least a few commander-level creatures inside. While the two lords fought each other, Lung Jie could secretly develop his power in the dangerous and frigid snow mountain with the help of the immortal Snow Maiden. Then I will make both lords submit to me. Set off. Lung Jie and the Snow Maidens turned into a snowflake and fell to the ground, disappearing from sight. Baiyu was still inside the castle listening to the ghost report. His castle is located beyond the western side of the frigid snow-capped mountain. Baiyu fell silent. This was a bit tricky. Putting aside the potential dangers of crossing the frosty snow mountain, just considering the distance, it would take Xiao Bing more than 4 hours to cross the frosty snow mountain at full speed, and Arthur would need 5 hours to fly in the harsh environment of the snow mountain. Those bone dragons and gargoyles would take about 8 hours to destroy. It's impossible for Baiyu to wipe them out with just Arthur and Xiao Bing, two commander-level beings. As top-tier lords, even if he's incompetent, it wouldn't make sense if his castle didn't have 7 or 8 commanders-level lords. Moreover, this is a special period, and Xiao's cannot go out casually. She must avoid suspicion. Without Xiao Bing, my strongest level 5 fighter, Baiyu, at the commander level, really isn't confident he can take him down. We can't really lead a large army to fly from day to night to fight him, can we? You have to understand that the longer we stay in the snow-capped mountains, the greater the probability of encountering danger. Your Majesty, the gargoyles have discovered a strange cave in the snowy mountains. I went inside to investigate and saw some strange werewolves through the walls, most of them at the commander level. Is this a dungeon? The monsters in the cave don't have double attribute bonuses. Isn't this just a free resource delivery? There should be treasures in the dungeon, right? Let's get started. Baiyu would never miss the slightest opportunity to become stronger, and the surrounding resources must be made good use of. Arthur, John, let's go. Since it's a cave, we'll definitely have to go inside. Arthur is too big. He probably won't be able to fit. Therefore, Baiyu chose to bring John along. John is a normal human form and will definitely be able to get in. With John as the main combat force, that should be enough. I still have myself, don't I? As for why Arthur was brought along, it was simply to replace Little Ice as a mount. Baiyu rode on Arthur's back, and sure enough, even after Xiao Bing had sat on him, Arthur's spine was still as uncomfortable as ever. Because John can't fly, Baiyu specially found a bone dragon of the highest level, level 8. If Arthur flies a little slower, you can barely keep up with Arthur's flight speed. Heading to the snow-capped mountains, Arthur carried Baiyu and took flight, soaring directly from the castle into the sky. John, behind them, transformed into a dragon knight, riding a bone dragon and following Baiyu. Baiyu didn't bring the ghost, since the ghost flew too slowly and would waste time. Baiyu had the ghost point out a general direction, and after reaching the approximate location of the snow mountain, other gargoyles would lead the way. The frost cave is located on the northern side of the frigid snow mountain, somewhat on the outer edge. This also proves that the creatures inside the cave are not very powerful. At Arthur's flying speed, it would take him about an hour to reach the destination. Chapter 88: The Battle Outside the Cave. A biting wind, mixed with ice and snow, began to howl across Baiyu's face. This time, we entered the snow mountain during the day, and the weather wasn't as bad as it was at night last time. Although Baiyu in the sky still couldn't open her eyes because of the blizzard, that was because the flight speed was too fast at high altitudes. The visibility was much better during the day than at night. Arthur suddenly stopped flying because he saw a gargoyle ahead, and the two were communicating. Only then did Baiyu have the opportunity to see the surrounding snow-capped mountains. Because the fog had disappeared, Baiyu's vision could penetrate the ice and snow and see into the distance. The entire snow-capped mountain was white, with endless mountain ranges everywhere. Except for a small patch of black in the direction Baiyu had just come from, all other areas were endless white peaks. If Baiyu had seen this scene in her previous life, It would have been an absolutely breathtaking sight that would purify her soul, but this was not the time for her to think about such things. The gargoyle pointed in a direction, and Arthur flew straight towards it at full speed, with the bone dragon carrying Jon following behind. About 20 minutes later, we encountered several more gargoyles along the way. Arthur flew on and stopped on a snow-capped mountain. Bayou didn't notice anything unusual. It seemed no different from any other snow-capped mountain. Arthur, is that cave here? Bayou asked in confusion. Yes, Your Majesty. This is the location the gargoyle indicated. One person, 2 dragons, and a skeleton began to descend, landing halfway down the snow-capped mountain. There was a flat area there, and Bayou then noticed something unusual, a cave entrance frozen in ice and snow halfway down the mountain. From a distance, it is indeed difficult to detect anything unusual. Just as Bayou was about to break the ice at the cave entrance, she suddenly turned her head to look at the other side. 5 figures appeared out of thin air. Yi Liang and 4 commander-level vampires were present. Yi Liang hadn't expected that the undead lord would also appear here. The moment the two met, they attacked each other without saying a word. As the saying goes, enemies meeting are bound to be extremely hostile. Bayou was thinking, damn it, you re not satisfied with stealing my werewolf corpse, now you want to steal this cave too. Bayou used dark magic to teleport instantly, and a huge scythe appeared in his hand in an instant, burning with flames as he slashed at Yi Liang. Yi Liang slapped his hands directly against his ears, instantly losing his hearing. He remembered that the undead lord's scythe had a soul attack. Then Yi Liang grew long fingernails on both hands to meet Bayou's attack. Bayou didn't expect the other party to be so decisive, directly rendering him deaf, thus rendering the bell on the sickle ineffective against him. However, it's not a big problem. Being cut by the scythe will still cause soul damage. Arthur and the bone dragon took flight, breathing dragon breath at the other vampires, while Jon also attacked with a broadsword. The two sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, on the other side of the snow, the accumulated snow began to float, eventually condensing into the bodies of Lung Jie and 8 snow women. Lung Jie was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Were 2 lords fighting? Lung Jie quickly looked at the types of soldiers on both sides. One side was indeed vampires, but why was the other side not gargoyles, but bone dragons? 3 exclamation marks simultaneously appeared above Bayou's and Yi Liang's heads. Bayou and Yi Liang on either side immediately looked in Lung Jie's direction and at the snow maiden behind him. Hee. Hello everyone? Lung Jie gave an awkward laugh. Jon and the opposing commander-level vampire stopped fighting at the same time, and surprisingly, they tacitly attacked Lung Jie directly. Damn it, I didn't offend you guys, did I? Lung Jie and his snow maidens were also forced to join the battle. Just kidding. These days, lords are either allies or mortal enemies, not to mention another lord trying to steal their territory. Even if Bayou can tolerate it, Yi Liang certainly can't. Jon severed the snow woman in 2 with his sword, but to everyone's surprise, not a drop of blood oozed from the 2 halves of her body. Instead, the 2 halves fell to the ground and melted into the snow. Then, they emerged from another spot. The vampire next to him also pierced the snow woman with a palm strike, and the same thing happened on Jon's side. Lung Jie was sweating profusely. Those 2 snow maidens were both commander-level beings. Although he didn't die, seeing them being instantly killed by the opposing commander-level beings was a huge blow. The 2 snow women, having reformed their bodies, flew directly into the sky, and the vampire, not to be outdone, also took to the air. The snow woman summoned a tornado, which, along with a blizzard, hurtled towards Jon. Before the attack could reach Jon, it was smashed by Arthur's massive body in the sky, forcibly interrupting the spellcasting. Are you kidding me? Although her Yukiana was the most numerous on the field, she couldn't completely deal with these skeletons and vampires. Even if she successfully froze a vampire's limbs, the vampire would cut them off without hesitation and then quickly grow new limbs. Freezing the bone dragon is even more unrealistic. The bone dragon's body is too big. It would probably take 5 or 6 snow women to attack it at the same time, provided that it cannot resist. A terrifying thought suddenly popped into Lung Jie's head. Could these 2 lords both be top-tier lords of the first tier? His castle was now surrounded by 2 top-tier lords. Because Jon cannot fly, and the Yukiana can only show their advantage in the sky, plus the Yukiana are immortal. Without the snow woman's protection, Lung Jie became Jon's target. The sickle spun in Bayou's hand, and the flames burning on the blade formed a wheel of fire as Bayou swung it. Bayou's slash missed its mark, and Yi Liang vanished in a blur. Yi Liang seemed to have discovered Bai Yu's weakness of not being able to fly, and began to use his speed and flight advantage to maneuver around Bai Yu. You think you can't fly, huh? Having experienced his first encounter with Bai Yu, he understood the terrifying power of the black flames emanating from Bai Yu, and thus he had been searching for an opportunity. Yi Liang slashed his wrist and splashed his blood at Bai Yu, the blood forming fine needles in the air. A wall of fire erupted in front of Bai Yu to block the flames, but unexpectedly, the blood pierced through the fire. Bai Yu immediately activated the dark barrier defense. The blood hit the dark barrier, sending up plumes of black smoke, which were all blocked by the barrier. The blood that didn't hit Bai Yu hissed as it fell to the ground, corroding a hole in the ground. An alien, huh? Bai Yu instantly transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Yi Liang in the air. Yi Liang never expected that Bai Yu could teleport. The flames on the sickle instantly turned black, and Bai Yu swung the sickle at Yi Liang with both hands. I'll make you an alien. Chapter 89 Werewolf Monster. Seeing the black flames that were so close yet had no heat at all, Yi Liang's pupils constricted, and he decisively threw out his equipment once again. Knowing full well that his equipment was countered by the undead lord's weapon, there was nothing he could do now, as the crack that Bai Yu had slashed him with had only just been repaired. Yi Liang took out the black cloth from behind him again, and the black cloth instantly floated in front of Yi Liang. Without hesitation, Yi Liang transformed into a blur and retreated. Tear. The black robe was sliced in half by Bai Yu's scythe, almost splitting it in two. The black cloth seemed to lose its spirit and fell straight to the ground. Because Bai Yu couldn't fly at this moment, her body also fell downwards. Bai Yu used a teleportation to adjust her body and landed steadily on the snow. The black cloth, burning with black flames, was retrieved by Yi Liang from a distance. Miraculously, after Yi Liang retrieved the black cloth, the black flames also went out. Although Bai Yu felt that the black cloth was rubbish, she still thought of burning it directly, but the plan failed. On the other side, Jon attacked Lung Jie directly. Lung Jie himself was also at the commander level, and was much stronger than his own Yukiana, plus he possessed some of Yukiana's characteristics. Therefore, he wasn't too afraid of Jon. Before Jon even reached Lung Jie stretched out his hands, and the snow around Jon seemed to come alive, instantly forming a sphere that trapped Jon inside. The snow mixed with ice eroded Jon's body, causing his limbs to stiffen slightly. Humph, you think you can fight me, you skeleton? Freeze me. A smile appeared on Lung Jie's lips. He had been watching Bai Yu and Yi Liang fight the whole time. If Lung Jie were to face either the vampire lord or the undead lord alone, he wouldn't be confident of victory. But if the troops under the command of two lords can't even win, then that would be too disgraceful for the lords. Jon, inside the snowball, raised his broadsword high, and his entire heavily armored body began to glow red. The skeleton has fallen. Jon activated its skill. Giant skulls, each as tall as a person, had appeared in the sky and were now burning with flames, crashing down towards the ground. The burning skulls, with their long tails, resembled shooting stars. Boom, boom, boom. Giant skulls crashed onto the flat ground halfway up the mountain, creating explosions. The surrounding snow was melted by the flames from the explosion, and the snowflakes in the sky turned into water droplets and fell. Not only Lung Jie, but even Yi Liang was taken aback. Is this a commander-level skill? A snow woman was hit by a skull, and before her body could turn into snow, she was completely vaporized and killed by Jon. Lung Jie was terrified. Even he was too scared to turn into snow and escape. He could only use the huge ice shield formed by the snow to defend himself. A skull smashed directly onto the snowball above Jon's head, causing it to explode and melt, allowing Jon to successfully break through the blockade. Lung Jie suddenly realized that he might not be able to defeat this skeleton. One of the skulls landed right at the entrance of the frost cave, and the resulting explosion shattered the ice blocking the entrance. Roar! A fierce roar came from the cave entrance, shaking the entrance itself. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards the cave entrance. A large creature awoke, as if its sweet dream had been disturbed by the melee of the three lords, and it appeared extremely angry at this moment. Bang! A white figure crashed through the hole and burst out. The three of them saw a creature that was the same size and shape as the Howling Moon werewolf, except that it was covered in a layer of frost armor, was 4 meters tall, had claws that were half a meter long, had scarlet eyes, and drool dripping from its open mouth. Yi Liang was closest to the cave entrance, followed by Bai Yu. The werewolf monster was incredibly fast, Before Yi Liang could react, its 5.5-meter-long claws pierced his chest. Perhaps the werewolf monster thought Yi Liang was surely dead, so it tossed him aside and immediately charged at Baiyu. The long fingernails pierced straight into Baiyu's chest. Baiyu used the dark barrier to defend, but unexpectedly, even Baiyu was forced back several steps and almost lost his balance and fell. This monster's stats are even higher than Baiyu's, even with double stat boosts. At this moment, Yi Liang's wounds slowly healed, and he stood up again, his face looking rather pale. This monster had exceeded his expectations. The werewolf monster was surprised that not only had Baiyu not been killed by it, but even the human it had just killed had stood up again. At this moment, the other creatures inside the cave were awakened by the werewolf monster's roar, and firewolves and Finra began to pour out. The scene became even more chaotic, but the flame wolf and Funri didn't care about anything else. All that appeared around them were enemies. Attack together, Baiyu shouted, realizing that he definitely couldn't defeat this monster on his own. Although this monster is strong, it is not so strong that it is insurmountable. Baiyu estimates that its strength is not much different from Xiao Bing's, so they can fight. Yi Liang naturally didn't want to give up this cave. The stronger you are, the more resources you will have. Without saying a word, Yi Liang attacked the werewolf monster. Seeing that the situation had come to this point, Lang Jie hesitated for a moment and then attacked the werewolf monster as well. The three who were just fighting each other have now formed an alliance and are working together to deal with the werewolf monster. The three lords' troops also began to charge towards the pack of Finra and fire wolves. The dropped items will be split equally among the three people, Yi Liang said coldly. If Baiyu hadn't just damaged my equipment, my combat power would be at least a level higher now. Baiyu opened her left eye, not daring to be careless. She was different from Yi Liang, who had the ability to heal himself. If Baiyu were to be hit by this monster by accident, she would really be injured. Baiyu's flaming scythe slashed down, but the werewolf monster easily blocked it with its fingernails. Yi Liang seized the opportunity and stabbed the werewolf monster's neck with his fingernails. Lang Jie also cast a spell to instantly freeze the werewolf monster's feet, and countless icy spikes surged from the ground around it, attacking the werewolf monster's lower body. Unexpectedly, the werewolf monster's entire body suddenly turned into an ice sculpture, successfully defending against Yi Liang and Lang Jie's attacks. The moment the werewolf monster turned into an ice sculpture, it unleashed a blizzard that instantly repelled the three of them. Baiyu initially thought that Lang Jie had frozen it, but now it seems that the werewolf monster had obviously frozen itself. Baiyu felt a stinging pain in her arm. Looking down, she found that an ice crystal had splashed onto her arm, freezing a patch of her skin, which was now a dark purple. Baiyu instantly ignited flames, melting the ice crystals. As the werewolf thawed, a huge magic circle appeared in the sky, enveloping the three of them, and countless spikes formed from condensed ice slammed down towards them. This werewolf monster really does know magic. Chapter 90 Frost Demon Wolf. Flames immediately engulfed Baiyu, and the ice crystals melted upon contact with the flames. Like Baiyu, Lang Jie conjured a giant ice ball to envelop himself and avoid attacks from the werewolf monster. Yi Liang was the only one who didn't know magic. Although he could withstand the werewolf monster's magic without any problem, it was still a bit of a low skill level. Yi Liang took out the tattered black cloth again, hovered it above his head, and blocked all the ice crystals. The werewolf monster glanced around and saw one inside a fireball and the other inside an ice ball. Only the one holding the rag was the best target. Just as Yi Liang used the black cloth to block the werewolf monster's magic, the werewolf monster appeared in front of him, and its claws pierced through Yi Liang once again. This time, the werewolf monster learned from its experience and slashed upwards with its fingernails that had pierced Yi Liang's body, almost splitting Yi Liang's entire body in two. Yi Liang fell to the ground, blood streaming down his face. His eyes widened suddenly, and the surrounding blood instantly transformed into sharp spikes that attacked the werewolf monster in front of him. The werewolf monster conjured an ice armor for defense, but unexpectedly, it was directly corroded by Yi Liang's blood. The spikes formed from congealed blood successfully pierced the werewolf monster's body, corroding it and causing holes from which green pus oozed. Roar! The werewolf monster roared, never expecting that its defenses would be breached by this half-dead human. As Yi Liang lay on the ground, his body was once again pierced by the ice surging from the ground. Yi Liang's body was lifted high, and layers of ice crystals began to appear on his body surface. His blood flow began to slow down, and his bodily functions continued to decline. It seemed that he was about to be completely frozen by the werewolf monster. Suddenly, a red array appeared on the ground. Boom. A massive pillar of fire shot into the sky, completely engulfing Yi Liang. Yi Liang was successfully thawed by Yu's fire magic. Yi Liang instantly burst through the flames, wielding a long sword formed from condensed blood, and thrust it straight at the werewolf monster's throat. The werewolf monster had already understood the effect of Yi Liang's blood and wouldn't suffer a second time. A huge ice wall appeared in front of it, trying to block Yi Liang. But just as the ice wall appeared, it suddenly shattered. It's Leng Jie, who's far away, controlling these ice elements. Leng Jie knew that his rudimentary frost magic was no match for the werewolf monsters. His magic was basically ineffective against the werewolf monster, so he could only play a supporting role and disrupt the ice elements that the werewolf monster was conjuring. Yi Liang thrust his bloodstained sword straight at the werewolf monster, but the brief moment of obstruction gave the werewolf monster enough time to react. The werewolf monster dodged, but Baiyu suddenly arrived from behind and blocked its movement with a scythe. Yi Liang attacked again, wielding his blood-stained longsword. By now, he had lost too much blood, and his face had become even paler. If he couldn't hit the werewolf monster soon, the remaining blood wouldn't be enough to maintain the weapon's form. Yi Liang's blood-stained sword pierced the werewolf monster's back smoothly, making a hissing, corrosive sound. The werewolf monster, in pain, sent Baiyu flying and swung its claw at Yi Liang. Yi Liang's body, which had just recovered, was disemboweled again. Yi Liang felt that his two teammates were actors, and only he was putting in the effort. Baiyu felt that it was about time, and he should be able to get the kill. Before fighting the werewolf monster, Baiyu didn't know that Yi Liang had the ability to control blood. Baiyu, who was repelled, was not to be outdone. She landed steadily and raised her hand to conjure a huge fire magic circle. In an instant, a sea of fire surged toward the werewolf monster, and the surrounding snow was melted by Baiyu's flames. The werewolf monster was not to be outdone, and a blue and white frost magic circle also appeared. A massive blizzard, mixed with ice crystals, rushed towards Baiyu's sea of fire. The moment the sea of fire and the blizzard touched, a huge amount of water vapor erupted, and the surrounding area was filled with smoke. Leng Jie was stunned. Wasn't she the undead lord? How could she have such powerful fire magic? Lying on the ground, Yi Liang cursed Baiyu countless times in his heart. Why didn't she use such powerful magic sooner? What was she doing all this time? Baiyu dared not use dark magic against such a massive sea of fire. Otherwise, in less than an instant, Baiyu's magic power would be 200 points behind. Water vapor mixed with blizzard obscured everyone's vision. Baiyu teleported to the werewolf monster. Although the werewolf monster couldn't see, it could sense Baiyu's location and scratched at Baiyu with a claw. Baiyu's left eye flickered, instantly catching the werewolf monster's attack. He nimbly dodged to the side and slashed directly at the werewolf monster with his scythe. The scythe easily pierced the werewolf monster's armor and sliced through its flesh. A severed arm with long fingernails flew backward and landed right in front of Yi Liang, causing Yi Liang's eyelids to twitch. Roar! The soul-piercing pain was unbearable for the werewolf monster, causing it to howl in agony, with black flames still burning at the severed arm. Baiyu's little pink fist punched the werewolf monster in the stomach, and 3 black magic circles, one smaller and one larger, appeared from her fist to her wrist. Boom! Black flames spewed out, piercing through the werewolf monster's belly. The immense impact sent the werewolf flying backward. Baiyu teleported and landed steadily. The werewolf monster collapsed next to Yi Liang. Yi Liang was startled and immediately stopped pretending to be dead, darting to the side. Are you kidding me? Yi Liang said angrily. What? I can't hear you. Baiyu tilted her head and pointed to her ear with her hand as she shouted. The werewolf monster was severely injured by Baiyu's dark magic. It tried to freeze itself to extinguish the flames, but to no avail. Baiyu approached the heavily wounded werewolf monster with a scythe in hand. Why didn't you use your black flames sooner? Yi Liang strongly suspects that Baiyu fixed the match, but he can't find any evidence. My magic power isn't unlimited. Of course I need to replenish it. Baiyu shrugged, indicating that it was none of her business. Seeing that the two still had time to talk, Leng Jie figured there was no danger, so he walked over from a distance. Hey kid, you're such a loser. Baiyu looked at Leng Jie and complained. Leng Jie smiled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. He never imagined that this little white-haired girl would be so strong. Stop talking nonsense and just kill it with your black flames. Yi Liang urged, looking at the frozen werewolf monster corpse. Yi Liang dared not use blood attacks anymore. Otherwise, if the two lords went back on their word, he wouldn't even have the strength to run away. Shut up, don't try to tell me what to do. Lung Jie stood there trembling, not daring to speak. He never expected such a pretty girl to be so fierce. Bai Yu raised his hand, and 5 black spears appeared, instantly breaking through the ice and piercing into the werewolf monster's body. With 3 hairs on its head and 2 on its chest, the red light in the werewolf monster's eyes was completely extinguished. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully slaying the level 6 commander level Frost Wolf. You have gained 160 experience points. Chapter 91, Entering the Cave. Bai Yu stared at the dead frost demon wolf before him, still deep in thought. Should we turn it into a bone beast, or a regular undead? Transforming into a bone beast will definitely result in the loss of your original magical abilities, but transforming into a regular undead feels a bit like winning the lottery. And even then, you're guaranteed not to get powerful units like bone dragons, ghost dragons, or zombie titans. I can't give myself a buff in front of these two lords. Damn it, they're getting a good deal and still acting innocent. Even a level 6 commander level monster is better than a regular one, even if it's just a pile of shit. Break it down quickly. Yi Liang, unaware of what Bai Yu was staring at the werewolf monster in a daze, hurriedly urged her to hurry up. Bai Yu glared at Yi Liang. A gray magic circle immediately appeared beneath the massive corpse of the frost wolf, completely covering it. Yi Liang and Lung Jie looked at Bai Yu with some confusion. What are they trying to do? Desecrate a corpse. So, all strong people have this quirk? But soon Yi Liang and Lung Jie opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with shock. A gaunt humanoid creature dressed in a black robe and holding a staff crawled out of the gray magic circle. Even if Yi Liang and Lung Jie were stupid, they would know that this was summoned from the dead werewolf monster. Yi Liang's inner thoughts. How can we play like this? I'm going to report someone for cheating. Lung Jie's inner thoughts. Luckily, the werewolf monster's corpse is still there. Lung Jie, as a lord of the 2nd tier, had other ways to summon troops, so he wasn't too surprised that a big shot in the 1st tier would do this. However, this time he successfully realized the huge gap between the 2nd and 1st tiers. I'll never dare to brag again. Sure enough, 2nd place will always be 2nd place. Bai Yu, standing to the side, was overjoyed. The fact that the necromancer had been summoned was an unexpected delight. Bai Yu originally didn't want to reveal his ability to rapidly build up an army, but since the other party was eager to divide the spoils, he couldn't just waste this corpse. As an outstanding socialist youth of the 21st century, we should still uphold the most basic trust between people. After all, they did put in a lot of effort, and without their help, Bai Yu really couldn't have soloed the game. After all, the Frost Wolf has a large group of minions. The necromancer wanted to bow to Bai Yu, but Bai Yu stopped him with a look. As an intelligent being, and a human at that, how could he not understand Bai Yu's meaning? Go help. The 3 lords' troops in the rear had not yet finished fighting, so Bai Yu told the necromancer to hurry over and help. Bai Yu walked to the corpse of the frost demon wolf, intending to dismantle it first. The 2 people next to him were probably already impatient. They were obviously country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Although Bai Yu had never seen them either, it didn't stop him from thinking about them in his mind. Bai Yu tapped the disassemble button on the pop-up system interface. The frost wolf's corpse vanished instantly, and Bai Yu received a system notification. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully dismantling the corpse of a level 6 commander level frost wolf. You have obtained a frost armor set, 4/4, 100 elite food items, 100 magic crystals, and 3 spirit cores. Seeing a large pile of items scattered inside the ice, Bai Yu walked over, lit a flame in her hand, and took out the 2 pieces of equipment from inside the ice. I'll keep the 2 pieces of equipment, and you can divide the rest among yourselves. As he spoke, Bai Yu headed towards the frost cave. As for the set of equipment, Bai Yu didn't bother to look at it. It was just a few pieces of commander-level equipment. Seeing that Bai Yu was about to enter the cave, Yi Liang and Lung Jie did not dare to fall behind. They quickly divided the spoils and followed Bai Yu's footsteps, afraid that Bai Yu would get there first. Yi Liang didn't need to eat. He took 3 spirit cores and a piece of equipment, while the remaining piece of equipment, elite food, and magic crystals went to Lung Jie. Holding a fireball for illumination, Bai Yu entered the cave. After walking only a few steps, a fork in the road appeared. On either side were 2 straight cave entrances, while directly in front was a downward slope with a smooth ice surface, giving it the feel of a slide from her previous life. Having learned from her previous experience of scavenging the werewolf castle, Bai was certain there were good things underground, and without hesitation, she headed towards the downward slide directly in front of her. Long Jie and Yu Liang, who had just arrived, happened to see Bai walking down the road. They exchanged a glance and then parted to the left and right in tacit agreement. As for what you can find in the cave, that depends entirely on your luck. Bai followed the slide down for about 3 minutes until she finally reached the end of the slope. Looking at the scene before me, it was actually a bunker-like structure. The entrance was located on a wall about 1 meter high in the bunker, and the ground below was no longer ice, but a flat stone floor. Bai looked at both sides of the corridor, where a brazier was burning every 5 meters, illuminating the surroundings. This place is clearly man-made. Bai never expected that the frost cave would contain such a scene. Bai jumped down from the cave entrance and started walking along the corridor. If this bunker was big enough, then the other 2 cave entrances above would most likely also lead to this place. Bai needs to find the treasure first. As Bai passed by a doorway, a huge ball of flame surged towards him. Fortunately, Bai remained vigilant and reacted quickly enough to block the attack with a dark barrier. As the flames subsided, Bai saw that they were 2 fire wolves, but surprisingly, she didn't go up to help their leader. The flames from the braziers on both sides instantly turned black, forming 2 black fire dragons that flew towards them, instantly killing the 2 fire wolves. 2 ordinary-level creatures dare to ambush me, humph. Bai went inside, glanced around, didn't see anything valuable, and then turned and left. Bai wandered around inside, even encountering several forks in the road, and almost got lost. Along the way, they encountered several more flame wolves and Fenri, all of which were instantly killed by Bai. The commander-level ones should all be up there. There are only some ordinary ones here, who are just easy prey. Bai walked around, and finally saw a set of steps leading up to the road not far away. Bai sensed something unusual. There must be something good there. Upon reaching the corner of the steps, Bai looked up and saw a large wooden domed gate at the top. The flames in the braziers on either side of the gate had long since gone out, making the area appear somewhat dim from below. Bai walked up the steps to the wooden door, lit 2 braziers, took a deep breath, and kicked the door open. A cloud of dust, accompanied by a musty, rotten smell, rushed towards Bai, and the door latch broke in 2 under Bai's foot. It was very dark inside, so Bai threw in a small fireball for illumination to check for any danger. The faint light illuminated the room for a moment, and Bai was able to see the situation inside. Bai only saw a stone chair directly in front of him, and sitting on the stone chair was a skeleton wearing armor staring at him. Chapter 92: The Dead Human General. Bai was startled, and the first thing that came to mind was the undead. The point is, why would I be afraid of undead? Bai quickly realized something was wrong. It was nothing but a skeleton, a person who had been dead for who knows how long. It was a false alarm. Bai breathed a sigh of relief and walked in holding a fireball. Bai's little leather shoes left a thick footprint on the ground, indicating that no living creature had entered this place for who knows how many years. Bai wondered if the monsters in these caves would break in. Bai was still a little worried, so she went to the skeleton to check it over and make sure there was nothing wrong with it. Is there something? Bai found a letter tucked inside the skeleton's armor. Having grown accustomed to seeing skeletons, Bai felt no fear and simply reached out and took the letter out. Bai opened the letter. The paper was very yellowed, indicating it had been around for many years, and some parts of the writing were even illegible due to the yellowing. Bai used one hand to provide light while holding a letter in the other. Your Majesty King Gata, your most loyal subordinate has been in the frigid snow mountain for 12 years now, and that item is still nowhere to be found, much to your disappointment. My subordinates encountered not only werewolves atop the mountains and goblins from the Goblin Kingdom, but also demons. Their battle with the demons attracted a frost dragon, which severely wounded my subordinates, leaving them with little time left to live. They led the surviving soldiers to hide in a frost cave within the frigid snow-capped mountains. Until one day, the arrival of the Holy Knight gave his subordinates hope, and they immediately sent all the soldiers out to search for the Holy Knight. Unexpectedly, there was a demon spy within the Holy Court. All the soldiers were wiped out, with only one survivor who had fallen off a cliff. He managed to deliver the message to his subordinates, who wrote this letter hoping to relay it back to the Empire. However, the demons throughout the snowy mountains were searching for him, and their hopes were slim. Bai had already guessed what would happen next. The letter was never delivered, and the person died here, turning into a skeleton. It's not hard to tell from the letter that the Gata Empire is definitely a human power. Looking at the skeleton's attire, Bayu believes it must be a general or something similar from the Empire. What does all this have to do with me? I'm just a weakling. Besides, Bayu and the other lords are still from other races. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for them if the local forces fought more fiercely? Yes. Bayu put the letter away, just in case he had the chance to come into contact with this empire in the future, he could hand the letter over to them. This would also incite conflict between the Gata Empire, the Holy Court, the Demon race, and the Angel race. Ideally, it would lead to a major conflict. Dude, you've been dead for so many years. Let me make use of your remaining energy. I'll accept your inheritance without hesitation. Bayu stripped the skeleton of its armor, which was clearly valuable. Bayu also found a ring on the skeleton's finger. Bayu couldn't wait to start checking the equipment's attributes. Set name, Fearless Set, damaged. Equipment level, Commander level. Set bonus, increases defense to Commander level, reduces all damage except physical damage by 10%, and increases all attributes by 10 points. Note, cannot be repaired. Bayu looked at the equipment attribute panel, which was full of red downward arrows, and there were even prompts next to the equipment level. In other words, the set before it was damaged was actually a king-level equipment, but unfortunately it is beyond repair. It's still much stronger than a typical commander-level set. Bayu then looked at the ring in her hand. Its simple and unadorned design, along with the width of her index finger, clearly indicated that it was a men's ring. Equipment name, Space Ring, Unbound. Equipment level, King level. Equipment effect, contains 100 cubic meters of internal space for storing items, but cannot hold living beings. Upon binding, the self-destruct array within the wearer's death ring will activate, destroying all items within the ring. Isn't this a storage ring? Bayu understood its function just by seeing the name, and a look of joy appeared on his face. There must be this general's legacy inside this ring. Upon seeing the equipment description, Bayu's face fell. It even self-destructed. How infuriating. Bayu was heartbroken and wept bitterly after missing out on a large sum of money. No wonder he didn't put the letter inside. Damn it. Bayu clicked on the bind button on the equipment panel, and the ring instantly changed from large to small, from thick to thin, transforming into a white women's ring. Bayu put her right index finger in, and it fit perfectly. No inheritance is no inheritance, but at least this ring makes going out incredibly convenient. Bayu directly packed the Frost Demon Wolf and the human general's 6 pieces of equipment into the box, and also threw the letter inside. Bayu was able to free her hands completely. Bayu checked the rest of the room, but found nothing there. That's true. He had a spatial ring, so why would he leave his valuable items out in the open? They all turned to dust with the death of this general. Bayu left the room and headed off to other places. She hadn't found the Frost Wolf's lair yet. Bayu walked for another 10 minutes or so, checking several rooms and looting some magic crystals and a few spirit cores, but found nothing else of importance. Bayu had already reached the edge of the bunker, and the stone pavement on the ground was beginning to be covered with ice. Bayu saw a huge cave, about 5 meters high. It must be the cave of the Frost Wolves. Normal flame wolves in Fenrir are only 2 meters tall, so it's impossible for them to have such a big cave. Surprisingly, there is another opening diagonally above the cave, leading out of the snow-capped mountains, which also serves as a source of light during the day. The caves are indeed interconnected. Bayu discovered that the cave was located next to the other fork in the road where he had entered the first fork. It was very close to the cave, and Bayu had gone around in circles before finally returning here. Bayu entered the cave and found it cluttered with various items. Magic crystals were scattered haphazardly in corners, and rotten bits of flesh and bones were strewn everywhere. No matter how Bayu looked at it, the Frost Demon Wolf didn't seem like a sentient being. It was just a wild beast with no intelligence and only a fighting instinct. However, it's also possible that something influenced his mind. Bayu has never seen a creature above the commander level that lacks intelligence. Chapter 93 Exchange. Bayu's guess was soon confirmed, as he found a magic book in the Frost Wolf's cave. Intermediate level Frost Magic. With its glowing red eyes and drool dripping all over the place, it looked like a madman. Could this creature learn magic? This proves that the Frost Wolf was originally intelligent, and its frost magic was not an innate talent, but rather something it learned and comprehended later. There is only one truth. This Frost Wolf must have had its mind affected by something. Could it be related to this thing that all these major powers are looking for? Bayu casually put the magic book away. It was a good thing. Besides leveling up, it was one of the few ways to improve one's strength. Afterwards, Bayu searched the entire cave thoroughly, leaving everything useful inside. He then prepared to leave. This harvest is quite good. The magic crystals and spirit cores are secondary. The most important things are the spatial ring and the frost magic book. These two things will be of great help to Baiyu. Baiyu took the 2 pieces of equipment for the frost wolf out of the ring again. These treasures couldn't be discovered by them. Then Baiyu pretended that he hadn't gained anything, and walked towards the cave entrance with the 2 pieces of equipment. Although no one would believe that she couldn't have gained nothing at all. Baiyu reached the cave entrance, just as Lung Jie emerged. Lung Jie used magic to freeze the large pile of supplies behind him, and then used magic to control their movement. Baiyu glanced at it, and saw nothing of value, just some iron ingots and stones, and a small amount of magic crystals and spirit cores. However, Lung Jie was in a sorry state at this moment. Part of his hair had been burned off and was curling upwards, and his face was charred black. Puff dash. Baiyu couldn't help but laugh. A commander-level being was actually burned by a common-level flame wolf and ended up like this. Lung Jie was somewhat timid when facing Baiyu, and dared not refute her when he saw that there was nothing behind Baiyu. Suddenly, Lung Jie thought of something, walked towards Baiyu, forced a smile on his dark face, revealing a set of white teeth, and said to Baiyu, "Sis, you've got no use for those 2 frost items, right? You'll just be trading them at the exchange anyway, so why don't we trade them? Who's your sister? Don't try to get close to me. Can't I dress myself?" Baiyu suddenly noticed the iron ingots behind Lung Jie and had an idea. It was probably because he had happened to find the warehouse used by the general when he built the bunker. It was normal for it to contain iron ingots. To everyone's surprise, when Lung Jie heard Baiyu's words, the 8 teeth he had shown turned into 12. "Sis, you definitely didn't check the equipment stats. This equipment isn't suitable for you." When Lung Jie saw that Baiyu didn't even look at the equipment stats, it meant she didn't care about the 2 pieces of equipment at all. He could get them as long as he offered a price that satisfied her. Baiyu became curious upon hearing this, wondering what was so good about the equipment that made the Lord want it so much. Hearing Lung Jie say that, Baiyu also decided to check the attributes. Equipment name, Frost Breastplate. Equipment level, Commander level. Set bonus, 1/4 increases own frost magic by 10%, reduces own fire magic by 15%, increases mana by 20, and increases all attributes by 6. Baiyu took one look and realized it was a bit abnormal. It could actually amplify one's own magical power. No wonder Lung Jie wanted it. Actually, this set of equipment is somewhat useful to Baiyu, since Baiyu now also has a mid-level frost magic book. The reduction in the power of fire magic is a bit hard to accept. In this magical continent where everyone can unleash flames even without magic, fire is already commonplace, and this equipment further reduces its power. This set is a melee set, with 2 wolf claws as weapons, which can make up for Lung Jie's weakness in close combat and enhance his frost magic. It's practically tailor-made for Lung Jie. No wonder he wanted this outfit so much. He even said it was useless to Baiyu herself. Baiyu uses fire magic, but this set reduces the power of fire magic. So how could Baiyu possibly use it? What do you want to trade for it? Although Baiyu asked this question, her eyes were fixed on the iron ingot behind Lung Jie. Even if Lung Jie was stupid, he could tell that this young lady wanted iron ingots. "How about I trade you these 2 pieces of equipment for 1,000 iron ingots?" Lung Jie tentatively asked Baiyu. 1,000 iron ingots are worth 2,000 magic crystals, and that's the original price. Now, which lord doesn't have some magic crystals? Iron ingots have become even rarer, and their price has already started to rise. 2,000 magic crystals could buy several pieces of commander-level equipment. No. Unexpectedly, Baiyu refused outright. "Who are you trying to fool with 1,000 iron ingots? I have a piece of equipment, a weapon, that costs 2,000. Baiyu demanded an exorbitant price, doubling it. Baiyu wasn't worried about Lung Jie refusing. He could simply forego selling the 2 pieces of equipment. Lung Jie would never be able to complete the set anyway. Lung Jie naturally understood this principle as well. His castle was located in the frigid snow-capped mountains. Upgrading the town before he became stronger would not benefit him at all, but would only increase the risk of being exposed. If the town isn't upgraded, the iron ingots will be useless for the time being. It's definitely worth it to collect this set of equipment. Lung Jie has already exchanged it with Yiliang, and he's only missing the 2 pieces that Baiyu has. This super fierce little girl killed him if he disagreed. "Sis, why are you taking out a weapon?" Lung Jie was really frightened and dared not disagree. "Oh, it's nothing. We're leaving the caves soon. What if there's danger outside? I just took out my weapon in advance as a precaution. Don't worry, I won't cut you." Baiyu also made a special mention of it at the end. Now, Lung Jie, who had initially believed it, is even less convinced after hearing this. "I don't believe you for a second. 2,000, it's agreed to be 2,000, No takebacks allowed. Lung Jie checked it one last time. Don't worry, I keep my word. Lung Jie thawed the ice behind him and counted out 2,000 iron ingots. Please freeze this for me. Thank you. Lung Jie had no choice but to freeze the 2,000 iron ingots he had counted into a ball. Baiyu directly inserted his 5 fingers, which were burning with flames, into the ice ball and picked it up like a bowling ball, which was made of 2,000 iron ingots. Baiyu tossed the 2 pieces of equipment in her hand to Lung Jie and walked out of the cave. Lung Jie quickly put on the complete set he had collected, as if it would give him a sense of security. When Baiyu arrived outside the cave, she found that the battle outside had long ended. With a level 6 commander-level necromancer around, they could easily be defeated. Chapter 94, A Small Gain from the Frost Cave. Baiyu almost forgot that she hadn't checked the attributes of the commander-level necromancer before, and didn't know that there was an extra skill. Necromancer. Skills: Ghost Form, Undead Summoning, Bone Technique. Bone Spell, a spell that controls the bones of a corpse to fight, is not bad. At least it enhances direct combat capabilities. Moreover, the commander-level necromancy has also been improved, even surpassing Baiyu's necromancy. Originally, Baiyu could only summon the 3 most basic unit types, but the number of commander-level necromancers has increased to 5, with the addition of undead knights and gargoyles, but the number of summons is still 2. At this moment, the troops of the 3 lords were facing each other, and without their lord's orders, they did not launch an attack on each other. The vampires and undead were unharmed, but of the 8 snow maidens Lung Jie originally brought, only 6 remained. One had been killed by Jon earlier, and another had died, likely due to being countered by the flame wolves. After all, the snow woman's combat power is not high to begin with. The undead and snow maidens, seeing Baiyu and Lung Jie, clad in frost armor, emerge from the cave, began preparing for battle. The vampires nearby, seeing their lord had not yet appeared, involuntarily took a few steps back. After all, vampires are intelligent beings, capable of understanding the current situation, and can choose their own course of action before receiving orders from their lord. Baiyu glanced at the corpses on the ground. The dead flame wolves had been reduced to charred remains. Only Finri's body was relatively well preserved. There were a total of 20, and all 3 types of troops were killed. Among them, the Snow Maiden was killed the fewest. After the necromancer joined the battlefield, she killed nearly half of the enemies by herself. My lord, Finri has no soul and cannot be summoned. The necromancer spoke respectfully to Baiyu. Baiyu was also taken aback. The last time he encountered a soulless creature was the commander-level evil tree spirit he met in the swamp. What's wrong with these creatures? They've either lost their minds or their souls. Of the 20 corpses, 12 were Finrir corpses, and 4 of the 6 commander-level corpses were Finrirs, yet they could not be summoned. The necromancer had already summoned the corpses before Baiyu came out. There were 16 undead, 2 of whom were commanders. Baiyu dismantled a Finri corpse and found that it only dropped a spirit core and a piece of equipment, and then nothing else. A lower spec version of the wolf claw from the Frost set. Of course, Baiyu wasn't unreasonable. He only dismantled the 12 corpses killed by his own troops. He obtained 12 spirit cores, 30 magic crystals, and 4 pieces of commander-level equipment. Even after Baiyu and Lung Jie finished dealing with the corpses and supplies and were about to leave, Yi Liang still did not appear. Baiyu guessed that he might have been seriously injured before and was hiding in the cave to recover, mainly to avoid Baiyu. Baiyu estimated that he wouldn't come out before she left. Baiyu, holding an iron ingot frozen into an ice ball, climbed onto Arthur's back. Jon also rode the bone dragon, which was also carrying the newly summoned, flightless undead, a purely utility dragon. The necromancer's body gradually became transparent as he activated his skill, Ghost Form. I pray we never meet again. Baiyu, riding Arthur, turned around to look at Lung Jie below. Call. Arthur flapped his wings, scattering the surrounding snow, and soared into the sky in an instant, while the necromancer's figure disappeared in that instant. Seeing Baiyu gradually turn into a black dot, Lung Jie breathed a sigh of relief. If they meet again, this guy will probably really kill me. At this moment, Yi Liang also came out of the cave and began to have the vampires move supplies and decompose the corpses. Seeing that there was nothing more for Lung Jie to do here, he and the snow women turned into snow and left. Yi Liang glanced at it, but ignored it. While flying through the air, Baiyu directly put the supplies into her ring and returned to the castle. More than an hour later, Baiyu successfully returned to the castle. She threw all the supplies in the ring into the warehouse. The Lord has been detected to have acquired Frost Magic, Intermediate. Consume 1k magic crystals to learn it immediately. The price has actually gone up, but it's not a big deal. This amount of magic crystals is nothing to buy you. Study. The magic book immediately disappeared, and various techniques for using frost magic began to appear in by use mind. Intermediate level magic is different from first and second level magic. Low level magic can only release fixed moves, while intermediate level magic can be developed independently, which is a completely different level. The most important thing next is these 2,000 iron ingots. Compared to other resources, iron ingots are what Bayou currently lacks the most. Although 2,000 iron ingots cannot upgrade the castle, they are just enough to build 20 defensive towers. One has to admire Bayou's ability to manage resources reasonably. He asked Lung Jie for an extra 1,000 iron ingots. Otherwise there would only be enough to build half of the defensive towers. Building materials: 1k wood, 2k stone, 100 iron ingots, 1 spirit core. These are the materials needed to build a defensive tower, and apart from iron ingots, they are very cheap. Put up. Bayou chose to build it. The 20,000 pieces of timber, 40,000 pieces of stone, 2,000 iron ingots, and 20 spirit cores in the warehouse vanished instantly. Other resources are not a big deal, but Bayou's stone resources have been reduced to 0. The stone resources in the warehouse, including some stone resources collected from the undead outside, add up to exactly 40,000. Notches on the city wall on the edge of the town, defensive towers with square bases and round tops suddenly sprang up. The defensive tower is the same color as the city wall, appearing as blackish gray, with a spirit core floating at the top, drawing energy from the tower. Seeing the 20 additional defensive towers that suddenly appeared, Bayou felt a little safer, since these 20 defensive towers all had commander-level attack power. The necromancers on the city wall were still carrying out their summoning missions, and Bayou also added this commander-level necromancer to their ranks, greatly improving their efficiency. All the corpses can be disposed of tonight. Bayou looked at the resources in his warehouse. There were still many magic crystals and spirit cores, which could be used to upgrade the barracks, but wood and stone were starting to become scarce. Ugh, this is tough. Chapter 95: The Farmer's Work Unit arrives. Bayou opened the exchange to check the current market price, and what she saw shocked her. Just as she had guessed, after surviving the beast tide, all the fallen lords perished, while the surviving lords gained a large amount of beast tide resources. Some of the stronger lords have already begun to have their troops promoted to commander level, and with the alliances between these lords, the flow of resources has become more extensive. Previously, a piece of ordinary equipment could be sold for 10 magic crystals, but in just half a day, the price of an ordinary piece of equipment had already dropped to 5 magic crystals. Bayou and Zhao Lianxue still had more than 20,000 pieces of ordinary equipment that they hadn't sold. This is a huge loss. Conversely, as lords command more and more commander-level troops, the demand for commander-level equipment has increased, making it more expensive than before. This is compounded by the fact that lords now possess more magic crystals. The price of a single commander-level piece of equipment has risen from 3 to 500 magic crystals to 1,000 magic crystals. And this is not the price of a set. Sets will only be more expensive. The materials used to forge ordinary equipment have been revealed by some lords in the world chat, leading to a surge in the number of lords capable of forging equipment. As a result, animal pelts have now increased in price to 1 magic crystal per piece, and wild boar tusks, an essential component of ordinary equipment, have risen to 2 magic crystals per piece. The cost of a single piece of ordinary equipment has reached 3 magic crystals, while the selling price is only 5 magic crystals. The profit is only 2 magic crystals. This is far less than the previous tenfold profit. Bayou didn't plan to pursue equipment profits anymore, as the profits were no longer enough for the two of them to split. If Zhao Lianxue wanted to pursue them, she could do so. She directly listed over 1,000 animal pelts from her warehouse on the exchange, exchanging them for magic crystals at a 1-to-1 ratio. But Bayou doesn't lack magic crystals right now. She has more than 80,000 magic crystals in her warehouse. What she mainly lacks are stones. Wood can be obtained by sending the undead to the edge of the dark forest to cut it down. There are plenty of trees there, so there's no shortage of wood. But stone is a different story. Although Zhao Lianxue has plenty of stones, her dwarves have suffered some losses due to the beast tide, and in addition, they need to forge equipment and refine iron ingots in the next 2 days, so there are simply no extra people to mine stones. Commander-level equipment pieces to obtain some stone for future use. Once Zhao Lianxue upgraded her town, He might be able to use the portal to send troops to her, which would greatly speed up the process. Just as Baiyu was about to be listed, she suddenly froze. This wolf claw weapon is too obvious. As soon as I put it on display, the other two lords will probably recognize me, and my disguise will be exposed. By then, all lords will probably know that their troops are undead and can be summoned infinitely. The wolf claws can't be sold, but the human general's set can. Neither of them has ever seen that piece of equipment before. Baiyu started calculating the exchange rate. Currently, one magic crystal could buy about 3 portions of stone. This set of 4 commander-level equipment pieces must be worth at least 6,000 magic crystals. This is a Fallen King-level set. Although it cannot be repaired, its attributes are much stronger than those of a regular commander-level set. A stone worth only 18,000? No, that's too little. Let's round it up to 30,000. This time, Baiyu learned his lesson and decided to make the commander-level set so powerful that it could be traded in pieces. They don't give any chance to leaders who have the resources but still hesitate, because if they hesitate even slightly, one of their pieces of equipment will be bought, and they will lose the set bonus. Baiyu simply chose to put it up for sale, too lazy to even look at the world chat. Less than 10 seconds later, before Baiyu could even bring up the barracks panel, he received a system notification. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully completing the trade and acquiring a trench. Baiyu didn't expect that her outfit would be instantly outshone so quickly. The remaining 4 commander-level Wolfclaw equipment pieces were given to Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhao Lianxue, 2 pieces each. Baiyu also instructed Sun Xiaoxiao not to sell the equipment casually, because that silly boy Sun Xiaoxiao had openly admitted in the world chat channel that he was her little brother. Even if she took the equipment out to sell, Baiyu would still be exposed. The Monkey King. Thank you, Sister Bai. The Orphan of Zhao. Thank you, boss. Love you. Baiyu gave them a few perfunctory replies, and then got down to business, upgrading the barracks. Upgrading the barracks requires 16k magic crystals, 160 spirit cores. Upgrade. We have plenty of money now, so let's focus on consumption. Unlock special permanent unit. Acolyte. Note: 10 acolytes will appear daily alongside other troop types when the Lord summons troops, without occupying any summoning slots for other troop types. However, they cannot be summoned through other methods. Attendant Monk. What kind of soldier is this? Baiyu had never heard of such a thing among the undead. The level 10 barracks are unchanged from before, except for the addition of the acolyte unit. And unlike castles, they don't advance to the next tier after reaching level 9. At this moment, Baiyu heard a noise coming from the barracks, and he turned his head to look. 10 figures dressed in black and gray robes walked over, with red decorations on the cuffs and shoulders. They wore black masks and carried daggers. Based solely on their faces being covered up, with only the upper half visible, Baiyu realized that they were essentially no different from humans, even more so than necromancers. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 10 people knelt on the ground and spoke, their voices almost indistinguishable from those of humans. Get up. Baiyu felt that they must have some special function, otherwise they wouldn't be unlocked until the level 10 barracks. Attendant Monk. Growth ceiling, commander level. Active skill, shadow transformation. Passive skill, resource gathering. Shadow transformation. Transforms into a shadow and moves rapidly, becoming unattackable. Resource gathering. Increases the gathering speed of various resources by 20%. It actually has health and stamina, and the maximum for a commander-level character is 2 more skills. At first glance, it looked pretty impressive, but upon closer inspection, Baiyu realized that it was just a typical migrant worker's workplace. Their health and stamina indicate they aren't pure undead, but rather living beings, likely humans. However, this means they can't enter the Blackwater Altar for enhancement, otherwise they'll be instantly killed. Okay, so this is a worker plus scout. Chapter 96. The Beast Tide Reward arrives. Are you human? Baiyu still asked with some uncertainty. Your Majesty, we have dedicated our souls to the undead and joined them as humans. Acolytes said respectfully. It really is human. That makes things easier. It's not just dwarves who can mine and craft equipment. Humans can too. Even setting aside equipment crafting, their ability to mine is quite impressive. Baiyu is currently lacking iron ingots, but refining ore is as difficult as a sow trying to climb a tree. Baiyu has neither ore nor a furnace, so how is he supposed to refine it? The Acolyte's shadow ability can be used not only for scouting, but also to facilitate escape when encountering danger while gathering resources. It seems we can liberate the skeletons in the future, but not yet. There are still too few Acolytes. With the remaining resources, You can upgrade the barracks one more time. There haven't been any major changes. The only difference is that the base level of the summoned units has been increased. However, the summoned units haven't been changed to summon all undead units, which means there are still some units that haven't been unlocked. You just hope that the last two unit types wouldn't be destroyers and ghouls. She needs to reserve some resources. She can't possibly use them all at once. Let's leave it at that for now. This barracks not only burns through resources, but also doesn't offer much improvement. Meanwhile, Lung Jie returned to his castle, and he was heartbroken for the Snow Maiden who had sacrificed herself. After processing the resources, Lung Jie stuck his castle at level 9, not daring to upgrade the town, and he also didn't have enough iron ingots. But none of that matters. The important thing is that Lung Jie obtained this frost armor set, which greatly improved his combat power. With the support of this set, he went directly from a support to a warrior. Lung Jie, a first-level commander, felt that he could now fight against second-level commanders. Especially that vampire lord. He's only a level 2 commander, and his combat power is so weak. I can easily crush him with one hand. As for that undead lord, Lung Jie shuddered. He couldn't beat him. He really couldn't. Lung Jie immediately posted the information about the two lords he had encountered that day in the alliance group. Frost Lord. I encountered those two lords on the Snow Mountain and fought with them. Their strength is definitely top tier. One is a vampire lord, and the other is an undead lord. Like us, they can summon their own troops using special methods. Vine Fairy. Wow, Brother Hanbing is so amazing. Did you take them both down? When Lung Jie saw the message, he almost choked on his own saliva. As a cool, handsome, and powerful ice lord, I can't very well say that I was the one who almost got killed, can I? Lung Jie ignored the Vine Fairy's concern about the battle situation and continued speaking on his own. Frost Lord. The three of us met in a cave and immediately started a melee with our troops. The battle awakened the cave's leader, a level 6 commander level Frost Wolf. The three of us worked together to kill it. Because I know ice magic, I have a geographical advantage in the snowy mountains, so I played a key role. In the end, I killed the Frost Wolves, which dropped a full set of armor. The two lords voluntarily gave me the equipment. Lord of the Earth. Strong, you'll definitely be in the top tier next time the leaderboard is updated. The group started chatting casually, while Lin Jun remained silent, secretly watching the screen. Undead and vampires. Indeed, powerful lords do not rely solely on troops summoned from barracks. They must possess the ability to summon troops independently. Lin Jun murmured, these two types of soldiers are practically immortal when taken out individually. They are no weaker than these elemental beings. Moreover, elemental beings are affected by the terrain, so their combat strength is not stable. For example, Lin Jun's Flame Spirit and Lung Jie's Snow Maiden can exert about 1.5 times the combat power in their respective home fields of Volcano and Snow Mountain. However, if the positions of the two units are swapped, it will be fatal for both units, and it is not just a matter of weakening combat power. There are too many types of undead, and Lung Jie did not specify which type of unit this undead lord's troops belonged to. Lin Jun had a strong desire to become stronger, but the lords around him were few and weak. Although he knew that his strength was in the first tier, he wanted to know the difference in strength between himself and other lords in the same tier. Lin Jun's castle has also been successfully upgraded to a town today. Lin Jun discovered a group of goblins transporting iron ore outside the volcano. The group was led by a goblin, and it was unclear where they were going, but Lin Jun happened to spot them. Lin Jun killed them and seized the iron ore. Although Lin Jun doesn't have a furnace, this is a volcano, and the mountain man has his own ingenious plan. Lin Jun threw all the iron ore directly into the boiling magma. Soon the impurities in the iron ore began to melt. Before the iron inside completely melted, Yin Ling scooped it out. All the iron was stuck together and contained a lot of impurities. Lin Jun took it back to the castle and had the system break it down. In this way, the large block of iron was broken down into iron ingots by the system. Lin Jun successfully upgraded the castle, unlocked the portal, and realized that lords who had reached the town level could travel between each other regardless of distance. However, among the current allies, only Lin Jun's own castle has been upgraded to a town. As evening approached, Zhao Linshua's 10,000 pieces of equipment, which she had been working on day and night, were finally completed. You quickly put them up for sale. These things couldn't be left to rot in her hands. However, after these items were put on the shelves, sales were rather dismal, with only one item being sold every few minutes. Hopefully, the trading will be completed by tomorrow morning. The necromancers finished summoning the remaining 7,000 monster corpses from the beast tide. Bayu's undead army underwent a transformation, its numbers increasing 4 or 5 times. Bayu's undead army numbered 20,000. If they were all gathered together, it would feel like a massive army pressing in, and any lord would be terrified at the sight. However, although the number of undead has increased, their overall strength is still too weak. If a king-level expert comes along, the 20,000 undead will be useless, since they won't self-destruct. But Bayu firmly believes that quantitative change will lead to qualitative change. Finally, we can decompose the carcasses of these beasts around the castle. The temperature where Bayu is located is a constant 24 degrees Celsius, a very comfortable temperature. If we wait a few more days to decompose these monster carcasses, they will probably all rot, and the stench will be unbearable and disgusting. Bayu dissected the 7,000 monster corpses, obtaining 100,000 portions of food, 7,140 magic crystals, and 890 spirit cores. As for some animal furs and such, Bayu gave them directly to Sun Xiaoxiao, along with some ordinary equipment. Sun Xiaoxiao then sent Bayu a lengthy thank you message of 200 words, which will be omitted here. Bayu is too lazy to even glance at these things now, but the combined rewards from the 2 waves of beast tides are indeed incredibly generous. Bayu already has over 100,000 servings of food. She doesn't know what to do with all that food. Survive the beast tide would lack food? Bayu sat in the castle, contemplating his next move. Conquering the world was secondary. Leveling up was the most important thing right now. Bayu hadn't forgotten that there were less than 2 hours left on the leaderboard, and the rewards would most likely be distributed tonight. Bayu guessed that the rankings would be refreshed again before the end, and then the top 1,000 lords who would receive the rewards would be determined. Bayu sat quietly in the bedroom, watching the remaining time on the leaderboard decrease second by second. Finally, the system notification sounded. Dear lords, the leaderboard will be refreshed in the last minute to determine the top 1,000 lords who will receive rewards, which will then be distributed accordingly. Chapter 97 Beast Tide Rewards. Time, 23:59. In the final minute, the leaderboard flashed, and almost all the lords were glued to the leaderboard on the system. As the leaderboard stopped flashing and the refresh was complete, the remaining time on the leaderboard began its final minute countdown. All the lords immediately focused on their own rankings. A minute was too short to check the rankings of other lords. Bayu remains in the first tier as expected. Sun Xiaoxiao is still in the 5th tier, while Zhao Lianxue has been promoted to the 3rd tier due to the emergence of commander-level units. Lung Jie's boasts to his allies were quickly proven false. As a top lord in the 1st tier, it was impossible for him not to survive the beast tide. However, one of the unfortunate lords was born at the wrong time. After the protective shield disappeared, he was killed by the local powerful forces. But this is the only lord in the 1st tier who is so unlucky. Therefore, although the rankings have been updated, only one spot in the top tier has become vacant. Lung Jie was embarrassed by not making it into the 1st tier, which was bad enough. But the most embarrassing thing was that the lord who made it into the 1st tier was in their alliance, the Lord of the Earth, located in the desolate plains. Lord of the Earth. Brothers, I've been promoted to the 1st tier. The happy Earth Lord was sharing his joy in the alliance chat, but everyone was focused on their rankings and rewards, and no one replied to him. Lung Jie was so embarrassed he could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. A minute passed in the blink of an eye, and the leaderboard completely disappeared from the system interface, turning gray. A countdown timer appeared below, indicating the time for the next leaderboard refresh. Congratulations to the Lord for ranking in the top tier and receiving the special reward for the Beast Tide. Bloodline Origin Power, Universal. Bayu had a premonition that this was the same thing as the Blackwater Altar, which could enhance his various abilities and might cause some strange changes. As for the general rewards, I assume that all top-tier rewards are the same. Receive. It's a good product anyway, so just take it. Bayu felt a surge of energy flowing into his body, just like when the Blackwater Altar was strengthened, but this time the feeling was much stronger than before. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully absorbing the power of your bloodline origin, Universal, awakening the right eye of the Undead Queen. All attributes will permanently increase by 15 points, and health and mana will permanently increase by 10 points. Just as Bayu had guessed, a special change occurred. At the same time, a large number of memories appeared in his mind, and not only the magic of his right eye was enhanced, but even the magic of his left eye was strengthened. Since this reward was specifically for Bayu, and the scythe didn't get any benefits for free, there were no special changes. The Queen of the Dead's left eye is also known as the Eye of the Dead. Previously, Bayu's left eye only possessed 2 types of magic, summoning and darkness magic. Now, it has gained 3 more: curse, alchemy, and virus magic. Of these, only curses and viral magic can be used directly for attacks, while alchemy uses magic and undead materials to concoct potions or dark items, making it somewhat of a gimmick. Necromancers will learn all these auxiliary skills eventually. No one wants to be an alchemist. Dark magic is intermediate level, summoning magic is 3rd level, and the remaining alchemy, virus, and curse magic are only 1st level. 1st level magic is basically useless, with only 1 minor skill. The Queen of the Dead's right eye is the Eye of Magic. As the Queen of the Dead, she is not only skilled in necromancy, but also in other forms of magic. Unlike the left eye, the right eye does not come with any skills, but it has the ability to absorb them. After all, other magic is not included in the inheritance and needs to be learned by Bayu. The right eye simply adds an auxiliary learning ability for Bayu. The right eye can hold a total of 7 types of magic. It can strengthen and fuse the magic it holds, thereby increasing the power of the magic and reducing the consumption of mana. The magic held in the right eye also has the ability to be cast without chanting. In short, the Eye of the Dead helps strengthen one's own heritage, while the Eye of Magic helps strengthen Bayu's other abilities. Although the Eye of Magic can only record 7 types of magic, just like Bayu before, even if it is not recorded, Bayu can still learn other magic. It just won't have the enhancement from the right eye. Bayu turned around and went to the bedroom, looking at herself in the mirror. At this moment, the right eye has turned from its original blue pupil to red. Oh no, I've developed heterochromia. Bayu activated the power of her right eye, which instantly emitted a red light. A 6-pointed star magic circle appeared in her pupil, with a flame symbol and an ice crystal symbol at each of the 2 corners, emitting a faint red and blue light. This represents the fire magic and ice magic she just collected. I feel like if all the magic were included, this 6-pointed star would turn colorful. She opened her left eye, and inside the blue glowing pupil was a circular magic circle that would change color depending on the magic Bayu used. For example, darkness and curse magic represented black, summoning magic represented gray, and viruses represented green, and so on. However, without careful observation of Bayu's pupils, no one would notice these subtle differences. Opening both eyes simultaneously consumes a huge amount of Bayu's mental energy. Bayu can clearly feel that the world around him seems to slow down when his eyes are open. Standing by the window, she could even see through the darkness the insects crawling on the ground beyond the town's boundaries. In the blink of an eye, the light disappeared, and the eyes returned to their original state, one blue and one red. I'll wear sunglasses from now on. My all-white fur is already distinctive enough. Bayu changed her clothes. She couldn't take a shower or go to sleep yet because she hadn't summoned her troops. She also wanted to experience her magic enhancement. Most importantly, Bayu wanted to find out about Zhao Lianshua's situation. After all, she didn't even know where Zhao Lianshua's castle was. She was thinking of getting the other party to upgrade the town as soon as possible and build a portal so that she could send acolytes over to help her mine. Being stuck with iron ingots as a resource won't work either. Chapter 98 attracts attention. By the way, that was so exciting just now. It must have been upgraded. Bayu looked and saw that he had indeed leveled up, and by 2 levels at once. This was too exaggerated. You should know that all the top-tier lords receive this reward. It seems that lords below the top tier will only fall further and further behind. With the attribute enhancement from the Eye of Magic and the attribute boost from 2 consecutive levels, Bayu's attributes finally broke 100. Bayu is now at the same level as Xiao Bing, and if she encounters that level 6 Frost Wolf again, she's confident she can solo it. Night times don't count. Bayu thoughtfully sent a greeting to Zhao Lianxua, asking if she was asleep. The orphan of Zhao, not yet, boss. Huangbao, have you summoned any units? The orphan of Zhao, no, the dwarves need to rest at night, and they won't work when summoned. I usually only summon them in the morning. Bayu opened the system panel and glanced at Zhao Lianshua's barracks level. Her barracks had reached level 7, an increase of 4 levels from before. She had probably used up most of the spirit cores obtained from the Beast Tide. Bayu opened the introduction to her military camp. Level 7 Dwarven Crystal can summon 40 random Dwarven warriors and artisans, raising their initial level to normal level 3. Bayu gave Zhao Lianxua 480 spirit cores directly. She definitely had enough magic crystals, so Bayu didn't need to worry. After the beast tide ended, she would probably have a hard time obtaining spirit cores. Huangbao, upgrade your barracks to level 10, then focus on mining iron or upgrade your town as soon as possible and build a portal. Zhao Lianxue was flattered and surprised. She didn't expect Bai Yu to give her nearly 500 spirit cores, which was just enough resources to upgrade to a level 10 barracks. Although Zhao Lianxue didn't know what the portal was, she certainly understood that it was a key item that could only be unlocked by reaching a town. Zhao Lianxue currently has 4,000 iron ingots in her warehouse. If the dwarves work hard to mine them, it will probably only take them 2 days to upgrade the town. The orphan of Zhao. Okay, boss. Thank you for the food. Zhao Lianxue upgraded her barracks to level 10, increased the number of dwarves she could summon to 50, and raised their initial level to normal level 5. Huangbao Castle. By the way, where is your castle located? Bai Yu almost forgot to ask about this crucial information. There were native dwarves inside Zhao Lianxue's castle, so they wouldn't be unaware of her location. The orphan of Zhao, my castle is in the White Rock Mountains of Hapuni State, which is said to be not far from the border of the Dwarf Kingdom. It's not in Martial State? That's true. With so many lords, how could they all be in one state? Bai Yu suddenly remembered what Little Green Bean had said. Apart from the divine realm, no creature could cross 2 continents alone. But take the Holy Court for example. Its influence spans all 7 states. Bai Yu doesn't believe it can't traverse between them. Once Zhao Lianxue upgrades the castle, Bai Yu will be able to use the portal to cross Martial State and go to Harpney State. I haven't even finished exploring the beginner village, and we're already starting a new map. That's going too fast. Bai Yu began summoning troops. Before summoning the troops, Bai Yu used his own resources to upgrade the barracks 2 levels again, spending 55k magic crystals and 550 spirit cores. Bai Yu's warehouse is almost empty of spirit cores and magic crystals, with only 8,000 magic crystals and 170 spirit cores remaining. Sure enough, disaster struck. Upgrading the barracks 2 levels unlocked destroyers and ghouls, something Bai Yu should have expected. Oh well, it'll be unlocked sooner or later anyway. Bai Yu sighed, but still couldn't help but examine his conscience. At this moment, Bai Yu began to summon troops. With incredible luck, Bai Yu summoned another zombie titan, 7 necromancers, and 2 bone dragons. 10 acolytes also appeared next to the military camp. As more and more unit types are unlocked, the chances of Bai Yu summoning ordinary skeletons are getting smaller and smaller. Now, most skeleton soldiers are summoned by necromancers. Bai Yu tested his enhanced magic outside the castle, and discovered that when using his right eye, a radius of 100 meters seemed to form around him. Bai Yu could freely manipulate the fire element within this area, and the magic's power was astonishing, several levels higher than before. She was delighted and immediately switched to frost magic to experiment, finding the same effect. Bai Yu really wanted to include dark magic in her right eye as well, but unfortunately, these magics were for her left eye and couldn't be included. Alright, now that I have a basic understanding of my newly enhanced strength, I'm going back to the castle to sleep. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Bai Yu woke up at 6 o'clock sharp and, before even getting out of bed, opened the exchange to check the trading status of 10,000 pieces of equipment. Fortunately, despite the price plummeting, it still sold out. He received 50,000 magic crystals, gave half to Zhao Lianxue, and put the other half into the warehouse. Bai Yu threw off the covers and got out of bed. She put on a loose white t-shirt, a light blue skirt, and white socks with 2 white bows on the back, which matched perfectly with a pair of casual shoes. She sat in front of the mirror and braided her hair into 2 pigtails. Although the braids were strange, they were passable. After admiring herself, Bai Yu went outside the castle and fed Xiao Bing some elite food. Long before the beast tide ended, Bai Yu stopped letting the undead kill the cute little wild boars and rabbits. After all, food was no longer useful to Bai Yu, and these wild monsters were only level 3 at most, giving only 10 experience points. Even if they were wiped out, it probably wouldn't be enough to level up a level 9 undead to the commander level. She has now ordered the air force among the undead to advance towards the snow-capped mountains, while the army is heading towards the dark forest. Of course, Bai Yu currently only has 20 attendant monks, so resource gathering is still too slow. Some skeletons are still assisting with tasks such as cutting down trees and digging stones. Some areas on the outskirts of the dark forest have been cleared bare by the skeletons. Bai Yu can earn 8,000 wood per day, but only 4,000 stone. However, the undead's indiscriminate felling of trees in the dark forest drew the ire of one of the creatures. Unlike the frigid snow-capped mountains, the Dark Forest is entirely divided into distinct territories. The magical beasts here have an extremely strong sense of territory, and to conquer someone else's territory, you must defeat the owner of that territory. Chapter 99 The Undead are Slain. The outermost territory belongs to a level 1 commander-level demonic bear, whose territory was not originally located on the outermost edge. But 9 days ago, a castle suddenly appeared in his territory, containing other creatures. This made the demon bear feel invaded, and he led his people to attack the castle. However, the castle had an extremely strong protective shield, which the demon bear could not overcome. Until 2 days ago, the castle's protective shield suddenly disappeared, and many magical beasts were affected, including the demon bear and its own people. They launched a frenzied attack on the castle, but the Lord possessed purification magic, and most of the magical beasts were purified by him. The magical beasts, having regained their senses, naturally did not linger in the territories of other creatures and left the place one after another. Only the demon bear and his people were left to attack him, but after only 7 days, the demon bear discovered that the castle already had a commander-level combat force, and he was no match for him at all. He could only lead his people away in disgrace. The demon bear could only relocate its territory to the outskirts of the Dark Forest, driving away all the magical beasts and seizing their lands. Although the demon bear was only a level 1 commander, it could not tolerate anyone destroying its home. The demon bear immediately led its people to give the invading skeletons a sound beating. As a result, something strange happened that the demon bear found bizarre. The skeletons could actually come back to life, and he couldn't kill them at all. The skeletons weren't stupid. Upon spotting the enemy, they immediately summoned a large number of undead to help. Seeing the number of skeletons increase from dozens to hundreds, the demon bear panicked again. It realized it might have to move again. The demon bear even saw some ghouls among the undead. It recognized them. They used to live in the Dark Forest with a group of destroyers, and their territory was much larger than its own. The demonic bear couldn't understand why they would help the skeletons fight against it. Its bear brain was confused. All it knew was that if the skeletons didn't die, it would have to move. Just then, the demon bear heard the sound of rustling leaves behind it and turned around. A young man wearing an open front shirt and floral shorts was walking towards him. An open magic book floated beside the man, radiating golden light. A group of armored soldiers followed behind him. The demonic bear was startled. It was the very human who had taken over its territory. The demonic bear turned and ran without hesitation, and the man didn't chase after it. Instead, he looked with interest at the undead not far away. Undead creatures, huh? The Dark Forest is certainly rich in species. The magic book beside the man moved in front of him and then flipped through it quickly. A beam of holy light instantly condensed at the forefront of the skeleton soldiers, striking many of them and extinguishing their soul fires, turning them into piles of white bones that fell to the ground, never to be reformed again. The man looked at the system's kill log, his expression subtly changing before finally breaking into a smile. It's actually a Lord's unit. This was the man's first time outside the Dark Forest, and he unexpectedly encountered other lords. For him, eliminating the other lords was a good opportunity to become stronger. The man's name was Micah, and he was a Westerner. Having just transmigrated, I arrived in this forbidden Dark Forest. After 7 days of development, I reached the commander level. However, Micah was not the only lord born in the Dark Forest. There were at least 10, but only 4 survived. Micah and 3 others formed an alliance to struggle for survival in the dangerous Dark Forest, where any lord who could survive was no ordinary person. Micah had originally discussed leaving the Dark Forest with his allies to seek development, but of the 4 lords, only Micah was closest to the edge of the Dark Forest, so this difficult task was assigned to Micah. To his surprise, Micah discovered the other lord's troops as soon as he reached the edge of the Dark Forest, which delighted him. He immediately informed his 3 other allies. These are all lords who survived in the forbidden Dark Forest. How could they possibly be weaker than lords outside the Dark Forest? The other 3 lords are: Kimchi is delicious, Lord Park Ji-jang. Cherry blossoms of my hometown lord, 8 times a night. Bacillus and hygiene lord Bitter T Yasan. Among them, Lord Ichiya Hachuro is the strongest, reaching the level of LV4 commander. The other 2 lords are LV3 and LV2 respectively, while Micah is only LV1. Upon receiving Micah's message, the 3 lords immediately led their troops towards the location, none of them wanting to miss this golden opportunity to increase their strength. Micah immediately sent his troops to engage the skeletons while waiting for his allies to arrive. The skeletons were not very intelligent and knew no fear. Even though Micah had the ability to kill them, they still fearlessly launched an attack on the enemy. However, Micah's units lack the ability to kill skeletons, so in order to buy time, Micah won't be in such a hurry to eliminate them. A ghoul behind the skeleton turned and left. It wasn't out of fear of death, but because it possessed some basic intelligence and knew that the undead were no match for this human, it wanted to relay the information back to the castle and seek reinforcements. Micah watched the ghoul leave without paying any attention, assuming it had run away in fear. He figured he could use the ghoul's approximate escape route to pinpoint the location of the Lord's castle. Even without the ghouls delivering the information, Bayou received a system notification in the castle. Your level 5 skeleton warrior has been killed by the enemy lord. Your level 6 skeleton warrior has been killed by the enemy lord. 7 or 8 messages popped up in a row. Even Bayou was shocked. This was the first time his undead had been killed. Although it's unclear where the battle took place, the messages popping up from time to time are all about skeleton soldiers, zombies, and undead knights. They all have one thing in common. They are all army units. Therefore, Bayou immediately analyzed that the battlefield was very likely in the direction of the Dark Forest. If it was killed by native creatures, Bayou might need to find out more information. Since it was the enemy lord who killed Bayou, there's no need to worry about it. The current lords are at most commander level, so Bayou doesn't need to be in any danger. The air force inside the castle has all gone to the frigid snow mountain. All the corpses have been summoned, and even the necromancers have been sent out to level up. Oh no, I'm out of mounts. Just then, a ghost flew over. It was a ghoul that the ghost had encountered on the way, coming to deliver a message to Bayou. Upon receiving the information, other undead also began to rush towards the battlefield. Chapter 100 Dare to Kill My Undead? The ghost relayed the information to Bayou, who immediately understood the location. With Jon in the army, and other commander-level units among the skeleton soldiers, zombies, and death knights, Bayou had nothing to fear. Xiaobing, let's go. There isn't a single air force unit in the castle right now. By the time Bayou brings in gargoyles or bone dragons, who knows how many more of his skeleton soldiers will die. Bayou chose to take the risk and ride Xiaobing there. Bayou nimbly mounted Xiaobing's back, pointed Xiaobing in a direction, and flew towards the battlefield at full speed. On Micah's side, his first helper had arrived, Lord Bitter Tia San of Bacteria and Hygiene. He was closest to Micah, and his troops were a group of giant lizards with a trace of dragon blood, so their combat strength was not bad. Wore a white long robe over his dark skin, and brown curly hair peeked out from under his headscarf. He also had a gold nose ring and was holding a Zen staff. With the addition of the giant lizard units from the Bitter Ta San to the battlefield, the undead were no match for them. Although they wouldn't die, they were constantly being crushed, and Micah would occasionally take their lives with his attacks. At this moment, all the monitor lizards seemed to sense something, and they all stopped attacking and lay prostrate on the ground. Bitter Ta San also noticed the abnormality of his troops. No one but himself could make them show a submissive attitude. No, there was another kind of creature. Bitter Ta San looked up. Dragon. Micah looked up and saw a frost dragon flying towards them, with a human on its back. Could this be that undead lord? What the F***? Bayou, perched on Xiaobing's back, had already seen the two lords below from her elevated position. Little Ice attack. As she approached the two, a magic circle began to appear in front of Xiaobing. A blizzard carrying huge ice crystals poured down onto the ground in an instant. Even now, these giant lizards dared not move. Any giant lizard hit by the minor ice magic instantly turned into an ice sculpture, and then the ice crystals inside shattered the frozen giant lizards. Micah immediately cast a spell to defend himself, but his shield was quickly shattered. Fortunately, Bitter Ta San intervened in time, and the two of them were able to barely block Little Ice's magic together. And the six-pointed star magic circle in her pupil transformed into an ice crystal pattern. Bayou also cast frost magic, adding it to Xiaobing's magic circle. The entire battlefield was now shrouded in a blizzard, and the ground began to freeze little by little. Even Micah's knights were struggling to withstand the blizzard, their movements becoming sluggish as they gradually froze. Bayou realized that both lords were mages, so without further ado, he chose to get close and kill them directly. Bayou's body slowly turned white, and eventually, Bayou on Xiaobing's back completely turned into an ice person and began to melt away. Bayou's figure materialized from the ice and snow below. Bayou took out a scythe, transformed into black mist, and disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, Baiyu appeared in front of the two lords and slashed at them with his sword. With her right eye activated, Baiyu's senses were incredibly sharp. She suddenly detected a murderous aura emanating from Asan's shadow. Then, a sharp blade of light emerged from Asan's shadow and slashed towards Baiyu. Fortunately, Baiyu had anticipated this and blocked the blow with her scythe. Baiyu took a look and saw a middle-aged man with a mustache and a samurai sword in his hand. There's one more. Baiyu used the momentum to jump to the back, while Yi Ba Lang licked his lips and looked at Baiyu. Handsome tips from a pretty girl. It wasn't until Ichiya Hachiro helped Bitter Tea Asan and Micah block Baiyu's sneak attack that the two finally reacted. Well done, Mr. Hachijiro. Has Mr. Park Ji-chang not arrived yet? He's always been slow. As they talked, the three of them began to surround Baiyu, with Ichiya Hachiro in front, and Micah and Bitter Tea Asan behind, forming a triangle. The soldiers of Ichiya Hachijiro are a group of armored samurai who look like they have been dead for a long time and are not alive. Among them are a few commander-level soldiers. As the three lords' troops launched their attack on Baiyu's undead army, Xiao Bing provided cover for the undead from the sky. The undead reinforcements haven't arrived yet. Only some fast undead knights have made their way over, but that's enough to deal with the other three lords' troops. Baiyu observed that none of the troops present had the ability to kill undead. Only the Westerner's magic could. Therefore, this was the first person Baiyu intended to eliminate. Among them, the lord who was living a comfortable life was the strongest, only one level below Baiyu. Just then, as the four were facing off, Park Ji-jang finally arrived late with his troops, a group of pythons. Damn it. Park Ji-jang let out a series of wails. Then his body began to spasm and surge, his limbs and body began to swell, and finally he became a 3-meter-tall red giant. Having completed his transformation, stood beside Ichiya Hachijiro, the four of them arranged in 2 front and 2 back. I can ask for fewer resources, but this corpse is mine. Lord Hachijiro is still as fierce as ever. How about I give you a monitor lizard? Who would be interested in lizards? The four of them were still chatting idly, completely ignoring Baiyu. At this moment, Ichiya Hachiro was blinded by beauty. In his hometown of cherry blossoms, where had he ever seen such a beautiful woman? If it were her, he would definitely break his record for the most beautiful woman in one night. Bitter Tea Asan wasn't particularly interested, since to him, any female creature was fine. Micah was ashamed to be associated with these three, but since he was the weakest, he didn't dare to say anything. Baiyu stood to the side, a sickle slung over her shoulder, one hand resting on the hilt, looking extremely relaxed. Because none of the four were stronger than Baiyu, and with the aid of his scythe, Baiyu could easily manipulate them. Once Baiyu's reinforcements arrive, these four lords won't be able to escape even if they wanted to. At that time, Baiyu will simply destroy their castles. How dare you fantasize about yourself? Baiyu noticed that the four of them seemed to have finished their discussion and were all looking at him. Are you done talking? Then let your various classes fill the void left by my dead. Baiyu took down the scythe, dragging it on the ground with one hand. His right eye emitted a red light, and the ice crystal pattern in his pupil was replaced by a flame pattern. Instantly, a raging fire broke out within a radius of 100 meters. The ice and snow began to melt, the trees were burned, and the ground completely disappeared, leaving only a sea of fire. The troops of the four lords also began to flee. The raging fire created a red hell, engulfing the four lords within it. Chapter 1011 against 4. All four felt the scorching heat beneath their feet, but each had equipment and magic to resist it, so the flames couldn't harm them. What is this, a domain? Bitter Tea Asan looked around in surprise at the scene. The flames had even altered the terrain, creating a combat environment favorable to the spellcaster. Impossible. Only those with king-level strength can possess a domain. This is a pseudo-domain. One Knight 8 times was the first to refute, saying that he had been fortunate enough to witness a battle between king-level beings in the Dark Forest, and that their domains were truly terrifying. Don't worry, she's just a magician. Micah's spellbook hovered in front of him and began to turn the pages, preparing to launch an attack. Although he didn't know why this undead lord's ability was fire magic, Micah believed that his holy light was effective against undead and would definitely be useful against this undead lord as well. One Knight 8 times Row was the first to charge at Baiyu with his sword. Although he was the strongest among the four lords, he was also someone who could not use any magic. All his strength came from his physical skills and swordsmanship. Clang! Baiyu's scythe clashed with Ichi Hachijiro's katana, creating a burst of sparks. Baja me, Hamai me li. The Indian man behind Baiyu chanted a strange incantation, tapped his staff on the ground, and instantly a huge stream of water appeared in front of him, attacking Baiyu. The surrounding flames were extinguished by the water, and puffs of white smoke rose up. Just when he thought they were evenly matched, Ichiya Hachijiro suddenly heard the sound of a bell. His mind went blank for a moment, and a headache began to throb. Baiyu stretched out his hand, and 2 fire dragons instantly surged from the flames on both sides of the ground, directly repelling Hachijiro. Fortunately, he was protected by his armor and was not seriously injured. After defeating Hachijiro, Baiyu aimed his palm at the surging wave that was rushing towards him. It was as if Baiyu had fired an air cannon from his hand, instantly shattering the wave into a sky full of water droplets, which then froze into ice crystals and were completely turned into water vapor by the burning fire. A huge red fist came hurtling towards Baiyu's head from the side. The fist was even bigger than Baiyu's head. With such immense force and such a large fist, if it hit him, his head would probably be blown apart. To everyone's surprise, Baiyu didn't dodge at all. Instead, she clenched her left fist and met the attack head-on. The magic circle in front of her fist separated the 2 fists, preventing them from actually touching. Park Ji-jang's full-force punch was not only blocked by Baekyu, but he didn't even have to take a step back. A hint of confusion and shock appeared on Park Ji-chang's flushed face. No, how could a monk have such strength? Little did they know, it was because Park Ji-jang was too weak. Among those present, besides Micah, he was the weakest, only a level 2 leader, although his strength attribute was greatly increased after transforming. But Baiyu is already a level 5 commander, and the double attribute bonus from his scythe is much stronger than his transformation. With his level and attributes completely overpowering Baiyu, it's not surprising that he easily withstood his attack. Park Ji-jang refused to believe it, and still wanted to fight Baekyu. But Baekyu wasn't going to waste time with him, because Hachiro and Micah were attacking him at the same time. A pillar of fire as thick as a bowl spewed out from the magic circle in front of Baekyu's fist, blasting Park Ji-jang away. Hachiro's slash missed its mark, and Baiyu vanished into black mist, reappearing in front of Micah. Micah was taken aback. Baiyu's speed was too fast for him to react. Seeing the scythe coming down on him, Micah quickly used his spellbook to defend himself. To his surprise, Baiyu cleaved his magic book in 2, causing it to lose its light and fall to the ground, where it was consumed by the flames. Just as Micah was about to retaliate with a golden magic circle appearing in front of him, Baiyu slapped it away with one hand. Micah looked at Baiyu and saw that black flames were burning on Baiyu's palm. Micah was taken aback. This was the dark magic that was the opposite of his holy light magic, and the opponent's dark magic was far stronger than his holy light magic. Kid, you're pretty brave. I heard you're the one who killed my undead. Hachiro and Park Ji-jang, who were standing nearby, wanted to go forward to rescue Micah, but the fire dragons that kept surging from the ground trapped the 2 of them. These fire spells themselves aren't the problem. The key issue is that the fire dragons formed by these spells can suddenly transform into black dragons formed from black flames at any time, making them impossible to defend against and forcing them to deal with them cautiously. At that moment, Baiyu's left eye emitted a blue glow, and the flames around Micah's feet instantly turned black and engulfed him. Micah collapsed to the ground in agony, his body beginning to be corroded by dark magic. Already weak, Micah had no way to dispel the dark magic on his body after losing his spellbook. Seeing Micah lying on the ground groaning in pain, Baiyu directly helped him complete the last step of his life. Baiyu turned to look at the other 3 lords. Asan's water magic was not as strong as Baiyu's fire magic and was countered by Baiyu. Moreover, Baiyu also had ice magic, so Asan was basically useless. As for the remaining 2, only Hachijiro has some strength, but he can't withstand Baiyu's mental damage. The other one, Park Ji-jang, is basically useless except for being a bit tough. You bastard, you killed Lord Micah. You're dead. You're dead. Hachiro unleashed a ring of sword energy, instantly shattering the surrounding fire dragons, and charged towards Baiyu. With the blessing of Baiyu's eyes, Hachiro's speed slowed down, and the flow of time around him seemed to be slowed down as well. Hachijiro and Hakuyu began to fight with weapons. Hakuyu took this opportunity to hone his close combat skills, so he didn't use any other magic against Hachijiro for the time being. Meanwhile, Asan, knowing he would be completely suppressed within the pseudo-domain created by Baiyu, voluntarily withdrew from the range of Baiyu's fire domain. The Indian man stood at a distance, took off his long robe, revealing his muscular upper body, and tore off his headscarf and threw it on the ground. Hungabumi Tuali, Asan then recited another strange incantation. The Indian man actually summoned a river, but the river was somewhat murky, probably because it contained elements from the periodic table. The river began to crash against the edge of Bayu's fire domain. As expected, the river, which contained certain trace elements, was incredibly powerful. The flames on Bayu's ground were no match for it, and were being slowly eroded and extinguished by the river. Park Ji-jang, who was standing nearby, also joined the battle between Baekyu and Hachijiro, but was repeatedly knocked away by the fire magic controlled by Baekyu. Even so, he was still unwilling to give up, and kept disturbing Baekyu's battle. Bayu had already noticed that Asan was causing a flood nearby, but ignored it. Bayu has basically stopped using magic in battles now. Can't he see that fire magic no longer provides much of an advantage to Bayu in battle? Indians really do have a peculiar way of thinking. Chapter 102 Quadra Kill. Hachiro, who was fighting Bayu, did not notice that the red flame pattern in Bayu's right pupil had turned into a blue ice crystal pattern. The surrounding fire began to subside, leading the two to believe that it was due to the Indians' water magic. Even the Indians themselves believed they had the victory in their grasp. They were just that inexplicably confident. As the fire gradually subsided, it could no longer resist Asan's magic. The great river instantly broke through the flames, extinguishing them completely, and surged towards Bayu. Hachiro and Park Ji-jang immediately moved aside, while Bayu stood calmly in place. Hachijiro's mouth began to gradually turn upwards, but soon it opened wide enough to fit an egg. What? In an instant, the river was completely frozen, suspended in front of Bayu, and the surrounding area instantly turned into a world of ice and snow, with the ground covered in solid ice, exuding a chilling aura. Asan never expected that he would be frozen in his own river by Bayu, losing his ability to move. Its eyes kept rolling around, and its breath tried to melt the ice. The oxygen was getting less and less, and its body was getting colder and colder. Asan realized that if no one came to rescue him, he would probably suffocate before freezing to death. Asan could only look to Hachijiro and Park Ji-jang for help. The two exchanged a glance, and Hachiro decisively rushed towards Baekyu, while Park Ji-jang quickly went to rescue Asan. Before Park Ji-jang could even reach the Indian, countless ice spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing through his limbs and drawing out scalding blood. Park Ji-chang tried to break free, but four even thicker ice pillars surged out from around him, squeezing him into the center. Adding to his woes, ice spikes pierced his body. Before he could even reach Asan, Park Ji-chang was completely rendered incapacitated. Unlike fire magic, frost magic can restrict the enemy's movement. The only downside is that it cannot be combined with Bayu's dark magic. Hachiro's eyelids twitched violently. Both of his teammates were instantly restrained, and he was no match for this girl with heterochromia. It's all Micah's fault. He's really messed up this time. He's practically throwing his life away. Hachiro turned and ran without hesitation, not even bothering with his own troops. Hey little baka, don't run away. Hachiro was no match for Bayu. Bayu teleported in front of Hachiro and slashed at him with black flames burning on his scythe. Hachiro reacted quickly, preparing to block Bayu's attack, but the bell on his scythe slowed him down by a beat. Hachiro's chest armor was easily torn open, revealing a huge wound on his chest. The gushing blood almost splashed onto Bayu, but fortunately, Bayu used ice magic to block it. Bang! Bayu kicked him several meters away, and the ice on the ground surged, instantly freezing Hachiro. Call dash. Bayu took a deep breath. The bloodshed just now made Bayu feel a little uncomfortable. The opponents he had killed before were dealt with in a relatively gentle way, and most of them were not human, so Bayu did not have any psychological burden. But this time, he had really ripped open the chest of a living person. In that instant, Bayu's enhanced vision even allowed her to see the internal organs clearly. Bayu felt nauseous, so she quickly kicked him away and froze him with magic. Strictly speaking, this is Bayu's first kill since arriving in the magical continent, and it's so blatantly obvious. We won't count Micah from earlier. Although Bayu killed him, he was burned to death by magic. And the holy night Bayu first encountered in the dark forest was also finished off by Arthur. Calm down. There are no laws here. It's a world where all races vie for supremacy, a world where it's either you die or I die. You have to face this sooner or later. Cowards don't deserve to live. Bayu quickly adjusted her mindset and looked at the other two lords beside her. At this moment, Park Ji-jang had already lost the ability to resist and had returned to normal human form. Blood was still dripping down his limbs along the ice spikes. The Indian man, who was completely frozen, had already fainted. It was unclear whether he had gone into shock or was already dead. The most unlucky one was Asan. Asan wasn't the weakest among the four, but unfortunately, he only knew one water magic. Whether it was Bayu's fire magic or ice magic, either of them could easily overwhelm him. Bayu's eyes also returned to normal. Opening both eyes at the same time had taken a huge toll on her mental energy, and Bayu felt somewhat tired. Bayu raised his arm towards the three of them, his 5 fingers together. In an instant, all 3 lords who had lost the ability to move were killed by Bayu. After Bayu closed her right eye, the surrounding environment slowly returned to normal. Bayu dispelled the magic, and the frozen river instantly fell to the ground and turned into a pool of water. After the 3 lords died, the giant lizards and pythons scattered and fled, indicating that their troops were not very loyal. In contrast, the warriors and knights continued to fight the undead even after their lords died. Not one of them fled. This means that Micah and Hachijiro's unit loyalty is above 80, and they will fight to the death with their lord. The undead reinforcements have arrived, and these troops have no chance of winning. Some of the undead have even started chasing after the pythons and giant lizards, which are all experience points. At the same time, for castles with distinct styles in the dark forest began to shake violently. The crystals at the top of the castle shattered, and the entire castles began to collapse. Bayu opened the system panel, and 4 prompts immediately popped up. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully defeating the enemy Lord, hometown of cherry blossoms. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully defeating the enemy Lord. Kimchi is delicious. Resources are being inventoried. You have obtained a special building blueprint, energy cannon. You have obtained 80% of the enemy Lord's warehouse resources, 8k magic crystals, 200 spirit cores, 10k food, 70k wood, 8k stone, 7k iron ingots, and some other materials. Note, after defeating other lords, you will gain 80% of their warehouse resources. Special buildings and other items within the castle have a 35% drop rate. Resources used for castle upgrades will not be dropped. This is because this is the first time a lord has defeated another lord. For lords only have this little bit of resources. The 4 of them combined aren't as rich as Bayu alone, but they did get a special building that's pretty good. You can tell from the name it's a turret. So it's not that there's only one special building for the 4 lords, but rather that Bayu only got one after defeating them. No way, does Lord Jie have to look at his conscience next time? If the resources used to upgrade the castle could drop as loot, Bayu would become even richer. Unfortunately, the system doesn't allow it, and even the warehouse only drops 80% of the loot. They only had so few spirit cores, which clearly meant they had used up all the rewards from the Beast Tide. Chapter 103 Zhao Lianxue upgrades town. However, the system is quite user-friendly. At least you can obtain the resources from the enemy's castle as long as you kill the enemy lord, and they are directly transferred to your own warehouse. It would be troublesome to have to find their castle. The dark forest is so big, who knows where those 4 people's castle is, and there's always the risk of danger. Sure enough, there's no shortage of wood in the dark forest. All the lords have the most wood. All 4 lords were commanders, ranging from level 4 to level 1. Bayu directly used necromancy to summon the undead, adding 4 more commanders to the undead army. Among their troops, there were also 4 commander-level troops, and Bayu naturally did not hesitate to grant them their wish, allowing them to stay by his lord's side. I don't know if it's because of the system, but neither decomposing these lords' corpses nor their troops will drop food, although equipment and magic crystals will. The 4 lords together had about 500 troops, referring to the corpses of those who had already died. Bayu did not include the pythons and giant lizards that had escaped beforehand. These knights and warriors are not living beings. They disappear without leaving a body after death, so it is impossible to summon them as undead. When a knight dies, he will at least leave behind his equipment. The drop of a commander-level item is commander-level equipment, and the same applies to a normal-level item. There were only 200 corpses to summon, and Bayu was too lazy to summon them one by one with double the amount, so he used his left eye to summon them all at once. Asan's Zen staff is an amplification weapon, but it's not very useful. Micah's spellbook was destroyed by Bayu. Park Jijang has no weapon, only Hachijiro's katana, which is not bad. Bayu put all the magic crystals and equipment obtained from the dismantling into his ring, and then rode Xiao Bing directly back to the castle. The undead, on the other hand, either leveled up or gathered resources. Upon returning to the castle, Bayu immediately put all the miscellaneous items, including some equipment, on the exchange and sold them. Nowadays, ordinary level equipment, like animal fur, falls into the category of miscellaneous items and is worthless. The only valuable items are the 2 commander-level pieces of equipment and the full commander-level set. The 2 pieces of equipment belong to those 2 lords, and the set belonged to Micah's deceased commander-level knight. After dealing with the miscellaneous items, Bayou was ready to examine the special architectural blueprints she had acquired this time. Special Building Blueprint, Energy Cannon. Building Level, Commander Level. Function, Commander Class Offensive Turret. Description, connected to the Castle Crystal, the damage dealt is related to the Castle Crystal's level, and the attack range is always the same as the castle's territory area. Building Materials, 10k wood, 10k stone, 2k magic crystals, 36 spirit cores, 1k iron ingots. This is amazing. It can attack directly within the territory without any blind spots. Bayou was somewhat surprised, not expecting that these 4 lords would have such a good thing. The defensive towers on Bayou City Wall all have attack ranges. They will only attack when the enemy gets close to the city wall. Otherwise, there would be no need to build a ring of 20 defensive towers to surround the city wall. Compared to this, the defensive towers on Bayou City Wall do look rather low-end. Their only advantage is that there are more of them. This turret is better. It can attack the entire map directly. Put up. Bayou has no shortage of resources now, and has just obtained some iron ingots, so construction is not a problem at all. Inside Bayou's castle, in the center, between the Blackwater Altar and the castle gate, there appeared a white turret, 2 meters wide and more than 1 meter high. Strange patterns on it shimmered and emitted light, and the huge cannon muzzle extended out, pointing directly at the sky. The energy source inside the turret is also directly connected to the castle crystal, just like the defensive towers. Why does it give off a mortar vibe? Bayou's complaints. The power of a commander-level unit should not be underestimated. Bayou has now obtained a portion of iron ingots, so she no longer needs to wait for Zhao Lianxue to refine them. With the iron ingots Bayou has acquired, it should be enough for her to directly upgrade the town. Bayou immediately sent a message to Zhao Lianxue. Crabburger, how many iron ingots do you need to upgrade your town? The orphan of Zhao, 3,000 are still short. Upon receiving Zhao Lianxue's reply, Bayou immediately sent her 3,000 iron ingots. Crab Roe Burger, upgrade the town, then build a portal. The orphan of Zhao, thank you boss. Zhao Lianxue was somewhat surprised, not expecting Bayou to have obtained the iron ingots so quickly. I always felt that Bayou, who couldn't obtain iron ingots, was acquiring them faster than I, who could refine them. That's probably what a big shot is like. Zhao Lianxue immediately brought up the system panel and selected to upgrade the town. Zhao Lianxue's castle was nestled among the mountain peaks, and it began to glow with a white light, instantly becoming even more magnificent. The dwarves were also drawn by the commotion coming from the castle and stopped to watch. Outside the castle, a large area of flat land cleared by the system also appeared, and Zhao Lianxue's blacksmith shop and furnace were also relocated to the town territory outside the castle. Within the town's territory, some uneven stones were directly broken down into individual stone materials by the system and forcibly smoothed out. Zhao Lianxue could even examine her castle. She received a system notification that she had unlocked her exclusive building, the portal. The portal requires 10,000 pieces of wood, 5,000 pieces of stone, and 1,000 magic crystals to build. This wasn't expensive for Zhao Lianxue, as she usually stockpiled some wood, and she had more than enough other resources. As Zhao Lianxue clicked to build the portal, a structure appeared on the town territory in front of her castle. Zhao Lianxue was always curious as to why Bayou kept wanting her to build the portal. Zhao Lianxue walked over curiously and entered the main hall of the portal, where she instantly understood. Portal. Zhao Lianxue finished reading the system introduction, but as a lord who had already submitted to Bayou, she could not have allies. Therefore, she could only teleport to lords who had also submitted to Bayou or to Bayou's castle. Next to the portal, there are castles you can choose to teleport to. There are only 2 options. One is the Monkey King, and the other is Bayou. However, the Monkey King's option is grayed out, indicating that her castle is not yet at the town level. Should we go take a look now? Zhao Lianxue was a little excited. She set the portal to Bayou's castle, and the portal instantly emitted a dazzling orange-red light, illuminating the entire room, as if to tell Zhao Lianxue that the portal had been successfully connected. It wasn't just the excitement of seeing Bayou, but the excitement of seeing a human being. Zhao Lianxue had been in this secluded place for 9 days and had never left. It's like being quarantined at home for the flu. It's really hard to accept. Zhao Lianxue made up her mind and stepped through the portal. Chapter 104 Sun Xiaoxiao's Opportunity. These past few days, Sun Xiaoxiao, who has been frowning in the castle, has been giving her Crimson Blood Demon ape a hard time every day. Why are my troops so weak? Other lords have weaker troops. At least they can summon dozens a day, but I can only summon 2 weak monkeys a day. Sun Xiaoxiao began to wonder if she had forgotten to activate some kind of cheat code when she transmigrated to the magical continent. But everything changed 2 days ago, after the beast tide ended. Jon left Sun Xiaoxiao more than 600 monster corpses, and it was these corpses that gave Sun Xiaoxiao a glimmer of hope. Of course, Baiyu had already been very good to her. If it weren't for Baiyu's help, she might have died on the day of the beast tide. Sun Xiaoxiao's Crimson Blood Demon apes killed no more than 10 demonic beasts in total, but Baiyu left her with more than 600 corpses. Sun Xiaoxiao dismantled the monster corpses and obtained a total of 60 spirit cores, 500 magic crystals, and a large amount of food. With these resources, Sun Xiaoxiao could finally upgrade her barracks, even though she couldn't upgrade the castle, and she upgraded them twice in a row. When the level 1 Demon Ape Crystal was upgraded to level 3, it turned into a Demon Beast Crystal. When Sun Xiaoxiao upgraded her barracks for the first time, she assumed that all lords' barracks were like this, so she wasn't too surprised. But the changes to the barracks crystal delighted her. Level 3 barracks unlocks 2 brand new unit types, the Golden Lion and the Swamp Crocodile. Not only that, their skill ceiling is ridiculously high, both being at the king rank. The only downside is that, like the Crimson Blood Demon Ape, only 2 can be summoned per day, and it's a fixed 2 per species. Now, Sun Xiaoxiao can summon 6 magical beasts a day, which is a huge improvement for her, who hasn't even left the beginner village yet. Sun Xiaoxiao's magical beasts are actually all in their juvenile form. Their leveling up method is similar to Baiyu's Little Ice. They can gain experience not only by killing enemies, but also by reaching adulthood, where they will gain considerable combat power. Sun Xiaoxiao hadn't realized it before, and she was still foolishly sending her troops out to fight. She could have increased her combat power by staying put. Although the experience points gained from living for 7 more days were negligible, it was still better than dying out there. Sun Xiaoxiao is now filled with regret after finding out, and she greets the system's relatives every day. But all of these are secondary. After Sun Xiaoxiao upgraded to level 3 barracks, she obtained the first reward special building blueprint, Time Chamber. The only function of the Time Chamber is to accelerate the flow of time within the room at a ratio of 1 to 100. What does it mean to accelerate the flow of time by 100 times? If your unit stays inside for a year, 100 years will actually pass. For others, it might be a useless item. No, it should be said that this thing was always a useless item, but for Sun Xiaoxiao, it was a divine artifact. She could let her troops stay inside and grow rapidly. When they came out of it nearing adulthood, they would have commander-level combat power. What? You're asking why it's not king level? This is because the building only works on those below the king level, and it only works on living beings. Living beings inside the building have the same senses as those outside. The method to make one's troops stronger effortlessly is practically lossless. All Sun Xiaoxiao needs to do is feed them every day. Sun Xiaoxiao was in a great mood, and she even seemed to be floating on air as she walked. Sun Xiaoxiao had already planned that once her magical beasts had grown a bit, she would try to obtain spirit cores to quickly upgrade her barracks, thus snowballing her power and becoming stronger and stronger. In addition, Baiyu has given her a lot of supplies recently, including animal furs, ordinary equipment, and even 2 pieces of commander-level equipment. What are these? These are all magic mirrors. Even the smallest amount of food squeezed out from between the boss's teeth would be enough to keep her rich for a long time. By this time, Baiyu had already sent the undead to find the acolytes. Once the acolytes were found, Baiyu sent them to Zhao Lianxue's castle to mine with her dwarves. Of course, Baiyu's cheap labor force of little skeletons also needs to go and help out. With the portal, 2 lords can travel back and forth, and the same goes for troops, which is indeed much more convenient. Only then did Baiyu remember the function of his bone throne. Function 1. Function 1. Increases troop loyalty to the lord. This isn't meant to increase the loyalty of the undead to Baiyu, because the loyalty of all the undead is already at its maximum. The Bone Throne's function is to increase the loyalty of lord units that have submitted to Baiyu. Baiyu hadn't figured it out before, but now, seeing the portal, she suddenly understood its purpose. Indeed, existence implies rationale. At that moment, Bayu's portal flashed red, and Zhao Lianxue was thrown out of the portal. Zhao Lianxue fell directly to the ground, and the buttons on her shirt were blown off by the pressure. Vomit! Zhao Lianxue felt dizzy and disoriented, her stomach churning. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited. This was rushed, and nobody told me about the teleportation. Ugh, it's like riding a roller coaster. It took Zhao Lianxue a while to come to her senses. She wiped her mouth and stood up awkwardly. The doors to the main hall were open, and Zhao Lianxue could see directly outside from inside. The outside was gloomy and eerie, with an unsettling atmosphere. Even during the day, the sky was completely dark. It's a bit scary. Zhao Lianxue glanced back uncertainly, and only after confirming it was a portal did she feel relieved and walk outside. Here's so oppressive, even for the big shots. Zhao Lianxue suddenly felt that her castle was actually quite nice. At least it was sunny with blue skies and white clouds, and it looked like a normal Earth environment. The environment around Bayou looks incredibly eerie. Because it was within the town's territory, there weren't many undead, but Zhao Lianxue could still occasionally see ghosts and monsters flying in the sky, which made her shiver. Shouldn't the undead be all giant skeletons? How come there are so many flying monsters? This is terrifying. Suddenly I feel that dwarves are actually quite cute. If my own units were undead, I'd probably be scared to death first. Zhao Lianxue looked at the castle gate ahead, where there were 2 dim, yellowish chandeliers and 4 winged monster statues. Even the castle itself was black. Zhao Lianxue mustered her courage and swayed her hips as she walked into the castle. At this moment, Bayou was taking out some elite food from the warehouse to feed Xiaobing. Although she herself could go without food, Xiaobing's diet could not be bad. Bayou happened to catch a glimpse of the castle entrance and discovered that there was actually a person standing there. Bayou turned her head, and Zhao Lianxue also looked at Bayou in the courtyard. The two looked at each other. Chapter 105 Order of Submission. Construction of Subordinate Castles. Big Boss. Zhao Lianxue. Bayou and Zhao Lianxue spoke at the same time, and Xiaobing turned her head to look at the door when she heard the noise. Inside the castle was a colossal winged creature. It was impossible for Zhao Lianxue to miss it, but she still mustered her courage and continued to walk inside. Why did you come here? Bayou sized up Zhao Lianxue, who was dressed in a business suit, looking like a company employee. Out of 10 in looks, but I don't know why she walks with a swaying gait, which gives Bayou a strange feeling. How should I put it? It's a bit like the fetish of women in uniforms. Or it could be a scene where a flirtatious female employee tries to seduce her older boss. The problem is, my body isn't male. Bayou is already internally complaining. It's definitely better to be a student. Sometimes you can even earn an extra 500 yuan just because you're wearing a school uniform. Boss, I just came to see you. You were in such a hurry for me to build the portal, wasn't it just so you could find me? Zhao Lianxue spoke in a coquettish voice, and Bayou's lips twitched, involuntarily raising goosebumps all over her body. All right, Bayou felt that her guess had been confirmed. This must be a pilgrim on a pilgrimage. Speak properly, don't disgust me. Okay, boss. Zhao Lianxue saw that Bayou was a little unhappy. She immediately returned to normal, thinking to herself, am I not cute? Lianxue walked up to Bayou. Did she dare to observe Bayou? When she came over, Zhao Lianxue was too flustered and kept staring at Xiaobing, afraid that Xiaobing would eat her up in one bite. She had 2 braids in her hair, wore a white t-shirt and a skirt, and looked youthful and energetic, like a rich young lady, not an orphan at all. Zhao Lianxue also noticed that Bayou's 2 eyes were different colors, heterochromia, which was the first time Zhao Lianxue had ever seen this before. Boss, what's that? Zhao Lianxue came to Bayou's side, pointed at Xiaobing, and asked in a low voice. Dragon, can't you see? It's understandable not to know about other races, but Bayou didn't even recognize the famous Western dragon. She didn't know how to complain. Foolish humans. Xiaobing's face was full of disdain. After finishing its food, it curled its head on the ground, closed its eyes, and began to rest. Unexpectedly, the dragon could actually talk, and what was most embarrassing was that it heard her. Zhao Lianxue's heart was pounding wildly. Bayou beckoned over a ghost. Call back the acolytes and the skeletons who cut down trees and dug stones. Bayou then led Zhao Lianxue into the castle and sat inside chatting. When the attendants returned, Bayou planned to send them to Zhao Lianxue to help her with mining. Hey bro, where's this place? It feels so scary. Zhao Lianxue then realized that she hadn't asked about the location of Bayou Castle. Martial State, where frigid snow-capped mountains meet dark forests. Is this no longer Hapuni State? Zhao Lianxue never expected that she would cross a large continent. She had heard the dwarves say that their dwarf kingdom's expedition team had never reached the edge of Hapuni continent in their entire lives, which gave her an idea of how big a continent was. By the way, boss, I got this from upgrading the town system. Zhao Lianxue took out a shield-shaped flat token from her shirt pocket and handed it to Bai Yu. Bai Yu, puzzled, took the token with some curiosity. The token was inscribed with the word submission in the official language of the magical continent. Bai Yu used the system to view the token's information. Special item, Order of Submission. Lord, Zhao Lianxue. Function, allows the construction of a secondary castle within the Lord's territory. The secondary castle functions identically to the main castle, and its ownership remains unaffected as long as the secondary castle survives the destruction of the main castle. Usage conditions. Confirmation must be obtained from the Lord to whom you have submitted. Bai Yu was taken aback. This thing was interesting. It functions similarly to the relocation order in Bai Yu's previous game, but it's not a complete relocation. You can build an auxiliary castle within Bai Yu's town territory, and the original castle will still be retained. This must be a perk the system gives to these vassal lords, since even if a vassal lord dies, it has no impact on the vassal lord. The surrender order allows them to have 2 castles. If they can build a secondary castle in Bai Yu's town, it's like having an extra layer of insurance. If the outer castle is destroyed, as long as Bai Yu's castle remains, everything will be fine. Actually, building this secondary castle next to the main castle is the safest option. If the secondary castle can be destroyed, it means the main castle is in trouble. If the main castle dies, the subordinates who submitted to it will also die. This is a good thing. Bai Yu never expected the system to pull this stunt, which allowed the castle's location to be moved. Boss, I want to use this submission order. This was Zhao Lianxue's main purpose in coming to Bai Yu Castle. To discuss this matter with Bai Yu, since Bai Yu's approval was needed before any auxiliary castle could be built. Zhao Lianxue had no choice. The submission order had only one effect. She either used it or she didn't. Clearly, using it would only benefit Zhao Lianxue, with no drawbacks. Is it dangerous where you are? No, my castle is in the mountains, but not far from the territory of the Dwarf Kingdom. The Dwarf Kingdom is still in a civil war, and the flames of war may reach here one day. Zhao Lianxue also said with some worry that her troops were dwarves, and if the nobles of the Dwarf Kingdom found them, wouldn't they be doomed? Those proud dwarven nobles would never allow a human of another race to lead their people. I've confirmed it. You can do whatever you want now. Protecting Zhao Lianxue is still very necessary. It won't cause any loss to Bai Yu himself, and Zhao Lianxue is currently Bai Yu's only source of iron ingots. It's not feasible to always rely on robbing. Bai Yu needs its own industry to develop in the long run. Thank you, boss. Zhao Lianxue was somewhat happy, as this meant her safety was now at least highly guaranteed. However, the attached castle also has a drawback, since it is built within the territory of Bai Yu Town, and strictly speaking, it can only be considered a building within Bai Yu Town. Therefore, this auxiliary castle has no territory and cannot be upgraded, but it does have an auxiliary barracks where troops can be summoned. The auxiliary barracks are only level 1 and need to be upgraded again, and their cooldown time is shared with the main barracks. The acolytes and skeletons have already assembled outside the castle and can be sent to help Zhao Lianxue's castle. Zhao Lianxue only had about 200 dwarves in total, while Bai Yu had gathered 200 skeletons and acolytes outside. Although skeletons can't mine or craft equipment, they can still mine stones without any problem. Even if they're slow, working nonstop for 24 hours a day can still match the workload of a dwarf working for 10 hours a day. Come on, to your castle. I've found you a group of helpers. As she spoke, Bai Yu stood up and walked outside, and Zhao Lianxue quickly followed. She also needed to return to the castle to retrieve the resources for building the auxiliary castle. Chapter 106 Alliance Order, Forging the Strongest Alliance. Helper. Zhao Lianxue looked at the skeletons outside the castle, which seemed rather dim-witted, and was somewhat uncertain. Don't underestimate them. They can work nonstop for 24 hours a day. Bai Yu seemed to sense Zhao Lianxue's confusion and explained. 24 hours nonstop, that's intense. Bai Yu ignored Zhao Lianxue's ambiguous words and walked towards the portal with a group of undead. Bai Yu and Zhao Lianxue led the undead to the portal. The portal emitted an orange-red light, illuminating the entire room. Smaller creatures can pass through this portal, but zombies like Titan and Arthur simply cannot. You two go in first. Bai Yu pointed to the 2 skeletons and said, this portal can definitely teleport lords, but I'm not so sure whether it can teleport troops. As the skeleton entered the portal, Bai Yu checked the system panel. Only then did Bai Yu see that there had been a notification that Zhao Lianxue had arrived at his castle, but these were just ordinary messages, and Bai Yu had ignored them. Only official notifications, such as system announcements, will trigger a mandatory reminder, including leaderboard information and notes about Bai Yu's First Lord kill. The system hasn't sent any notifications, indicating that the skeleton has successfully teleported there. Let's go. Bai Yu stepped into the portal first, followed immediately by Zhao Lianxue and the undead. Bai Yu felt a dizzying sensation, as if his head had been shaken 20 times to the left and 20 times to the right. Bai Yu stumbled out of the portal and almost fell. Smack! Smack! The undead that poured out of the portal behind them all fell to the ground, piling up like a human pyramid. Vomit dash! Zhao Lianxue's body pressed down on the skeletons, and she vomited. Undigested bits of roasted meat, along with stomach acid, were vomited onto the skulls below. Bai Yu wanted to help her up, but was so frightened by her sudden attack of vomiting that she hid to the side. Teleportation is really uncomfortable. I feel like I'm going to throw up my guts, ugh. It's okay, just consider it a way to lose weight. Bai Yu offered a word of comfort. Outside, the sky was blue with white clouds, and the sun shone brightly overhead. When Bai Yu came outside, she felt much better, as if she had been through a different world. This was the first time Bai Yu had seen such good weather in so many days, and the first time she had seen the sun. How's the weather here, boss? Is it nice? Zhao Lianxue finished vomiting sometime earlier and came out to Bai Yu's side. The spirits also stood up one after another, waiting for Bai Yu's next command. Not far away was a castle made of white stones, surrounded by mountains. Bai Yu also saw some dwarves quarrying stones. The weather is indeed quite nice. Let's take all these undead to mine. Iron ingots are the most scarce resource right now. Have the dwarves who have free time to smelt the ore as much as possible. Bai Yu said to Zhao Lianxue, who was standing to the side. Good. Zhao Lianxue beckoned over a dwarf and asked him to lead the undead to help. The other dwarves watched with great interest, showing great curiosity about the strange undead. Zhao Lianxue also told the dwarves that the reason she was able to get so much food was entirely due to Bai Yu's help. These dwarves treated Bai Yu with a mixture of curiosity and respect, understanding that they were now subordinate to him and that he was very strong. This is the dwarves' first impression of Bai Yu. Their loyalty is around 70. Because of the bonus from the loyalty of the troops under the Bone Throne, this function has no range limit. As long as the lords and troops who have submitted to Bai Yu will have this bonus. Bai Yu sat in the castle for a while Zhao Lianxue went to get the materials for building the auxiliary castle. On the desolate plains, a yellow light flashed within the castle of Lord Shi Yao, the Lord of the Earth. The castle instantly grew taller, and a flat area was cleared around it. Shi Yao's castle was successfully upgraded to a town, and he used his abilities to build 4 thick stone and earth walls around the edge of the town's territory. The fact that the town upgrade unlocked the exclusive building, the Shuttle Gate, didn't surprise him, because Lin Jun had already explained the function of the Shuttle Gate in the Alliance group beforehand. Shi Yao received a special item after upgrading the town, which was something he hadn't expected. Shi Yao began to examine the information about this item. Special item, Alliance Token. Alliance Leader, Shi Yao. Function, Alliance members can move their castles to the vicinity of the Alliance Leader's castle. The territories and some special buildings of the highest-ranking Alliance members can be shared. Usage requirements. The Alliance Leader must send an invitation to Alliance members. Alliance members are divided into 3 levels: Junior Ally, Intermediate Ally, and Senior Ally. Junior allies have little authority and can leave the Alliance at will, while Senior Allies are the highest level of allies and cannot leave the Alliance at will, as they are bound by a strong contractual relationship. At the same time, withdrawing from the Alliance requires the consent of all allies, but the benefits include resource sharing, etc., which is a level of complete trust. The position of Alliance Leader originally belonged to Lung Jie. When Lin Jun was invited to join the Alliance, he was promised the position of Alliance Leader, but Lin Jun did not trust them, so he did not accept it. Later, Shi Yao was promoted to the first tier, and Lung Jie stepped down and gave the position of leader to Shi Yao. In addition, apart from Lin Jun, the other 4 are all top-level allies who can be completely trusted. The submission order allows you to build a subordinate castle, while the alliance order allows you to relocate your castle, bringing all allies together. 50% of the resources are returned, and the remaining resources from the relocated castle need to be upgraded again. The alliance order only requires the alliance leader to upgrade to town level to unlock it, while there are no restrictions on the castle level for allies, which is somewhat different from the submission order. Shi Yao is honest and simple, not good with words, but he is not stupid. His promotion to the first tier is not only due to luck, but more so to his own strength. Shi Yao sent the information about the alliance order directly to the group, and the other 4 lords saw the item almost simultaneously. Vine Fairy. Wow, the alliance token lets you move. Do you have any trees around there? Alliance leader, I need to come find you. The Lord of the Vine Fairy, who is always active on the front lines of the alliance, spoke first. As for the other lord and Lin Jun, they are considering that their current environment is very helpful for improving their current strength, and they do not plan to move for the time being. The only one who was somewhat hesitant was Lin Jun. If the lava dragon returned and unfortunately discovered him, he would have no choice but to move away. Lung Jie, on the other hand, did not hesitate at all. He could not stay in this frigid snow mountain for even a day longer. There was the undead lord in front of him, the vampire lord behind him, and he was caught in the middle of the dangerous snow mountain. Even if it means giving up the snow mountain's boost to the snow maiden's combat power, he will move it without hesitation. There are more and more undead flying around in the sky now. He might be discovered one day, and by the time that white-haired Loli comes looking for him, it will be too late for him to run away. Chapter 107 Alliance Fever. Lung Jie immediately sent a private message to Shi Yao, asking him to invite Shi Yao. Shi Yao readily agreed. Compared to Lung Jie's snow-capped mountains and Lin Jun's volcano, Shi Yao's desolate plains are much safer. Although located within the territory of the human race's Gata Empire, they are on the periphery and will not attract much attention. After Shi Yao sent the invitation, a system notification immediately popped up on Lung Jie's screen, and Lung Jie clicked accept without hesitation. At this moment, Lung Jie's castle suddenly shook violently, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. A large number of strange patterns appeared on the ground of the castle. Lung Jie guessed that it should be the formation that teleported the castle. As the strange patterns gradually spread throughout the castle, the tremors grew stronger. The tremors from Lung Jie Castle below attracted a passing gargoyle, who noticed the strange phenomenon and wanted to go down to investigate. Suddenly, the tremors stopped, and with them, Lung Jie's entire castle vanished. On the barren plains, 2 kilometers outside the territory of Shi Yao town, Lung Jie's white castle suddenly appeared. Lung Jie's castle, which was originally level 9, dropped to level 7, and his barracks also dropped 2 levels. However, it was all worth it because Lung Jie successfully left that hellish place, the Frosty Snow Mountain. The barren plains are at least 100 times safer than the Frosty Snow Mountain. At this moment, Lung Jie suddenly discovered that in addition to his and Shi Yao's castle, there was another castle in another location. This castle was completely covered by trees and vines, and it belonged to Lu Yao, the Lord of the Vine Fairy. Both of them chose to move their castles next to Shi Yao. Even without the help of the other 2 lords, the combined strength of the 3 was quite terrifying. The 3 lords met for the first time at the gate of Shi Yao's castle. Shi Yao was a burly man, 185 centimeters tall and muscular, while Lu Yao was dressed like a hot girl but had a baby face with a bit of baby fat and was about 1.6 meters tall. Only Lung Jie wore glasses and dressed like a weak scholar. In fact, among the 3, Lung Jie was indeed the weakest, both in terms of overall strength and individual ability. Lung Jie was brimming with confidence. Now that 3 powerful lords had gathered together, the vampire lord and the undead lord were nothing but bullshit. Lu Yao suggested that today was a great day and we should celebrate it. Shi Yao's surprise, who were almost sick of eating barbecue. Lu Yao's warehouse not only had a lot of mushrooms, but also various wild fruits and vegetables, making it a very rich variety of ingredients. Where did you get all of these? You can find them anywhere in the forest. Lu Yao had an expression that said, "Isn't that right?" Lianshue's castle in Hapuni State, Baiyu stood overlooking the surrounding terrain. All around him were endless mountains, and Baiyu estimated that the area of this mountain range was not small. Given this terrain, it won't be an easy task for the dwarves of the Dwarf Kingdom to find Zhao Lianshue's castle. Such a vast mountain range is perfect for Air Force operations. Dwarves can't fly, and this place is a desolate wilderness. No wonder those stranded dwarves chose to flee here. Baiyu pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized that he could use Zhao Lianshue to send the undead to develop in Hapuni State. There was no danger around Zhao Lianshue's castle, and it would be a more stable place for development than the Dark Forest and the Frosty Snow Mountain. All I need to do is send over a few necromancers and find some lords in the surrounding area to endlessly amass troops. Lianshue was the only lord of such a large mountain range. and that only Zhao Lianxue had iron ore. Afterwards, Baiyu and Zhao Lianxue returned to the castle. Zhao Lianxue brought the resources needed to build the auxiliary castle and couldn't wait to click to build it. A castle in a similar style to Baiyu Castle rose up next to Baiyu Castle. This annex castle was much smaller than Baiyu Castle, about a quarter of its size, 5 stories high, and had no courtyard. On the top floor of the annex castle, an energy crystal floats, distinguishing it from Zhao Lianxue's castle. Inside the castle, there is also a dwarf barracks, but it's only level 1. Other facilities are also generally complete, with everything you need. However, the special buildings are fixed and wouldn't be of much use even if they were moved to Baiyu's location. Zhao Lianxue ran happily to the castle to check it out. The two castles had different styles and the layout of the rooms inside was also somewhat different, but they were basically the same. With this attached castle, Zhao Lianxue could choose to sleep here and go there during the day. She no longer has to worry about enemies storming the castle and killing her every night before she goes to sleep. Boss, I'll be staying here every night from now on. Whatever you want. Baiyu said it didn't matter, since she wasn't living in her own castle. Baiyu ignored the frantic and agitated Zhao Lianxue beside him, because Baiyu saw a gargoyle fly back. Translator, come quick. Baiyu beckoned the ghost to fly over, but he couldn't understand what the gargoyle was trying to say. What? You're saying you saw a castle suddenly disappear? Baiyu was stunned. Wasn't it forbidden to move? But the gargoyle was quite sensitive to magic, and it could indeed sense the magical fluctuations in the castle. It was quite certain that the teleportation had disappeared, rather than the lord being killed and the castle destroyed. Hey boss, check the world chat. They're all talking about an alliance order. It seems like it's similar to a submission order. Zhao Lianxue was already used to hearing the ghosts talking. She opened the world chat to look for information and sure enough, she found that almost all the lords were discussing a strange thing, the alliance order. Having just received the submission order, which allows me to build subordinate castles, this alliance order must have a similar function. Baiyu opened the world chat and saw that the lords were spamming the chat again. Baiyu paused the chat and read through the messages one by one. He found that everyone was looking for the Lord Alliance. This time, the alliance frenzy was different from the one 2 days ago when the beast tide had just ended. They all added a strange condition to the end. A cat lover who enjoys being petted. Find an alliance lord. Those of intermediate or higher rank can move their allies over. Mushroom. We're missing 4 out of 5. You can move here, lord. It's very safe here, with beautiful scenery and lots of wild animals. It's the top choice for the moving alliance. Pea shooter. I'm upgrading my town soon. All alliance members who want to move, please make an appointment in advance. This is outrageous. Alliance members can just move out. Baiyu seemed to understand something. It was probably that the alliance leader who was promoted to town could allow alliance members to move, and all the lords were frantically searching for allies in the world chat. These alliances will no longer be mere decorations. Lords who choose to band together will experience a significant boost in strength. This is not good news for Baiyu, the lone wolf. From now on, the enemy he encounters will change from a lord to an alliance. With the immense temptation of being able to relocate through alliances, most lords began to choose alliances, forming one power after another. Even an alliance of 5 second-tier lords already possesses the strength to contend with first-tier lords. What about an alliance of 5 first-tier lords? Baiyu didn't think he could fight against 5 top lords at the same time. Fortunately, Baiyu's castle was relatively well hidden. As long as he could survive, he could secretly develop in Hapuni state. The undead don't rely on individual strength, but on an endless sea of undead. You have to seize the advantage. Quickly, call my Archmage back. Chapter 108 The Movements on the Barren Plain. Baiyu didn't plan to learn about the situation in the Baiyan Mountains from Zhao Lianxue, because Zhao Lianxue had never left the castle since her reincarnation and had no idea whether there were any lords around. Baiyu summoned his highest level necromancer, a level 6 commander, and tasked it with leading the team to Hapuni state. Arthur can't. He can't get through the portal. Jon can't either. He can't fly. The necromancer is the best candidate. Not only can he fly, but he also has intelligence and strength, making him a top-tier member of Baiyu's undead army. Besides it, Baiyu also summoned 2 demon soul lords and 2 gargoyles, making a total of 5 commander-level beings, which seemed more than enough. Seeing the growing number of undead gathering outside, Zhao Lianxue couldn't help but ask in confusion. Boss, what are you doing? Let them develop over there. It's much safer over there than here. Baiyu quickly gathered 500 wraiths and gargoyles, excluding the 5 commanders, and added 10 necromancers. Bayu felt that this should be enough. The army summoned by the necromancer will then return to the castle, while the air force will remain in Hapuni. Once we arrive in Hapuni state, you will all be under the command of the necromancer. If there is any intelligence, Ghost will contact me. Alright, let's go. Assigned tasks to the undead in front of him. The undead bowed to Bayu, and then all headed towards the portal. Bayu decided not to go, unless something else happened. He felt that if he teleported too many times, he would eventually throw up. In Hapuni state, the primary objective of the undead upon arriving here was naturally to use Zhao Linshua's castle as a base to spread outwards and begin searching for intelligence. Whether it's a lord or a local power, they are all their targets. On the outermost edge of the White Rock Mountains, there is also a mine belonging to the Firebeard clan of dwarfs. A lord happened to be born here, and he was overjoyed by the abundance of the environment and resources. Little did he know that this lord was already under the watchful eyes of the dwarfs. The lord's name is Zhu Gang, and his troops consist of a group of large, robust wild boars. Unlike ordinary wild boars, Zhu Gang's wild boars are larger, completely black, and have much greater endurance and strength than ordinary wild boars. The leader of the Firebeard dwarf clan took a liking to Zhu Gang's military skills and personally intervened to persuade Zhu Gang to surrender. Zhu Gang could provide his clan with a continuous supply of mounts, thus enabling him to build an invincible cavalry. Even the materials for upgrading Zhu Gang Castle and the barracks, as well as the beast hides, were all obtained with the help of Chief Firebeard. Zhu Gang had no choice. At least this way he was more comfortable. Even if Zhu Gang didn't surrender, the dwarves could easily imprison him. There are quite a few lords like Zhu Gang who have defected to local forces. Lords will be rewarded for killing local forces, and conversely, local forces will also receive benefits for killing foreign races. But faced with these benefits, they were able to restrain their bloodlust. They were an intelligent race and understood how to maximize their gains. Although the terrain of the White Rock Mountains is rugged, it is nothing compared to the flying undead such as gargoyles and wraiths. They will be discovered soon. Marshal, Lava Volcano. King Jon, who was worried about the return of the lava dragon a second ago, saw a huge figure flying in from the distant sky the next second. It was that lava dragon. At this moment, the lava dragon was raging with fury and had many injuries on its body, as if it had gone out to fight and returned wounded. The fire attribute dragon was already short-tempered, and now it was seriously injured. Previously, because King Jon was protected by a novice, the lava dragon, which was in a calm state, didn't bother with him. But things are different now. King Jon has lost the newbie protection, and the raging lava dragon could easily wipe him out. King Jon didn't dare to gamble. Sure Yao had already extended an invitation to him, and King Jon clicked confirm without hesitation. As King Jon's castle began to tremble and magical runes began to cover it, King Jon's heart also began to tense up. At this moment, the lava dragon flying in the air also saw the tremors coming from King Jon Castle in the distance. Teleportation magic? This human ant wants to escape? The lava dragon opened its mouth, and a ball of fiery red energy began to gather inside. Roar! A colossal, devastating pillar of molten lava hurtled toward King Jon's castle. King Jon's heart was in his throat. Sure enough, the lava dragon launched an attack on him. The scorching heat, carrying immense energy, rushed towards him, and King Jon faced death for the first time. Just as the dragon's breath was about to strike King Jon's castle, the teleportation array was completed, and King Jon's castle instantly disappeared from sight. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and the volcano where King Jon Castle was located was directly flattened by the dragon's breath from the lava dragon, and countless magma began to flow out from both sides. The lava dragon knew it had missed the human, but it didn't care and flew towards its lair. Just like a human trying to step on an ant, only to have the ant manage to sneak into their burrow, they wouldn't care at all. On the other side, on the desolate plains, an elite human reconnaissance squad from the Gata Empire was heading towards the frigid snow-capped mountains. This elite Imperial reconnaissance squad consisted of 12 men, all of whom were commanders. Clad in armor, they rode warhorses swiftly across the desolate plains. They came to investigate the massacre of villages within their territory. Even if they suspected it was caused by monsters from the frigid snow-capped mountains, they still wanted to go and confirm the situation. Although Yi Liang's castle is located at the junction of the frigid snow mountain and the barren plain, several lords have gathered again in a more remote part of the barren plain. These are the lords of the Elemental Alliance. The sudden appearance of King Jon's castle also attracted the attention of several other allies. The obsidian and flowing lava on the castle led them to conclude that the lord who had just arrived was none other than Lin Jun, the lord of the Spirit of Flame. At this moment, Lin Jun's level 1 town had fallen to level 8 castle, but he didn't care about that. He was still a little shaken, as the power of that lava dragon made him feel despair. The lava dragon was showing him through its actions that volcanoes were not a place for a weakling like him. Fortunately, Lin Jun had taken precautions in advance, and he was also glad that the system could relocate, otherwise he would be dead by now. Shi Yao and the other two thought that Lord, Wrath of the Gale, would be the first to move over, but unexpectedly Lin Jun did it first. The three of them arrived together in front of Lin Jun's castle to welcome their new ally. "Welcome to our team, Big Shot," Lung Jie and Lu Yao said happily, while Shi Yao smiled from the side. Lin Jun seemed to be infected by the enthusiasm of the three and smiled, feeling for the first time that forming an alliance might be a good option. Chapter 109: The Scapegoat's First Battle. This was probably the most Lin Jun had ever spoken in his life, as he recounted his crisis to his three allies. The three of them couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he was a first-tier lord. His birthplace was 100 times more dangerous than theirs. That was really thrilling. I've never even seen a dragon before. Lu Yao was still sighing on the side, and Lung Jie was also stirred up with a memory. Lung Jie was still shaken by the battle between the two top experts in the Snow Mountain that day. Being inside the Snow Mountain, he felt it even more clearly. If it weren't for the protection of the novice, Lung Jie estimated that the tremors would have been enough to collapse his castle. Because Lung Jie's castle was located at a low altitude, surrounded by towering snow-capped mountains, Lung Jie had no idea what kind of creatures were fighting. Although we don't know what kind of creature it is, it can't possibly be stronger than a dragon, right? Lung Jie thought about it and decided not to say anything. Firstly, it would only add to his worries and wouldn't do any good. Secondly, he could already imagine what Lu Yao would say next. "Hey, it's so dangerous over there. How come you didn't make it into the first tier?" If Lu Yao said something like that, Lung Jie would be digging his toes into the villa again. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance team on the other side was resting and feeding their warhorses. One of the team members who was scouting ahead returned, dismounted, and immediately came to Captain Moss. "Captain Moss, 4 alien castles have been spotted ahead. Humph, it must be those despicable barbarians who murdered His Majesty's people. Follow me and let's wipe out these barbarians." Moss was very shrewd. His team, composed entirely of commanders, was originally a personal guard squad within the Empire, but they were assigned to this desolate place to investigate the cause of death in a small village. The hardships of traveling and sleeping outdoors were unbearable for them, who had always enjoyed a comfortable life. Just then, an alien race appeared ahead. Whether or not this alien race had slaughtered the village was no longer important. As long as they were killed and the crime was pinned on them, the mission could be completed and the Empire returned. Moss was secretly delighted by the sudden appearance of a scapegoat, but on the surface he still maintained a serious expression and gave orders to his teammates. The group rode their warhorses at full speed toward the location of the alien castle ahead. Meanwhile, the lords were completely unaware, all of them talking inside Lin Jun's castle. It wasn't until a commotion arose outside and a flame spirit hurriedly rushed into the castle that the four realized something was wrong. The four arrived outside the castle and found a group of human soldiers engaged in a fierce battle with elemental units. "Native humans?" Lin Jun asked in confusion, as this was the first time he had ever seen a native human race. They must be soldiers from the Gata Empire. Shi Yao was fairly familiar with his surroundings and naturally knew that his castle was located within the territory of the Gata Empire. Lung Jie quickly surveyed the battlefield. Although the enemy only numbered 12, each of them was a commander. Now that these native humans had discovered them, they absolutely could not be allowed to live and send the message back. Although annihilation would raise suspicion, it would at least buy us some more time. They didn't know why the human soldiers had found their way here, but whatever the reason, they couldn't stand idly by. "Brother Shi, Brother Lin, you two are the strongest here. Go around to the back and block their retreat. Lu Yao and I will lead the troops to hold them off from the front." Lung Jie's words were not without reason. All of these humans must be wiped out. Lin Jun led his troops into a ball of flame and soared into the sky, while Shi Yao disappeared into the ground and left. Each of the four lords now has 2 or 3 commander-level troops in their castles, and the opponent only has 12 people, so they are not afraid at all. Moss and his team were still attacking these units, but as time went on, Moss realized that these units seemed impossible to kill. Giant stone monsters, immortal beings engulfed in flames, tree men made entirely of wood and vines, and birdmen flying in the sky. Elemental beings? Although Moss had only heard of elemental beings, he had once had the good fortune to see an earth monster. Although it was somewhat different from the earth monster in Shiryao, the fact that they were all composed of earth elements and were immortal confirmed Moss's judgment. This is troublesome. Damn it. I should have called those mages from the Magic Association branch. Moss had already planned to retreat, since they had no effective means of dealing with elemental creatures. But when he saw Lung Jie and Lu Yao appear in front of him, Moss laughed again. Why not just kill these otherworldly lords? Kill these alien races. Boom. Several balls of flame descended from the sky behind Moss, forming a human figure and several flame spirits. The ground on the other side also began to surge, and stones and soil condensed into a human shape. Shiryao, who led their troops, to outflank the rear. Lin Jun's lower body transformed into flames, and he conjured 2 fireballs in his hands. Flames spewed from his feet, and he flew straight towards one of the soldiers like a cannonball. Lin Jun tackled the soldier off his horse and pinned him down with both hands. The intense heat of the flames melted 2 large holes in the soldier's armor in an instant, and the soldier was instantly engulfed by the flames and lost his life. Faced with the soldiers rushing towards Shiryao, Shiryao remained calm and placed his hands on the ground. The soil around the soldiers immediately softened, as if Shiryao had given the soil life. The soil controlled by Shiryao shot into the sky, enveloping the 3 soldiers completely in the pillar. The soil pillar hardened the moment it rose from the ground, turning into a stone pillar. The 3 soldiers were thus completely trapped by Shiryao without any power to resist. The commander-level earth monsters and flame spirits are also incredibly powerful, possessing the attribute of immunity to physical attacks, so these soldiers cannot cause them any damage at all. The flame spirit, which controls flames, is like a powerful artillery platform, while the earth monster, with its high defense and health, serves as a frontline meat shield. Its massive size and immense strength mean that even its simple, unadorned attacks can still inflict significant damage on these human soldiers. This is the strength of the top-tier lords. These low-ranking commander-level soldiers can be easily dealt with. Our Lung Jie, as a dignified lord of elemental beings, not only is his frost magic useless, but he is also wearing frost armor and wielding 2 wolf claws, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the soldiers. Even with the aid of melee armor, not everyone is born knowing how to fight. Lung Jie's armor had several scratches, all from the sword strikes made by the soldier in front of him. If he hadn't been wearing armor, Lung Jie would have been injured countless times. Even Lu Yao, who was standing to the side, was shocked by Lung Jie. You, a mage, went up and engaged in melee combat with a warrior? Chapter 110. Absolutely no one can take the blame. How embarrassing. Shiryao and Lin Jun have already taken down 3 or 4 opponents, and even Lu Yao can overpower her opponents. Why can't I even take down one? Lung Jie successfully melted the snow and distanced himself from the enemy. Are you trying to force me to use my ultimate move? Winter is coming. Lung Jie spread his arms, covering each hand with a magic circle. The magic circles rapidly expanded, forming a barrier that directly enveloped the 3 soldiers in front of him. Inside the barrier, countless enormous ice crystals rained down from the sky, striking the soldiers, and the ground rapidly froze outwards from Lung Jie's center. Just as the barrier was about to cover the entire area, Lung Jie felt that his magic power was exhausted. The 3 soldiers only froze his lower body, while his upper body was still able to move to block the falling ice crystals from the sky, in order to prevent his frozen body from being smashed by the ice crystals. This is awkward. We used too much magic before. Sister Lu Yao, please help me out. Huh. Instantly, the ice beneath the 3 soldiers' feet broke through, and countless vines sprouted, enveloping them. Having lost the ability to resist, the 3 soldiers were then killed by Lung Jie's magic. Brother Lung Jie, you're so short. Although Lung Jie knew Lu Yao was referring to his blue bar, something still felt off. Shiryao behind him. His horse's legs were also deeply stuck in the mud, and he lost the ability to move. The 4 surrounded Moss. Lung Jie saw that only one of the opponents was left and had lost the ability to resist. He was about to ask why the opponent attacked them. But then I felt the question was so stupid, so I immediately changed the way I phrased it. There's no village or shop in sight here. What are you doing here? Lung Jie questioned MOC. Of the 4, Shiryao was the most honest, and Lin Jun was aloof. As for Lu Yao, that girl's thought process was a bit off, so only Lung Jie could ask her. Although Moss didn't know what Lung Jie meant by village and shop, He could understand the latter part of the sentence. At this point, one has no choice but to submit. If one doesn't cooperate, one will surely die. Telling the truth might offer a glimmer of hope, since it's not some imperial secret, so it doesn't matter. Moss only took a fraction of a second to think about the pros and cons, and immediately spoke up. A human village on the border of the Empire was massacred, and we have been ordered to investigate the cause of their deaths. Brother Shi, did you kill them? Lu Yao immediately asked Shi Yao. Shi Yao shook his head. This was also the first time he had encountered a native human race. Seeing Shi Yao shake his head, Lung Jie naturally chose to believe his ally. Besides, it didn't matter if Shi Yao was the one who killed him. Where's that village? Lung Jie then asked Moss, who must know some information. The village is located at the border of the frigid snow-capped mountains and the barren plains, and it is still some distance from here. Moss told the truth. So you think we're a different race, which is why you killed these humans? Lu Yao had a look of sudden realization. Moss nodded helplessly. Lung Jie fell into deep thought. After a while, as if he had thought of something, he looked up and gestured to Lin Jun and Shi Yao. Shi Yao didn't understand Lung Jie's meaning yet, but Lin Jun did. A pillar of fire pierced through Moss's chest. Shi Yao and Lu Yao looked at Lin Jun with puzzled expressions. 3 question marks appeared above their heads. No, I haven't finished asking the question yet. Why did you kill him? Lin Jun looked helplessly at the 2 men's gazes and then turned to Lung Jie. The implication is clear. Didn't you order the killing? Explain yourself. Brother Shi, Sister Lu, don't worry. I asked Brother Lin to kill him. Everyone knows that my original castle was in the nearby frosty snow mountain. Lung Jie spoke from the side, and all 3 looked at him, waiting for him to continue. There are 2 powerful lords on the snow mountain. As I mentioned before, one is an undead lord, and the other is a vampire lord. Both lords share a common trait. They can transform corpses into their own troops. I've never seen a vampire, but I've heard of them. That lord is completely devoid of humanity. As for the undead lord, I personally witnessed her transform the corpse of a demon wolf into an undead. The 3 of them were slightly surprised after listening to Lung Jie's explanation. My God, does that mean they were the ones who killed the entire village? Lu Yao felt like a genius, because she had thought of the most crucial question in an instant, and quickly spoke up. Moreover, these 2 lords fought with Lung Jie on the snow mountain, which means that their castle is located not far away, which coincides with the location where the humans said the frigid snow mountain and the barren plain meet. Lin Jun analyzed from the side. Brother Lin, you're so clever. I never even thought of that. Lin Jun ignored Lu Yao's flattery and continued speaking. We've become the scapegoats. That won't do. It would be troublesome if the Gata Empire came knocking on our door. We must find those 2 lords and frame them. Lung Jie was a bit annoyed. He had just moved, and this had happened. Lung Jie, Shi Yao, you 2 are more familiar with this place, so I'll leave it to you. Lin Jun said that Lung Jie and Shi Yao naturally understood that not only would Lin Jun's flame spirit be greatly restricted in the snow mountain, but Lin Jun's own strength would also be greatly damaged, so it was indeed not appropriate for them to help. Lu Yao was somewhat disappointed, inwardly screaming. Why don't you mention me? I'm very useful too. The 4 divided the tasks. 2 were responsible for the investigation, and 2 were responsible for guarding the house. They could not tolerate today's undeserved disaster. Back in the castle, Lu Yao had nothing to do, so she told her other abandoned ally, Wrath of the Storm, about everything that had happened that day. Wrath of the Gale was also incredibly excited upon hearing this, and almost moved his city over immediately. However, the Wild Wolf Valley where he was located offered a certain boost to his strength, so he temporarily restrained the idea. Night fell in the blink of an eye, and Zhao Linshua's dwarves finished crafting the last batch of ordinary equipment they had acquired before the beast tide, a total of 11,600 pieces. But you put them all up for sale on the exchange, which had already dropped to 5 magic crystals, has fallen again to 4 magic crystals per piece, and raw materials have also been reduced to 3 magic crystals. Baiyu no longer cared about this. Anyway, he only bought it for 1 magic crystal, so he wouldn't lose money no matter what. Once these equipment were sold, who would still make money by crafting equipment? In the battle for supremacy among all races and the clash of lords, resources are all obtained through plunder. Zhao Lianxue has also given up. After building the auxiliary castle, she no longer cares about the level of her own castle and uses all her resources to upgrade the barracks. Now the barracks of the auxiliary castle are at the same level as the barracks of the main castle. Upgrading the main castle would be a huge loss if it were to disappear one day. It's safest to have a secondary castle next to a powerful player, You have to stick close to that powerful player at all times. At this moment, Zhao Lianxue was still eating a roasted pig's trotter in the castle courtyard, her face glistening with oil, while Baiyu sat to the side, deep in thought. Boss, are you really not going to eat? Zhao Lianxue asked Baiyu in a muffled voice. I'm not eating. Please don't call me boss anymore. It feels weird. Just call me by my name. As soon as Baiyu finished speaking, he saw a ghost fly out of the portal, and Baiyu immediately stood up. Could there be something going on in Happuni State? Your Majesty, there is a large-scale beast tide appearing near the castle over there. A beast tide? Why is there a beast tide in the White Rock Mountains? Could it be that the dwarves drove it here? Quick, stop eating, something's come up on your end. Baiyu grabbed Zhao Lianxue and headed out of the castle. The pig's feet fell to the ground, and Zhao Lianxue looked distressed. Ah, my pig's feet. Chapter 111 The Lord Who Came to Our Door. Happuni State, about 100 miles north of the White Rock Mountains. Here stands a castle, whose lord is named Moai, and the castle is named after her. Moai had been hiding until the beast tide ended before daring to come out and develop her forces. As a result, she discovered the location of Zhao Lianxue's castle tonight. After discovering that Zhao Lianxue's troops were only dwarves, she launched an attack on Zhao Lianxue's castle without hesitation. Her unit is the Griffin, which has a unique advantage in the terrain of the White Rock Mountains. But that's not all. She also has a weapon that can control and influence some low-level beasts, driving them to act. At this moment, Moai was on a mountaintop, next to a griffin lying on the ground. Moai was playing the flute in her hand, which drove the beasts below into a frenzy, causing them to attack Zhao Lianxue's castle recklessly. Moai originally intended to use the beast tide to deplete the enemy castle's main force, and then have the griffins finish them off. The tactic was sound, but a problem arose in the very first step. The beasts she commanded were completely useless. A horde of flying monsters suddenly appeared from the castle below, slaughtering the beast tide. Moai was still wondering above. She was unaware that the commotion she had caused had already been detected by the nearby dwarf soldiers. The dwarves of the Firebeard clan were tasked with scouting the White Rock Mountains to find other races, and the beast tide that Moai stirred up in the White Rock Mountains at night was far too obvious. Wild animals were relatively scarce in the White Rock Mountains to begin with, so the sudden appearance of a beast tide was very unusual. At this moment, several patrolling dwarves were observing the direction of Zhao Lianxue's castle with binoculars. They faintly spotted a glimmer of light, and the black eagles circling overhead relayed their observations back to them, further confirming the dwarves' suspicions. The dwarves immediately descended the mountain and relayed the information back to their clan without delay. On the other side, Baiyu led Zhao Lianxue across the teleportation portal once again. Vomit dash. As soon as Baiyu came out, she immediately moved away from Zhao Lianxue, knowing that she was about to transform into a jetpack warrior again. I just ate dinner, sob sob. Don't worry about your dinner, or the house will be burgled soon. As Baiyu spoke, she walked outside. It was just a beast tide. The undead could certainly handle it. There's been a strange situation here, and Ghost will definitely report it as usual. Baiyu also plans to come and see where this beast tide came from. Baiyu initially guessed that Zhao Lianxue's castle was likely discovered by the dwarves of the Dwarf Kingdom, which led to her trouble. When Baiyu arrived, he discovered that the beast tide was too weak. They couldn't even defeat the skeletal warriors he had sent to work for him. Zhao Lianxue's town had no city walls to block it, and wild beasts roamed outside the castle. The portal was an important building connecting the two places and was heavily protected by the undead, so it was not destroyed. The main hall of the portal was open, and the orange-red light emanating from it became dazzling for a moment, naturally attracting the attention of Moai on the mountaintop. Someone's coming through the portal. Is it one of his allies? Since Baiyu lacked night vision, he could only activate his left eye to observe the surrounding situation. The beast tide was too weak. It was clearly man-made, unlike anything he had experienced from system control. Baiyu's senses were instantly enhanced after opening her left eye. Wah! Baiyu heard a melodious and pleasant voice, which was impossible to distinguish without careful listening. If Baiyu hadn't activated his left eye, he really wouldn't have noticed it. This sounds like the sound of a musical instrument. Baiyu stood still, trying to discern the source of the sound, but it seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint the location. Zhao Lianxue stood aside without disturbing him, knowing that Baiyu might have noticed something. Sure enough, the boss is the boss. His heterochromatic eyes can even glow. So cool. The necromancer flew over from afar, and came to Bayu's side. Your Majesty, there is a sonic spell on the battlefield, and it is this spell that has controlled these beasts. Those who specialize in magic are indeed different. They are much more knowledgeable. Can we locate this person? Bayu asked the necromancer beside him. As long as we can find the location, everything will be fine. Bayu doesn't care about these beasts. At this level, my beast tide will never be able to break through Zhao Lianshua's castle. The key is to find that person and have a friendly exchange of resources with her. Your Majesty can have the gargoyles disperse in all directions. Gargoyles are very sensitive to magic and will soon be able to find the source of the magic. The necromancer suggested to Bayu, who agreed that the gargoyles and destroyers were like magic detectors, making it easy for them to find the enemy when they were dispersed. Whoever can do it. Bayu immediately ordered the gargoyles to stop fighting and fly away in all directions. Even just these skeletons and ghosts could easily defeat this group of beasts. Bayu didn't let the dwarves participate in the war. These were his future excellent workers, and every one that died was a loss. The dwarves hiding in the castle were stunned by the fighting power of these undead. Even some wild beasts that the dwarves considered dangerous were easily dealt with by the undead. Moreover, the number of undead is very large, not much less than the number of wild beasts. For the first time, the dwarves felt that their new master was far too powerful. Moi was still playing her flute on the mountaintop. She wanted to exhaust all the wild beasts before controlling the griffins to launch a surprise attack on Zhao Lianshua's castle. At this time, Moi was still in the stage of observing the combat strength of Zhao Lianshua's castle. If these wild beasts cannot cause too much damage to Zhao Lianshua's castle, she will lead her griffins to plunder and then retreat. After all, griffins can fly, and in these continuous mountain ranges, the army has no ability to catch up with her. Of course, destroying the castle in front of us would be the best option. At that moment, a gargoyle in the sky sensed that the magical fluctuations here were stronger than in other locations, and immediately flew towards this place. Moi looked up and suddenly saw a winged monster more than 2 meters tall flying down towards her. Moi was startled and was about to stop playing to retaliate against the gargoyle when the griffin beside her reacted first and immediately flew into the sky to pounce on the gargoyle. The griffin next to Moi was a commander-level creature, while the gargoyle that discovered Moi was only a level 5 normal-level creature, no match for the griffin. The gargoyle's wings were torn apart by the griffin, and its entire body, a mixture of stone and metal, was smashed by the griffin and fell downwards. Moi breathed a sigh of relief. If she stopped playing, the beasts would regain their senses and scatter. However, Moi knew that her location had been discovered, and she had to finish the job quickly. Chapter 112 Bayu makes a move. Bayu easily caught the sound of a gargoyle's body shattering from not far away, and immediately looked in Moi's direction. Bayu only saw a small black dot rise into the air, gradually growing larger, and the sound of the flute became clearer and clearer. Then, the griffins that had been hiding behind Moi also soared into the sky, and dozens of griffins appeared in an instant. You actually dare to come? Bayu snorted coldly. She hadn't even gone to look for her yet, but the girl had come running over first. Huh, what? Zhao Lianxue, who was standing to the side, was still in a daze. Looking in the direction Bayu was looking, she could vaguely see dozens of small black dots flying towards them in the air. As Moi drew closer, she stopped playing and prepared for battle. The beasts below, no longer controlled by the flute music, began to scatter and flee, ceasing their futile struggle with the undead. With a wave of his hand, Bayu summoned all the remaining gargoyles and those scattered around him to gather in the sky. As Moi drew closer, Bayu, with her exceptional eyesight, finally saw the group of creatures in the night sky, griffins. Bayu was no stranger to griffins. He had killed one before. The griffins were fast, and Bayu's gargoyles were just right to handle them. Although Bayu had more than 500 undead here, most of them were ghosts, and ghosts without physical bodies were more suitable for detection and intelligence gathering. Although the ghosts are also part of the Air Force, their flight speed is too slow. Let's leave the main force to the gargoyles. Of course, Bayu never considered winning or losing. The reason he sent the gargoyles was simply to use their speed advantage to prevent the enemy from escaping. Even though most of the undead here are ghosts, Bayu has over 100 gargoyles, which is more than enough to deal with dozens of griffins. Flew over Zhao Lianshua's castle, she discovered that hundreds of gargoyles had suddenly appeared around her, almost 3 times her number. But Moi wasn't flustered. She had seen the battle between the griffins and the gargoyles. These gargoyles weren't strong. Sometimes, a battle can't be won just by numbers. Attack. MOAI gave orders to the Griffins. After dealing with them, MOAI's next target was Baiyu and Zhao Lianxue below. MOAI had noticed them long ago. Countless wind blades condensed in the Griffin's forepaws and shot towards the surrounding gargoyles. But the scene that Moai had imagined, the gargoyles being sliced to pieces, did not occur. The gargoyles were unharmed and absorbed the wind blades. Upon seeing that these monsters could absorb magic, MOAI immediately abandoned using magic attacks and let the griffins and gargoyles engage in melee combat. With the same size and strength, one is a four-legged bird and the other is a humanoid monster. It is obvious that the gargoyle with its hands free is more powerful. MOAI previously thought that the gargoyle was weak, but it was just overpowered by its level. Gargoyles are also very agile in the air. Their two hands can easily grab the neck or wings of a griffin, while the griffin's claws have no effect on the gargoyle's hard body. The griffin's most prized magic was completely ineffective against the gargoyles. If it weren't for the fact that there were 3 commander-level griffins among them, while the gargoyles only had 1 commander-level gargoyle, putting them at a disadvantage. The two sides were evenly matched. The battle would have ended long ago. No griffin of equal strength could defeat a gargoyle alone. What kind of monster is this? MOAI's expression was somewhat grim. She rode her griffin, circling in the sky, fighting against the gargoyles. However, as time went on, MOAI noticed that her griffins were dwindling while the number of gargoyles remained the same as before. But Moai clearly killed several gargoyles with her own hands. Moai's weapon is a black whip that can be used for mid-range attacks, and can also be imbued with magic, making it quite powerful. Baiyu below, on the other hand, had a leisurely, spectator-like expression, showing no intention of helping at all. MOAI was wearing a pointed mage hat, and a black mage robe with pendants and decorations on her chest, and the brim of her hat. She was also holding a whip and riding on the back of a griffin. Baiyu found it strange no matter how he looked at her. Should we go help them? Zhao Lianxue said with some worry. If it weren't for Baiyu's help, the dwarves would probably have been finished long ago if they had to deal with these griffins on their own. You're right, we can't play anymore. It would be troublesome if she ran away in a little while. Baiyu said with a serious expression. Oh, so that's how it is. So you're afraid that you'll kill the other person as soon as you make a move, right? Zhao Lianxue was extremely worried and kept silently cheering on the gargoyles, fearing that they would not be able to defeat them. However, Baiyu did not care about them at all. MOAI's height was just at the edge of Baiyu's attack range. Baiyu was observing the battlefield in the sky below and was ready to make his move. Meanwhile, Moai above thought that the two lords below were just country bumpkins. Not only could they not fly, but they also had no means of ranged attacks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let him go unchecked until now. Baiyu had already closed his left eye and opened his right eye. His right eye also had passive effects such as enhanced perception, improved physical strength, and night vision. Baiyu seized the opportunity, and as MOAI, riding her griffin, dodged the gargoyle's attack by sidestepping, she entered the range of Baiyu's magic. Zhao Lianxue was still wondering when Baiyu switched eyes and continued staring at the sky. Was he trying to stare her to death? But what happened next immediately surprised Zhao Lianxue. MOAI saw that the joints of the griffin's wings beneath her were suddenly frozen. Not good. The griffin, in pain and with one of its joints frozen, instantly lost its balance and began to fall downwards. At the spot where it was about to hit the ground, countless huge ice spikes surged upwards, threatening to pierce through the griffin's body. The griffin, being a commander-level creature, immediately unleashed a wind blade towards the ice spikes below, and its body followed the trajectory of the wind blade as it plummeted. Boom. The griffin crashed heavily to the ground, crushing all the ice spikes below and leaving many cuts and bleeding wounds on its body. MOAI was also covered in dust and looked extremely disheveled, but fortunately, she was protected by the griffin and was not seriously injured. MOAI stroked the griffin beside her, and green light appeared on her palm. The wounds on the griffin's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Lianxue was still in a daze, not yet understanding how this silly bird flying in the sky had suddenly fallen down. When she looked at Baiyu next to her, he had already disappeared from the spot. Ah, where's the big shot? Chapter 113, The Dwarf Army Attacks. Despite being a woman, MOAI's attire was not merely for show. She was indeed a magician, possessing 3 types of magic: sensory magic, sound magic, and healing magic. MOAI noticed Baiyu's disappearance the instant she vanished, and swung her whip in anticipation towards the direction Baiyu landed. Sensing magic can also sense elemental fluctuations in the air, so MOAI was certain that Baiyu would appear at this location. Sure enough, Baiyu appeared there, but now she had a scythe in her hand, which she used to block MOAI's anticipated attack. Prepare to die. MOAI's head. She hadn't expected the opponent to be so fast. The surrounding ice pillars rushed towards MOAI, who swung her long whip, producing a loud sound before shattering all the ice pillars. MOAI used her long reach to her advantage and began to tug at Baiyu's defenses. MOAI could predict Baiyu's teleportation every time and narrowly dodge it. After several rounds, Baiyu realized something was wrong. Her opponent seemed to possess some kind of magic or ability, able to predict her landing point and attack in advance, making her extremely effective in close combat. Little brat, do you think I can't do ranged attacks? Baiyu instantly retreated, opened her palms, and unleashed a sea of fire towards MOAI. Even if you could predict it, could you still dodge an AoE attack? Boom boom boom. Explosions continued to erupt from within the sea of fire, each explosion creating a vacuum within the inferno. Boom. A sonic boom rang out beside Baiyu, who hurriedly dodged, and her fire magic was forced to stop. This sound-based magic attack was invisible. If Baiyu hadn't relied on her enhanced senses, she might not have been able to dodge it. This sound magic is indeed a bit strange. However, I also know of formless magic. I wonder how you would deal with it. Baiyu was watching MOAI from a short distance away. Although she was holding a sickle, she did not choose to get close, so MOAI did not notice anything unusual. You are indeed very strong, but you are still no match for me. MOAI remained confident, relying on her perception magic and sound magic, combined with her melee abilities, to not only employ unpredictable attack methods, but also compensate for the mage's weakness of being fragile. Zhao Lianxue, who was hiding in the distance, was the one trembling the most, hiding behind the level 6 commander-level necromancer. First of all, Baiyu's attack was enough to shatter Zhao Lianxue's worldview. Such powerful magic could probably destroy a castle like hers by herself. Is this what a top-tier powerhouse is like? The most outrageous thing was that enemy. Zhao Lianxue couldn't even see how she attacked, yet she was able to resist Baiyu's attacks. We're all women, so why are you all so strong? I am just a useless piece of trash. Zhao Lianxue's self-confidence was deeply shaken. Wah! A loud horn sound suddenly rang out from the mountain peak behind Zhao Lianxue. All people and creatures were drawn back by the sound, and saw many torches burning on the distant mountain peaks, creating a bright light. Charge! Kill these aliens and traitors. The leader, a dwarf clad in black armor, rode a wild boar, his warhammer pointing down at Zhao Lianxue's castle. In an instant, hundreds of cavalry dwarves behind him, each holding a torch in one hand and a warhammer in the other, charged down the mountainside, holding the reins of the wild boar. They've been discovered by the dwarves of the dwarf kingdom. Zhao Lianxue's castle. Some of the timid dwarves trembled in fear, while others, the bolder ones, were ready to take up arms and fight the dwarves outside. How could they not recognize the dwarves' horns? It was these nobles who had made them, the commoners, homeless, and now they were about to take away their last glimmer of hope. They would never allow it. Of course, the dwarves summoned by Zhao Lianxue's army camp did not have so many emotions. These summoned dwarves were also regarded as alien races, while the others were traitors. Baiyu and MOAI were also taken aback. Their timing was truly terrible. It seems we can't afford to waste any more time with Moai. It must have been her flute playing that attracted these native dwarves. Moai immediately decided to jump onto the Griffin's back and leave. She didn't want to be implicated by the local forces. The best way was to retreat immediately. This place was far from her castle, and the dwarves couldn't fly, so the chances of finding her castle were extremely slim. Just as Moai was about to reach the Griffin, a large patch of ice suddenly appeared on the ground, freezing the Griffin's limbs. MOAI tried to use sound magic to shatter the ice, but just as she was about to use it, she spat out a mouthful of blood. I didn't say you could leave. Baiyu held a ball of flame in his hand and spoke to MOAI in the distance. What happened? When? MOAI immediately used her perception magic to check her body and discovered that she had been poisoned without her noticing. MOAI then thought back to what Baiyu had just said about invisible magic, but she hadn't noticed any trace of Baiyu using magic, so how could she have fallen for it? Was it you who did this? Aren't you supposed to be able to foresee the future? How come you didn't sense anything? Baiyu said with a sneer, holding a fireball in his hand and walking step by step toward MOAI, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. MOAI tried to use healing magic to heal her injuries, but a green magic circle instantly appeared in Bayu's left pupil, directly detonating the virus inside MOAI's body. Puff dash. MOAI knelt on the ground, vomiting blood. MOAI remembered that when Bayu first got close, she must have used the teleportation magic to cover up her other magic, causing her to misjudge. MOAI swung her whip with all her might, creating a sonic boom, but Bayu continued to walk forward step by step, neither dodging nor flinching. Boom. MOAI's attack hit Bayu. MOAI immediately took advantage of the opening in the attack to try to use healing magic to heal herself again, but the green magic circle that had just been formed in her palm instantly went out, and her entire arm became cold and stiff, losing all feeling. Curse magic. Cursed magic attacks are almost always guaranteed to hit, and even if MOAI can sense them, she has no way to dodge them. Just how much magic does this person in front of me know? As the explosion subsided, MOAI saw a black protective shield surrounding Bayu, proving that her sonic boom had no effect on her at all. MOAI was in despair. Even if her most powerful magic hit Bayu, it would be useless. Bayu had already shown at least 5 different types of magic, as well as melee abilities that were far superior to her own. The enemy before me is a completely enhanced version of myself. No, I should be the weakened version of her. MOAI was infected with the virus, her physical strength dropped drastically, and she was also cursed with magic, losing sensation in her hands. She was completely unable to resist. MOAI looked at the last hope beside her. The Griffin still couldn't break free from Bayu's magic, and was still trapped on the ground with its limbs frozen. At this moment, ice and snow began to appear on the ground around MOAI, freezing her limbs and the ground inside, leaving only MOAI's head exposed to the air to prevent her from suffocating. Bayu looked at MOAI, who had lost the ability to resist, and did not humiliate or mock her. You just stay here and wait until I've dealt with these dwarves before I send you on your way. Chapter 114 Dwarf Knight's Charge. Upon hearing this, MOAI couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on her face. Bayu noticed this and got up to walk towards the direction behind her. That's disgusting, ugh. Bayu inwardly cursed. Bayu had no intention of making her submit. She just thought these griffins were not bad and could be used to her advantage, so she spared MOAI's life for the time being. While you're at it, try to get more information about her magic. Killing her directly might not guarantee she'll drop it, but Bayu thinks her equipment and magic are pretty good. Bayu directly cooperated with the gargoyles and used frost magic to take care of all the remaining griffins, restricting their mobility and leaving only their heads outside to breathe. The key is the dwarven knights charging from behind. Bayu has no time to worry about these griffins right now. What are you all doing out there? Hurry up and hide inside the castle. Bayu spoke to the dwarves who had voluntarily left the castle to prepare for battle. My lord, we know you are very strong, but we are the trouble we have caused you. Please allow us to join the battle. These dwarves who had sided with Zhao Lianxue, this dwarf was implicitly considered the leader. He spoke to Bayu. But if you all die in battle, I'll be in a difficult position. Who is this dwarf on the other side? Is he strong? Bayu then asked the dwarf, trying to get some information, but they were just refugees and probably knew very little, so Bayu didn't have much hope. The dwarves were even more moved when they heard that Bayu was so concerned about their safety. 200 miles outside the White Rock Mountains lives the Firebeard clan, a noble family of the Dwarf Kingdom. Since the death of the Dwarf King, they have harbored the idea of unifying the Dwarf Kingdom. I've heard that they are secretly building a wild boar cavalry. The dwarf uncle told Bayu everything he knew, and after analyzing it, Bayu guessed that this dwarf army should not be too weak. However, it's unlikely that everyone would be a leader. Otherwise, the leader position would be as common as cabbage, and the Firebeard clan would probably already have the strength to unify the Dwarf Kingdom. In the end, Bayu allowed the dwarves to participate in the war. That's just how dwarves are. They are a group of simple, honest, and loyal people, and Bayu didn't want to force them. Boss, what do we do? The dwarf army is attacking. Zhao Lianxue was extremely flustered. It was all that lord's fault. Otherwise, her castle wouldn't have been discovered by the dwarf army so quickly. Bayu was actually quite looking forward to it, as this was his first time fighting against the local forces army. It's just cavalry, everyone has them. Bayu immediately ordered the acolytes to hide inside the castle. The dwarves were bound to suffer losses in this battle, and the acolytes could not afford to lose any more. 200 skeletal warriors led the way, along with these dwarves. This was Bayu's entire army at present. 500 gargoyles and wraiths were flying overhead, ready to go. The remaining necromancers were stationed next to the portal. With a level 6 commander-level necromancer there, Baiyu felt relatively at ease. Zhao Lianxue, you and the attendant should hide inside the castle. It's too dangerous outside. Boss, are you sure everything's okay? Don't worry, I'm here. Baiyu's words gave Zhao Lianxue a great sense of security. Since Baiyu said so, Zhao Lianxue believed that Baiyu was confident. Staying here would only become a burden to the big boss. In order not to distract him, I must hide in the castle, not because I'm afraid of dying. The dwarven knights charged down the mountain on their enormous boars. Baiyu, with the help of his right eye, ignored the darkness and saw that the dwarves not only included warriors wielding warhammers, but also some dwarves pulling out firearms from their robes. Firearms. Bang, bang. Sparks flew among the dwarven knights, shattering the skeletal warriors that were hit, creating large craters in the gargoyles, and passing right through the wraiths. As the dwarven knights approached, the undead also launched an attack on them. Gargoyles swooped down from the sky, using their hard bodies to pounce directly on the dwarves atop the boars. Wraiths appeared and disappeared without a trace on the battlefield, launching invisible mental attacks from the sky. The dwarf knights and the undead clashed, instantly unleashing a massive melee. The black-armored dwarf was stunned. These souls without physical form and moving skeletons instantly reminded him of a certain kind of creature. Undead. The spirits of the dead in Hapuni state should have disappeared long ago. The black-armored dwarf had never seen a real undead. He still managed to identify the creature based on his extensive experience. The black-armored dwarf stopped in place and observed his surroundings. If his opponent was an undead, then he would be in trouble, and he would have no chance of winning. Previously on the mountaintop, the dwarves only observed a group of wild beasts and griffins. Although they also saw gargoyles, they never considered the undead, as there were simply too many similar monsters. As for wraiths, they were invisible in the pitch-black night, and the dwarves could hardly see them from such a distance. The black-armored dwarf suddenly saw a portal radiating an orange-yellow light. That's a portal? The black-armored dwarf understood that these undead most likely came from a portal. Although he didn't know where the portal led, he had to destroy it. The black-armored dwarf immediately identified his target and rode the wild boar toward the portal. He took out his musket and fired repeatedly at the undead blocking his way, and was about to reach the portal. Suddenly, countless bone spikes appeared in front of him. The black-armored dwarf wanted to ride the wild boar to dodge, but it was too late. He immediately and decisively abandoned the wild boar and dodged the attack. The wild boar was instantly pierced by countless bone spikes, turning into a porcupine. The black-armored dwarf also saw his opponent, a level 6 commander-level necromancer. Bang! The black-armored dwarf immediately picked up his musket and pulled the trigger at the necromancer floating in midair, only to have it easily blocked by the necromancer's bone shield. The musket's attack left only a black spot on the bones, without even a crack. The necromancer was far stronger than the black-armored dwarf. The dwarf's only means of attacking aerial targets was his musket, but it was ineffective. Facing the necromancer's attacks, the black-armored dwarf dodged while using his weapon to defend against the necromancer's bone spikes. Suddenly, a bone knife appeared beside the black-armored dwarf, grazing his cheek. Turning around, he saw a skeleton that had appeared beside his recently slain mount. On the other hand, Baiyu found it much easier to deal with the dwarf cavalry. Their only advantage was the immense power of their charge, and they were at a disadvantage against air forces. Baiyu had expected a closely contested battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided massacre. Chapter 115 The Deceptive One makes his debut. The Dwarven Knights, the bravest and most fearless warriors of the Firebeard clan, had never seen such a bizarre creature before. Demon soul lords in the sky simply floated in place, and a single curse could kill a dwarf knight, leaving the dwarves completely helpless. We can't even fight back, and we get killed easily. What are we supposed to do? Just as the black-armored dwarf was struggling to hold on, his feet suddenly froze, and Baiyu intervened. The necromancer's 2 bone spikes pierced through the joints of the black-armored dwarf's arms, pinning him to the ground. To be fair, the black-armored dwarf's armor was indeed quite tough. The necromancer's bone spikes could only produce sparks and could not completely penetrate it, which is why they hit the joints. Putting everything else aside, the equipment of these dwarves is considered to be among the best in its class. When these dwarf knights saw their leader captured, they did not choose to flee, but instead all came to rescue the black-armored dwarf. As a result, they were all frozen by Baiyu and lost their ability to move. It was like moths to a flame. The battle ended in this strange way. Zhao Lianshua's castle also suffered some losses. After all, facing dwarven knights was practically suicide. However, the main force was on the undead side, and the battle was resolved quickly, so there weren't many casualties. Baiyu kept these dwarves with the intention of recruiting them to serve him, making them all join Zhao Lianshua's castle as his subordinate troops. My lord, do you intend to recruit them? The only commander-level dwarf in Zhao Lianshua's castle walked over and asked Baiyu. Seeing that Baiyu had subdued them all without killing them, even a fool could see what Baiyu meant. Yes, do you have any suggestions? These native dwarves would probably know more about them, Baiyu thought, not in a hurry, wanting to hear what the dwarves next to her had to say. My lord, these dwarves are all members of the Firebeard clan. They are extremely proud and unlike us commoners. They would rather die than surrender. How could the clan members be like these ordinary clansmen? They were the ones who started the war in the Dwarf Kingdom. They were all brainwashed by their clan leaders and fanatically followed them. There is no way these dwarves would surrender. I see. Since that's the case, Baiyu didn't waste any more words. These dwarves were all controlled by frost magic, and their lives were entirely in Baiyu's hands. A glint flashed in Baiyu's right eye, and instantly all the dwarf knights were pierced by ice spikes, giving Baiyu a large amount of experience points. Summon them all, Baiyu said to his necromancer. Yes, your majesty. Baiyu led the dwarf toward the castle. Suddenly, Baiyu had an idea. If the nobles couldn't be won over by themselves, surely the common dwarves would be fine? May I have your name? Reporting to you, Sir Gray. Gray followed behind Baiyu, wondering why this adult had summoned him. Gray was promoted to commander after surviving the beast tide after arriving at Zhao Lianshua's castle. His background is not questionable, and he can be trusted, but he is not safe. Considering the persecution of my fellow dwarves by the Firebeard clan, I am eager to save them and build a peaceful land free from exploitation and oppression for all. As Baiyu spoke, Gray's face lit up with joy. Could it be that this lord is going to help us? Baiyu suddenly changed the subject. But unfortunately, I can't find a suitable person to lead these wandering and suffering dwarf compatriots. It's not that I can't find a suitable person, but that I dare not completely trust them. After all, no one knows if they will become the next Firebeard clan. Surface promises have no binding force. After all, people's hearts can change. Otherwise, the major clans would not have rebelled. As she spoke, Baiyu sighed, looking worried. My poor friend is naturally innocent and kind-hearted, and is very trusting of others. What if he is bewitched by other dwarves with ulterior motives in the future? Speaking of Zhao Lianshua's naivety, Baiyu almost couldn't hold back. Anyone would not believe Baiyu's words when they saw this uniformed woman, but it was different because the other party was a dwarf. Baiyu painted a rosy picture for Gray, who was delighted upon hearing it. However, when Baiyu then expressed concern about loyalty, Gray wanted to refute Baiyu's claim that the dwarves were loyal and honest and would never betray their allies. But then he thought of the chaotic dwarven kingdom and the Firebeard clan that had come to kill them, and he couldn't bring himself to say anything in response. In Gray's eyes, Zhao Lianshua sheltered them and was their benefactor, but in the clan's eyes, they were traitors who had sided with a foreign race, completely ignoring the clan's exploitation and oppression of ordinary dwarves. The root cause of their displacement was clearly the wars instigated by various clans. Gray suddenly thought of a contract that could force loyalty to the other party, and anyone who betrayed it would be killed by the contract. With such a contract, he could surely prove his loyalty, right? Gray had the heart to save his fellow dwarves. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the most hardworking and strongest one in Zhao Lianshua's castle. My lord, I have heard of a contract that guarantees absolute loyalty. I am willing to sign the contract with you, and I beg you to save my suffering dwarf brethren. Gray suddenly knelt down on one knee and solemnly said to Baiyu, a barely perceptible smile appearing on Baiyu's lips. If we want to recruit dwarves, we still need to rely on them. Gray, you don't need to do this. Saving my fellow dwarves is my duty. I was just worried that my friend would be misled. I'm really glad that you have this concern. If you have to sign a contract, then sign it with my friend. Baiyu spoke with a righteous expression, barely able to suppress the upward curve of her lips. Inside the castle, Zhao Lianshua watched Gray and Baiyu walk over together, wondering what Baiyu was so happy about. Although Gray doesn't know how to form master-servant contracts, Zhao Lianshua has the system to help her. The voluntary submission of creatures is the same as the submission between lords, and a contract will be forcibly signed. Gray submits to Zhao Lianshua, and Zhao Lianshua submits to Baiyu, which means Gray also submits to Baiyu. But Gray was unaware of this and thought that Baiyu was thinking of her friend. Zhao Lianxue was completely bewildered when she signed a master-servant contract with Gray. Baiyu even gave all the equipment of the dwarven cavalry that had been confiscated to Zhao Lianxue's dwarves. Previously, they could only wear ordinary armor and carry the most inferior weapons, but now they have been completely upgraded. Gray put on the black armor of the black armored dwarves, which is a commander-level set that greatly enhances combat power. Baiyu also equipped each of them with a musket, in addition to those warhammers. Their combat power received a huge boost. Baiyu had killed all the wild boars. Although there were no more wild boars, Baiyu looked at Moai, who was frozen in the distance with only her head showing. There was still a griffin there. Chapter 116, The Witch's Castle. To ensure a continuous supply of griffins, Moai must submit, and Baiyu does not want this SM, which to submit to her. All 150 dwarf warriors were fully equipped. This was the force Baiyu had built up using dwarves. The remaining, slightly older dwarves were left to work in the castle. Of course, others also have to work, but they need to participate in the battle at crucial moments. Gray, you're more familiar with this area. It's already late today, so let's start tomorrow. You take a few dwarves out to find other suffering kin and gather them together. We still don't have enough manpower right now, Baiyu said to Gray beside her, while Zhao Lianxue, being a mere tool, had no idea what Baiyu and Gray were plotting. Yes, sir. Gray was also full of excitement. When he ran away, his village had been plundered by another clan. As a member of the Firebeard clan, they were completely ignored. Gray hated these clans. They were the ones who made him homeless. Finally, Gray, along with some strong friends from his village, found Zhao Lianxue's castle by chance. The undead didn't need rest, and the mining skeletons resumed their work. Baiyu also sent all the ghosts out to search for the Firebeard clan stronghold. If they could find Zhao Lianxue's castle, they wouldn't be too far from here, at least not beyond the White Rock Mountains. If you dare to lay a finger on my business, you better not let me find you. Baiyu walked towards Moai's direction, not forgetting to pull Zhao Lianxue along before leaving. Where are we going to go? Here's a mount for you. Don't you want it yourself, boss? What do you think of the dragon in my castle? Zhao Lianxue was speechless. Okay, you're the boss, you're awesome. Moai, who was standing to the side, thought that Baiyu had come to kill her, but Baiyu ignored her and walked towards the griffin. After Baiyu used a combination of threats and inducements, he finally forced the griffin to sign a contract with Zhao Lianxue, and from then on, this commander-level griffin became Zhao Lianxue's mount. Zhao Lianxue was overjoyed. Although she wasn't as strong as her mount, having such an awesome mount was incredibly impressive. Griffins left alive on the field. Moai only brought a few dozen in total, and they were basically all killed in the battle with the gargoyles. A dozen or so are not enough. Hey, where's your castle? Baiyu asked Moai, who was standing to the side, but Moai simply turned her head away and ignored Baiyu completely. Oh dear, I see you don't understand your own situation, do you? Even as a prisoner, he still dares to be so arrogant. Baiyu walked up to Moai and looked down at Moai on the ground. You're dreaming. Ignorance is bliss, huh? Baiyu was absolutely certain that this person was definitely not normal. Damn it. Baiyu then directly thawed Moai and handed the weapon to Zhao Lianxue. It was most appropriate to leave this kind of thing to Zhao Lianxue. It's up to you. Baiyu walked away directly, not wanting to be offended. Professional matters should be left to professionals. There's no way the eldest brother would personally conduct the interrogation. Of course, the younger brother would do it. Baiyu also believed that Zhao Lianxue must be a familiar face. Zhao Lianxue took the weapon from Baiyu with a bewildered look on her face. This was a mission given to her by a big shot. How could she refuse? There was nothing Zhao Lianxue could do but sigh. She was just following orders. I advise you to cooperate obediently. Moai glared at Zhao Lianxue without saying a word, and this provocative look infuriated Zhao Lianxue. Baiyu heard the sound and started timing. Looking at the system time, 15 minutes had passed. It should be about time. Baiyu walked over, and Zhao Lianxue stopped interrogating Moai. The two of them stared coldly at Moai on the ground. At this moment, Moai was covered in wounds and was lying on the ground, breathing heavily with great weakness. Blood was constantly seeping from her wounds, showing that Zhao Lianxue had not shown any mercy. However, even though Moai was weak, she still had the attribute enhancement of a commander, so it did not cause her any real damage. It was all an act. Can we talk about it now? Baiyu squatted down and looked at Moai, who was covered in wounds. I'll talk. Moai looked up at Baiyu with a pleading expression. Bai cursed inwardly again, thinking, the world is truly full of wonders. Maybe I'm just too naive. Yeah, that must be it. MOAI quickly revealed all the information she knew. Bai and Zhao Lianxue rode on the back of the Griffin together, while MOAI was carried on the Griffin's back. The Griffin and Zhao Lianxue signed the contract. It meant that the Griffin had betrayed Moai's castle. Not all lords sign master-servant contracts with all their troops. Troop defections are actually quite common for lords. Bai rode a Griffin, and Zhao Lianxue took MOAI with her as they took off towards MOAI's castle. Although they couldn't claim the Griffins for themselves, they could let MOAI summon a few more after midnight. They had to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, directly seizing resources is better than killing Moai and only getting 80% of the loot. Zhao Lianxue's first time experiencing flight, the strong winds whipped her hair back. She looked delighted. The Griffin's speed is similar to that of the Gargoyle. Now, it's slightly injured and carrying 3 people. Although none of the 3 are heavy, they still weigh over 200 pounds, which will definitely affect its flight speed. After flying for an hour and a half, we finally saw Moai's castle. It was almost midnight by then. MOAI's castle is almost identical to Zhao Lianxue's castle, just like Bai's and Sun Xiaoxiao's castles, except that Zhao Lianxue's castle has been upgraded to a town, while MOAI's castle is still at level 9. Bai and Zhao Lianxue landed. The 2 crossbow towers at the entrance of Moai castle launched an attack on them. Bai blasted it to pieces with 2 fireballs. What the hell? You call this a defensive tower? A blueprint slowly fell between the 2 exploded defense towers. So lucky, it exploded right away? Bai picked up the blueprints from the ground and handed them to Zhao Lianxue without even looking at them. Bai knew without looking that this defensive tower was not strong. Here you go. I'll build it in your castle someday. Thank you, boss. Zhao Lianxue did nothing, yet she kept reaping benefits behind the scenes. So this is what it means to have a powerful backer. Finally, Bai and Zhao Lianxue entered MOAI's castle together. As for MOAI, Bai thawed her legs, restoring her mobility, and had her lead the way to prevent her from playing any tricks. Chapter 117 also has attached military camps. Bai and Zhao Lianxue entered the castle and found 10 more Griffins below level 3, ordinary. They must have been summoned by MOAI yesterday, but their levels were too low to participate in the battle. Hey, summon the troops. Bai then asked MOAI to summon troops. MOAI raised her hands to indicate that she was bound and could not click on the system panel. Bai unfroze her hands. Moai then obediently summoned 10 more level 1 ordinary Griffins. Now, with the 20 Griffins in the castle and the dozen or so captured, there are a total of more than 30. There's no other way but to leave it at that for now. Bai wandered around inside, but didn't find anything valuable. The only special building was the crossbow tower from before. The barracks were not of a high level. Although it was located in the White Rock Mountains, there were not iron mines everywhere, so there was not a single iron ingot in MOAI's warehouse. Besides, even if there were iron ore, the Griffin wouldn't mine it. Bai collected all the resources in MOAI's warehouse. There were very few stones, almost no wood, and very few magic crystals and spirit cores, but there was a lot of food. It's easy to imagine that these Griffins know almost nothing but how to fight. MOAI was the poorest lord Bai had ever seen. He had absolutely nothing. However, Bai has discovered a loophole in the system. If he loots the enemy lord's castle, he can obtain all the resources in his warehouse with 100% certainty. If he kills the lord directly, only 80% of the resources will be teleported to the warehouse by the system. The system is shameful. It actually took a 20% cut. Bai arrived at the top floor of the castle and saw MOAI's castle crystal. Enemy lord's castle crystal detected. Consume it immediately. Note, there is a 5% chance of obtaining the attached barracks crystal from an enemy's castle when you devour their crystal. Special note, unique barracks cannot obtain auxiliary barracks crystals. This was Bai's first time accessing another lord's castle crystal, and the system also issued a mandatory reminder to Bai. There are essentially 2 ways to defeat a lord. One is to kill the lord directly, and the other is to destroy his castle crystal. So it's possible to acquire enemy units by consuming enemy crystals? Bai murmured as she looked at the system message. This was the first time she had heard this information. If the other lords knew, it would probably intensify the battles between them. This mechanism gives some lords with weaker troops a chance to turn the tide, and it is indeed quite reasonable. The following special tip is specifically for Bai, because Bai's barracks are unique. If other lords were to interact with Bai, they would not receive this tip. Baiyu immediately called Zhao Lianxue over. It was obviously a loss for him to devour the castle crystal himself. It would be more worthwhile for Zhao Lianxue to devour it. With a 5% probability, if Zhao Lianxue were to obtain the auxiliary barracks, he would make a huge profit. Boss, I'm here. Upon hearing Baiyu's call, Zhao Lianxue quickly pulled MOAI to the top floor. Boom. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. MOAI, who had been accumulating power, was now freed from her hands. Seeing that she was in dire straits, she immediately launched her sonic boom attack on Zhao Lianxue. Previously, Baiyu had been by Zhao Lianxue's side, and MOAI didn't dare to make a move until Baiyu left them on the 6th floor and went to the top of the 7th floor alone. While MOAI was thinking about how to escape, she suddenly heard Baiyu's voice. Zhao Lianxue pulled her to the top floor, but just as she turned the corner, MOAI saw Baiyu standing next to her castle crystal. MOAI decided to fight to the death. If she couldn't kill Baiyu, she would kill Zhao Lianxue to take her down with her. Even though her restored strength wasn't enough, MOAI kept observing Zhao Lianxue and discovered that this person had no real strength at all. Her sonic boom could easily kill her. A scream came from the end of the corridor from Zhao Lianxue. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, a protective shield formed by black flames appeared, completely protecting Zhao Lianxue, who was unharmed. Zhao Lianxue was only startled by the sound of the explosion and let out a scream. She hurriedly and frantically checked her body, only to find that she was completely unharmed, at which point she breathed a sigh of relief. Looking towards the end of the corridor, Baiyu stood with one palm outstretched, pointing directly in his direction, her eyes gleaming with a blue light, calm yet powerful. I love you, boss. Just kidding, Baiyu can't let Zhao Lianxue die. If Zhao Lianxue dies, and the castle is gone, how am I supposed to get back? Baiyu's development plan in Hapuni State has just begun, and we can't afford any accidents. As for why she was able to detect MOAI's sneak attack, Baiyu had been watching them ever since they went upstairs. Not all magicians can cast spells instantly like Baiyu. Even if MOAI's sonic boom magic is fast, she still needs a starting stance. Without forming a magic circle, what kind of magic can she cast? At such close range, MOAI herself was not spared. She had launched the attack with the determination to die. At this moment, MOAI was sent flying by her own sonic blast and collapsed to the side, looking like she was on the verge of death. Stop daydreaming, come here right now. At this point, there's no need to worry about MOAI. The important thing is for Zhao Lianxue to fuse with the castle crystal. They're here. Zhao Lianxue jogged over, still unaware of why Baiyu had called her over. Fuse this crystal together. Baiyu pointed to MOAI's crystal castle and said to Zhao Lianxue. She was incredibly touched that the other party would give her such a great benefit. This was also her first time accessing another lord's castle crystal, and she received the same system notification. Zhao Lianxue looked at Baiyu with some confusion. Boss, why don't you devour it yourself? I think there's a chance you'll get an auxiliary barracks. My barracks is a unique barracks. It cannot have any auxiliary barracks. Baiyu hadn't expected Zhao Lianxue to still be thinking of him, so he patiently explained to her. Actually, what she wanted to say at first was, what's yours is mine, you idiot. Of course, what's mine is still mine. Zhao Lianxue looked as if she had suddenly realized something, as if she understood Baiyu's intention and hoped that she would be lucky enough to obtain this auxiliary military camp. Zhao Lianxue clicked devour, and the entire castle began to shake. As for other equipment, there was no need to pick it up. It would be directly transferred to Zhao Lianxue's warehouse. Zhao Lianxue submitted to Baiyu, and Baiyu also had the authority to access Zhao Lianxue's warehouse. As the castle began to collapse, all the supplies were moved to Zhao Lianxue's warehouse, and Baiyu teleported away from the castle with Zhao Lianxue. The collapsed ruins completely buried Moai's body. The griffins inside the castle scattered and flew away. The griffins that had just been summoned had little loyalty to Moai, and as soon as Moai died, they all naturally fled. Baiyu and Zhao Lianxue, riding their griffins, naturally wouldn't allow these newly summoned griffins to escape. Zhao Lianxue, who was on the back of the griffin, was still a little confused. She guessed that the system was taking stock of the spoils of war, while Baiyu used frost magic to capture them all. Level 1 common griffins are too fragile. Baiyu planned to control the griffin to land, using this commander-level griffin to intimidate the other griffins, and then bring them back. I didn't get chapter 118. The griffin landed. Baiyu jumped down and looked back at Zhao Lianxue with a hint of scrutiny and mockery. I'm sorry, boss, I didn't mean to. Baiyu didn't say anything, just waved her hand casually. It's nothing. It's normal, I understand. Bayu turned his head away and stopped looking at her, leading the commander-level Griffins and the surrounding ordinary-level Griffins to have a proper communication and teasing session. As expected, the Griffins were very sensible and readily agreed. About 10 minutes later, Bayu estimated that the time was up and turned to ask Zhao Lianxue, "Have you acquired an attached barracks?" "No." Speaking of this, Zhao Lianxue became even more heartbroken. As expected, an unexpected incident occurred. She was not lucky enough to obtain the 5% probability of the auxiliary barracks. The big boss must be very disappointed. If not, then so be it. You can't always be this lucky. Don't be discouraged, there are plenty of lords out there. How about the other gains? Bayu asked again, believing it must be because the luck buff wasn't applied, but it wasn't a big problem, as this Griffin auxiliary barracks was just something they were trying out anyway. It would be better if it were there, but it doesn't matter if it's not. Her spirits don't need to ride griffins through the sky. Bayu had only had a sudden whim to assemble a dwarven griffin cavalry, hoping to strengthen Zhao Lianxue's dwarven forces. However, his plan had fallen through, though he did manage to acquire over 30 griffins. Then we can only take the elite route. We can just equip the dwarves who are promoted to commanders with a griffin. There are two of this lord's weapons. One is the whip and the other is the flute she used before. She also dropped a second-tier healing spell. That's all. These items were all moved to the warehouse, and Zhao Lianxue couldn't take them out, so she could only tell Bayu verbally. That's all. Of course, because Bayu took all the supplies from this poor man's warehouse, and there was only one special building left, which was the previous crossbow tower. As for the lord's own abilities, Bayu knew of 3 types of magic, but only one healing spell was dropped, which had no offensive power, and she didn't need it. The flute was quite interesting according to Zhao Lianxue's description. It didn't require one to know sound magic. Blowing the flute would automatically generate sound and mental magic attacks. It has only one function, to drive some low-intelligence wild beasts. Bayu offered a 2-word evaluation of this, chicken rib, meaning something of little value. As for the weapon, it was quite ordinary. It could be enchanted, but there was nothing special about it. Alright, Bayu doesn't care about any of this lord's items. It would be more interesting if it dropped that sound-based magic. Take all of these. They will greatly help improve your current strength. Bayu said to Zhao Lianxue, then walked over and rode the griffin. Thank you, boss. Zhao Lianxue seemed to have gotten used to Bayu's personality. He was a big shot and wouldn't even look at someone who wasn't good enough. Even things that seem good to you might be just ordinary to a big shot. Zhao Lianxue also climbed onto the griffin's back, ready to leave. Call. The griffin's wings kicked up a cloud of dust on the ground. The griffin carried Bayu and Zhao Lianxue, followed by 20 other griffins, and flew towards Zhao Lianxue's castle. Time, 2 o'clock. Bayu and Zhao Lianxue successfully returned to the castle, and all the dwarf corpses on the ground were summoned, with nearly 1,000 more undead added. 1 dwarf knight is equivalent to 1 dwarf plus 1 wild boar, which is equivalent to 4 undead. It's an incredible profit. Bayu handed the flock of griffins over to the dwarves, who were overjoyed to hear that these griffins would be their mounts. She also allowed Gray, the first to reach the commander level, to choose one of the dwarves and sign a master-servant contract, a move that greatly inspired the dwarves' determination to become stronger. Griffins is limited, first come, first served. Boss, are you sure you don't want this healing spell? You can learn it directly for 100 magic crystals. Zhao Lianxue was still looking at her spoils of war. Don't want. Bayu refused, so she had no choice but to spend 100 magic crystals to learn this second-tier healing magic. Looking at the flute in Zhao Lianxue's hand, she suddenly realized, isn't this the nemesis of the dwarf cavalry? The flute couldn't affect the dwarves' minds, but it was fine for the wild boars beneath them. Bayu disdained using Lao Lu's tactics. Once he found the group of dwarves, Bayu would show them what real cavalry looked like. You should dissect these corpses. With a subordinate, how could he do this kind of thing by himself? The dwarf corpses didn't drop food, only magic crystals and spirit cores, so Bayu just threw them all into Zhao Lianxue's warehouse. Gray, remember tomorrow's mission. Wraiths and gargoyles. Hurry up and find the dwarves' stronghold. Necromancer, the safety of the portal and the castle is entrusted to you. Bayu reminded the undead and dwarves of their respective tasks. The dwarves mined quite a bit today, but due to the invasion of the Moai and Firebeard clans, they haven't met there or refining targets. Excited dwarves are working overtime through the night to catch up. Bayu strolled slowly towards the portal, heading back to prepare for bed. Zhao Lianxue quickly followed. After what happened today, she was even more frightened. Sleeping in the castle in the White Rock Mountains could no longer give her a sense of security. It's that familiar vomiting again. How many times has it happened? I still haven't gotten used to it. I hope I don't develop any health problems from vomiting one day. Baiyu held her forehead with her hand, looking helpless. Indeed, the red moon in the sky suits me better. Baiyu and Zhao Lianxue came out. She walked directly towards her own castle, while Zhao Lianxue walked towards her adjacent annex castle. Boss, I'm going back to the castle to cook. Baiyu nodded. Zhao Lianxue had vomited more than she ate that day. It must have been tough for her. Upon returning to the castle, Baiyu first summoned his troops. The barracks flashed with green light, and then 40 figures appeared. The fixed roster consists of 10 acolytes, 8 necromancers, 7 destroyers, and 6 ghouls. It's basically the same as before. There's no golden legend. Baiyu has had enough of not having a golden legend. Forget it, I'll try my best tomorrow. I've already given up today. Baiyu was just about to go back to sleep when she slapped her forehead, realizing she had almost forgotten about her important business again. She immediately beckoned the ghost at the door to come over. Pass the word down. I want to see 2,000 undead knights here by dawn tomorrow. Chapter 119 The Old Witch. Baiyu woke up on time, rolled out of bed, looked at the 2 lively little rabbits, and started to get dressed. The weather at Baiyu's castle has cooled down considerably, as the sun is rarely seen and the place is always gloomy. However, it is incredibly hot where Zhao Lianxue is. Considering that the development center will be located in Hapuni State soon, Baiyu decided to dress more lightly, which would also make it easier for her to fight. You can't exactly go into a fight with your hair down and wearing a little skirt, can you? It's better to wear normal casual clothes and tie your hair into a high ponytail, then you're done. Baiyu arrived at the castle courtyard and routinely collected some basic supplies. At this time, a total of 2,000 undead knights had gathered in the town outside the courtyard, most of whom were death knights, with 5 wrath knights leading the way. His strength is quite impressive, at least that's what Baiyu himself thinks. Baiyu only hoped that the ghosts and gargoyles could find the dwarves' stronghold today, and that they must be dealt with. The more than 10,000 ordinary equipment items that were listed yesterday have finally been traded. Baiyu gave half of the magic crystals and threw them into Zhao Lianxue's warehouse. Lianxue was probably still asleep at this hour, so Baiyu didn't plan to wake her. It didn't matter whether she was there or not. Baiyu had the same access to her castle, so he let her sleep a little longer. Enter the portal. Baiyu shouted to the undead knights outside, and the undead knights began to turn around and walk towards the portal behind them, entering the portal in an orderly manner. That's right. Baiyu is going to use the undead knights to deal with the dwarves of the Firebeard clan. Doesn't he like to use cavalry raids? Excuse me, I also have cavalry. Baiyu was the last to step into the portal. Upon arriving in Hapuni State, Baiyu saw the necromancer diligently guarding the portal. 2,000 undead knights have gathered outside. It just so happens that Zhao Lianxue's castle has been upgraded to a town, which has created such a large flat area between the mountains. Has it been found? As soon as Baiyu arrived, he asked the ghost standing to the side. Not yet, Your Majesty. The ghost respectfully told Baiyu that it had stayed here specifically to deliver messages to her. Baiyu wasn't disappointed. Only 4 hours had passed from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. If they could find it that quickly, that would be a miracle. Since they weren't sure which direction it was, they could only disperse in all directions. There weren't many undead spirits assigned to each direction to scout. Baiyu inquired about Gray from the dwarf. Gray had left the castle on a griffin just as dawn was breaking, and probably hadn't been gone long. They seemed quite responsible. Go back to the castle and summon 500 more ghosts to intensify the reconnaissance efforts. Baiyu immediately spoke to the ghost beside him. After hearing Baiyu's order, the ghost entered the portal and went back to find help. Baiyu was determined to find their stronghold today. I wonder if there are any other lords around here, preferably stronger ones. Those lords who summon beasts are too poor because the beasts don't do any work. On the other side, Zhao Lianxue also got up, but she wasn't wearing her black stockings today. They'd gotten dirty during yesterday's upgrade, and were currently drying on the castle's balcony, fluttering in the wind. Her clothes were fine, nothing serious, and she could make do with them. It's a bit chilly here at Baiyu's castle, and Zhao Lianxue's outfit is making her feel a little cold. Zhao Lianxue's south castle was very close to Baiyu's castle. Soon, Zhao Lianxue arrived at Baiyu's castle. She dared not shout loudly because Xiao Bing was still in the castle, which was too creepy. Her Majesty has entered the portal. The ghost at the castle gate reminded Zhao Lianxue. Zhao Lianxue heard that the big shot had gone so early. She also wanted to go and see. Staying here was useless and rather scary. Suddenly, Zhao Lianxue paused. Her gossipy nature peaked. Why did all the big boss's troops call her Your Majesty? Was the big boss a hidden Chinibyu, middle school syndrome, sufferer? Zhao Lianxue seemed to have discovered something, and since there was no one around, she immediately turned around and whispered to Yuhan. Hey, why are you calling her Her Majesty? Did she ask you to? The ghost never expected this human to ask it such a stupid question. The ghost's expression, unchanged for 100 years, looked at Zhao Lianxue as if it were looking at an idiot. Because Her Majesty the Queen is the new king of our undead race. After saying that, Yuhan ignored Zhao Lianxue. Zhao Lianxue was taken aback. Her gossip plan had failed. These spirits had taken the initiative to address Baiyu in that way. Wow, this big shot seems to be really awesome. Zhao Lianxue had seen it in the world chat before, that some lords would awaken some special bloodline or something, but she didn't expect it to be true. Zhao Lianxue was about to enter the portal. She noticed a small yellow dot flying towards her from the distant sky. Zhao Lianxue had never seen any of Baiyu's flying units that were yellow. Of course, it's not a military unit. The little yellow dot represents Sun Xiaoxiao riding a cloud. As Sun Xiaoxiao drew closer, Zhao Lianxue finally saw the small yellow dot. Is there someone up there? Zhao Lianxue's first thought was that it was an enemy, but when she saw that the other troops were indifferent to her, she realized that this must be the lord who had submitted to Baiyu before. Zhao Lianxue remembered that this lord's castle was not far from Baiyu's castle. As Sun Xiaoxiao landed, ready to excitedly go find Baiyu, the ghost at the door told her that Baiyu was not there. A portal. What is that? Sun Xiaoxiao looked in the direction the ghost pointed and saw Zhao Lianxue standing outside the portal. Their eyes met. No, it should be said that Zhao Lianxue had been looking at Sun Xiaoxiao all along. Seeing his school uniform and youthful face, Zhao Lianxue realized that this lord was actually just a student. You old hag, prepare to die. Clearly, Sun Xiaoxiao didn't think that way. She somehow produced a stick and ran towards Zhao Lianxue. Zhao Lianxue? In Sun Xiaoxiao's mind, Zhao Lianxue's attire meant either a successful person or, just like how men wear suits nowadays, if he's not a successful person, he must be a salesman or a security guard. No matter how you look at it, Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't believe that Zhao Lianxue was the former. Ouch! 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 Sun Xiaoxiao screamed in pain as Zhao Lianxue pinched her face, while the stick was grabbed by Zhao Lianxue's other hand. Both of them were of the ordinary level. Sun Xiaoxiao was only level 4, while Zhao Lianxue had level 9 attributes even without any combat experience. How could she be defeated by Sun Xiaoxiao with a single blow? Are you the Monkey King? Chapter 120 The Frame Up is discovered. Zhao Lianxue asked in confusion. I thought it was a boy, but it turned out to be just a tomboy who was underage. Zhao Lianxue relaxed a lot instantly. However, after getting to know Baiyu, Zhao Lianxue also found that Baiyu was not the kind of person who would be bewitched by beauty. I am the Monkey King. Oh, you're still being stubborn. Zhao Lianxue tightened her grip even more, and Sun Xiaoxiao was in so much pain that tears almost welled up in her eyes. You're finished once my sister Bai comes back. Zhao Lianxue released Sun Xiaoxiao, who quickly covered her face with her hands. She wanted to hit Zhao Lianxue again, but after being glared at by Zhao Lianxue, she immediately backed down. Didn't you want to go find your sister Bai? I'll take you there. Zhao Lianxue looked at Sun Xiaoxiao with a grin. Really? That's great. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately cheered up again. She now understood that Zhao Lianxue's presence in Baiyu's castle must mean she was Baiyu's ally or friend. Although she was a bit of a troublemaker, at least she was definitely a good person. It's right across from the portal behind us. Zhao Lianxue pointed to the portal. She wasn't about to get angry with a child, and strictly speaking, this was someone from a powerful figure. Zhao Lianxue and Sun Xiaoxiao walked into the portal together, and as expected, the two of them began to vomit violently as soon as they stepped out of the portal. Fortunately, Zhao Lianxue hadn't eaten breakfast, so she was fine after vomiting a few times. On the other hand, Sun Xiaoxiao vomited up all of yesterday's breakfast. Ugh, damn it, what a load of crap. Snap. Zhao Lianxue patted Sun Xiaoxiao on the head. Speak politely. Oh, right, I'm about to see Sister Bai, so I can't swear anymore. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately shut up. The two stepped out of the portal and were greeted by Zhao Lianxue's castle. Sun Xiaoxiao seemed to understand that this portal could connect two castles. Is this your castle? Nonsense, it's not mine, it's yours. The two bickered all the way to the castle. For Sun Xiaoxiao, everything here was too new and exciting. Even the long-lost blue sky and white clouds made her happy for a long time. Of course, Baiyu wasn't in the castle either. He had already ridden a griffin to personally survey the surrounding terrain. The dwarves didn't know where Baiyu had gone, and Zhao Lianxue and Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't search aimlessly either, so they could only wait for Baiyu to return. Barren Plains, the Elemental Alliance. Lin Zhen and Liu Yao have already cleaned up all traces of the Gata Empire's elite reconnaissance team and fabricated battle traces on the other side of the alliance. When the Gata Empire's people arrive, they will be lured directly to the border of the frosty snow mountain by the fabricated clues there. This way, they can go find the real culprit who massacred the village, diverting attention and making the Elemental Alliance safe for the time being. Lung Jie and Shi Yao also arrived at the border between the frigid snow-capped mountains and the barren plains, but the border between the two places was too long to be found in a short time. Lung Jie's Snow Maiden can fly, making scouting much easier, while Shi Yao's Earth Monster isn't entirely useless for scouting, but it's completely irrelevant to them. The two were sitting on the ground eating roasted meat and drinking snow water, while the task of reconnaissance was entirely left to Lung Jie's Snow Maiden. Brother Shi, if we still can't find them today, let's go back. Let's create some signs of a fight here to mislead them. It's not a good idea to keep dragging this out here. Lung Jie said to Shi Yao. The two of them have been out for almost a day and a night, and there isn't a single lord's castle in the vicinity. Shi Yao nodded, agreeing with Lung Jie's point. In the end, their strength was too weak. If they were stronger than the Gata Empire, why would they be afraid of them? After finishing their meal, the two set off again to search. They did find something along the way. Lung Jie's Snow Maiden found an ice cave, which Lung Jie and Shi Yao successfully plundered. It wasn't a wasted trip, they even made a small profit. However, this frost cave was not as strong as the one Lung Jie had encountered last time. Its strength was very ordinary, and the two of them easily conquered it. Shi Yao encountered a cave like the one last time. They could take it down, as he was already much stronger than before. As noon approached, just when Lung Jie and Shi Yao thought they had still gained nothing from the morning, the Snow Maiden sent them intelligence. My lord, we have found the Vampire Lord's castle, which is about 50 miles north of here. The Snow Woman flapped her wings in the sky and spoke to Lung Jie, and the two of them immediately showed joy. He didn't find out, did he? No, we scouted from the edge of the frigid snow mountain, which is quite far away. It's just that there are more undead on the snow mountain now. The Snow Maiden spoke respectfully to Lung Jie, who didn't care why there were so many undead on the snow mountain. Framing Yi Liang was the priority. Should we go and take him out? Shi Yao said with a puzzled expression. No, if we kill him, the Gata Empire will definitely turn its attention to us. Let's just secretly leave traces, frame him, and let the Gata Empire deal with him. Lung Jie explained that the biggest threat now is that the Gata Empire might come knocking on their door. They won't be lenient with you just because you killed the murderer and handed him over. To these local powers, all alien races are the same. Therefore, Yi Liang cannot be killed. He can only be kept alive to draw the firepower of the Gata Empire. Snow Woman, lead the way. The two, along with the Snow Woman, chose to set off directly from the direction of the frigid snow mountain, as this would make their movements more discreet and less likely to be discovered by the enemy. On the snow-covered mountain, Lung Jie can directly transform into snow and burrow into the ground, greatly increasing his speed. In contrast, Shi Yao's movement speed is relatively slower because the snow layer is covered with permafrost, and Shi Yao has to break through the permafrost along the way, which not only slows him down, but also increases his physical exertion. An hour later, the two looked out from a hillside at the desolate plain in the distance. There was a small black dot there, which, upon closer inspection, turned out to be a castle. It was Yi Liang's castle. Lung Jie took out the armor of the human soldiers they had killed and used his wolf claws to forcefully scratch several marks on it. He then buried several sets of armor at the spot where he stood. Brother Shi, wait for me here. I'm going to fake some battle traces. Lung Jie said to Shi Yao, and Shi Yao nodded, knowing that Lung Jie was faster and more quick-witted than him, and would definitely do a better job than him. Lung Jie vanished instantly as he turned into snow, reappearing at the border of the mountain. Lung Jie cautiously made his way towards Yi Liang's castle. When he was almost there, he used frost magic to freeze the surrounding ground, and then instantly destroyed it. He then withdrew his magic, creating the illusion that a battle had taken place nearby. Lung Jie then casually threw the weapons with scratch marks on the ground. He had also destroyed the equipment beforehand, giving the impression that the damaged weapons hadn't been taken. Otherwise, it would be highly suspicious if the perfectly intact weapons were half buried in the ground and not taken by the alien race. Hey, what are you doing sneaking around my castle like that? Chapter 121 The Arrogant Lung Jie vs. Yi Liang. 3 exclamation marks appeared above Lung Jie's head. He looked up and saw Yi Liang, pale-faced and dressed in a tuxedo, standing not far from him. This thing doesn't make a sound when it walks. Lung Jie had clearly calculated the extent of Yi Liang's castle territory, but the other party still discovered it. Seeing that his attempt to frame Yi Liang had failed, Lung Jie stood up and prepared to leave. Although the frame-up failed, Yi Liang still had to be kept around. Lung Jie and Shi Yao were just the last line of defense, as Lin Jun and Lu Yao had already fabricated the story before. Seeing that Lung Jie was about to run away without saying a word, Yi Liang was not about to let him go. He instantly transformed into a blur and charged towards Lung Jie. Damn it, you sickly brat. You really think I'm cold because you're afraid of the cold. Seeing that Yi Liang had no help, Lung Jie abandoned his plan to escape and decided to teach him a lesson here, to let him know that he was no longer the weakling he was on the snow mountain. Lung Jie donned frost armor and used his wolf claw weapon to block Yi Liang's hand. Lung Jie appeared slightly arrogant, revealing a crooked smile. You little punk, is that all you've got? Lung Jie conjured several ice spikes around him and stabbed them at Yi Liang, who teleported away to avoid them. At this moment, Yi Liang was still wondering why this lord had become so arrogant after only a few days. Does he really think he's some kind of undead lord? In combat mode, Yi Liang didn't waste words. Ignoring Lung Jie's provocation, he took out a piece of black cloth and shattered all the ice spikes that were thrusting towards him. Hey, your rag isn't worn out yet. Lung Jie continued to provoke Yi Liang, now brimming with confidence. Knowing his own shortcomings in close combat, Lung Jie used the frost magic amplified by his set bonus to deal with Yi Liang. One after another, ice dragons surged from the ground, as if they had been given life by Lung Jie, and attacked Yi Liang. Yi Liang was forced to distance himself by Lung Jie's magic. Yi Liang was a melee fighter, and he could only make the most of his strengths in close combat. At this moment, Yi Liang looked at Lung Jie, who was becoming increasingly arrogant in the distance, and a rare look of anger appeared on his face. It was clear that his emotions had been greatly diminished after becoming a vampire. You said you'd fight, so you'd fight. Even if you lost, Yi Liang wouldn't be angry. He'd only blame himself for not being strong enough. But what's wrong with this crooked-mouthed kid? He hasn't even won yet, and he's already starting to mock me nonstop. Oh my, it's only been a few days. How come this vampire lord has become so lame? Veins bulged on Yi Liang's forehead. Did they really think that lords from other tiers could challenge the first tier at will? You should know that all the top-tier lords have received special system rewards, so their development should be faster than other lords. How could they possibly be slower than other lords? Yi Liang simply didn't want to waste his blood. Yi Liang tore apart the ice dragons attacking from all sides with his claws. Yi Liang also decided to teach this arrogant brat a lesson, and perhaps only in this way could he shut his foul mouth. Yi Liang slashed his wrist with his claw, and blood gushed out instantly. Are you out of your mind, kid? You know you can't beat me, so you start hurting yourself. Lung Jie clenched his fists, and 2 enormous ice dragons surged forth from around him, attacking Yi Liang. If this weren't a snow mountain, his power would have been even greater. But Lung Jie was about to be dumbfounded. Yi Liang's blood gathered in his hand into a sword, and Yi Liang easily broke through Lung Jie's attack with the blood sword in hand. The excess blood was sprayed out by Yi Liang, forming sharp spikes that flew towards Lung Jie. Lung Jie immediately summoned an ice wall to block, but the blood easily pierced through the ice wall. Fortunately, Lung Jie reacted quickly and transformed into snow to dodge Yi Liang's attack. Lung Jie was stunned. Although he had reacted quickly, his armor was still stained with Yi Liang's blood, and the surrounding area had been corroded and turned black. How did you suddenly become so much stronger? While Lung Jie was still in shock, Yi Liang had already arrived beside him while Lung Jie was defending against his attack. Yi Liang thrust the blood-stained sword directly into Lung Jie's left chest, where Lung Jie's heart was located. Lung Jie immediately used his wolf claws to resist, but it was too late to turn into snow and escape. Who knew that Yi Liang would cut off his wolf claws directly, but fortunately, it also deviated from its trajectory. The blood sword, which was supposed to pierce Lung Jie's heart, pierced through Lung Jie's left shoulder instead. Lung Jie instantly transformed into snow and disappeared, reappearing in the distance, putting distance between himself and Yi Liang. This was not a snow mountain, and Lung Jie's snow escape technique could not be used continuously for a long time. Hiss dash. Lung Jie clutched his left shoulder, where blood was gushing from the piercing wound. The wound was also being corroded by Yi Liang's blood, causing him excruciating pain. Lung Jie used frost magic to freeze his wounds, which reduced the pain somewhat. Lung Jie didn't dare to say anything more. Yi Liang's attack just now made him clearly realize the difference in strength between the two sides. He was almost killed by him. Is this the berserk state it's activated? It's so powerful. We're now in a desperate situation. We can't win a fight, and we can't escape. Lung Jie could only pin his hopes on Shi Yao, hoping that Shi Yao could come and rescue him as soon as possible. Lung Jie looked back at the direction of the snow-capped mountains, and it felt as if 1,000,000 alpacas were stampeding through his heart. Damn it, there's a bone dragon fighting Shi Yao in the sky. Isn't that the Undead Lord's unit? What's it doing here? Of course, the Snow Woman had warned him beforehand that there were more undead on the snow mountain. That's it. I can only rely on myself now. Sure, Yao doesn't understand the undead. Lung Jie himself knew that if he didn't run away now, who knew how many more undead would appear? How foolish of you to fight it. A snow maiden tried to help Lung Jie, but was directly dispersed by Yi Liang's blood. The sky is not an advantage, because vampires can also fly. Lung Jie unleashed his ultimate move, covering the surroundings with frost, and sending countless ice crystals hurtling towards Yi Liang. Anything hit by the ice crystals would be frozen solid, including the black robe Yi Liang was trying to use. Yi Liang didn't want to be restricted. Although being frozen wouldn't cause him any real harm, it would greatly affect his mobility. Lung Jie tried his best to maintain his magic, which effectively held off Yi Liang, but it was of little use because Lung Jie's magic power would eventually be exhausted. Just as Lung Jie's magic power was about to run out, he secretly created an ice path behind him with magic. Lung Jie instantly turned into snow and quickly fled towards Shi Yao along the ice path. Yi Liang blocked the last ice crystal, and the blizzard dissipated. Lung Jie's figure had long since disappeared from the spot, and Yi Liang immediately transformed into a black shadow and chased after him. From the mountainside, Shi Yao saw Lung Jie in the distance begin to flee frantically in his direction, with a dark figure in hot pursuit. Shi Yao realized that Lung Jie was in trouble, so he immediately abandoned his entanglement with the undead and disappeared into the ground, running towards Lung Jie's direction. Arthur followed closely behind, swooping down the mountain to chase after Shi Yao. At this moment, Lung Jie was drenched in cold sweat, and his heart was filled with frantic prayers. Please don't send it. Chapter 122, Shi Yao's True Strength. Shi Yao and Lung Jie met quickly. They both emerged from the ground at the same time. Shi Yao placed his hands on the ground, and huge rocks instantly surged up around them, forming a sphere around them. Shi Yao's rocks successfully blocked Arthur's dragon breath and Yi Liang's blood attack. Yi Liang and Arthur arrived quickly afterward. Arthur glanced at Yi Liang and ignored him. Yi Liang also ignored Arthur in return. The ghost and the dragon attacked Shi Yao and Lung Jie at the same time. Arthur understood that this area was Yi Liang's territory, and he had many helpers, so killing him was simply unrealistic. The two lone lords, on the other hand, were the best targets. Yi Liang thought the same way. This bone dragon couldn't be killed by ordinary means, and it had a speed no less than Yi Liang's. Fighting it was a complete waste of time. You have to know that it was just a soldier, not a lord. Without exchanging a single word, Arthur and Yi Liang tacitly reached an agreement and began attacking Shi Yao and Lung Jie together. At this moment, Lung Jie was extremely anxious inside the stone sphere. Brother Shi, let's find a way to escape. This is their territory. If we drag this out, the number of enemies will only increase. Before Shi Yao could speak, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. Boom. The stone ball shattered instantly, and Shi Yao grabbed Lung Jie's shoulder and quickly fled. It was the immense force of Arthur's swooping down that shattered the stone sphere. Realizing he had missed his target and the two lords had already fled into the distance, Arthur immediately flapped his wings and took flight again to give chase. You're injured. Go first, I'll hold them off. Shi Yao chose to let Lung Jie go alone first, since no one could escape if he ran away. He would stay behind to hold off the enemy, which would buy Lung Jie time to find allies to help. Shi Yao shoved Lung Jie aside, turned to face Yi Liang and Arthur who were rushing towards him, and his hands transformed from flesh and blood into rock, connecting with the ground beneath his feet. The land around Shi Yao began to tremble violently. The arm that had initially turned into rock was now gradually spreading across his entire body, and soil and rocks were constantly converging towards Shi Yao. The enormous rock pillar swallowed Shi Yao and then rose from the ground. As the pillar exploded, countless stones fell to the ground. At this moment, Shi Yao had transformed into a rock giant more than 10 meters tall. Magic that didn't seem to be at the commander level, except for the one he saw from Baiyu. Lung Jie glanced back at Shi Yao, who had transformed into a rock giant, and decisively fled. Shi Yao couldn't hold out for long. This state would definitely consume a lot of magic power. While fleeing, Lung Jie sent messages in the alliance group asking for help. Without the help of others, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Frost Lord, danger. Rescue immediately. Vine Fairy, what's going on, brothers? Have we been discovered? Frost Lord, we've been discovered by the Vampire Lord, and the Undead Lord's troops are attacking us as well. I'm injured. This is their territory, and they have too many helpers. Brother Sure covered my retreat. The location is at the southern border of the Frosty Snow Mountain and the Barren Plain. Come and save Brother Sure. Rage of the Gale. I've noticed that you guys have been causing trouble every day since you got together. Shall I go over there now? Spirit of Flame, I'm going. Lin Jun, who was inside the castle, immediately came out of the castle, and Lu Yao also ran over at that moment. Brother Lin, I'm going too. The two grabbed the feet of the two snow women and were suspended in the air before setting off. Since neither of them had a mount, traveling would be too slow, and using their abilities would consume too much mana, so they made do. On the other side, Shi Yao, who had transformed into a rock giant, was about the same size as Arthur, but taller than him, and directly engaged Arthur in hand-to-hand combat. Arthur is only a level 1 leader, while Shi Yao is a level 4 leader, so Arthur is not at an advantage. Their strengths are roughly equal. Moreover, the rock giant's current state is no different from Arthur's. Its shattered limbs can regenerate quickly as long as there is soil. Its enormous strength would cause some bones to be knocked off even if Arthur were to withstand its attacks, but it wouldn't be a big problem, as Arthur could reassemble them. Yi Liang, on the other hand, was in a much worse situation. Shi Yao had transformed into a rock giant, and Yi Liang couldn't break through its defenses at all. Even if he damaged some limbs, it could regenerate rapidly. It was like an assassin facing a tank with infinite health regeneration. Similarly, Shi Yao was also helpless against Yi Liang. Yi Liang was too agile, and Shi Yao couldn't hit him at all. So Shi Yao's initial goal was to hold off Yi Liang and prevent him from overtaking Lung Jie. Yi Liang was constantly being targeted by Shi Yao, and in order not to take Shi Yao's attacks head-on, Yi Liang had no choice but to give up chasing Lung Jie. Faced with a fist larger than Yi Liang himself, Yi Liang could only dodge. Dodging was much less strenuous than taking the attack head-on. Yi Liang believed that he could not maintain this state for long. Once this state ended, it would be his death. Yi Liang overlooked one point, or perhaps Shi Yao deliberately misled him. Shi Yao, now transformed into a rock giant, could no longer use magic and could only fight hand-to-hand. Just as Yi Liang dodged Shi Yao's punch, countless grains of sand shot into the sky. Yi Liang was caught off guard and was trapped in midair. What followed was the rock giant's full-force punch. Boom. Yi Liang was sent flying by the punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. His body crashed heavily into the ground like a bullet, creating a 2-meter-deep crater, demonstrating the immense force of the blow. Yi Liang suffered comminuted fractures all over his body. If it were any other lord, he might have died the moment he was still in the air. But Yi Liang was different. He was a vampire with super vitality and self-healing ability, so this was just a minor injury for him. Yi Liang was still coughing up blood in the pit, but his body was repairing itself at an extremely fast pace. I was careless, cough cough. Shi Yao did not receive any system notification, so he was certain that Yi Liang was still alive. This was the only advantage of battles between lords. With the system in place, there would never be a situation where someone would feign death. Shi Yao wanted to rush over and finish him off, but he couldn't maintain this state for much longer. However, there were more and more vampires around him, flying around in the sky like annoying flies. Arthur was also attacking Shi Yao, but his attacks couldn't break through Shi Yao's defenses, so he had to resort to melee combat, relying on his superior attributes to turn the tide a little. The vampires and Arthur were flying in the sky, making it difficult for Shi Yao's magic to trap them, but the rock giant's slow movement made it impossible to hit them. Seeing that both sides were helpless and Shi Yao had no hope of finishing off the enemy, he began to plan his retreat. Because Shi Yao's magic power is about to run out, once it is depleted, he will not be able to cast even the Earth Escape spell, which only consumes 3 magic power. Chapter 123 Reinforcements arrive. Suddenly, a transparent chain struck and pierced directly into the rock giant's body. The rock giant's fist, which was swinging towards Arthur, stopped abruptly in midair and shattered. Then, the entire rock giant began to shake violently and explode inch by inch. Yi Liang, who had just gotten up, saw this scene and turned his head to look. In the distance, there was now a ghost-like undead in the sky. It was the soul curse attack unleashed by the Lord of Demon Souls that shattered Shi Yao's last defensive ability. While rock giants can resist physical and magical damage, and even regenerate infinitely, their resistance to soul attacks is almost zero. As the rock giant shattered, Shi Yao's body gradually separated from it. At this moment, he was weak and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he fell downwards. A vine suddenly appeared and wrapped around Shi Yao's body, preventing him from falling to the ground. It was Lin Jun, Lu Yao, and Lung Jie who had come to provide support, along with the three who had returned together. Yi Liang hadn't expected them to have helpers. Two more lords had suddenly appeared. If they were as powerful as Shi Yao, it would be troublesome. Lu Yao and Lin Jun released Xuan Nu's feet and jumped down from above. Lung Jie stepped forward to help Shi Yao, and the four of them confronted Yi Liang and Arthur in the sky. Yi Liang was pondering. At this moment, Shi Yao had lost his fighting ability. He wondered if he, along with the vampires and the undead, could be a match for those two lords. As for Lung Jie, Yi Liang simply ignored him. A fighter of that level was not worthy of being his opponent. You're the one who beat my brother Shi into this state. Lu Yao spoke first, provoking Yi Liang, saying that there were four of them on her side. How could they possibly lose to him alone? Stop wasting time talking to this sickly guy. Let's get him, Brother Lin. Lung Jie was furious at this moment. He couldn't care less about anything else. He just wanted to kill this sickly guy first, and then stop trying to frame the Gata Empire. Although Lung Jie was furious, he dared not step forward. Apart from Shi Yao, his only big brother was Lin Jun, and he was counting on Lin Jun to beat Yi Liang up. Arthur had no intention of listening to the nonsense of these human lords, so he immediately activated two of his skills at once, Ghostly Dragon Breath and Withered Space. The Demon Soul Lord beside him also activated his skill, Soul Curse. Watch out, that ghost uses a soul attack. Shi Yao reminded him from the side. Lin Jun unleashed massive pillars of fire from his arms, colliding with Arthur's Nether Dragon Breath. Lu Yao then cast a green magic shield around everyone. Arthur's Dragon Breath was dispersed by Lin Jun's flames, and the Withered Space and Soul Curse were blocked by Lu Yao's life magic, so they had no effect. Seeing that the other side had launched an attack, everyone stopped holding back, realizing it was a fight to the death. Lu Yao, you deal with the undead. Lung Jie, you protect Shi Yao, and I'll deal with that vampire lord. After saying that, Lin Jun's hair stood on end and turned into burning flames. His eyes emitted a red light, and his body seemed to have magma flowing through it. Call out. Lin Jun's figure vanished in an instant before the three of them, leaving behind the intense heat emanating from him. Yi Liang had already made preparations. The blood-red sword condensed in his hand, and he transformed into a black shadow as he charged towards Lin Jun. The two met instantly, but unexpectedly, Lin Jun's magma-like hand directly grasped the blood sword that Yi Liang was about to stab at Lin Jun. A corrosive sound rang out, but it had no effect on Lin Jun's hand at all. Lin Jun's other hand pierced through Yi Liang's chest, spewing out intense flames and molten lava. Yi Liang was sent flying by Lin Jun's attack. Brother Lin, he can heal himself. Even from a distance, Lung Jie didn't forget to remind Lin Jun. Noob, I seriously suspect he only made it into the top tier, because he's not easy to die. Lung Jie spat out a curse, completely forgetting that he had almost been killed instantly by Yi Liang. Upon hearing Lung Jie's reminder, Lin Jun immediately charged towards Yi Liang, who had been knocked away. Yi Liang also realized that this Flame Lord was even stronger than the Rock Lord from before, and now was no longer the time to conserve his blood. Yi Liang clenched his left fist, his fingernails piercing his palm, blood flowing out. The blood-stained sword in his right hand also disappeared, and the blood began to surge, instantly covering both arms with blood. Yi Liang met Lin Jun's fists head-on with both hands. This time, Yi Liang only took a few steps back and successfully blocked Lin Jun's attack. The molten lava burned Yi Liang's hands, and Yi Liang's blood was also corroding Lin Jun's arms. Countless drops of blood flew from Yi Liang's arm and attacked Lin Jun. Lin Jun turned into flames and vanished from the spot, reappearing beside Yi Liang. Lin Jun kicked Yi Liang in the head with a kick that was burning with flames. Yi Liang blocked Lin Jun's kick with his arms crossed, but was knocked back by the enormous force. Yi Liang sensed the difference in attributes. The Flame Lord on the other side must be a higher level than him. Lin Jun's entire arm transformed into a thick mass of magma, which instantly spewed out and attacked Yi Liang. Yi Liang took out a black cloth to defend himself, trying to confuse Lin Jun, while he took the opportunity to circle around to his side and attack. Just as the molten lava was about to hit the black cloth, it suddenly changed its trajectory and flew upwards. Before Yi Liang could figure out what was going on, Lin Jun's figure suddenly condensed in the magma above. Lin Jun leaped down and instantly grabbed Yi Liang by the neck. His scorching palms burned Yi Liang's skin, emitting a meaty aroma. Lin Jun's other hand pierced through Yi Liang's chest again, which had just healed, and he also gathered flames while gripping Yi Liang's arm, trying to burn Yi Liang's head directly. At the critical moment, Yi Liang's blood surged out and enveloped him, turning him into a pool of black water that fell to the ground. The blood flowed rapidly and condensed into Yi Liang's figure not far away, and Yi Liang flew into the sky. Blood was still dripping from his chest, and the charred skin slowed his healing process. Yi Liang finally realized that he was no match for this Flame Lord. But killing him wasn't so easy for him. Yi Liang simply transformed into a black shadow and vanished. Seeing their leader leave, the surrounding vampires also fled. Lin Jun could only watch Yi Liang escape, because like Bai Yu, he couldn't fly either. At this moment, Arthur also burned the vines that were binding him and flew into the sky, far away from their attack range. Arthur was no match for Yi Liang, and seeing that Yi Liang had run away, Arthur had no choice but to leave, since he had too few helpers. These lords are all of a higher rank than Arthur, and it would be difficult for Arthur to kill them all by himself. Seeing the bone dragon leave, Liu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. It was too troublesome to be able to kill it. Liu Yao even suspected that if there hadn't been more people on her side, it would have kept bothering her. Fortunately, Lung Jie and Shi Yao's magical binding power was quite strong, so even if they couldn't kill it, they could still restrain it. Perhaps that's why it chose to leave. Control-oriented characters are still more popular. Brother Lin is awesome. This little sickly guy is indeed the best of the best. Lin Jun also returned to normal. Facing Lung Jie, who came over to flatter him, Lin Jun didn't say anything, but just silently looked at Lung Jie's injured shoulder. Lung Jie remained silent. Brother Lin, should we go and wipe out that vampire's hometown? Liu Yao suggested from the side that since they already knew the location of the enemy's castle, and the enemy was no match for them. Lin Jun glanced at the injured Lung Jie and the weak Shi Yao, and shook his head. They came to provide support without any troops, and the other two were basically out of combat strength. It would be too dangerous for just the two of them to break in. They didn't know how many vampires Yi Liang had under his command. A village has at least 1,000 people. If Yi Liang slaughtered them, and given his ability to transform vampires, then his castle must have at least 1,000 vampires. With such a large quantity, they could be exhausted to death. If their mana bar runs out, they're doomed. Lin Jun didn't want to deliver the package to someone prematurely. Liu Yao clearly hadn't thought of these things, but Lung Jie, standing to the side, had. Next time, after we've fully recovered from our injuries, we'll gather all our troops together. That way, we'll be absolutely certain of success. By the way, how strong is that undead lord? Upon seeing these spirits today, Lin Jun suddenly remembered something and asked Lung Jie, who was standing next to him. Lung Jie pondered for a moment before speaking. She's very strong. I've never seen her go all out, but there's no doubt that the vampire lord from just now was no match for her. Her strength isn't just in her personal power. The power of her castle is also terrifying. Seeing that Lung Jie was speaking so seriously, Lin Jun knew he wasn't joking. What Lung Jie meant to Lin Jun was that the undead lord was the most powerful lord he had ever seen. In other words, in a one-on-one situation, it is highly likely that no one on that side would be a match for the undead lord. Of course, Lin Jun didn't include himself in the calculation. Although he wasn't arrogant or conceited, he felt that even if he couldn't defeat the undead lord with his current strength, he wouldn't be defeated by her so easily. Alright, everyone, let's head back to the castle. Chapter 124, Expansion begins. Happy State, White Rock Mountains. Bai Yu had already returned to the castle. He flew around on his Griffin and discovered that the surrounding mountains stretched endlessly. Zhao Lianshua's castle must have been very lucky to be located in the center of the White Rock Mountains, far away from the surrounding area, which meant it was not in any danger. The White Rock Mountains are just a very ordinary terrain in Happy State, which can even be described as desolate. The peaks here are just like their name, white rock, and they are bare everywhere, without a trace of green, making them completely unsuitable for life. Perhaps this is why Zhao Lianshua's birthplace is almost entirely safe, but also has very few basic resources. Fortunately, there is a trading system, otherwise she would have starved to death if she were born here. As Baiyu landed on his Griffin, Sun Xiaoxiao quickly went up to greet him. Sister Bai. Sun Xiaoxiao waved to Baiyu, and Zhao Lianshua was taken aback when she saw Baiyu. Wait a minute, why did the boss change his clothes? Does this mean the big shot has clothes to wear here? But wait, these are clearly modern clothes. Baiyu was wearing a loose white short-sleeved shirt and casual trousers, and her hair was tied in a high ponytail. Zhao Lianshua remembered that Baiyu wore a skirt yesterday. How infuriating. Her own stockings were still hanging on the balcony to dry, while the big boss could change clothes so easily. Did they know they were going to time travel, so they put on a few more clothes? Baiyu didn't expect Sun Xiaoxiao to come with Zhao Lianshua. Before they even landed, Baiyu saw that the two of them had stern faces, so it seemed that they weren't getting along very well. Sister Bai, my castle has been upgraded to level 6. Look what I got. Sun Xiaoxiao took out her stick, which was probably the weapon she received as a reward for reaching level 6. Baiyu smiled. Yes, he looks more like the Monkey King now. Sun Xiaoxiao was even happier to receive Baiyu's praise, while Zhao Lianshua thought to herself, she's really just a child. It seems the big boss is quite compassionate. Sun Xiaoxiao's castle is near his castle, hindering his expansion. He must have taken pity on her to make her submit. It seems that Sun Xiaoxiao is completely useless, which puts Zhao Lianshua at ease. Baiyu chatted with the two of them for a few more minutes, because she saw that Gray had returned, which meant there must be news. Gray approached Baiyu. My lord, I have found some more wandering dwarf compatriots in other villages. They are very happy and want to move here, but they need some time to pack their belongings. Well done, Gray. You continue to be in charge of this matter. I welcome my fellow dwarves anytime. There is plenty of food here, but you will need to work to earn it. After all, this is not a charity, and we don't support idlers. Make sure to explain this to them in advance. Baiyu cleared his throat and said to Gray with a serious expression, feeling that he was now an outstanding veteran cadre who was wholeheartedly serving the people. Your subordinate thanks you on their behalf, sir. Rest assured, there are no lazy dwarves among them. Even if there are, you need not worry about them. I will drive them out first. Gray felt that Baiyu was a really good person, and those who said that humans were inherently treacherous and cunning were just rumors. Go. Baiyu sent him away. With the help of these dwarves, he could obtain iron ingots continuously and would no longer have to worry about upgrading the castle. As for food, Baiyu has over 100,000 portions in the warehouse, and the supply is steadily increasing every day. Isn't that enough for them? Besides, Baiyu had no intention of letting them stay in the mountains forever. Baiyu thought the Firebeard clan was quite good. Are kings and nobles born with a special destiny? Those dwarves can become clan nobles, and these commoner dwarves can certainly do the same. However, it's still unclear what strength the Firebeard clan possesses, and whether they can defeat them with their own abilities. If I control a clan of dwarves, the resources will be plentiful. The first step in the plan is to start by leaving the Baiyan Mountains. After more than 10 hours of reconnaissance, and with the addition of more ghosts that Baiyu had brought in, the ghosts finally discovered a lord's castle. Your Majesty, heading west all the way to the edge of the White Rock Mountains, we have discovered a lord's castle, and not far from there is a dwarf mine. The ghost respectfully reported to Baiyu. Zhao Lianshua stood up upon hearing this, surprised that the undead had discovered a stronghold in just one day. So close, didn't that lord fight with the dwarves? Baiyu was puzzled by this first point. Since there was a mine dug by the dwarves there must have been an army stationed there. How could they tolerate the existence of this lord? Your Majesty, I am not sure either, but they seem to get along very well. The ghosts were observing from a distance, so they didn't know much about the specifics. They seemed to get along quite well. What's going on? This was the first time Baiyu had ever heard of local forces and lords being able to coexist peacefully. Why did Baiyu always encounter forces that started killing each other without even exchanging greetings? Boss, should we attack them? Zhao Lianshua asked from the side. Fight, of course we should fight. Look, these 2,000 undead knights are already prepared. Although the lord here is poor, every little bit helps. What attracts Baiyu the most is the mine. There must be a lot of iron ore inside, and plundering it is much faster than mining it. Ah, Sister Bai, are you going to fight? I want to go too. Sun Xiaoxiao, the little delinquent, was also incredibly excited when she heard this. She was practically getting moldy from staying in the castle all day. Of course, she wasn't going to help, She was mainly there to watch the show. Little brat, you're so weak. What are you going to do? Be careful you don't just go and meet the king of hell. Zhao Lianxue said something from the side, and Sun Xiaoxiao immediately got angry. You old witch, you white-boned demon. Watch me send you flying to the heavens with one blow. Zhao Lianxue almost choked on her own saliva. Cough cough. What inappropriate words. Forget it. She's just a child. I won't argue with her. It is indeed very dangerous. You are too weak. The dwarven army has firearms. Even if you can fly, it won't help. One shot and you're gone. Baiyu took a musket out of the warehouse and showed it to Sun Xiaoxiao. Here, take it and play with it. Sun Xiaoxiao happily accepted it, but just as she was about to play with it, she suddenly froze. Sister Bai, I'm not a child anymore. You are not allowed to go. Baiyu glared at her, and Sun Xiaoxiao immediately wilted and dared not say another word. The ghosts continued to gather intelligence on the surrounding area, while Baiyu summoned back all the gargoyles, a total of 300, plus 2,000 undead knights, which was more than enough in terms of combat power. After last night's encounter with the dwarven knights, Baiyu realized they weren't that strong. They also lacked effective means of dealing with the undead, so Baiyu wasn't worried at all. Baiyu flipped over and mounted the Griffin, and Zhao Lianxue followed closely behind him. Baiyu said to the ghost beside him, Lead the way, let's go. Chapter 125, The Perverted Lord. Sister Bai, we must give them a good beating. Sun Xiaoxiao cheered from the side, and Baiyu nodded. This isn't just about getting a beating, it's all about survival. As Baiyu waved his hand, the Griffin carrying Baiyu and Zhao Lianxue took flight, and all the gargoyles around them followed Baiyu into the sky, with a wraith leading the way. Below, 2,000 undead knights also charged forward. Sun Xiaoxiao could only cast envious glances from inside the castle. Although she also wanted to go, her strength was only level 4, and she was not even as good as one of Baiyu's undead minions. An hour later, Baiyu, riding a griffin, could vaguely see the outer edge of the White Rock Mountains. It was a lush green expanse, which should be a verdant grassland. After Baiyu had the ghost point out a general direction, he rode the griffin and set off ahead with Zhao Lianxue, since the undead knight and the ghost were simply too slow. As the view gradually zoomed in, Baiyu could already see the Lord's castle in the distance, but he hadn't noticed the dwarven mine yet. Let's start by taking down this lord. At this moment, Zhu Gang was leisurely sunbathing in the castle courtyard, with the dwarf tribe's specialty wine beside him. Zhu Gang felt that this kind of life was really too pleasant. Although it was a bit boring, it was still much better than other lords fighting each other to the death. Zhu Gang spent his days idly browsing the world chat, watching the lords express their various emotions, complaints, anger, regret, fear, and sometimes he would arrogantly hurl insults at them, adding a touch of amusement to his boring life. At this moment, Zhu Gang was completely unaware of the danger approaching, believing that there was no danger at all because the dwarves were guarding the place. Baiyu had already ridden the griffin to the sky above Zhu Gang Castle. Baiyu grabbed Zhao Lianxue and jumped down directly from the sky. Bang! As she was about to land, Baiyu teleported and landed steadily on the castle ground. But Zhao Lianxue tripped and fell awkwardly. Lianxue, who were lying on the ground, looked at the guy who was still lying on the ground sunbathing. Zhu Gang also heard the noise, raised his head, and opened his eyes. Holy crap! Zhu Gang, weighing over 300 pounds, suddenly sat up, his fat jiggling. Baiyu and Zhao Lianxue thought the boy was scared when he saw the enemy, but his next words completely surprised them. My dwarf adoptive father understands me so well. He actually found me 2 girls. This white-haired Loli is absolutely gorgeous, and the woman next to her is not bad either. Although she's not quite there yet, she's at least 36 emperors in size. Hee hee. As he spoke, Zhu Gang wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Zhu Gang, this 300-pound fat pig, Baiyu felt a chill run down her spine. What are you standing there for? Come over here. You're all modern people. I don't need to teach you, do I? Zhao Lianxue with an arrogant attitude, completely unaware of the anger in their eyes. However, in Zhu Gang's view, the two were forced by the dwarves after all, so it was normal for them to be angry. You've sided with the dwarves? Baiyu asked coldly. He had also figured out the situation. This lord was like a fat pig being raised by the dwarves. To everyone's surprise, a scene that shocked Baiyu and Zhao Lianxue unfolded. Zhu Gang suddenly started swinging the small wooden stick in his hand. Call dash. Zhu Gang let out a long sigh of relief, and perhaps feeling too tired from sitting, he lay back down on the ground. Forget it, let's call it a day. I'm not interested in women right now. Lianxue, who is known for her wide circle of friends, was dumbfounded. She had dated countless boyfriends, but she considered herself to have met quite a few. Just hearing the voice, Zhao Lianxue was truly amazed. The most crucial thing is that, even if that's all, what's with your explosive power in that 1 second? Even the Barbarian King is at least a 5-second man. Baiyu was completely stunned. A chill ran down her spine. This was not human. That's disgusting. Baiyu set Zhu Gang ablaze and left without looking back, finding the Lord's belongings filthy. Help me. Zhu Gang was in excruciating pain from the sudden spontaneous combustion of his body, and immediately began to roll around on the ground frantically. You two stupid women, come help me put out this fire. Zhu Gang didn't know where the strength came from, or perhaps it was because he was naturally thick-skinned, but he miraculously stood up and rushed towards Baiyu and Zhao Lianxue, who were leaving the castle. It felt as if a mountain was rushing towards them, and even the ground trembled. Snap! Zhao Lianxue whipped Zhu Gang to the ground, instantly tearing his skin and drawing blood. Despite the excruciating pain from the flames, he still managed to curse loudly on the ground. This time, however, he ran directly into the castle, presumably intending to use the castle's water source to extinguish the fire. Baiyu thoughtfully added fuel to the fire, turning the flames black. Zhu Gang's massive body could no longer support him, and he instantly collapsed to the ground. The pain of his soul being burned was something no ordinary person could compare to. From inside the castle came Zhu Gang's pig-like screams. He was a normal person. Baiyu wouldn't torture someone after killing them, but this guy was just too disgusting. Baiyu's assessment of this was, he deserves to die. Baiyu and Zhao Lianxue rode on griffins, and the castle behind them began to shake, on the verge of destruction. The two flew into the sky and began searching for the dwarven mine in the vicinity. Although this lord had pledged allegiance to the dwarves, strangely, he was the only person in the lord's castle. Not to mention the dwarves, Baiyu still didn't know what his troops were. Baiyu glanced at the loot dropped by the lord after killing him, and found that there was nothing but a pile of food. This lord once again lowered Baiyu's understanding of the poorest lords. It's very likely that the dwarves have controlled all the other resources. Just as Baiyu guessed, this is a fat pig being raised in captivity. What benefit would it provide for dwarves to subjugate a foreign lord? The only benefit would be the lord's troops. Considering Baiyu's previous desire for the Griffin Barracks, it seems highly likely that this lord's troops were very useful to the dwarves, which is why he was spared. However, none of this mattered to Baiyu anymore. Baiyu and Zhao Lianxue were already at the edge of the Baiyan Mountains and this grassland. They had a panoramic view of the grassland scenery. This was the first time the two of them had left the Baiyan Mountains. The two continued flying along the border of the White Rock Mountains. This dwarven mine, or perhaps another outpost, shouldn't be too far from the Lord, and they should be able to find it soon. After flying for about 10 minutes, we didn't find the dwarf mine, but we did see a dwarf fortress on the distant grassland. This dwarven fortress was about the same size as Baiyu's castle. It was surrounded by walls with patrolling dwarven soldiers on the walls. Inside were several houses, making it look like a military camp or a defensive stronghold. Baiyu controlled the griffin to approach the dwarven fortress, wanting to observe it closely. It's too far away. I can't see anything. Chapter 126, Rescuing the Dwarf Slaves. As Baiyu rode the griffin closer, he discovered that there were only about 500 or 600 dwarves exposed outside the fortress, and if the dwarves inside the building were included, the number would not exceed 2,000. Baiyu also discovered that there seemed to be a transparent protective shield outside the fortress, so it couldn't be directly airdropped in like Baiyu had just done. Is the technology really that advanced? This protective shield is all around, just like the one you get when you're a new lord, but it's definitely not as strong. At that moment, the patrolling dwarves inside the fortress below had already sounded the alarm, and the entire fortress was in an uproar. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Griffins are not small, and they are too conspicuous when flying in the sky. Baiyu was spotted before he even got close. The dwarves, using their telescopes, saw two humans riding on the back of a griffin. They were surely enemies. Glug glug. Two iron wheels rolled on the stone bricks of the city wall, and two dwarves pushed a cannon in. One dwarf turned the lever below the cannon to adjust its position, while another dwarf inserted a black spherical cannonball into the muzzle. The cannonball rolled to the bottom of the barrel, where another dwarf with a torch was ready to light the fuse. Once the cannon's angle was adjusted, the dwarf lit the fuse. Boom. The black spherical cannonball flew out of the muzzle instantly with a loud bang, heading towards the griffin in the sky. Baiyu was drawn by the loud noise inside the fortress and saw a black dot flying rapidly toward him. Boom. The shell successfully hit the griffin, causing an explosion that produced a large plume of black smoke. The dwarves inside the fortress cheered, believing they had successfully eliminated the enemy. As the black smoke dissipated, Bayu had already ridden his Griffin far away from the fortress. The cannonballs from before hadn't even hit Bayu. They had been shattered by a pillar of fire he unleashed. "That's a cannon," Zhao Lianxue, still somewhat shaken, asked Bayu. "Yes, similar to those cannons from the Western Middle Ages." Why the dwarves were able to live on this continent where all kinds of races coexisted. The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. I thought a single musket was outrageous enough, but I never expected they even had protective shields and cannons. They're definitely a technologically advanced and armed race. The commander-level dwarves of the same level look so weak, they all rely on their own equipment for support. While the human empire is likely similar, the human race has a cultivation system, which is definitely stronger than that of the dwarves. What Bayu didn't know was that although the Holy Court was powerful, it no longer considered itself human. Instead, it called itself the servants of the gods. The more powerful and intelligent a race is, the more likely it is to engage in racial divisions, and the magical continent is no exception. Bayu temporarily chose to retreat, waiting for the undead army to arrive before destroying the fortress. Bayu should take this time to search for the dwarven mines, as this is what she is most concerned about, as there must be a lot of resources inside. Meanwhile, the dwarves inside the fortress, realizing they had failed to kill the enemy, immediately lit a bonfire on the huge furnace at the very center of the fortress. It was unclear what material was burning, but it produced a huge plume of purple smoke that shot straight into the sky, conveying a message to the dwarves around them. When Bayu blocked the cannon fire, the dwarf leader in the castle judged the strength of the humans on the Griffin to be at least at the commander level. There are no human tribes or cities around here, so these two must be alien lords. Alien lords all have their own troops, and after discovering them, they will likely send their troops to attack them. As the leader of the fortress, this dwarf had to prepare in advance. Zhao Lianxue, who were flying in the sky, discovered that a large number of dwarf cavalry riding wild boars had appeared on the grassland and were heading towards the dwarf fortress. The dwarves on the ground naturally noticed Bayu in the air, but they ignored her and unconsciously increased their speed. Soon, Bayu rode his Griffin in the direction the dwarven cavalry had come from and found a mine at the very edge of the White Rock Mountains. There were some huge rocks outside the mine for cover, and there was nothing on the surface, which explains why Bayu hadn't noticed it. Bayu and Zhao Lianxue controlled the Griffin to land. The two arrived at the entrance of the mine. The mine was only about 1.8 meters high, but the inside was very spacious. This height might be just right for dwarfs. Fortunately, Bayu and Zhao Lianxue are two girls. If they were normal men, they would have to duck to get inside. The two walked along the entrance into the cave. This mine tunnel was inserted directly into the mountain. The iron ore was located in the center of the mountain, which is why this mine tunnel was dug out. During their journey, the two also encountered some dwarf soldiers who hadn't managed to escape, but Bayu easily dealt with them. Even after all the dwarf soldiers had left, Bayu could still hear the clanging sounds of mining coming from inside. Is there anyone else? The two went all the way to the deepest part of the mine, where it had been dug quite spacious, with a height of nearly 3 meters. Bayu saw that there was still a group of dwarves wearing shackles and tattered clothes who were still digging. There were 7 or 8 carts around, filled with iron ore. Hearing the noise, the dwarves turned around and saw that it was 2 humans. They were so frightened that they trembled with fear. These must be dwarven civilians enslaved by the Firebeard clan. Zhao Lianxue whispered to Bayu, "Don't be afraid, everyone. I'm here to save you." As he spoke, Bayu cut off all their shackles and gave them a passionate speech. The dwarves were convinced by Bayu, and Bayu followed a side path in the mine and put all the iron ore into his ring. According to these dwarves, the iron ore mined here is transported to the fortress by dwarven soldiers every few days, and sometimes even to more distant places. These dwarven slaves were not allowed to leave the mine. They ate, drank, and relieved themselves inside every day, and they knew nothing more about the specifics of the situation. "I'll take you to a safe place first. Other dwarves will come to meet you later. We've dealt with the soldiers outside, so please don't worry," Zhao Lianxue said to the dwarves around her. This is a good way for Zhao Lianxue to gain prestige among the dwarves. These enslaved dwarves were now desperate and had no choice but to trust Bayu and the others, because there was nothing worse than being slaves. Afterwards, Bayu and Zhao Lianxue led the dwarves out of the mine. Bayu took them to a mountaintop to hide, where they waited for the arrival of the undead. The 50-odd dwarves looked at each other, their faces still showing unease and fear, but the blue sky above made them more convinced of Bayu's words. At this moment, the ghosts and gargoyles that had been leading the way in the sky finally arrived, saw Bayu on the mountaintop below, and flew towards her. Chapter 127: Destroying the Dwarf Fortress. A smile appeared on Bayu's face. As soon as the ghost landed, Bayu immediately spoke to it. Send a gargoyle back to the castle with all its might, and summon Grey to receive our fellow dwarves. Yes, your majesty. The ghost glanced at the gargoyle closest to it. Why aren't you going yet? The gargoyle hadn't even landed before it started its return journey. This time, it didn't need to wait for the undead knight, and the return trip would be much faster than the way it came. Bayu then sent over several gargoyles, ostensibly to protect his fellow dwarves. Bayu still needed to take down the dwarven fortress, so he couldn't waste time here. After leaving a few gargoyles behind, Bayu and Zhao Lianxue rode away on their griffins. Gargoyles followed closely behind Bayu in the sky, while undead knights galloped across the grassland below. The undead knights can march much faster on the grasslands than inside the White Rock Mountains. 20 minutes later, Bayu saw the dwarf fortress again. At this moment, a large number of dwarven knights, numbering over 1,000, had gathered outside the dwarven fortress. There were likely too many for the fortress to contain them, so they had no choice but to remain outside. The dwarf chieftain on the walls of the dwarf fortress also spotted Bayu returning from afar. Seeing the dark mass of undead knights and the numerous monsters flying in the sky, the dwarf chieftain's pupils involuntarily contracted. The dwarf leader of the fortress immediately ordered all the dwarves to prepare for battle, and huge cannons were pushed out of the city walls, being loaded and aimed at the enemy in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Before the undead could even reach the vicinity of the dwarven fortress, the dwarven leader launched his attack first. The massive cannons sparked on the castle, followed by a huge explosion amidst the undead army. The charging undead knights were hit by cannonballs, their bodies instantly torn to pieces and scattered on the ground. Taking advantage of the gaps in the dwarves' reloading of their cannons, the other undead knights continued their charge towards the dwarven fortress. Boom, boom, boom. Another round of bombardment followed, and countless more undead knights were shattered. By this time, the undead knights were almost upon the fortress. The cannons were no longer usable, so the dwarf commander below the fortress immediately ordered his dwarf knights to charge. Kill. In an instant, the dwarf below flicked the reins, and the wild boar sprang to life, charging towards the undead knights. The undead knight and the dwarf knight quickly clashed. The immense force of their charge allows the undead knights to easily slice the diminutive dwarf knights off the backs of wild boars with a single scythe. In contrast, the undead knights are integrated with their mounts, and there is also a difference in their size. Although the dwarves have protective gear that can withstand the physical damage from the undead knight scythes, don't forget that the undead knight's main attack methods rely on curses and mental attacks. At this moment, the dwarf chieftain on the fortress also noticed that the undead knights who had just been shattered by cannon fire were actually recovering, and some of them had even stood up and rejoined the battle. This completely overturned the dwarf chieftain's understanding. With his body shattered like that, he should be dead. Because the dwarves had no air force, and the dwarven knights were currently engaged in battle with the undead knights, the cannons could only be aimed at the sky to deal with the gargoyles. A regular gargoyle will be shattered into pieces if it takes a cannon shot, but it will also regenerate. This is utterly absurd and utterly illogical. The dwarven knights outside were no match for the undead knights, so the dwarven leader had no choice but to send dwarven soldiers from inside the castle out to help. These dwarven knights were the elite cavalry seeds cultivated by the Firebeard clan. It was thought that this would be their debut battle, but they were unexpectedly completely crushed by the enemy. Bayu launched several large fireballs from the sky at the fortress's protective shield, but they only caused a ripple. It must be said that this protective shield is quite technologically advanced. It can be fired from the inside to the outside without any obstruction, making it a one-way protective shield. Bayu continued to attack the protective shield from the sky and discovered some clues. These protective shields were likely powered by some kind of energy source within the fortress. As Bayu continued to attack, the light waves from the protective shields became weaker and weaker. Bayu felt the time was right, and a scythe instantly appeared in his hand as he leaped down. The dwarf chieftain looked at the constantly attacked protective shield, whose duration was uncertain, and at the dwarf knights suffering a crushing defeat outside. His heart was bleeding. But he had no way to deal with it. His only long-range weapon was artillery, but artillery was completely ineffective against that human. He could only watch as she kept moving around in the sky, attacking the fortress's protective shield. The dwarf chieftain watched Bayou leap down and immediately gripped his warhammer tightly. He knew the protective shield was about to break. Bayou swooped down from the sky, black flames burning on her small pink fists. Using the force of her descent, she punched the top of the protective shield. The sickle is merely for increasing one's own attributes. The entire protective shield shattered instantly, broken by Bayou's punch. Bayou teleported to the top of the city wall and landed steadily. The dwarf leader gripped his warhammer tightly and immediately charged towards Bayou in front of him. The warhammer erupted with bolts of lightning, the entire weapon becoming enchanted with electricity. The dwarf chieftain leaped high into the air, gripping the hammer with both hands and smashing it down with all his might towards Bayou. Bayou gripped the sickle with one hand, spun around, then held the sickle horizontally across his left shoulder with his right hand, and slashed at the leaping dwarf. The scythe burst into black flames in the air. The swinging scythe made the bells on it ring out crisply. The dwarf chieftain felt a sharp pain in his head, and then his lightning warhammer and black fire scythe collided heavily. Bang! The warhammer was shattered by Bayou's scythe, which easily sliced through the dwarf chieftain's armor, sending him flying and crashing heavily into the city wall behind him. The dwarf chieftain lay on the ground, barely alive. The enchantment damage from the white jade scythe was eroding his body, tormenting his life, soul, and flesh simultaneously. He still held the broken hammer handle in his hand, coughing up blood continuously. Enchanted with dark magic, is incredibly sharp, capable of easily destroying other equipment of the same level, including dwarven gear. Furthermore, disregarding equipment bonuses, dwarven commanders are basically among the weakest of all commander-level creatures. Bayou's hand was still slightly numb, but it wasn't a big problem. Bayou flicked the scythe, and the flame on the scythe went out. The dwarf leader was easily killed by Bayou, not to mention the other dwarves. The dwarves drew their muskets, aimed them at Bayou, and pulled the triggers. Bayou walked towards them step by step, and a magical barrier blocked all the bullets. Clang clang. Bayou annihilated them all with 2 strikes, and also destroyed all the cannons. Bayou so fiercely and easily defeating them all, Zhao Lianxue, who was in the sky, felt relieved and controlled the Griffin to land inside the fortress. Wow, awesome. Zhao Lianxue gave Bayou a thumbs up. Bayou had just turned around to look at Zhao Lianxue when she suddenly felt a strange sensation coming from her body. Bayou immediately looked for a target and looked around. There happened to be a house inside the fortress that looked quite prestigious, which should be the residence of this dwarf leader. Wait here for me for a moment. I'm going to the restroom first. Bayou's face grew increasingly red. Without even glancing at Zhao Lianxue, she teleported to the building and quickly went inside. Unfortunately, teleportation cannot pass through walls. It can only move you to a location within a certain range that you can see. Zhao Lianxue looked puzzled and scratched her head. Going to the toilet? Chapter 128 Social Death. The lifestyle of dwarves is similar to that of humans. They also build houses, sleep in beds, and have some furniture inside. Unlike goblins and werewolves, who can sleep on just some weeds on the ground, dwarves have their own technology and civilization, and are considered highly intelligent beings. At that moment, Bayou pushed the door open and entered, glanced at the interior of the room, and then quickly closed the door. About 10 minutes passed, and Bayou still hadn't come out of the house. Lianxue, who was outside, wanted to see if there were any treasures inside the fortress, but suddenly she was stunned. Wait a minute, why hasn't the big boss come out yet? Is he secretly taking a dump? Zhao Lianxue's otherwise blank mind, as if she had just thought of something. It can't be. She became even more certain of her guess, and, mustering her courage, cautiously walked towards the building that Bayou had entered. As she got closer, Zhao Lianxue slowed her pace even more, tiptoeing like a thief. Zhao Lianxue leaned closer to the edge of the wall and vaguely heard some noise, which further confirmed her suspicions. Hum came from inside the room, which Zhao Lianxue heard clearly. She smiled like an ant and pressed her ear against the door to try to hear it more clearly. I knew it. I never expected it to be. I've got him now. This time, Zhao Lianxue heard it even more clearly, which completely confirmed her inner suspicions. I never expected the big boss to have such a gentle side. It's only at times like this. Zhao Lianxue had a lewd look on her face. With her ear pressed against the wall, she couldn't hear very clearly, so she could only secretly move towards the door. There was a gap there where the sound would be clearer. She pressed her ear against the door, giggling foolishly, her entire upper body leaning against it, completely forgetting that it was a double door that opened inwards, and unconsciously increased the force she applied. Creak. The door was pushed open by Zhao Lianshua's weight, and Zhao Lianshua fell to the ground because she was caught off guard. Bang! The double doors opened loudly, and Zhao Lianshua, who had fallen to the ground, went completely blank. Oh no! The two looked at each other, and an awkward silence fell. Zhao Lianshua was completely stunned. She hadn't expected such an embarrassing situation to happen. She lifted her head from the floor and looked at Baiyu in the room with an embarrassed smile. At this moment, Baiyu's hair was also a little messy. She sat on the stool, looking at Zhao Lianshua, who had fallen to the ground at the door with a puzzled expression. Big boss, I'm so sorry. Zhao Lianshua was startled and ran out of the room as if fleeing, but as soon as she left, she felt something was wrong and ran back to close the door again. It's over, it's really over. Is the big boss going to kill me? This is truly a case of social death. What should we do? How can we ease this turbulent relationship? They say relationships between women are like a thin sheet of paper. Well, now look, the little boat of friendship has capsized in an instant. Zhao Lianshua leaned against the wall, still able to feel her heart pounding wildly. Baiyu, who was in the room, also blushed. She was now in an awkward situation. However, she wasn't a hot-tempered guy, and she wouldn't fly into a rage over something like this. Moreover, Zhao Lianshua has helped Baiyu a lot, and will be of great use in the future, so she wouldn't be so cruel as to discard her after she's served her purpose. To ease her tension, Zhao Lianshua wandered around outside the room, trying to find something useful to cover up the awkwardness of their meeting after Baiyu left. After searching around, Zhao Lianshua found nothing of value other than a few artillery emplacements and ammunition depots. As for the special buildings inside those fortresses, they'll have to be destroyed after Baiyu comes out. She wouldn't dare overstep her bounds. Outside, the undead knights were still fighting the dwarf knights. The number of dwarf knights was decreasing, and with the help of the gargoyles in the sky, the fortress behind the dwarves was no longer their support. The dwarf knights had nowhere to go and were gradually surrounded by the undead. Their only mistake was that Baiyu forgot to bring the necromancer. However, even if they brought them, it would be a waste of time. The necromancers couldn't summon all the corpses immediately, and they were afraid of frightening their dwarves if they brought these dwarf corpses back to the castle. Therefore, Baiyu planned to summon them all at once right here. Although double summoning is useful, it depends on the location and timing. The downside is that it wastes too much time. Baiyu couldn't stay in this place for long. After all, they didn't know the specific situation around them and could face reinforcements from other dwarves at any time. As more and more dwarves died in battle, the advantages of the undead gradually became apparent. Although dwarves have armor that protects them from physical attacks to a certain extent, they are completely immune to soul attacks. Even if the wraiths cannot kill the dwarves, their powerful soul attacks can instantly disrupt their movements, and with the help of other undead, they can be easily killed. Moreover, most of these equipment are of ordinary grade and have limited durability, so they can't withstand many attacks before they shatter completely. The dwarf could easily smash a skeleton with his warhammer, but he was clumsy when facing agile zombies and death knights. In addition, there is aerial cover from the ghosts and gargoyles. Even if you can't beat them, you can wear them down through attrition. Zhao Lianshua, feigning nonchalance, returned to the city wall to observe the battle between the undead and the dwarves below. Meanwhile, she nervously checked the system time. About 10 minutes later, Baiyu stretched her limbs and looked refreshed. She did one last thorough check of the dwarf chieftain's room, fearing that she might have lost something valuable. You think you can be the leader of the dwarves? You must be really poor. Baiyu went outside and looked around. Apart from some industrial products and defensive weapons, there was nothing else new or interesting. Outside the fortress walls, the sounds of the undead and dwarves fighting could still be heard, but they were much fainter than when Baiyu had entered. Baiyu estimated that the battle would be over soon. Although Zhao Lianshua on the city wall kept looking at the battlefield outside, she would occasionally glance in Baiyu's direction out of the corner of her eye. Seeing the other party come out, he froze, as if waiting for the judgment to come. Chapter 129 Triumphant Return. Baiyu naturally didn't mention what had just happened. Then she realized she had forgotten to fix her hair. She took the hair tie off her hair, shook it, tidied her slightly messy clothes and hair, and then tied her hair back up. Seeing that Baiyu hadn't mentioned the awkward incident from earlier, Zhao Lianshua's anxiety finally began to ease. Feeling that she had successfully brushed with death, Zhao Lianshua became much more subdued and stopped thinking about those irrelevant things. Bai and Zhao Lianxue began searching for usable items inside the fortress. They found over 10,000 iron ingots in a huge furnace in the warehouse. It must have been this furnace that smelted the transported iron ore into iron ingots. This furnace was very large, about twice the size of the furnace in Zhao Lianxue's castle. Bai was in high spirits at this moment, feeling like she was blessed by Lady Luck, and destroyed the furnace without hesitation. As expected, a special building blueprint fell down, and Bai took it in her hand and examined it. An advanced furnace? For you. Bai tossed the blueprints directly to Zhao Lianxue. With this thing, the efficiency of ore refining could be greatly increased. The two also discovered the structure inside the fortress that could generate a protective shield. It was a spire-like structure with a recessed area at the bottom. Bai opened it and saw that it contained 12 spirit cores neatly embedded inside. I thought it was something advanced, but it turns out it's also powered by a spirit core. Bai pursed her lips, then decisively destroyed it, causing another special building blueprint to drop. She picked up the blueprint to check the information. Spirit core shield, commander level. Seeing that the building was only at the commander level, Bai had already given up on this special building and gave it to Zhao Lianxue instead. Although her special buildings do not contain any special structures like protective shields, the commander-level defensive capabilities are completely useless against Bai at present. It would be more practical to conceal the chandelier. Special buildings start at the king level, and Bai looks down on anything below the king level. Aside from that, there wasn't much of value in the fortress. Some magic crystals and spirit cores, some food, and some dwarven daily necessities and equipment. Ordinary equipment was now just junk. In a corner of the fortress was a small warehouse filled with countless black shells. We blew it up as we left. After storing all usable supplies into their spatial rings, Bai and Zhao Lianxue arrived at the fortress wall. The battle outside can be declared over. There were nearly 3,000 dwarves, 1,000 of whom were dwarf knights, all equipped with wild boars. At least 4,000 undead could be summoned, so Bai immediately took action without wasting any time. The undead below are carrying corpses and doing hard labor to make it easier for Bai to summon them. Bai's left eye emitted a faint blue light, and a gray summoning array appeared beneath the approximately 1,000 dwarf corpses on the ground. The approximately 1,000 corpses only summoned less than 100 necromancers, who then performed a double summoning. However, since the necromancer has not been enhanced by the Blackwater Altar, a level 1 necromancer can only summon one type of unit, skeleton soldiers, at double the normal rate, and the mana bar is too short, so the effect is negligible. But it's better than nothing. It's good to rest for a while and recover my energy. An hour later, Bai had summoned all the corpses, and the dwarf corpses had been decomposed. At this moment, all sorts of undead had appeared on the ground, numbering over 4,000. Zhao Lianxue was stunned. She finally understood why Bai was so strong. He could mass-produce troops. They came with over 2,000 undead, but left with over 6,000. That's terrifying. However, compared to the energetic Bai before, she now had a headache. Her mental energy was too depleted, and she needed to go back and get a good night's sleep. All the wraiths stay behind to continue exploring the area. The rest of the undead returned to the castle. Bai shouted to the undead below from the fortress wall. Those that could fly took off instantly, while those that couldn't fly began to run on the ground. The two mounted their griffins and prepared to leave. The griffin took flight, and Bai turned around, extending his palm to condense a black flame bullet, which he fired towards the ammunition depot of the fortress below. Boom, 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 boom. As the first shell was detonated, countless shells instantly triggered a chain reaction, exploding one after another. The entire fortress was destroyed. Bai rode a griffin into the sky, with the exploded fortress behind her becoming her backdrop. But she didn't want to look cool right now. Her head was throbbing, and she just wanted to go back to sleep. Bai rode the griffin to the location where the dwarven slaves had been hiding. After finding that they and the ghosts had left, he felt relieved and rode the griffin back to the castle along the same route. She wouldn't be foolish enough to send undead to guard this place. Although the Firebeard clan didn't seem strong, Bai didn't know their actual strength and couldn't take the risk. We launched a surprise attack and then decisively retreated, considering it retaliation for their attack on our castle. These summon level 1 ghosts are weak and cannot be upgraded. Since they have no physical form, they are the first choice for scouts, and at night they are almost invisible. An hour later, the two lords rode back to the castle on their griffins, while the undead army struggled along the mountain path behind them. Bai saw the dwarf slaves in Zhao Lianxue's castle apparently brought back by Gray, along with some new faces. She dismounted from the Griffin, with Zhao Lianxue following behind. Gray immediately led the group of dwarves to greet Baiyu. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the two ladies I was talking about. Although they are human, they treat us like family. Upon hearing Gray's words, the dwarves all stepped forward to greet Baiyu and Zhao Lianxue. Baiyu naturally pushed Zhao Lianxue forward to deal with the dwarves. The dwarf slaves who escaped from the mine also believed Baiyu's words, because many of their compatriots were praising the two of them, and they naturally chose to believe their own compatriots. The first thing Gray did upon returning to the castle was to provide them with a large meal. The dwarves were already deeply grateful to Baiyu and Zhao Lianxue. Gray then explained the rules to them. This was a sanctuary, not a retirement home, and every dwarf needed to work to earn food. Although the dwarves did not change their fate of mining, at least their working hours were shorter, they ate better, and they had more human rights. Zhao Lianxue was surrounded by a group of dwarves and greeted warmly, while Baiyu secretly slipped away and headed towards the portal, wanting to go back and get a good night's sleep. Sister Bai, are you leaving? Sun Xiao, inside the castle, quickly followed Baiyu's footsteps. She had no intention of being with that old witch. Chapter 130 Upgrading the Castle and Barracks. As the portal flashed with an orange-yellow light, Baiyu and Sun Xiao walked out of the portal together. I'm a little tired and need to rest, Baiyu said to Sun Xiao with a headache. Sun Xiao was still vomiting with her hands on her knees when she heard Baiyu's voice. She realized that Baiyu was probably exhausted from fighting. Sister Bai, you go ahead, don't worry about me, Sun Xiao said with a grin. Anyway, her magical beasts are currently leveling up rapidly in the time chamber, and they only have a day's worth of food, so she doesn't need to worry at all. The only downside is that food has to be obtained by hunting from time to time, and Sun Xiao herself does not gain experience points, which means that she cannot level up at the moment. Since she had nothing else to do, Sun Xiao didn't consider herself an outsider and didn't go back. Instead, she wandered around Baiyu's castle. When I get bored, I go online to chat and fencing with those trolls. Baiyu went to the bathroom, took off her clothes, ignored Sun Xiao, and started taking a shower by herself. After taking a shower, Baiyu wrapped herself in a bath towel and walked barefoot towards the bedroom. When she reached the bathroom door, she didn't forget to pick up her clothes from the floor. Baiyu casually tossed her clothes into the closet, threw away her bath towel, and crawled into bed. Time, 1500 hours. Baiyu slept for 4 or 5 hours and felt refreshed and full of energy, and her depleted mental energy was successfully restored. I woke up in the afternoon, and the first thing I did was to check the time on the system. Baiyu casually opened his personal panel and saw that he had been upgraded to level 6 commander, with improvements in all aspects of his attributes, but the changes were not significant. She felt that if the level difference wasn't so great, an improvement in magic or equipment would have been far more effective than leveling up in terms of combat power. Baiyu lifted the covers and changed out of the clothes she had gotten dirty while upgrading. She was initially struggling with what to wear, but then she saw a matching top. She quickly picked it up and put it on, opting for a simple look. She wore a white short-sleeved shirt, a khaki vest, and a red tie, paired with a black pleated skirt, black stockings, and leather shoes. It has a school anime vibe, Baiyu looked in the mirror. Well, the only advantage of a shirt is that it amplifies your strengths. Even a C-cup can make you look like a C+. Just far inferior to Zhao Lianxue. Baiyu let her hair fall down her back and left the bedroom. She realized she had slept for 4 hours, and Sun Xiao was still in the yard. However, at this moment she was cursing loudly in the world chat, which showed that she was also very bored. Upon seeing Baiyu appear, Sun Xiao also closed the world chat. Sister Bai, you're awake. Wow, Sister Bai, you look so beautiful. Has Zhao Lianxue never come back? Baiyu asked Sun Xiao. No, that old hag is probably having a good time with the dwarves. Baiyu opened the warehouse and found that the resources inside had decreased, which must be because Zhao Lianxue had built those special buildings over there. There are still 15,000 iron ingots in the warehouse, just enough for Baiyu to upgrade the town once. Let's upgrade the barracks too. Upgrade requirements: 80k wood, 40k stone, 12k iron ingots. Upgrade. Sun Xiao watched as Baiyu upgraded the town. A flash of light disappeared in an instant, and the town upgrade was completed. No special changes occurred, except that the faint glow emanating from the castle seemed to have deepened. Apart from having slightly more health, there are basically no other changes, and the territory and town territory have not increased in size. Baiyu glanced at it, ignored it, and continued to choose to upgrade the barracks. There were no special changes. Bai was a little unhappy. The barracks had only upgraded the basic troop level from ordinary level 3 to ordinary level 5. Sun Xiaoxiao was completely stunned. Bai glanced at her and patted Sun Xiaoxiao on the head. Hurry up and upgrade. My barracks base level is already higher than yours. Okay, Sister Bai, I definitely won't hold you back. Sun Xiaoxiao covered her head and said, by the way, your magical beasts should all be in that special building, right? I'll give you some food. Bai looked at the hundreds of thousands of food portions in her warehouse and suddenly remembered something, so she said to Sun Xiaoxiao. Sun Xiaoxiao watched as Bai sent her 50,000 portions of food and Zhao Lianxue 100,000 portions, completely emptying her warehouse of ordinary food. Oh, this is too much. Sister Bai. Sun Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Watching Bai move the supplies gave her the feeling of watching a wealthy person from a certain country throw cash around in anger. Sun Xiaoxiao knew that Zhao Lianshue's side had more dwarves than her own magical beasts, so she gave most of the food to her and didn't think anything of it. I never expected that Sister Bai would still remember me. I'm so touched. I'm so useless, sob sob sob. There are a few more pieces of commander-level equipment. If you need them, take them. If not, sell them. Bai looked at the messy warehouse and started tidying it up, throwing all the useless things to Sun Xiaoxiao. Commander-level equipment. This is undoubtedly a huge blow to Sun Xiaoxiao, who is only level 4 ordinary equipment. These things are outdated for Bai, and her level has entered the latter half of the commander level. Now only king-level items can attract her attention. Sure enough, once you become powerful, resources are readily available. Take the Dwarven Fortress for example. You obtained a full 20,000 magic crystals. If you sold those for more than 20 commander-level equipment pieces, you could get them for that price. Thank you, Sister Bai. By the way, Sister Bai, shall we go over there? Sun Xiaoxiao asked Bai with a puzzled look. She had a feeling that Bai had rushed back because there were still things left to deal with. Why go over there? Didn't you say she was having fun with the dwarves? Why would you want to disturb her? Bai rolled her eyes at Sun Xiaoxiao. Sun Xiaoxiao sensed a hint of schadenfreude in Bai's words, but she had no proof. Chapter 131 Clash on the Snow Mountain. Just as Bai was feeding Xiao Bing, she saw Arthur flying back from the direction of the Snow Mountain. Normally, Arthur would not return to the castle, so this time it seemed that he had some information about the Snow Mountain. Arthur's massive body landed in the town, kicking up a cloud of dust. Your Majesty, Arthur has information to report. Bai turned to look at Arthur and listened to Arthur's report. The information Arthur mentioned was that it had fought with the Vampire Lord and 4 other lords. You mean you saw the Snow Maiden Lord among that group of people? Bai asked in confusion. Yes, Your Majesty, there are 4 of them in total. Among them, the Flame Lord and the Rock Lord are the strongest, and their strength is no weaker than that of the Vampire Lord. Arthur wasn't stupid. Although he couldn't distinguish humans very clearly, how could he not recognize the Snow Woman? Bai realized that the Lord who had disappeared from the Snow Mountain, as discovered by the Gargoyles, must have been Lung Jie's castle. They were in an alliance, and Lung Jie had used the alliance token to move. Judging from the situation, his new home doesn't seem to be too far from the frigid snow-capped mountains. It's just on a barren plain. Bai knew the location of Yi Liang's castle, which was situated at the border of the frigid snow mountain and the barren plain. If it weren't for the long time required to cross the snow mountain, Bai would have already gone to eliminate him. It seems that this vampire lord, who is either getting beaten up or on his way to getting beaten up, has not only failed to face Bai's punishment, but has now gotten himself into a new trouble. However, Bai just listened and learned about the surrounding information. It had nothing to do with her. Go ahead and fight. The fiercer the better. It would be best to kill them all. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. After hearing Arthur's words, Bai remained completely unmoved. Wait a minute, shouldn't you normally say something like, I'm going to kill them? Sun Xiaoxiao knew this wasn't like Bai's personality. There are 5 of them. What if they gang up on me? Didn't you hear what Arthur said? At least 3 of them are first-tier lords. Do you think I, your sister Bai, look like a brute? But we have 3 people here too. Sun Xiaoxiao was puzzled. 3 against 1 against 4. Shouldn't that be a big problem? The 2 of you combined aren't even half as good as him. Bai sighed. Even Lung Jie, who currently has the weakest performance, can easily defeat Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhao Lianxue. Sun Xiaoxiao felt a little ashamed upon hearing this. She realized that Bai Jie had once again found her too weak. At least Zhao Lianxue could be a tool, but it seemed that she really couldn't help Bai Jie at all. I'm not even as good as one of Sister Bai's Loli soldiers. Yet Sister Bai still takes such good care of me and gives me so many things. I suddenly realized that I seem to be a burden. As she thought about it, Sun Xiaoxiao felt a little frustrated, but her strong inner strength quickly led her to comfort herself. Keep up the good work and do your best. Sun Xiaoxiao summoned Tingyun, stood directly on it, and spoke to Baiyu. Sister Bai, I'm going back now. I will definitely work hard to become stronger. When you see me next time, I will definitely be stronger than that old witch. After saying that, Sun Xiaoxiao rode the clouds westward. Why? Why would someone suddenly leave when they were perfectly fine? Arthur, you continue leveling up. Tell the undead to keep an eye on the movements of the snow mountain and those lords. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the frigid snow-capped mountains, a pack of giant black wolves was galloping across the snow, heading deep into the frigid snow-capped mountains. They moved incredibly fast, like a blur, and soon reached the depths of the frigid snow-capped mountains. They were sent to investigate the battle between the Frost Mountain Angels and the Frost Dragons. The Howling Moon Silver Wolves were their eyes and ears planted in the snow mountain, and now that they had been inexplicably wiped out, they naturally wanted to find out what was going on. Besides the giant wolf, another force had arrived in the depths of the snow-capped mountains, seemingly investigating something as well. They have tiger heads and human bodies, are 2 meters tall, and their bodies are covered with bulging muscles. Their hands are 2 huge tiger claws, and their bodies are covered with snow-white fur and black stripes. A king character is clearly visible on their foreheads. Its appearance is very similar to that of a werewolf, so let's call it a tiger man for now. When the giant wolves arrived, they also spotted the group of tiger men, who in turn looked at the giant wolves that had suddenly appeared in the distance. Their reactions were completely opposite. A hint of worry flashed in the tiger man's eyes, but no fear appeared, because the giant wolves in front of him might not be his match. On the other hand, the giant wolf didn't take the tiger man in front of it seriously at all. Get out of here if you don't want to die. This isn't a place for you to escape to. The giant wolf bared its teeth and spoke in human language, threatening the tigers before it. The tiger men looked at each other, then at the leader of the tiger men. Young man, I advise you to be careful. The frigid snow-capped mountain is not the summit of any mountain. The tiger men warned the giant wolves that this was not their territory, and that the tiger men were not afraid of them. A pack of stray dogs dares not compare themselves to the mountain peaks. Kill them. The giant wolf seemed to have been provoked. It naturally recognized the race in front of it. The individual members of the group were quite strong, but in terms of background, they were far superior to these tiger men from the top of the mountains. The giant wolves began to swell up, transforming into werewolves, and charged towards the tiger men before them. Tiger men then werewolves, but the tiger men leader is only a level 7 commander, while the werewolf leader is level 8. Werewolves possess terrifying self-healing and bloodlust abilities, which are not found in tiger men. Compared to tiger men, werewolves are better suited for close combat. Just as the leading werewolf was about to charge at the tiger men, and the tiger men were ready for battle, a little girl suddenly stepped out from among the tiger men. The little girl was wearing a princess dress, which was clearly human attire. Her long white hair fell over her shoulders, and she had 2 animal ears on either side of her head, which seemed to prove that she was not human. The little girl's pupils contracted, instantly turning from round to needle-like, and a surge of spatial power coursed around her. All the charging giant wolves were frozen in place, and then 4 huge claw marks appeared on the body of each giant wolf. Had imprisoned the werewolves disappeared, and all of them were instantly torn to pieces and sent flying, collapsing to the ground howling in pain and bleeding profusely. The little girl seemed to know that the werewolves had the ability to heal themselves, and before the werewolves could begin to heal, she froze them all. Only the leader of the werewolves, dragging his heavily wounded body, escaped the ice seal and was now glaring menacingly at the little girl from a distance. You bastards, you will pay for this. After saying that, the werewolf transformed back into a giant wolf and disappeared from the spot. The little girl buried all the frozen werewolves under the snow, then collapsed backward, exhausted. The lead tiger man quickly caught the little girl and addressed the group of tiger men behind him. Her Majesty the Queen has fallen into a deep sleep again to save everyone. It has been confirmed that the Frost Dragon is dead. Everyone, find a place to hide as soon as possible. Chapter 132 Elemental Alliance attacks Yiliang. After a busy day, Master Zhao returned to his affiliated castle from Hapuni State. The dwarves were so hospitable that he couldn't refuse their hospitality. Baiyu sent another batch of gargoyles to Hapuni State, bringing back all the miscellaneous units he had previously summoned, mainly because they needed to be strengthened by the Blackwater Altar. Now 2,000 undead knights, 1,000 gargoyles, 900 ghosts, and 100 necromancers at Zhao Lianshua's castle. With a full 4,000 undead, Baiyu simply couldn't believe that the Firebeard clan would actually dare to attack. Even so, there are still 20,000 undead in martial state. Below the king level, Baiyu feels that he is now invincible. Let alone level 7 or 8 commanders. Even if a level 9 commander came, we could overwhelm him with a horde of undead. Glanced at Zhao Lianshua through the window and could tell that she was really tired, so she chose to return to her affiliated castle. Baiyu was idly scrolling through the world chat when she noticed a strange phenomenon. The Lord of the Flame is buying up spirit cores on a large scale at the exchange, and he's using iron ingots as the exchange condition. Only a few lords can upgrade their castles to towns. Most lords are still short of iron ingots. At this time, he is actually selling iron ingots. Baiyu does not believe that the spirit core has not been of much help to him. Now that the newbie period is over, there's no longer any need to stay up all night guarding the barracks and summoning troops. Baiyu went to bed early. Meanwhile, the Barren Plains Elemental Alliance. A castle riddled with cracks appeared here, belonging to Wind Howl, the last member of the Elemental Alliance and Lord of the Gale's Fury. Upon learning of the Alliance's current situation, including its conflict with a top-tier lord and the ever-present threat from the Gata Empire, Feng Xiao resolutely chose to help his ally. At this moment, the Elemental Alliance was in a 5-pointed formation, with all members present. Everyone was welcoming Feng Xiao. Lung Jie had always thought that Feng Xiao would be a bearded middle-aged man, but it turned out that he was the youngest of the 5, a passionate young man of only 18 years old. Feng Xiao has a special item that can absorb the power of the wind element to condense wind demons for him. The reason he didn't come so early is because the Wild Wolf Valley where he used to live was often swept by howling winds, which was conducive to his summoning of troops. However, the current number of troop types is approaching saturation, and Feng Xiao previously focused too much on the quantity of troop types while neglecting their quality. This is the fundamental reason why he has always been in the second tier. The Wind Demon's attributes are arguably the most overpowered among the 5-unit types. Although the Wind Demon is an elemental being, it has a physical form and can condense into different shapes. Currently, Feng Xiao's Wind Demon has only mastered 2 forms. One can transform into a 3-meter-long bird, and the other can transform into a ferocious beast similar to a tiger. Because it is formed from wind elements, it can still fly even in its land beast form. Now that we're all here, and my injuries have healed thanks to Sister Lu's treatment, I suggest we set off tomorrow to take down that vampire lord. Lung Jie was still in shock from almost being killed by Yi Liang. He wanted to gather his allies to kill him as soon as possible. As for the Gata Empire, he would just leave them a few vampire corpses later. Feng Xiao had just arrived and naturally wanted to show off, so he readily agreed to Lung Jie's suggestion. As for Shi Yao and Lu Yao, it doesn't matter what they do. It mainly depends on Lin Zhen's opinion. Lin Zhen saw that everyone had the idea of killing the vampire lord. As the first battle after the establishment of the Elemental Alliance, taking down a top-tier lord was indeed a good choice. Okay, let's set off first thing tomorrow morning. Seeing that Lin Zhen agreed, Lung Jie and Feng Xiao also smiled. This vampire lord is finished. Time, 6 o'clock. Deep within the desolate plains, in a vast city, a general clad in armor led 50,000 soldiers away from the city in a grand procession. The Gata Empire was furious when he learned that his elite squad had been wiped out. He received important news from the Empire's Mage Association branch. A 6-winged angel had slain the Frost Dragon. The intelligent beings of the frigid snow-capped mountains would not provoke the Gata Empire, which is backed by the Mage Association. As for those creatures without intelligence, they would be even less capable of wiping out their elite squad. The ministers immediately deduced that a foreign tribe was causing trouble on the border. The young and impetuous emperor suddenly understood the reason for the incident and immediately dispatched his empire's generals to kill the foreign tribe. Because the Gata Empire is backed by the Mage Association, the empire's high-ranking officials are all magic practitioners. Although their combat strength is not comparable to that of regular mages of the same level, they can still gain considerable close combat abilities through magical enhancements. On the other side, Lin Zhen and the other 4 left about 3 commander-level troops in their respective castles to guard their bases, while all other troops were taken away by the 5 lords and headed towards Yi Liang's castle. With howling winds carried the 4 lords, and its speed was much faster than Lung Jie's Snow Maiden. Below are various troop types following the 5 lords: flame spirits, earth monsters, wind demons, trance, and snow maidens. There are over 6,000 of them in total, with Wind Howl and Lin Jun having the largest number of troops. Yi Liang wasn't stupid. Knowing that he had offended a Lord Alliance and was no match for them, he had been frantically searching for allies to help him these past 2 days. But Yi Liang had always been alone. Suddenly asking other lords to move to his place or him to theirs was too suspicious. The other lords weren't stupid. There was almost no trust involved, and the behavior was too bizarre. Most lords would believe this was Yi Liang's conspiracy, and that even if the alliance succeeded, it would be of no use, because the lords of the alliance would not move here, much less allow Yi Liang to move there. Yi Liang was in despair, but a glimmer of hope emerged from his despair. He guessed that the alliance would be attacking soon, and now that he had exposed the location of his castle, he had no way to escape. If Yi Liang were to ask who could save him right now, the first person he would think of is the undead Lord Baiyu. He knew that Baiyu was very strong, and with Baiyu's help, those 4 lords might not be a match for them. Yi Liang was about to open the system panel to send a private message to Baiyu when he suddenly froze, realizing he had no idea what her castle was called. Yi Liang turned his gaze to the snow-capped mountain. He needed to find a sentient spirit to send back and deliver a message to Baiyu. However, gargoyles lack intelligence and require finding a higher-level undead. Yi Liang was hesitant to send vampires, fearing they might mess things up, as this was a matter of life and death. He believed that if he promised Baiyu enough benefits, Baiyu would definitely be tempted. Yi Liang instantly transformed into a black shadow and disappeared from the castle, flying towards the snow-capped mountain. Chapter 133 Cavalry of the Gata Empire. After a long and arduous journey of more than an hour on the snowy mountain, Yi Liang finally encountered a bone dragon, but it was not the one he had worked with last time. Yi Liang was unsure whether it possessed intelligence. "Hello," Yi Liang roared, but the bone dragon turned around and blasted him with its dragon breath, which Yi Liang immediately dodged. "I'm not here to fight. I need you to deliver a message to your lord." After Yi Liang finished speaking, he waited for the bone dragon's reaction. "What do you want to say to our queen?" As expected, the bone dragon possessed intelligence. Its ethereal voice reached Yi Liang's ears, and Yi Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Liang relayed all the information to the bone dragon, and finally emphasized again that if the Elemental Alliance really attacked, he hoped that Baiyu could lend a hand, and even revealed the name of his castle, Dracula. After saying that, Yi Liang looked at the bone dragon. The bone dragon seemed to understand, but it didn't seem to understand. However, as long as it could remember its ID, that was enough. "I will pass on the message." After saying that, the bone dragon flew away. Yi Liang only needed to wait for Baiyu's reply when the system suddenly popped up a kill notification, which startled Yi Liang. "Your level 8 common vampire has been killed by the enemy lord. Besides the Elemental Alliance, the only other entity nearby is the Undead Lord." Based on Yi Liang's observation of her troops over the past few days, her castle is most likely located on the other side of the frosty snow mountain. And right now, at this moment, the only entity capable of killing his troops is the Elemental Alliance. A heart full of trepidation, Yi Liang made every effort to return to the castle. An hour later, Yi Liang's castle came into view. They actually came. Yi Liang saw that there were 5 lords leading a large number of troops below, surrounding and killing the vampires. Yi Liang only had a little over 1,000 vampires, which were at a disadvantage in both quantity and quality. There was one more lord than before. Their entire alliance had mobilized. Deep-seated hatred could there be? Yi Liang didn't kill any of their soldiers. On the contrary, he was pierced through the chest and beaten several times. If Yi Liang hadn't been so resilient, he would have died long ago. And now they're still coming. Moreover, judging from the situation, they wanted to kill all of Yi Liang's troops before they would stop, but they didn't know that Yi Liang was not in the castle at the moment. "Wait, what's that?" Yi Liang's pupils contracted. A cavalry force had appeared on the distant horizon, charging towards them. Gata Empire. In an instant, Yi Liang understood. It must be that the village he had massacred had attracted the attention of the Empire, and now they had sent troops to kill him. However, Yi Liang was not alarmed. Instead, he smiled. The arrival of the Gata Empire was timely, and perhaps there was no need to ask for help. It would be perfect to rely on the Gata Empire to deal with the Elemental Alliance, and those human cavalry numbered in the tens of thousands. These were all Yi Liang's reserve troops. It was like they were delivering freebies. Not only did they rescue Yi Liang, they also provided him with troops. Yi Liang quickly flew towards the castle. As the Gata Empire cavalry drew closer, Lung Jie and the others noticed the enemy attacking from the flank in the distance. Everyone froze, and looked in the direction of the cavalry. They arrived way too fast. There must be tens of thousands of them. Lu Yao covered her mouth in surprise. Damn it, of all times, this sickly guy is really lucky. Lung Jia had to admire Yi Liang's luck. Take care of the human cavalry first. They're not too strong, just numerous. Don't be afraid. Feng Xiao was filled with excitement. He hadn't expected to encounter such a grand scene so soon after arriving. But what made these human cavalrymen think they could fight against the elemental beings on his side? The Gata Empire's cavalry alone forced the five to abandon their attack on Yi Liang's castle. All units were on high alert, ready to fight the Gata Empire's cavalry. The vampires also returned to the area around the castle to protect it from destruction. There are actually 6 alien lords. His Majesty's guess was indeed correct. The aliens should be exterminated. Imperial General Miles, clad in silver armor, drew his silver sword, ready for battle. Kill. Slaughter the barbarians. For the Empire. Miles and his 50,000 cavalrymen quickened their pace and charged toward the 6 lords. In Miles' eyes, he didn't care about conflicts between different races. All different races were the same to him. Yi Liang was still in the castle, intending to watch them kill each other. He only needed to protect the castle. It was obvious that the Elemental Alliance, with its larger numbers, was the primary target of these people's attack. All 6 underestimated the Empire's cavalry, believing that their own troops were advanced life forms and that killing a person would be no problem at all. Furthermore, they lacked specific countermeasures, and elemental beings and vampires were practically immortal. Commander-level troops blocking his way. Miles ignored the soldiers and swiftly bypassed them, attacking the 5 men. Watch out, he's coming. So fast. The 5 people felt immense pressure in an instant, so much so that they were all unable to move. Miles unleashed a sword strike, a silver beam of light that sent all 5 of them flying. Dumbfounded inside the castle. What was going on? All 5 fell to the ground, injured. In the instant they were attacked, they all used their defensive techniques. Lu Yao and Shi Yao's bodies turned into wood and stone to regenerate. Lung Jia, Lin Zhun, and Feng Xiao changed their elements and successfully dodged the attack. Even so, it couldn't completely offset Miles's damage, and blood still trickled from the corners of everyone's mouths. Just as the 5 were about to get up, the gravity returned, immobilizing them. Field. He's a king-level expert. On the other side, Bai Yu, in a great mood, finished feeding Xiao Bing and sent Zhao Lianxue away. She was about to summon her own troops. Bai Yu happened to see a bone dragon flying from the direction of the snow mountain. Is it another business opportunity? Bai Yu stopped in his tracks as he entered the barracks, intending to see why the bone dragon had returned. Bai Yu usually didn't allow undead to enter the castle without any news, so the bone dragon's flight towards the castle meant it must have some news. We can summon the troops later. It won't make a difference if we wait a little longer. The bone dragon arrived at the castle and chattered on and on to Bai Yu. What? He wants me to help him kill him. What kind of brain-dead lord is this? If he wants to die, he should go and bang his head against a wall. Bai Yu was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what the bone dragon was trying to say, because Yi Liang had said too much to it, and it couldn't extract the key information, so it had mixed up a lot of it. Didn't he say his name, or where he was? Your Majesty, he told me the name of his castle, Dracula. Ah. Chapter 130 for the Power of Domains. So that lord is Dracula, and the message he conveyed to the bone dragon was probably about cooperation. I'm so smart. Bai Yu accurately analyzed the key information. The reason she left her name at the end was probably because she was worried that the bone dragon wouldn't be able to explain it clearly, although Bai Yu had already guessed his name. Considering that the bone dragon flew back from the snow-capped mountains, it's quite easy to guess. What does he want from me? Does he actually have business to do with me? With that, Bai Yu waved his hand to send the bone dragon away, then walked towards the barracks on his own, touching his conscience as he opened the system panel. Bai Yu entered Dracula's name and was able to initiate a private chat without adding him as a friend. She typed a question mark and then ignored it. Turning to the confirmation button in the barracks, she clicked to summon. A ghostly green light flickered, and following the 10 acolytes emerged 30 identical skeletons, all perfectly formed. A skeleton? No way, this is so unlucky. But when they were fully revealed, Bai Yu looked closely and found that they were somewhat different from the skeleton soldiers. They had no weapons, wore black robes, and had purple flames burning in their eye sockets that were completely different from the skeletons. Your most loyal apostle has come to see your Majesty. It can even talk? Bai Yu quickly checked their information, which was rather unbelievable. Lich. Growth cap. Monarch level. Skills. Skeleton magic. Bone magic. Frost magic. Goodness, it's all the same color, huh? Before, they didn't give out a single one, but this time they're giving out 30 at once. Baiyu glanced at the two spells. One was the same bone magic as the Necromancers, and the other was a skeleton magic that could summon all skeletons and their variants. As for frost magic, Baiyu doesn't need to bother with it. Wow, that's the upper limit for Monarch level. That's pretty strong. Go to the Blackwater Altar and strengthen yourselves. On the other side, in the desolate plains, at Yi Liang Castle battlefield. Even if Yi Liang were stupid, he could tell that this human was a king-level being fighting 5 opponents. If those 5 lords died, Yi Liang would be finished too. Yi Liang couldn't sit still in the castle any longer, so he immediately joined the battle and fought against Miles with the Elemental Alliance. The 5 stood to one side, looking at the towering Miles. Miles' mere presence, sword in hand, exerted immense pressure on them, and his domain power rendered them immobile. Yi Liang also came to the side, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 5, ready to fight Miles with all his might. 6 commanders level officers, you're quite good, but it's still not enough. Were the village and the Imperial reconnaissance team all killed by you? Miles questioned the 6 men, saying that although the aliens deserved to die, he also needed to find out who was responsible for this. None of the 6 responded to Miles's questions, which means that Miles did not wrong them at all. As Miles's expression grew colder and the pressure on him increased, Lung Jie, the weakest of the 6, was on the verge of collapsing and about to kneel down. Silence means consent. Boom. No sooner had Miles finished speaking than a lava projectile was launched at him. Lin Jun broke free of his restraints and transformed into a human of fire, his body covered in lava as he charged toward Miles. As the smoke cleared, the lava cannonballs had no effect on Miles. Miles caught Lin Jun's attack with one hand and swung his sword at Lin Jun without hesitation with the other. Bang! In rocks shoved Miles aside with his massive body, allowing Lin Jun to break free. Shi Yao also broke free of his restraints. Although his collision did not cause any harm to Miles, it did distract Miles and successfully weaken the power of the domain. The remaining 4 all unleashed their full power. Lu Yao transformed into a wooden doll brimming with life, her entire body entwined in vines. Countless vines swirled behind her, coiling towards Miles. Yi Liang was covered in blood, turning into a blood-soaked figure, while Lung Jie was transformed into an ice sculpture. The 2 of them simultaneously attacked Miles. Feng Xiao remained unchanged, except that countless wind blades surrounded him. He disappeared like the wind and reappeared as a giant wind blade, slashing at Miles. Faced with a simultaneous attack from 6 people, Miles remained calm. He could have even used his king-level set to block most of the damage, but he didn't. He wanted to show these otherworldly lords what a king-level being and what a domain truly meant. The surrounding gravitational field suddenly disappeared, and just as the attacks of the 6 lords were about to hit Miles, a surge of power was released from his body. Before the lords could even understand what was happening, they were all instantly blasted dozens of meters away by Miles's domain power. Soil and rocks on the ground were also thrown up and spread outwards from Miles. Everyone was covered in dust and dirt. Only Lu Yao, who was attacking from a distance, escaped unscathed. How can we fight this? We can't even get close. Yi Liang sensed the power of a king-level being. It was not something that a group of commander-level individuals could defeat by rushing in alone. His domain power release has intervals, so everyone needs to coordinate. Lung Jie shouted a warning to the others, and then the 5 of them attacked Miles again, knowing that they couldn't escape. Shi Yao raised 4 huge earthen walls, surrounding Miles and blocking his view. The wind howled and condensed into a spiraling wind blade that flew towards Miles. Lin Jun, add more fire. With a shout, Feng Xiao, Lin Jun instantly followed the wind blade. The flames and the wind blade merged and became even larger. Lin Jun, holding the lava wind blade, charged towards Miles. Miles shattered Shi Yao's earthen wall, only to be met with Lin Jun's attack wielding a wind blade. Miles tried to swing his sword, but his arm was suddenly entangled by vines, which were imbued with frost magic that froze his hand. Miles struggled to break free, but it was too late to resist Lin Jun's attack. Boom. Lin Jun was also blasted away by the explosion. While Miles only took a few steps back, his armor was blackened, but his defenses were not broken at all. Lung Jie's expression also turned serious upon seeing this scene. How could he fight if he couldn't break through the defense? Wait, break through the defense. Lung Jie suddenly remembered that when he attacked the frost demon wolf with Baiyu and Yi Liang, Baiyu's black flames had shown amazing ability to break through defenses. Yi Liang's blood also has good armor-piercing ability. Baiyu can't find him, but Yi Liang is right here. Lung Jie immediately turned to look at Yi Liang, who had already noticed that he had received a private message. Huang Bao, ? Chapter 135 Foreign Aid. Yi Liang naturally knew the name Crab Roe Burger, as it was considered a relatively well-known lord in the first tier. He messaged me privately? Yi Liang was in a critical situation and didn't have time to chat. Just as he was about to close the interface, a sudden realization dawned on him. The Krabby Patty is the undead lord. But the situation is different now. It's not as simple as asking her to help beat someone up. The opponent is a king-level opponent. Would she take that risk? Wait, if I can kill this king-level being and promise her the corpse, she might agree. Hey, you sickly brat, what are you doing? What time is it? And you still have time to chat. Don't you want to die faster? We need you to break through my defenses. Lung Jie roared at Yi Liang, cursing him while also launching an attack. I can try to contact the undead lord. Yi Liang ignored Lung Jie's insults and coldly said this. Lung Jie was also pleased to hear this. If Baiyu could come, he might actually be able to defeat this king-level opponent, since Baiyu is the strongest lord outside their vicinity. Wait, why is she helping us? Corpse. As soon as Yi Liang said that, Lung Jie understood immediately. She could summon corpses, and she had no reason to refuse a king-level combatant unless she was a coward. You contact them first. Now it was a race against time. Lung Jie finished speaking and ignored Yi Liang, turning around to attack Miles again. All 5 of them had ways to forcibly break free of the domain, and with their cooperation, although they couldn't defeat Miles, they could still hold him off. Yi Liang quickly sent a message to Baiyu, saying that if the 5 of them died, he wouldn't survive either. Dracula, we are under attack from the Gata Empire. The leader is a king. I and 6 others from that alliance are fighting him. We hope you can lend a hand. If you can kill him, his body is yours. The location is my castle, at the border of the snow mountains and plains. After Yi Liang finished speaking concisely, he stood aside and counted down. If there was no response after 5 seconds, he would immediately join the battle. 3, 2, 1. Crab Roe Burger. Is this for real? Are you sure you can make the decision? Dracula. We've already discussed it with them. Crab Roe Burger. I hope you guys don't die before I get there. Yi Liang immediately closed the chat interface and charged toward Miles. She agreed. Lung Jie also showed a happy expression, but hoped that she was not too far away from here. Gentlemen, he said he persuaded the undead lord to help him, and the corpse will belong to her after it's done. Lung Jie shouted to the crowd, and no one objected. At this point, whether they could survive was another matter, and it would be best if someone came to help. Besides, the corpse was of no use to them. Baiyu had already arrived deep in the snow-capped mountains before this, and pulled a Tiger Man corpse out of the snow. Little Ice, this isn't a race from your snow mountain, is it? Baiyu had never seen such a creature before, because the destroyer had sensed a strong magical fluctuation here, which vanished in an instant. They then discovered corpses beneath the snow and ice, including both tiger men and werewolves. The information was reported to Baiyu, who then rode Xiao Bing over to show it to him. Baiyu had dug out all the werewolf corpses, but there was only one tiger man corpse. Moreover, after observing them, Baiyu found that the wounds of each werewolf were almost identical, as if they had been instantly killed. On the contrary, this tiger man had too many wounds, all of which were old, and he was also very old, looking somewhat like a victim of disaster. Little Ice pondered, as if its mother had once explained this to it, not because their race was particularly strong, but because the place where they lived was also suitable for the survival of frost dragons. The Icefield White Tiger is a race that lives in the extremely cold northern regions, but I don't know much about them. In the coldest land? Considering the image of that dead tiger man, did he really come to the frigid snow mountain to escape? At this moment, Baiyu also received a private message reply from Yi Liang. Baiyu was attracted by something more interesting and stopped asking Xiao Bing about the corpses. King level. Baiyu was genuinely a little surprised. He had never seen a king-level being before and had originally thought that king-level beings would be very strong, capable of instantly killing commander-level beings. Based on Yi Liang's information, it seems that the 6 lords could fight this king-level opponent to a standstill, but they definitely wouldn't win. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought help from Baiyu. If we can really kill him, that's a king-level corpse. Wouldn't that be a huge boost to our strength? Baiyu was already getting a little excited. Xiao Bing, let's go. Baiyu immediately mounted Xiao Bing, not forgetting to turn back and give instructions to the destroyer. Summon all those who can fly and send them to the lord at the border of the frigid snow-capped mountains and the barren plains. How could an empire conquer a lord without bringing troops? That's a resource in itself. Most importantly, what if they back out later? You can't do it alone. You also need troops to put pressure on them. Little Ice flapped its wings and flew towards the western border of the frigid snow-capped mountains. Xiaobing is currently the fastest flying speed in the snow mountain, and Baiyu started from the middle of the fierce snow mountain, so it won't take long for her to reach Yiliang. Baiyu wouldn't be foolish enough to just jump in and start fighting. He would definitely observe the situation first, and if he could fight, he would go in. If he couldn't, he would retreat. They need to fight desperately, but Baiyu doesn't. Baiyu mainly wants to understand what level this king-level combat power is at. On the battlefield, the 5 people had used up nearly 2/3 of their magic power. Although Yiliang mainly relied on blood attacks, the side effects were also significant. Even Miles couldn't believe that he was temporarily powerless against these 6 lords who had joined forces. Miles was no longer arrogant. He had underestimated his opponent and overestimated himself. If it had been a king-level mage from the Imperial branch, these aliens would have been dead long ago. Previously, Miles had always fought head-on, but now he has to pick on the weak and plans to eliminate one of them first. After such a long battle, Miles discovered that Leng Jie and Lu Yao were the weakest among the 6, followed by Yi Liang and Feng Xiao, but both of them could fly, making them the most difficult to kill among the 6. Miles decided to deal with the kid who used frost magic first. Sure, Yao flying in close combat. However, this time the power was much weaker than the first time, only knocking the 3 back less than 10 meters. Using the dust and smoke created by the attack, Miles instantly charged towards Leng Jie behind him. The wind blade attack from Feng Xiao was withstood by Miles' armor, and 8 vines rose up around him, shooting straight into the sky, with more vines wrapping around Miles. As Miles activated his gravity field, countless vines were instantly crushed, and Leng Jie's frost magic condensed into a giant ice bird to launch the next attack. Miles' silver sword emitted a purple light, its strike carrying immense weight, shattering Leng Jie's magic and slashing towards him. The force of gravity prevented Leng Jie from turning into snow to evade the attack, so he quickly donned his frost armor and conjured a thick wall of ice in front of him in an attempt to defend himself. But it was all for naught. Bang! The ice wall shattered, and Leng Jie was sent flying dozens of meters by Miles's gravity-enhanced sword strike, crashing heavily to the ground. Vomit dash! Leng Jie tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. A huge crack appeared in the armor on his chest, indicating that it was now unusable. Leng Jie had a huge wound on his chest, which was gushing blood. Leng Jie weakly used magic to alleviate the wound. Leng Jie has completely lost his fighting ability. If no one saves him now, he will die. At this moment, a pair of straight, black, cartoon-like legs appeared in Leng Jie's view. She was wearing a black dress, and Leng Jie, lying on the ground, could even see the view under the skirt and smell her faint body fragrance. Unfortunately, she was wearing safety shorts, so he couldn't see anything. Hey, you've had diarrhea for days. Chapter 136, 7 Great Lords, War King level. The weakened Leng Jie no longer thought about it. He knew that the undead lord had arrived. Your condition looks serious. Do you need my help? Baiyu looked down at Leng Jie with a mocking expression. You're probably trying to kill me, aren't you? No need. You go help they. Even though Leng Jie was so weak he could barely speak, he had to quickly refuse Baiyu. He felt that Baiyu was crazy. She was really capable of doing something like this. You'd better not say anything. Baiyu looked ahead and saw the sword strike that Miles had used to severely injure Leng Jie. If it weren't for the frost armor blocking his way, Leng Jie would probably be dead by now. It's pretty much the same now. Lu Yao, who was in the distance, also noticed it. She saw Leng Jie being knocked away with her own eyes, and when she turned around, she saw a little white-haired girl talking to Leng Jie. Great! Brother Leng Jie isn't dead. As the healer on the field, she could save anyone who wasn't dead. Lu Yao immediately rushed towards Leng Jie's direction. Although Miles saw Baiyu in the distance, he didn't care. He only regretted not being able to kill Leng Jie with one sword. At the same time, Miles also knew that Lu Yao knew life magic, so he naturally wouldn't allow Lu Yao to save Leng Jie. Miles used gravity acceleration to charge towards Lu Yao. Lin Zhen, Shi Yao, and Yi Liang in the front row could only rush towards this place with all their might, but it was too late. This was the result of being cut off from the back row. Just as Miles was about to reach Lu Yao was also ready to use all her strength to defend herself. Suddenly, a figure swept past Lu Yao, and a scythe burning with black flames met Miles's gravity silver sword. Bang! The scythe clashed with the silver sword, and even with Bayu's double amplification, he felt an immense force pressing down on him. The ground where Bayu stood was also compressed, creating a crater. Bayu felt his bones cracking all over his body, and the tiger's mouths gripping the sickle were numb from the vibration. Miles was somewhat surprised that the alien girl in front of him had actually taken his attack. Her eyes were emitting two different lights, one red and one blue, and she was exerting all her strength, as if she was about to give up. Just as Miles was about to increase his strength, he discovered that the black flames on the scythe were corroding his weapon. Miles immediately stepped back and stopped stalemate with Bayu. Miles was not a magician, and he did not recognize the black flames, but he knew that his armor seemed unable to withstand them. The five lords witnessed this scene and were all taken aback, especially Lu Yao behind them, who felt it most acutely. She directly repelled a king-level opponent. Lin Jun and the others were also full of surprise. Lin Jun suddenly felt that Lung Jie's evaluation of this undead lord was too conservative. They knew they couldn't withstand a blow from a king-level opponent. If she hadn't intervened in time, Lu Yao would probably have ended up like Lung Jie. While Bayu was blocking Miles, the group surrounded Miles again. At this moment, Miles kept his eyes fixed on Bayu, because Bayu was the strongest and most threatening among the seven. At this moment, Bayu was still flexing her wrist while holding the sickle. Although she didn't say a word, she was internally ranting and raving. Damn it, that's so strong, it hurts so much. Bayu still felt a bit numb in his hands, and could only prop his scythe on the ground as he stared fiercely at the king-level expert. Lu Yao, who had been staring wide-eyed, realized what was happening and quickly ran towards Lung Jie, lest he be killed. Bayu stood in front of Miles. Shi Yao and Lin Jun were behind Miles respectively, while Yi Liang and Feng Xiao were in the sky. The five men surrounded Miles, and as Miles swung his silver sword, they launched a simultaneous attack on him. But Miles seemed to only have Bayu in his eyes. Before Bayu could even reach Miles with his scythe, he was sent flying by a gravity cannonball. Miles deftly dodged Shi Yao's attack, and with a kick imbued with gravity, knocked Lin Jun back. He then turned his silver sword toward Yi Liang, who was charging towards him. The long sword formed from Yi Liang's blood was shattered by Miles, and Yi Liang quickly transformed into a black shadow to dodge the attack before Miles's attack arrived. However, Yi Liang did not attack blindly. As a vampire, his eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people. He immediately saw the burn marks on Miles's silver sword caused by Bayu. His blood also had the same ability, although it was weak. Nevertheless, he still chose to attack that spot on Miles's silver sword. As for the Wind Howl's attack, Miles simply relied on his armor to withstand it. Miles' armor was the nemesis of his wind blades. This infuriated Feng Xiao. You attack others but ignore my attacks? That's incredibly disrespectful. But Wind Howl is a ranged attacker and has no melee ability, so he can't fight Miles hand-to-hand like the others. The 18-year-old hot-blooded youth, Feng Xiao, immediately turned red and unleashed a spell that consumed a lot of magic power, which he called his ultimate move. All the surrounding wind elements began to converge, compress, and finally condense in Feng Xiao's palm, forming a concentrated wind blade in the shape of a spinning top, slightly larger than his palm. Lin Jun. Feng Xiao struggled to hold up the wind blade, reminding Lin Jun before throwing it. Of course, Feng Xiao didn't throw it by brute force. Instead, it relied on the wind element in the air to glide, making it several times faster than a normal wind blade attack. This is why Feng Xiao warned Lin Jun in advance. Lin Jun immediately understood and threw the wind blade spinner with a whistling sound. The moment it left his hand, it spontaneously combusted and turned into a flaming wind blade spinner that flew towards Miles. Bayu also heard Feng Xiao shout. Bayu, who had just used teleportation to dodge Miles's attack, looked up. The wind blade spinner was incredibly fast. Just as Miles turned around, he saw the wind blade attack coming. Miles looked disdainful. The wind blade had no effect on his armor. Miles' eyes widened suddenly, because the fiery red wind blade top turned black when it reached him. Boom. This attack was the most significant ever, and Miles was blasted away and crashed to the ground. Everyone turned to look at Bayu, who still had one hand raised in the air. They had all seen the black flames burning on Bayu's weapon when he took Miles's attack head-on, so they were absolutely certain that this was the attack that Bayu had released. Lung Jie and Lu Yao, who were watching from a distance, smiled as well, realizing that choosing Bayu for help was the right decision. Lung Jie's wounds have stopped bleeding under Lu Yao's treatment and are slowly recovering. Lu Yao's life magic cannot heal instantly like werewolves and vampires, it takes time to recover. This effect can only be achieved when Lu Yao uses it on herself. Chapter 137 Pseudodomain. Sister Lu, you go and help them. I can manage here on my own. Lung Jie sighed. Okay, then Brother Lung, you stay here and make the best of it. Lung Jie was already on the verge of despair. He endured the pain from his wounds, struggled to sit on the ground, and looked at the battlefield in the distance. Commander-level captain among his soldiers, who were probably centurions. The 50,000 cavalry had a total of 50 commander-level captains, while the 6 lords combined had less than 20 different troop types. Yi Liang had the most commander-level troops, as the 5 members of the Elemental Alliance each left several commander-level troops to guard their bases. Even elemental beings are not immortal, they just have a very high potential. Take Flame Spirit for example. With each death, the fire element in its body decreases, the speed of its condensation slows down, and its strength weakens. When the fire element is no longer sufficient to condense, the spirit core will release its energy, but it will also manifest itself. Once the spirit core is destroyed, the flame spirit will die completely. The same principle applies to other elemental units, but there are other methods, such as elemental counters. The snow woman can melt into snow to avoid attacks, and then reform, but if the snow is evaporated in an instant, the snow woman will still die. Tree spirits fear fire, and flame spirits fear water. Only Shi Yao's earth monsters, with their feet firmly planted on the ground, continuously draw elemental power, making them the most powerful unit in the Elemental Alliance at present. The 50,000 human cavalrymen were 5 times the number of the 6 lord-level troop types. If it weren't for the unique nature of everyone's unit types, they would probably have been slaughtered long ago. Even so, units continued to die. These cavalry squad leaders were all dressed in heavy commander-level armor, which could easily withstand most ordinary elemental damage. Furthermore, the Gata Empire is backed by the Mage Association, and the commanders in its army are all skilled in magic. Basic elemental magic, such as fire, water, and earth magic. Commander-level squad leaders who possess magic have the simplest and most direct way to kill elemental beings. As for ordinary soldiers, the method is to rely on numerical superiority, constantly killing and respawning them, and finally revealing their core to destroy them. This is the most cumbersome and laborious method. All the troops on the battlefield were fighting desperately, and even when they were surrounded by human cavalry, they still charged towards the enemy without fear of death. Even vampires, who have the greatest advantage on the battlefield, are no exception, because some squad leaders with the means have weapons mixed with silver, which can directly kill vampires and prevent them from healing themselves. At this moment, in the northern part of the frigid snow mountain, the white tigers of the ice plains had just found a place to settle down when they saw undead flying across the sky. I have a feeling something's going to happen. Among these undead are quite a few commander-level beings. This icefield white tiger saw nearly 10 commander-level undead just passing by their caves. This gave it a sense of crisis, and it immediately reported to its clan. It had a feeling that the area wasn't as safe as it had imagined after the death of the frost dragon of the Frost Mountains. On the other side, as the smoke cleared, Miles stood up, covered in soot. Although the damage had been blocked by his armor, he was still just a mortal, and the impact transmitted through the armor still made him feel unwell. At this moment, Miles' armor was covered with countless scratches and black marks, and his silver sword finally developed a crack when it blocked the attack. The last time he was this embarrassed was back then. Unexpectedly, Miles was taught a lesson by several commanders. Now he has a basic understanding of their respective abilities and will not fall for their tricks again. Your abilities are truly diverse. Even if you surpass me, so what? Can you possibly defeat the entire empire? Miles looked at the crowd as if he were threatening them. Lords are subject to castle restrictions. The discovery of a castle is essentially equivalent to exposing oneself to the light of day. Yi Liang has decided to find allies and move afterward, as everyone present knows that his castle is far too dangerous. Even if everyone works together to defeat Miles this time, what about next time? What if 2 king-level beings come at once? I'm giving you a chance. Your strength has earned my approval. If you submit to the Empire, all past grievances will be forgiven. Miles spoke again, attempting to sow discord among the group, knowing that these alien lords could not possibly be of one mind. Bai picked at his ear, giving him an expression that said, "It's none of my business," since he was just an outsider anyway. Seeing everyone stunned and seemingly deep in thought, Bai was somewhat speechless. Hey, you guys don't actually believe what he says works, do you? If what he says worked, what would be the point of having an emperor? A clear and melodious female voice pulled them back to reality. Bai Yu set an example by taking the lead and attacking Miles first. Bai Yu didn't care whether they surrendered or not. The key issue was that if they surrendered, his body would be gone, and Bai Yu wouldn't allow that. Seeing Bai Yu launch an attack, everyone had no choice but to follow suit. Miles looked at Bai Yu with a sinister gaze, thinking it was all this woman's fault. Bai Yu stomped his left foot on the ground, and in an instant, the surrounding area turned into a sea of fire. The sea of fire spread to everyone until it was separated from Miles by his gravity field. Lin Jun was stunned. He had no idea that this undead lord could use fire. Is this a domain? A mere pseudo-territory. Miles instantly strengthened his domain, and the gravity that had been oppressing everyone increased again, almost extinguishing the sea of fire. Flames surged from Lin Jun's body and poured into the ground, intensifying the sea of fire and barely preventing it from extinguishing. This environment was simply the perfect place for him to fight. It only strengthened Lin Jun, but it made things difficult for Lu Yao, as she couldn't help it all now. Lin Jun transformed into flames and charged directly at Miles. Several black pillars of fire surged from the surrounding sea of fire, and Miles was extremely wary and quickly dodged. The area returned to its previous state, and the sea of fire grew larger once again. Lin Jun's entire arm was enveloped by Shi Yao's rocks, instantly turning into molten lava and forming a giant fist that punched towards Miles. Miles used his domain power to defend himself when he suddenly saw flames surging beside him. Bai Yu appeared to his scythe burning with black flames as he slashed at him. The interference from the bells on the scythe was ineffective against Miles, who was at the king level, and Miles reacted immediately. While distracted by using his domain power to defend against Lin Jun's attack, he also swung his sword to meet Bai Yu's scythe. This was the only attack that Miles dared not rely on his armor for defense. Bai Yu's scythe struck the crack in Miles's silver sword once more, and Yi Liang instantly appeared beside Bai Yu, his blood-red long sword attacking simultaneously. Black flames and blood simultaneously corroded Miles's silver sword, while Yi Liang's blood was also rapidly consumed by the silver sword. Amidst the sea of fire, Feng Zhao's attacks intensified across the board, with each wind blade carrying flames. Chapter 138, Let's Settle the Appearance Fee. Click. The cracks in the silver sword were widening, and Miles noticed it immediately. If he continued, his weapon would be destroyed. Miles kicked Bai Yu, but a dark barrier appeared in front of Bai Yu, blocking Miles' attack, and the two continued to be locked in a stalemate. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Miles loosened his grip on the sword hilt with his left hand, turning it into a one-handed grip. He concentrated the weight on his fist and punched Yi Liang back. The power of his domain behind him also instantly increased, deflecting the attacks from Lin Jun and Shi Yao. Miles, no longer diverting his forces to fight other lords, instantly repelled Bai Yu. Immediately afterward, Bai Yu fired a gravity cannonball, but Bai Yu teleported away and retreated to a distance. Lung Jie, who was watching the battle from a distance, noticed that Bai Yu had arrived and directly replaced him and Lu Yao, and had even taken the initiative from a passive position. Suddenly, Lung Jie felt a gust of air pass over his head. He instinctively looked up and saw the most shocking scene he had ever witnessed since arriving in the magical continent. Countless undead flew out from the snow-capped mountains and headed down to the battlefield, densely packed like locusts. It's her unit. Leading the pack was a massive bone dragon, the very one that had fought Lung Jie and his group last time. Close behind it were a dozen or so smaller bone dragons and ghost dragons, followed by gargoyles, destroyers, and incorporeal wraiths. This number, there are tens of thousands. How is that possible? Lung Jie was stunned, unaware that these were only about 40% of Bai Yu's undead, while the rest were mostly ground troops. Bai Yu alone had more troops than the combined total of the 6 lords present. The warriors were stunned and looked towards the snow-capped mountains. Tens of thousands of undead were flying towards the battlefield, which gave them a tremendous shock. Although there are only about 10,000 of them, they are not human. Apart from the ghosts, which are not much different in size from humans, the gargoyles and destroyers are all 3 meters tall. Needless to say, the bone dragon was a colossal creature over 10 meters long, which exerted a far greater sense of pressure than thousands of human soldiers. Miles's expression was somewhat grim. Undead were the most difficult to kill of all the units, because they had no means of soul attacks. Not only were Lin Jun and Shi Yao shocked, but even Yi Liang and Lung Jie, who had dealt with Bai Yu before, were dumbfounded. They never imagined that her troops, as fellow lords, would be so terrifying. Soon the undead joined the battle, making full use of their aerial advantage. Okay, you say the power of a horse charge is great, right? But the power of a gargoyle swooping down from the sky is even more terrifying. Gargoyles, relying solely on their impact and their hardened bodies, can easily tear apart cavalrymen and kill them. Gargoyles are made of a mixture of stone and metal, and if they fall from a great height, they can kill people by hitting them. The flames of the bone dragon and the breath of the ghost dragon burned and destroyed the entire battlefield, while the soul attacks of the ghosts were also reaping the lives of the cavalrymen invisibly. Arthur, as the skeleton dragon king, is even more domineering. His skill, Wither Space, instantly annihilates the souls of a large number of soldiers. The Imperial cavalry had no way to deal with this. Apart from the gargoyles, all the other undead had ranged attack methods, and the cavalry could not touch them at all. Even if they did touch them, it was useless because they could not kill them. Originally, it was the Imperial cavalry surrounding the troops of the Six Lords. Now, it has become the undead surrounding the Imperial cavalry. Lin Jun had always thought that the undead were weak skeleton monsters, slow-moving and weak in combat. But when he saw Bai Yu's undead, there wasn't a single skeleton in sight. Even though I was quite impressed by Bai Yu's troops, I still secretly thought that they were just numerous, but their quality must be lacking. But the undead displayed overwhelming superiority in the battle against the Imperial cavalry. At this moment, the troops of the Six Lords seemed to have become mere decorations. Bai Yu smiled. His troops had finally arrived, and these were all experience points. Damn it, it's an undead. If this continues, the soldiers will be wiped out. These are the elite troops of the Empire. They cannot be wasted here. Retreat! Retreat! Miles shouted, and the squad leader in the army immediately began to organize the soldiers to retreat. Without Bai Yu needing to say anything, the undead naturally all gave chase. No matter how fast a horse ran, it couldn't outrun the undead. Clang! Bai Yu's scythe clashed with Miles once again. The other lords also launched an attack on Miles. Now that Miles had not killed a single one, the others were no longer afraid of this so-called king. In addition, Miles' stamina was also greatly depleted, making it almost impossible for him to kill them. Miles was already considering giving up and didn't want to get entangled with them anymore. They were just too difficult to deal with. Miles unleashed the full power of his domain, briefly repelling everyone before rushing backward. While everyone was still on guard against Miles' attack, he actually managed to escape. Bai Yu originally wanted to give chase, but none of the other lords moved, so even if Bai Yu caught up, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. Sigh, the cooked duck just flew away like that. The undead stopped chasing because Miles had returned. Miles' gravity field could instantly suppress most of the undead, making further pursuit futile. All the other lords breathed a sigh of relief as they watched Miles leave. All right, let's settle the appearance fee. Bai Yu, carrying a sickle, looked at everyone. He couldn't have come all this way for nothing since he hadn't obtained the king-level corpse. The members of the Elemental Alliance looked at each other in bewilderment, and then fell silent. What do you mean? You want more benefits? The promised king-level corpse wasn't killed, but that's not their fault. Everyone did their best. Besides, this was an accomplice that the vampire hired. Go ask him for it. What? Trying to renege on your debt? Bai Yu was getting angry. She was now going all out. Her fire domain still active, and her eyes still enhanced. The undead in the sky scattered and surrounded them. Here, sister, calm down. We're all friends. Long Jia limped over and quickly tried to smooth things over. What if he really angered her? Didn't she see how many spirits were still in the sky? Stop talking nonsense. Who said we're friends? 5,000 iron ingots each. If you don't have any, you can exchange them for other supplies. Bai Yu naturally wanted to collect the debt from them first. Yi Liang's castle was right here, and he couldn't run away. 5,000 iron ingots. Why don't you just rob it? Feng Xiao was indignant. Everyone was short of iron ingots. Let alone 5,000. He didn't even have 1,000 in his own warehouse. Feng Xiao could finish speaking. Bai Yu appeared in front of him in an instant. Feng Xiao had no time to react, let alone expect Bai Yu to make a move. Bai Yu grabbed his neck and slammed him to the ground from midair. Bai Yu's hand that was pressing down on Feng Xiao. You think I'm joking with you? Chapter 139 Money to Buy a Life. Everyone was even more surprised that Bai Yu would suddenly make a move, and they all prepared for battle. Yi Liang watched with great interest. If they really made a move, he would definitely help Bai Yu, since these guys were really trying to kill him. Lung Jia was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Why was this little girl so quick to resort to violence? Sister, he's just being immature. Please don't take it to heart. We'll give it to him. Who is the leader of the alliance? Speak up. Bai Yu looked up at Lin Jun and Shi Yao, and concluded that the woman couldn't possibly be the alliance leader. I am the leader of the alliance. We will give it to you. Please release him first. Shi Yao stepped forward and said, if we don't let go of Feng Xiao soon, we'll strangle him to death. Bai Yu took a step back and released her grip, and Feng Xiao immediately dodged to the side. Cough, cough. Feng Xiao coughed violently. For a moment, he felt like he was really going to die. This woman was not only threatening him. Feng Xiao's face was flushed from lack of oxygen. He felt that he was losing face by being defeated so easily, but he couldn't fight back. He could only feel helpless and furious inside. He didn't even dare to curse Bai Yu. The members of the Elemental Alliance couldn't possibly abandon Feng Xiao to his aid. Sacrificing trust among allies for these resources would mean losing their own. If we don't rescue Feng Xiao this time, what about someone else next time? If the lords of an alliance lose trust in each other, the alliance is effectively dead. Of course, the most important thing is strength. If the 5 of them choose to fight Bai Yu head-on, the best-case scenario is that 3 of them will die and 2 will escape, but their entire army will be wiped out. No one dares to bear that price. The 5 of them discussed it for a while, and Lung Jia walked over with an awkward smile. Sister, we don't have that many iron ingots. How about we use other materials instead? 20,000 magic crystals, 30 pieces of commander-level equipment, and 1,000 spirit cores. You can decide what to do. These supplies are equivalent to 5,000 iron ingots. It's not that Bai Yu wants these, but rather that he's telling them the proportion of other supplies he wants. Okay. Lung Jia readily agreed, then went back to discuss it with the 4 of them. After a short while, they seemed to have reached an agreement and were using the system panel to organize the supplies. Sister, tell me the name of your castle, and I'll send you these supplies. Lung Jia came over again. All the supplies for the other 4 people were sent to Lung Jia's warehouse, and Lung Jia distributed them all to Bai Yu at once. Crab roe burger. Lung Jia's hand, which was typing the name, suddenly paused. He had guessed correctly. Such a powerful undead lord could not possibly be unknown in the World Channel. Lung Jia had several suspects before, and this name was one of them. Lung Jia added Bai Yu as a friend and sent her all the resources. Bai Yu glanced at it and saw a total of 10,000 iron ingots, 40,000 magic crystals, and 30 pieces of commander-level equipment. Yes, that's enough for 5 people. Bai Yu nodded, indicating that she had received the message. Her eyes returned to normal, the scythe in her hand disappeared, and the surrounding sea of fire was extinguished, restoring her to her harmless little girl form. Seeing that Bai Yu had relaxed his guard, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This place was not safe to stay in for long, so everyone immediately led their troops to retreat. As for attacking Yiliang, he was the one who summoned the undead lord. In case there's some kind of deal between them, my life is the most important thing. Bai Yu wasn't without any bottom line. At least he was a person of his word. After watching the 5 people walk away, Bai Yu turned back to look at Yiliang. And you? How about you take all the human corpses I killed on the battlefield? Yiliang pondered for a moment and said, the undead only joined the battlefield in the second half. Before the undead arrived, most of the enemies were killed by the vampires, and there were more than 1,000 corpses. The Elemental Alliance's 5 troop types combined only killed about 3,000, while suffering considerable casualties themselves. Miles chose to retreat shortly after the undead joined the battle. The undead's kill time was too short, but they still managed to kill more than 3,000. Of the Gata Empire, fewer than 10,000 were killed in action, and they successfully retreated under the cover of Miles. Next time, we will likely only face an even fiercer retaliation from them. Bai Yu thought about it for a moment. Among the more than 1,000 corpses were several commander-level creatures. It was indeed more cost-effective than giving them resources directly, since it would directly enhance his combat power. Make a deal. With Bai Yu agreeing, Yiliang felt much more at ease, since Bai Yu had always been trustworthy when they collaborated before. Yiliang led the vampires back to the castle and activated a red protective shield. Bai Yu ignored him. The more than 7,000 corpses were the most troublesome, and Bai Yu needed to find a way to deal with them. In the end, Bai Yu stuffed 4,000 corpses into his spatial ring, while the remaining 3,000 plus corpses were carried away by the undead. Bai Yu called over Xiao Bing from the Snow Mountain, and rode Xiao Bing back to the castle. Although they didn't get any king-level corpses, they still received a considerable amount of money to buy their lives. On the other side, the 5 were still heading back towards the castle, each with a solemn expression, as if they had been dealt a blow. How can a lord stand shoulder to shoulder with an entire alliance? Shi Yao and Lin Jun are also in the first tier, but actually all three of them are in the second tier. The gap is too big. They believe their alliance, even if not the strongest, is certainly among the top tier. Why didn't you fight her just now? Feng Xiao looked indignant, believing that compromise was the behavior of the weak. Sigh, this isn't an anime or novel, and none of us are the main characters. What can we do against her? Just the fact that she can withstand a king-level attack and possesses a pseudo-domain makes her far stronger than us. Lung Jie sighed. If they had really fought back then, Feng Xiao would have been the first to die, and he himself, who was injured, would have been the second. She has at least 20,000 troops. Everyone should keep a low profile these days. Her castle isn't too far away, so try not to let her find us. Lin Jun understood that Bai Yu's undead were of too many types, completely different from their single-type troops. There must be ground troops among them. Combined with the fact that the undead appeared in the snow mountain, it was basically consistent with Lung Jie's deduction. Her castle should be inside or near the snow mountain. Shi Yao remained silent, lost in thought, while Lu Yao felt a pang of envy for Bai Yu. Whirled by relying on his own strength, unlike Lu Yao, who needs to rely on others. As for the resources given to Bai Yu, most of them were actually provided by Lin Jun. The 10,000 iron ingots and 20,000 magic crystals were all his, which can be said to be very generous. Lung Jie hadn't saved up any supplies in the snowy mountains and was extremely poor, and Lu Yao and Feng Xiao weren't much better off. The three of them felt ashamed, realizing they were a burden to the alliance. If a fight broke out, Lin Jun would be the one with the best chance of escaping, and he wouldn't have to worry about them at all. The five fell silent again and headed back towards the alliance. Chapter 140: The Clever White Tiger of the Icefield. On the frigid snow-capped mountain, the tiger man who had previously reported intelligence was once again assigned to stand guard around the cave entrance. Just a few hours after it saw countless spirits flying over the snow-capped mountains, it saw them flying back again. Frost Dragon? The tiger man was incredulous, feeling he must have seen wrong. He quickly rubbed his eyes with his tiger paws, and when he looked again, the frost dragon had vanished. The tiger man's body is white, and there are no obstacles on the snow, so it buries itself in the snow, leaving only its nose and eyes exposed, to prevent the spirits of the dead from finding it. Just then, a gargoyle carrying a human corpse flew overhead, and blood dripped from the sky. Snap! A drop of blood landed right on the tiger man's nose. The tiger man trembled all over and almost jumped out of the snowdrift on a reflex. He touched his nose with his paw, then looked at it and sniffed it. Human blood. The tiger man looked up at the sky again and saw that almost every undead was holding a human corpse in its hand. Had they gone off to fight a human somewhere? No, the snow-capped mountains are extremely unsafe. The tiger man immediately covered his head with snow, burying his entire body in it, and began to crawl slowly towards the cave. After several hours of travel, Bai Yu finally returned to the castle. 7,000 corpses was a massive undertaking, and Bai Yu had to gather all the necromancers to complete it together. Indeed, only war can rapidly increase strength. Bai Yu dumped all the corpses from the ring outside the town and summoned 100 necromancers to begin their work. It turns out that the king-level strength wasn't as monstrous as Bai Yu had imagined. He considered this trip as an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Although Bai Yu didn't know that Miles was the weakest of the king level. Damn, I was in such a rush on the way back that I was only thinking about these resources and forgot about the corpses deep in the snow mountain. No. We have to make another trip. After putting all the resources into the warehouse, Bai Yu immediately rode Xiao Bing towards the depths of the snow mountain. Deep within the snow-capped mountains, following the report from the Tiger Man, the entire Icefield White Tiger clan took the matter very seriously, as it concerned their own safety. Their queen absorbed the bloodline power of the previous queen and is currently digesting this power. Although her strength is increasing rapidly, she often falls into a deep sleep and cannot protect her people at all times. After the queen fell into a deep sleep, all matters were entrusted to the Tiger Man leader, who was also the previous queen's guard. It sent people to reinvestigate the place where it had fought the werewolves before, to see if any clues had been revealed. They discovered that all the werewolf corpses there had been dug up, and even their kin who had died from a recurrence of an old injury had been found. Snow burial is the greatest respect for the White Tiger clan of the Ice Plains. The place where the clansmen were buried was some distance from the battlefield, yet it was still found, but the bodies seemed to have only been dug up. The tigers were terrified, thinking that werewolves from the mountaintops had come to their door, only to find out that it wasn't them. The chief immediately ordered a quick-witted white tiger to bring back the dead tribesman and rebury him. As luck would have it, Bai, riding Xiao Bing, happened to see a tiger man carrying the corpse of a dead tiger man back below. The tiger man also saw the frost dragon above. The frost dragon's size was such that anyone who wasn't blind could see it. This tiger man thought the dim-witted tiger man who had been in charge of reconnaissance earlier was talking nonsense about possibly discovering a frost dragon, but now it had seen it with its own eyes. The tiger man was immediately triggered by his primal feline instincts, and he abandoned the corpse, transformed into a white tiger, and vanished from sight in a flash. Bai looked on in bewilderment. The tiger man actually chose to run away the moment he saw him. Am I that scary? Bai rode Xiao Bing to the ground, and went over to check the abandoned tiger man corpse, finding nothing unusual. Why did it come back to move the tiger man's corpse? The tiger's body size is similar to that of a wolf, so summoning it as a bone beast wouldn't be too much of a problem. However, Bai has a slight case of OCD, and a bone beast tiger would look too out of place. So he decided to just summon it as a regular undead. As the gray magic circle coalesced, 2 king souls emerged from the tiger man's corpse. It seems this tiger man is of a high level. That makes sense. Bai discovered that these high-level magical beast races don't have any level 1 ordinary monsters in their groups. As they age, these magical beasts naturally become stronger. This might be the difference between magical beasts and ordinary wild animals. Magical beast races all possess a certain level of civilization and intelligence. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive in this magical continent where countless races coexist. Bai looked at the frozen werewolf corpses and sensed another magical power emanating from them, in addition to the ice magic. But Bai is only a half-baked magician, relying entirely on the system for rapid training, and there's nothing special about him. Bai used frost magic to thaw them and prepared to begin the summoning. But she discovered that the werewolf's wounds were healing, and some of them had even opened their eyes. He's still alive. Click click. The healing of the wounds stopped, and the eyes that had been opened began to close again. Bai then resealed them. A gray magic circle enveloped them, initiating the summoning. These werewolves, already weakened by the ice, were quickly and completely killed by the summoning magic's slight damage. One by one, the undead broke through the ice and crawled out from their corpses. Summoning bone beasts isn't very effective right now. They're not as powerful as regular undead. Air forces are what Bai needs most right now. 40 more dead. Bai walked over and dissected the corpses one by one, storing the supplies in his ring, and prepared to ride Xiao Bing back. Inside the cave, in a spacious bunker, Tigermen guards and other members of their tribe were in a large hall. Next to it was a small room, which looked like a place where the wolf tribe had lived. This room had been modified to become the sleeping place of their queen. Their queen and their lifestyle are very different, almost indistinguishable from humans. They not only eat cooked meat, but also need to sleep in a bed, and so on. The most outrageous thing is that their queen always wants to eat some vegetables from time to time, saying that it's a balanced diet of meat and vegetables. But you're a tiger, for crying out loud. How could a race from the snowfields like them possibly obtain such things? The queen seemed to know this as well, and in the end, she could only reluctantly give up. At this moment, the tiger man who had been frightened away by Bai returned to the cave where the white tigers of the ice plains were hiding. My lord, there really is a frost dragon. Chapter 141 The Origin of the White Tiger. The tiger man guards and the tribesmen beside them were all stunned. Sir, shall we continue moving? Yes, sir, it feels like this frigid snow mountain is even more dangerous than the far north. The tribespeople were all worried. They had finally managed to escape to this place and find a safe haven, only to discover that it was in complete chaos. Undead, frost dragons, wolves, and humans. These are all forces that the weak dare not easily provoke. Yet, according to intelligence, these forces also have conflicts. The tiger man guard glanced at the room next to where their queen slept, pondered for a moment, and, no, Her Majesty the Queen is still asleep. The snow mountain is at least a suitable place for everyone to stay. Everyone should stay here for the time being. Her Majesty the Queen's safety is the most important thing. Don't forget why we defected. The Tiger Man Guard spoke solemnly, saying that it had decided to lead its people to hide well in the bunker inside this snow mountain cave, waiting for the Queen to complete the bloodline inheritance. Once Her Majesty completes the inheritance, her strength will reach the king level, giving her at least the ability to protect herself in the frigid snow mountains. When the Queen has matured, she will have the strength to return to her people and confront those traitors. Unfortunately, very few of their people are loyal to the Queen. Most of them do not recognize her because she is not a pure snow, covered white tiger, but a human-beast hybrid. In reality, it was the white tigers of the far north who were the traitors. Only these few of their kind still supported the queen and fled here to escape the pursuit. Not only do the Icefield white tigers see them as traitors, but almost all the beastmen regard the queen as an outsider. The Orc Empire even wants to possess the queen, and the humans also hate them to the bone. It seems that the queen's father also has a great entanglement with the humans. Ultimately, it was because the queen's talent was too extraordinary, even surpassing that of the previous queen. No force wanted to see another powerful figure emerge, so they fabricated this false charge and began to hunt them down. If it weren't for the queen's treasures, which were left behind by the previous queen, they would have died countless times over. If it were an ordinary orc and a human who fell in love and had a child, there would be no problem. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many orcs in the world. Have you covered the cave entrance properly? Don't go out easily for the next few days except to look for food. The Tiger Man guard then addressed the tigers. Don't worry, sir. Meanwhile, Bayou returned to the castle and put the resources into the warehouse. The emergence of a new force on the snow-capped mountains is not a good sign. Werewolves and tigermen are not species native to the frigid snow-capped mountains. There were also the goblins that appeared when Bayou subdued Sun Xiaoxiao. Such a large goblin kingdom, and the people he sent were wiped out. It's impossible that they just disappeared without a trace. Why do they all come to the snow mountain? What is there in the snow mountain? Remind Sun Xiaoxiao to be careful of the goblins. No, Bayou should help him upgrade his town so that she can also build an attached castle and live on his side. It's too dangerous over there. The recent increase in the number of races gave Bayou a feeling that something big was about to happen. By the way, the town is already at level 2. I just managed to extort 10,000 iron ingots, so I can upgrade the town now. The next level of the town should reward a special building blueprint. Bayou found that the reward blueprints were mostly good items, while many of the blueprints he had obtained were quite useless. With a flash of light, the castle upgrade was complete. Fortunately, Zhao Lianshua's side was producing iron ingots every day, and now with 2 furnaces, the production was even faster. Otherwise, 10,000 iron ingots alone would not have been enough. As for wood, stone, and food, Bayou has no shortage of these most basic things. There are so many trees in the dark forest and so many stones in the White Rock Mountains. With nearly 1,000 dwarves and skeletons digging, there is more than enough. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully upgrading your town to level 3. You have obtained a special building blueprint. Would you like to claim it immediately? Receive. Special building blueprint, crystal shield. Defense level, commander level, upgrades with town crystals. Function 1. Connects to the castle crystal to generate a protective shield that covers the entire town. Function 2. The shield will not block the Lord or their troops. Construction materials, 10k magic crystals, 100 spirit cores. Such simple and crude building materials. Bayou was looking for a defensive special building, and this came at just the right time. Luckily, Bayou hadn't taken a liking to the energy passport back then. Put up. Bayou only noticed that the resources in his warehouse had disappeared, but nothing else had changed. There are less than 50 spirit cores left in the warehouse, but that's not important now. Decomposing those 7,000 corpses will yield a large amount of resources. Bayou's main priority now is to upgrade the town as soon as possible. Because both Bayou's shield and defensive towers are connected to the town crystal. As long as the town's level is higher, Bayou Castle's defense and attack power will also increase. Bayou arrived at the top floor castle crystal and discovered that the green castle crystal was now encased in a spherical transparent protective shield. This thing definitely didn't exist before. It must be a crystal shield. Bayou walked over and discovered that there was a control panel on it, which she clicked to open. In an instant, a transparent shield spread outwards from the crystal, passing through Bayou's body and the castle, and finally expanding to cover the entire town. After Bayou clicked to enable the shield, she discovered that there were further settings available. It can even adjust the size. How intelligent is that? Bayou tried adjusting the size and finally set the shield to only cover his own castle. He found that the energy had indeed become thicker, which meant that the defense had also improved. Bayou expanded the shield, eventually covering Zhao Lianshua's attached castle and the portal, but not the entire town, thus increasing its defensive power slightly. Bayou returned to the lower levels and arranged for all Air Force units in the snowy mountains to temporarily focus on the outer perimeter of the dark forest, in order to minimize the snowy mountain race's attention to the undead. Furthermore, Bayou increased the number of ghosts dispatched to the snow mountain. while also observing the races there and gathering intelligence. The sudden appearance of 2 foreign races in just one day is highly unusual. Baiyu is so close to the snow mountain, so she should be cautious. Seeing that it was getting dark, Baiyu decided not to go to Zhao Yinshua's place anymore and planned to take a bath and then relax. Deep in the snowy mountains, Baiyu had already decomposed the werewolf corpses. They were all elite food, and Baiyu wouldn't leave any behind. Only traces of werewolf blood remained on the ground. At that moment, a burly werewolf killed a snow fox, licking blood on the ground with a single claw. The werewolf was followed by more than 20 werewolves, including the one that had been driven away by the white tiger queen of the ice field last time. My lord, there is a lingering smell of magic on the ground. It is very likely the work of those icefield white tigers. One of the werewolves sniffed the ground and spoke in a hoarse voice to the leader of the werewolves. These chickens and dogs don't even respect the top of these mountains. Search them. I want to capture her alive. Chapter 142, Finding Allies. Time, 6 o'clock. Baiyu checked the time on the system panel as usual early in the morning. It had almost become a habit for her. Your unit has been killed by hostile creatures. Baiyu suddenly sat up, and the little rabbit followed her out. The last time one of my units was killed was by Micah in the dark forest, because he had holy light magic. However, this time the notification did not indicate that it was killed by an enemy lord, and all the ghosts were basically in the Snow Mountain and the White Rock Mountains, so it was obvious that the enemies in the Snow Mountain killed them. Something really happened on the Snow Mountain. Baiyu quickly got out of bed, dressed, and went outside the castle to find out what was going on. Soon, Baiyu, dressed in a blue and white sailor uniform, arrived in the courtyard. The ghosts were killed at 3 o'clock last night, about 10 of them. Baiyu did not believe that the ghosts had not sent back any news. The ghost guarding the courtyard gate immediately reported to Baiyu when he saw her come out. Played werewolf. Baiyu fell silent. They must be in cahoots with the werewolves from yesterday. So many wolves died, and they've come to take revenge. There were quite a few ghosts, so it was normal that they were discovered. Baiyu just didn't expect that these werewolves would have the ability to kill the ghosts. Please continue to observe and remember to be careful. If the other party has a way to kill the undead, then Baiyu has to be careful. Most of the ghosts are still of ordinary level, but Baiyu at least needs to figure out why these werewolves came to the Snow Mountain. I've heard that wolves have a very keen sense of smell. I dismembered the bodies of their people and brought them back. I hope they won't come looking for me by the scent. Baiyu panicked a little and turned to Xiaobing to ask, Little Ice, how strong are these mountain peaks? How do they compare to the Dwarf Kingdom, the Goblin Kingdom, and the Human Empire? Xiaobing. Why ask such a question? In the eyes of the dragons, all these forces are the same. No, the mountaintops are different. The mountaintop is alright. It's said that the leader there is an emperor-level being and has a good chance of becoming a god. My mother said that the leader there is a bit stronger. As for the dwarves and goblins, they are too weak and don't even have a monarch. The Human Empire is slightly stronger because the human race is very powerful. Humans and dragons are both races that have produced gods or are currently gods. The wolf race is a little short of that. As for dwarves and goblins, they are strong in the eyes of lower-level forces, but weak in the eyes of higher-level forces. So strong. Baiyu thought that the highest level of the mountains was at most emperor level, but there was actually a king level. Wait a minute. So the frost dragon and the six-winged angel were both emperor level, and I, who was only of ordinary level at the time, actually witnessed an emperor-level battle? The emperor level is already the upper limit for most powerful individuals. Advancing to the god realm is very difficult and requires more than just talent. For this thing, even emperors are willing to die in battle. Baiyu held the frost heart in her hand, somewhat puzzled. Perhaps it's due to differences in beliefs between species. Forget it, I'd better be careful. This werewolf could very well be a king-level being. Baiyu has seen commander-level werewolves before, and none of them could use mental attacks. I'm too weak right now. If I encounter a king-level one, I'm doomed. That there were king-level werewolves on the Snow Mountain. Yesterday, he withdrew the air force, and today Baiyu wanted to withdraw all the land forces from the outer perimeter of the dark forest and concentrate them all in his territory to reduce the chances of being discovered. Fortunately, the concealed chandelier is a king-level building, which cannot be seen through by anyone below the king level, except for the emperor level. This gave Baiyu a slight sense of security. I need to improve my strength quickly. I'm only a level 6 commander now, and I'm still a long way from being a king. Baiyu sighed, wondering where to go to grind experience points. On the other side, in the desolate plains, lies Yiliang Castle. Yiliang is now facing a huge predicament. His castle has been discovered by 3 forces at the same time, and the key is that he can't defeat any of them. Because of the appearance of werewolves on the snow mountain, Bai will not be going there for the time being, but Yi Liang is unaware of this. The Elemental Alliance suffered heavy losses in yesterday's battle and will not be trying to deal with Yi Liang for the time being. Both the Elemental Alliance and Yi Liang face the same predicament, the Gata Empire. The Elemental Alliance is in a better position, at least their location has not been exposed yet. Yi Liang is more unlucky. When the Gata Empire attacks, he will surely die. Yi Liang hasn't slept since last night, frantically searching for allies and trying to move away from here. After searching all night, although many lords were still looking for allies, most of them were lords below the 3rd tier. Lords above the 2nd tier had either already found allies or decided to go it alone, and almost none of them were looking for allies. But Yi Liang didn't care about that anymore. He didn't care whether the other side was strong or weak, as long as he could move. Yi Liang even promised to provide resources, just to allow them to move. However, Yi Liang's actions did not make these foolish lords think that Yi Liang was in danger. Instead, they believed that Yi Liang was a liar. One of the lords had memorized the names of all the lords in the top tier at the time. When he saw Yi Liang constantly trying to recruit allies in the world chat, he immediately exposed him. Peppa Pig. Don't believe him, everyone. I wrote down the names of all the top tier lords. I'm sure he's from the top tier. He's trying to trick the alliance, move there, and then kill everyone. I am the White Tiger. 999, my silence is deafening. Little cat slave. Water that is too clear has no fish, and a person who is shameless is invincible. Likes bananas. Brother, now I understand. The top tier lords are so strong. Why would they want to be allies with weaklings like us, and even give us resources? They just want to rip us off. Yi Liang stared at the world chat, veins bulging on his forehead. He really wanted to kill all of these stupid bird lords. Although he was being bombarded with insults in the world chat, and had even become infamous there, Yi Liang refused to give up. He didn't want to die. Finally, as the saying goes, heaven rewards those who persevere. Yi Liang finally found an ally who chose him despite the lord's insults. Yi Liang almost thought he had found true love. But Yi Liang was soon disappointed, because the other party's castle was in an even more dangerous location than his, and he actually wanted to move here to Yi Liang's place. Yi Liang fell silent. It turned out he was also a fellow sufferer in misfortune. Yi Liang thought about it, and finally agreed. He hadn't moved away yet, but if he could bring in an ally, his ability to protect himself would be greatly improved. He hoped that the ally wouldn't be too weak. Dracula, I'm inviting you to move in. Chapter 143, Yi Liang's Messy Adventures. Peter, from across the continent, is Yi Liang's newly acquired ally, whose castle ID is Lone Wolf. Peter smiled as he looked at Yi Liang's invitation on the system panel. Finally, I can leave this awful place. If I had stayed a few more days, my body would probably have been decomposed by maggots. Peter clicked to accept the invitation without hesitation, and as the castle was gradually covered by the teleportation array, he instantly disappeared from the spot. On the desolate plains, Yi Liang arrived outside the castle, ready to welcome his ally. As the light flashed, a black castle covered in claw marks appeared in Yi Liang's field of vision. Yi Liang suddenly smelled a putrid odor, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell. Oh, my esteemed ally, is your castle in a junkyard? Peter also came out of his castle, covering his nose. The moment Peter and Yi Liang locked eyes, they looked at each other like long-lost enemies, their eyes turning red as they inexplicably felt a surge of anger. Both of them knew it wasn't their fault. Could it be their bloodline? But what kind of bloodline would make a vampire feel such disgust? Werewolf. The flame wolves, frost wolves, or Fenrir that Yi Liang fought before were not werewolves in the true sense. Strictly speaking, they were just monsters with werewolf bodies. Peter seemed to realize that there were too many vampires near his former castle, which was why he was in a hurry to move. Loli werewolf. A weak vampire. Vampires and werewolves have been mortal enemies since ancient times. Legend has it that the ancestors of the two races were twin brothers who later turned against each other, and vampires began to enslave werewolves for hundreds of years. The werewolves eventually rose up in rebellion, overthrowing the vampires' rule and discovering that the seemingly invincible vampires were not so powerful after all. Werewolves and vampires have incompatible blood. If either of them is bitten by the other, their blood cells will lose their activity, resulting in immediate death. Compared to other races, vampires and werewolves have exaggerated self-healing abilities, abnormal physical attributes, and are almost impossible to kill. For both races, killing the other is as simple as taking a bite. Peter's muscles bulged and swelled up, bursting through his shirt. Hair began to grow all over his body, and his head gradually turned into a wolf's head, revealing rows of sharp fangs, with foul-smelling saliva dripping onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, Peter transformed into a 2-meter-tall werewolf covered in gray fur. Damn, this is so unlucky. Even Yi Liang, who wasn't very sentimental, couldn't help but swear. He never expected to be so unlucky. Not only did he fail to gain any allies after being scolded, but he also ended up with an enemy. In the blink of an eye, the two turned on each other, and the newly formed alliance vanished. Countless vampires and werewolves poured out of both castles and began to fight each other. Yi Liang was agile, and Peter was quick to react. The two exchanged blows in an instant, leaving dozens of wounds on each other. Then, their wounds began to heal rapidly, clearly indicating that this level of attack had little effect on either of them. The two men's hostility was ingrained in their blood and bones, like a human instinct, leaving them no room for negotiation. They only have eyes for the other person and want to kill them completely. There are more vampires than werewolves. Yi Liang is lucky enough to convert an entire village of humans, but Peter, born in vampire territory, is not so lucky. Basically, a werewolf has to face 3 to 4 vampires at the same time. In addition, vampires are agile and can fly. Although werewolves are stronger individually, their disadvantages are also very obvious. The werewolves were at a disadvantage and were quickly killed one by the vampires. Yi Liang also realized from his encounter with Peter that Peter was no match for him. Grandma Li finally has someone she can beat, besides Lung Jia. After dealing with Peter, Yi Liang stopped testing him and went all out, beginning to injure himself by using his own blood. Yi Liang's blood can be controlled and manipulated, which is the greatest crisis for Peter, because if Peter is injured by Yi Liang's blood, he is finished. Peter's only weapon was his wolf claws, which had no special abilities, and he began to struggle against Yi Liang. Ku Mather. Enraged, Peter launched a verbal attack. Unlike vampires, who are naturally rational and calm, werewolves become violent and insane. Peter suddenly gathered his strength, leaped into the air, and slapped Yi Liang with his claws, the thick, sharp nails gleaming coldly. As a result, Yi Liang's claw missed its target, and he instead injured Peter's hand with his sword. After landing, Peter did not hesitate to cut off his hand, which turned to ashes on the ground. Soon, Peter's hand grew back. Yi Liang sprayed blood like rain, and Peter used all 4 limbs to run quickly across the ground and dodge Yi Liang's blood. He refused to believe that Yi Liang's blood was inexhaustible, thinking that once it was all used up, he could turn the tables and kill Yi Liang. As time went on, before Peter could completely deplete Yi Liang's blood, all of his werewolves died, and countless vampires surrounded Peter in the center. Yi Liang sneered in the sky as he looked down at Peter. "I submit to you." Seeing that the situation was hopeless, and that there were many other commander-level vampires besides Yi Liang who were impossible to defeat, Peter decisively chose to submit. "Do you think I would believe what a werewolf says?" Yi Liang knew that under the influence of racial hatred, even if Peter submitted, he would rather die together with Yi Liang than betray him. Kill him. The surrounding vampires had long been furious at the werewolf and wanted to tear him to pieces. At Yi Liang's command, the surrounding vampires swarmed forward. Before he died, Peter did not choose to resist. In this miserable world, death was just death. Peter sent a message in the world chat. "Lone Wolf, brothers, I have used my life to prove to you the conspiracy of Lord Dracula. His troops are vampires who can transform humans. He deceived you all. His purpose was to rape and kill them to increase his own strength. Pink girls, blue and white stripes. My brother is so loyal. We'll be brothers in the next life. Sausage with 2 eggs, I knew it. Thanks to my brother for risking his life to step on this landmine." As Yi Liang's blood flowed through Peter, Peter's body began to dissipate into black smoke, and the entire castle began to shake and be destroyed. Yi Liang was puzzled. Why would this foreigner open the chat panel before he died? Was he saying goodbye to his family? Yi Liang curiously opened the world chat to take a look. Dracula 6. As a result, Yi Liang's remarks immediately drew angry criticism from the entire channel. Yi Liang. Chapter 144 isn't all king-level characters, is it? Baiyu, who was in the castle, was also browsing the world chat. Has he violated some heavenly law? Baiyu suddenly realized that she hadn't spoken in the world chat for many days. Seeing how pitiful he is, let's speak up for him. Crab Roe Burger. Sometimes I should think about my own reasons. Have I gotten stronger in all these days? Have I been developing properly? As a result, Bai Yu, being a famous lord, was immediately showered with praise by a large number of other lords who completely ignored his words and forgot about his earlier outburst against Yuliang. Bai Yu couldn't bear to look. There was even a lord called Little Cat Slave, who actually asked Bai Yu to train it. It was simply an eyesore. Bai Yu realized that he hadn't been to Hapuni Prefecture for a day. The snow mountain was in a bit of a mess, making it even harder to develop there. Bai Yu decided to send more undead to Hapuni Prefecture to develop. Just as Bai Yu was about to step into the portal, Zhao Lianxue and Sun Xiaoxiao sent messages at the same time. The Monkey King. Sister Bai, I've discovered a group of goblins. The orphan of Zhao. The ghost has detected that the dwarves of the Firebeard clan are heading towards the interior of the White Rock Mountains. Bai Yu felt like misfortune was piling up, as if her worst fears had come true. Zhao Lianxue, but Bai Yu needed to first find out about the goblins from Sun Xiaoxiao. Krusty Krab, have the goblins discovered your castle? Monkey King, no, I observed it in the swamp. There was a goblin that looked like a magician. It could fly and led a group of goblins toward the snow mountain. Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It was good that they hadn't been discovered, and since they had gone to the snow mountain, Sun Xiaoxiao was safe for the time being. The goblin that Sun Xiaoxiao mentioned, which looked like a magician, must be a Goblin Shaman. Bai Yu remembered that the Goblin Shaman he killed before couldn't fly either. Wait, could this goblin be a king-level monster? Bai Yu felt that she was very likely right. They went to the snow mountain again. What do people go to the snow mountain for? I can't take it anymore, I want to go too. With that, Bai Yu stepped through the teleportation portal and arrived at the White Rock Mountains. At this moment, Bai Yu noticed that Zhao Lianxue's castle had 2 more crossbow towers, and there was a transparent protective shield in the sky. A larger furnace had also been built next to the furnace not far away, which should be the so-called advanced furnace. There were more busy dwarves outside. Bai Yu estimated that there were at least 500 or 600 of them. With the help of 2 furnaces for refining, they could now produce 8,000 iron ingots a day, which meant that the town could be upgraded every 2 days. Bai Yu felt that her actions in saving the dwarves were absolutely right. As Bai Yu walked toward the castle, the dwarves stopped to greet him warmly along the way. No need to be so polite. Don't take this opportunity to slack off. Bai Yu dismissed them all and entered the castle, where he found Zhao Lianxue directing the dwarves to carry food. It was time for a meal. Boss, you're here. I noticed you weren't in the castle several times yesterday. Zhao Lianxue walked over. If Xiao Bing was there, Bai Yu might not be there either, but if Xiao Bing wasn't there, Bai Yu definitely wasn't there either. Yesterday, when Zhao Lianxue returned, she found Xiao Bing gone from the castle. Bai Yu must have gone out. Yesterday? Nothing much. I went out and got into a fight, collected some protection money. What's the situation with the dwarves? Bai Yu has had a bad feeling lately. King-level beings that he couldn't see before have started appearing in his field of vision ever since the battle with Miles, making Bai Yu wonder if the dwarves this time also have king-level beings. Although Bai Yu wasn't sure and was just guessing, he felt it was pretty close to the truth. A werewolf who could kill undead and a flying goblin shaman didn't seem like commanders at all. It was discovered by the wraiths on the border of the White Rock Mountains. 10 dwarves investigated the dwarven mines and dwarven fortresses and are heading towards the interior of the White Rock Mountains. Zhao Lianxue informed Bai Yu of the information transmitted by the ghost. Only 10. Bai Yu was starting to panic. The fewer the quantity, the higher the quality. Could there really be a king level 1? Are there any unusual characteristics among them, like being able to fly or something? No. If I had to say, the armor and weapons worn by those 10 people were better than those of the dwarves we encountered before. Zhao Lianxue pondered the physical characteristics described by the ghosts and said, Bai Yu didn't believe they were just there for a simple investigation. No, we can't just sit here and wait to die. If there's a king-level being, we're doomed. Don't look so relaxed. I'm not invincible. Come with me. There's a good chance that one of them is a king-level expert. We can't let them find this place. Bai Yu immediately mounted the Griffin, and Zhao Lianxue was stunned for a moment. She never dared to imagine that she was even at the king level. She wasn't even at the commander level yet. Zhao Lianxue wanted to ride a Griffin with Bai Yu, but Bai Yu stopped her. You'll lead the way for a while. If the opponent has a king-level opponent, you'll immediately ride your Griffin back and tell everyone to retreat. I'll hold him off. Bai Yu said solemnly that riding 2 Griffins was to make it easier for him to escape later. Otherwise, if Zhao Lianxue rode the Griffins away, wouldn't Bai Yu be doomed? Zhao Lianxue nodded, realizing the seriousness of the situation, and immediately found another Griffin to ride. Call. Zhao Lianxue rode the Griffin and took off, with Bayou following closely behind, heading towards the outer edge of the Bayin Mountains. Meanwhile, inside the White Rock Mountains, a group of 10 dwarves continued their journey deeper into the mountains. They were dressed in dark blue armor, with faint arcs of electricity visible on their bodies. The other 9 dwarves were armed with warhammers, while the leader dwarf wielded a spiked club. They rode on a lizard-like magical beast, swiftly traversing the rugged terrain of the White Rock Mountains. There was a tall mountain not far ahead, the highest among the surrounding peaks. They immediately climbed towards the mountain and then observed the situation ahead after reaching the top. They must be hiding inside the White Rock Mountains. Send out all the sentry eagles and report to the leader as soon as you find them. The dwarf in the lead addressed the 9 people behind him. All the dwarves stood on the mountaintop and whistled in unison, causing the vultures circling in the sky to immediately scatter and fly away. The dwarves also took out their binoculars and began to observe their surroundings, looking for any suspicious traces while waiting for the hawks to report back. Bayou and Zhao Lianxue rode griffins in the sky and soon saw a flock of vultures ahead. Bayou was wondering where so many vultures came from when Zhao Lianxue shouted, "Those are the dwarves' sentry hawks. Boss, kill them quickly." Upon seeing Bayou and Zhao Lianxue, some of the vultures began to circle back. Bayou closed his eyes, then opened them. A blue light flashed in his left eye, and a dozen vultures burst into black flames and began to fall downwards. One chapter is missing, will be added this weekend. My period started today, and my stomach hurts so much, so I'm taking the day off, sob sob. Chapter 145 Dwarf Squad. Bayou and Zhao Lianxue rode the griffin directly towards the direction the hawk had just returned from. Those dwarves must be there. Boss, they're on that mountaintop. Zhao Lianxue pointed at the dwarves on the mountaintop below and exclaimed in surprise. I see it. You stay up here and observe the situation. I'll go down and test the waters. Bayou, riding a griffin, saw the dwarves, and the dwarves naturally saw Bayou in the sky as well. Without hesitation, Bayou jumped off the griffin's back. As Bayou fell due to gravity, the wind whipped against her cheeks, and her long white hair flowed backward. There are 10 dwarves below, one of whom, wielding a spiked club, is clearly different from the others. If anyone is most likely to be a king-level dwarf, it must be him. Bayou took out a scythe in midair, black flames leaving a long trail, and his 2 eyes emitted different colored lights as he descended. Bayou didn't know if he was a king-level expert or not, so he chose to go all out from the start, targeting the dwarf with the spiked club. Seeing this, the dwarf swung his spiked club, gathering power. Several arcs of electricity condensed on the club, preparing to hit Bayou with a home run. The moment Bayou landed, he teleported to the dwarf's side, swinging his scythe at him. The dwarf met him with a spiked club. Boom. The already small area on the mountaintop instantly cracked open, with several bolts of lightning spilling out and striking the surrounding area, creating a series of explosions. A circular shockwave spread outwards from the mountaintop, forcing even the other 9 dwarves to cover their faces with the dust and smoke. Good news. The opponent's strength is comparable to Bayou's, and he is not at the king level. Bayou breathed a sigh of relief. Anyone who could fight Bayou to a draw with the double buff from the scythe must have at least the strength of a level 8 or 9 commander. Thankfully, it wasn't a king-level monster. I knew it. King-level monsters aren't like cabbages. You can't expect to encounter them every time. Even this dwarf was surprised that this alien human was so strong, and he couldn't help but marvel at the speed at which this group of aliens grew. The small flat area at the top of the mountain resembles an irregular circle with limited space, much like a fighting arena for 2 people. The dwarf's deep blue armor seemed to activate in some way, causing bolts of lightning to surge from his hands into his spiked club, suddenly increasing the force on Bayou. In an instant, Bayou vanished into black mist, and the dwarf's attack missed. Bayou's figure appeared before the other dwarfs. He couldn't let that dwarf hold him back. All of them had to die, and he couldn't let them go back to report. Kill her. The dwarf leader turned around and saw Bayou behind him. He immediately ordered the dwarves around him to attack Bayou. He could sense that Bayou's strength was no less than his own, and he could use these dwarves to wear her down, thus giving him the opportunity to kill her. The dwarves around him, wielding warhammers, swarmed forward and surrounded Bayou. Some dwarves swung their warhammers, crackling with lightning, at Bayou, while others leaped high from their mounts, all attacking him from different directions. A frost pattern appeared in Bayou's right pupil, and the entire mountaintop was instantly frozen, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Countless ice spikes shot out from around Bayou, attacking the surrounding dwarves and driving them all back. Some dwarves shattered the ice spikes, while others were injured by them. Baiyu, wielding a scythe, slashed at one of the dwarves in front of him, shattering the warhammer in his hand, and sending the dwarf flying with a single blow. Apart from the dwarf with the spiked club, Baiyu discovered that all the other dwarves were actually about the same strength as the dwarf leader of the dwarf fortress from before. They weren't particularly strong. In a 1-on-1 fight, Baiyu could instantly kill any one of them. Cough cough. The dwarves who had been pierced by the icicles suddenly began to cough, feeling as if they could hardly breathe. That ice is poisoned. A faint green light floating beneath the ice. Although the poison is not fatal, it will greatly affect their combat effectiveness. Countless ice spikes shot out from the ice again, but this time the dwarves dared not withstand them and scattered in all directions. Two dwarves, poisoned and unable to dodge in time, had their feet frozen by Baiyu and were instantly engulfed in black flames. In less than a few breaths, Baiyu killed 3 of the 9 dwarves. The spiked club dwarves could no longer stand by and watch. They thought they could hold off Baiyu, but who knew they would be killed instantly by him. The dwarf, wielding a spiked club, leaped up and smashed it down on Baiyu's back, instantly shattering the ice on the ground and sending up a pile of ice shards. Baiyu dodged the attack with a teleport and appeared in front of another dwarf, killing him once again. The spiked club dwarf was somewhat embarrassed and angry. Baiyu's teleportation was completely unreasonable and too fast for the other dwarves to react to. Baiyu directly consumed 50 points of magic power to cast a curse on the remaining 5 dwarves. The first tier curse magic has only one skill, Physical Curse, which is similar to a weakening effect and cannot kill enemies of the same level. The 5 scattered dwarves coughed up blood instantly, their faces looking somewhat pale. Just as Baiyu was about to kill the 5 dwarves, a gust of wind swept over the back of his head. Clang! Baiyu turned around and used his sickle to block the spiked club, but was knocked back a few steps while his feet were on the ice. You all leave here. I'll take care of this alien race. The dwarf leader spoke to the remaining 5 dwarves, and the 5 dwarves immediately prepared to ride away on their lizards. Wah! A melodious flute sound suddenly appeared in the sky. For some reason, the 5 lizards not only didn't leave, but actually ran towards Baiyu's direction. The dwarves quickly jumped off their mounts, trying to escape. Baiyu reappeared behind a dwarf, easily piercing his armor with his scythe and killing him. Dark magic conjured a javelin, which pierced through a dwarf, and the ice on the ground surged, freezing another person. The last 2 dwarves tried to run, but Baiyu had already reached them. The 2 dwarves stopped in their tracks, gripping their warhammers tightly, too afraid to move. The dwarf leader behind the 2 dwarves also charged towards Baiyu. Baiyu stepped forward to meet them. As she passed the 2 dwarves, she merely touched them with her small hand. The 2 dwarves were then set ablaze in despair and frozen solid. These 9 dwarves were all between level 1 and 3, the level of a commander, which is considered a junior commander. Baiyu was already level 6, so killing them would be incredibly easy for him. Hearing the continuous clanging of weapons below, Zhao Lianxue, riding a griffin in the sky, was also completely dumbfounded. It was the first time she had seen Baiyu go all out, and he was simply too strong. Zhao Lianxue put away her flute and silently prayed for Baiyu. She could also tell that the last dwarf wielding the spiked club was very strong. Chapter 146 Pseudo-Domain, Half-Step King Level. The dwarf leader looked at the corpses of the 9 dead dwarves, his heart filled with rage, but he was helpless, because he couldn't stop Baiyu at all. Baiyu used teleportation to frantically pull him away, but in order to quickly deal with these dwarves, Baiyu also used a lot of magic, and now his mana bar is only half left. Just as Baiyu was about to close his pseudo-domain to save some mana, because this thing continuously consumed mana, he saw the dwarf leader's entire armor emitting a blue light, and even the spiked club in his hand began to emit streaks of lightning. An electric field filled with lightning elements suddenly formed around them, and Baiyu even felt a tingling sensation all over her body. A domain? No, this is a pseudo-domain. The dwarf leader swung his club, and even more lightning flashed from it, covering his armor and radiating a blue light. Baiyu met the attack head-on with a slash, but his hands went numb from the electric shock, and his weapon almost slipped from his grasp. Baiyu retreated after the attack, not wanting to take another direct hit from the dwarf leader's attack. These electrical elements cannot be dispelled. The more times you fight, the more electrical elements accumulate in your body until you eventually lose consciousness completely. Baiyu began leaping and dodging the dwarf leader's attacks. His domain was initially useless and would consume a lot of mana, so he couldn't maintain it for long. Let's see whose mana bar runs out first. Unexpectedly, the dwarf leader who had released the domain could also attack from a distance. Seeing that Baiyu kept dodging, he began to attack Baiyu with lightning. Baiyu was not to be outdone, and ice pillars that surged from the ground blocked all the lightning. With the enhancement of his domain, the dwarf leader's speed also became very fast, basically catching up with Baiyu's usual speed, but Baiyu could teleport, so he was still faster than him. An alien race. The dwarf leader was so enraged that he roared in anger. What? Baiyu responded very politely. He chased after her as she fled. The two continued like this, and Baiyu sensed that the electrical elements in the air were beginning to decrease, guessing that the dwarf leader's magic power was almost exhausted. Baiyu stopped abruptly and swung his scythe at the dwarf leader. Black flames and blue lightning collided again, and the two of them took a step back. Baiyu noticed that the tingling sensation in his arm was not as severe as before. Even so, Baiyu wasn't just walking the dog. There were times when she had no choice but to fight. Now her whole body was numb, and she wouldn't feel any pain even if she pinched her own thigh. As luck would have it, the dwarf whom Baiyu had frozen instead of killing directly had just died. Baiyu gained 120 experience points. After the last battle with the Gata Empire soldiers, Baiyu's experience points were almost full. Killing these few dwarf commanders was just enough. Now he was just 120 points short. Baiyu has just leveled up, and her attributes have been improved across the board, but leveling up will not restore her current status or remove negative effects. Baiyu didn't feel any discomfort at all. Although her instinctive reactions were still there, she was paralyzed by the lightning and lost some of her senses, so it wouldn't affect her combat ability at all. The dwarf leader had a strange feeling that the alien in front of him was not only stronger, but also reacted a little faster. Why does this foreign woman blush when she fights with me? The dwarf chieftain couldn't understand it, but he was indifferent to human women. He preferred strong, bearded dwarf women. He felt that human women were all too frail. I should thank you, you idiot. Baiyu swung his scythe forcefully, repelling the dwarf leader. Countless ice pillars hurtled towards the dwarf leader, only to be shattered by his spiked club. Something feels off. There's nothing wrong, it's just that it's numb. Baiyu tried to poison him during this time, but it didn't work. First-tier curse magic was also ineffective against those of higher levels. Mid-tier frost magic was also limited to this level, and was essentially ineffective against the dwarf leader. Baiyu can only rely on his dark magic now, but dark magic can't create a domain, which is a bit of a problem. Just then, the dwarf leader's lightning domain was about to disappear, so he withdrew the domain and gathered all the electric elements into his spiked club. The lightning on the spiked club changed from blue to purple, becoming even thicker than before. It seemed slow, but in reality, the dwarf leader absorbed the lightning in an instant. Baiyu wasn't foolish enough to take the attack head-on. She used her speed advantage to dodge it. Suddenly, the dwarf leader pulled out a musket and pulled the trigger directly at Baiyu. Baiyu never expected him to do something so drastic. Damn, a sneak attack. Baiyu is only human, so even attacks like firearms, which can be resisted by wearing armor, still require him to defend against. Baiyu teleported away from the unexpected sneak attack, while the dwarf leader's veins bulged on his feet. He shattered the ice with one foot and charged towards Baiyu, his spiked club crackling with purple lightning as he smashed it toward Baiyu's face. Baiyu had just teleported to the ground when the dwarf leader rushed in front of him. Baiyu didn't have time to teleport again and hurriedly used his scythe to meet the dwarf leader's attack. Bang! Baiyu's scythe was knocked away. Fortunately, Baiyu reacted in time and used the dark barrier to envelop himself the moment the spiked club hit him. However, the huge impact still sent Baiyu flying. Lianxue, who was above, was startled. She clearly saw that Baiyu had not dodged this time and had taken a solid hit. She immediately tried to control the Griffin to rush down and rescue Baiyu. Boss, please don't let anything happen to you. Baiyu crashed heavily onto the ice, shattering the ice layer. However, the dark barrier protected her from external injuries. Baiyu felt sore all over, his stomach was churning, and there was a metallic taste in his throat. His hands were completely numb from the purple thunderbolt during the fight. Baiyu struggled to twist her body. All around her were scorched earth left by the lightning strike, but the circular spot where she was lying was completely intact. But the dwarf leader wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by, nor would he give the bewildered Baiyu time to overthink things. Seizing another opportunity, he swung the staff at Baiyu, but this time Baiyu teleported away and dodged it, arriving next to the fallen scythe. He picked it up, and the double attribute boost began, causing some of the paralysis on Baiyu's body to dissipate. Zhao Lianxue in the sky also breathed a sigh of relief. The dwarf leader's reaction speed was too fast. When he came in front of Baiyu again, he almost scared Zhao Lianxue to death. Fortunately, she saw that Baiyu had dodged unharmed. Baiyu felt a slight itch on her legs and looked down. Baiyu quickly brought her legs together to erase the marks. Because of the lightning paralysis, Baiyu had no feeling at all and therefore could not control her body. Damn it, it's all your fault, you motherfucker. Chapter 147 I'm leaving. Baiyu was careless this time. If it weren't for dark magic, or if the dark magic hadn't been strong enough, Baiyu would have died just now. Baiyu underestimated Miles when they faced him before, or perhaps because of the multiple people attacking at the same time. Baiyu even thought that the king level was nothing special, and that there was nothing to worry about when facing those below the king level. Clearly, Baiyu was wrong. He was not invincible below the king level. Baiyu withdrew his frost domain, and the dwarf leader turned around to meet Baiyu's gaze. He was surprised that Baiyu, who had just taken his full force attack, seemed completely unharmed. Baiyu flexed her wrists, trying to regain some feeling in them. Black flames also ignited on the scythe, and Baiyu swung the scythe as he attacked the dwarf leader. The two exchanged blows, one wielding a club and the other a sword. Baiyu noticed that the dwarf leader's equipment seemed quite powerful. The entire set could be linked together, greatly enhancing his combat strength. Baiyu wasn't the kind of person who would be greedy for money. If she didn't ruin this awesome outfit just to get it, wouldn't she be a fool? Whether we can even beat the opponent is still a question, so why would we have time to worry about those two pieces of equipment? The dwarf leader was about the same height as Baiyu, which was considered tall for a dwarf. Dwarves were generally about the same height as goblins, only about 1.5 meters tall. Every time Baiyu fought the dwarf leader, he would attack his breastplate with frost magic, always hitting the same spot. Although the dwarf leader was experienced in combat, Baiyu had never used fire magic in their battles so far, so he had no idea. After attacking more than 10 times, when Baiyu's scythe clashed with his spiked club again, Baiyu directly struck his breastplate with a pillar of fire. It's still the same spot, where extreme cold and extreme heat collide. Click. The chest armor developed a small crack, and even this small crack greatly affected the set's synergy effect. The dwarf leader looked at his chest with some surprise, then at Baiyu's left hand burning with flames, never expecting that Baiyu could use fire magic. With the breastplate shattered, the dwarf leader's defense will be greatly reduced. Instantly, a raging fire erupted around them, forming a sea of flames. Baiyu raised his left hand, and countless flames began to gather above his palm, eventually coalescing into a giant fireball with a diameter of 3 meters. Baiyu raised the fireball high, and with a swing of his arm, the fireball instantly hurtled towards the dwarf leader. The dwarf leader tried to dodge, but to no avail. Although the fireball didn't hit him, it only struck the ground next to him. But the resulting massive explosion instantly covered the entire mountaintop, like a volcanic eruption. Baiyu was bathed in a sea of fire, surrounded by a sea of orange-red light, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Another spear engulfed in black flames materialized beside Baiyu. With a wave of his hand, the spear pierced through the sea of fire and hurtled towards the dwarf leader. This was Baiyu's last bit of magic power. If she couldn't kill him now, Baiyu felt she had no chance left. The dark spear successfully pierced the dwarf leader's breastplate, penetrating his chest directly, and the burning black flames began to corrode his life. The dwarf leader was already exhausted, and his magic power was used up when he unleashed his strongest attack. As his armor shattered, his buffs disappeared, and his body became even weaker. The dwarf leader's gaze began to glaze over, blood gushed from his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground, finally losing all life. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully defeating a level 9 commander. You have gained 200 experience points. It really is level 9. Baiyu closed the system interface. As the sea of fire gradually died down, the situation on the mountaintop became clear. The corpses of the dwarves around them were all burned to ashes, and the dwarf leader's suit was also destroyed by the black flames, leaving only a spiked club lying intact on the side. Baiyu picked up and stored all the equipment around him. Since the corpses were gone, they couldn't be decomposed. A fire destroyed all traces of the crime, and no one would know that a battle had taken place here. Boss, how are you? Zhao Lianxue controlled the Griffin to land, and hurriedly asked Baiyu with concern. Baiyu didn't speak, but shook her head weakly to indicate that she was all right. Suddenly, Baiyu felt a churning in her stomach. Vomit dash. Baiyu coughed up a mouthful of blood, injured by the impact of the dwarf leader's attack. Zhao Lianxue quickly placed her hand on Baiyu's back, and a light green light appeared, healing magic flowing into Bayu's entire body. Bayu felt her physical condition improving rapidly. Her back pain and leg pain were gone. Bayu's complexion became much rosier. Healing magic is a slow repair process and cannot heal the body's injuries all at once. Damn, this is so useful. I wish I hadn't given it to her in the first place. To fight and heal at the same time. Isn't that an amazing skill? Bayu's injury was not serious, and she was soon bouncing around again, showing no signs of serious harm. This spiked club is good. We can give it to Gray to use when we get back. Bayu glanced at the set stats through the spiked club. It was indeed insane. It can actually enhance the wearer's own abilities and their sensitivity to the surrounding electric elements, increasing all attributes by nearly 15 points. It's likely that the set of equipment allowed him to comprehend the domain ahead of schedule. The last thing that could enhance abilities was Lung Jie's suit, but it's been destroyed by Miles. Let's go back. These next few days, make sure the King's Souls keep an eye on things. I need to level up quickly. Fortunately, the dwarves were embroiled in internal strife and were not very strong. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, a king-level being would have been sent this time. He couldn't even defeat a level 9 commander, let alone a king. Good. Bayu and Zhao Lianxue rode the Griffin back towards the castle. After returning to the castle, Bayu took out all the dwarves' equipment and distributed it to the dwarves inside the castle. Dwarfs' equipment is for dwarves, right? Anyway, a few pieces of commander-level equipment aren't worth much money. It's also a good opportunity for these dwarves to learn forging techniques. When Bayu handed the spiked club to Gray, his bearded face was beaming with joy. Although there is only one piece, it is still a top-quality item among commander-level equipment, unlike ordinary commander-level equipment. Gray wanted to express his heartfelt gratitude to Bayu, but Bayu blocked him with Zhao Lianxue. Bayu finally had time to look at her personal panel. Bayu was now level 7, and her attributes had increased more than when she went from level 5 to level 6, as had her mana and health bars. After so many battles and upgrades, Bayu basically discovered a characteristic. Levels 1 to 9 can actually be divided into 3 tiers. As long as you are in the same tier, there will not be much change, and the strength will not differ too much. When you leapfrog every 3 levels, your attribute points will increase more than usual. So this is the early, middle, and late stages? Bayu murmured to herself as she walked toward the portal. Before entering the portal, Bayu turned around and waved to Zhao Lianxue. I'm leaving this place to you. I'm off. Chapter 148, King-Level Goblin Shaman. With a flash of light from the teleportation array, Bayu returned to her castle. Bayu now only wants to level up as quickly as possible. His battles with the dwarf leaders, including Miles, have made him realize the strength of these local forces. Perhaps it's not that they are too strong, but that Bayu and the other alien races are too weak. Even ordinary magical beast groups usually have a king-level leader, while these lords are only at the commander level at most. With the arrival of many external forces in the snow-capped mountains, this place has become a very sensitive area. Bayu doesn't even dare to send out undead anymore. He only sends out some ghosts to gather intelligence, and he can only send out some smaller ones to develop in the dark forest. Examples include the commander-level Demon Soul Lord, the Divine Punishment Knight, and Jon. They are small, agile, and easy to hide, making them difficult to detect. If you send out a zombie titan, the enemy will see half of its body before it even enters the dark forest. Bayu decided to let the undead sneak away to the dark forest to gain experience, as he couldn't be idle himself. If he could kill a few enemies of the same level, he could level up quickly. But before trying to level up, Bayu needs to disguise herself first, at least to make herself look more like a native human. She can't be obviously fake, or people will immediately recognize her as a foreign race and want to fight her without saying a word. Xiaobing, do you know what the mages in the Mage Guild look like? Bayu tried to get some information from Xiaobing. Human mages, they should be dressed in black robes and carry magic wands, similar to necromancers. Xiaobing thought for a moment with its dragon head, but it had forgotten whether it had ever seen it before. Should be, I guess. Bayu felt that what Xiaobing said wasn't very reliable, but Bayu thought that even if their images weren't exactly like that, they should be pretty much the same. Bayu actually found a black robe in the wardrobe, similar to a raincoat, with a loose hood. The black robe was loose and comfortable. Besides these, there were some strange clothes, which should be the clothes of the native human race of the magical continent. Bayu really couldn't compliment their aesthetic sense. Bayu was too lazy to change out of her sailor uniform, so she simply put on a black robe and tied her hair into a bun. Bayu put on her hat, the brim of which covered her eyes and the upper half of her face, forcing her to walk with her head slightly lowered. No wonder all the magicians I've seen before were like this. They couldn't see the road ahead. The pointed corner on the hat was still crooked. Bai Yu looked in the mirror and wondered if she looked like a magician, but she really did look more like a witch. Xiao Bing, what do you think? Does it look like her? Bai Yu came out and immediately had Xiao Bing compare it. Xiao Bing remained silent for a while. Picture. All right. Bai Yu felt relieved after hearing what Xiao Bing said and walked out of the castle, dragging her long robe. As Bai Yu approached the castle gate, she proceeded with extreme caution, but still managed to step on the black robe. Just as she was about to fall, she teleported away and landed steadily in front of it, cleverly avoiding an embarrassing situation. Bai Yu, along with Jon and a group of demon soul lords and heavenly punishment knights, secretly set off for the dark forest. Today's only task is to grind monsters and level up. High atop the frigid snow-capped mountain, in the southern part of the central region, this group of werewolves had carved out a cave, intending to settle there temporarily. Because there weren't enough wolf handlers to build a castle, they had to make do living in caves for the time being. Have you found the group of white tigers yet? The werewolf leader asked the giant wolves below with some impatience. Sir, their scent has been masked. We have searched most of the snow mountain, but we have not found any trace of them yet. A giant wolf lay prostrate, respectfully explaining to the werewolf leader inside the cave. The werewolf leader was too lazy to listen to their nonsense. If they hadn't found it, they hadn't found it. What was the point of all that rambling? These low-level werewolves were just learning those useless human tricks. What about the dead? No. The werewolf leader got a little angry. His wolf face began to contort, and he cursed angrily. A bunch of useless trash. Please calm down, my lord. We did not come away empty-handed. We discovered a group of goblins who had also entered the snow mountain. The giant wolf, lying prone on the ground, quickly wagged its tail and continued speaking. Goblin. The werewolf leader stood up abruptly, his complexion improving considerably, and walked out of the cave. Who do they think they are, daring to get involved in this mess? After the frost dragon died, even the smallest fry dared to run up the frigid snow mountain. The werewolf leader wasn't going to tolerate them and immediately led the werewolves over for an extra meal. Meanwhile, in a mysterious bunker somewhere on the other side of the snow-capped mountain, the ice-field white tigers hadn't ventured out for 2 days. They had previously sent out a tiger man to hunt for food, but ever since they discovered the werewolves, they hadn't dared to go out again. They had been relying on the food stored in the bunker to survive, but they had already started distributing food, which shows that supplies were not very plentiful. To reduce the tiger people's energy consumption, the tiger people guards made them sleep whenever possible, thus reducing energy expenditure. But they are tigers, not bears, and they don't hibernate. Although their daily food consumption is reduced, it's just a case of drinking poison to quench their thirst. The tiger men guards glanced at the secret chamber. Their queen was still asleep. If the food ran out, they would have to risk going out to find food. However, the snow mountain environment was harsh, and there were very few species that could survive there. This would not only make it more difficult to obtain food, but would also make them easier to be discovered by other forces. The Tiger Man guards looked at their tribesmen, who were still sleeping, and sighed. They couldn't let their tribesmen starve to death. The snow-capped mountain is constantly battered by blizzards and freezing winds, with no clear skies all day long, which is why it is named the Fierce Snow Mountain. Werewolves and tigermen, with their bodies covered in thick fur, are naturally immune to the cold. But the goblins are different. The goblins' small stature made walking on snow-covered mountains seem like walking on thin ice. When a goblin stepped down, the snow would reach up to his calves, and in some deeper places, it could even bury him completely. The goblins, wrapped in thick animal fur to ward off the cold, struggled through the snow, cursing under their breath. Why did we have to send them to this godforsaken place, the frigid snow-capped mountains? The goblins glanced at the Goblin Shaman flying ahead, but dared not utter a word of anger. Suddenly, a pack of giant wolves appeared ahead of the goblins, their leader being the werewolf leader who had arrived. The werewolf leader was also taken aback when he saw the Goblin Shaman. It seemed that the plan to have an extra meal was ruined, because the werewolf leader recognized the Goblin Shaman in front of him. Laba Chusher, it seems your Goblin Kingdom has really gone all out to come to the Snow Mountain this time. The werewolf leader said with a mocking expression, meaning that the Goblin Kingdom was too weak and this was not a place for them. A king-level warrior might be considered high-end combat power in the Goblin Kingdom, but if placed atop a mountain, a king-level warrior is nothing. The werewolf leader wasn't afraid of it, but rather it found opponents like mages and wizards disgusting and didn't want to waste its time on them. Chapter 149, Yi Liang submits. The Goblin Shaman named Labachushi also looked displeased when he saw the werewolf leader. The mountain peaks were enormous to their goblin kingdom. There are very few kings in the goblin kingdom, so it's not surprising that the werewolf chieftain, who lives atop the mountains, knows its name. On the contrary, there are countless kings atop the mountains, and each wolf's face looks almost identical, so the werewolf chieftain in front of him is completely unfamiliar to the goblin chieftain. This gentleman atop the mountains intends to stop us. The rabbit, hovering in the air, warily watched the werewolves below. The goblins below were also extremely nervous, never expecting to be so unlucky so soon after arriving at the snow mountain. The werewolf leader's gaze swept over the goblins, finally settling on the thorny servant in the sky. The Rabashu servant was a king-level being, flitting around using magic like an annoying fly. Among the goblins were also many commander-level beings, so the werewolves didn't have a significant advantage. The werewolf leader left without saying a word, and the pack of wolves followed suit, disappearing from the goblins' sight. All the goblins breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were no weaker than the werewolves, they did not want to provoke the behemoth atop the mountains. As for the werewolf leaders, it was only because there were king-level goblins among them, making them troublesome to kill, and they had more important tasks to complete and did not want to cause unnecessary casualties. Meanwhile, Yi Liang's castle on the desolate plains also welcomed a group of uninvited guests. They were pale-faced, yet exuded nobility and elegance. The leader, also dressed in a black suit, was a stark contrast to Yi Liang's attire. The only difference was that he wore a high-necked cloak, black on the outside and red on the inside. The group of people behind them were wearing white shirts and black vests, with red bow ties tied around their chests, giving them the look of Western restaurant waiters. The leader looked at the castle before him and felt a sense of familiarity from this alien castle. They were just passing through and had no interest in these alien races unless they were lords whose troops were all human, in which case they would eliminate them to obtain fresh blood. According to this vampire leader, all the lords should be human. Of course, there are some lords with other bloodlines, but they are all very weak, and their main bloodline is still human. The blood of this lord disgusted the vampires, like drinking a mouthful of pig feed mixed with swill. The vampires slowly walked towards Yi Liang's castle. The vampires in Yi Liang's castle also noticed this group of uninvited guests and wanted to attack, but they felt the more noble bloodline on the other party, which instantly suppressed them, and they dared not move, attempting to submit. A group of blood servants. It seems that the vampire's speculation has been confirmed. Only vampires with bloodlines reaching the count level have the ability to transform into blood servants, and those who can reach the count level are all pure-blooded direct vampires. Yi Liang, who was inside the castle, also noticed the group of native vampires entering through the castle gate. Yi Liang felt nervous and stared warily at the group of vampires in front of him. Yi Liang felt immense pressure from him, even more so than when he faced Miles. Similarly, the other party's bloodline was no less than his own. But Yi Liang didn't see any hostility in his eyes and quickly calmed down. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. I am a member of the vampire Yuka family. You can call me Count Yuka. Count Yuka spoke with a wicked smile and a magnetic voice that seemed to captivate the soul. I am here today to invite you to join the vampire clan and become a member of this big family. Yi Liang's bloodline is not weak, at the same level as Count Yuka. This level of bloodline cannot be copied or transferred, and can only be absorbed by the same clan, but it has little effect on Count Yuka. The vampires have been forced to endure for too many years. Rather than killing Yi Liang, it would be better to let him join the vampires and strengthen their fighting power. Count Yuka knows that the potential of vampires with this bloodline is very high, and it would be a great pity to kill them like this. Of course, they wouldn't force the Lord. If he disagreed, they could kill him later. Such high-level bloodlines that cannot be controlled by the vampires themselves cannot be kept. Yi Liang fell silent, lost in thought. Yi Liang's first thought was how to kill his opponent, but seeing that the opponent could suppress his troops simply by virtue of his bloodline, he gave up hope. This vampire is undoubtedly a king-level being, and he's far stronger than Miles from before. Does your excellency have any concerns? Please rest assured, if your excellency is willing to join the vampire clan, your status will be equal to mine. You will be a vampire of noble blood and will not become a slave. Seeing Yi Liang remain silent, Count Yuka spoke again. Everything seemed so casual. Count Yuka was calm and composed. What if I disagree? Yi Liang knew that vampires were creatures without emotions, and it was impossible to judge what they were thinking by observing their words and expressions. Yi Liang had no choice but to ask the question, even if it was a stupid one, since the other party was willing to talk to him and get an answer. You are of a different race, so naturally you should be killed, Count Yuka said calmly, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in Yi Liang's heart. Of course, Yi Liang was already mentally prepared. It's another classic choice, surrender or die. In that case, I don't seem to have any other choice. Yi Liang resigned himself to his fate. At least this was better than death, and he wouldn't become a slave after joining the enemy. Count Yuka gave a meaningful smile. He knew Yi Liang would agree. It wasn't just the alien races who were afraid of death. Vampires were afraid of death too, especially those with noble bloodlines. Give me a drop of your primordial blood, and I will hand it over to the progenitor to complete the bloodline link. Upon hearing this, Yi Liang pierced his chest with his palm and extracted a drop of his own primordial blood. A vampire below immediately took out a container and put Yi Liang's blood in it. This special container made by vampires can prevent the blood from corroding, not submitting to you. Yi Liang was somewhat surprised, thinking that after he chose to join them, he would be controlled by the person in front of him. Your Excellency is joking. Your bloodline is the same as mine, but I am not qualified to claim that. Count Yuka never expected that this trip would yield a high-level bloodline from the vampires. He was certain that he would be rewarded by the progenitor. Count Yuka was in high spirits. He put away the container filled with Yi Liang's blood and looked at Yi Liang, whose wounds were healing rapidly. The air was filled with the scent of Yi Liang's blood. He was indeed a purebred vampire. This dull and monotonous castle is too boring, like a cage. Why don't I take you out for a walk and let you see the outside world? Count Yuka extended an invitation, which Yi Liang could not refuse, so he had no choice but to agree. The group of vampires left Yi Liang's castle and flew towards the direction of the frigid snow mountain. Chapter 150 Ghost King. Night fell once again on the magical continent, and Bai Yu, who had been secretly grinding experience points, returned to the castle. The seeds on the outskirts of the dark forest are now too weak for Bai Yu. Most of them are of ordinary level, and only the highest-ranking leader is barely a low-level commander. Today, no information from the snowy mountains has been sent back by the ghosts, as if the snowy mountains have suddenly become quiet. This made Bai Yu realize something was amiss. Don't tell me that group of goblins and werewolves just strolled around the snow mountain and left. She absolutely refused to believe it. Bai Yu stretched and walked into the castle. She had long since put the black robe into her ring, as it was too uncomfortable to wear. Why use magic attacks that consume mana when you can kill enemies with a scythe without losing mana? The undead's power has been shrinking lately, so Bai Yu rarely gains experience points if he doesn't go out to fight monsters. There was nothing on the White Rock Mountain side, except for the Firebeard dwarf clan. It wasn't that Bai Yu didn't want to deal with them, but he was genuinely afraid that a king-level expert would come next time, and that expert would be fully equipped with a king-level set. What would be the point of fighting then? Bai Yu had never seen a dwarf who wasn't equipped. So now the only way to break through is through the dark forest. Hopefully, the undead can kill more enemies tonight, so that Bai Yu, who is lying in the castle, can also enjoy the triple experience bonus. Bai Yu isn't letting any experience go to waste. She's even starting to steal Xiao Bing's food now, eating some elite food to replenish her strength. Even 2 points of experience are still experience. Although Bai Yu would need to eat one elite meal several times. Never mind, I'll go to sleep first and talk about it tomorrow. Bai Yu took off all her clothes, ready to take a nice bath. The best way to gain experience points is to lie in bed and get them for free. More than 10 days have passed now, and Bai Yu feels that the lowest level of these lords should be commanders by now. She just doesn't know how many lords have completely disappeared from this world in all these days. She just didn't know when this would end. Sometimes Bai Yu would fantasize, hoping that this was just a dream. Bai Yu slipped naked into bed, shook her head to clear her mind, smoothed her hair, covered herself with the blanket, and went to sleep. Time, 6 o'clock. Bai Yu has developed a fixed biological clock, waking up promptly at 6 o'clock in the morning. If I remember correctly, today is the 13th day. Tomorrow, no, tonight, the rankings will be refreshed again. Bai Yu is somewhat looking forward to it. Bai Yu got up and went to the wardrobe. When she opened the wardrobe, a white tank top came into view. She fell silent, feeling as if the wardrobe was subtly suggesting she wear this outfit. I looked down and realized I wasn't that big. Even if you dance in this little tank top, it won't show, okay? Besides, what idiot wouldn't notice if the tank top slipped down and showed? This person is clearly doing it on purpose. Bai Yu didn't want to wear such clothes and immediately skipped over it. She still needed to develop in the dark forest for a while today, and she wanted to go deeper into the forest. I won't wear a skirt anymore. I'll just wear normal clothes. 10 minutes later, Bai, dressed casually, put on the same big black robe she wore yesterday and prepared to go out. Before leaving, Bai glanced at the warehouse and saw that there were 5,000 more iron ingots, which meant that the dwarves had not been slacking off. Bai glanced at the 7,000 corpses outside the city wall. Half of the summoning had already been completed, so Bai quickly began to dissect the corpses. Fortunately, only 1 day had passed. If it had been 2 more days, these corpses would probably have rotted. The stench would have been unbearable, and even if Bai didn't want the double summons, he would have had to throw them all into the Blackwater Altar. Bai directly clicked on the decomposition function inside the castle. Of the 4,000 corpses in total, only 3,000 remained. Half of the corpses piled up outside the city wall disappeared instantly. Bai obtained a total of 3,000 magic crystals, 300 spirit cores, nearly 4,000 ordinary-grade equipment, and several commander-grade equipment. Bai threw all the disassembled equipment to Sun Xiaoxiao, since he had no use for it himself. I now have exactly 350 spirit cores, enough to upgrade the barracks. Bai upgraded his barracks by 1 level. Aside from the fact that the upgrade materials for the next level are more expensive, there aren't many changes. The next level requires a full 350 spirit cores and 35,000 magic crystals, an increase of 50 and 5,000 respectively compared to before. The result was that the summoning quantity increased from 30 to 40. In the early stages, when materials are scarce and levels are low, the improvement is significant. However, in the later stages, when materials are plentiful and upgrades become more expensive, the improvement diminishes. Dog system. Bai had just upgraded the barracks when he suddenly remembered that he hadn't summoned the troops for today, so he went to the barracks again to prepare to summon them. As green light illuminated the entire room, today's troop type was freshly generated. From bone dragons and ghostly little zombies to zombie titans and destroyers. Attendance we get every day for free. Bai had just finished clicking the summon button and was about to leave when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a strange figure appearing out of the corner of her eye. Bai immediately turned around and saw a ghost floating in the air, also dressed in a black robe. Blue flames burned inside the robe. It had no physical form, and its eyes emitted a ghostly light from within the robe. She could still tell that it was a ghost, but it was noticeably different from ordinary ghosts. Your most loyal subordinate greets your majesty. Those who could speak had already spoken, and Bai didn't care about those who couldn't. This is withdrawal. Bai found it hard to believe, as she often acted impulsively and was most fortunate when she was absent-minded. Furthermore, as the barracks level increases, the chance of drawing a race champion also increases. Bai couldn't wait to check its attributes. The Ghost King, unnamed. Active skills, Spirit Storm, Soul Blade. Passive skill, Ghostly Heart. It really is the Ghost King. Bai had already guessed it. It looked almost exactly like a ghost, so it must be a ghost. Bai glanced at the 2 active skills briefly. One was an area of effect attack, and the other was a combat power boost. The passive skill is the same as Jon's passive skill. After this, all ghosts will have their level cap removed, and even ghosts summoned by Bai and the Necromancer can continue to level up. Nice. Bai urgently needs to improve his strength right now, and the arrival of the Ghost King is just in time. Bai looked at the blue flames burning inside its black robe and in its eyes, and decided to give it a name. From now on, you'll be called Lanny, she said dismissively, feigning interest. Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing this name upon me. Chapter 151 Sun Xiaoxiao's Relatives. Bai was in a great mood, and took Lan and I to stroll around the dark forest. This small, agile person is the most suitable candidate. Bai felt it was time to allocate resources properly. The undead couldn't be allowed to kill so indiscriminately anymore. Bai is already level 7, while Arthur and Jon are only level 3. This won't do. They'll fall further and further behind. We must pool our resources for the top players. By the time you reach the king level, they'll still be stuck at the intermediate commander level, which will render them useless. It should be noted that among Bai's tens of thousands of undead, nearly 100 are at the commander level, and many are even higher than the 3 kings, but they simply cannot be upgraded. Bai plans to focus all his efforts on training the 3 race kings, Arthur, Jon, and Lenny. When they become powerful, they are no less than lords. In comparison, ordinary undead of the same level have relatively limited abilities. Even though they are both commanders, ordinary undead are no match for them. Bai had been too careless in her development before. Now she needs to plan things out carefully. Bai, along with Jon, Lenny, some commander-level heavenly punishment knights, and the Lord of Demon Souls, headed towards a location deeper into the dark forest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Xiaoxiao and her magical beast stopped being timid and decided not to become a burden to Bai Yu. Sun Xiaoxiao no longer allowed her magical beasts to dawdle in the time chamber, and directly led these little minions to the swamp not far from her castle. The dark forest was too powerful for Sun Xiaoxiao to go into, so the swamp became her monster hunting spot. In the past few days, although her monsters have suffered some losses, the rewards have been substantial, and she suddenly feels like she knows how to play this game. There is no way out for those who choose to live a life of ignominy. The only way to become stronger is through killing. Sun Xiaoxiao made money with the junk that Bai Yu gave her. Although ordinary equipment was just scrap metal in Bai Yu's eyes, that was because Bai Yu had tens of thousands of magic crystals in his warehouse. A regular piece of equipment can only be sold for 2 magic crystals, but Bai Yu has given Sun Xiaoxiao several thousand pieces of regular equipment from beginning to end, including several commander-level pieces. Sun Xiaoxiao bought all the equipment and obtained several thousand magic crystals. It was the first time she had ever seen so many magic crystals. Of course, the ones she saw in Bai Yu's warehouse did not count. Then Sun Xiaoxiao led the monsters to grind monsters in the swamp, using the rare dropped spirit cores to upgrade the barracks. Times faster than if she had stayed in the castle. Sun Xiaoxiao has also reached level 7. Her level is catching up with Zhao Lianxiu's. The Crimson Blood Demon Ape that accompanied Sun Xiaoxiao on the first day has also survived to this day, and is now level 9, just one step away from breaking through to the commander level. Even Sun Xiaoxiao knew that all the experience points had to be fed to this Crimson Blood Demon Ape, otherwise it wouldn't be leveling up so quickly. During the day, the monsters hunted monsters, and at night they slept in the time chamber. Sun Xiaoxiao believed that she would soon catch up with that old hag. The monsters don't know how to mine or dig for stone. Although they can upgrade their barracks with magic crystals and spirit cores, they don't have the resources to upgrade their castles. This troubled her greatly. If she used magic crystals to exchange for wood and stone, she wouldn't have many magic crystals left to upgrade her barracks. Most of her magic crystals came from selling equipment. I collect magic crystals as like a snail's pace. It's too slow. Sun Xiaoxiao was directing the monsters to attack the evil tree from the sky. This level 1 commander level tree monster was Sun Xiaoxiao's best target to kill at the moment. It's the kind of monster that you can kill yourself, with low risk and high reward. Having finally found one, Sun Xiaoxiao was extremely excited and commanded the monsters to attack. However, calling it commanding was really just shouting from the sidelines. Go, kill it. Crimson Blood Demon Ape, what are you doing? Use your hands. Do you want me to lend you a stick? Fight. You have a new private message. Suddenly, a private message popped up in front of Sun Xiaoxiao. Damn it, what the hell is this? Bai Yu usually doesn't message her. She just gives her supplies directly without ever asking. Sun Xiaoxiao immediately opened the message to check, only to find that it was just a private chat from a stranger. Sun Xiaoxiao thought that someone wanted to do business with her. After all, she had sold a lot of equipment recently and had experienced the feeling of being famous. Busted Girls. SXX, CXK, WYF. After seeing this message, Sun Xiaoxiao's heart began to race for no apparent reason, and she felt anxious and uneasy. This is a unique way for lords to find people nowadays. Send a private message with the initials of the name, and they will reply if it's someone they like, otherwise they will ignore it. SXX is the initials of her name, so this person is very likely to know her. Sun Xiaoxiao has received many such private messages in the past few days, and this is the first time she has seen her own name initials in them. But seeing the ID, she couldn't figure out who it was. She could only think of one possibility. The person still searching for her must be a relative. Sun Xiaoxiao was so excited that her hands were trembling, and she quickly replied to the person. The Monkey King, I am SXX, who are you? Although Sun Xiaoxiao was excited, she wasn't foolish enough to directly say her own name. There were countless people with the same name as her, and the more excited a person was, the more they would think. Big Boobs Girl, surname Sun, a repeated character. After a while, the lord replied to Sun Xiaoxiao. Clearly, he had been sending messages to other lords, trying to get a response. Similarly, who knows how many others are still using this clumsy method, sending private messages one by one to search for their relatives. When chatting in the chat room, even if you're on the same channel, the screen is constantly refreshing, making it impossible to see what each lord is saying. Even if you pause and watch slowly, you still won't see as much as others post, and you simply can't finish reading it all. Besides, not all lords chat and talk in the world chat. Sun Xiaoxiao became even more excited, as if the other party had been looking for her. The Monkey King, Sun Xiaoxiao. After Sun Xiaoxiao sent her name, she didn't reply for a long time, whether because she didn't have time or because she was silent. Big-breasted girl. Height and weight. What do you like? Where do you live? What are your relatives called? Sun Xiaoxiao then sent some of her basic information, and the other party replied almost instantly. Big-breasted girl. Where do you go to school? The Monkey King, Miaonu Middle School. It's confirmed. It's definitely confirmed. After searching for over 10 days and privately messaging tens of thousands of people every day, we finally found it. Big-breasted girl. Xiaoxiao, I'm Sun Yubao. Cousin. The moment Sun Xiaoxiao saw the other person's name, she was finally certain that the person opposite her was the relative she had been searching for. Sun Xiaoxiao smiled happily this time, but then she burst into tears. In this strange world, with no one to rely on, nothing was more joyful than knowing that her loved ones were alive. Sun Xiaoxiao stopped paying attention to the monsters and started chatting with her cousin, telling Sun Yubao about all the experiences of the day. While giggling, Sun Xiaoxiao wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She learned from her cousin Sun Yubao that her father was still alive, but her mother was still being searched for. Sun Yubao formed an alliance, and since the location was close to the desert, it wasn't very dangerous. It was thanks to the alliance that they successfully survived the beast tide and have been safe ever since. Sun Yubao told Sun Xiaoxiao to come over quickly. At this point, Sun Xiaoxiao fell silent. Sister Bai had been very good to her, and she had already submitted to her. She couldn't go on like this. However, Sun Xiaoxiao wasn't too sad. At least she was very satisfied to know that her relatives were still alive and that she could contact them. Sun Xiaoxiao then added her father to the conversation and began reminiscing. Chapter 152, The Mysterious Man. In the dark forest, Bai Yu, along with Jon, Lenny, and a group of undead, were chasing a swarm of giant spiders. These spiders have legs that are 2 meters long, ghost face patterns on their abdomens, and 6 eyes on their heads that glow red. They are a nightmare for people who are afraid of insects. The surrounding trees were all connected by white spider webs, which must be their habitat. Some of the webs had the carcasses of birds and wild animals hanging on them, and pus had been left behind due to the corrosion of the webs. Foul and disgusting. That's Bai Yu's assessment. Bai Yu only dared to use magic for ranged attacks. The spider's limbs were shattered, and the resulting fragments and green blood were all highly poisonous. Bai Yu left the melee combat to the undead. Commander level 1's here. Whenever the undead are trapped in the spider webs, Bai Yu uses fire magic to burn the spider webs and help the undead escape. The spiders quickly realized that Bai Yu was not their prey, but their hunter. They began to scatter frantically. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully slaying the level 3 commander level bloodthirsty spider. You have gained 150 experience points. They're all finally dead. Bai Yu walked over, carefully stepping on the ground to avoid the green water flowing from it, and then summoned and decomposed the corpse. Bai Yu glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. He had no idea how far he had ventured into the dark forest while chasing the spider. Bai Yu continued to lead the undead to search for enemies in the vicinity, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. The interior of the dark forest is not flat. It contains ravines, rivers, and even hills 7 or 8 meters high, all covered with trees. When the trees were mentioned, Bai Yu was taken aback. Only then did she realize that all the trees around her had changed. Are these all fir and pine trees? Looking at the trees, towering into the clouds, each at least 40 meters tall, their lush foliage obscuring the sky, Bai Yu retracted his earlier statement that the zombie titan would be discovered if it entered the dark forest. Bai Yu could easily distinguish these trees. Bai Yu felt like he had entered a primeval forest, where there were many large trees that were so thick that it would take 2 or 3 people to hug them. This is completely different from the outer edge of the dark forest that Bai Yu entered back then. At that time, the trees around Bai Yu were just dead trees a few meters tall, without branches or leaves, a desolate place. Could this be the real dark forest? Looking at the surrounding scenery, Bai Yu felt as if he had entered another world, which was completely different from the terrain near Bai Yu Castle. Bai Yu was stunned. Previously, Bai Yu had only thought that the dark forest was an ordinary forest. Bai Yu walked forward. In the distance, there was a huge rock, 3 to 5 meters wide and high, on a dirt slope. Bai Yu planned to go there and take a look at the surrounding environment. Bai Yu teleported to the rock and immediately lay down. What is that? Bai Yu exclaimed in surprise. Ahead was a gentle downward slope, offering Bai Yu an unobstructed view. At the bottom of the slope flowed a river, and standing on its bank was a blue monster nearly 10 meters tall. The monster was holding a huge wooden club, or so Bayou thought. Its size was no different from a human's. It was like an enlarged version of a giant, except that its skin was blue, its head was hairless, but it had a yellow mane that grew all the way down its spine. Of course, this thing was definitely not human. Bayou only saw its back, not its front. At this moment, the blue monster seemed to realize that someone was watching it, and it turned around and looked directly in the direction where Bayou was. It has a pointed nose, small yellow eyes, and yellow hair growing in front of its ears. Bayou met its gaze, and a sense of extreme danger washed over her. Without hesitation, Bayou used teleportation to leave the boulder. Before Bayou could figure out how they had been discovered from such a distance, the boulder he had just been on suddenly exploded, the sound of which startled even Bayou. Run! Bayou immediately turned and ran with the undead, but the monster appeared in front of Bayou at some point, swinging a wooden club and smashing it towards Bayou. How is this possible? Even though the monster was so far away from Bayou and was waving at the air, Bayou felt the attack was about to hit her. Boom. Bayou and the group of undead suddenly disappeared into the dark forest, and the monster's attack missed its target. Bayou felt that the surrounding scenery was moving rapidly, even turning black, and he felt as if he were in a void. At the far end in front of him, there was a faint light that was rapidly growing larger. Child, it's getting late, let's go home. Who? Bayou shouted, but the light at the end instantly enveloped her completely, the blinding light making it impossible for her to open her eyes. After Bayou's eyes adjusted, she slowly opened them, her hand still covering her eyes. I've emerged from the outer edge of the dark forest. When Bayou opened her eyes, she realized that she had somehow left the depths of the dark forest and arrived at its outer edge. Bayou recognized this location. It was further out than where she had killed the spider. It was already dark. Bayou looked behind her and saw that her undead had also come out. Without hesitation, Bayou left the place. Returned to the castle. This was too unbelievable. Bayou was stunned for a moment, her brain still in a state of malfunction. Who was speaking just now? Did he rescue me? Bayou remembered the voice very clearly and initially judged it to be that of a middle-aged man. Why would the native humans save a foreign race like themselves? Moreover, Bayou clearly remembered that it was still bright when she went in, so how come it was already dark when she left the dark forest? The dark forest is not only strange, but also terrifying. Even after returning to the castle, Bayou's heart was still pounding wildly, unable to calm down for a long time. Xiao Bing, do you know what's in the dark forest? Soon as Bayou returned, he asked Xiao Bing, hoping that this native dragon clan member could know some information. But Xiao Bing's answer disappointed Bayou, because Xiao Bing spoke almost without thinking. Because the dark forest is a forbidden area. The dark forest is a forbidden area? Isn't the frosty snow mountain a forbidden area? Bayou didn't know what Xiao Bing meant by those words. The frigid snow-capped mountains were called a forbidden land by other races because of my mother's arrival, but the dark forest is different. Bayou wanted to ask more, but it seemed that this was all Xiao Bing knew. Bayou now only knows that the dark forest is the true forbidden area, while the Frost Mountain seems to no longer be considered a forbidden area after the death of the Frost Dragon. How am I supposed to develop like this? Chapter 153 Traitors and Free Men. Bayou was quite alarmed by her accidental entry into the depths of the dark forest today, as the outer area could not possibly be called the dark forest. The monster's attack method was too bizarre, it could hit Bayou even when it was hitting thin air. Bayou had never seen such a strange attack method before. Splash. Bayou turned on the shower and took a cold shower, which calmed her down considerably. Forget it, if you want to develop, go to the White Rock Mountains. The unknown is often the most terrifying thing, and Bayou at least knows a little about dwarves. After wiping herself down, Bayou put on a loose t-shirt and came out. The corpses outside had all decomposed by now, and Bayou needed to take care of them. Bayou dissected the corpses and obtained more than 2,000 magic crystals and 200 spirit cores. As usual, Bayou threw the excess ordinary-grade equipment to Sun Xiaoxiao. Bayou also took a look at Sun Xiaoxiao's information to see how her secret development was going. Lord of the Territory, Sun Xiaoxiao. Strength, Ordinary level 7. Territory level, level 9, Initial Castle. Barracks level, level 7 Monster Crystal. Special structure, Time Chamber. Unit types, 7 types of monsters. Equipment, Cloud Soaring, Doran's Staff. The castle's already at level 9. Bayou could understand the upgrade of the barracks. After all, he had given her so much equipment, but the castle was upgrading a bit too fast. However, she didn't inquire further, Perhaps the other person had some kind of opportunity. Baiyu inquired about some information from the Baiyan Mountains from Zhao Yinxue, and was relieved to hear that nothing had happened. Baiyu dispatched all the available necromancers, including liches, ghosts, death knights, destroyers, ghouls, and any undead that could pass through the portal, to Zhao Yinxue's side. Since development is impossible here, and the undead can't be idle, she has no choice but to send them to the White Rock Mountains. Even if they can't fight enemies, they can at least mine some stones. What? You don't know how? It's not necessarily true that you don't know how. You can learn. You can't just sit around doing nothing. Baiyu returned to her bedroom and waited quietly. If she remembered correctly, the leaderboard should be updated tomorrow. Baiyu planned to stay up late to wait. Baiyu sat in the bedroom, idly scrolling through the world chat, watching the group of cattle and horse lords discuss. I must say, it's quite interesting, perfect for killing time. Time flew by, and it was already midnight. The long-awaited announcement finally appeared. Dear lords, the leaderboard has been updated. Special announcement. Some lords have chosen to betray their cause and join other races on the magical continent. They are hereby designated as traitors. At the same time, it also gives those lords who have no intention of participating in the war of the myriad races an opportunity. They can choose to change their class to free agent, giving up everything as a lord. Furthermore, the native races of the magical continent will no longer target you. The class change will be available indefinitely, and you will not lose some basic system functions, such as world chat. Except for the freelancer class, all lords will become enemies with traitors. Traitors cannot form alliances or submit to, and lords will be able to sense your location within a certain range. The leaderboard will be open for hunting rankings, lasting for 1 week. The final rewards will be distributed based on the top 10 players from each side with the most kills. Lords, make your choices carefully, then fight with all your might and conquer. What the heck? Baiyu didn't expect so many new things to be added in this update, including the ability to change jobs. She struggled to process this information. The system had actually turned the lords who had pledged allegiance to the magical continent into adversaries, essentially making them fight each other. Traitors, free men, lords. Aren't these evil, neutrality, and lawfulness? Becoming a traitor means being unable to form alliances or submit. In other words, they have no way to relocate. Furthermore, the inability to submit means the system doesn't give these traitors a chance to beg for mercy, giving the impression that the system is specifically targeting them. As for free agents, they are actually more humane. By giving up castles and troop types and being freed from the restrictions of castles, they become independent individuals who will not be targeted by the native races, greatly increasing their chances of survival. Baiyu estimated that once this job change policy was introduced, more than half of the lords would choose to become free agents. Moreover, there was no time limit for this job change, which meant that everyone had time to consider and could change jobs at any time. The rewards for the top 10 will undoubtedly be much more generous than the rewards for the top 1,000 last time. The system is really going all out to deal with these traitors. Baiyu opened the leaderboard to check the rankings. The previous 5 tiers of rankings were still there, but a new hunting ranking had been added to the side. The system also specifically marked the names. Green names were lords, white names were free agents, and red names were traitors. As for the dead, they are marked in gray. However, the leaderboard was just updated, and the lords who died last week have been removed. There are currently no lords with gray names. Baiyu was curious about the hunting rankings, so she quickly clicked to take a look. She discovered that her name had a score of 2. She was tied for second place with hundreds of other lords, including those with red and green names. The first place had a full 6 points, held by only one lord, who was a traitor. Baiyu remembered that the fat man he had killed in the Baiyan Mountains was the traitor. Looking at it this way, if rankings can be tied, then who knows how many people would be in the top 10. I was just about to complain that the system was a bit user-unfriendly when I suddenly noticed a small question mark next to Baiyu's points at the very bottom. She clicked on it and saw that killing the first-tier traitors earned 5 points, the second-tier traitors earned 4 points, and so on. Points could be plundered, but only from the other party. With these conditions in place, the lords are being forced to fight and become stronger. So, does this mean the lord Baiyu killed before was from the 4th tier? Although Baiyu didn't see his unit type, he figured the system's judgment shouldn't be wrong. Baiyu suddenly thought of a bug. What if he subdued a traitor and then sent him to kill other lords? Wouldn't that greatly speed up the acquisition of points? They quickly realized they were wrong. This hunting activity was a system-wide operation targeting traitors. Free agents did not participate in this activity, and lords could become free agents at any time. Therefore, relying on traitors to kill the lord and then fleece them in the last wave won't work. By then, they'll just become free agents, and you'll have lost all your points. It's all for nothing. Baiyu has to give it her all for this reward. She's not stupid enough to fight for first place. Anyway, she'll be in the top 10. As long as she can get into the top 5 and maintain her ranking, that's enough. Chapter 154, An Unexpected Incident. The news of the rankings quickly ignited the excitement among the lords who were waiting for the rankings to refresh in the world chat. This news was so explosive that it was hard for the lords to accept. The world chat was flooded with messages, but Zhao Lianxue and the others remained unfazed upon seeing the news. They submitted to Baiyu, and their allegiance naturally followed Baiyu's lead. If Baiyu was a free man, they were free men. If Baiyu was a traitor, they became traitors as well. Kitten lover, I want to be a free person, free from oppression and abuse. Little fairy, you lords, prepare to face the despair brought by the Goblin Kingdom. A big banana. My cousin is a traitor. Today I'm going to uphold justice and show her what the power of this big banana is. Baiyu glanced at the world chat and wondered why all sorts of strange and bizarre things were appearing. When Baiyu looked back at her ranking, she was still in the first tier. Dracula is a red name. Baiyu suddenly saw Yi Liang's name and discovered that it was in red, which meant that he was now a traitor. The announcement stated that the Lord could sense the location of the traitor within a certain range. However, crossing the entire snow mountain was too large a range, and the Baiyu system interface did not indicate the presence of any traitors nearby. But Baiyu knows the location of Yi Liang's castle, so it seems that he has to be eliminated for the reward. Although Yi Liang did not form a contract with the vampire, he clearly expressed his willingness to join the vampire. This situation was still marked, and the system did not give them any chance to take advantage of this bug. The snow-capped mountains were too dangerous at night, so Baiyu made up her mind to set off early the next morning, bypass the mountains, go to Yi Liang's castle, kill him, and give herself some fun. At the same time, on the snow-capped mountain, Yi Liang also informed Count Yuka of this information. You mean, other alien races will come to kill you? Count Yuka knew that destroying the castle could kill the alien race, and Count Yuka pondered this. Nothing is expected to happen on the snow mountain for the time being. They were sent to monitor the situation there, so staying in Yi Liang's castle for now is fine, as it's not far from the snow mountain. Yi Liang fell silent. He hadn't expected the system to pull such a stunt so soon after he joined them. He was no match for either the Elemental Alliance or Baiyu. He could only hope that Count Yuka could help him. Count Yuka didn't take it too seriously. He had learned some basic information about the alien races from Yi Liang. The strongest alien race at present was only at the commander level, which he didn't consider a threat. Count Yuka led Yi Liang and a group of vampires away from the frigid snow mountain and returned to Yi Liang's castle. During this time, Count Yuka also had one of the commander-level vampires send Yi Liang's blood back, and at the same time requested his family to send people to guard Yi Liang's castle. Clearly, compared to the ethereal things on the snow-capped mountains, Yi Liang's bloodline was more valued by Count Yuka. Count Yuka followed Yi Liang back to the castle, which put Yi Liang's mind at ease. Count Yuka was a king-level being, much stronger than Miles, who was only a half-baked king-level being. With Count Yuka around, even if the Elemental Alliance and Baiyu came together, it wouldn't make a difference. On the other side, the Elemental Alliance also discovered that Yi Liang was a traitor, but they did not intend to go, as the shadow of Wang Ji and Baiyu from last time was still fresh in their minds. Fortunately, Lang Jie confirmed that Baiyu was not a traitor, otherwise they were really afraid that the two lords would join forces to attack them. This is good news, at least now we can be sure that Baiyu and Yi Liang will never work together again. After summoning his troops in the castle, Baiyu prepared to go to sleep. The magical continent is so vast, how many traitors are there in total? Those lords were just unlucky. They surrendered to the local forces in order to survive. But clearly, the system doesn't want these people to have an easy time. 6 o'clock. Baiyu got up on time, dressed, and tied her hair up. She was still wearing the same casual clothes as yesterday, but they had already been washed in the closet. She planned to go around the north side of the frigid snow-capped mountains, but she couldn't ride Xiao Bing. It would be too conspicuous. The main problem is that Yi Liang has now become a traitor, and Baiyu is afraid that Lang Jie and his gang will take his head, so she has to hurry. Then she opened the system panel and glanced at the leaderboard. Yi Liang is still alive. Baiyu was relieved. She went straight through the portal and arrived at Zhao Lianshua's place. Baiyu planned to ride a Griffin there, as there was really no riding experience with Gargoyles. A bright orange-red light shone as Bayou successfully crossed the Martial State and arrived in the Harpney State. The number of undead around them increased, and together with the dwarves, a tribe was almost forming around Zhao Linshua's castle. The dwarves had already built houses near the castle for their own residence. Bayou arrived at the castle and found a commander-level unit, a Griffin, but it wasn't the one Zhao Lianshua had contracted, it was a different one. "Boss, where are you headed this time?" Zhao Lianshua came out of the castle and asked Bayou curiously. "Oh, right. Have the undead and dwarves spread out and search for any traitors. If they find any, notify me immediately, and I'll go and wipe them out." Bayou suddenly turned around and said to Zhao Lianshua. Zhao Lianshua understood that with Bayou's strength, how could she not compete for the top 10 reward? Zhao Lianshua also solemnly assured Bayou that she would do her best to find it. However, it's better to leave this kind of task to the dwarves, since they have some knowledge of the area beyond the White Rock Mountains. Besides, this area is Firebeard clan territory, so if there are any traitors, they've most likely sided with the Dwarven Lord. "All right, I'll leave this to you now. I'm off." Bayou waved his hand, and Zhao Lianshua thought that Bayou was going to do something in the Baiyan Mountains, but Bayou rode a griffin directly into the portal. "So, the big boss came here just to ride a griffin?" Bayou rode the griffin back to his castle. He immediately took off on the griffin and headed north, intending to go around the edge of the snow mountain. Although it would take a little longer, he was willing to risk it for the sake of 5 points. The Commander-class Griffin's flight speed isn't very slow, but it has to take a detour around the edge of the snow-capped mountains, which is a bit troublesome. But the snow mountain was far too dangerous, and Bayou dared not gamble that she would be lucky enough to avoid encountering werewolves and goblins. Bayou had been flying in the sky for 2 hours and was still struggling to fly around the outer edge of the snow mountain. Suddenly, Bayou looked ahead and spotted several small black dots floating in the air in the distance. "What is that, a fly?" Bayou had a bad feeling. As she opened her left eye, her vision improved, and she immediately saw the group of small black dots. People. While Bayou was still bewildered as to how people could fly in the sky out of thin air, he suddenly realized what was happening when he saw the black robes on their bodies. "Damn it, it's a mage from the Human Mage Association. Run." Bayou immediately rode the griffin and flew towards the snow mountain. They were in front of Bayou, and when they saw Bayou running away, they chased after him and launched an attack. Bayou turned around and was immediately startled. The leader, a mage, was flying faster than a griffin, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. "Are you kidding me? This can't go on, or we're doomed." Bayou's mind raced, and his gaze immediately turned to the snow-capped mountains below. By now, they had already entered the snow-capped mountain range while chasing Bayou. Bayou felt a strange sense of familiarity as she looked at the surrounding snow-capped mountains. "It's the cave where we defeated the Frost Wolf last time." Bayou remembered that the cave was located halfway up the snow-capped mountain in front of them. At this moment, Bayou had already entered the attack range of the mage behind her. As the mage behind him raised his hand and chanted a spell, 8 magic circles appeared around Bayou, completely surrounding him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless wind blades sliced the griffin into hundreds of pieces of minced meat. Meanwhile, Bayou had used teleportation to escape to the other side of the snow mountain and arrived in front of the frost cave. This was a blind spot for the mage, who could not see Bayou's position. Bayou looked at the frost cave, which had been covered up, indicating that there were likely enemies inside. But Bayou couldn't care less about that now. It was better than being killed by the king-level mage behind him. After clearing away the footprints on the ground, Bayou entered the frost cave and then covered the cave again. Unless observed closely, it was impossible to see any traces. At that moment, after seeing the griffin killed and Bayou escape and disappear, the mage observed the surroundings for a while and then left without lingering. At this moment, Bayou was standing at the edge of the frost cave, looking at the 2 tiger men guarding the middle slope, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Hello, you guys?" Chapter 155 Exchange of Intelligence. Were dumbfounded when they saw the human in the black robe in front of them, unable to understand how such a hidden cave could have been discovered. Danger. The 2 tiger men weren't foolish enough to fight Bayou head-on. They immediately turned and ran deeper into the cave. They weren't about to be silly. Bayou had already discovered their lair, and with so many tiger men here, they weren't going to throw their lives away. "Of course, we should find help first." "Am I that scary?" Unexpectedly, the 2 tiger men ran away as soon as they saw him, and they looked different from the one he had seen before. "Why do you look a little thin?" "It couldn't be from hunger, could it?" Bayou sat down by the cave entrance, ignoring them. It was too dangerous outside, and fighting with these tiger men was clearly unwise. Bayu didn't know if the magician had left or not. If he were discovered, they would all be doomed. I just hope they won't cause any trouble. Bayu was still a little uneasy. She was afraid that there were also king-level beings among this group of tiger men, so she stayed in the direction of the cave entrance to make it easier to escape. But upon closer reflection, the probability is actually quite low. Bayu could tell just by how well they hid themselves. If they were truly king-level, they would have already gone out and acted arrogantly. The two tiger men staggered and hurriedly ran back to the bunker. At this time, most of the tiger men in the bunker were still asleep, and only the tiger men guards were quietly guarding the secret room. The tiger man guards saw the two tiger men running towards them in a hurry. "Sir, we've been discovered. There's a human at the cave entrance." The tiger men guards immediately tensed up. Their queen was still asleep, and they had to ensure her safety at all costs. "Is there only one person?" "Yes, sir. We don't know her strength. She didn't attack us, but as soon as she came in, she sealed off the cave entrance and stood guard there. She's cutting off our retreat and waiting for reinforcements." The two tiger men said in a panic, and the tiger men guards immediately sensed that something was very wrong. If that's the case, they're in danger. The tiger man guards immediately roused all the strong and capable tiger men, preparing to go to the cave entrance to eliminate this unstable element. Even if it cost them their lives, they could not allow the queen to be harmed. The tiger man guards led a group of tiger men out of the bunker, leaving behind two commander-level tiger men to guard the queen's secret chamber. Soon, the tiger man guards led over 100 tiger men up the slope and saw Bayu sitting at the cave entrance, looking at them warily. The tiger man guards' eyes narrowed. Sure enough, they were guarding the cave entrance, waiting for reinforcements. Bayu also saw the group of tiger men and cursed his bad luck inwardly. Bayu immediately recognized the tiger man at the head as their leader. Bayu stood up, took a step back, and looked at them warily, ready to flee at any moment. Without a word, the tiger man guards unleashed countless ice spikes at Bayu from within the cave. Bayu breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, as he sensed that the magic was not very powerful, meaning that the opponent could not be a king-level being. Since it's not a king-level power, what's there to be afraid of? An ice wall rose in front of Bayu, blocking all the tiger man guards' attacks. However, their attack caused the entire cave to shake slightly, and Bayu was worried that they might be discovered. The ice wall shattered, and the tiger man guard stabbed Bayu with a thin ice spike. Bayu grabbed it with one hand, his hand radiating high temperature and white steam. The ice spike was melted and broken by Bayu. Bayu then kicked the tiger man guard away. "Can't you understand human language? I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to seek refuge. Don't force me." If Bayu weren't worried about being discovered, she wouldn't have wasted her breath talking to them. She would have killed them long ago. Upon hearing Bayu's words, the tiger man guards also stopped their attacks, as they sensed Bayu's strength and realized they were no match for her. Good communication is naturally the best option. If a fight is forced, the tiger man guard knows that many of his people will die, which is not what he wants to see. "Why did you come here to seek refuge? Couldn't you have gone somewhere else? This is our territory." The tiger man guard spoke in human language, staring at Bayu as he spoke. "I wonder if you'd still have a place to take refuge if you were being hunted by a king-level being. Also, I was the one who cleared this cave back then. When did you outsiders from the snow mountains come here and take it over, and then it became your territory?" Bayu hates communicating with other species the most. Although they are intelligent and can speak, their thought processes are always different from those of normal humans. The tiger man guards were speechless after Bayu's retort. Indeed, when they first discovered this place, the huge cave was completely empty, clearly having been cleared. Furthermore, the cave's location was extremely well hidden, yet it was still found by the humans in front of it, which forced it to believe what Bayu said. However, the tiger man guards noticed a crucial piece of information. Bayu had come here to hide because he was being hunted by a king-level being. This matched the intelligence the tiger man guards had received 2 days prior, indicating that the snow mountain was extremely dangerous and that choosing to come here in the first place was a mistake. The tiger men guards were also terrified, fearing that their hiding place would be discovered. They dared not even leave the cave until their queen awoke, so 2 days passed, and the tiger men guards knew almost nothing about the outside world. "Is the one chasing you a werewolf?" The tiger man guard stopped talking about territory and changed the subject, asking Bayu other questions. Bayu was stunned. Oh no, if the tiger man said that, then the werewolf who killed his undead was definitely a king-level being. "I won't tell you." Bayu tilted her head. Although it was useless information, why should she tell them for nothing? Three question marks flashed above the Tiger Man guards' heads. Are all humans so strange in their way of speaking? Sure enough, their queen has been influenced by human genes. Sir, we can exchange information. Baiyu definitely knows more information than they do, which is much better than them risking sending their people out to scout. If they're not careful, their people could be killed, and it would also increase the risk of being exposed. Looking at the somewhat emaciated tiger men, Baiyu was almost certain they were starving. Rather than Baiyu being a refugee, he felt they were the ones who looked like refugees more. Considering that they are an alien race, what information could these tiger men possibly know? What Baiyu is most concerned about right now is why so many powerful individuals have gathered in the Snow Mountain these past few days. Oh well, what can I do? Baiyu is such a gossip. I might as well ask them why they came to the Snow Mountain. Anyway, the intelligence from the snow-capped mountains outside is hardly intelligence at all. Telling them is just a matter of saying one more word. Okay, I agree to exchange intelligence. Chapter 156, Visiting the Tiger's Den. As Baiyu had guessed, the tiger men were indeed fleeing for their lives. The frigid snow-capped mountains were one of the few places suitable for their survival, which was why they chose to escape here. As for why they fled, the Tiger Man guard only said it was because of racial conflict, and didn't say more. Baiyu didn't ask any further questions either. As a result, this group of unlucky fellows provoked the werewolves atop the snow-capped mountains as soon as they arrived. The very werewolves that Baiyu had found deep within the snow-capped mountains. Baiyu suddenly understood. He realized that not only had they killed them, but they had also let one escape, which resulted in the other party returning with a king-level werewolf and searching for the tiger men. Terrified, they have barely left the cave since finding it and hiding there, surviving only by eating the rotten flesh that Baiyu had previously rejected in the Frost Cave, which is why they have become so thin from hunger. The Snow Mountain already had relatively few creatures, and some of them were killed by the undead. In addition, werewolves and goblins also came to the Snow Mountain, and they also need to eat. This made the already scarce resources on the snow-capped mountains even worse, and the tiger men could hardly find anything to eat. How pitiful. I never imagined that you all would have such a tragic fate. Baiyu sighed dramatically. Now, can you tell me about the information outside the Snow Mountain? The tiger men guards are more concerned about the outside world, and if conditions permit, they would prefer to move away from the Snow Mountain. Their queen is still asleep, and it is unknown how long she will remain asleep. The tiger men guards cannot leave their queen in such a dangerous place. The one chasing me is a mage, probably from the Human Mage Association, not a werewolf. Baiyu thought for a moment and said somewhat uncertainly that she only knew the other party was a mage and a human, and that was all she knew. Are you of a different race? Before Baiyu could even process what the tiger man guard had said, she immediately took a step back and stared at him warily. Your Excellency need not be nervous. In fact, given our current situation, the alien race is more credible than other races. Baiyu's reaction basically confirmed to the tiger man guards that Baiyu was indeed of a different race. In this way, they no longer had to worry about her having any ill intentions towards their queen. How did you guess that? Baiyu also lowered her guard a little and asked with a puzzled look. The Human Mage Association is relatively friendly to outsiders and takes the development and growth of the human race as its mission. Apart from human traitors and alien races, they will almost never attack other humans without reason. They will even protect ordinary humans. The Tiger Man Guard explained that the Human Mage Association, as one of the most powerful forces on the continent, had a core development strategy that was known to almost every race on the continent. Baiyu suddenly realized, so that's how it is. But the Tiger Man guards remained silent. The humans had also arrived at the Snow Mountain, and with the werewolves atop the mountains, the situation on the Snow Mountain became even more complicated, leaving the Tiger Man guards in a dilemma. Oh, right, the goblins have also come to the Snow Mountain. The leader is a Goblin Shaman, who is most likely also a king-level being. Baiyu added another sentence. The Tiger Man guards were in despair, and they also learned from Baiyu that before they arrived, the fierce Snow Mountain was almost calm and nothing had happened. Why am I so unlucky? The Tiger Men guards only hoped that their queen would awaken soon. Once the queen had absorbed all the bloodline power, her strength would reach the king level. At that time, the Icefield White Tigers would no longer need to fear these races in the Snow Mountain, and would at least have a certain ability to protect themselves. Not only were these Tiger Men unlucky, but Baiyu himself was also quite unlucky. He originally planned to deal with Yu Liang, but a magician suddenly appeared out of nowhere, forcing him to seek refuge here. Most importantly, the Griffin has been captured, leaving Baiyu without a mount, greatly increasing the difficulty of escaping the Snow Mountain. Who knows if that magician outside is waiting for him? Oh, I have some food here, so I'll give it to you. I might have to stay here for a while longer. Baiyu discovered that there were still thousands of food items in her spatial ring, which she had obtained by killing and dismantling enemies in the dark forest yesterday. Because of the events of yesterday, Baiyu was still in shock, and the items in the ring had not yet been processed. These foods were all dropped by normal monsters, not from the spiders from yesterday. Baiyu thought those spiders were disgusting. They didn't even put the decomposed food away. The tigers were stunned when they saw the food that Baiyu produced out of thin air, and their mouths watered uncontrollably. Are you sure you want to send us this food? The Tiger Man guards were somewhat incredulous, knowing that food was what they needed most right now. Baiyu nodded. Upon receiving Baiyu's confirmation, the group of tiger men swarmed forward and began tearing the food apart. Anyway, this food is useless to Baiyu, but it's perfect for winning over these tiger men, since Baiyu will be hiding here for a while. Being watched by these tiger men isn't a good solution either. What if they get extremely hungry and try to eat Baiyu? Then another fight will break out. Of course, the tigers didn't know that Baiyu didn't actually need to eat, and they didn't know that the food was almost useless to Baiyu. The reason Baiyu brought it was for Sun Xiaoxiao's magical beasts and Zhao Lianshua's dwarfs. Thank you for your generosity, Your Excellency. You are our benefactor. The Tiger Man guards did not eat like the other tiger men, but instead thanked Baiyu first. The Tiger Man guards glanced at the food. It was enough for them to feast for 3 days. Finally, they wouldn't have to eat that disgusting rotten flesh anymore. The Tiger Man guards had the other tiger men carry the food back to the depths of the cave, and at the same time extended an invitation to Baiyu. Your Excellency, please follow me to the interior to rest. Baiyu paused for a moment, then readily agreed, as it wouldn't look right to stay at the cave entrance all the time. Baiyu wasn't afraid of any traps. After all, his strength was his greatest source of confidence, and although the bunker was large, Baiyu believed he was quite familiar with the inside. However, other intelligent species are different from humans. In their eyes, kindness is kindness and resentment is resentment, and they will not use the 36 stratagems to deal with you. Indeed, Baiyu followed the Tiger Man guards to the depths of the bunker and found that the remaining tiger men inside were mostly old, weak, sick, or injured, and had little fighting power. The tiger men they had seen at the cave entrance were basically all of their fighting force. All the tiger men were sleeping when the Tiger Men guards returned and woke them all up. They distributed food among the tigers and introduced Baiyu. Everyone was extremely grateful to this alien. Baiyu sat to one side, taking off her hood, revealing her long, beautiful white hair cascading down like a waterfall. The Tiger Man guard stared at Baiyu, momentarily stunned. Baiyu looked back, puzzled. Why are you staring at me? Chapter 157 Sudden Change. It was my rudeness. Your appearance reminds me of the queen of our Icefield White Tiger clan. The Tiger Man guard said apologetically, though it didn't know what was impolite about it. But that's what their queen had said, so it must be right. Is your queen in that secret room? As soon as Baiyu entered, he noticed something strange about the place. The other tiger men were all very casual, but there were tiger men guarding that particular room, and all of them were subtly protecting the secret chamber. That's right, our queen is still asleep. Upon seeing that Baiyu had noticed, the Tiger Man guard truthfully stated the facts. So, your queen looks a lot like me? Hair. No. Hair, the same color as yours, is white. The Tiger Man guards really couldn't understand why humans called the hair on their heads hair. At this moment, Baiyu suddenly felt the entire bunker begin to shake slightly. The Tiger Men were still happily eating, completely unaware of what was happening. The Tiger Man guard stopped eating and looked at Baiyu, who had stood up beside them. Your Excellency, can you feel it? The ground is shaking, very slightly. Perhaps something is happening outside. Baiyu thought it was likely that someone was fighting outside the cave, which caused the tremors, and prayed that the place would not be discovered. At this moment, there was no one fighting on the snow-capped mountains outside the Frost Cave. Not only the Frost Cave where Baiyu was located, but the entire Frosty Snow Mountain was experiencing slight tremors. At Yi Liang's castle, Count Yuka looked towards the snow-capped mountains. Even from there, he could clearly feel the vibrations emanating from the mountains. Could the rumors about the frigid snow-capped mountains be true? This ethereal thing was only mentioned by Count Yuka in a local parable, which is why he was sent here. Count Yuka never truly believed that such a snow-capped mountain existed. But at this moment, the snow mountain began to tremble, and no one knew why. Count Yuka could no longer sit here and wait to die, so he led the vampires to the snow mountain at top speed. Yi Liang was also taken along, leaving a few vampires to guard the castle. Meanwhile, the werewolves and goblins who had been inside the snow mountain also noticed the anomaly. After observation, they discovered that the entire snow mountain seemed to be shaking. The snow mountain was so big that they didn't know where the anomaly was. The human mages, all clad in black robes, stood silently atop the highest snow-capped mountain deep within the frigid mountains, motionless. The weather on the snow-capped mountain became even more gloomy, the sky was gray, and a fierce blizzard raged across the entire region. The weaker races huddled in their caves, trembling with fear. As animals, their bodies were giving them a warning, telling them that a great disaster was about to strike the snow mountain. Meanwhile, Baiyu, inside the frost cave, was completely unaware of the changes happening outside. The tremors continued. Why does it feel like the vibration is stronger than before? Baiyu was still thinking, could it be that two king-level beings are fighting outside? It would be best if one of them could be taken down. Meanwhile, the tigers were all full and satisfied, picking at the food scraps stuck between their teeth with their fingernails, completely oblivious to the vibrations around them. They really lack common sense. If there were an earthquake, they would deserve to be buried underground. Baiyu pursed her lips and muttered a complaint in her mind. Suddenly, the secret chamber guarded by the Tiger Man was kicked open with a bang. The Tiger Queen walked out, her face full of anger. Who's making all this noise? The Tiger Queen came out and roared. It was clear she was very grumpy when she woke up. Baiyu looked over and found that although she was the Tiger Queen, she looked almost indistinguishable from a human. She had long white hair just like Baiyu's, but it was a bit messy now. She looked a little angry, revealing two small tiger teeth in her mouth. She was wearing a princess dress, the kind with a classic Gothic style, which was obviously local clothing. The only difference might be the two fluffy white animal ears on its head. The surrounding tiger men all showed joy when they saw the Tiger Woman Queen come out. Your Majesty, you are awake. The Tiger Man guards and a group of tiger men immediately stepped forward. At this moment, the Tiger Queen ignored them completely because she saw Baiyu behind the tiger pack. Wow, there are actually humans. I haven't seen humans for months. The Tiger Queen ignored the group of tigers and came to Baiyu, looking him over from left to right and even sniffing him. So beautiful, and she even has the same white hair as me. What a coincidence. Your Majesty, this lady has given us food. She is a foreigner. The Tiger Man guards looked at their queen with some helplessness. Their queen was always full of curiosity about new things. You're from another race, and you're so handsome. What's your name? My name is Inshi. Let's get to know each other. Inshi, acting all familiar, was no longer angry and looked at Baiyu with a grin. Baiyu never expected that the queen of this group of tiger people would be like this. Baiyu looked at Inshi, who was slightly shorter than her. Inshi even tidied her hair, trying to leave a good impression on Baiyu, this rare alien. My name is Baiyu, hello. Baiyu, what a beautiful name. They are all my family members who have followed me and protected me all the way. Thank you for helping them. You are the best alien I know. Inshi suddenly became serious and bowed to Baiyu. It's no trouble at all. It's just a small favor. I only happened to be here to take refuge. This made Baiyu a little embarrassed. She hadn't expected Baiyu to bow. It was only then that Inshi remembered that she hadn't paid any attention to the Tiger Man guards. However, Inshi's answer quickly disappointed the Tiger Man guards who were full of expectations, because Inshi had not broken through to the king level. In addition to the interference caused by the tremors of the snow mountain, Inshi seemed to have sensed another kind of energy, and it was this energy that forcibly woke her up from her slumber. Upon hearing this, Baiyu suddenly remembered what the goblins and Xiao Bing had said before. Could it be that this thing on the snow mountain was affecting her slumber? Wait, haven't you heard the legends of the frosty snow mountain? Baiyu couldn't help but chime in. Through their conversation, Baiyu was basically certain that there wasn't a battle between king-level beings outside. The ground was still shaking, and only a few minutes later, Baiyu could clearly feel that the tremors were even stronger than before. What rumors? Baiyu, what do you know? Tell me. Inshi turned to look at Baiyu, and the tigers looked at each other, puzzled, clearly unaware of the rumor. I don't know the specifics, but I do know that there are rumors that something might be hidden on the snow mountain. This thing is the culprit that attracted these forces here, including the one that affected your slumber. Of course, this is just my guess. As soon as Baiyu finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, the bunker collapsed, and huge cracks appeared all around. Baiyu and Inshi could figure out what was going on. They saw an ice blue sphere quietly floating inside the cracks in the bunker caused by the tremors not far away. The moment the sphere appeared, it began to emit a strong light, bursting forth with a blue beam that shot straight into the sky. piercing through the entire snow-capped mountain and reaching the heavens. In an instant, all four factions, humans, vampires, werewolves, and goblins, looked toward the beam of light shooting into the sky, and everyone rushed toward it with all their might. Chapter 158 Desperate in the Snowy Mountains. The soaring blue beam of light vanished in an instant, and a hole just wide enough for one person above the bunker led directly out of the snow-capped mountain. Snowflakes and gales even drifted in through the hole. What is this? The Tiger Man guard was taken aback, his gaze drawn to the item. The bunker hadn't completely collapsed, but it was still a mess of ruins. Oh no! Bayou immediately sensed something was wrong. This thing was making such a big commotion that it must have attracted all the forces in the snow mountain. What are you standing there for? Run. There are at least 3 king-level beings heading this way. With that, Bayou prepared to leave. She didn't want to wait there to die. She, who had just heard what Bayou said, realized that the appearance of so many forces in the snow mountain must all be for this thing. Bayou had no intention of taking this item. Taking it would definitely draw the attention of all the king-level enemies. It was better to leave it here to attract their attention, so that Bayou would have an almost 80% chance of escaping. After all, they came here for this thing, and now that it's right in front of them, they can't just go and help a fleeing alien. Can they? Inchi glanced around, her mind racing as she made a decision. You all hide here. Inchi addressed the group of tiger men, knowing full well that leaving this thing here would mean the annihilation of her people. The crystal from the crack immediately appeared in her hand. Inchi caught up with Bayou, who was about to leave, intending to escape with her, lure away the group of kings, and protect the safety of her clan. Hey, don't take it. Bayou caught a glimpse of Inchi holding this thing and chased after her. No, my people will die if I leave it here. Inchi's gaze was firm. Her people had protected her all the way, and she could not watch them die. There were still many ordinary tiger men in her tribe who would not be able to escape from a king-level opponent. If the two of us run together, our chances of survival will be higher. We just need to lure them away and then drop the stuff. Bayou had no choice but to accept this as a solution. This was the only option they could do. At least the two of them could fight against a king-level opponent, but they would surely die if they faced one-on-one. Moreover, Bayou currently has no mount, so relying solely on dark magic teleportation won't allow him to travel very far. Bayou immediately sent a message to Zhao Lianxue, asking her to gather all the undead outside Bayou's town territory and to call Arthur to meet Bayou. Bayou instructed the undead to wait outside the territory in the frigid snow-capped mountains. With so many kings, Bayou wouldn't be foolish enough to expose the location of his castle. Then let's go together. Bayou and Inchi immediately ran towards the cave entrance, while the tigers inside the cave began to find some relatively intact rooms to hide in. Outside the cave, blizzards raged, winds howled, the sky was as dark as night, and huge cracks were visible all over the snow-capped mountain, as if it were a natural disaster. Even the battle between the six-winged angels and the frost dragons did not cause such great destruction. Where do you want to run? Inchi asked Bayou, as she was almost completely unfamiliar with the snow mountain and didn't even know which side of the snow mountain the cave behind her was on. To the east, beyond the snow-capped mountains. Bayou stepped into the snow, and Inchi was startled for a moment. You're just planning to run there like that? My mount was killed when I arrived. Bayou offered an explanation. Suddenly, Bayou and Inchi stared ahead, where a giant wolf had appeared out of nowhere. Wow, that's fast. It's that king-level being from the mountaintop. It was the closest to here and arrived first. The werewolf stared at the object in Inchi's hand with greed in his eyes, and without saying a word, he launched an attack on Inchi. Bayou reacted first, grabbing Inchi's shoulder and teleporting her to a distance, thus avoiding the werewolf's attack. Run! Bayou shouted and immediately ran backward. Inchi didn't ask Bayou why he didn't continue teleporting, because Bayou had a 5-second cooldown on this thing and couldn't use it continuously without interruption. For a werewolf, a king-level creature known for its physical prowess, this distance was merely a fleeting moment, and in an instant, it was back behind Bayou and Inchi. Bayou never expected the werewolf to be so fast. Seeing that she couldn't dodge, she had no choice but to take out her scythe and fight back. Bang! Bayou felt a tremendous force strike him, and was directly knocked away by the werewolf, falling into the snow in the distance. This werewolf is far stronger than Miles, the knight of the human empire. Immediately swung its claw at Inchi again, but Inchi teleported away and arrived next to Bayou, pulling her up. Take it. Inchi tossed the object to Bayou, and then transformed into a white tiger nearly 3 meters long. Come on up. Ainchi's mouth was no longer that of a human girl, but had become an ethereal and somewhat indistinct synthesized sound, but it was still faintly recognizable as her voice. Baiyu, carrying the items, mounted Inchi. She had just been thinking that even if she transformed into a tiger, she couldn't outrun that werewolf. But to her surprise, Inchi suddenly took flight, narrowly dodging the werewolf's attack. You can fly? Baiyu never expected that she wasn't even at the king level, but was a tiger, and could actually fly. Of course, I am the queen. Inchi carried Baiyu and flew towards the sky. The werewolves below could not fly, so they could only transform into giant wolves and chase after them. The giant wolf conjured countless wolf shadows and launched an attack on Baiyu and his companion in the sky. Although it could not fly, it still had ranged attack capabilities. Inchi kept dodging in the sky. She was only able to fly by relying on her own abilities. This state could not last long because it consumed a lot of mental energy. Baiyu, riding on Inchi's back, had no time to use the system to check on this thing, and was constantly attacking the giant wolf below with frost magic. The werewolves were much faster than them, and they had to be careful not to get too close to the mountainside, because that would allow the werewolves to use the mountainside as a springboard to leap up and knock them down from the air. When faced with the werewolf's attack that forces Inchi to move, Baiyu will directly withstand it and never give the werewolf a chance. The werewolf was extremely anxious. It wasn't worried about Baiyu and Inchi, the two commanders, but rather that the other kings would arrive soon. If it couldn't seize the item before then, it would have to compete with several other kings, which would put it under even more pressure. Several huge wind blades suddenly attacked Baiyu and Inchi from their sides. Baiyu turned his head and saw that it was the human mage who had been chasing him before. He had also arrived. The wind blades were too fast. There was simply no time to dodge them. Baiyu directly used a dark barrier to completely envelop Inchi and herself within it. Chapter 159 Divinity. The defensive power of the dark barrier skill is practically invincible, and its record remains unbroken to this day. However, the strength of this magic is linked to Baiyu's mana bar. The stronger the attack the dark barrier withstands, the more mana it consumes. If the attack is too strong, Baiyu's mana will be completely depleted. Without mana, the dark barrier will naturally break. As long as Baiyu has enough magic power, the dark barrier's defense is invincible. Boom. Countless wind blades struck Baiyu's barrier, producing a series of loud bangs. Due to the powerful impact, the two were almost knocked off the sky by the mage. Fortunately, Inchi managed to steady herself. In order to withstand this attack, Baiyu directly consumed nearly half of her magic power. Although the two were not shot down, the situation was not optimistic, because the mages could fly, and their aerial advantage had been completely lost. The werewolf looked rather grim. He hadn't expected the humans to interfere as well. The mage hadn't expected that both of his attacks would be neutralized by this alien leader. The Goblin Shaman also arrived. The three king-level beings tacitly ignored each other and launched an attack on Baiyu and Inchi. Baiyu's heart sank to the bottom. There was no chance of escaping the snow mountain. One king-level being had already put them in a life-or-death crisis, and now two more had arrived. No, I can't keep holding this anymore. Baiyu glanced at the three king-level beings and threw the thing in her hand at the werewolf without hesitation. The werewolf was overjoyed. In an instant, it transformed from a giant wolf into a werewolf and caught the thing Baiyu threw at it steadily. Then, it ran away without hesitation. It's not stupid. It already has the item, and it doesn't want to be besieged by both humans and goblins at the same time. Baiyu had calculated this point precisely. Werewolves cannot fly, making it almost impossible for them to escape the siege of two king-level beings. When the goblin and the mage saw that the werewolf had obtained the item, just as Baiyu had expected, they abandoned their attack on the two and charged at the werewolf instead. Baiyu and Inchi both breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they were safe for the time being. The mage and goblin surrounded the werewolf from the front and back, forcing the werewolf to stop and look warily at the human mage and goblin. Podius, this belongs to my human race. Hand it over, and I can pretend nothing happened today. The human mage floated in the sky and spoke indifferently, ignoring the goblins completely. What a joke. It's been dead for hundreds of years. Its bones have been eaten clean by maggots, and you're saying it's your human stuff? The werewolf then looked at the goblin behind it and threatened it. Laba Chusher, join forces with me to kill him. Do you really think this is something your goblin kingdom can touch? You dare to attack me today? Tomorrow I will destroy your goblin kingdom atop these mountains. You'd better think it through. Snap snap. Count Yuko walked gracefully through the snow, followed by a group of vampires, including Yuliang. Earl Yuka smirked and applauded the werewolf speech. The werewolves are as vulgar and disgusting as ever. This Lord Rabishu, don't listen to the nonsense of these stinking werewolves. Join us in taking him down. If you dare to cause trouble for the Goblin Kingdom atop the mountains, then come find my vampire clan. Court death. The werewolf was completely enraged. The sight of the vampire made it go berserk, and the werewolf immediately launched an attack on Count Yuka. The human mages and goblin shamans also made their moves simultaneously. The goblins chose to offend the werewolves, which shows that the temptation of that thing was really great. On the other side, Inshi also transformed back into human form and watched the battle between the king-level opponents below from a snow-covered mountain with Baiyu. Aren't we going to run? Inshi felt that now that these king-level beings were fighting, it was the best time to escape, but Baiyu shook her head. Because Baiyu had just checked the information using the system when she threw that item out, and it turned out that Baiyu could absorb that item through the system. I know what that thing is now. Baiyu suddenly said something, and her gaze fell on Yi Liang and the vampires down the mountain. It turned out that Yi Liang had joined forces with the vampires. So what exactly is that thing? Inshi looked at Baiyu curiously. Do you know what divinity is? Baiyu suddenly said something. I know. Wait, you mean that thing is a divine spark? Inshi was taken aback, her face filled with disbelief. She had only heard of it before, but had never seen it with her own eyes. You should know that we alien races all have some special abilities, right? That's how I learned about it. The special ability Baiyu mentioned was of course the system, but explaining it to her would be rather complicated. Stepping onto the path of divinity, igniting the divine fire, and achieving divinity. This is the path to godhood. Absorbing a divine spark can directly skip the first two stages and achieve divine status, but that is merely becoming a false god. Because they lack their own divine essence, their strength is above emperors but below true gods. Even several fully leveled emperors could easily defeat these so-called false gods. Furthermore, since false gods absorb the divine essence of other gods, their path to godhood is severed. Therefore, no emperor is willing to absorb them. Inshi said a lot in one breath, which surprised Baiyu. How do you know so much? My father told me all of this. Inshi recalled the image of her father when she was young, her face filled with reminiscence. Your father is human? Baiyu realized that Inshi was a human-tiger hybrid, meaning one of her parents must have been human. Yes, he's an incredibly powerful human, not a magician. Is he a god? I don't know. All I know is that he left when I was very young, and I haven't heard from him since. Inshi was still a little frustrated when she said this. It seemed that most of the human people's lifestyle habits were inherited from her father. Baiyu stopped gossiping. After all, it was someone else's family matter. Baiyu pondered what Inshi had just said, and guessed that even if her father wasn't a god, he was definitely an emperor. By the way, why are emperor-level beings unwilling to absorb these divine sparks? Baiyu remembered Xiao Bing saying that it was very difficult for their frost dragon race to become gods, and they had to rely on the frost heart artifact. Why didn't other emperors with divine status absorb it? Do you think the last realm below the divine realm is called the emperor level? Inshi remembered that she had asked her father the same question back then, and her father had asked her the same question in return. Inshi knew, of course, that Baiyu didn't know, so she didn't keep her in suspense any longer. From the moment a monarch is promoted to emperor, he has already found his own path. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become emperor. Emperors, you can tell just from the name, right? I forgot how to say the word, but it's something about ruling the world and suppressing a region. Every powerful person who becomes an emperor has the potential to become a god. So do you think these emperors might try to absorb divine power? Inshi would also recall her father's words and repeat them to Baiyu. Chapter 160. I've been tricked. I see. Baiyu understood. Simply put, no emperor would stoop to being a false god. So what do they want this divine essence for? Perhaps it's to absorb the divine power left behind by that god. Did you understand? Don't you have any more questions? It's gone. Upon receiving Baiyu's confirmation, Inshi looked indignant. Why did Baiyu understand so quickly? She had to ask her for a long time before she finally understood, which made it impossible for her to say anything more. This was a great opportunity to become stronger, and Baiyu didn't want to miss it, so she and Inshi waited for the opportunity on the snowy mountain. You want that divine title? Inshi saw Baiyu nod. Call me sister, and I'll help you. Inshi looked at Baiyu with a grin, but Baiyu ignored her, his gaze fixed on the battlefield below. Hey, Baiyu, I'm talking to you. Quiet down, someone's coming. At this moment, a group of magicians flew over and surrounded Baiyu and Inshi. Meanwhile, the werewolf below was besieged by 3 king-level opponents. Not only was its domain firmly suppressed by the opponents, but its body's healing speed could not keep up with the newly appeared wounds. Whether they are goblins, humans, or vampires, they can all fly, which puts werewolves at a great disadvantage. The werewolf's eyes were sinister. Seeing that he couldn't run away or fight back, he decisively followed by Yu's example and threw his divine power to the goblin. The unlucky goblin was immediately besieged by magicians and vampires, and the werewolf could finally catch his breath. The vampires also started fighting the goblins, and the mages went to besiege by Yu and Inshi. As for the werewolves, they haven't arrived yet. All 4 kings realized this situation, and it was almost impossible for them to seize the divine status and escape unscathed. The 4 began to change their mindset, no longer thinking about seizing the divine power and retreating, but instead began to go all out and fight to the death. Because the divine power was in the hands of the goblins, all 3 of them turned to attack the goblins, and not only for that reason. Of the 4 king-level beings, the Goblin Shaman is the weakest and the easiest to kill. The mage's domain is a wind field, with raging winds and blizzards sweeping around it, ravaging the surroundings. As the mage raised his hand and chanted a spell, countless magic circles appeared in the sky, and all kinds of magic, fire, frost, rocks, hurricanes, attacked the Goblin Shaman. The mages acted without any restraint. Among those present, the human race had the strongest background, and the mages of these races did not take them seriously at all. The Goblin Shaman was not to be outdone. He cast a spell barrier around himself, waved his staff, and unleashed a magical attack burning with blue flames that directly clashed with the human mage. The battlefield was like a dazzling fireworks display, with explosions of various colors taking place. Count Yuka took out his weapon, a rapier, the hilt of which was soaked with Count Yuka's blood, turning the entire blade from white to blood red. Count Yuka vanished instantly, his rapier thrusting straight at the Goblin Shaman, easily shattering its magical barrier. Count Yuka's sword pierced the Goblin Shaman's body. Count Yuka then quickly retreated from the mage's attack range. The Goblin Shaman was injured, his attack was interrupted, and countless spells struck the Goblin Shaman. The Goblin Shaman was struck to the ground by the mage's torrential magic. The magic continued to bombard the Goblin Shaman, while Count Yuka and the werewolf stood by, waiting for the mage to kill it. The severely wounded Goblin Shaman immediately threw the divine spark away, which rolled back down in front of the werewolf. The werewolf was terrified, as if he had seen a plague god, and immediately retreated. Count Yuck and the magician were also drawn to the divine spark, but this time, neither of them picked up the spark from the ground. The divine object landed quietly in the snow, and the 4 people surrounded it, looking at each other. The mage chanted his spell again, and the werewolf and Count Yuka, in perfect unison, charged directly at the Goblin Shaman. The man, the wolf, and the ghost launched another attack on the Goblin Shaman, not giving up their attack even though the shaman had thrown out its divine power. The Goblin Shaman, dragging his injured body, immediately took to the air, preparing to flee. On the mountaintop, Bai Yu and Inshi were still fighting against the 6 mages. All 6 were commanders, each wielding a type of elemental magic. Their teamwork was extremely seamless, and since they could all fly and were agile, Bai Yu was unable to defeat them for the time being. This is all because they can't fly. Mages are essentially cannons, and now that Bai Yu can't get close to them, they can unleash their greatest advantage, flying in the sky and launching magical bombardments at Bai Yu without any fear. Although Bai Yu couldn't kill them, they couldn't defeat Bai Yu either. They were merely depleting each other's mana. Furthermore, Inshi's unpredictable attack methods made them extremely difficult to defend against. Bai Yu blocked the mage's attacks with an ice wall, taking the opportunity to look down at the battlefield. She discovered that the divine essence had simply been left lying in the snow, untouched by anyone. 3 king-level beings were launching a full-scale attack on the unfortunate goblin. Great opportunity. Inshi, bring it over in a bit. She beside her, and Inshi understood and nodded. Shattered by the enemy's fire mage, and 4 earthen walls rose from the ground around them, converging towards the center in an attempt to trap Bai Yu and Inshi. Bai Yu and Inshi's feet were frozen by frost magic, and a thunderbolt and countless wind blades from above all attacked the rock cage. Bai Yu and Inshi already knew frost magic, so how could they be trapped by the opponent's frost magic? Bai Yu launched a thick pillar of fire into the sky, and by the time the thunder tore through the flames and swept across the ground, Bai Yu and Inshi had already shattered the stone wall and left the spot. At that moment, a massive figure finally arrived, and a dragon's breath shattered the mage's formation. Huge bone dragon burning with blue ghost fire. Inshi, make your move. Bayu called out, and Inshi immediately stretched out her palm towards the divine spark at the bottom of the mountain. Instantly, the divine spark appeared in Inshi's hand, and its original position was replaced by a stone. Seeing that the treasure was in her hands, Bayu immediately grabbed Inshi's shoulder and teleported onto Arthur's back. Arthur immediately flapped his wings and flew into the sky. The 8 mages behind him kept pouring magic at Arthur, but it had no effect at all, because Arthur was passively immune to elemental magic. Arthur's flying speed was so fast that the magicians could only watch as he flew away with Bayu and Inshi. Below are besieging the goblins. Among them, the mage has an extremely keen sense of magical elements, and just now he sensed a trace of magical fluctuations around him. The magician looked back and saw that the divine essence on the snow had turned into a stone. The mage looked at the distant silhouette of the bone dragon, his heart filled with rage. It's spatial magic. The divine essence has been taken by the alien race. The mage immediately stopped attacking and led 8 other mages in pursuit of Bayu and Inshi. The werewolf and Count Yuka also noticed that the magician had stopped attacking. When they turned around, they saw that the magician had actually left. Looking back at the stone where the divine position had been, they instantly understood. We actually got tricked by 2 commanders. Chapter 161, Let's Face the Undead Army. The Goblin Shaman watched the 3 kings depart and breathed a sigh of relief. He completely gave up the idea of vying for godhood and, dragging his heavily injured body, led the goblins in a retreat. It was just hoping for a lucky break, but who knew that the snow mountain not only actually had divine power, but also caused such a huge commotion. This attracted the attention of all the kings, causing the Goblin Shaman to completely lose hope. The Goblin Shaman led his group of goblins in a leisurely retreat, and Yi Liang and the vampires also flew away, following Count Yuka. Yi Liang wanted to see how Bayu dared to snatch the divine spark right under the noses of 3 kings. Someone at the commander level possibly retain her divine status? At this moment, Bayu and Inshi were riding Arthur and flying at full speed towards the outside of the snow mountain. Bayu knew that no matter how fast Arthur flew, he could not possibly be faster than those king-level beings. Bayu kept an eye on what was behind him, and soon he saw the human mage react first and lead the other mages to catch up. Wow, so cool. Is this big guy your underling? Inshi was still immersed in the novelty of riding on the bone dragon. She had never seen such a thing before. Of course, be careful, they're chasing us. Bayu turned around and said in a deep voice, I thought I could at least fool them for a little while, but who knew that they would discover my divine power as soon as I got it? Moreover, Bayu couldn't put this divine essence into his spatial ring. He could only hold it in his hand. If it weren't for the resistance from mid-level frost magic, Bayu felt that his hand would have been frozen to death by this divine essence. Bayu, I have a feeling we can't escape. They've stopped fighting and are all chasing us. Inshi also glanced back and found that not only human mages, but also vampires and werewolves were closely following behind them. Inshi now understood why Bayu hadn't run away before. It was because of her divine status. But it seemed there was no escape now. They wouldn't give up until these king-level beings were dealt with. Bayu's heart was pounding. They were about to leave the snow mountain, and once they left, Bayu would be saved. Bayu's army of the undead had long been arranged to wait outside the snow mountain. There are over 20,000 undead. Bayu refuses to believe that he can't overwhelm these few king-level beings. Fortunately, Bayu's undead were all gathered in the castle, so mobilizing them wasn't too troublesome and was quite fast. However, there were still nearly 10,000 undead remaining with Zhao Yanxue, and they couldn't be mobilized for the time being. However, it's not a big problem. Bayu felt that 20,000 was enough. If 20,000 wasn't enough, then adding another 10,000 undead would be pointless. Zhao Yanxue's side are mainly skeletons, ghosts, and gargoyles, and their combat power is not high. Bayu had already sent a message to Zhao Yanxue in advance, saying that they would mobilize as many troops as they could. Soon Arthur led Bayu and Inshi away from the snow mountain, and the army of the undead appeared in Bayu's sight. Bayu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally half relieved. Bayu, look. What's that? Inshi gasped in surprise as she saw countless undead below, creatures she had never seen before. Whether it was the gigantic zombie titan, the bird-like destroyer, or the ghoul with its rotting flesh, without exception, Inshi could not sense any sign of life from them. Don't panic, they're all my underlings. Bayu smiled and immediately instructed Arthur to move closer to the undead army below. Bai Yu and Shi landed at the very back of the undead, not far behind. They had already entered Bai Yu's territory, but the castle had a concealment chandelier, so no one except Bai Yu herself could see Bai Yu's castle. Wow. Shi's mouth gaped open, her face filled with disbelief. She seemed to understand why Bai Yu dared to try and steal that divine title. Anyone with so many henchmen would probably try to steal it. Bai Yu and Shi were surrounded by a group of commander-level undead, including Arthur, Jon, and Lenny. Apart from a portion of Zhao Lianxue's group, all the commander-level ordinary undead were here. There are hundreds of undead of the commander level, including the Lord of Souls, Bone Demon, Death Knight, Divine Knight, Gargoyle, Ghost Dragon, Bone Dragon, and so on. Almost every race currently has undead of the commander level or above. Your Majesty, a group of undead are also heading here from the White Rock Mountains through the portal. Lan and I approached Bai Yu and said respectfully. Bai Yu nodded. It seemed Zhao Lianxue was quite efficient. She seemed to have been triggered by Lan Ni's words, and her gaze was fixed on Bai Yu. You're a queen too? No, there can only be one queen. Shi revealed her two little tiger teeth and said loudly with a dissatisfied expression. What does it matter? You are the queen of the Icefield White Tiger, and I am the queen of the undead. It doesn't affect anything. Bai Yu rolled her eyes at Shi and complained. She and the undead army below. The mage's gaze sharpened at the dense swarm of undead below. The entire martial region combined didn't have this many undead. There was no doubt that these were troops from that alien race. In less than a month, the alien race has already developed to this extent. The mage suddenly realized that these alien races were heretics and absolutely could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, they would definitely cause a huge impact on the racial forces of all continents in the future. No wonder all races want to exterminate other races. Sir, what should we do? A mage behind them was also shocked by the group of undead. As knowledgeable mages, how could they not know the characteristics of the undead? As long as the soul fire is extinguished, the undead are immortal. However, to extinguish the soul fire of the undead, they had to use mental magic to attack. Since they were all elemental mages, they could only restrain the undead and had no ability to kill them. Don't get entangled with these undead. Seize the divine power from that alien and retreat immediately. The mage immediately flew downwards, his target naturally being Bai Yu and Shi among the undead army. Several commander-level mages immediately followed, responsible for covering their leader. Count Yuka was a step behind, and seeing the undead army below, he charged down without hesitation. Commander-level vampires possessed the means of soul attacks, making these undead a formidable nuisance for them. Yi Liang, as one of Bai Yu's opponents who knew Bai Yu best, was also horrified and incredulous when he saw more than 20,000 undead below. Yi Liang couldn't believe that a lord could reach this level in just half a month. Chapter 162 Encirclement and Kill of a King-level being. Apart from Yi Liang, all the vampires went to fight alongside Count Yuka, while he chose to watch from the sky. After all, the main force consisted of king-level vampires, and they didn't need another commander-level vampire like him. At the same time, he was also eager to know if Bai Yu could truly withstand two king-level beings with just 20,000 undead. No, it should be 3, because the werewolves had arrived at that moment. At Bai Yu's command, all the airborne undead, gargoyles, destroyers, ghosts, bone dragons, and phantom dragons, took to the sky and attacked the mages and vampires. All the undead on the ground surrounded Bai Yu and Shi in the center, and then attacked the werewolf. In an instant, the scene was breathtaking, with all the undead fearlessly charging towards the enemy before them. Shi, protect me. I need to absorb the energy of the godhood. Bai Yu planned to immediately use the system to absorb the divine spark. No matter what, it would help improve his strength, thus giving him an advantage in the upcoming battles. After all, it remains to be seen whether the undead can defeat 3 king-level beings using sheer numbers. I am the queen, not a guard. Shi looked reluctant. Although she had a childish temper, she was actually worried. If the undead couldn't stop the enemy, the two of them would be doomed. Yes, my dear queen, please take care of me. Bai Yu still had to coax her, and Shi was happy to hear this. That's more like it. Don't worry about leaving it to me. Shi said with a confident expression. Bai Yu summoned 4 ice walls to surround himself. He guessed that the energy from the divine power was either to enhance his abilities or to gain experience points. If it's about gaining experience points, Bai Yu will definitely level up. She picked up the divine essence and looked at the spherical object in her hand that emitted a blue light. Frost God essence detected. Should we remove 90% of its impurities before absorption? So many impurities? Baiyu frowned, but still decisively chose to confirm. Yes. As soon as she clicked on the system panel, the blue light of the entire divine essence vanished instantly, absorbed into her body. The divine essence in her hand no longer emitted a cold aura. It turned into a transparent, ordinary sphere, which at first glance looked like a glass ball. Baiyu realized that his level had broken through the bottleneck, and sure enough, he gained experience points. It's been upgraded. I just don't know if they still want this empty shell. Baiyu sat on the ground, quietly waiting for the loss, looking at the empty shell of the godhood that remained in her hand. The messages about undead being killed reminded Baiyu, but she chose to ignore them. It would be absurd if a king-level being didn't have the means to kill undead. Outside the ice wall, the 3 king-level beings also felt a bit overwhelmed by the siege of the undead army. There were too many of them. The magician and the vampire tried to fly over directly, but countless gargoyles charged forward using their bodies. The magician knew that the undead were not afraid of death, because they were, by nature, undead. He tried to use magic to shatter the gargoyles, but as a magician, being approached by an enemy meant danger. However, the scene that the magician had envisioned, a fireball that would shatter the gargoyle, did not occur. When the smoke cleared, the gargoyle was completely unharmed. The mage immediately noticed the gargoyle's unique characteristics. Unlike other unremarkable undead with no outstanding abilities, gargoyles could actually absorb magic. As the gargoyles approached, countless ghosts and destroyers surrounded them. The mage no longer conserved his magic power. A wind domain instantly swept across the surroundings, blowing away all the undead that tried to get close. He clasped his hands together and chanted a spell rapidly, instantly releasing an invisible aura. All the surrounding ghosts were killed by the mage's mental attack. As a king-level mage, although he mainly studies wind magic, he also has some knowledge of other types of magic. However, apart from mental magic, he cannot kill undead with other magic. Countless wind blades within the mage's domain tore through the gargoyles, and cracks began to appear on their bodies. Clearly, the mage's wind magic exceeded the gargoyles' capacity to absorb magic. At this moment, the destroyers remained unharmed within the domain, having absorbed the mage's wind blades. The mage was somewhat surprised, only then noticing the few destroyers behind him. Compared to the thousands of other undead, Baiyu's destroyers numbered less than 200. Destroyer. The magician had read about this creature in the association's books and knew all too well about its abilities. He immediately used magic to create a wind shield around himself, and the moment the shield was formed, a series of explosions rang out. The destroyers unleashed their stored magic, attacking the mage with it. The mage didn't want to waste time entangled with the undead, so he focused all his efforts on killing Baiyu. There were too many undead for him to kill. But then another spatial barrier appeared around him, blocking his path forward. It was a skill released by Arthur. Inside the barrier, the mage's life force was slowly draining away. He clasped his hands together and chanted the spell again, attempting to launch a mental attack. Suddenly, an invisible aura was released on the battlefield. The mage felt a splitting headache and his spellcasting was interrupted. Arthur breathed a dragon's breath directly at the mage. Caught off guard, he was struck directly by Arthur's dragon breath, and his body was knocked back several meters in the air. Boom. The mage looked somewhat disheveled, with blue flames burning all over his robes, creating several large holes that revealed his face. A Westerner with brown eyes, blonde hair, and a hooked nose. He glared angrily at the surrounding ghosts. His attack had just been interrupted because the soul attacks of all the ghosts had intertwined and resonated with each other. A blue figure appeared in the mage's field of vision. It was Lenny. He was quite certain that this special ghost was directing all the other ghosts to cooperate in the attack. On the other side, Count Yuka, wielding a rapier, was also facing an attack from the undead. Being limited to melee combat, he was at a greater disadvantage, as the Air Force undead generally had ranged attack capabilities. Fortunately, the Air Force only numbered less than 10,000, and with the help of mages and Count Yuka, plus the assistance of vampires and mages, the pressure on the two kings was relatively small. With his speed advantage, Count Yuka could kill several ghosts with a single sword strike. Unlike the mental attacks that mages actively release, vampires and werewolves have this property in their blood, so they don't need to release it actively at all. The ghost dragon's blue ray suddenly struck a vampire, who instantly turned into black smoke and vanished. The ghost dragon's seemingly tangible, yet intangible rays contain powerful mental attacks and physical penetrating force, which even Count Yuka dared not withstand head-on. Chapter 163, Who Isn't a King-Level Being? Count Yuka was fast and agile, weaving through the air as he tried to get close to Baiyu, while all the vampires were protecting him. However, the curses and withering skills of necromancers and liches are not to be underestimated. No matter how fast Count Yuka is, it's useless, because as long as he is within range, these skills are guaranteed to hit. Although it won't do much damage to Count Yuka, it will greatly restrict his mobility, which is very difficult for an assassin who has lost his speed advantage. The most pitiful one is the werewolf. His werewolf subordinates haven't arrived yet, leaving him to face a horde of undead that outnumbers the magician and Count Yuka all by himself. The skeletons were smashed one by the werewolves, their claws tearing the zombies' bodies to kill them. The werewolves also skillfully dodged the charge of the undead knights. King-level werewolf can get injured when surrounded by a large number of undead, but it's no problem. Its super self-healing ability can heal its wounds instantly, and it only needs to pay attention to the undead that use mental attacks. Several zombie titans stood out like cranes among chickens in the undead army. Their size was simply enormous. Faced with the massive fist of the zombie titan falling from above, the werewolf had no choice but to take the hit. The fist that fell from the sky burst into flames, and the dried patterns on the entire zombie titan's body instantly emitted a red glow, covered with lava. It's an enhanced skill of the zombie titan, Flame God Body. Boom. The werewolf raised its claws high to block the zombie titan's punch. The immense force caused the ground to crack instantly, kicking up a cloud of dust. If werewolves weren't a race that relies on physical enhancement to fight, this punch would probably have seriously injured it. Nevertheless, the werewolf's arms were both broken, but they were healed instantly. The werewolf began to notice these zombie titans, no longer wanting to withstand their attacks head-on. Needlessly wasting energy was foolish. Jon swung his sword at the werewolf, but the werewolf grabbed the blade and kicked Jon away. A giant, flaming skull crashed down on the werewolf, who transformed into a giant wolf and weaved through the undead army, dodging the attack. The werewolf's face grew increasingly angry. It was gradually becoming agitated. The three king-level beings fought for more than 10 minutes, but they still couldn't break through the undead army and reach Baiyu. This made them realize the seriousness of the problem. If this continued, they would really be dragged down. They either had to run away or continue to fight for the godhood. The three kings didn't go all out because they were holding back their trump cards, intending to use them against the other two kings after seizing the divine status. However, seeing that they were being held back by a large number of undead, the three kings finally stopped holding back. Inside the ice wall, Baiyu had to admire her own foresight. Thankfully, she had taken preventative measures in advance. She outside remained silent meant that 20 minutes had passed, and the group of king-level beings were still being held back by the undead. Her complexion gradually turned pale. Tide's white, furry ears twitched outside the ice wall. Baiyu, are you alright? Inchi suspected that Baiyu might have encountered some problem absorbing the energy of the god. Fortunately, I have inherited bloodline, so I can level up while lying down, without needing to absorb the energy of something like a god. When she heard Inchi call out, and quickly responded, otherwise Inchi would come in soon. I'm fine. Baiyu's face showed some joy, because the benefits of absorbing the energy of the godhead this time were enormous. Although the energy inside the godhead contained impurities, the system would actively filter them out. Therefore, although Baiyu seemed to have completely absorbed the entire divine essence, the utilization rate was actually very low. After thousands of years of energy loss, coupled with the formation of this snow mountain and this final burst upon rebirth, the already nearly depleted divine energy, after removing impurities and divinity, is truly almost gone. Baiyu melted the ice wall and reappeared in Inchi's sight. How is the situation? She looked at the battle between the undead and the sky and asked worriedly. Inchi ignored her and instead moved closer to Baiyu and took a deep sniff. She, who had a strange expression, with some embarrassment. Inchi's expression suddenly changed drastically, and she looked very surprised. To everyone's surprise, Inchi blurted out, Baiyu, you've reached the king level? She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You could even smell that. Baiyu absorbed the energy of the divine spark, which was the residual energy left behind by a god. It's not surprising that it allowed her to advance 3 levels in a row, even with extremely low utilization. If a current god-level expert were to spit out a single drop of saliva, It would probably be enough to make commanders drink diluted saliva for 3 years. Baiyu was overjoyed to be promoted to the king level, but she had to appear calm in front of Shi and not act like a country bumpkin. Not only in terms of level, but also with each breakthrough to a higher realm, Baiyu's weapon would be strengthened. Moreover, this was a god of frost, and Baiyu absorbed the divine energy left behind by it, thus advancing his frost magic to a higher level. Of course, there are many other abilities, but Baiyu doesn't have time to explore them right now. He can only pull out the system panel and take a look at his attributes. This panel doesn't display the magic or abilities that Baiyu has mastered, so Baiyu feels it's pretty useless. Upgrading attributes will certainly improve them, but fighting isn't about attributes. High attributes don't guarantee a win. Of course, Shi raised her head and said with a haughty expression, "So, can we take revenge on them now?" Shi looked at the 3 king-level beings. At this moment, almost all the vampires were dead, 2 mages had also died, and the others were seriously injured. Shi felt that Baiyu's advancement to the king level meant it was time for revenge. Baiyu first looked at Yi Liang, who was floating in the distance, and was surprised to find that he was also giving away points. Their current target is the divine essence in Baiyu's hands, and they certainly won't leave until they get it. This way, the undead army can keep fighting them, provided they can't break through the undead's encirclement. However, if they run away, the undead will definitely be unable to stop them. At that time, Baiyu will have no choice but to take action. She cannot let the king-level combat power she has acquired escape like Miles did last time. Baiyu glanced at Yi Liang and the 3 king-level beings in the distance and gave a wicked smile. "No rush, let them fight with my little brothers for a while. You've never seen a queen act so casually." Chapter 164 The Advancement to King Level. That's true. Shi thought it made sense and completely forgot how the 2 of them had been fleeing for their lives. Baiyu has now advanced to the king level, so even if he's incredibly powerful, he still can't possibly take on 3 opponents at once. With so many underlings, we need to thoroughly exhaust these 3 king-level beings. Once they're out of strength and their magic power is nearly depleted, it'll be time for Baiyu to make her appearance. With 3 king-level beings, Baiyu had a premonition that if the rankings had precise strength rankings, he would definitely be number 1. Baiyu looked at the werewolf, who seemed to be getting desperate. Seeing Baiyu calmly watching the battle from behind, it became even more enraged. A huge wolf shadow emerged behind the werewolf. The entire phantom was blood red, as if it were formed from the werewolf's blood. The werewolf no longer skillfully dodged the attacks of the undead, but instead fought its way through with the help of the wolf shadow. The soul fire of the skeletons that were hit was extinguished immediately, and for a moment, none of the undead could get close. Count Yuka also wielded a blood-red whip, each strike imbued with the soul attack of his own blood, killing all the surrounding undead and creating a complete vacuum zone. The human mage also contracted his domain and began to use fusion magic, fusing his wind magic with mental magic, filling the surrounding area with invisible wind blades. Every undead that gets close to him will be killed by his wind blades, which carry soul damage. The undead are not afraid of death, but they will not die in vain, especially with Lenny directing them from the side. The helpless undead could only launch ranged attacks, but they were no match for the mages in ranged combat. The undead could only deplete the stamina and mana of the 3 kings. It was virtually impossible for them to actually harm them. Even if their attacks landed, they would only make them look a little disheveled. There was a commotion behind Baiyu. Baiyu and Shi turned around at the same time and saw some undead that Baiyu had transferred to Zhao Lianshua's castle. Most of them were gargoyles and undead knights. There are a total of 10,000 undead in the White Rock Mountains, but many of them are ghosts that Baiyu sent out to gather intelligence. So the number of undead temporarily mobilized is only about 5,000. The 3 kings' expressions darkened. They hadn't expected there to be undead. How could an alien lord have so many types of troops? Wow, you have a lot of underlings. Shi looked on with envy, unable to imagine how great it would be to have so many followers. Zhao Lianxue originally wanted to come over, but Baiyu didn't agree. Wouldn't it be suicide if she didn't even have a teleportation ability to escape? Zhao Lianxue was currently on the top floor of Baiyu Castle, looking at the battlefield, holding the reconnaissance telescope she had previously seized from the dwarves. Baiyu watched as his undead were killed one by one, but his heart remained unmoved. Even if it takes 10,000 undead to wear down these 3 king-level beings, it would still be a huge win. Almost at the same time that the undead reinforcements arrived, the other commander-level werewolves finally arrived and joined the battle. However, the leader-level werewolves do not have soul attack methods, which means they cannot kill undead at all. 20 leader level werewolves are of no use in the battle. Today's battle also gave Baiyu an understanding of the combat strength of his undead army. After all, this was the first time Baiyu had deployed almost all of his undead after developing for more than 10 days. With over 20,000 undead and more than 100 commander-level beings, the ability to successfully surround and kill one king-level being, trap 2 king-level beings, and hold off 3 king-level beings is exactly the situation we are in now. The undead can only hold off 3 king-level beings at most, but they can't be stopped from escaping if they want to. If it's just 1 king-level being, the undead army can kill it effortlessly. 2 king-level beings can also surround and wear them down. Fortunately, the Goblin Shaman didn't come, otherwise Baiyu's undead army might have been unable to hold on. I recognize that wolf. It was the one that caused trouble when we first arrived, but I was too weak to take it down in one hit. Inshi immediately recognized the leader of the werewolves she had encountered when she first arrived at the snow mountain. It was the one she had gone back to fetch reinforcements from. Baiyu followed the direction Inshi pointed and indeed saw a group of werewolves, but he didn't know who Inshi was referring to. How did you know? Don't they all look the same? Of course they're different. That werewolf has a big mouth, that one has a small nose, and that one has a scar on its face. Are all of you humans face-blind? Inshi was still analyzing the werewolf's appearance, but Baiyu had no interest in listening and just gave her a perfunctory reply. Baiyu brought up her panel and checked the system messages. These system panels are not visible to the native races of the magical continent. Only lords can see them, including their troops. Therefore, Inshi only saw Baiyu's hand tapping randomly in front of her and had no idea what she was doing. Confusing human behavior. Baiyu was actually looking at the abilities and enhancements she would gain upon reaching the king level, getting familiar with them in advance. Otherwise, if she had the power of a king level but didn't even know her own abilities when the time came to fight, it wouldn't be good. Baiyu currently possesses 7 types of magic: alchemy, curses, viruses, darkness, summoning, fire, and ice. The latter 2 were learned through training, while the first 5, except for dark magic, were all raised to the intermediate level. Baiyu had previously drawn a mid-level dark magic spell in a lottery, but this time the upgrade didn't advance it to a high-level spell, leaving Baiyu feeling like she'd been tricked by the system. Although his dark magic hadn't reached a high level, Baiyu felt a subtle strengthening effect, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He'd have to see the results in actual combat. Frost magic was elevated to a higher level due to the power of the divine power, while all other magics are currently at the mid-level, at the same level. At the same time, Baiyu's domain is called the Domain of Death, which encompasses all the characteristics of the undead, such as corruption, withering, and death. It also incorporates Baiyu's 5 major magics, and Baiyu's combat power will be greatly enhanced within the domain. Because his right eye can enhance magic, after Baiyu advanced to the king level, his pseudo-domains of fire and frost transformed into true domains. In fact, because frost magic is of a higher level, it is even stronger than the fire domain. As expected, the flames were not only common but also weak. Baiyu entered the king level in one step and instantly possessed 3 domains, which is simply outrageous. However, the left eye does not have the abilities of the right eye, so dark magic and other spells cannot be released as a domain on their own. In other words, Baiyu's death domain is a collection of these spells. Chapter 165: Breaking Through the Encirclement. Another thing is that Baiyu's weapon has been upgraded. Previously, Baiyu's weapon rank was always higher than Baiyu's own level, but this time the weapon was not upgraded. Even so, it has been greatly enhanced. Accompanying weapon: Judgment Death Scythe. Quality: King level weapon, upgradable. Soul condensation, 15%. Active skill: 5 types of necromancy. Passive skill 1. Attacks inflict soul damage and a withering effect. Those killed will be transformed into undead. Passive skill 2. Weapons can be enchanted with magic without the need for chanting or forming a magic circle. Passive skill 3. The range and damage of the bell's soul strike are increased. Simply put, the bells ring louder when the scythe is swung, and 5 different spells can be added at the same time. This can be seen as indirectly strengthening Baiyu's combat power. Baiyu is no longer flustered. Now that she has the strength of a king, she is not afraid of them at all. Once the undead had nearly exhausted the 3 king-level enemies, Baiyu stepped in to finish them off. At the very back of the battlefield, Yiliang was still watching the battle from the sky. Today, he had a great time seeing the king-level strength of different races. And then there was the undead lord's full strength, which shocked him to no end. He never expected that she could hold off 3 kings with just her troops. Yi Liang regretted not having the power to do so, otherwise he wouldn't have been forced to submit to the vampire. The situation was already volatile, and Yi Liang wanted to back out, but his blood had already been taken away, so there was no use in resisting now. The main problem is that the system is deliberately targeting these traitors, leaving them with no way to escape. Yi Liang stared at the 2 white figures in the distance below. Yi Liang had been wondering why Baiyu was so fearless. Even if her troops could hold off 3 kings, it would be almost impossible to kill them. Moreover, the 3 kings were getting closer and closer to Baiyu's position. Why isn't she running away yet? Baiyu was also observing the 3 king-level beings. Although the werewolf was unstoppable and charged forward, as it went deeper, more and more undead surrounded it. Even though it was getting closer and closer to Baiyu. Baiyu is least worried about the werewolf king-level creature. Baiyu can easily wear it down with his troops. More than half of the undead are ground troops, and they can all be used to surround a king-level creature. In addition, werewolves cannot fly, so they have virtually no chance of escaping. Baiyu's main targets are still that vampire and the human mage. The werewolf's repeated attempts to approach Baiyu all ended in failure. There were simply too many undead around, and 30 or 40 of them were even commander level, making them quite troublesome. Under Jon's command, the undead cooperated to hold off the werewolves so tightly that they had no chance of breaking through. Behind the werewolf, countless drops of blood sprayed out from the wolf shadows, forming giant wolves that pounced on the surrounding undead. The werewolf stomped the ground, its body bursting forth instantly, leaping high into the air towards Baiyu's direction. As a result, the zombie titan's punch blocked the werewolf's path, forcing it to fall into the undead army and change position. The commander-level Black Knight was incredibly fast, and in an instant, he cut 2 deep, bone-revealing wounds on the werewolf's body. At the same time, a large number of undead knights and bone beast werewolves also rushed forward. The werewolf's most overpowered skill, Bloodlust, is unusable, causing its status to be constantly depleted, preventing it from recovering and entering a berserk state. An army of about 15,000 undead surrounded the werewolves, and Baiyu and Inshi were not far away, but the werewolves could not reach them. At this moment, a human mage was unfortunately shot down by undead from the sky and was seriously injured. The werewolf's eyes lit up. He knew his chance had come. He immediately jumped over and snatched the kill from the undead's grasp. The werewolf's claws pierced the human mage's body, frantically absorbing the human's blood. In no time, the werewolf turned into a dried-up corpse. The werewolf's muscles bulged, its eyes turned blood red, and a violent aura raged around it. The werewolf's attributes were enhanced across the board, his physical condition returned to its peak, and the huge wolf shadow behind him became even more vivid. Baiyu was stunned. This works? As expected, none of the king-level werewolves are simple. Even the seemingly easiest werewolves to kill would probably have to pay a heavy price for the undead to kill them. Perhaps in less than 10 minutes, the werewolf would be able to break through to Baiyu's front. Baiyu touched his right wrist with his left hand, ready to strike at any moment. Inshi, you should go hide in the back first. Baiyu reminded Inshi, who silently retreated and moved away from Baiyu. Baiyu ignored the divine essence on the ground and left it there. After thinking for a moment, Baiyu stomped it into the soil and buried it. It wasn't that he was afraid of being discovered and attacked by them, but rather that he was afraid they would turn around and leave once they realized that his divine status was no longer useful. This time, we can't let any of the ducks that are already in our mouths escape. At that moment, Count Yuka in the sky was suddenly struck by the ghost dragon's ray and instantly transformed into a swarm of bats, flapping their wings and scattering in all directions, flying towards Baiyu's direction. The ghost dragon, bone dragon, lich, and necromancer all attacked the swarm of bats, and countless bats screamed as they fell to the ground. Moreover, there were too many bats, and they were small in size. Eventually, one bat broke through the blockade of the undead and flew to Baiyu's side. Count Yuka had intended to save this move to ambush the other 2 kings, but the werewolf and the mage were unable to break through the undead encirclement. Count Yuka could not wait any longer and finally took the lead. The bat that flew in front of Baiyu instantly transformed into human form, and Count Yuka used his hand as a claw to stab Baiyu's heart. With such speed and a sudden attack, Count Yuka was confident that a commander-level officer wouldn't be able to react in time. Baiyu had already spotted the bat. How could her gaze remain fixed on the werewolf? Faced with the sudden attack from Count Yuka, Baiyu instantly conjured a huge scythe in his hand and directly cut off Count Yuka's arm, to neutralize the attack. Baiyu immediately followed up with another slash at Count Yuka. Count Yuka was taken aback and transformed back into a swarm of bats, scattering in all directions before reverting to human form in the distance. Baiyu's strike only killed a few bats. Count Yuka hadn't expected his sneak attack to fail. He felt a sharp pain coming from the broken part of his right arm, and the wound was burned by black flames, preventing it from healing immediately. Count Yuka glanced at his severed arm, his face grim, the intense pain keeping his mind unusually clear. We must act quickly, otherwise we will be held back by those undead again, and we must get the severed arm back. Count Yuka, who did not have the habit of using a left-handed sword, took out his blood whip and lashed it directly at Baiyu. Chapter 166 Frost True Domain. A trivial skill. A layer of ice crystals covered Baiyu's arm, and Baiyu actually grasped Count Yuka's blood whip directly. The moment Baiyu grasped the blood whip, frost began to rapidly spread from Baiyu's palm toward Count Yuka at the other end of the whip. The blood whip sprouted countless blood spikes, piercing through the frost, and the blood spikes transformed into several tentacles that flew towards Baiyu. Baiyu used a dark barrier to block all of Count Yuka's attacks. Baiyu glanced at his magic power, which had only consumed a dozen points. If it were the Baiyu who was at the commander level before, Count Yuka's attack would have consumed at least half of his magic power. One of the tentacles in the blood whip did not attack Baiyu, but instead extended towards the ground, bringing back Count Yuka's severed arm. Count Yuka reattached his arm and stretched his shoulder. Count Yuka had never met Baiyu before, and this was its first encounter with Baiyu. It felt that Baiyu was quite strong. He had his arm severed by a commander-level individual to block an attack. Could the opponent be a level 9 commander? The blood whip melted into blood and disappeared. Count Yuka once again drew his rapier and launched an attack on Baiyu from the sky. Several ice dragons surged out from around Baiyu, as if they had been given life. One ice dragon after another flew into the sky and attacked Count Yuka. Count Yuka relied on his speed advantage to dodge back and forth, occasionally shattering an ice dragon. But the ice dragons seemed endless. New ice dragons were constantly being generated around Baiyu, and then launching an attack. Besieged by the undead, looked at the place where Baiyu and Count Yuka were fighting, his face showing some surprise. The mage could tell at a glance that Baiyu's frost magic had reached a high level. A giant tornado immediately formed around the magician, and strong winds swept around him. The magician's figure gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared completely, transforming into a gust of wind and flying towards Baiyu. Suddenly, a mage appeared beside Baiyu, chanting incantations rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a giant wind blade appeared in the mage's hand. Wind blade attacks are inherently invisible, but with the mage's enhancement, Baiyu could clearly see the surrounding air distorting. The wind blade magic, enhanced by the mage, could not be blocked by Baiyu's frost magic alone. The surrounding ice dragons were instantly severed by the wind blades, the cuts as smooth as mirrors. Count Yuka also shattered the last ice dragon and looked in the direction where Baiyu had originally been. Baiyu had already disappeared, having used teleportation to evade. The surrounding ground was instantly frozen solid, and a blizzard began to fall from the sky, causing the temperature to plummet, making it feel like being in a snow-covered mountain. Feel, the mage said in a deep voice, this is not a pseudo-domain, but a genuine king-level domain. This means that this alien race has reached the king level. The mage was still wondering why, if she was a king-level being, she would run away when facing him. This is bad. I used up too much mana while being harassed by the undead. Count Yuka, too, had exhausted too much energy earlier. Two king-level opponents at 70% strength facing a king-level opponent at full strength still have a chance. Looking down at the crazed werewolf, it seems that relying on it is a bit difficult. The ice on the ground surged, and Baiyu's figure began to form. The mage shattered the ice with a wind blade. Suddenly, Baiyu appeared beside the mage, wielding a scythe, and slashed at him. The mage immediately conjured a barrier to defend, but the tip of the blade ignited with black flames the instant it touched the wind barrier, shattering it in an instant. The mage was shocked and quickly conjured another earth magic circle in his hand to defend himself, while he himself began to weather away. Fortunately, Count Yuka's backstab arrived in time, and Baiyu once again turned into snowflakes and disappeared. She could appear in every snowflake. The magician gave Count Yuka a reminder, then instantly unleashed his wind domain, blowing away all the surrounding snowflakes to prevent Baiyu from launching a surprise attack. The gale raged within Baiyu's icy domain, creating an even larger blizzard. Baiyu isn't limited to places with snow and ice. If the distance isn't enough, she can teleport to make up for it. Baiyu appeared in front of Count Yuka this time, and then Baiyu used teleportation. Count Yuka immediately prepared to deal with it. However, Baiyu appeared beside the magician and attacked him again. The scythe, engulfed in black flames, tore apart the surrounding wind blades and easily slashed through the mage's barrier. Knowing that Baiyu could teleport, the mage had made preparations in advance, and the bell on the scythe had no effect on the mage. As a magician, the most taboo thing is a soul attack, because it can interrupt them when they are casting spells. Therefore, every magician in the association wears a crystal necklace around their neck to resist mental attacks. Just as the magician was about to weather away, blood suddenly started flowing from his nose, and he began coughing violently. At the same time, he lost feeling in both hands in an instant. Similarly, Baiyu, knowing that he could weather away, would not be unprepared. Their abilities had been thoroughly tested by their own undead, while their understanding of Baiyu was practically zero. The mage gritted his teeth and vanished instantly, reappearing in the distance outside Baiyu's domain. Baiyu hadn't expected him to have a trick up his sleeve, and his attack missed again. The mage chanted a spell, a purification spell removing the remaining curse from his body, and then began using healing spells to heal himself. Dark magic. The magician's face was grim. This magic had the power to destroy everything. The eerie black flames were considered an ominous sign by magicians, and this magic had been completely lost hundreds of years ago. But the magicians knew that the reason this magic was lost was ultimately because it was too powerful and could destroy all elements. It was basically the nemesis of all magicians, and those important figures at the time would never have allowed it to be passed down. Even 3-year-olds in the association now know that magic is neither good nor bad. What matters is the user. The other two types of magic, viruses and curses. These two types of magic were virtually impossible to defend against. He absolutely could not allow this alien to get close again. He had already used all his means of survival, and he wouldn't be so lucky every time. Count Yuka, who was nearby, was also affected by the virus magic, but its super strong self-healing ability could basically ignore ordinary viruses. Baiyu also realized that mages were utterly useless in close combat. If Baiyu got close to them again, the mage would surely die. The vampire and the magician floated in the sky, one near and one far, looking down at Baiyu. The werewolf broke through the encirclement and arrived in front of Baiyu. In an instant, 3 king-level beings surrounded Baiyu from above and below. The 3 kings were the undead army that had surrounded them, and now the undead army had also surrounded the 3 kings in the middle. Rather than saying they surrounded Baiyu, it would be more accurate to say that Baiyu and the undead army counter-surrounded them. Baiyu's left pupil flashed with blue light, and the surrounding frost receded, revealing a patch of darkness. Bring it on. Chapter 167 Death Domain. The ground around Baiyu was a grayish-brown, with withered vegetation, decaying stones, and a dry, fishy smell permeating the air. In some places shrouded in darkness, things that cannot be corrupted will even ignite with black flames. There happened to be a dead tree within Baiyu's domain. At this moment, after the dead tree was covered by Baiyu's domain, it was not burned, but underwent a special change. The dead tree was given a soul, its branches began to twist, its roots were pulled from the ground, and a ghostly face made of wood appeared on its trunk, eerie and sinister. This is a brand new undead that has been transformed by the influence of Baiyu's domain. This domain combines all of Baiyu's necromancy, integrating curses, viruses, darkness, summoning, and alchemy. The realm of death rejects all living things, much like hell. Count Yuka and the werewolf were within Baiyu's domain, and their bodies were rapidly healing themselves from the very beginning. The mage, who was some distance away, was horrified when he saw Baiyu's domain. This was a domain that had never been recorded in the association's magic book. It was simply too incredible. Yi Liang, who was further away, was completely dumbfounded. At first, he thought that Baiyu was lucky to be able to fight against a king-level opponent. It wasn't until Baiyu released her domain that Yi Liang realized that Baiyu had already advanced to the king level without him even noticing. The death domain consumes mana at almost twice the rate of the frost domain, so a swift victory is necessary. Baiyu was surrounded by dense dark elements. When Baiyu simply looked at Count Yuka, who was within the domain, was instantly ignited. Count Yuka transformed into countless bats, while the dark elements behind Baiyu condensed into arrows, unleashing a volley that pierced through all the bats. Count Yuka transformed into a gigantic red shadow, his entire body covered in crimson blood, becoming a monster formed from solidified blood. Count Yuka lunged at Baiyu, while the werewolf on the ground controlled the wolf shadows behind him and attacked Baiyu head-on. Baiyu's figure disappeared, and she appeared in midair to meet Count Yuka. Baiyu was not foolish enough to take the attacks of both the werewolf and the vampire at the same time. With a single slash, Baiyu tore Count Yuka's figure apart, and Count Yuka's two halves turned into blood, attempting to envelop Baiyu in midair. Countless black flame spikes shot outwards, instantly turning Count Yuka into a hedgehog. The black flames corroded his blood, emitting a puff of white smoke. All the blood immediately surged and gathered again in the distance to form the image of Count Yuka, who now had blood on his lips and looked extremely weak. Dark magic could completely corrode his blood. He was no match for Baiyu. Baiyu was left to the side, and countless undead attacked the werewolf, giving the werewolf no chance to attack Baiyu. As time goes on, the werewolf's bloodlust will gradually subside, and that will be its death day. Baiyu knew his troops were perfectly capable of killing it, and he had no intention of wasting his time dealing with the werewolf. After all, vampires and sorcerers, who can fly, are the most likely to escape, while werewolves have already been sentenced to death. Baiyu also discovered that werewolves and vampires do not have domains, or their domains are different from those of other king-level beings. It should be a domain ability belonging to the enhancement type. Since their domains cannot be projected outwards, they cannot be used to resist Baiyu's domain, which puts them at a great disadvantage. On the other hand, the mage's wind domain is fighting against Baiyu's death domain. Dark magic burns away other elemental forces, making the mage's domain no match for Baiyu's and slowly being eroded. However, at this moment, the mage's surroundings are at least within his own domain, and he will not be affected by the virus and curse within Baiyu's domain. What made the mage's face turn ugly was that his ordinary elemental magic attacks would dissipate before they could even reach Baiyu, and he could not sense the elements within Baiyu's domain at all. At this moment, Count Yuka was seriously injured. The magician was unable to exert his strength, and the werewolf could not even touch Baiyu. They had already clashed in the snowy mountains, and then were weakened by the undead, so they couldn't unleash their full strength when facing Baiyu. They are currently caught in a dilemma. If they advance, they are no match for Baiyu in their current state. If they retreat, they will be surrounded by countless undead. Without a second thought, the magician turned and fled without hesitation. He valued his life more than his divine status. Seeing the magician flee, Count Yuka naturally chose to flee as well. In the current situation, even if he managed to seize the divine spark, it would be difficult to bring it back alive. As for the werewolves, who discussed vampires, good luck to them. Stop them. At Baiyu's command, countless undead charged towards the vampires and sorcerers. Baiyu's figure also disappeared from the spot in an instant. Instead of attacking the nearby vampire, Baiyu chose the mage who was further away. Firstly, the mage association behind the mage is a superpower, which is very troublesome. Secondly, mages are mortals, their bodies are fragile, and they are easy to kill. Baiyu instantly teleported away more than half the distance, and a black vortex appeared in front of the mage, forcing the mage to turn around. In that short interval, Baiyu had already teleported back to the mage. The enhanced dark magic has a shorter teleportation interval, a longer teleportation distance, and a lower mana cost. Except for not reaching a higher tier, it can be said to be an overall enhancement. The mage threw a lava wind blade in his left hand and an ice wind blade in his right, both wind blades aimed at Baiyu in front of him. The mage didn't expect the two wind blades to harm Baiyu. He only hoped to knock Baiyu down so that he would have time to escape. Boom, boom. Baiyu shattered the two wind blades with her scythe. The wind blew through her hair, white hair brushing against her face. Baiyu's left eye shone as she stared at the magician in front of her. Baiyu was not shot down. Instead, she floated in the air. The magician panicked completely. She actually had the ability to fly. Baiyu originally intended to hide his intentions and use this opportunity to seriously injure or kill one of them. But before the plan could even begin, these two king-level beings were already planning to escape. The mage instantly vanished from Baiyu's sight, and a powerfully compressed wind blade condensed in front of the mage. The enormous wind blade sliced the air into a cross-section and shot towards Baiyu. The surrounding gargoyles, destroyers, and even bone dragons were instantly sliced in half by the massive wind blades, their bodies falling towards the ground. Baiyu raised his left hand, and a dark barrier appeared in front of him. At the same time, he cast a soul curse on the mage. The wind blade struck the dark barrier, causing Bayu's magic power to drop by 100 points, but she was unharmed. Black smoke billowed from the magician's head, blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and other 7 orifices. His body leaned back, the surrounding wind disappeared, and his body fell downwards. Chapter 168 Summoning a King-level corpse. Bayu ignored the mage, which was perhaps the only advantage the lords had, because Bayu could find out whether the mage was dead or not simply by opening the system panel. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully defeating the level 1 king rank mage from the Mage Guild. You have gained 300 experience points. Bayu turned and charged towards Count Yuka, who was severely wounded and entangled by the undead, unable to escape. Count Yuka's ability to transform into a swarm of bats consumes blood. The more he uses it, the weaker he becomes. Every time Count Yuka transforms into a swarm of bats, most of the bats are killed, which has a significant impact on him. In its current state, if it were used again, even if Bayu didn't come, it would be worn down to death by the undead. Out of the corner of his eye, Count Yuka saw that Bayu had already killed the magician and was rushing towards him. Count Yuka was shocked and, disregarding everything else, forcibly transformed into a swarm of bats once more, attempting to escape immediately. But Bayu used teleportation to travel at lightning speed, and at this moment, the death domain had already enveloped the swarm of bats. Instantly, the surrounding bats began to spontaneously combust, turning into black ash and dissipating. Count Yuka didn't run far before forcibly transforming back into human form. At this moment, Count Yuka's face was aged, and his skin was full of wrinkles, like an old man whose life was about to come to an end. The appearance of black spots on the skin indicates a significant reduction in the body's self-healing ability, and the body, eroded by the virus, begins to gradually decay. Blood, I need blood. Count Yuka had gone mad. Bayu came to him and cut him in half at the waist. Dark magic eroded his body and soul, and Count Yuka gradually lost his life in the struggle. Bayu extinguished the flames on Count Yuka's body, leaving the corpse intact. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully defeating the level 1 vampire count. You have gained 300 experience points. How is this possible? Yi Liang, who was watching from a distance, witnessed Bayu kill 2 king-level opponents and was filled with disbelief. Seeing Count Yuka die, Yi Liang fled without hesitation. He hadn't dared to run when Count Yuka was alive, but now he had no such worries. Yi Liang's escape was discovered by Bayu, but Bayu ignored him. The two were too far apart, and Bayu had already consumed too much magic power just by maintaining the death domain. Bayu's flying skills are not yet proficient. She mostly relies on floating in the air and then using teleportation to move. Anyway, Yi Liang can run away, but the temple can't. Bayu needs to deal with the current situation first, and then familiarize herself with the use of her abilities. Bayu withdrew his domain, landed slowly, and came to the place where he had buried the divine spark. He kicked away the soil and took out the divine spark. Inchi saw that Bayu had defeated his opponent. She quickly ran over. Wow, Bayu, that's cool. But your domain looks a bit evil. Because the dead are originally a group of inanimate objects. Bayu looked at the battlefield between the undead and the werewolves. At this moment, the werewolves' bloodlust buff had disappeared, and they were somewhat exhausted. Bayu didn't want to do things personally that the undead could handle. After all, the werewolf couldn't escape. Inchi seemed to understand something. Her ability was inherited from the Icefield White Tiger clan. If Bayu was the queen of the dead, it didn't seem wrong that her ability was the ability of the dead. Bayu killed 2 king-level enemies. They were automatically summoned within Bayu's domain. 5 minutes have passed, and the summoning is still not complete. Bayu's intermediate-level necromancy summoning magic can now allow her to choose which undead to summon, unlike before when she could only summon randomly. However, the maximum level for skeletons, zombies, and ghosts is only commander level. King-level corpses will not summon these 3 types of undead. Bayu chose to summon the 2 king-level corpses into a necromancer and a lich, respectively. They are small in size, agile, highly capable in combat, and intelligent, making them the best choice. Bayu finally understood the classification of magic. She had never understood the difference between the 3rd and intermediate levels before, but it turned out that the most basic magic had 9 levels, and only after the 9th level came intermediate, advanced, and forbidden spells. Thinking about it this way, Bayu was actually quite lucky back then, with a mid-level fire magic book. From 1 to 9 only grants you 1 skill. It's essentially the beginner level. Now you don't have to worry about the dangers of the snow mountain, but you still have to be careful. If you beat up the younger one, The older one will come and cause trouble. Baiyu reminded Shi from the side that now that the divine essence has been born, the snow mountain is in chaos and will never be called a forbidden area again. Don't worry, once I get back I'll just sleep, I'll advance to the king level, and I'll be the boss of the snow mountain. Shi said, hands on her hips. Baiyu glanced at the system time again. 15 minutes had passed since the mage died. Finally, the figure of a necromancer emerged from the corpse of the mage in the distance. Baiyu couldn't understand why summoning a king-level being was so slow. Kill it, Baiyu said to the necromancer. The werewolf was already on the verge of death, and now that a king-level necromancer has suddenly joined the fray, the werewolf is doomed. You got all these undead from this place. She suddenly felt a little envious of these alien races. No wonder Baiyu was willing to take such a big risk. The reward was 3 times the return. Of course. Baiyu then looked at the system panel. The king-level necromancer possessed mid-level bone magic and 9th-level summoning magic, making him quite powerful. The necromancer waved his magic staff, and instantly countless bone spikes surged around the werewolf, piercing it and locking it firmly in place. The werewolf howled in agony. Not only had its bloodlust vanished, but the wolf shadow behind it was also collapsing. The entire wolf was incredibly weak. Now, bound by the king-level necromancer who had suddenly joined the battle, it could only await its death. You'll learn the consequences of offending the mountain peaks. Before dying, the werewolf threatened Baiyu, trying desperately to twist its head, its eyes filled with malice as it looked at Baiyu. Baiyu isn't afraid at all now. All the werewolves are dead, not a single one is alive. Once the summoning and disintegration are complete, a single fire will burn everything, leaving nothing behind. Even the dogs atop the mountains won't be able to smell anything. Baiyu ignored the werewolf's threat and didn't even refute it. Who would waste words on a werewolf that was about to die? As the necromancer's bone magic drained the werewolf's blood and dismembered it, the werewolf was declared dead. Baiyu cast a summoning spell on it, and then left it alone, letting the undead clean up the battlefield. Baiyu had considered summoning other king-level creatures, but after thinking about it, he realized that the bone dragons, ghost dragons, and even undead like zombie titans were all too large. Baiyu's idea was to allow them to pass through the portal, which would greatly help the dwarves in their war effort. Meanwhile, necromancers are essential for massing troops, so Baiyu also plans to summon a necromancer for the last king-level corpse. 2 necromancers, 1 lich. Chapter 169, Cleaning Up the Battlefield. Do you want some of this food? Baiyu had the undead decompose the werewolf and vampire corpses, which dropped some elite food. No, there's no danger now. They're not pets. Go find food yourself. Shi declined Baiyu's offer. We're tigers, not cats. It's not like we need someone to raise us. Since Shi didn't want it, Baiyu simply put it away. Baiyu's ability to decompose corpses directly baffled Shi. She only saw Baiyu tap the air, and the corpses turned into food on their own. The abilities of these alien races are truly bizarre. Perfect timing. Now Baiyu has 3 more king-level combatants, so it seems she won't need to personally gain points anymore. Baiyu told the 3 king-level undead the location of Yi Liang's castle. Go and kill him. Yes, your majesty. 2 necromancers and a lich flew off toward the snow-capped mountains. Baiyu thought about it and decided to hurry, otherwise it would be bad if Long Jie and his group stole the kills. Looking at the skeletal remains and undead corpses scattered across the battlefield, and considering the numerous unread messages from the system, Baiyu estimated that at least 3,000 undead had died in this battle. Baiyu gained 3 king-level combatants in return, making this a huge profit. At least the snow-capped mountains are no longer dangerous, and have become Baiyu's backyard. The undead no longer need to cower in the castle, they can now develop in peace. Baiyu finally disassembled the 3 king-level corpses, but nothing strange dropped. They were still just magic crystals and spirit cores. However, the vampire dropped the rapier, which was a king-level weapon, but its attributes were not strong when used normally, and it required absorbing blood, which was obviously exclusive to the vampire clan. This is the first time Baiyu has obtained a king-level weapon, not counting his own scythe. The exchange had no record of trading king-level weapons, and Baiyu didn't know how to price them, so he just randomly set a price of 10,000 magic crystals and listed them without the exchange's approval. Baiyu stood in the center of the battlefield, and black flames instantly ignited around him, burning the bloodstains on the ground and the corpses of the undead to ashes. After cleaning up the battlefield, Baiyu assured everyone that no one would be able to find a trace of it before he felt relieved. Baiyu then looked at the withered tree spirit that had been affected by his domain. Looking at the system information, Baiyu found that there was nothing particularly outstanding about it. The undead is called the Ghost Face Tree, with a maximum level of commander. It moves slowly and usually disguises itself as an ordinary dead tree. It only awakens when an enemy approaches and then attacks the enemy. Similar to gargoyles that turn into statues, but much weaker. Baiyu felt that this thing was good at scaring people, but it would be a bit difficult for it to kill enemies. Alright, everything is settled now. Baiyu should return to the castle. Baiyu looked at the divine spark in his hand and felt that it might still be useful in the future, so he decided to keep it for now. After all, this broken glass ball was quite hard. Baiyu, are you leaving? Inchi looked at Baiyu, who was walking over, and asked. Well, we can't just stay here forever. My castle is right ahead. Would you like to come and take a look? Baiyu saw that Inshi's expression was one of struggle, as if she really wanted to go. Having grown up in the far north, Inchi was very curious about everything outside. No, I don't know how my people are doing. I need to settle them down first, and then find a place to begin my slumber. Inchi finally made up her mind. Baiyu had already advanced to the king level, which made her feel very unbalanced. She could become stronger just by sleeping. Alright, there are undead all around. Just ask anyone, and it will find me. I haven't properly thanked you yet, thanks to you this time. If Inchi hadn't used spatial magic to switch the objects, Baiyu would have given up. After all, running up to 3 king-level beings was too dangerous. It was practically suicide. You're welcome, it's a piece of cake. I know that you alien races all live in that big castle. As she spoke, Inchi looked ahead, but her view stretched straight into the dark forest, where there was only flat land and no castle in sight. Alright, stop looking. My castle has special methods that prevent it from being seen. Lianxue, who was on the top floor of Baiyu Castle, witnessed the entire battle. From fear to worry, then joy, and finally shock, Zhao Lianxue's face displayed more than a dozen expressions in just over 20 minutes. Baiyu spoke urgently, immediately requesting to summon all the undead. Zhao Lianxue knew that Baiyu often went out, but this was the first time she had encountered such an emergency. Fortunately, they successfully weathered the crisis and their strength increased significantly. 3 king-level warriors battling more than 20,000 undead was still shocking Zhao Lianxue. Only then did Zhao Lianxue realize that Baiyu had hundreds of commander-level units, while she was just a level 9 ordinary unit. The undead were returning one after another, and Zhao Lianxue also arrived at the castle grounds. Baiyu and Inchi are saying goodbye. I'm leaving now. Inchi waved to Baiyu, then suddenly remembered something. Baiyu, we're friends now, right? Baiyu nodded, and Inchi smiled happily, revealing 2 small tiger teeth. This was the first friend she had made. By the way, can humans distinguish between different races? Inchi looked at Baiyu with curiosity. She had always longed for human society. As for alien races, Baiyu was the first alien she had ever met. She had only heard about them before and had never actually seen one. Baiyu thought for a moment and concluded that, without revealing their abilities and excluding cultural differences, there was no difference between the alien race and the native human race. Among these lords were also Westerners and Negroes. Of course, there are also people of Asian descent in the magical continent, but they are mostly of Western descent. From the appearance alone, you can't tell if they're just changing clothes. After all, the lords wore modern clothes, which were quite different from the classical Gothic style of the native humans. Then come with me to visit the human society sometime. Okay. Inchi left, transforming into a white tiger and flying towards the snow-capped mountains. Baiyu also led his undead to return to the castle. This time, Baiyu has been promoted to the king level, and he no longer needs to cower in the face of the Firebeard clan dwarves. It's just the right time to use the fallen undead to make up for it. Baiyu planned to send over 10,000 undead troops, 5,000 Air Force units, and 5,000 Death Knights. Of course, the most indispensable element is the Necromancer. After the 3 undead eliminate Yi Liang, a king-level Necromancer will be sent over. Baiyu has adapted to her abilities and can now fly freely. Baiyu's flight relies on dark elements, similar to teleportation. Unless one is born with the ability to fly, using magic to fly requires consuming magic power. It feels so good to be able to fly. Baiyu finally gained the ability to fly that she had always longed for. It's just that it flies very slowly without the blessing of the death domain, but Baiyu is still very satisfied, since she still has teleportation. On the other side, the 3 king-level undead also flew away from the Snow Mountain range, and Yi Liang's castle appeared in their field of vision. 3 undead floated in midair, and one of the necromancers spoke in a hoarse voice. Is this the place your majesty is referring to? Chapter 170 Ambush and Kill Yiliang. Long Jie needed to summon additional troops from the Snow Mountain, and coincidentally, he witnessed a dramatic change in the Snow Mountain. But Long Jie didn't know why the Snow Mountain had an earthquake. He only saw a blue beam of light shoot straight into the sky and then disappear in an instant. After summoning his troops in the Snowy Mountain, Long Jie planned to leave, and he also informed the other members of the alliance. As a result, Long Jie, who was located on the edge of the Snow Mountain, happened to see 3 undead flying towards Yiliang's castle. He knew that by Yu's humanoid undead possessed intelligence. Could it be that this undead lord has some connection with this traitor? If they weren't worried about the Gata Empire's army, they would have immediately come to kill Yiliang when the rankings were announced. Long Jie found a relatively good spot on the snow-capped mountain, from which he could see Yiliang's castle in the distance. Long Jie wanted to observe the activities at Yiliang's castle, since Yiliang was now a traitor, and there would definitely be local forces inside. There are only 3 undead. They couldn't possibly be here to kill Yiliang. Long Jie glanced at the leaderboard again, still uncertain. Baiyu's name was still green, which reassured him. If Baiyu had become a traitor, she might frantically search for them for this event, which would be troublesome. But Long Jie soon saw that 3 undead launched an attack directly at Yiliang's castle from the air. Long Jie couldn't believe it. 3 undead people wanted to kill Yiliang? The vampire headquarters is far from the Snow Mountain, and the vampires scattered in various strongholds are only at the commander level. A commander-level vampire can't stop a king-level one. However, at this time, only Count Yuka and his group know that Yiliang has submitted to the vampire. Even if they send a vampire to send Yiliang's blood back, it will take less than a day. Given the speed of a commander-level vampire, it's too late to get back to the family. Commander-level vampires left by Count Yuka and his own troops. Yiliang was surprised that Baiyu did not come in person, but only sent 3 undead, without bringing any other troops. He was even more surprised that all 3 undead were king-level. The 3 king-level beings exerted immense pressure on Yiliang, leaving him no choice but to grit his teeth and fight to the death. All the vampires swarmed up and flew into the sky. A full 1,000 vampires, including 10 commanders, surrounded and attacked the 3 undead. Yiliang could only pray that the undead summoned by Baiyu using the corpse of a king-level being were weaker than the real king-level beings. After all, Yiliang had personally witnessed Baiyu summon over 20,000 undead, and even when hundreds of commander-level beings surrounded 3 king-level beings, they still couldn't kill them. The necromancer instantly unleashed his domain, causing countless white bones to pierce out of the vampires' bodies and suck their blood. More than 1,000 vampires wouldn't be enough to deal with 1 king-level vampire, let alone 3. The necromancer's bone domain instantly killed all the ordinary-level vampires in the vicinity the moment it was released. The slain vampires were all transformed into various undead and launched attacks on other vampires. Yiliang felt a chill run down his spine. This kind of king-level enemy cannot be won by sheer numbers. The more units he had, the more undead the enemy would summon. Strictly speaking, these undead are also a kind of magician, which means they are very fragile. Yiliang could kill them if he got close. After all, vampire blood can kill necromancers, so Yiliang immediately commanded all the commander-level vampires to attack the necromancer. Focus fire to take down one first. The vampires used their speed advantage to dodge the bone attacks in the air, trying to get close to the necromancer. However, they overlooked the lich. Although the lich is also a mage, it has certain melee capabilities compared to the necromancer. After all, the lich's upper limit is the monarch level, while the necromancer's upper limit is only the emperor level. The lich also uses bone magic, but its domain is not a bone domain, but a skeleton domain. A massive ice wall suddenly appeared, blocking the path of all the vampires. The ice wall shattered, and countless enormous bone spikes simultaneously pierced towards all the vampires. Just as vampire blood can kill the undead, the bone magic of liches and necromancers can also kill vampires. Yiliang and the group of vampires dared not be hit by the bone spikes, otherwise they would surely die, so they all dodged in all directions. Countless white bones floated in the air, forming a giant bone dragon covered in frost. With a roar, the dragon launched an attack on the vampires. Countless skeleton archers appeared on the ground, their arrows being thin, long bone spikes, all aimed at the vampires in the sky. The skeleton archers' arrows burn with blue flames, and any vampire struck by them will instantly turn to ashes. This is the lich's domain, where it can control and utilize all bones, and even create undead to command. But these are all temporary. After all, the souls of the undead summoned by the Lich belong to the Lich, and when the domain dissipates, these undead also disappear. To summon them, a Lich must use skeleton magic, but this requires corpses. Since the necromancers have already summoned the corpses, the Lich can only use a domain to summon these temporary minions out of thin air. Of course, bone dragons are not currently within the summoning range of king-level Liches. Liches can only summon all variant skeletons at present. Necromancers and Liches are the least afraid of overwhelming numbers. Yi Liang was somewhat desperate. This king-level Lich was even more troublesome than the other two necromancers. In a short time, nearly 1,000 vampires were all killed and turned into 2,000 undead by the necromancer. Only Yi Liang and a few commander-level vampires were left struggling. Lung Jie, who was secretly watching from afar, was completely dumbfounded. How could 3 undead possibly defeat nearly 1,000 vampires? But the truth is, in less than 10 minutes, nearly 1,000 vampires were all killed instantly by the 3 undead. A terrifying thought popped into Lung Jie's mind. Could there be a king-level being among these undead? The king-level general of the human empire, Lung Jie, immediately shook his head. Miles could never do that. All 3 are at the king level. Lung Jie was taken aback, because he was too far away to see the domains of the 3 undead. He could only see them constantly summoning and controlling bones and frost. Lung Jie immediately fled the snow mountain with the snow maiden he had just summoned and informed the alliance members of this major discovery. On the other side, Zhao Lianxue was already waiting for Bai Yu at the castle. Zhao Lianxue unexpectedly discovered a traitor outside the Baiyan Mountains, but the distance was a bit far. 3 king-level monsters are currently surrounding and killing Yi Liang, so Bai Yu decides to go there personally. Bai Yu arranged for the undead to be placed in the Baiyan Mountains. He and Zhao Lianxue also traveled to the other side through a portal. Chapter 171, Yet Another Traitor. Tell me about the traitor. Bai Yu didn't expect to discover a traitorous lord so quickly. With only 7 days, and the lords being too far apart, by the last day, the number 1 on the leaderboard wouldn't have many points. After all, the location of the castle is fixed, and the magical continent is so vast. Where are they going to find so many traitorous lords? It's far from the White Rock Mountains. The ghosts detected it using the system. That traitor has sided with the dwarves, and is most likely a member of the Firebeard clan. Zhao Lianxue and Bai Yu talked as they walked toward the castle. How can you be sure they've sided with the dwarves? Bai Yu was somewhat puzzled. Although this was the territory of the Firebeard clan of the Dwarf Kingdom, the White Rock Mountains were on the edge, and it was not impossible for other races to be there. Because the ghosts discovered a dwarven city near this traitorous lord. Zhao Lianxue explained to Bai Yu, who was also taken aback. To be honest, after being in the magical continent for so long, Bai Yu had never seen what civilized society looked like. Different races have different lifestyles, and these humanoid races all have their own civilizations. Even the weaker ones will band together to build cities and live together. That makes you realize that Lord was really unlucky. He was another lord forced to submit. However, being born near a city of another race means they are already incredibly lucky to have survived. Boss, should we summon the undead to take him down? Zhao Lianxue asked Bai Yu, but for Bai Yu, even a 5th-tier lord with only 1 point was not someone to be let go. After all, no one knows how many traitorous lords they can find in these 7 days. No need, I can go by myself. Since there's a dwarven city nearby, bringing undead would be too conspicuous. Besides, Bai Yu is now a king-level being, and you can't hold him back without tens of thousands of troops. Going alone is the safest option. Then you must be careful, boss. Bai Yu nodded, mounted the Griffin. Of the 2 commander-level Griffins, only this one remained. Bai Yu had originally considered taking Zhao Lianxue with him, as there was a chance of obtaining an auxiliary military camp, but the distance was too far and the variables were too great. After much thought, he realized that the lord who sided with the dwarves could only have a powerful army, so Bai Yu gave up on that idea, figuring that acting alone would be more flexible. Bai Yu set off on his Griffin, donning a black robe beforehand to conceal his face. After all, Bai Yu's white hair was too conspicuous. On the other side, Yi Liang was covered in wounds, his left arm hanging limply at his sides, and a penetrating wound on his right shoulder was bleeding profusely and unable to heal. All the vampires were killed by the undead, leaving only Yi Liang struggling to hold on. Yi Liang looked at the 3 king-level beings with a blank expression, seemingly lost in thought. He was surrounded by more than 2,000 undead. Even if the vampire escorting Yi Liang's blood dies halfway through, and Yi Liang becomes a free man. He can't escape even if he abandons the castle, because the 3 undead received Bai Yu's order to kill Yi Liang. They don't care whether Yi Liang is a free man or a traitor. Yi Liang and Bai Yu were enemies from the very beginning, from their first meeting to the later killing of the Frost Demon Wolf. Their cooperation was merely for their own benefit, and Bai Yu simply kept his promise. Now that the two sides have been assigned opposing identities by the system, and Bai Yu has dealt with the forces on the Snow Mountain, there is no reason for Bai Yu not to come and kill him. If it were Yi Liang himself, he would have done the same. The strange thing is that Yi Liang should have moved and fled as soon as his castle was discovered, instead of continuing to fight with the surrounding forces. In just a few days, Yi Liang was no longer qualified to fight Bai Yu. Her troops were enough to easily wipe him out. The Elemental Alliance, the Gata Empire, and Bai Yu. Each of these 3 forces wants to kill Yi Liang, but Yi Liang can't defeat any of them. In the end, not only did he fail to escape, but he also attracted a werewolf lord. The two fought a great battle, and then he was discovered by Count Yuka and forced to submit. Now he is besieged by the undead and faces death. Everything is predestined, nothing is up to us. Perhaps this is fate. Yi Liang has come to terms with reality. Only now, facing death, does he realize that he feels no fear, but rather a sense of calm. He never thought about fighting for supremacy among all races. He just wanted to survive in this strange world. Really bad at games, so being a corporate slave is probably the best fit for me. Yi Liang's mangled body was instantly pierced by the Lich's bone magic, and his blood and life were rapidly draining away. Yi Liang felt dizzy and blood was gushing from his mouth. With difficulty, he raised his head and looked at the 3 undead in the distance, and then laughed. Finally, I can exit the game. Yi Liang turned to ashes and vanished. As Yi Liang died, his castle began to shake violently, then collapsed, and finally turned into complete ruins. The undead don't need to worry about the supplies, because the resources in the warehouses of the slain lords will be directly counted and then transferred to Bai Yu's warehouse. Servants transformed from his blood also disappeared, leaving no trace of their bodies. Only a few scattered vampire corpses summoned from the barracks remained. You now is to summon the undead. As for the resources obtained from dismantling corpses, they are basically negligible, unless they are corpses of commander level or above. The Lich and 2 necromancers left with more than 2,000 undead, taking with them the corpses of the several commander-level vampires. Bai Yu also received a system notification in the air, informing her that the 3 undead had completed their mission and were returning to the castle. There are still 2,000 undead left. It seems that choosing to summon the necromancer was the right decision. A king-level necromancer can summon undead simply by releasing a domain, so it seems that Bai Yu will no longer need to personally handle the task of summoning undead. Now that's how a queen should act. Bai Yu instructed Zhao Lianxue to send a king-level necromancer to guard the White Rock Mountains, so that it could lead the undead to protect the castle's safety when Bai Yu is not around. As for the other necromancer and lich, they were naturally stationed at Bai Yu's own castle. The safety of the main base was the most important thing. Bai Yu, riding a griffin, glanced at the spoils of war obtained from killing Yi Liang, a special building blueprint, a blood pool, a vampire core, and some ordinary loot. This special building is completely useless. It's used to summon vampires. As for the vampire core, it's somewhat interesting. It can transform humans into vampires, but it doesn't have a bloodline as advanced as Yi Liang's. Is this a vampire collection gift pack? Bai Yu glanced at it and decided to leave it in the warehouse for now and deal with it when she got back. Bai Yu felt that no normal person would want to become a vampire. Perhaps it would be a temptation for those weak lords, but Bai Yu would never let Sun Xiaoxiao and Zhao Lianxue become vampires. Chapter 172, The Unfortunate One. Bai Yu rode the griffin away from the Baiyan Mountains and flew deeper into the grassland. High in the sky, Bai Yu looked down at the boundless grassland. Along the way, he saw several dwarven fortresses that he had destroyed before, but he didn't know what they were guarding. It was somewhat like a small settlement of dwarves, and as Bai Yu ventured deeper, these dwarf fortresses became more and more numerous. Bai Yu flew north for another 2 hours, and the outline of a city gradually came into view. The Traitor was in the northwest of the dwarven city. Bai Yu jumped down from the sky and chose to walk there. Griffins were too conspicuous in the air and would be easily spotted by the dwarves in the city. Dressed in a wide black robe, Bai Yu fell straight down from the sky like a ghost. Before landing, dark elements surged around Bai Yu, slowing him down and allowing him to land smoothly. The griffins in the sky flew backward, following Bayu's orders to circle around to the Traitor's castle from a distance to meet Bayu. Bayu looked at the dwarven city in the distance. This was his first time encountering a city-state in the magical continent, and he was filled with curiosity about it. However, due to the distance, Bayu couldn't see very clearly. He could only see that the city was built on a raised hill, surrounded by tall walls made of white rock, and the city was enveloped by a transparent protective shield. There is a moat surrounding the city, and the city gate is built over the moat. The area outside the city is empty, except for some dwarves patrolling the city walls. The defense looks very lax. Bayu guesses it's probably because of the remote location. This city looks a lot like an ancient city, but the style is a bit different. Bayu remembered that the closer to the city, the more dwarven fortresses there were, which must be a defensive tactic used by the dwarves. Centered around the city, numerous dwarven fortresses provide scattered protection. Bayu had to admire the ghosts' efficiency. They could find them even from so far away. Their unlimited stamina was truly impressive, working day and night without stopping. Bayu pulled down the brim of her hat to cover her face, and her figure disappeared from the spot. To the northwest of the dwarf city, there is a castle that is not very large, situated on the grassland, some distance from the dwarf city. Aside from the castle and the dwarf city, the surrounding area was all endless grassland, but at this moment, a large number of dwarves had gathered outside the castle, as if they were waiting for something. Bayu approached from the rear of the castle, using the outer wall as cover to observe the group of dwarves. Bayu could tell at a glance that this castle was a low-level castle, and his heart sank. Judging from the castle's level, Bayu also realized that the lord was most likely a 5th-tier lord. Never mind, 1 point is still 1 point, and even a mosquito bite is still meat. Bayu peeked out and looked at the dwarves gathered at the castle gate. There were about 30 dwarves in the group, and several horse harnesses were set up at the castle gate to hold the magical beasts or horses that the dwarves had ridden over. The most outrageous thing was that Bayu also saw a dwarf in armor standing at the castle gate, collecting money. Bayu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? At this moment, a dwarf walked out of the castle with satisfaction, greeted the dwarves around him with a smile, and went to the horse harness to prepare to ride away. The group of dwarves were chattering away, and Bayu, hiding to the side, couldn't quite hear what they were saying. Bayu had observed the area before coming and noticed that no dwarves were rushing towards them. Bayu looked back uncertainly and confirmed that there was indeed no one there. Bayu acted swiftly and decisively, instantly unleashing his frost domain. The group of dwarves at the castle gate were instantly frozen in ice the moment they saw Bayu, dressed in black robes, appear. Human mage? The armored dwarf at the castle gate was taken aback. How could a human mage possibly appear here? It's not wrong that Bayu's attire and frost magic led the dwarves to mistake her for a human mage. The armored dwarf cried out in alarm before being frozen by Bayu in despair. These dwarves were just ordinary level creatures. Bayu released his domain and instantly killed them all, turning more than 30 dwarves, including their mounts, into ice sculptures. Bayu withdrew his domain and walked into the castle. The ice sculptures behind him shattered, and the dwarves turned into pieces without even letting out a scream. Bayu walked into the castle. The courtyard was empty. Bayu pushed open the door and entered the castle. Just then, a dwarf came down from upstairs, and Bayu immediately froze him in ice. He then walked past the dwarf's corpse and went upstairs. The second floor has 2 neatly arranged rooms on both sides. At this moment, a woman walked out of one of the open rooms. Golden hair, blue eyes, delicate face, 2 pointed ears, and a dirty outfit that looked a little small. This isn't human. In an instant, Bayu thought of a name, elves. The elf, with red and swollen eyes, limped downstairs, its face expressionless as it passed Bayu, as if it were a dead person. Bayu's expression was somewhat unpleasant, and an ominous premonition welled up in her heart. Bayu continued walking forward. As Bayu ventured deeper, the entire corridor was filled with shameful sounds, and Bayu knew without a doubt what these dwarves were there to do. Teeth. Ugh. At this moment, a sound coming from a nearby room caught Bayu's attention. Bayu could tell that the lord of the castle must be inside. Bayu kicked the door open, and what came into view was a dwarf kneeling there. Bayu casually pierced the dwarf with an ice spike, freezing him instantly. The dwarf's corpse fell to the ground, and Bayu also saw the human woman, who was about 20 years old and from the Sakura kingdom. She had a collar around her neck connected to a chain, which restricted her movement to the bed. How are they any different from livestock, these damn dwarfs? Upon seeing the dwarf killed, she immediately leaned over the bed and vomited. Then, upon seeing Bayu in a black robe, She reflexively used the robe beside her to shield herself. Thank you, thank you. The panicked woman's face turned an unhealthy red, and she seemed to realize that it was the black-robed man in front of her who had killed the dwarf. But her face remained ashen. She had no idea when this would end, and she couldn't even bring herself to commit suicide. May I have your name? A pleasant female voice came from within the black robe, which made her relax her guard slightly, and tears welled up in her swollen eyes again. My name is Borobudiai. Please, please kill me. The woman was agitated and tugged at the chain around her neck, making a sound as she struggled. Bayu looked at the scene before her, her heart filled with mixed feelings. The castle crystal was the Lord's life. Her castle was here, and now she was forced to become a traitor. She was also a lord with a tragic fate. All the traitors Bayu encountered were forced into it. Almost none of them voluntarily submitted to the local forces. Bayu now understood that rather than the system deliberately targeting the traitors, it was more accurate to say that the system was helping them find a way out. Seeing her like this was worse than death for Bayu. I've come to free you. Don't be afraid. We're going home. Chapter 173 Firebeard Clan Intelligence. Bayu took off his hat and stepped forward. The woman smiled, without a trace of fear in her eyes. Bayu ended her life decisively and walked out of the room. Her troops are probably elves. Once the newbie protection period ends, she will likely be controlled by the dwarves in the city, and then her castle will become a place for the dwarves to vent their lust. They even started a business here. It's disgusting. Bayu stood in the corridor. As she died, the castle began to shake violently. All the dwarves in the room rushed out in a panic and saw Bayu at the end of the corridor. Bayu's pupils emitted a blue light, and in an instant, all the dwarves in the entire corridor burst into flames, collapsing to the ground and howling in agony. As the castle collapsed, they were completely buried. Bayu didn't try to save the elves. She simply let them be free. Bayu dragged a dwarf outside the castle and threw him to the ground. The pain of the black flames burning his soul was unbearable. Tell me about the intelligence on the cities to the southeast. Bayu's cold voice came from within the black robe. The flames on the dwarf's body were extinguished, and he immediately knelt down and kowtowed frantically to Bayu. The perception of dwarves as honest and loyal is not entirely accurate nowadays. These nobles have become corrupt, and as with any intelligent being, none can escape the allure of power. I'll talk. Please, esteemed magician, spare my life. The dwarf had a ferocious appearance, his face covered in large beads of sweat, and the incompleteness of his soul made him extremely weak. The city is called Amon, and it is ruled by the youngest son of Chief Firebeard. There are 20,000 dwarf soldiers stationed in the city. Wait a minute. The city Bayu saw earlier wasn't small, so how come it only had 20,000 dwarf soldiers? Such a large city with only 20,000 people? Bayu asked in disbelief, clearly not believing the dwarf's words. Black flames surged from his hands, startling the dwarf into kowtowing. My lord, please calm down. My lord, please calm down. I did not lie. My lord, you do not know that this city of Amon is located on the edge of the tribe, far from the battlefield. At the same time, the chieftain dotes on this youngest son, so he arranged for him to be stationed here. Because it is relatively safe here, only 20,000 people are stationed here. The rest of the dwarves in the city are all civilians. The dwarf hurriedly explained to Bayu in a panic that he did not want to endure that kind of pain a second time. So that's how it is. The Firebeard clan is still embroiled in internal strife with other clans, vying for the throne. Fearing for the safety of their youngest son, they arranged for him to be sent here. How many members does the Firebeard clan have? The number of nobles is less than 10,000, but if you include the army and civilians, it may be close to 1 million. There is no specific count. The dwarf didn't even dare to look up at Bayu. He could only tell from her voice that she was a human female mage. Bayu then extracted some more information from the dwarf, learning about the surrounding area. The highest combat power in the city is at the king level, but the dwarf doesn't know exactly how many there are or what level they are. The dwarfs that Bayu encountered in the White Rock Mountains were all sent by the second son of this clan leader. Iron or mining in the White Rock Mountains and the dwarven fortresses were all brought under the control of Oman. The Firebeard clan has 7 cities and countless dwarven fortresses, with most of its forces engaged in battles with other clans on the front lines. Bayu didn't know the exact strength of these clan leaders, but the deceased dwarf king had reached the emperor level. Bayu estimated that these clan leaders were at most high-ranking kings. Otherwise, they would have rebelled long ago and wouldn't have needed to wait until the dwarf king's death to begin. As a mid-level race in the magical continent, the dwarves are not very strong, so they are not too difficult for Bayu at the moment. Just to be on the safe side, Baiyu wanted to play it safe. Although the undead could massacre armies, Baiyu couldn't just slaughter these dwarven civilians. Moreover, there's a world of difference between a level 1 king and a level 9 king. Baiyu wasn't that confident. The White Rock Mountains are quite far from Amon City, and Baiyu doesn't believe that there wouldn't be teleportation arrays or something similar between the technologically advanced city-states of the dwarves. If they can't take Amon City in one fell swoop, they will definitely face follow-up support from the Firebeard clan. Baiyu envisioned entrusting the management of Zhao Lianshua's dwarves to provide a continuous supply of logistics and resources for Baiyu and the others' castle. Let's put it on hold for now and deal with it when we're stronger. This week, our main targets will be the Traitors. Baiyu had already silently designated the dwarves as his first rival in the battle for supremacy among all races. Baiyu dealt with the dwarf, then disposed of the body to cover his tracks, and whistled loudly. The Griffin circling high in the sky immediately flew down, and Baiyu appeared on its back, riding it back towards the White Rock Mountains. Baiyu also noted down the approximate location along the way, so that he could take action in the future. However, he estimated that it wouldn't be long before the clan chief's second son would send dwarves to the White Rock Mountains again, since Baiyu had killed quite a few of his people. Baiyu opened the leaderboard and saw that his current score was 8, which directly surpassed the Traitor Lord with 7 points, and made him number 1. It seems that rising in the rankings was easier than Baiyu had imagined. Lianshua's castle until the sky had completely darkened. Boss, it seems everything went smoothly. We weren't discovered by the dwarves in that city, were we? Zhao Lianshua had been watching the leaderboard. A few hours ago, she noticed that Baiyu's points had increased, so she knew that she had already defeated him. That traitor was also a pitiful person. I gave her a break. As for that dwarven city, I will destroy it soon. Baiyu casually remarked this without going into too much detail, hoping that Zhao Lianshua and Sun Xiaoxiao would never realize the cruelty of the magical continent. That necromancer is a king-level being, so you don't need to worry about safety here for now. In the next few days, continue to have the undead search for the traitor. Baiyu waved her hand and walked towards the portal. The presence of a king-level necromancer gave Zhao Lianshua a great sense of security. Her castle was located deep within the White Rock Mountains, making it indeed very safe at the moment. Zhao Lianshua will stay here temporarily to manage the dwarves and gather intelligence. The king-level necromancer has taken over from the previous level 6 commander-level necromancer and is now stationed here. Firstly, it can manage the undead, and secondly, it can be responsible for castle security and troop production. I'm leaving this place to you. Yes, your majesty. Baiyu stepped through the portal and returned to his castle. He casually removed his black robe. The disguise seemed quite effective, fooling only humans who could easily see through it. Arthur, John, Lenny. The three of you should focus on developing your character and accumulating experience points during this time. Baiyu then addressed the three races' kings, saying that only when they reached the upper limit of the god realm and advanced to the king level would they be Baiyu's greatest help. Meanwhile, the search for traitors in the surrounding area couldn't stop. Baiyu used the iron ingots she had collected that day to upgrade her town to level 4. She collected the 10,000 magic crystals she got from selling Count Yuka's king-level weapon from the exchange. She also fed Little Ice a little. Today's task has been successfully completed. Baiyu took a nice shower and went to her bedroom to go to sleep. Chapter 174 Sun Xiaoxiao's Departure. Time, 6 o'clock. Baiyu woke up on time and started getting dressed and washing up. She didn't check the world chat when she was selling king-level weapons last night, unaware that Baiyu's orders for king-level weapons had shocked many lords. Selling king-level weapons means that this lord has the strength to kill a king-level enemy. However, most lords still chose not to believe it. After all, it had only been a short time. How could any lord have developed so quickly? Aside from the 5 members of the Elemental Alliance who firmly believed it, because Lung Jie had witnessed it firsthand, Baiyu's current strength was far more exaggerated than those lords had imagined. Baiyu felt that things might be a bit calmer in the next couple of days. The trouble in the Snow Mountain was over, and the traitors wouldn't be so easy to find. She arrived at the barracks, ready to summon her troops. On the other side, in Sun Xiaoxiao's castle, Sun Xiaoxiao killed a monster with a single blow, instantly filling up her level 9 experience points. Sun Xiaoxiao successfully advanced to the commander level. She rode a little yellow cloud into the sky, waiting for the breakthrough to be completed. Each breakthrough takes time to complete and cannot be achieved immediately. Sun Xiaoxiao doesn't know why. Sometimes, one may even experience weakness in the limbs. Sun Xiaoxiao got up early today, and this was the first time she had gone out to fight monsters with double attribute bonuses at midnight. Because she had been at the ordinary level 9 for a long time, she finally clearly felt yesterday that she was about to break through. I couldn't wait to take my Warcraft characters out to fight monsters early this morning, and as expected, we leveled up after killing just one monster. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiaoxiao was promoted to commander before Zhao Lianxue. At this moment, Sun Xiaoxiao was a little proud. She had already decided to beat the old hag up when they met again. Thinking of this, she hesitated again. She wanted to go see her family. Now that she was a commander, she had a certain ability to protect herself. She just didn't know how to bring it up with Baiyu. Sun Xiaoxiao also told her cousin Sun Yubao about this, and Sun Xiaoxiao, who had previously thought there was no way out, saw hope again. That means getting Baiyu to form an alliance with them. Then they can go there through the portal, and then dissolve the alliance. Sun Xiaoxiao knew that Baiyu did not have an alliance, and that her cousin only needed one person to temporarily leave the alliance to make room for another. An alliance can be dissolved unilaterally if there is no exchange of resources or personnel between the two parties. However, if there is overlap between them, withdrawal from the alliance requires the consent of both parties. For example, if Baiyu goes to the castle of another lord in the alliance through a portal, the other party cannot unilaterally dissolve the alliance and leave Baiyu there to attack him. If an alliance is simply established and the two parties have no interaction, the alliance can be unilaterally dissolved. These are all things that Sun Xiaoxiao's cousin has personally tested, so even if Sun Xiaoxiao's castle cannot be moved, it can still be moved to her cousin's place. After learning about this method, Sun Xiaoxiao became even more eager to see her family. Sun Xiaoxiao has figured out most of the monsters in the swamp, so even if she's not here, her magical beast shouldn't be in too much trouble. After Sun Xiaoxiao secretly finished using the toilet behind a tree, she gave an instruction to her magical beast and then rode her little yellow cloud towards Baiyu's castle. Whether Baiyu agrees or not, Sun Xiaoxiao has to talk to Baiyu about this. The Goblin Kingdom while searching for the traitor. Judging from the last time the Goblin Shaman was besieged, and the fact that they didn't even pursue Baiyu afterward, the Goblin Kingdom's power should be the weakest among the four. They probably came to the Snow Mountain just to try their luck. Baiyu felt that the Goblin Kingdom was roughly the same size as the Dwarf Kingdom, making it a good target for her next expansion in Martial State. That's why Baiyu wanted to find out their location in advance, since he was on his way to find the traitors and also to look for the Goblin Kingdom. Oh, Sun Xiaoxiao is here. She remembered what Sun Xiaoxiao had said. The next time she came to see her, she would be at the commander level. So she opened the panel to take a look. Not bad. He actually got promoted to commander. Sun Xiaoxiao saw Baiyu in the castle courtyard while she was still in the sky and waved to her. Soon, she landed on the little yellow cloud and came to Baiyu. Sister Bai, I've reached the commander level. Upon meeting, Sun Xiaoxiao immediately shared her joy with Baiyu. Isn't this a sign of great talent? How come you were so weak before? Baiyu also praised Sun Xiaoxiao without reservation, saying that it was already very good for a teenager to have achieved this level. The two chatted for a few more minutes. Sun Xiaoxiao looked preoccupied, and Baiyu could see right through her. Sure enough, she wasn't just there for a casual chat. Under Baiyu's probing, Sun Xiaoxiao quickly revealed that she had found her relatives. After listening, she fell silent for a moment. It was a good thing that Sun Xiaoxiao was able to find her relatives. Are you sure you can trust your cousin? Is he a traitor? Is there any danger over there? Sun Xiaoxiao was deeply moved when she realized that Baiyu's first words were of concern for her. Don't worry, Sister Bai. My cousin Sun Yubao and I have been very close since childhood. He is not a traitor. In addition, he and my father are together in some desert or Gobi. There is no danger there. It is because of that place that they were able to successfully survive the beast tide. Sun Xiaoxiao explained to Baiyu that she understood Baiyu's desire to see her family. After all, being in another world, all alone and helpless, at such a young age, he faced the collapse of his worldview and the cruel slaughter of this other world. It's already quite good that it didn't crash. Okay, I respect your idea, but before that, I need to upgrade your castle to a town and build an attached castle in my town. After you leave, it will be dangerous there without anyone to look after it. Baiyu has 15,000 iron ingots left in his warehouse, not enough for Baiyu to upgrade the town, but just enough for Sun Xiaoxiao to upgrade the town and build an auxiliary castle. She naturally had full control over her subjects. Baiyu directly upgraded Sun Xiaoxiao's castle to a town, established an auxiliary castle within her town, and became neighbors with Zhao Lianxue. Sister Bai, I don't know how to thank you enough. You've been so kind to me. Sun Xiaoxiao felt a lump in her throat. Baiyu not only agreed to let her go find her relatives, but also built her an adjoining castle because she was worried about the castle being unmanaged and attacked. Alright, stop with the mushy talk. Go contact your cousin. I'll have Zhao Lianxue look after your barracks for the time being. Baiyu dismantled Sun Xiaoxiao's special time chamber and built it in her own town. At the same time, she also upgraded her auxiliary barracks to level 9, even surpassing the main castle. Baiyu's thinking was simple. These magical beasts weren't very useful to him, but Sun Xiaoxiao's magical beast barracks were actually quite strong on their own and could be used in conjunction with Zhao Lianxue's dwarves to create a special army. Focusing on Baiyu Castle would make it easier for Zhao Lianxue to move around. She wanted the dwarves to be her logistical support, not to eliminate them. Therefore, in the end, it will definitely be Zhao Lianxue's dwarves who manage the other dwarf races. Sun Xiaoxiao also sent a message to her cousin, while Baiyu summoned her magical beasts to her side, and then sent them all to Zhao Lianxue's castle. Soon, Baiyu received a friend request from a lord named Big Boobs Girl. Sun Yubao knew that Sun Xiaoxiao had submitted to a top-tier bigwig, and that the girl was very kind to her. Therefore, Sun Yubao spoke to Baiyu very politely. It was mostly words of thanks to Baiyu for taking care of Sun Xiaoxiao. From the other person's words, she seemed to sense that they didn't intend to let Sun Xiaoxiao come back. However, this wasn't Sun Xiaoxiao's idea, and Baiyu didn't care. Moreover, even if Sun Xiaoxiao leaves, she will still gain experience points and become stronger as the dwarves work together with the magical beasts to kill enemies. Baiyu didn't abandon Sun Xiaoxiao's warcraft. The two quickly formed an alliance, and Baiyu and Sun Xiaoxiao also came to the portal together, changing the teleportation target from Zhao Lianxue to Sun Yubao. Seeing the portal radiating an orange-red light, Sun Xiaoxiao stopped there, then turned around and hugged Baiyu. Sister Bai, thank you. Baiyu gently patted Sun Xiaoxiao's back. If you encounter any difficulties over there, be sure to tell me. I'm a king-level expert now, very strong. Sun Xiaoxiao nodded, released Baiyu, and walked towards the teleportation portal. Sister Bai, I'm leaving. Chapter 175 Inspired. Baiyu watched as Sun Xiaoxiao's figure completely disappeared into the portal. A short while later, Sun Yubao also sent Baiyu a request to dissolve the alliance. Since Sun Yubao's alliance was already full, it was impossible for him to remain allied with Baiyu indefinitely, so Baiyu clicked agree. The portal reverted to the default object, Zhao Lianxue's castle, and then the portal flickered. Vomit dash. Zhao Lianxue's figure appeared, and then she began to vomit as usual. Boss, you're saying Sun Xiaoxiao left to go find her family? Zhao Lianxue had just received a message from Baiyu, asking her to come and manage Sun Xiaoxiao's magical beasts. Zhao Lianxue asked why, and Baiyu simply said it was to find a relative. Yes, she just left. Baiyu walked towards the door, and Zhao Lianxue followed. That explains why I couldn't teleport earlier. Only then did Zhao Lianxue notice that another small castle had appeared next to her own attached castle, and she knew without a doubt that it belonged to Sun Xiaoxiao. The big boss really takes good care of her. Don't worry, boss. I'm an orphan with no family, so I definitely won't leave. Zhao Lianxue was met with a glare from Baiyu. The monsters wouldn't arrive at Baiyu's castle for a while, and Sun Xiaoxiao had already summoned today's troops. Zhao Lianxue waited idly in the castle, wandering around aimlessly. Baiyu was inspired by Sun Yubao's method. Sun Xiaoxiao said that her cousin was a gamer, and Baiyu didn't think much of it at first. But she didn't expect that he was indeed more quick-witted than ordinary people when he came to the magical continent. The inspiration came from this. Baiyu could form short-term alliances with other lords and use the portal to travel there and deal with the traitors in the vicinity. This was much more flexible than searching on his own and also expanded the search area. Without further ado, with so many lords around, some were bound to discover traitors. Those lords who had traitors nearby but lacked the strength to eliminate them were themselves in danger. Baiyu was helping them resolve their crises for free, while also earning points for herself. Clearly a win-win situation. Although this might expose some of Baiyu's strength, it's a trivial matter compared to the leaderboard rewards. Other lords, knowing of your power, will only fear and envy you. This won't change the fact that you are still a weakling. Baiyu immediately sent a message in the world chat. Crab Row Burger. Anyone nearby who has betrayed us? You can add me as a friend via private message to form an alliance. I will teleport there to help you eliminate the traitor. Big Pichio. Boss, I'd like to ask, how did you get that king level weapon? Are you really king level? Little fairy, you dare kill our traitors. I'll show you the power of the Goblin Kingdom. A GG bong. Wow, the big boss spoke up. It's a pity there are no traitors nearby. I guess I'll miss out on being a friend of the big boss. Super cute fairy. Boss, What's in it for helping you find the traitor? Can I give you a baby? Wah. Crab Row Burger. The castle must be upgraded to a town, and it must have a portal. Anyone who is threatened by traitors can come to me, and I will help you solve the problem for free. As Bayou began to speak, the speed of the world chat changed from a train to a high-speed train, with the screen scrolling at lightning speed. Bayou stared into thought as she looked at her hundreds of thousands of friend requests and tens of thousands of private messages. I should have kept quiet. The problem is that none of these lords are serious. They've already sent their messages, so they can't just keep spamming the world chat like idiots. They even asked what the reward would be for helping them find the traitor. Let's see if you still want the reward when the traitor storms your castle. Although there were tens of thousands of private messages, Bayou still couldn't give up. What if one of them was true? For the reward. Bayou sat to the side, checking each private message one by one. As for the friend requests, Bayou simply rejected them with one click. If there were any private messages, Bayou would just add them back. As for that, little fairy lord, you live in the Goblin Kingdom, right? You'd better pray you don't get found by your own undead. These lords are truly wicked. In order to add Bayou as a friend, they lied and said there was a traitor nearby. When Bayou added them and asked, they replied that they were still looking for them and begged Bayou not to delete them. It felt as if a crow flew over Bayou's head, so Bayou quickly deleted it. It took Bayou several hours to read through all the private messages and reply to the lord who seemed to have information about a traitor. Bayou glanced at the time. It was already noon. Her bottom was aching from sitting so long, so she stood up and stretched. Zhao Lianxue took Sun Xiaoxiao's magical beasts to the White Rock Mountains, leaving some magical beasts behind to develop in the time chamber. After all, there weren't enemies in the White Rock Mountains all the time, and their development would be slower there. Soon, a lord named, drinking 3 cups of nuclear wastewater in anger, was the first to reply to Bayou. Drinks 3 cups of nuclear wastewater in anger. Boss, I have a traitor here. He's very strong. I've located him. He's not far from my castle. Boss, would you mind coming over? I'm very scared because he's near me. Crab Burger, how strong is it? Drinks 3 cups of nuclear wastewater in anger. He's at the commander level. You call this strong? Bayou also formed an alliance with this lord without hesitation. Since there were indeed traitors on his side, Bayou naturally wouldn't let them go. Bayou only asked about the traitor's strength, without even inquiring about the traitor's troop type or the faction they had allied with. It wasn't that Bayou was arrogant. It was that Bayou never intended to go in person from the beginning. Of course, the beloved king-level necromancer would do it on his behalf. When the time comes, you can kill the enemy's troops and bring back a group of undead. As soon as Bayou formed an alliance with the other party, another lord replied to Bayou. Black Swan, big boss, help me. I have a traitor on my side. Please help me deal with him. He attacked me once, but his strength is about the same as mine. Now he must be going to find reinforcements from the local forces. If that happens, I'm finished. Crab Row Burger, join the league. Bayou only replied with 3 words and directly invited the other party to join the alliance. This time, he didn't even ask about their strength. Bayou didn't believe that there were any king-level lords at this stage, and if there were, they certainly wouldn't be traitors. Since it's not a king-level being, Bayou doesn't need to worry at all. There's still a necromancer, after all. Since we're going to expose our strength anyway, we should expose the minimum amount of strength, so we won't send the lich. Soon, the 3 formed an alliance, and Bayou also recruited 2 necromancers. Go to their castle immediately and eliminate the traitorous lord. Yes, your majesty. The 2 necromancers entered the portal one by one and disappeared from Bayou's sight. Chapter 176 Earning Points. As the 2 necromancers entered the portal, Bayou continued her work. After all, the lords have a large population base, and with her own fame, as long as a few lords actually seek out Bayou, her points will skyrocket. Other powerful lords who wanted points also started competing with Bayou for business in the world chat, following her method. In an instant, a wave of support for the lords to eliminate the traitors swept through the ranks of the lords. Although these traitors were terrified and angry, they were helpless and could only pin their hopes on the local forces they had allied with. Since the traitors could not form an alliance, they could not use the same methods as the lords. The lord's castle where he angrily drank 3 cups of nuclear wastewater. This is a canyon, and the lord's castle is located halfway up a mountain with cliffs on both sides. His unit is a black eagle that is 2 meters long. This lord discovered the traitor's castle precisely because of his own troops, while his own castle remained hidden from the enemy's sight. This lord was a middle-aged man who had never allied with other lords. Now that he had witnessed the appearance of the big shot, he also wanted to know how big the gap was between himself and the big shot. Inside the portal hall, light flickered. The middle-aged man who had been waiting there saw a half-dead person emerge from within, dressed in a black robe, emaciated, and holding a magic wand. This big shot looked so creepy. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. He was still hoping that more powerful units would appear later, but the light from the portal suddenly dimmed. He didn't expect this big shot to come alone, without even bringing any troops. Was he that confident? The other party had a commander-level officer. Where are the traitors? The necromancer spoke in a hoarse voice, as if he hadn't spoken in years. At the very top of the canyon. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the necromancer ignored him and flew towards the end of the canyon. The middle-aged man wasn't surprised that the necromancer could fly. Because of his class, flying was the first skill he learned. 2 wings sprouted from the back of the middle-aged man, and he took flight, following the necromancer. Why does this big shot seem different from what I expected? It looks so frail. Can it possibly defeat a commander-level opponent? At the end of the canyon, a gray castle stood. The necromancer did not find any trace of local forces in the vicinity, but of course, this was not Bayu's concern. The 2 castles were far apart, and Bayu wouldn't bother to care about the local forces around them. It was none of his business. The traitorous lord was a still attractive woman in her 30s, and her troops were a type of monster with a human head and a bird's body. The necromancer possesses human intelligence. It wouldn't create trouble for itself. It would simply destroy the castle crystal. The protective shield outside the castle was shattered by a bone spike from the necromancer. The soldiers and traitors inside the castle were all alarmed and rushed out of the castle, where they saw 2 humanoid figures in the sky. All of the traitors' units launched an attack on the necromancer, unleashing a bone domain that instantly annihilated the entire force. Ah! The lord leading the way exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that his opponent would be instantly killed. The betraying young woman was shocked and knew she was finished. That's a king-level character. The necromancer destroyed the castle's crystal, and the traitor was successfully killed. Her previous troops were also summoned into undead by the necromancer. There were only 300 of them. The necromancer led the undead back the way they came, leaving the lord, who had been leading the way, alone and bewildered in the wind. Among those 300 undead, the lord saw many units that were the same type as necromancers. In other words, this is not the big boss himself at all, but just one of his units. Wow, that's a real master. The Black Swan Lord's castle, another necromancer has arrived. This is a lush primeval forest, filled with towering ancient trees. The lord was a woman in her 20s whose troops were goblins, but when the necromancer arrived, he found that there weren't many goblins. It was probably because too many troops had died in the war with that traitor. This forest is the territory of the Centaur tribe, and the traitor had naturally joined the Centaur tribe. The woman was located on the edge of the Centaur territory, but unfortunately, she was still discovered by the traitor. Traitors naturally want to kill their lords to gain points. Not all traitors are pitiful. There are quite a few lords who actively seek refuge with local powers. The woman personally led the necromancer into the forest. The forest terrain was intricate and complex, and she couldn't simply point to a spot to indicate the location. The woman knew this was just one of the boss's units, because she had just been explaining the situation to Bayu when the necromancer arrived. The woman didn't ask why the boss only sent one type of soldier, but she firmly believed that this type of soldier must be very strong. It's just ahead. The necromancer beside her, and soon led him across a river. The surrounding trees became increasingly sparse until a clearing appeared in their field of vision, where a brown castle made of wood stood. This lord's troops consist of a group of female centaurs, which have lured the centaur race into a state of madness, resulting in his status among the centaurs being second only to that chief. She explained that these female centaurs were not very strong, which was why she could use goblins to fight them. If it were those cruel and ferocious male centaurs, she would have been killed long ago. The female centaurs in the castle can roam freely without restrictions, and are even followed by a bunch of licking horses every day. However, the castle will be heavily guarded by centaurs, as it is related to their race's development plan. As the necromancer listened to the woman's account, he soon saw a female centaur emerge from the castle. This female centaur has the upper body of a beautiful woman with short brown hair, slender and long limbs with a slight hint of muscle, and the lower body of a white horse. These female centaurs may be beautiful, but their bizarre combination does not conform to human aesthetics. But the necromancer was indifferent to these things. It had no interest in them. It was only listening to the woman's story to report back to Bayu, and to learn more about the races of the local powers. The necromancer waved his staff, and a huge bone spike suddenly pierced through the female centaur's belly, piercing its body. It then took to the sky, its target the castle ahead. The traitor and the centaurs in the castle didn't even have time to resist before they were all pierced by the necromancer's barrage of bone spikes and turned into undead. The woman covered her mouth in surprise. She had seen king-level beings before and knew about domains, so this powerful figures unit was actually a genuine king-level being. Her troops have all reached the king level, so what about her? Hiss dash. The woman dared not imagine any further. Everyone starts developing at the same time. This difference is really discouraging. Chapter 177. Point surge, far ahead of the crowd. Bayu continued her business in the castle, and the two necromancers returned one after another. One of the necromancers told Bayu about the centaur race. So, are those centaur girls pregnant with human bellies or horse bellies? Bayu suddenly thought of a philosophical question, which left the necromancer unsure how to answer, because it didn't know either. Bayu looked at his score, which was already 11 points. These two lords were in the 4th and 5th tiers, respectively. It seems that most of the traitors are still the weak, but that's not entirely true. They were born around the local powers, so they couldn't become strong even if they wanted to. Bayu remains in 1st place, while the traitor who was in 2nd place has now fallen to 3rd. Bayu also withdrew from the alliance. That day, Bayu did nothing but chat privately with other lords and clean up the traitors. At most, they would send 2 necromancers each. In any case, neither Bayu nor the Lich ever went. At this stage, the only lords who can hold off a king-level lord are the 1st-tier traitors who can rely on their troops. But Bayu has observed that there are no traitors among the 1st-tier lords. As for the other tiers of traitorous lords, a king-level necromancer could easily deal with them on his own. Moreover, necromancers are not afraid of swarm tactics at all. It was already evening. Bayu had killed 6 traitors that day using this method, bringing his score to 26 points, putting him 10 points ahead of the 2nd-place finisher. The necromancers are free at times. It takes anywhere from half an hour to 3 hours to kill a traitor. The necromancers also brought back more than 1,000 undead for Bayu, in addition to the resources Bayu obtained from killing the enemy lord. Bayu made a fortune. Although some people are imitating Bayu, they are not as famous as Bayu. Moreover, the lords who were helped by Bayu inadvertently revealed Bayu's strength, a king-level unit. This directly surprised the lords. They didn't expect that Bayu, this big shot, actually had the strength of a king, proving that the king-level equipment sold in the exchange before was not something they found. Bayu's strength and reputation made him the top choice for all the lords. However, not every lord has traitors around him who pose a life-threatening threat to him. Some lords also wanted to rely on their own strength to kill traitors and gain points. In addition, there were those lords who wanted to steal business. Bayu never thought there would be many such cases from the beginning. It would be very good if there were even a few. During this time, Bayu was bored and saw an overconfident lord while browsing the world chat. He teleported over, but failed to kill the traitor. Instead, he was killed by the traitor, which led to the location of the lord's castle being exposed. This lord spent an hour in the world chat, cursing his ancestors for 18 generations. In the world chat, someone is still looking for alliance members to kill the traitor. I don't know which idiot offered to help him find the traitor and give him 5,000 magic crystals as a reward. To this, Bayu could only say one thing. You're a fucking genius. Bayu really didn't know what he was thinking, giving the other party a reward. Bayu listed an exorbitantly priced order on the exchange. 1 spirit core for 100,000 magic crystals. Note, private message for help in killing the traitor. This way, you won't have to keep sending messages. The lords who browse the exchange will see them. Bayu didn't set the price too high, just in case some lord disliked him and simply canceled the order. It was hard to say. She no longer cares about world chat. It's best if someone contacts her, but it doesn't matter if no one does. With 26 points, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he's practically guaranteed a spot in the top 10. Bayu was getting ready to take a bath and rest. The 2 necromancers were waiting inside the castle. The Lich took over the necromancer's position and went to Zhao Lianshua's side temporarily. If there was anyone to help before going to sleep, Bayu would call over the 2 necromancers who were waiting outside the castle. No matter how these lords speculated, they always believed that Bayu only had 1 king-level unit, and since they had never seen Bayu himself, the strength of this mysterious lord remained a mystery. Previously, these lords thought Bayu had picked up the king-level weapon by chance, but now they say Bayu was lucky to have a king-level unit defect to him. Is it so hard to admit that others are better than you? Indeed, jealousy can completely change a person. Until 10 p.m., Baiyu received hundreds of private messages, but none of them asked for help. However, one lord actually tried to negotiate with Baiyu, saying that there were traitors nearby and asking Baiyu to name a price. Baiyu simply ignored it. Since there's nothing, I'll just go to sleep. You're asking me for payment? You're dreaming. Aren't you afraid I'll find you and kill you later? Baiyu didn't shower today because she didn't go out and didn't sweat. Baiyu took off all her clothes, crawled into bed, and began to dream. In the Baiyin Mountains, Zhao Lianxue also dragged her tired body to complete the day's tasks. Gray brought back another group of dwarves, only a few dozen in number, but among them were several high-level craftsmen who could actually forge commander-level equipment. Moreover, Zhao Lianxue's castle happened to have a high-level furnace and blacksmith shop. You dedicate your full time to crafting commander-level equipment. You can produce about 40 pieces, even if the quality is slightly lower. These are roughly the same as the common commander-level equipment available on the exchange. If you're crafting a decent set, you can make around 20 pieces a day. Zhao Lianxue immediately informed Baiyu of the good news and inquired about how to dispose of these commander-level equipment. Baiyu handed over all the responsibility to Zhao Lianxue. As long as there were enough magic crystals in the castle to power several castles, the remaining equipment could be used to arm the dwarves. Several high-ranking dwarf craftsmen were also victims of misfortune, and they were extremely grateful to Gray and Zhao Lianxue for saving them from their plight. They generously shared their crafting knowledge with the other dwarf craftsmen. Besides Gray, several other dwarves were promoted to commanders, and Gray also brought back a commander among the dwarves. It can be said that the dwarves have significantly increased their strength during these few days of recuperation. Zhao Lianxue brought back were the same as the Griffins before. Dwarves who had been promoted to commanders could choose one as a mount, but they didn't need to sign a contract. This was because they were originally Baiyu's subordinate troops, and their loyalty was not an issue. So many dwarves settled in Zhao Lianxue's town, and the town's territory was filled with houses, firmly protecting Zhao Lianxue's castle in the center. Now that they have reached the point where they have no choice but to upgrade the town and expand their territory, Zhao Lianxue and Baiyu applied for it, and Baiyu agreed to upgrade the town so that it could accommodate more dwarves. Zhao Lianxue's town now looks more like a town than Baiyu's town. The dwarves provided Baiyu with iron ingots and equipment. The undead were responsible for the castle's security and intelligence. By having Zhao Lianxue manage logistics, Baiyu was spared a lot of trouble. Of course, resources will be allocated primarily to Baiyu. Since the stronger Baiyu is, the safer their situation will be. Chapter 178 Alliances Between Alliances. Baiyu's displayed strength stimulated everyone. Even the lords in the first tier who had always harbored ambitions for the dominance of all races in the magical continent were deeply shocked by her power. One of the lords who sought Baiyu's help yesterday to eliminate the traitors was a first-tier lord. He didn't believe what the lord said about Baiyu's strength reaching the king level. How could there be such a huge difference in strength between two people in the same top tier? As a level 7 commander, he considered himself to be at the upper level within the top tier. There was a traitor nearby who he originally intended to kill to increase his own points, but in order to verify what the lords had said, he gave the traitor to Baiyu. As it turned out, only one of Baiyu's units came over. Just as the lords in the world chat had said, it really was a king-level unit. The first tier of lords numbered a full 1,000, and Baiyu had so many private conversations with them that it was impossible for him to remember the name of every single one. He would never allow such a powerful lord, capable of threatening everyone, to exist in the first tier. Such leaders must be nipped in the bud. He believed that the other first-tier lords must have the same idea. The leaderboard allows you to see if any lords are in an alliance. Lords in an alliance will have a marker above their names when you click on them, while lords without an alliance will not have this marker. However, it only marks the lord and doesn't show who the lord is allied with or how many people are in the alliance. He examined all the first-tier lords, and apart from the deceased Yi Liang who was a traitor, of the remaining lords, only 3 lords did not form an alliance. They are Zaihuang Bao, Guangming Meluo, and Lidi Qingfua. He already knew about the lord of Huangbao. He possessed king-level strength and undead troops, and indeed disdained the alliance. As for the remaining 2 lords, they were very mysterious. Even among the top tier, they weren't particularly prominent. However, the alliance has a maximum of 5 members. The 5 lords combined have approximately 100 commander-level units. Perhaps fewer, assuming all 5 are in the first tier. Threatening a king-level unit would be difficult, given that Baiyu's own strength and the number of her troops are unknown. But that's just the official alliance designated by the system. Can't the lords form alliances privately? It is obviously possible, but without the guarantee of a system, it will be difficult for the lords to build trust. Without trust, it is difficult to unite and help each other, and there is even the risk of betrayal at any time, since the lords are enemies to begin with. But it's enough to fight a single lord together. The lord immediately sent a message to his alliance. Trumpler, this, Crab Patty, lord has seriously affected the game balance, and we must unite with others to punish him. Mizius, Calvin, what are you doing now? The other party has no grudge against you, and is even a king-level being. Red Fuji, Mizius, you idiot who used your real name as your ID. Calvin is right. Our Sunset Alliance can join forces with other alliances to take down this lord. A king-level being is not invincible. Soon, a lord named Calvin reached an agreement with several allies, most of whom supported the alliance to attack Baiyu. Several people began slandering Baiyu on the World Channel, claiming that her troops were evil, ominous, and full of violence and killing, and that countless lords had died at her hands. They said she became stronger by killing people. Soon, those weak lords who had admired Baiyu without understanding why turned against him. Even those lords who were jealous of Baiyu's strength began to feel a sense of balance. No wonder he was so strong. It turned out that his troops were a bunch of ominous creatures. They also joined the condemnation of Baiyu, and were successfully led astray by Calvin and the Sunset Alliance. Unaware of what was going on, Baiyu was then subjected to a barrage of criticism from the lords in the world chat. This is only the first step of the Sunset Alliance. The second step is to contact all the lords in the first tier who are allied, and to win over as many as possible, so that alliances can be formed between each other. Then find Baiyu's castle and eliminate this evil lord. The Sunset Alliance's promotional efforts in the world chat can quickly attract the attention of a large number of lords, including many of the top-tier lords. This gave them an easier opportunity to contact other lords in the first tier later on. Soon, the five split up and contacted the Elemental Alliance. Lin Jun and Shi Yao, as the lords of the first tier, also received the news. The two summoned the remaining three to sit down and discuss the matter. The members of the Elemental Alliance were arguably the lords who knew Baiyu best. The reason they didn't attack Yi Liang, the traitor, was partly because of the Gata Empire, and partly because they were worried about encountering Baiyu. As expected, Yi Liang was annihilated by Baiyu with overwhelming force. When Lung Jie relayed the news back, everyone was shocked. The lords in the world chat channel know too little about Baiyu. She's not just a single king-level being. You mean those top-tier lords want to unite and destroy her? After listening to their descriptions, Long Jie also considered the possibility of this matter succeeding. Liu Yao then opened the world chat and started reading. Hey, I think what they said makes a lot of sense. The undead do give off an ominous feeling, and they're right about one thing. They can indeed become stronger quickly by using corpses. I think we should form an alliance with them and then leak her true information. I don't believe that so many top-tier lords can't defeat her alone. Feng Xiao was clearly still holding a grudge about what happened last time and wished he could kill Baiyu immediately. Brother Feng, don't be impulsive. Let me analyze this for everyone first. Lung Jie quickly stopped Feng Xiao from speaking and took over the conversation. First, let's think about her strength. She has 3 king-level beings, and her own strength is currently unknown. She has at least 20,000 undead, and you can estimate how many of them are commander-level beings. As for us, our entire alliance only has less than 70 commander-level members, which isn't even enough to defeat one of her king-level members. If you calculate the combat power, to defeat her, we'd need at least 5 alliances or 25 lords, and their alliance strength couldn't be lower than ours. Only then would we have any hope of defeating the undead lord. After Lung Jie finished speaking, Feng Xiao also fell silent. 25 lords are only enough to have a chance of defeating her. I think it's best not to make an enemy of her. The attitude she's shown so far may just be a bit greedy, not really cruel and bloodthirsty. Otherwise, she would have sent the undead to search for our castle long ago. This shows that she's not really that interested in us. So why should we provoke such a powerful enemy? Lin Jun also shared his thoughts, unusually speaking so much at once. As for Shi Yao, he also disagreed with being enemies with Baiyu. Liu Yao was unpredictable. Only Feng Xiao initially wanted to unite with other alliances to attack Baiyu, but after everyone analyzed the situation for him, he suddenly felt that being alive was good enough, so why go looking for death? The final decision reached by the Elemental Alliance was not to join forces with other alliances to attack Baiyu, nor to reveal Baiyu's specific strength, but to remain completely transparent. How those lords found Baiyu's castle is their business. Chapter 179 The Castle is discovered. This Sunset Alliance directly cut off Bayu's path to gaining points. Bayu looked at the world chat and was completely confused. How did she suddenly become a cyberbully? Fortunately, Bayu's Dao heart was firm and she was not affected. She was only disappointed that she could not gain points. In fact, Bayu could have used Zhao Lianshua's name to post it, but it had little effect, so Bayu gave up. Get into the top 10, that's fine. Bayu's castle is located between two forbidden areas, and is also protected by hidden chandeliers. The surrounding lords have also been eliminated by Bayu. Apart from the Elemental Alliance, who knew that Bayu's castle was nearby, other lords didn't even know where Bayu's castle was. The orphan of Zhao, boss, more dwarves have come into the mountains. How can the second son of the Firebeard clan chief be so forgetful? Bayu arrived at the portal and went inside. There were liches guarding the place, so the fighting power was definitely sufficient. Bayu wasn't there to fight. He just suddenly remembered something. Last time, the level 9 commander-level dwarf squad was wiped out. This time, we should at least send a king level 1, right? Bayu's presence here provides an extra layer of protection. Where's Gray? Bayu asked Zhao Lianxue as soon as he saw her, not paying much attention to the dwarf's attack. Went out on his Griffin early this morning. Zhao Lianxue didn't know why Bayu was looking for Gray. Also, shouldn't you be concerned about the dwarves going into the mountains? When Gray returns, he tells him to find a few clever dwarves to infiltrate Amon City and gather intelligence, to see how many king-level beings are there. What about the dwarves who went into the mountains? Bayu remembered that since there were civilians living in the city of Amon, it couldn't have been closed off all the time. It would be abrupt for humans to enter a dwarf city, but it wouldn't be a problem if it were dwarves. Let Gray lead a group to infiltrate and gather intelligence. This way, Bayu can decide whether or not to launch an attack. It will also give them a basic understanding of the Firebeard clan. Boss, the dwarves have come by air this time. Each of them rides a strange bird, and there are probably 200 or 300 of them. As soon as they entered the White Rock Mountains, they scattered over a huge area. It seems like this is going to be a bit troublesome. Zhao Lianxue was somewhat worried. This time, the dwarves were clearly well prepared, having sent out air reconnaissance. Hundreds of dwarves were spread out, covering a very large area, and if they continued to venture deeper, they could easily discover Zhao Lianshua's castle. Once they return, the dwarves will surely send a large army. Upon hearing this, Bayu realized that the dwarves had indeed learned their lesson this time. The destruction of a fortress behind the dwarves, coupled with the elimination of the mines and 2 dwarf teams that had ventured into the mountains, was certainly enough to warrant their attention. Let all the gargoyles and ghosts follow, and you come too. In case the opponent has a king-level monster, Bayu also brought the Lich along. The main purpose of bringing Zhao Lianxue was that the flute could interfere with the mind of the monster. Dwarves can't fly, so the Air Force can easily deal with them. As long as we kill those monsters, the dwarves will die from falling from the sky. Bayu ordered several hundred gargoyles and wraiths to spread out in a larger encirclement to prevent the dwarves from escaping. Bayu and Zhao Lianxue each rode a griffin and flew towards the direction from which the dwarves were attacking. Soon, Bayu also saw the dwarves riding magical beasts in the sky. These dwarves were indeed there to scout, and they prepared to leave without looking back when they saw the undead. Although this was not the undead stronghold, seeing that they had been discovered by the enemy, and that the dwarves had already figured out their approximate location, they immediately chose to retreat. Hundreds of dwarf knights circled in the air, then turned around, preparing to retreat. The view from the sky was unobstructed. Even though hundreds of dwarf knights were far apart, they could still see each other and the approaching undead. Zhao Lianxue immediately began to play her flute. The mournful sound spread through the air, affecting some nearby magical beasts, which carried the dwarves in a backflip, throwing them all off. The dwarf knights in the distance were too far away for their mounts to be affected much, and the impact remained within a controllable range, so no accidents occurred. However, the gargoyles were faster than these magical beasts, and they outnumbered them, so they were able to catch up with the dwarf knights and kill them quickly. Bayu overestimated these dwarves. This dwarven air force was entirely composed of cannon fodder responsible for reconnaissance. There wasn't a single king-level dwarf among them, and most of them were ordinary dwarves at level 7 or 8. The dwarven knights were equipped with a crossbow enchanted with fire, and the bolts they fired were streaks of red light that would set any target hit on fire. However, this level of attack is basically ineffective against the gargoyles, only slightly slowing down their flight speed. Gargoyles' hard bodies are least afraid of piercing attacks like arrows from bows and arrows. Blunt force blows from warhammers are more effective. As for the burning flames, they do no harm to the gargoyles. The gargoyles can absorb all of them in an instant. Soon, dwarves and magical beasts began to fall from the sky. Bayu did not pursue them excessively. The gargoyles were perfectly capable of handling them. Bayu simply killed all the dwarf knights within his attack range with ease. If nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected is going to happen. Seeing that they had no way to escape, the dwarf knights decisively took out a signal flare from their pockets and pulled the fuse. Hundreds of dwarven knights, each carrying a signal flare, meant that even with Bayu's incredible speed, he couldn't possibly kill such a scattered dwarven knight in an instant. Out of hundreds of dwarves, there were bound to be a few who succeeded. They were clearly well prepared this time, and even if Bayu realized what was happening and wanted to stop them, it was too late. All the gargoyles could do was ensure that these dwarf knights could not escape the White Rock Mountains. Beams of white light shot straight into the sky, exploding above the undead and dwarf knights. Bang! Bang! Bayu's heart skipped a beat. A group of dwarf knights were lying in ambush at the end of the White Rock Mountains. As the signal flare sounded, they immediately rode their magical beasts and flew towards the depths of the grassland. Among them, a flock of eagles, the dwarves' sentry eagles, were also startled and took flight. It's impossible to catch up now. They've already started to scatter, not to mention the flock of eagles. Boss, what do we do now? Zhao Lianxue, standing to the side, was somewhat flustered. Their whereabouts had now been completely discovered. Although they weren't in their castle, they weren't far from it. Bayu remained silent, because this meant she had to start a war with the Firebeard clan ahead of schedule. Little did the two know that the information conveyed by the dwarves' signal flares was not only that the message was urgent or that a target had been discovered, but also that the opponent's strength had reached the level of a king. Chapter 180 The Lord Hidden on the Edge. The dwarf knights were quickly wiped out, none of them escaped, and Bayu led the undead back to the castle. If they really dare to attack, then let them retreat into the mountains. The White Rock Mountains will limit their combat effectiveness, while our side is all air force, which gives us a greater advantage. Bayu felt something was amiss and began to ponder. Zhao Lianxue remained silent. She herself didn't know what to do about this situation. The first time the dwarves discovered them was when the witch who used sound magic attacked Zhao Lianshue's castle, but all the dwarves were killed and no one was left alive. The second instance was the attack on the dwarven fortress to rescue the dwarven slaves. Although Bayu flew over the fortress, he was not accompanied by any troops and was riding a griffin. Even if some dwarves had relayed the message back, they wouldn't have known what type of troops Bayu was. The third attack came from a dwarven squad of commanders, led by a level 9 commander wielding a spiked club, who wounded Bayu. Their sentry hawks, including this reconnaissance squad, were also completely wiped out by Bayu. In other words, only today did these dwarves who successfully relayed the message learn for the first time that Bayu's troops were undead. Dwarves are highly intelligent beings and must be aware of the undead. Bayu doesn't believe they are unaware of their immortality. Therefore, they probably won't attack Bayu for the time being. Because they definitely need to prepare in advance when facing the undead, they need to forge or enchant a batch of weapons with soul damage in order to kill the undead. We can't just wait here for them to attack. We have to take the initiative and strike before they can react. Bayu understood all this, and her gaze immediately hardened. When the fully prepared dwarves attacked, her undead would surely suffer heavy losses. Bayu and Zhao Lianxue returned. Gray also returned on his griffin. Zhao Lianxue looked at Gray and then at Bayu. Should we still send Gray to infiltrate Oman? We're not going. We've already been discovered, so we have no choice but to go through with it. Bayu returned to his castle and began summoning the spirits of the dead. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for Bayu. Bayu had no knowledge of the inner workings of Oman City and did not know the specific strength of the enemy. But there was no doubt that there were king-level beings in the city, and he did not know how many there were. Therefore, summoning the 3 kings to directly attack the city is not feasible. As Bayu's key combat force, they must not have their magic power consumed by those ordinary dwarves who rely on technology. Bayu had to be cautious. With so many types of troops, he absolutely couldn't do anything risky. The Frigid Snow Mountain is located to the west of Bayu Castle, while the Dark Forest is to the east. However, the Dark Forest is a vast forest stretching from north to south, and Sun Xiaoxiao's castle is located south of Bayu Castle, so she is still adjacent to the Dark Forest. However, the western side is no longer adjacent to snow-capped mountains, but is very close to swamps. The Dark Forest stretches southward to its edge, and the distance from here to Sun Xiaoxiao's castle is more than 10 times greater than the distance from Sun Xiaoxiao to Baiyu's castle. In this very place on the edge of the dark forest, a place that even Baiyu's undead rarely explored, a lord was hidden and had remained undiscovered by Baiyu's undead. This lord's castle stands here, not because of the terrain, but because of their own abilities. 21st Sister Brand, that is the name of this lord. He is a priest, but not a pure one. Before transmigrating, he had relations with 21 nuns in a church. To commemorate this great feat, he named his castle 21 Nuns. Brand's class of soldiers is alchemists, belonging to the human category, but the magic he wields is dark alchemical magic. That's right, it's the alchemical magic that Baiyu possesses. Through the dark alchemical magic he and his troops possessed, they could even turn inanimate objects into living things. That's right, they can even create artificial undead. However, these undead have obvious drawbacks. Their souls are fragile, and their stamina has a limit, albeit a very high one. Moreover, they can only be transformed into skeletons. Other undead cannot be created. Even so, Brand felt extremely lucky. How could he not know the terror of the undead? As long as he could learn a summoning spell and combine it with alchemy, he could quickly amass troops. The top-tier lords would be child's play for him. Although he was only in the 3rd tier, he felt that the lords in the 1st tier were nothing special. Until Brand discovered the real undead. Those undead were so perfect that they were beyond the creation of alchemists. Brand knew that it must be a naturally formed undead. Although he didn't know why there was an undead here, he was overjoyed and immediately sent out his little skeletons to conduct a secret investigation. Upon learning the truth, Brand's heart shattered completely. Those undead were all troops of a single lord. He worked tirelessly day and night, researching undead with his troops, without even upgrading his castle or barracks. After half a month, he finally managed to summon nearly 1,000 skeletons. It is precisely because his troops lack combat power, and his castle and barracks are of too low level, that he is ranked in the 3rd tier only because of these undead. Originally, Brand was not discouraged, but Baiyu's blow to him was too great. Others can summon all undead, while he can only summon some weak skeletons by using units as intermediaries. Brand wondered if he could kill Baiyu. Would her barracks become his own? Wouldn't that mean he'd be at the pinnacle of life? And why would he need to study alchemy? But Brand knew that trying to outmaneuver Baiyu with his own strength was tantamount to suicide. After discovering that the undead were Baiyu's troops, he immediately used alchemical magic to hide his castle. As a result, today the Sunset Alliance was making a splash on the World Channel, and all Brand knew was that they were talking about a 1st-tier lord. But somehow, Brand immediately connected this 1st-tier lord with Baiyu. Although in Brand's mind there might be other lords whose troops are also undead, a lord whose troops are undead is definitely not weak, as long as he's not made of pig swill. Brand deeply understood the terror of the dead. If the undead lord nearby was the one they were looking for, Brand suddenly felt that his chance to kill her had come. Even if they weren't, Brand believed they wouldn't allow a second undead lord to exist. I can form an alliance with them as a springboard to attack this undead lord together. Brand suddenly realized that God had been so kind to him. Amen. Chapter 181 Intelligence Leak. The Sunset Alliance, led by Calvin, contacted all the top-tier lords, but most of them read the messages but did not reply, remaining in a wait-and-see mode. A small number of lords also readily agreed to Calvin's request for an alliance. Only 2 top-tier lords directly rejected Calvin, the Spirit of Fire and the Lord of the Earth. These 2 individuals immediately aroused the suspicion of the suspicious Calvin, who believed that they must know something about Baiyu and were from the same alliance. No matter how much Calvin pressed him, Lin Jun and Shi Yao did not respond. I've already asked all the lords in the 1st tier, Calvin, and the alliance isn't very effective. Only a dozen or so lords have agreed to it. The lords in the 1st tier all have their own direction and ambitions, and most of them are unwilling to get involved in things that have nothing to do with them. Moreover, the magical continent is so vast that finding the other party's castle is another matter entirely. Calvin had no choice but to turn his attention to the 2nd tier of lords. Surprisingly, most of the 2nd tier lords were willing to form an alliance, but they were more concerned about the rewards. Therefore, under Calvin's promise, only a sufficient number of lords were gathered, and not many alliances were formed. This was because the resources of a single undead lord were clearly insufficient to be shared among so many lords. Soon, Calvin received important information about Baiyu from one of the lords in the 2nd tier. The lord is not participating in the alliance. Calvin bought this information for 20,000 magic crystals. Upon hearing the news, Calvin realized how naive he had been. This undead lord was far more powerful than they had imagined. Calvin continued to prepare to contact allies while informing his 4 other companions of the news. As the leader of the alliance, Calvin naturally made contact from his castle. Their alliance consisted of 4 towns, with the last town remaining in place as a last resort for escape. The 5 men quickly arrived, 1 Easterner and 4 Westerners. Calvin spoke first. Important news. Crabrow Castle has 3 king-level units instead of just 1, and the castle has over 10,000 troops and over 100 commanders. What? The 4 were taken aback. This strength was truly terrifying. One person's strength was actually greater than that of several alliances. Where did you get this information, and is it accurate? Mythius was the first to ask. This strength is indeed a bit outrageous. It was bought from a second-tier lord. He not only met the undead lord, but even knew its location, though he refused to reveal it. I guess his castle shouldn't be too far from the undead lord. At this point, Calvin expressed some regret, as he was so close to finding out the location of Bayou's castle. Calvin had even offered to form an alliance with him to destroy the undead lord, but was still refused. Calvin had no choice but to give up. The most important thing to attack Bayou is to have a lord nearby. This way, we can use the alliance rules to have all the lords fly to a town and then return to the alliance. In this way, the members of the alliance can be teleported over through the portal. The difficulty lies in finding lords near Bayou, given that there are billions of lords available. At that moment, Calvin suddenly received a private message. Sister 21, I have a position for a lord of the dead here, and I can cooperate with you, but my castle has not been upgraded to a town and I cannot teleport. Trumpler, what level is your castle now? 2-1 Sisters, level 3. FK. Calvin cursed and immediately blocked Brant. What's wrong? Others, puzzled, asked. A conman claimed to know information about the undead lord and asked me to help him upgrade his castle. Calvin thought the lord was treating him like an idiot. This was no charity. How could a lord's castle still be at level 3 at this point? They can't even come up with a plausible excuse to lie. Brand sent another message to Calvin, but it failed to send. He was completely confused and didn't know what he had said wrong. His castle was indeed level 3. Bodal State is a vast abyss that cuts through the land, a desolate and lifeless place. The abyss is called the Endless Abyss, and at its deepest point stands a black, yet imposing, castle. He is one of the 3 lords in the first tier who do not have an alliance. The Lord of Instant Buddhahood, a young man with a sinister look, named Duyong. The castle gates were wide open, and Duyong was sitting on the throne facing the entrance inside the main hall, legs crossed, chatting with the world. The dead, ominous creatures, Duyong scoffed. If the undead are considered ominous, then wouldn't everyone want to kill his troops? Duyong was aware of Calvin's call for many lords to attack Bayou, because Calvin had invited him, but Duyong had ignored it. Yang's eyes. These first-tier lords were nothing more than clowns, a bunch of frogs in a well, who would never amount to anything. This undead lord might be a worthy opponent in the future, but she seems to be in a bit of trouble right now. Then let's be kind and help them out. Duyong typed in the friend search interface and then sent a message to Bayou. Instant enlightenment. This group of lords has formed an alliance to attack you. 1 king-level lord is not enough. Form an alliance with me, and I will help you deal with them. Crab Row Burger. 6. This is the first time I've seen someone sneakily looting their spoils like this. Duyong. Duyong felt insulted. He simply disapproved of the lord's actions, yet he was mistaken for wanting spoils of war. Wait, I don't think I said that myself. Oh well, I don't blame her. Bayou is currently gathering the undead in the castle. Although Bayou doesn't know exactly what these lords are up to, judging from their various actions, it does seem like they want to deliver a package to him. Bayou only revealed the strength of 1 king-level being, unaware that he had 4 on his side. Bayou believed that dealing with this group of lords was a sure thing. Bayou was unaware that the information had already been obtained by those lords. Instant enlightenment. I don't want spoils of war, I'll help you for free. Crab Row Burger. There are people with cerebral palsy. No? There are good people like this? There's no way to recall messages and chats, and Bayou accidentally slipped up. Duyong. Duyong sent an alliance invitation to Bayou, but Bayou simply disappeared and never replied to Duyong. Duyong always felt that this undead lord had a strange way of thinking. How did such a lord develop to be so strong now? But Duyong still sent the message. Instant enlightenment. I will immediately support the alliance if you agree. I'll say it again, it's free. Duyong closed the world chat. With his strength, he didn't need any allies. He simply didn't want to see such a promising lord killed by that rabble. After all, this would make the battle for supremacy among all races much less interesting. Cold-hearted, you will guard the portal for the next few days. Notify me immediately as soon as the portal lights up. Chapter 182, The True Top Lord. This was the first time Bai Yu had ever seen someone offer to help for free. Bai Yu had already given the order, and Zhao Lianxue was also gathering the dwarves. Since she had nothing to do for the time being, Bai Yu needed to find out who this person was. He had to be at least a top-tier lord to be qualified to offer to help her. They really are top-tier lords, and they don't even have an alliance yet. Bai Yu actually found the Lord Instant Buddha in the top tier of the leaderboard. Moreover, he was ranked 4th on the points leaderboard. While the points standings don't represent absolute strength, the top 10 teams are generally considered above average in the top tier. Luck and skill are both indispensable. As for the lords who gathered together to besiege him, Bai Yu didn't take it too seriously. Wasn't that just handing him resources? Besides, whether they can even find their castle is another matter entirely. In the next few days, we should have some of the undead keep an eye on the movements in the desolate plains. The only remaining lords near Bai Yu are the Elemental Alliance and Sun Xiaoxiao. Since Sun Xiaoxiao is one of their own, the only ones left who would leak information are the Elemental Alliance. Right now, we need to deal with the trouble in Oman first. In Hapuni State, atop a towering stone pillar, stands a golden castle. The entire castle radiates a holy glow, towering above the clouds. At the foot of Stone Pillar Mountain, 4 towns stand in 4 directions. They are an alliance built around the castle on the mountaintop. The lord above the clouds is named Dang Pasu Wang, Niaxian. Influenced by her bloodline, her black hair turned golden, her robe was as white as snow and spotless, and a pair of white wings hung behind her, making her float in the air and exude a sacred aura. The Dead Calamity. Hapuni State is the smallest and weakest of the 7 major states, so many major powers do not pay much attention to it. After all, truly powerful forces can span 7 continents. Their focus is on those powerful continents. This gave the alien lords in Hapuni State ample time to develop, as long as they didn't provoke the medium-sized forces in Hapuni State. Conversely, the lords of Hapuni State are the strongest overall among the 7 states because it is safer and has a more peaceful space for development compared to the other states. Of course, this is also related to the fact that more lords from Hapuni State survived. Soon, another powerful alliance joined Calvin's alliance, all of whom pledged to find Bai Yu's castle and launch a joint attack on her. As more and more lords join the alliance, all the idle lords are searching for Bai Yu's castle location. If Bai Yu's troops were only from one race within the undead, perhaps they wouldn't have attracted the lord's attention. But Bai Yu's troops seem to represent the entire undead race. How could these lords not be terrified? Calvin witnessed firsthand that the necromancer who came was a king-level necromancer, but when he returned, he was followed by hundreds of undead of all kinds. A single lord can grant her hundreds of additional troops, and that's just the weakest lord. What about the top tier? Which top-tier lord doesn't have thousands of troops? She's a king-level lord. Even the top tier would be doomed if they encountered her. She doesn't need to develop at all. She can become infinitely stronger simply by killing. In Calvin's mind, such a lord must never be allowed to live. The idea of an entire race being alive was terrifying. Undead are not low-level races like goblins or slimes. The low-level races are skeletons, not undead. This is the chain reaction caused by Yu revealing his strength. Now almost all lords know that the first tier, Crab Row Fortress, troops are undead. Bai Yu was naturally not afraid, since if they really attacked, Bai Yu would have the home field advantage. What Bai Yu didn't know was that because of the leak of more detailed information about him, the alliance was becoming increasingly powerful as it searched for him, gradually exceeding the scope of what Bai Yu could handle. On the other side of Hapuni State, the last of the 3 first-tier lords without an alliance, Lightfall. Her castle sits atop a cliff on the very edge of Hapuni State. Below the cliff lies the vast, boundless sea. On the other side of the ocean, I wonder which continent it is. Not far from here, one can enter the territory of the Elf Kingdom. Coupled with the occasional harassment from sea creatures along the coast, her development speed is also quite fast. Outside the castle stood thousands of sea creatures and elves under her control, while inside, her troops stood on both sides, eerie yet solemn. Li Lingxi, dressed in a long black dress, stood on the castle balcony, looking out at the sea behind the castle, lost in thought. She also received an alliance invitation from Calvin. Calvin's idea was to let retail investors like Li Lingxi and Du Yang, who originally did not have an alliance, temporarily form an alliance. Li Lingxi did not give a clear reply and maintained a wait-and-see attitude for the time being. The world chat is still centered around Baiyu, trying to win over members and prepare for the attack. For some reason, Li Lingxi suddenly felt a sense of human depravity as she watched this scene. Saying that the undead are symbols of calamity and ominous creatures is ultimately just a way of saying they're afraid the undead are too powerful and could threaten these lords. Calamity can befall not only the undead, but any kind of creature, as long as the lord is strong enough. Li Lingxi obtained all her resources from the sea creatures and elves, and rarely traded them at the exchange, which is why she wasn't very famous in the world chat. Castle level and barracks level have no direct impact on her strength, and besides, she has never intended to form an alliance, and her town has remained at level 1. Li Lingxi turned around, walked from the balcony into the castle, and slowly walked out. Looking at the tens of thousands of elves and sea creatures influenced by her, and the troops standing motionless inside the castle. A black feather by the door caught Li Lingxi's attention. She bent down, picked it up, and looked at the feather in her hand. Perhaps, my own troops are even more ominous than the undead. If the undead lord dies, will I become the next calamity? In Li Lingxi's view, good and bad, disaster and auspiciousness cannot be defined by one person or a few people. Li Lingxi remembered that a lord named Great Sage Equal to Heaven was born near the lord of the undead. The undead lord didn't kill her. Instead, he made her submit. The Great Sage Equal to Heaven lord didn't suffer any misfortune after submitting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have openly boasted about it in the world chat. Li Lingxi also searched for this lord, and he is still alive and well. From this, Li Lingxi can see that the undead lord, whom all the lords call a calamity, does not seem to be a heartless person. Li Lingxi decided to help Baiyu, as the actions of these lords were truly disgusting. You can guess the troop types of Du Yang, Li Lingxi, and Niaxian. Niaxian's is a bit too easy. Chapter 183 Preparing for the Attack. What day is it today? Why am I running into so many strange people? Baiyu was confused. So what if someone wanted to hit her? Could it be that they felt sorry for her and wanted to help her? Please, what doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Even within the top tier, there are differences in strength. The top tier lords are at the T0 level, which is not even comparable to the average lord in the top tier. Baiyu was directing the undead to enter the portal in an orderly manner. Many large undead could not pass through the portal, so Baiyu did not summon those undead. In the end, only 20,000 undead were gathered. Baiyu needed to leave some undead to guard the castle. With Arthur and Xiao being there, Baiyu felt there wasn't much of a problem, so he simply didn't leave any king-level undead. Although 20,000 undead is not a large number, Baiyu has other plans. Upon arriving at the White Rock Mountains, the dwarves were all fully prepared. Each dwarf wore self-made armor and carried a large sword or warhammer, standing neatly in a row to one side. Dwarves, only about 1,000 of whom could participate in the battle. Since not everyone could have a mount, Zhao Lianxue only equipped the stronger dwarves with them. After all, Baiyu doesn't have the ability to enchant equipment, so neither the commander level nor the ordinary equipment worn by the dwarves has any special effects. The batch of muskets that Baiyu had previously seized were probably their greatest source of firepower. The reason the dwarves were mobilized was because if Baiyu wanted to take over the city of Oman, he needed the dwarves to govern it. After all, there were countless dwarven civilians in the city, otherwise it would cause panic and chaos. Baiyu was not a thug, he only killed nobles. It's afternoon now, and it will be evening by the time we reach Oman, since the journey from here is farther than crossing the entire frigid snow-capped mountain range. As Baiyu pondered, all the dwarves on the field, including Zhao Lianxue, looked at her, while the undead remained silent behind her. Baiyu needs to time things out until the next morning. Without knowing the exact strength of Oman City, the double attribute bonus at night will put Baiyu at a greater disadvantage. But now, Baiyu won't obediently wait for night to come. Set off. Baiyu and Zhao Lianxue rode on griffins, and the undead behind them, including the dwarf army, began to move. Considering the presence of the army, the marching speed between the mountains was very slow, but Baiyu was not in a hurry. Her current destination was not Oman City. Zhou Man, the youngest son of the Firebeard clan chief, was lying in a luxurious palace, while two dwarf women were massaging his feet. The two women looked unwilling, because they were not Zhou Man's maids, but the wives of two commoner dwarves in the city. They had been forcibly abducted because Zhou Man had taken a liking to their looks. If they disobey, the group of dwarf nobles outside the palace are still waiting for them, and their husbands will also be in mortal danger. My lord, We found that group of alien races in the White Rock Mountains. A dwarf soldier suddenly burst in. Jo-Man was about to get angry, but upon hearing the news, she immediately beamed with joy and kicked the two dwarf women kneeling by the bed to the ground. Jo-Man stood up, and her height was surprisingly 1.65 meters, half a head taller than the dwarf soldier in front of her. Moreover, Jo-Man had fair skin and did not look like a dwarf. Immediately mobilized the army. No foreign tribes are allowed to exist in the rear of the tribe. I will annihilate them. The reconnaissance team that had been sent out earlier had disappeared without a trace, which infuriated Jo-Man. There were no major powers in the area, and only alien races could have done this. My lord, their unit is the undead. It's that disgusting stuff. No wonder the tribe's elite warriors have disappeared without a trace. If it's something like this, then prepare for a few more days and immediately order someone to enchant a batch of soul damage equipment. Jo-Man immediately thought of a solution. Although the undead had disappeared from Hapuni State many years ago, the tribe still recorded terrifying legends of the undead sweeping across the continent 1,000 years ago. Furthermore, the undead's weaknesses were recorded in detail. Previously, Jo-Man had guessed that the other party was from another race, but now Jo-Man is almost certain that the other party is from another race. Jo-Man believed that the legends among the tribe must have been exaggerated. What was there to fear about such lowly creatures as the undead? As long as one knew how to deal with them, the undead were nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Baiyu had led his army to the outer edge of the Baiyin Mountains, and 50 meters ahead lay an endless expanse of lush green grassland. Baiyu ordered the army to halt its advance and spoke to the three ghosts beside him. Let me tell you about the three most recent dwarven fortresses. Yes, your majesty. That's right, there are only 20,000 undead troops. Against 20,000 dwarven troops, especially in a siege, the numbers are a bit small. It's alright. Since we don't have enough troops, let's just mass produce a wave of soldiers first. That's why Baiyu set off and came here first. If the ghosts could detect the city of Oman, they would naturally be extremely familiar with the locations of the dwarven fortresses surrounding it. A dwarven fortress has around 3,000 people, and 3 of them would be close to 10,000. Baiyu could summon 20,000 undead troops. The reason for eliminating 3 was that Baiyu sent 2 necromancers and a lich separately to go to the scene, which would be more efficient. Necromancers summoning magic hasn't reached the intermediate level, so they can't specify unit types for summoning. As for liches, they can only summon skeletons. Baiyu, he couldn't possibly have to personally go to all 3 fortresses and then call in the air force. Wouldn't Baiyu be exhausted from being queen? With over 3,000 dwarven fortresses, they would be utterly crushed by a single king-level being. Baiyu only sent out 3 of them, without even sending any other undead to provide support. Baiyu led his army to wait in place. Tonight would probably be a sleepless night, as they would have to march all night. It would take Xiaobing 4 hours to fly across the snow-capped mountains at full speed, and at least 10 hours for the army. The distance from here to Oman is even farther than crossing the snow-capped mountains, so marching for a whole night is not an exaggeration. The only advantage of the undead is their infinite stamina. While the dwarves and those magical beasts don't have infinite stamina, they can still endure a night of high-intensity marching. Anyway, they are only responsible for cleaning up the mess. The task of attacking the city is the undead. Baiyu was worried that there was a teleportation array in Oman City, but at the same time, she hoped that it also had a teleportation array. This would surely reach the Firebeard clan leader, which would be detrimental. The advantage is that Baiyu can have the dwarves replicate the teleportation array, which will make marching much easier. Otherwise, Baiyu would have to leave troops to garrison Oman, which would greatly limit Baiyu's own strength. We can't always run a day's journey to provide support, only to find it too late by the time the undead arrive. Chapter 184, Creating the Undead. The necromancer transformed into a ghost and flew swiftly toward his target. Half an hour later, the necromancer arrived above the dwarven fortress. Although it was daytime, the necromancer was still in ghost form, and the dwarves inside the fortress below did not notice him at all. The necromancer waved his magic staff, unleashing a blue fireball, his basic attack. In an instant, the necromancer's figure appeared in the air as he launched his attack. By the time the dwarves on the city wall realized what was happening, it was too late. The necromancer easily tore apart the protective barrier, which was only at the commander level. The patrolling dwarves were taken aback and immediately sounded the alarm. All the dwarves in the fortress began to move quickly. The dwarf leader immediately ordered his men to light beacon fires in an attempt to send a message. Before the dwarves could even reach the platform, The Necromancer blasted the beacon tower to pieces. The dwarves on the city wall quickly adjusted their cannons and crossbows, aiming at the Necromancer in the sky, until the fuses burned out of the cannon barrels. Boom! A barrage of cannonballs and arrows rained down, but the Necromancer blocked them all with his bone shield, emerging unscathed. He landed slowly in the center of the fortress. All the dwarves' expressions changed drastically, and even the dwarf leader gripped his weapon tightly, looking warily at the Necromancer. In an instant, the surroundings turned into a hell of bones, and the dwarves were pierced by bone spikes and fell to the ground in agony. Only the dwarf leader managed to escape the attack that erupted the moment the domain was released. Field. The dwarf chieftain was taken aback, but the Necromancer wouldn't give him a second chance. Countless bone spikes surged out from around him, locking him firmly in place. His armor was no match for these bone spikes. His weapon fell to the ground, and the rapid loss of blood gradually took his life. Are utterly powerless against king-level beings. Undead, both air force and ground forces, began to crawl out from the corpses of the dwarves killed by the Necromancer. The Necromancer destroyed all the buildings in the dwarven fortress, including barriers and furnaces. Unfortunately, not a single blueprint dropped. The Necromancer grabbed him with his bony hands and flew him into the sky. After summoning the undead, the Necromancer led them back. As for the corpses, given the current special circumstances, Bayou, not one to covet petty gains, decided not to dismantle them. The Necromancer detonated the ammunition depot, completely destroying the dwarven fortress, and the corpses perished in the flames. The Lich on the other side is even more straightforward. In terms of strength alone at the same level, the Lich is stronger than the Necromancer, not only because of its higher potential, but also because it possesses an additional ability. The Lich couldn't turn invisible, so it flew openly to the front of the dwarven fortress. The dwarves had already noticed it. How could a skeleton draped in black robes in the sky not attract their attention? The dwarf leader immediately ordered all the dwarves to prepare for battle. As the Lich unleashed his skeleton domain, the dwarven fortress's protective shield was instantly destroyed, and all the cannons on the walls were frozen solid. The small dwarven fortress began to shake, freezing outwards from the Lich. The dwarves were bewildered and were quickly pierced by countless flying bone spikes. They had a chance to dodge, but their legs were frozen firmly to the ground. Skeletons rose from the Lich's domain, finishing off the dwarves who were still clinging to life. The dwarf leader gripped his warhammer and slammed it down on the Lich who stood silently on the ground. The Lich simply extended his skeletal hand and easily blocked the dwarf chieftain's warhammer. Then, ice spread from the Lich's hand, freezing the dwarf chieftain completely. A massive ice spike erupted from beside the Lich, instantly piercing the dwarf chieftain and killing him. The Lich also destroyed the buildings inside the fortress, but the Lich was luckier than the Necromancer. The Lich reached out and picked up the blueprints from the ground. They were blueprints for building an advanced furnace. Because the Lich uses skeleton magic, not summoning magic, there is no double summoning effect. Looking at the more than 3,000 undead skeletons around him, the Lich didn't seem too satisfied. The Lich flew into the sky, conjuring 2 crimson orbs of light in his hands. The 3,000 skeletons of various kinds below were all dismembered, turning into countless white bones that floated into the sky. The skeleton's bones danced around the Lich and then began to coalesce. The remaining soul flames on the ground began to drift, with hundreds of faint soul flames converging into a single ball. The skeletal remains were pieced together by the Lich into bone dragons, and the final condensed soul fire merged into their bodies, reigniting flames in their eye sockets. These skeletal souls summoned by the Lich were sacrificed to the Lich, which is why the Lich has the ability to create them. As for the other skeleton soldiers, their souls were sacrificed to Bayou, and even the Lich with skeleton magic could not control them. The Lich's level cap is Monarch, but it is currently only King, so the bone dragons it summons are also currently only King. The highest level is only Emperor, which is still far inferior to the bone dragons summoned from the Barracks. The Lich continued casting spells, adding some abilities to the bone dragon. Otherwise, it would just be an ordinary skeleton. The single horn on the dragon's head began to emit a chilling aura, and a faint blue light emanated from its claws. The bone dragons successfully fused with the Lich's abilities. Their dragon breath was frost-like, and their claw attacks also carried a weak soul attack. 3,000 skeletons were transformed by the Lich into 300 bone dragons with frost attributes, which now flapped their wings and flew in the air. The enormous loss of mana also caused the Lich to run out of mana. Offer your souls to Her Majesty the Queen. The Lich spoke in a hoarse voice, a ball of blue light gathering in his palm, the souls offered up by the bone dragons. As the Lich chanted the incantation, the souls in his palm dissipated. The Lich would not allow their souls to remain in his hands. Because if it were to die in battle one day, the bone dragons it created would also vanish. The Lich, riding a bone dragon, led the other bone dragons on their return journey, destroying the dwarven fortress in the process. The two necromancers and the Lich had completed their tasks, and the two necromancers had already returned to Bayou. The Lich wasted some time reshaping the skeleton and has not yet returned. Bayou looked at the dwarf leader's corpse left behind by the necromancers, a slight smile playing on her lips. She hadn't ordered the necromancers to bring the body back, so only one of the two necromancers was carrying the corpse. As for why he brought back the corpse, Bayou naturally understood the necromancer's meaning. As Bayou's left eye shone, a commander-level bone dragon appeared in the huge gray magic circle. Bayou jumped off the Griffin and landed directly on the back of the bone dragon. The commander-level bone dragon was much faster than a Griffin of the same level. That's quite thoughtful of them, knowing to get me a mount. Chapter 185 Attack on Oman. Now the order of mounts was passed down, and Zhao Lianxue rode the only commander-level Griffin. Bayou has now mastered intermediate-level summoning magic, and can specify the type of undead to summon. However, these high-potential undead do not have the double summoning effect. Holy crap! Bayou saw that the Lich had returned, followed by hundreds of bone dragons. Bayou didn't have that many bone dragons until now, and the Lich had suddenly brought her 300. Already delighted that the necromancer had thoughtfully brought her a mount, but the Lich gave her an even bigger surprise. Bayou realized that these bone dragons were summoned by the Lich using skeleton magic, and that they were quite different from the bone dragon beneath his feet. But for the undead army behind Bayou, they can be considered top-tier combat power. After all, Bayou's bone dragons and zombie titans are too big to pass through the portal. The undead army behind Bayou has now grown from 20,000 to 33,000. With these undead spirits, Bayou's confidence soared, and he was determined to conquer Oman. The Lich also gave Bayou a blueprint for an advanced furnace, which was a decent reward. Set off. Destroying the 3 dwarven fortresses took 2 hours, so we must hurry and try to reach Oman before dawn tomorrow. Darkness fell quickly, and the blood-red moonlight enveloped the silent grassland, adding an eerie touch to the scene. More than 30,000 undead souls moved silently across the grassland. In the sky, only the sound of the wind blowing in Bayou's face as he stood on the bone dragon could be heard. Zhao Lianxue didn't speak either. She felt both fearful and excited, and wasn't sleepy at all. The dwarves followed behind the undead army, their purpose obvious to everyone, and all looked on with envy at Grey in the sky. If they successfully captured Oman, Grey would be given command. The blood moon rises in the east and sets in the west. Dawn is about to break. The outline of Oman finally came into Bayou's view. The dwarf guards on the city wall were drowsy, as this was the time when people were most sleepy, and the dwarves were no exception. Moreover, their long-term presence behind the safe territory of the tribes had made them complacent. Zhou Man never imagined that these alien races would launch an attack at dawn the following day after she discovered them. Jon, you'll be in charge of the army after the attack starts. Lenny, you'll be in charge of the air force. Yes, Your Majesty. Lenny and Jon said at the same time, and as for Bayou, of course, they should first observe the opponent's strength. By the way, try to gain as much experience as possible. Your levels are all too low right now. The 2 race kings naturally understood this principle as well. If they didn't level up quickly, their help to Bayou would only diminish. As the outline of Oman City grew larger in view, it was about to enter the undead's attack range. The primary objective was to break through Oman City's protective shield. As for the moat, that's no problem for the undead. The Air Force can simply bring all the ground troops there. Attack! As Bayou shouted in the air, the 2 necromancers and the Lich beside him launched an attack on the protective shield of Oman City. 3 enormous bone spikes struck the protective shield of Oman, creating ripples. Bang! The noise instantly woke up the dwarf guards on the city wall. Although they had been living in comfort for a long time, they were still well trained and had all the necessary emergency response skills. The guards quickly sounded the alarm, waking up all the dwarves in the city, whether soldiers or civilians. The entire city quickly descended into chaos as troops rapidly assembled. Zhou Man, who was inside the city, was also awakened and was greatly surprised upon hearing his subordinates report. They have such audacity. Bayou was surprised that even with 3 king-level experts attacking simultaneously, they still couldn't break through the protective shield of Oman City, which successfully alerted the dwarves. Without a doubt, this is a protective shield with king level or higher defense. I'll do it. Baiyu floated up from the back of the bone dragon, a scythe appearing in his hand. With a powerful swing of his hands, a strange black blade shot towards the protective shield of Oman City. The extremely corrosive nature of the dark magic struck the protective shield instantly, causing a crack to appear. Baiyu unleashed 2 more attacks in one go, and with a loud bang, the protective shield was successfully shattered by Baiyu. It appears to be just a king-level protective shield. Without Baiyu giving the order, the undead swooped down, carrying the undead on the ground, and took off again, flying towards the skies above Oman. Baiyu knew that this protective shield could be restarted, but she didn't know exactly how long it would take, so she had to hurry. The Air Force, along with the undead army, precisely dropped them onto the city walls and inside the city, where they instantly clashed with the surrounding dwarven armies. A blue beam of light shot out from the city wall, striking a gargoyle and instantly freezing it before it fell to the ground. However, the beam weapon was immediately destroyed by a nearby Death Knight. At the city gate, dwarves kept pouring in, blocking the undead's attack. A group of dwarf soldiers riding flying magical beasts also flew out from inside the city to meet the undead in the sky. In an instant, chaos erupted at the city gates. Baiyu did not allow the undead to penetrate deeper into the city, as that would accidentally harm the dwarf civilians. Dwarven soldiers are weaker than undead in one-on-one combat, not to mention they have no advantage in numbers. Although their equipment is powerful, it consists of large pieces of equipment that become useless once the undead scale the walls and start fighting. Faced with the immortal undead, the dwarves were no match for them if they were unprepared. Standing on the back of the bone dragon, Baiyu watched the battle in Oman City, still wondering why the king level hadn't appeared yet. Their strength shouldn't be so weak. Riding his Griffin, was shocked, witnessing for the first time the undead's terrifying power. Seeing the nobles who had once oppressed them being beaten so badly by this great man, the nearly 1,000 dwarves below were filled with excitement. Boom! The tremendous sound of a sledgehammer striking the ground created a shockwave that instantly killed all the surrounding undead, sending bones flying everywhere. They're here, let's go. At Baiyu's command, the 3 king-level beings launched an attack on the king-level dwarf on the city wall. The reason she hadn't let them attack earlier was to conserve their magic power and strength, as she was worried that the king-level beings in Oman City were more powerful. Now that the opponent has appeared, Baiyu has no more scruples and is ready to strike at any time. Zhou-Man raised the hammer and looked at Baiyu, who was standing on the back of the bone dragon in the sky. She realized that this was the alien leader. Chapter 186, Trying to Run Away? Fortunately, Zhou-Man had enchanted his weapon beforehand, so these undead were a piece of cake for him. At this moment, Zhou-Man was wearing enchanted armor, holding a 2-handed hammer, with 2 middle-aged dwarves who looked like guards standing on either side of him. In fact, they were indeed Zhou-Man's guards, sent by Chief Washu to protect Zhou-Man and guard the city. Both of them were of the king rank. Both men were armed with a meteor hammer. When they saw the necromancer flying in from the sky, they each swung their weapons at the other. Zhou-Man. The 2 were the strongest fighters in Oman City, so their weapons and equipment were definitely the first to be enchanted. The necromancer brandished his wand, his bone shield blocking the meteor hammer's attack, while countless bone spikes surged from behind him, shooting down towards the city wall. The dwarf guard's armor emitted a blue light as they shielded their faces, enduring the necromancer's attacks. The bone spikes struck their armor, producing only a spark, leaving not even a scratch, let alone injuring either of them. The Lich also unleashed his domain, with countless ice halberds piercing towards Zhou-Man from behind. Zhou-Man sneered, the vibrations from the hammer combined with his domain shattering the Lich's attack before it even reached him. The arrogant Zhou-Man looked down on these 3 king-level undead. They were just more agile because they could fly, but their killing power was far inferior to that of the king-level dwarves. Zhou-Man used his domain to withstand the Lich's attacks, while simultaneously using his 2-handed hammer to attack the surrounding undead. If these land-dwelling undead cannot dodge and are hit by the shockwave of Zhou-Man's hammer, their soul flames will be extinguished instantly. King-level set. Baiyu's eyes sharpened. This dwarf king-level creature was a tank with high attack and defense. Apart from being rather bulky, its combat power was undeniable when paired with the king-level set. However, as a monarch-level being at the upper limit, even without equipment, the Lich couldn't possibly be limited to this level. Countless bone spikes carrying frost attacked Zhou-Man. Both types of magic were primarily for restriction. Since the bone magic could not break through defenses, its effectiveness was greatly reduced. Therefore, the Lich began to focus on frost magic. Zhou was born into nobility and lacked combat experience. He was quite knowledgeable and more quick-witted than the average dwarf. He was well aware of his weaknesses. Zhou's domain ability is similar to Miles's domain, but Zhou changes his own weight, which is why he can swing his heavy two-handed hammer so flexibly. Of course, if it can become heavier, it can also become lighter. Zhou's body became incredibly agile, instantly dodging the Lich's attack. Zhou stepped onto the city wall and leaped high into the air, smashing the hammer down on the Lich in midair. Carrying unparalleled power, struck the bone shield conjured by the Lich. The resulting shockwave, carrying a soul attack, sent the Lich flying. Fortunately, the Lich had a way to protect its soul and was unharmed. That level of soul attack alone wasn't enough to kill the Lich. Zhou was airborne and unable to gain leverage. This presented the Lich with an excellent opportunity to counterattack. The arrogant Zhou hadn't expected that her attack would only repel the Lich, not kill it, even though her soul attack had struck it. Man fell to the ground. White bones appeared around him, forming a sphere that instantly enveloped him completely before being completely covered by frost. The Lich's hand flashed with white light, and bone spikes instantly extended from inside the bone sphere, all piercing towards Zhou. Creature inside was unable to move and could only desperately cover its face with its arms, as its entire body was protected by armor, except for its face. Zhou activated his domain, instantly making his body weigh 1,000 pounds, and his limbs spread out at full power. With a bang, the bone ball shattered, and the outstretched Zhou crashed heavily onto the city wall, instantly creating a crater. Man could catch his breath. He saw the attack that followed closely behind. The thick bone spear in the Lich's hand rapidly magnified in his vision, and this strike was aimed straight at his face. Zhou quickly turned his head to dodge the attack, but it was too late. His left eye and half of his cheek were pierced. Fortunately, he turned his head in time, which prevented the bone spear from piercing his head. The intense pain enraged Zhou, who smashed the bone spikes around her with a punch imbued with the power of her domain, and then swung her fist at the Lich. The Lich reacted quickly, taking to the air to dodge Zhou's chaotic and unpredictable attack. Upon seeing this, two guards quickly came to Zhou's side, helped him up, and retrieved the weapon that Zhou had fallen from. Zhou took the weapon, one hand covering her bleeding left eye, her face full of resentment and rage as she looked at the Lich in the air. Two necromancers also surrounded them, and the 3 king-level undead confronted the 3 king-level dwarves on the city wall in the air. Compared to Zhou, the 2 dwarf guards were in a much better situation, easily handling the necromancer's bone magic. But the Lich is different. Its skeleton magic combined with bone magic makes its attack methods more flexible. In addition, with the addition of frost and mental attacks, it is much more troublesome than the necromancer. The other undead have already stormed down the city walls. Even though the necromancers and liches didn't intentionally summon them, their domains could still envelop the corpses, causing the number of undead to increase. Zhou's expression was somewhat grim. The number of dwarf warriors was dwindling, while the number of undead was increasing, to the point where even the 3 of them couldn't kill them all. What's more, there were 3 king-level undead blocking their way. Zhou seemed to understand why the ancient texts of her clan described the undead as so terrifying. Even if we know how to kill the undead, what good is it? This alien race is already so powerful that she can already pose a threat to the tribe's rear. The fall of Oman was inevitable, and Zhou dared not underestimate his opponent, even feeling that he might not be a match for that Lich. Zhou exchanged glances with the 2 guards, and the 3 communicated with each other through their eyes. Then, the 2 guards showed a resolute expression on their faces. 2 guards threw their meteor hammers, and Zhou instantly unleashed the full power of her domain, smashing her own hammer at the Lich. At this moment, dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight fell upon the city of Oman. 2 necromancers cast bone shields, which were smashed through by their meteor hammers. However, the bones seemed to act like liquid, firmly locking the weapons of the 2 guards in place. The 2 guards pulled hard on the chains, beginning a struggle with the necromancer. The Lich waved his arm, blue flames flickering in his eye sockets, and dozens of magic circles appeared around him, shooting out chains of white bone that firmly locked Zhou's weapon in midair. The chill spread along the white bone chains, freezing it completely. At the same time, several chains attacked the 2 unsuspecting dwarf guards. Man fled with all her might, A white-haired girl suddenly appeared in front of her one-eyed field of vision, holding a huge scythe and coldly staring at her. Trying to run? Chapter 187, The Imprisoned Dwarf. A cold voice came from the girl opposite. Zhou-man's face turned ugly. This was the leader of that alien race. Now that Zhou-man has no weapons left, how could she possibly be a match for Baiyu? Do you know that I am one of the 7 nobles of the Dwarf Kingdom? My name is Huixazuman. Do you want to be an enemy of the Dwarf Kingdom? Zhou-man tried to scare away the alien race in front of him with his background. In his mind, alien races were all cowards who were afraid of death. Dross. The surroundings turned into a world of ice and snow. Baiyu's figure vanished from the spot in an instant and appeared in front of Zhou-man, slashing at her head with a knife. Zhou-man seemed to have been prepared, as he had a device resembling a mechanical ball in his hand beforehand. The moment Baiyu disappeared, he activated the device. A surge of spatial elemental power enveloped Zhou-man, and then his figure vanished instantly, causing Baiyu's strike to miss its mark. Zhou-man disappeared. His armor and inner clothing were left behind. At this moment, Zhou-man's figure had already appeared 100 miles away from Omont City. He was naked and began to flee in panic. This teleportation device is the latest equipment jointly developed by the 3 major clans of the Dwarf Kingdom. However, it is not yet perfect and was given to Zhou-man by Chief Firebeard to save his life. Baiyu hadn't expected Zhou-man to have this trick up her sleeve, and she actually managed to escape. But it doesn't matter. Baiyu isn't afraid that the Firebeard clan will find out before attacking Omont City. Moreover, judging from the fighting strength of Omont City, the Firebeard clan is weaker than Baiyu imagined. Given time to develop, Baiyu believes that Zhao Lianxue will be able to lead these fallen dwarves to completely overthrow the Firebeard clan. Because of Zhou-man's escape, the 2 king-level dwarf guards were already at a disadvantage under the siege of 3 undead. Baiyu stood behind the 2 dwarf guards. The outcome was already clear. The 2 dwarf guards were doomed, and Baiyu had blocked their retreat. Baiyu ordered the undead to surround all the remaining dwarf soldiers. In short, they became Baiyu's prisoners. Although Baiyu also wanted to kill them to summon the undead. If they were all killed, who would defend the city, and who would use the weapons inside? Zhao Lianxue's 1,000 dwarves alone would definitely not be enough. Baiyu didn't believe that all the remaining dwarf soldiers were direct descendants of the Firebeard clan, so he simply killed them. The undead opened the city gates, and Gray led a group of dwarves into the city. Since the battle had been taking place near the city gates, it did not have a significant impact on the civilians inside the city. Gray, the rest is up to you. Jon, who doesn't listen, will be killed for you. Yes, sir. Mobilizing these civilians and soldiers was actually quite simple. The soldiers were forcibly taken by the Firebeard clan to serve as conscripts because they were young and strong, as the civil war in the Dwarf Kingdom would consume a great deal of manpower. The situation is even more complicated for ordinary people. These people living in the city are not much less exploited than the dwarves living in the villages outside. 2 king-level dwarves also perished under the siege of 3 undead. With their king-level strength, they must be controlled by the nobility. Baiyu knew without a doubt that they would never surrender. Rather than wasting words, he would rather add 2 more king-level combatants to his ranks. The number of dwarven soldiers killed approached 10,000, and the undead army of over 30,000 has now grown to 50,000, which is quite terrifying. Baiyu glanced at Jon and Lenny's levels. They had both reached level 7, the commander level, 1 step closer to the king level. Only poor Arthur was still stuck at level 4. With the 2 king-level dwarves killed, some of the noble troops below also gave up hope and chose to lay down their weapons and surrender. Baiyu also ordered the 50,000-strong undead army to withdraw from Omont City, leaving only himself, Zhao Lianxue, 3 king-level undead, and a group of dwarves. They were left here to intimidate the dwarven soldiers. Removing the undead army was to allow Gray to better incite the commoners to rise up and overthrow the nobles. Gray led the dwarves in a long, rambling complaint about the injustices suffered by the nobility. Baiyu, unwilling to listen, decided to take 2 dwarven craftsmen and search the city to see if there was anything she could use. Zhou-man and his group of nobles lived in the city center of Oman. Although it was not exactly magnificent, it was still much more upscale than the houses of the common people around it. Baiyu's primary target was Zhou-man's room, as it was easily identifiable as the highest-ranking nobleman in the city. There wasn't anything valuable inside the castle, just some odds and ends, but Baiyu did discover a secret room built inside the castle. In a room filled with torture instruments, a dying dwarf was imprisoned. When Baiyu walked in, the dwarf struggled to lift his eyelids and looked in Baiyu's direction, only to find that this time it was not Zhou Man who had entered, but a human. Zhou Man. Well, cough cough. The dwarf lay on the ground and spoke with difficulty, saying that it was impossible for humans to enter Oman City, which made him mistakenly believe that Zhou Man was up to some trick again. They ran away. Baiyu casually remarked, walked outside the iron bars, and looked at the dwarf lying on the ground inside, barely alive. His limbs were bound with chains, tightly connected to the wall behind him. The dwarf was male and looked incredibly strong. Baiyu was also curious as to why Zhou Man would torture such a dwarf. Wouldn't it have been better to just kill him? Hey, who are you? Upon hearing this, the dwarf seemed to fly into a rage, or perhaps it was because Baiyu was too close to him, separated only by an iron gate. The dwarf suddenly sprang up and punched Baiyu, who was outside the iron gate. The gaps in the iron gate were wide enough for a dwarf to stick out his fist. Baiyu easily dodged to the side, and the dwarf seemed to have lost his last bit of strength, collapsing once more. Baiyu originally wanted to kill him directly, but she sensed the power of a domain in his punch just now, so she didn't make a move. There must be a reason why someone with such an identity is imprisoned here. Perhaps he knows something. Why are you, a king-level expert, being tortured here by Zhou Man? Just as Baiyu finished asking the question, a dwarf craftsman walked in. My lord, we have found the teleportation array for Oman City. It's in the basement of the castle, but it's very small. The dwarf inside the cage also looked up and realized that the dwarf craftsman, judging from his attire and behavior, did not seem to be of noble or soldier origin. Did that human just say that Zhou Man ran away because she was beaten away? He had been imprisoned here for months without seeing the light of day, and he had indeed heard intense fighting sounds outside, with at least 4 or 5 king-level fighters battling each other. The dwarf pondered that Oman might have already fallen, and perhaps this human before him was someone he could actually communicate with. I am the Lord of Oman. Chapter 188 Subduing Max. As soon as the dwarf finished speaking, Baiyu and another dwarf craftsman simultaneously turned their gazes to the half-dead dwarf. You say you are the Lord of Oman. Then what about Zhou Man? Baiyu was surprised to find the Lord of Oman imprisoned in the secret chamber of Zhou Man Castle, and her face showed a hint of disbelief. Tell me first, what happened in the city? Even now, as a prisoner, the dwarf still refuses to submit. He wants to know what's happening inside the city. Baiyu didn't care. Telling him wouldn't hurt. He was just a prisoner. There was no reason for him to be afraid of him. I have taken Oman City. As for those nobles, they are all dead. Zhou Man had something to save his life and ran away. Dwarf, why? Do you pledge allegiance? The dwarf in the cage asked again, and this time, without waiting for an answer, the dwarf craftsman stepped forward. We are just a group of refugees. It was the adults who kindly took us in and saved our lives. We all followed the adults willingly. Upon hearing the dwarf craftsman's words, the dwarf fell into deep thought, seemingly lost in thought. The dwarf then told Baiyu about his experiences. His name was Firebeard, his father was a nobleman named Firebeard, and his mother was a commoner. Because of his outstanding talent, he was sent by the chieftain to serve as the city lord of Oman. However, he was different from other nobles. He treated everyone equally, whether they were commoners or nobles. Some nobles who committed wrongdoings in the city would also be punished by him, which naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of those nobles. Even he was criticized because his mother was a commoner, and people thought he was unworthy of being a nobleman and was a bastard. After the Firebeard clan was defeated in a battle against the Stonefoot clan, the clan chief ordered the conscription of commoners from various cities. Max refused the request for forced conscription and was imprisoned by the nobles in the city on the grounds that Max was colluding with the commoners to plot a rebellion. Zhou Man then took over Oman City with his noble guards. Afterwards, Zhou Man began to torture Max in inhumane ways, forcing him to reveal that he had colluded with the commoners in a rebellion. Because there wasn't enough evidence, and Max was of noble birth, neither Zhou Man nor the clan chief could kill him directly. That's why Zhou Man resorted to torture to extract a confession from Max. After listening to Max's story, Baiyu didn't know how to comment. She could only sigh that these dwarves were not even united and were fighting amongst themselves. Why not join us and overthrow this corrupt aristocracy? Zhao Lianshue's dwarves lacked high-level combat power, and Max in front of her was a good choice. Whether they agreed or not, they could try it out first. In any case, Baiyu would be adding a king-level combat power, so it was a win-win situation. After months of torment, Max had long since lost all hope in the Firebeard clan. As the clan chief's son, Max did not believe that the Firebeard clan chief was unaware of all this, or that he had tacitly approved of it. The common people in the city even thought that their former benevolent city lord had been killed. I am of noble birth. Do you trust me? Words are not enough. I naturally will not believe your one-sided account, not the contract. Upon hearing Bayu's words, Max fell silent. Signing a contract meant that he would never betray her again, which was indeed the safest method, but he still didn't trust Bayu. I need to go outside and take a look. Bayu smashed the iron gate and entered, cutting all the chains binding Max. Max struggled to his feet and staggered out. Bayu watched this scene silently from behind. Given Max's physical condition, Bayu could kill him with a single strike. She wasn't worried about him having any other intentions. Outside the castle, Max, covered in blood, finally saw the sunlight. The blinding light made it hard for him to open his eyes, and it took him a while to adjust. Max was covered in wounds, fresh ones just scabbed over, and old ones already forming scars. Max looked rather frightening. Soon, some civilians who were looking out the window recognized their former city lord. Look, isn't that Lord Max? That's right, Lord Max is still alive. That's wonderful. Soon, some brave dwarf civilians took to the streets, carrying clothes and food. They draped clothes over Max and supported his swaying body. Go to the city gate. Although the dwarves didn't know why Max was heading towards the city gate despite his injuries, they still helped him walk towards the gate, with Bayu following silently behind to avoid any misunderstandings. Fellow countrymen, we are like livestock in the eyes of the nobles. They exploit and oppress us. In their eyes, we have never been human. Are we just going to accept this? Why not be brave? Freedom and equality are something we must fight for with our own hands. Before he even reached the city gate, Max heard a dwarf giving an impassioned speech, and he was already surrounded by dwarves. On the city wall, there was a human and 3 undead, silently watching the scene unfold before them. They were the humans' companions from before. Meanwhile, Max also saw many dwarves from outside the city. Judging from their armor, they were not disciplined and were clearly not regular soldiers. Moreover, their equipment was much inferior to that of the dwarf soldiers. But even so, they were trying their best to maintain order on the scene, with smiles constantly on their faces. The guards inside the city were also subdued by them, laid down their weapons, and upon hearing Gray's speech, many of them began to waver. Max was stunned. Bayu hadn't lied to him. Everything she said was true. Judging from the behavior of these dwarfs, they didn't seem to have been forced by Bayu at all. How's it going? Even though you're not afraid of death, I still have to say this. If you choose to side with the nobles, I will kill you. A figure in white walked from Max's side to the front, speaking with his back to Max. The 2 dwarfs supporting Max looked at Bayu with fear in their hearts. I'm willing to take a gamble with you. The aristocracy, the corrupt system, I cough, have had enough of it long ago. At worst, he would just die. Max was not afraid at all. Overthrowing the nobles was something he had wanted to do for a long time. Good. Lianxue on the distant city wall, and Zhao Lianxue immediately rushed over. Heal his wounds, then sign a contract with him. Zhao Lianxue didn't understand, but she did as she was told. She conjured a green magic circle with her hands, and life energy surged. Max's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Max's complexion grew increasingly rosy, and he looked incredibly robust. The dwarves on either side released their grip on Max. Max then signed a contract with Zhao Lianxue, but it wasn't a life-or-death master-servant contract. Unlike a system's submission to another system, the subjects wouldn't die with their lord. Go and help everyone quell the unrest in the city as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Returning to the Castle. Bayu still has a lot to do, including managing the equipment and supplies within the city, and the dwarven fortresses protecting Oman outside the city. Bayu left the matters within the city to Zhao Lianxue and the dwarves. Bayu returned to the castle in the city center and went to the basement with the dwarf craftsmen, where they saw the small teleportation array. It seems the dwarves' technology isn't that advanced yet. Bayu had thought that there would be at least one teleportation portal in Oman City as big as the shuttle gate, but it turned out to be just a small one that could only be used by one person at a time. Built in the castle's basement, it was probably Zhou Man's way of escaping in an emergency. As for where the portal led, Bayu had no idea. Can it be copied? Bayu asked the 2 dwarf craftsmen. These 2 dwarves were among the few dwarves in Zhao Lianxue's castle who could forge commander-level equipment. If even they couldn't do it, then Bayu would have to give up. The 2 dwarf craftsmen examined it carefully and then shook their heads. Sir, there are traces of magic in this. We know nothing about magic and have no way to replicate it. This answer was somewhat expected by Bayu. Even if it could be manufactured, What could something so small do? Bayou destroyed the teleportation array. He left the basement. Inside the castle were some ancient books about the Firebeard clan. Bayou glanced through them casually, but they were all useless information. Who would care about the history of the Firebeard clan and the Dwarf Kingdom? Max knew all this information perfectly well. Bayou could just ask him anything she wanted to know. There were also many weapons and equipment in the city that were much more advanced than what Bayou had seen in the dwarf fortress. Bayou gave all these things to the dwarves, since they were useless to his undead. Max, can you mobilize the troops in the dwarven fortresses around Oman? Bayou arrived at the city gate and asked Max if he couldn't handle the situation. He then suggested that Bayou send out an army of undead to annihilate Max. Now that Oman city has been captured, Bayou will not allow any other dwarven fortresses to exist on the road between Oman city and Zhao Lianxue castle. Yes, but it will take a little time. The soldiers in the city were not all direct descendants of the nobility, and even less so in the fortresses. They simply followed orders from their superiors, and who those superiors were was not their concern. Gather all the soldiers from the dwarven fortresses in Oman city and reopen the dwarven mines in the White Rock Mountains. Bayou had already devised defensive measures. These dwarven fortresses were too deep and their forces were too scattered. In addition, the enemy knew their intelligence, so they were not suitable for dealing with the Firebeard clan. Instead of doing that, it would be better to withdraw all the troops from the dwarven fortresses and gather them all in Oman. The surplus dwarves were then sent to the White Rock Mountains to restart the mines and provide resources for Bayou. By gathering the forces from all the dwarven fortresses in Oman, there are approximately 20,000 troops. Adding the remaining 10,000 troops in the city, the total is 30,000. Just in case, Bayou plans to leave 20,000 undead in Oman to help Max and Gray suppress the city. These 20,000 undead were all ground troops, and their marching speed was too slow, so Bayou was too lazy to bring them back. In any case, they were summoned by those 10,000 dwarf soldiers. If attacked by the Firebeard clan, it would naturally be Max who leads the dwarves in a counterattack. The undead staying here is the last line of defense, and they can also collect and summon corpses on the battlefield. Currently, the Lich is the most powerful among the undead. As a monarch-level being, it is one of the races with the highest potential besides the three major races kings. Bayou summoned a Lich and a Destroyer from the two king-level corpses. As for the Zombie Titan, although its upper limit was also monarch-level, its size was too large and not worthwhile for Bayou at the moment. In this battle, Bayou gained 2 more king-level combatants. To be precise, Max also counts, so there should be 3. However, Max is stationed in Oman City, so Bayou cannot take him back. As for the armor and weapons left behind by Zhou Man, Bayou naturally bestowed them upon Max to enhance his combat power. With Max, the former city lord, in place, the effect was twice as good, which shows that Max had a high reputation among the dwarves, not to mention that he was of noble birth. This immediately ignited the pent-up anger in the hearts of these commoners, who all expressed their willingness to help Max overthrow the rule of the nobility. Gray led the dwarves to clean up the remaining noble remnants in the city, which was widely supported by the common people. Gray quickly captured a group of Firebeard clan nobles who had gone into hiding after learning of the war in Oman. With the help of the dwarves, finding them was a piece of cake. Gray led them to the city gate and handed them over to Max for disposal. The soldiers and civilians who were watching all wanted to see how Max, the former city lord and a nobleman, would deal with them. Max, are you going to betray your tribe and join forces with these lowly people? How dare you? You are committing treason. The nobles kneeling on the ground looked at Max, their former kinsman, and began to curse him angrily. These nobles, relying on their high status, have probably forgotten that Max, who stands before them, is a king. Or perhaps it was because Max was captured without any resistance that they thought he was just a coward who wouldn't dare to kill them, which made them so fearless. Max knew it was time to make an example of them, so he didn't even bother with any idle chatter with the nobles. Max released his domain, confining it to an extremely small area that just covered the dozen or so nobles. Their chests simultaneously caved in, they coughed up blood, and were instantly killed by Max. The surrounding dwarves were all stunned for a moment, then instantly shouted, their faces beaming with excitement. Good, they deserved their retribution long ago. At this moment, Bayou was still on the city wall examining the high-tech equipment of the dwarves. Bayou discovered that these dwarves were very skilled at enchanting their equipment with elements to meet the requirements of different situations. Bayou was also glad that he had decisively chosen to attack after being discovered by the dwarves. Otherwise, if they had been given more time to complete the weapon enchantment that inflicted mental damage, Bayu's undead would probably have suffered heavy losses. As noon approached, most of the trivial matters in the city had been dealt with, and it was time for Bayu to prepare to leave. By the way, Max, how strong is the Firebeard clan? Bayu almost forgot the most crucial information. Max, as a former nobleman, must know the specific strength of the Firebeard clan. Reporting to my lord, I haven't seen Chief Firebeard for half a year. At that time, he was at level 6. The Firebeard clan controlled a total of 7 cities, which placed them in the middle to lower ranks among the 7 major clans. I don't know exactly how many king-level clans they had. Max thought for a moment, and then spoke to Bayu. Level 6 naturally refers to the king level. Bayu also learned from Max that the former dwarf king had reached the emperor level, and that the strongest clan among the 7 major clans did not have an emperor-level member, otherwise they would have unified the country long ago. The emperor level seems to be the minimum strength required to establish a kingdom. Looking at it this way, Bayu seems to have no need to worry about the Firebeard clan at all. Bayu overestimated their strength. He had previously thought that the Firebeard clan's patriarch would at least be an emperor level, but now it seems that he is just a king level, which is a bit higher. So there is nothing to be afraid of. The group of dwarves led by Max is enough to handle the situation. If all else fails, Bayu can send 2 more king-level warriors. Bayu handed over the management of Amon City to Max and Gray, leaving behind an army of 20,000 undead. He then led the remaining 30,000 undead away from Amon City and returned to the castle. During this time, Bayu also took several thousand dwarves with him, as the mines in the White Rock Mountains, including Zhao Lianshua's castle, could not be left unattended. Chapter 190, The Uninvited Guest. It was already afternoon when Bayu and Zhao Lianshua returned to the castle. Looking at Zhao Lianshua's town and the surrounding mountains, they felt as if they had returned from the city to a mountain village. During this time, the dwarven mines reopened, and the dwarves stayed near the mines after eating, drinking, and relieving themselves. Bayu was very considerate. Considering that the mountain roads were difficult to use for transporting iron ingots, they only needed to dig them out, and the undead would transport them. After being transported back to the castle, all 3 furnaces were put into operation simultaneously, 2 for refining and 1 for equipment manufacturing. Bayu believed that Max would handle the dwarven fortresses surrounding Amon City. The Firebeard clan is currently at war with other clans and has no time to deal with Bayu. Besides, it was a rebellion by the dwarves themselves, and it was controlled by those dwarven commoners. How could other clans possibly help the Firebeard clan? Unless the Firebeard clan mobilizes a large force, their chances of retaking Oman are slim. Bayu didn't even plunder the resources of Oman City. The resource consumption of a city must be quite terrifying. Bayu left those resources for Max to distribute. You should stay here for the next few days. I'm probably having some trouble on my end. Zhao Lianshua was somewhat worried. She knew that the lords were searching for Bayu's castle in the Alliance, which was indeed a big problem, but there was nothing she could do to help. The dwarves had just started to make progress, but they also had a lot of troubles. Boss, are you sure this is okay? If not, let's find an ally. Surely there are lords willing to form an alliance. Although Zhao Lianshua knew the chances were slim, so many lords targeting one lord, only a fool would ally with Bayu. She couldn't be completely sure. What if things went wrong? Don't worry, whether they can find me is another matter. Besides, being in the first tier doesn't mean being invincible. This is my home turf. Bayu looked completely unconcerned. He might have been a little worried before, but now that he had 5 king-level combatants under his command, why should he be afraid of them? Moreover, there are several level 9 commander-level Bayu among the undead. When they are blessed by the Bone Throne and have a few more king-level combatants, what will they use to fight? Bayu is making this clear today. If they dare to come, the 50,000-strong undead army will teach them a lesson. Bayu led the undead army back to the castle through the portal. After all, necessary precautions still needed to be taken. With Oman City captured, there was no longer any need to send undead to guard Zhao Lianshua's castle. Only the acolytes needed to remain to mine. Iron ingots are now produced at a high rate, and Bayu can upgrade the castle almost every day at this stage. Barracks are not as efficient, and although there are quite a few magic crystals, spirit cores are still somewhat scarce. Bayu can use any extra resources to upgrade Zhao Lianshua's castle, and finally Sun Xiaoxiao's castle. I wonder what the town will become when it reaches the maximum level. Bayu casually upgraded his town to level 5, then went to the barracks and summoned his troops. Currently, only skeletons and ghosts have had their level restrictions lifted. The other undead summoned by you still cannot be leveled up. Relying solely on upgradable units like Barracks will severely reduce Bayu's combat power. At that point, there will truly be only quantity and no quality. Moreover, as Bayu's exploration area gradually expands, marching becomes a huge drawback, as the travel time is too long. Well, Bayu sighed. There was nothing she could do about it. She could only pray for the system's protection. Bayu looked at the distant snow-capped mountains. At this moment, the snow-capped mountains had stopped experiencing the perennial blizzards, but the huge, continuous cracks in the ground still existed. It seems that with the emergence of the divine being, the impact on the snow mountain is gradually diminishing, and it's possible that this place will no longer be a snow mountain in the future. A dead god. His remaining divine power can change the terrain. The birth of his divine essence can directly shatter an entire snow-capped mountain. Bayu then recalled the battle between the six-winged angel and the frost dragon. Both were at the emperor level, the last realm below the god realm. Although the destructive power they caused was also exaggerated, it seemed far inferior to that of a god. Of course, the formation of snow-capped mountains is not instantaneous. It must have gradually formed over time as divine power overflowed. Aside from flying the entire way, Bayu barely fought during this battle, so her physical and mental energy consumption was almost zero. She also didn't need to sleep or rest. Bayu went to the kitchen, tied an apron on herself, and although she didn't take any resources from Oman City, she took a bunch of food and secretly put it into her ring. All the food consisted of vegetables. Although Bayu hadn't eaten properly for the past 2 weeks, there wasn't much else to eat. Every day it was either roasted meat or stewed meat. If Bayu didn't have to eat rice, she would have thrown up long ago. Bayu's eyes lit up at the sight of vegetables. In her previous life, Bayu, who hated vegetables the most, had ultimately become the very thing she hated. Bayu was an orphan, so cooking was no challenge for her, given her early independence. While cooking, Bayu checked the world chat to see how the lords were faring. It had been a whole day. It was time for things to calm down. As a result, Bayu immediately regretted it, and the situation seemed to be escalating, with the hatred spreading from the first tier to the second tier. As for the lords below the second tier, they are self-aware enough to know that the affairs of the big shots have nothing to do with them. They simply enjoy being bystanders and occasionally make a few sarcastic remarks. A few days have passed, and the number of white names in the channel has increased significantly, almost surpassing the frequency of green names appearing. This indicates that a large number of people have switched to freelance work. Bayu simply stopped reading. All the comments were condemning her. She was practically becoming a public enemy now. Even a 5th-tier lord had to start by cursing her in the world chat. It doesn't matter at all. Bayu took out a portion of elite food, cut it into small pieces, and added it to the pot. In no time, a pot of fragrant meat soup was ready. Bayu took off her apron, placed the dishes on the table, and enjoyed the various ways the vegetables were prepared with a knife and fork, while drinking the meat soup, her face full of satisfaction. On the other side, at the border of the desolate plains, a group of human soldiers arrived. The leader was none other than Miles, who had been defeated by Bayu before. Now he had returned, but this time it was different. He had also brought a king-level mage from the Imperial Mage Association branch. 2 king-level warriors and 10,000 elite soldiers were currently at Yi Liang's castle, but the original castle had disappeared and turned into ruins. They knew the outcome of what happened at the Snow Mountain, so this time the mage came not only to kill the alien race, but also to investigate the cause of the previous mage's death. Initially, the magician believed his companion had died at the hands of a vampire or werewolf, and the Martial Magicians Association headquarters directly demanded an explanation from them. The response they received was that their people had also died in the Snow Mountain. This was strange, as the association branch of the Gata Empire was closest to the Snow Mountain, and in the end, the matter was handed over to him. Search for them. There are at least 6 more alien castles around here. Chapter 191 Crisis Arrives. There were 7 commander-level alien races in total. Miles was furious whenever he thought about being surrounded and defeated by these 7 people. None of the 7 were killed, only some soldiers were killed, and the Imperial cavalry also suffered heavy losses. When he returned with his troops, he found that the vampire lord was dead. However, other alien lords who can bring their troops here must not be too far away. Apart from the undead that flew in from the Snow Mountain, none of the other elemental units can outrun the Imperial cavalry. Moreover, the different races are not friends with each other. The Snow Mountain is a dangerous place, and the undead lord is powerful. Miles decided not to send troops to the Snow Mountain to find the lord. His primary target was the others. Soon, the human cavalry split into two groups and headed towards the two sides of the snow mountain, while the remaining troops stayed behind to wait. As for the frigid snow-capped mountains, the magician gazed ahead and decided to go and see for himself. General Miles, I'll leave this place to you. I need to go to the snow mountain to investigate the situation. A magnetic voice came from within the black mage's robe. Miles was taken aback. In his plan, he would first kill the group of aliens and then go up the snow mountain together to investigate. He did not expect them to be in such a hurry. Your Excellency Tiluo, there may be unforeseen circumstances at the snow mountain. It would be unwise for you to go alone. The birth of a god, the mysterious deaths of 3 kings, and everything that happened on the snow mountain have become a mystery. It's all right. I'm just getting a preliminary look at the situation. I won't go into any deeper. With that, Tilu flew directly towards the snow mountain. He knew that he was no match for a force capable of killing 3 kings, so he was very careful along the way. Miles had no choice but to lead his troops to wait in place. Tilu stood atop a snow-capped mountain, looking around at the devastated landscape, riddled with massive cracks, and with fewer and fewer creatures surviving. Tilu didn't know the exact location of the birth of the god, so she could only search aimlessly. According to intelligence, there was a possible undead race in the snow mountain, but Tilu flew all the way without seeing a single undead. Strangeness. As Tilo ventured deeper, he encountered no danger whatsoever. He discovered that the cracks in the ground were increasing, and by following them, he could soon find the location where the divine being would be born. Finally, Tilo arrived outside the frost cave where the god was born. There was a hole in the mountaintop, surrounded by huge cracks that looked like a spider web. It was clear that this was the place where the god was born. Tiluo entered the cave, but it was empty. There was nothing there. There are traces of racial life. Tilo picked up a small piece of food scraps and a few strands of hair from the ground. This must be some kind of beast. Shedding is unavoidable for beasts, and Tilo guessed that this group of beasts had only recently moved away from this cave. As for what kind of beast race it was, Tilo didn't know, because the races in the snow mountain were mostly white-haired, and you couldn't determine their race just by the color. He would have to take it back and have a specialized magician test it. Tilo went outside the cave again, and indeed found traces of a battle between several kings. There's a 4th king-level player. Tiluo was shocked. The previous intelligence only said that the werewolves and vampires had sent people, but judging from the battle traces at the scene, it was clear that 3 king-level beings were besieging another king-level being. Tilu could no longer sense the elemental aura remaining in the air. She simply arrived at the crater created by the 3 kings and swept away the snow with her hand. Tilu found another clue, a green clump left on the ground, which Tilu suspected was the blood of some creature. Tilu immediately took these items and returned, without continuing the investigation. Unbeknownst to Tilu, a white tiger was observing him from beneath a patch of snow in the distance. Seeing Tilu fly away, it leaped out of the snow and returned to its tribe. Upon returning, Tilo considered the discovery to be of great importance and personally sent these items back to the Magicians Association of the Gata Empire, entrusting them to specialized magicians for testing. Tiluo believed that the unknown 4th king-level being was the key to this matter. As for the alien races, they never thought they had the strength to do all this. After Tilo left, Miles was left alone to guard the place. Barren Plains, the Elemental Alliance. Because Lung Jie and Feng Zhao's units can fly, the Alliance's reconnaissance work is entirely handled by their units. Since defeating Miles last time, the Elemental Alliance has kept a low profile, fearing that the Gata Empire will make a comeback. Their investigation into the deaths in the border villages has shifted to wiping out the alien races. Even if Yi Liang dies, they will not let the Elemental Alliance go. As it turned out, what was bound to happen, happened. The Wind Demons and Snow Maidens discovered a group of human cavalry heading north of their castle, along the border of the snow-capped mountains. They seem to be here specifically to investigate the alien races. If they head a little further south, they won't be far before they see the Elemental Alliance's castle. On the barren plain, with an unobstructed view, their castle was too easy to spot without cover or special means. Lung Jie and Feng Xiao immediately informed everyone of the news, and the group gathered again at Shi Yao's castle. Everyone's face was somewhat solemn. It seemed like what they feared had come to pass. Have you figured out their strength this time? Shi Yao was the first to ask a question, and all 3 of them turned their gazes to Lung Jie and Feng Xiao. Lung Jie shook his head. There are many soldiers this time, all scattered around. I dare not send the Snow Maiden deep into the area, as it would be easy to be discovered. But they came from the east, so they must have discovered that the Vampire Lord's castle was destroyed, which is why they started sending troops to search for us. Brother Lung and I have already sent troops to the Snow Mountain. We should be able to bypass them without being detected, but it will take some time for them to send back a message. Feng Xiao was also filled with fear. The king level was simply too strong, and it would be very difficult for them to deal with it with their current strength. This time, their strength will definitely be even greater than last time, I'm afraid. Lin Jun didn't continue speaking. Right now, the priority was to save his own life. He couldn't go up and fight them head-on. That would be suicide. Therefore, the only solution is to either leave the alliance and move away from here, or form an alliance with Baiyu to directly resolve the crisis. Lin Jun could tell that Baiyu was not bloodthirsty, and given her current strength, she probably wouldn't care about the resources of the lords. If they had to run away every time they encountered an enemy, their towns would eventually fall back to the castle. The others remained silent, pondering how to resolve the situation. Time was running out. Their castle would soon be discovered by human cavalry. Only Lu Yao, who was standing to the side, did not say a word from beginning to end, and seemed to be thinking about something the whole time. Chapter 192 Crisis and Unrest. Actually, we can also exchange the location information of the undead lords to get those top-tier alliances to move over and solve these problems for us. Lu Yao finally revealed her thoughts, which shocked everyone. This was completely contrary to their previous decision not to be enemies with Baiyu. Then why not just ask her for help? How do you know she's all alone and has no allies? Besides, she's revealed to have a king-level strength. Even if those top-tier alliances came, could they defeat her? Lung Jie immediately retorted. Clearly, in his mind, that group of allies was no match for Baiyu. The result of doing so would only be the defeat of those lords, and those who cooperated with them would also be implicated, and they would have no chance to escape. Lu Yao was about to retort, but then felt it was inappropriate, so she could only shut up in the end. Lung Jie is right. If we ally with them, it will be fine if they defeat the undead lord, but if they can't, none of us will escape. Clearly, Lin Jun also believed that this group of lords would not be a match for Baiyu. What's the panic? At worst, we can just become free agents and leave. Running around like this is too much of a hassle. This castle is just a burden. Feng Xiao, a passionate young man, thought so too. Although he didn't like Baiyu, he hated the actions of those lords even more, since Baiyu had no grudge against them. So what should we do? Seeing that everyone was against her, Lu Yao's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Either fight or run. Becoming a free man is the worst option. This was the result of a collective discussion. Finally, the group decided to send out troops near the castle so that they could kill the enemy as soon as they discovered it. However, the enemy's main force was nearby, so this would not delay them for long. During this time, Lung Jie was responsible for contacting Baiyu for help, while Feng Xiao and Lu Yao were responsible for finding allies as a backup plan. As for Shi Yao and Lin Jun, both of them were first-tier lords, and weaker lords generally found it difficult to trust them, fearing that they might have ulterior motives. After all, no lord would dare to have a powerful figure near his castle, but if it's a lord of similar strength, then there's no problem at all. They now regret bringing the 5 alliances together. They should have known better than to let Feng Xiao come. Otherwise, at least they would have had a way out. Calvin, upon receiving Nia Xian's alliance, wore a smug expression. He didn't know exactly how strong Nia Xian and her alliance were, only that the 5-person alliance was composed entirely of top-tier lords, which was terrifying. Before the rankings ended. Because Baiyu ranks first in points and is in a league of her own, her strength will see another surge after the leaderboard rewards are distributed. This is very disadvantageous for the alliance lords who do not have a king-level rank. Moreover, Calvin and the other lords had already prepared countermeasures after learning about Baiyu's troop type in advance. Although the combined forces of all lords can reach a terrifying 100,000, when facing the undead, quality is more important than quantity. Calvin had already planned it out. When the time came, all the lords would only deploy commander-level troops. With nearly 1,000 commander-level troops, even Baiyu's 5 king-level combat forces could be dragged down. All units that can use equipment are equipped with it, and their soul attacks can easily kill low-level undead. Faced with such a large lord attack, Calvin did not believe she could resist, and besides, she had no alliance, so she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. At this critical juncture, no lord would be foolish enough to ally with her. That would be to oppose all lords. Calvin was full of confidence when he suddenly received a private message. A smile instantly appeared on his face. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. On the southern edge of the dark forest, Brand was also furious. He had clearly told these lords that he knew the location of the undead lord, but no one believed him. He was even scolded and called a beggar online. Brand never expected this to happen. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Shouldn't his castle have been upgraded directly into a town, and all the lords have moved there at once? Does this mean I have to upgrade the town first? Brand looked dejected. He walked out of the castle and glanced at the faintly visible undead in the distance. He immediately abandoned his idea of sending troops out to collect supplies. Wood was easy to obtain, as his castle was located on the edge of the dark forest, but he had absolutely no way of getting stones, magic crystals, or iron ingots. Let's keep in touch, amen. If there's still no result, Bran will have no choice but to give up. At that point, these lords will probably remember him when they can't find the undead lord. Brand only knew that this group of top-tier lords were forming an alliance, but he didn't actually know who they were. He could only start with the lords who were more active in world chat. The method used was naturally the most rudimentary one, sending them private messages one by one. Brand didn't want to miss the opportunity to eliminate Bayou. Only by eliminating the true undead lord could he become the second undead lord. Brand had had enough. 16 days, a full 16 days. Do you know how Brand spent those 16 days? Without women, afraid to go out, starving, and spending his days with skeletons, he felt he was going crazy. Until Brand privately messaged the Lord of Breaking Illusion, that the Lord finally gave Brand a different reply. Hapuni State, the summit of Stone Pillar Mountain. Looking at the system panel from the cloud, Nya Xin raised her eyebrows slightly. Her intuition told her that the Lord named 21 Nun was not lying to her. If he dares to deceive her, he will have nowhere to escape when the castle is moved. Nya Xin is not worried about any ambush or anything like that. This is her confidence in her own strength. Influential figures in the alliance right now are Nya Xin and Calvin. Although Calvin has never met Nya Xin, he can always feel Nya Xion's invisible pressure. Although Nya Xin had reached an agreement with Brand, she still needed to consult with Calvin, since he was the one who contacted most of the lords. Nya Xin had a premonition that she would soon find the undead lord. Nya Xion's holy wings fluttered slowly as she flew down the mountain. She was going to discuss this matter with her allies. For castles nestled around the base of the mountain guarded Stone Pillar Mountain, making the other four lords appear to be Nya Xion's subordinates, but that was not the case. The four were all top-tier lords, equals to Nya Xin. They moved here collectively because Hapuni State was relatively safe. However, the mountaintop could only accommodate one castle, so the four castles had to be scattered around the area. Chapter 193 Intelligence delivered by the undercover agent. Night had fallen in the blink of an eye, and Bayou, having eaten and drunk her fill, was sitting on the roof of the castle looking at the stars, though she could barely see them. It's rare to be so peaceful. I'm just idly staring at the night sky, not having to think about anything. Bayou instructed Zhao Lianxue to order the dwarves to dig a vegetable garden in the Baiyan Mountains to grow vegetables, so that they wouldn't have to eat only roasted meat anymore. Bayou claimed it was for the dwarves' nutritional balance. After spending so many days together, Zhao Lianxue discovered that Bayou could go without eating, so she believed it wholeheartedly. Zhao Lianxue was naturally very happy, because this meant she could finally eat vegetables. Just as Bayou got up to jump off the castle and go back to sleep, a private message came through. It's Sun Xiaoxiao. Sun Xiaoxiao, Sister Bai, my cousin successfully infiltrated those lord alliances and obtained important information. Bayou was taken aback, not expecting Sun Xiaoxiao to still care about her while she was reuniting with her family. Bayou, your cousin has advanced to the second tier? Sun Xiaoxiao, no, he's lying to those people. How could he possibly check every single one of the 10,000 people in the second echelon? Oh, Sister Bai, let's get down to business. Sun Xiaoxiao, they have a total of 31 first-tier lords and more than 50 second-tier lords. The alliance leader is called Trumpler, Calvin. The total number of troops is over 100,000, with more than 1,000 commanders. How can there be so many? Even Bayou was taken aback. There were nearly 100 lords and tens of thousands of troops, while Bayou's castle only had 50,000 undead. Logically speaking, these people shouldn't be making such a big fuss when dealing with a king-level combatant. It's obvious they're serious. Bayou felt that this matter was somewhat beyond his expectations. With so many types of troops, Bayou estimated that there were at least 1,500 commander-level troops, 1,500 commander-level troops against 5 king-level troops. On average, 300 commander-level fighters are fighting one king-level fighter. Obviously, the king-level fighter cannot win. Bayu's king level fighter is only level 1, not level 9. Okay, so you're targeting me, aren't you? Bayu was angry. She had no grudge against them and just wanted to develop peacefully and get some system rewards, but they ganged up on her. Bayu didn't believe he had indiscriminately killed innocent people or done anything heinous. Although Bayu didn't consider himself a good person, in this world, where could there be an absolutely good person? That kind of person is long dead. Although Bayu knew that Sun Xiaoxiao's cousin had taken the risk for Sun Xiaoxiao's sake, she still wanted to thank him. Bayu, please thank your cousin for me. Consider this a favor I owe him. It puts his mind at ease. He doesn't want you to die because of me, and I don't want to die either. Sun Xiaoxiao, Sister Bai, there are so many of them. Are you sure it's okay? Bayu could tell that Sun Xiaoxiao was still somewhat worried. Bayu, idiot, you forgot that the Alliance can relocate its cities? I'll just move and run away. How will they be able to find me? Don't worry. I've already found allies, but we can't form an alliance now, or they'll notice. Sun Xiaoxiao, Sister Bai, I believe in you. If all else fails, you can team up with my cousin and move here. It's a bit poor here, but it's quite safe. Perhaps only Sun Xiaoxiao's family could go to such lengths for her sake. Other lords would have faced immense pressure. Bayu. Okay, get some rest. Bayu didn't want to cause them any trouble. That was a last resort she would only use when absolutely necessary. Besides, those words were just Bayu's way of reassuring and comforting Sun Xiaoxiao. Bayu never intended to run away from the beginning. Running away would only embolden them, and they would start targeting Bayu in the world chat, like a persistent fly. This is not what Bayu wants to see. Only by inflicting a severe blow on these lords will they clearly realize that in this world, only absolute strength matters. There is no such thing as justice or evil. Whoever has the strongest fist is right, and the weak can only ever be defined by the strong. Bayu always felt that his true strength had been revealed to the other party, otherwise they wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. It's worth noting that Bayu and the 4 members of the Elemental Alliance were able to defeat Miles when they joined forces, which was something that 5 commander-level beings could do against 1 king-level being. Couldn't possibly lose to a level 1 king-level warrior. Bayu originally thought that gathering a dozen or so lords would be enough, but who knew that there were nearly 100 lords? If you treat me like a boss, don't blame me for treating you like monsters. Bayu jumped off the castle, thinking of the first-tier lord who had previously wanted to form an alliance with him. There was another lord named Fallen Light behind him, which Bayu also clearly remembered. These two, like himself, were the only 2 in the first tier who did not form an alliance, Bayu analyzed afterward. As top-tier lords, they couldn't be weak. The only reason they wouldn't form an alliance is that, like Bayu, they believe they have the strength to do so without needing one. This shows that the 2 are not only powerful, but also willing to help Bayu, which is good news for Bayu. After learning about the other party's information, Bayu realized that it was unlikely he could defeat them on his own, and the only way was to seek their help. Bayu didn't know the exact strength of the opposing alliance, so he could only make a rough judgment based on the data on paper. Bayu thought it was a 40-60 split, with himself at 40%. Bayu glanced at the time. It was a little past 9 in the evening. He figured the Lord was still awake, so Bayu sent him a message. Meanwhile, on the Elemental Alliance side, Long Jie and Feng Zhao's troops returned and learned that the Gata Empire had set up camp at Yi Liang's castle location. The Snow Maiden and the Wind Demons only saw Miles and did not see any other suspected king-level individuals. Moreover, after nightfall, all the human soldiers returned and did not continue to explore southward. Because the further south they went, the closer they got to the Empire's territory, these soldiers probably didn't realize that the Elemental Alliance was located even deeper in the desolate plains. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't held out much hope when Feng Xiao contacted the Lord's Alliance to move, but to their surprise, Feng Xiao had a friend they knew nothing about. Feng Xiao assured them that this friend was completely trustworthy. This should be Feng Zhao's backup plan. The seemingly impulsive young man also knows the principle of not putting all his eggs in one basket. That's why he and his friends didn't join the same alliance at the same time, but no one cared. In this other world, even absolute allies can't know each other inside and out. It was precisely because Feng Xiao contacted his friend that everyone had a way out, which prevented Lung Jie from contacting Bayu. If they are discovered by a king-level being, they will leave. Otherwise, they will remain here to continue developing. There is no absolutely safe place in the magical continent. No one can guarantee that they won't encounter more dangerous situations there than they do here. Chapter 194 Winning over Allies. Instead of the portal lighting up, Du Yang, who was in the abyss, received a private message from Bayu. Duyong didn't have any friends, and ordinary people wouldn't talk to him late at night. When Duyong opened the private chat, he saw that it was indeed from Bayu. Crab Burger. I think an alliance is very necessary. Instant enlightenment. Finally figured it out? Crab Row Burger. Their strength is beyond my expectations. If you're not at the king level, don't come. Just stay where you are, and let me teleport you. Instant enlightenment. You underestimate me. A mere king level being? Do you think they can come up with 100 of them? Crab Row Burger. Nearly 90 lords and over 10,000 troops. Stunned when he saw the message. He had clearly underestimated the determination of these lords to punish Bayu. He had only said it casually, never expecting that there would actually be so many lords involved. Duyong initially thought the undead lord had backed down and was full of disdain, but now he doesn't think so anymore. He realized that if he were in that situation, he would have been utterly crushed. Duyong started to get excited. It would be so much fun to fight so many lords. Instant enlightenment. This is simply Crab Row Burger. Tie pants. Instant enlightenment. What? Crab Row Burger. It's nothing, so if you don't have the ability, just leave me a way out. Instant enlightenment. You bastard, don't look down on me. I'll show you what I'm made of tomorrow. As for why tomorrow, it's because Duyong is already getting ready to sleep. Bayu, leaning against the bed, wrapped the quilt around her chest, revealing only her fair shoulders and arms. Bayu also closed the private chat with Duyong, but it was a bit strange, as if the other party was even more impatient after learning about the strength of this alliance. Bayu wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was the only one among the 1,000 top-tier lords with a king-level rank. There must be other hidden powerhouses among them. Bayu's secret was exposed because of her score manipulation. Even with a king-level expert like Duyong, Bayu wasn't entirely at ease, since 1 or 2 king-level experts wouldn't have a decisive impact on the battle. At most, they could turn the previous 40-60 split into a 50-50ths. No one knows whether this alliance will continue to unite with other lords before finding them. Bayu started messaging the Lord of Fallen Light again. She remembered that this person also wanted to help her, but he wasn't as arrogant as Duyong. Harpuni State, a cliffside beach. Just as Li Lingxi was about to go to sleep, she suddenly received a private message from Bayu. Crab Burger, now I might really need your help. Light falls. Was the opponent too strong? Crab Row Burger. That's right, it's a bit beyond my expectations. There are nearly 100 lords and tens of thousands of troops. Fallen Light. It's alright. If you want to fight, I'll provide support. If you want to escape, you can move here. It's relatively safe here. Crab Row Burger. Why help me? This is making enemies of all the lords. The Fall of Light. There is no reason. If I had to say, it would probably be that I, like you, am also a calamity in their eyes. Crab Row Burger. Thank you. I will fight them, and I will never back down. Light falls. Okay. Li Lingxi knew that this undead lord would not back down. Her intuition was never wrong. Hesitation and indecisiveness will prevent one from becoming a top lord. Even if Li Lingxi herself were outmatched, she would not back down. Even after learning about the other party's specific strength, the two lords still chose to help Bayu. These two top lords are not fools. This is precisely a manifestation of their confidence in their own strength. Bayu closed the control panel, slipped into bed, and prepared to sleep. She could only hope that these two wouldn't disappoint her. Time, 6 o'clock. A new day has begun. Today is the 3rd day of the rankings update, and Bayu is getting up on time as usual. Before going to bed last night, Bayu thought about many things, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was because her strength had been leaked that this situation had occurred. But all the enemies died in that battle. 3 king-level beings killed Yi Liang. It couldn't have been news that Yi Liang spread before he died, could it? If that's really the case, Bayu will accept it. Elemental Alliance? No, that's not right. I haven't had any dealings with them since my last encounter with Miles. They should be unaware of my advancement to King rank and the fact that I have 3 King rank units under my command. Could it be that the Goblin Shaman brought back the news after returning to the kingdom, and then it was leaked by that traitorous lord? Found the Goblin Kingdom yet, which means the Goblin Kingdom isn't even in this vicinity. Bayu had ruled out all her guesses, so there was only one explanation left. That means there's a lord hiding nearby who deceived the undead. He's the one who leaked the information. As expected, there really is a 6th brother. Bayu suddenly sat up in bed, the blanket slipping off as she got out of bed, quickly dressed, and went outside the castle. After summoning the troops, immediately order the gargoyles and destroyers around the castle to scatter and search for the 6th brother. If the undead haven't discovered it yet, There must be some special method involved. Hopefully, the gargoyles and destroyers can use their keen magical senses to find the hidden lord. Baiyu ordered them to scout the vicinity of the dark forest, because Baiyu's previous air force had always been responsible for the snow mountain. If there were any hidden lords, they would have been discovered long ago, not to mention that such a big change had occurred in the snow mountain. This time, Baiyu directly sent them to investigate the places that the army's undead had already explored. If there really is a sixth brother nearby, it would be one thing if he leaked Baiyu's information, but he might also leak Baiyu's location. In that case, their Lord Alliance would move over and launch a surprise attack on Baiyu. Baiyu instructed the surrounding spirits to be on high alert and to report any unusual activity immediately. Du Yang on the other side originally wanted to come directly, but Baiyu refused. Before the Alliance attacked Baiyu wanted them to always feel that he was a lone wolf with nowhere to retreat. Forcing Baiyu to become a free agent was also one of their main objectives. Baiyu believed that becoming a free agent was not simply about giving up the castle and the troop type. Take Baiyu herself as an example. If she really became a free man, the undead army would still follow her, but obviously the system would not allow a free man lord to live so comfortably. It is very likely that once one becomes a free person, their bloodline and heritage will also disappear. Baiyu will never become a free man. With the addition of two top lords, Du Yang and Li Lingxi, Baiyu is determined to fight them to the death. Li Lingxi referred to her own unit as Calamity, and Baiyu was already curious about it. Chapter 195 Atonement. Brand, on the edge of the dark forest, was also in a tragic situation. After reaching an agreement with Nia Xian, all the resources that could be used to upgrade to a town were given to Brand. As soon as Brand upgraded the castle by one level, Nia Xian told him not to upgrade it for the time being, to continue hiding, and to wait for further instructions. The level 3 castle wasn't very big, and it took a lot of effort from Brand to hide it using alchemical magic. The space wasn't large to begin with, so this was perfect. Brand had just been promoted, but Nia Xian told him that they weren't coming over yet. As a result of the expansion of the territory, cracks appeared in the entire formation, greatly increasing the probability of it being discovered. Brand was so angry he cursed. If he were discovered in this situation, he would surely die. He quickly risked leaving the formation and began repairing the castle with his troops outside the castle. From last night until daytime, Brand didn't dare to stop for a moment, fearing that he would be discovered, while his spirits also kept watch around the perimeter. Just then, the black alchemist nudged Brand, who lowered his head and said impatiently, "What are you doing?" Brand looked up and froze. A strange black bird was flying in the sky. Undead. Brand was startled. How could they have been discovered so quickly? Brand's heart pounded wildly, and he panicked. He immediately brought up the system panel, wanting to contact Nia Xian. As Baiyu's unit, the destroyer could see the system panel. As an intelligent race, it knew what Brand was going to do and immediately swooped down to grab Brand. This destroyer is a commander-level being, while none of Brand and the group of black alchemists are commanders level, and even if they were, they wouldn't have much offensive power. As for the undead, although the destroyer did not understand why it had undead, it knew that this matter should be reported to Her Majesty the Queen. Brand and his troops were completely unable to stop a commander-level destroyer. The black alchemists also had offensive methods, but their attacks were ineffective against the destroyer. Is that a ghost? His more than 1,000 skeletons were completely useless against it, clearly showing that Brand still knew too little about the undead. The destroyer interrupted Brand's plea for help, lifting him up into the air with one hand. Soon, a large number of destroyers and gargoyles arrived and surrounded Brand's castle and all his troops. One wrong step can lead to eternal regret. Brand's face turned ashen. The destroyer grabbed Brand and headed back towards the castle, stopping at the edge of the town's territory. "Go and report to Her Majesty the Queen. I'll keep an eye on him here." The destroyer spoke to a gargoyle, who immediately understood and continued back towards the castle. The destroyer stopped here because it didn't want Brand to know more information, as it didn't understand the system well enough and didn't know if there were other ways to transmit messages. The gargoyle quickly returned to the castle, where there were many intelligent undead, making it easy to find out exactly what had happened. Undead. Baiyu was completely bewildered. Wasn't she the sole owner of the necromancer crystal? How could someone else be summoning the undead? And to everyone's surprise, Baiyu's guess was right. There really was a lord hiding nearby, and Baiyu hadn't discovered him at all. The truth has come out. It was this scoundrel who leaked Baiyu's information. The destroyer was holding him outside the town's boundaries, so Baiyu flew directly over. Baiyu covered the distance of over 1,000 meters in an instant and saw the lord that the destroyer was holding. He was a middle-aged or elderly man dressed like a priest, with his hair curled into clumps. Upon seeing Bayou arrive, the destroyer immediately threw Brand to the ground. Brand was dizzy from the fall, but he forced himself to look at the undead lord in midair despite the pain. The legendary undead lord is actually an Eastern girl, and judging by his age, he's definitely no more than 20. My lord, spare my life. I have no grudge against you. I have elderly parents and young children to support. Please, my lord, show mercy and don't kill me. I am willing to submit. Brant rolled and crawled on the ground, crying and begging Bayou for mercy, which made Bayou feel a chill. Give him a kick to bring him to his senses. Bayou looked at the destroyer beside him, and without saying a word, the destroyer kicked Brant in the stomach, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters. Brant's ribs were broken by the kick, and he spat out blood. He was in so much pain that he grimaced, and had no time to say anything. You're the one who leaked my information, aren't you? Bayou looked at Brown, and said in an unfriendly tone. Before Brant could even figure out what he had said wrong, and was kicked, he was even more confused after hearing Bayou's words. I've never even left the castle. How would I know anything about you? Even if I wanted to kill you, I never said it out loud. My lord, I'm innocent. I've never left the castle, and I know nothing about your affairs. Wait, are you the Krabby Patty? Brand suddenly realized why he had always thought that the lord near him was not the undead lord that others were fighting. Sure enough, you're still a bit dishonest. You're planning to team up with those lords to reveal my location and kill me, aren't you? Give him another kick. Just as Brand was about to explain, the destroyer flew over and kicked him 5 or 6 meters away, breaking 3 more of his ribs. To his castle. Bayou didn't bother asking him anymore. The destroyer grabbed the half-dead Brand and followed Bayou towards his castle. These are the kinds of excuses people usually use. He's the closest to Bayou Castle, so who else could have revealed it if not him? They're about to die, and they still won't admit it. Soon, led by the destroyer, Bayou arrived at Brand's castle and saw Brand's troops surrounded by gargoyles and the destroyer. It really is a ghost? Bayou looked down at the thousands of skeletons below, which were not much different from his own skeleton soldiers. They wwere clearly undead. The moment these spirits saw Bayou, they trembled and knelt on the ground, displaying a posture of submission. The soul fire in the eye sockets of some spirits was extinguished, turning into a pile of white bones scattered on the ground. Brand was bewildered again. What was going on? Why were the undead he had created submitting to this girl when he was their creator? Seeing more and more undead turning into a pile of white bones below, Bayou was also puzzled and asked the destroyer beside him. What's going on? Your Majesty, they believe their souls have betrayed you and have extinguished them voluntarily as atonement. After the destroyer finished speaking, Brand seemed to have figured out some earth-shattering secret, his face full of disbelief. The undead will never be enemies of this girl, no matter who created her. Chapter 196, Unexpected Gain, Special Forces. Watching the undead below gradually turn into skeletons, this scene deeply impacted Brand's mind, even making him forget the pain in his body. What exactly is her identity? Bayou then turned his gaze to the alchemists. They were all human, and these should be the original unit of Brand. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Bayou. They were a group of alchemists. Dark alchemist. Bayou suddenly understood why they were able to create the undead. Dark alchemy magic was originally a type of necromancy. Bayou possesses intermediate-level alchemical magic, but this magic is more supportive and functional, offering little help in combat, so Bayou rarely uses it. Bayou landed and observed the alchemists and skeletons up close, discovering some clues. So that's how it is. The manufacturing process is so rudimentary. No wonder the undead created have so many flaws. Bayou also spotted a hidden array at the edge of Brand Castle. He picked up an enchanted stone from the ground and examined it. As a deep green light flashed, Bayou placed the re-enchanted stone back into the magic circle at his feet. The magic circle was rewoven, and the cracks on the shield disappeared in an instant. Brand and the surrounding black alchemists were astonished. It would have taken them at least half an hour to complete the repair, even if the 3 of them worked together, but she had finished it in an instant. An intermediate-level alchemical magician could achieve this level of skill. Brand couldn't believe that the other party had such a high level of alchemical magic expertise. In front of her, his own skills were simply like showing off his limited abilities. All right, I forgive you. I'll give you a chance to pledge your loyalty. Bayou addressed the group of skeletons. While Bayou was checking the formation, more than half of the 1,000 undead had already died. Upon hearing Bayou's words, they stopped committing suicide and knelt down, motionless. Bayou ignored them and entered the castle. The castle was of a lower level than Bayou had expected, only level 4. Combining this with the traces of the array around the territory, Bayou understood. This lord had been hiding himself by using alchemical magic, and Bayou's undead didn't understand alchemical magic. Bayou had never been here in person either, which is why he had been hiding until now. It was this lord who upgraded the castle, causing the castle's area to expand and triggering the formation, which led to the formation breaking and being discovered by the undead. Bayou's first task was to check the warehouse. Upon arriving, he found only some alchemical supplies and bones, along with a small amount of food. Magic crystals and spirit cores were scarce. There was some wood and stone, though. Wait, how come there are iron ingots? Bayou frequently upgrades his castle and has a rough idea of how much iron ingots there are. This many must amount to nearly 10,000, so Bayou immediately counts the stones and wood. Good. These resources are just enough to upgrade a castle from level 4 to a town. After building the portal, there won't be any left. The evidence is conclusive. He couldn't have obtained so many supplies on his own. It must have been with the help of other lords. Stop pretending to be stupid. Beat him up until he's willing to talk. Bayou wanted to see just how tough he was. Before Brand could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the destroyer. The queen was in a bad mood, meaning she would have to take a beating first. Outside the castle came Brand's wails. Every time Brand tried to speak, the destroyer would strike his stomach, leaving him only able to wail and unable to utter a sound. The surrounding alchemists trembled with fear. It was brutal, utterly brutal. This castle was not only small, but also extremely poor. The total resources of the entire castle were not even as valuable as the resources other lords used to upgrade their towns. There wasn't much to see in Bayou's house. When she arrived at the castle gate, the destroyer finally stopped attacking when he saw Bayou come out. Seizing the opportunity, Brant quickly spoke up, tears streaming down his face. I'll talk, please stop hitting me. A man over 50, what's the point of crying? Soon, Brant told Bayou everything. He hadn't done anything except try to get the Alliance lords to move over. He wasn't even sure if Bayou was the undead lord those people were talking about, until Bayou admitted it himself today. As for intelligence, he knew nothing about it, because due to Bayou's influence, he had never left the castle. At this point, he had no reason to lie to Bayou anymore. Those resources were given to him by a lord named When the Illusion is Broken, but the lord did not immediately ask for them back after giving them to him. Bayou's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He hadn't leaked the information. Someone else had indeed done so. Considering the actions of the Lord of Breaking the Illusion, it seems that this is more like a backup plan for Brand, which means they have found a lord who can move here. Who could it be? Is there a lord nearby? Bayou felt like she was being secretly watched, a feeling that made her very uncomfortable. The other party may not know the exact location of Bayou Town, but they must know its approximate location. Could it really be the Elemental Alliance? Lung Jia, one of them, must have known that Bayou's castle was outside the Snow Mountain, but they had no reason to know Bayou's specific strength. This made no sense at all. Once this matter is over, I will purge all the lords in the surrounding area. Bayou flew up and returned to the castle. Brand was overjoyed, thinking that Bayou was going to let him go. Just as he was about to feel relieved, the destroyer grabbed him, snapped his neck, and left him dead with his eyes wide open. As for the enemy, since Her Majesty didn't say they could live, then they must die. The alchemists were all killed by the destroyer, and the remaining 500 skeletons, the destroyer, and a group of gargoyles returned to Bayou's castle. A black alchemy soldier camp has been detected, absorbable. Absorb immediately? What's going on? Bayou didn't understand, but she knew there were only benefits and no drawbacks, so she decisively chose to absorb it. Bayou looked at the barracks, and, sure enough, there were changes. Unlock special fixed unit, Dark Alchemist. Note: 10 units of the Lord's summoning troop will appear daily, along with other troop types, without occupying any summoning slots for other troop types. However, these units cannot be summoned through other methods. Similar to the Acolyte has been unlocked. What a pleasant surprise. Bayou turned to look at the barracks, and sure enough, 10 black alchemists came out. The Acolytes, they were human beings who sacrificed their souls to join the undead. Like Acolytes, they are not direct combat units, but rather play a supporting role. Equivalent exchange is an unchanging principle of alchemy. Dark alchemists can craft dark items, enchant equipment, and so on. Once they have a large enough quantity, they can fully arm Bayou's undead army, turning cannon fodder into high-level cannon fodder. Bayou then looked at the undead created by the black alchemist that the destroyer had brought back. Bayou didn't know the upper limit of these undead, but without exception, All of them were at the ordinary level and could not be upgraded, not even if they saw Jon. Compared to real undead skeletons, they have many shortcomings. Simply put, they are a bunch of defective products. But Bayou was not giving up and let them enter the Blackwater Altar. As a result, a change actually occurred. These undead were freed from level restrictions and became no different from ordinary skeleton soldiers. The Blackwater Altar also seems to have the ability to repair damaged undead. It wasn't for nothing that I brought you back. Chapter 197 Conversation. Bayou is going to contact the Elemental Alliance next, wanting to talk to them in person and test their skills. If the other party knows that you are a king-level expert and have something to hide, they definitely won't dare to come. If they didn't know, why would 5 commanders be afraid of Bayou alone? Bayou can spare them for now if they remain neutral, but if they also ally with those lords, Bayou will eliminate them first. Bayou only had Lung Jia as a friend, whom she added when she received supplies last time. Bayou believed that she had treated them fairly well, and as neighbors, they had no reason to be her enemy. Crabburger, you've allied with those lords to deal with me? Bayou speaks frankly, and they have no reason to lie to her about this. Frost Lord. No, sister, how could we dare? Crab Roe Burger. Come to the Snow Mountain. Let's talk alone. Don't tell anyone else. Frost Lord. The Gartha Empire's army is in the barren plains. I dare not go there. They are still looking for us. We are already prepared to run away. Is that true? Bayou laughed. At such a critical moment, someone actually came to give him free troops. Crab Roe Burger. Stop talking nonsense. I'll take care of it for you. You just need to come to the Snow Mountain. Xiao Bing, let's go. Bayou felt that it was most likely the same human general from last time, and that he could easily deal with him with his strength, so he wasn't worried at all. Now that things have come to an end at the Snow Mountain, Little Ice needs to hurry up and level up, otherwise they won't be able to keep up with its leveling speed. On the desolate plains, Tilo had returned, and Miles ordered his soldiers to resume the search. Lung Jia closed his private chat with Bayou inside the castle. Although he hadn't agreed, he knew Bayou would definitely come. What is it that requires me to go alone? The 5 of them were all in the same castle. Lung Jia was thinking about how to find an excuse to leave, because disappearing without a word would only arouse suspicion from the others. At this moment, Feng Xiao suddenly spoke in the alliance group. Wrath of the Gale. The soldiers have spotted us and are already fighting the wind demons. Everyone was startled at the same time. All 3 of them were thinking that they should move now. Otherwise it would be very troublesome when the other party, a king-level expert, arrived. Lung Jia is different, because Bayou said she would help them solve the problem, and she definitely will. If Bayou takes action, these soldiers are nothing to fear, and they won't need to relocate. These Imperial soldiers had only discovered the group's troops, not their castle. Killing them all would buy them some time. Frost Lord, don't worry, everyone. The Undead Lord has already spotted them, and is heading towards the barren plains. I'll go and lead these human soldiers over there. Lung Jia had already disappeared inside the castle and headed towards the snow-capped mountains. He had to mislead these soldiers, otherwise their castle would be discovered sooner or later. The others were relieved to hear that Bayou was coming. Lung Jia went out to lure the troops away, and Bayou would take care of the enemy without their castle being discovered. High atop the frigid snow-capped mountains, in a relatively small frost cave, lies a newly discovered habitat for the ice-field white tigers, who have long since dealt with the demonic wolves within. Even after the Snow Mountain incident subsided, they still dared not act so openly outside the Snow Mountain and remained extremely cautious. As expected, being cautious was the right thing to do. A white tiger from the ice field discovered that a human mage had come to investigate the situation. Fortunately, they moved out in advance, and the other party didn't care about them. The 2 tigers were dozing in the cave when a slight noise startled them. Immediately afterwards, the wooden door in front of her opened, and in she walked out with messy hair on her head and yawning. Your Majesty, you're awake. The 2 tiger men immediately perked up, and the surrounding tiger men also showed joy upon hearing this. This time, without any external interference, their queen had awoke on her own, undoubtedly having reached the king level. It stinks in here. I need to go outside for some fresh air. She, who was surrounded by the tiger men, suddenly disappeared, leaving a group of bewildered tiger men behind. At this moment, her figure had already appeared outside the cave. The previous bunker was at least uninhabited by any living creatures, only smelling of mold. This place, however, was inhabited by those demonic wolves, and the stench was truly unbearable for Inshi. Inshi woke up. She went outside to find Bayou to play. Just then, Inshi saw a giant frost dragon flying overhead, with a human figure standing on its back. Baiyu! Inshi shouted, and Baiyu, high in the sky, also looked in the direction of the sound. Inshi! Xiao Bing immediately flew downwards, and Baiyu saw the little girl again with messy hair and sleepy eyes, who had obviously just woken up. You've broken through to the king level? That's right, Inshi put her hands on her hips, looking smug. Let's go, get on the dragon. Baiyu grabbed Inshi and jumped onto Xiao Bing's back, and Xiao Bing took off again. Where are we going? Inshi looked at Baiyu with a face full of curiosity. Didn't you want to see humans and other races too? You'll see them soon. Inshi looked like she had just realized something. Oh, so you went to see your friend? No, they are the enemy. Baiyu gave Inshi a lesson on the relationship between different races and other local races. Although we are of the same race, we are enemies. Isn't this just like our Icefield White Tiger clan? Almost. Conflicts between races, including within ethnic groups, have never stopped. Soon, Xiao Bing carried the two of them to the edge of the snow mountain, whereby you saw Lung Jie on a snow mountain. On the other side was a vast, barren plain, covered with a densely packed human army, led by Miles, the very same king-level being that Baiyu had defeated last time. But Baiyu also spotted a mage among them, and without a doubt, he knew the mage was a king-level being. Miles failed in his last campaign against the alien races, so he can't possibly bring a commander-level mage with him this time when he comes back. There are actually two king-level beings. Unexpectedly, under these circumstances, Lung Jie actually managed to travel all the way from the snow mountain to this place using his secret abilities. This already put Lung Jie at great risk. His abilities were relatively concealed in the snowy mountains, but his speed was not fast. Once discovered, he would almost certainly die. If Baiyu hadn't said she would come, Lung Jie would never have taken this risk. Wow, so many people. The first time Inshi had ever seen so many humans. Baiyu decided to talk to Lung Jie first. The fact that there were two king-level experts was beyond Baiyu's expectations, and it would take some time to resolve the situation. Little Ice slowly descended towards the inner side of the snow mountain, avoiding being discovered by the humans on the desolate plains. Baiyu and Inshi flew together toward the snow-capped mountain where Lung Jie was. Chapter 198 Alliance Traitor. Because the soldiers were scattered to search for alien castles and only reported back every 3 hours, all the soldiers who discovered the Elemental Alliance were wiped out, leaving Miles and Telos still waiting in the same spot. If they still couldn't find that group of aliens, they planned to advance into the snow-capped mountains ahead of schedule. Your Excellency Tiluo, what have you gained from this return? Miles asked curiously, since Tilo had returned directly to the Gata Empire before, and Miles had no idea what he had found. I found a bloodstain and a few hairs. After preliminary testing, the blood is from the Goblin race, while the hair is from the Tiger race. Since the hair is white, it is preliminarily determined to be from the Icefield White Tiger race. Tilu said calmly. It's obvious that the fourth-ranked king is a goblin. The Goblin Kingdom is not very powerful, with only a handful of king-level goblins within its borders. The Mage Association has already sent people to negotiate with the Goblin Kingdom. As for information about the Icefield White Tiger, Tiluo also knows some. If it really is an Icefield White Tiger, then it is most likely that they came to the Snow Mountain to take refuge, and it should not have much to do with the whole matter. It is estimated that the divine beings were born in the cave where they were taking refuge. The Mage Guild did not send anyone to verify with the White Tiger clan of the far north, because those tigers were unaware that this rebellious tiger clan was hiding there. Goblins and Icefield White Tigers? One is in the north and the other in the south. What roles do these two races play in this matter? Miles, however, felt that the Icefield White Tiger had a motive to seize the divine title, since it was an ice divine title, which perfectly matched their racial characteristics. However, this kind of matter is directly handled by the Mage Association, and the Gata Empire has no say in it, nor does it concern them. General Miles, are you sure there was another alien race that attacked from the snow-capped mountains? Tilu seemed to be deep in thought, feeling that this matter was related to this alien race. That's right. The other 5 alien races should be in a relationship similar to allies. 5 of them came from the west, while only that alien race came from the snow-capped mountains in the north. Your Excellency Tilu, you suspect she's involved in this matter? She is indeed the strongest among these alien races, but she's far from being a king-level being, so it's unlikely she'd participate in a battle between king-level beings. Clearly, Miles did not believe that Baiyu alone could seize the divine title and kill all 3 king-level beings. General Miles, after the soldiers report this time, let's consolidate our forces and march directly into the Snow Mountain. Tilo thought for a moment, and said that although the two addressed each other with respect, Tilo actually had much more power than Miles. The entire Gata Empire was protected by the Mage Association, and no one in the Empire dared to disrespect a mage. On the snow-capped mountain, by Yu and Yin, she stood to the side, facing Lung Jie. To be honest, Lung Jie was still very scared. Lung Jie, you must have seen me send out troops to kill Yi Liang last time, right? After killing Brand, Bai Yu eliminated the last suspicions, and all the blame pointed to the Elemental Alliance. After much thought, Bai Yu vaguely understood the truth behind it all. Bai Yu didn't come in person. The fact that the 3 king-level undead killed Yi Liang must have been discovered by the Elemental Alliance, which ultimately led to the leak of his intelligence. After all, both were in the desolate plains, so they couldn't be too far apart. Lung Jie was somewhat puzzled as to why Bai Yu asked this question right away. Yes, last time I came to the Snow Mountain to summon troops, I witnessed 3 undead annihilate thousands of vampires. I informed the other members of the Alliance of this information. As I guessed, everything makes sense now. What do you think about the fact that many alliances on the World Channel have united to attack me? Bai Yu looked at Lung Jie, seemingly worried that he might have concerns, and spoke again to add to the discussion. Don't worry, just tell the truth. This is just a normal conversation, so don't be nervous. I will also tell you some information, but I won't attack you. I'm a man of integrity. Although Lung Jie wouldn't dare say he understood Bai Yu, he knew that Bai Yu wouldn't go to such lengths to mess with him, because it was completely unnecessary. Lung Jie thought for a moment, recalling the discussion that everyone had had back then. Our alliance's stance is to remain neutral. Those lords have approached us, but we have refused them because we unanimously believe that you have exposed a king-level strength. But there are actually 3. They're definitely no match for you, and whether they can even find this place is another matter entirely. Why would we be foolish enough to ally with them and offend you? Lung Jie was unaware that his information had been leaked. He was simply choosing the best option, since they wanted to develop here long-term, and their interactions with him were inevitable. Someone betrayed my intelligence. The other side has gathered nearly 100 lords. There is a traitor in your alliance. What? Lung Jie was taken aback, not understanding why anyone would do such a thing, as it would offend the undead lord in front of him to the death. Why must it be our alliance? Because besides your alliance and me, there are no other lords in this area. In other words, there are only so many lords who have come into contact with Bai Yu. As for why Bai Yu didn't suspect Lung Jie, it's because Bai Yu could tell that Lung Jie was a smart person, just a little weak. If it were Bai Yu herself, she would use this information to exchange for a reward, then provide a channel to make another profit, and then simply move away, ignoring the other party completely. After all, winning or losing isn't about paper strength, and Bai Yu wouldn't choose to get involved in this mess. Lung Jie fell silent. Of course, he understood such a simple truth. After he informed his allies, someone sold the information, which led to the formation of so many lord alliances. Lung Jie's current worry is that this matter has pushed Bai Yu to the edge, and she will definitely stop them from coming. The way to stop them is to kill them all. What can I do to help you? Lung Jie realized the seriousness of the problem. He had no clue who the person who betrayed the information was. The first person he thought of was Lin Jun, who had joined the alliance last, but Lin Jun was the first to stand up and support him, so it shouldn't be him. Could it be Feng Xiao? He had been trying to gather an alliance to kill Bai Yu, but he only calmed down after learning about Bai Yu's strength. Just from the fact that he had left a backup plan, Lung Jie knew that he wasn't a brainless person, so it's highly likely that it was Feng Xiao. Don't worry about it. He'll come to the surface on his own. I never said I was afraid of those nearly 100 lords. Whether or not Bai Yu can win, he doesn't care. He must make these lords pay the price. Does the undead have to worry about not having enough troops? You still want to fight them? Lung Jie was stunned. He didn't doubt the authenticity of the information Bai Yu told him, but he just felt that Bai Yu must be crazy to want to fight against 100 people by himself. Seeing Lung Jie's bewildered expression, Bai Yu laughed. Of course. Chapter 199, Earth-type, King-level Mage. Of course, the main purpose this time is to ask you to help me send back a false message. This traitor in your alliance will definitely fall for it. This is Bai Yu's main objective. Bai Yu is not going to be foolish and wait for the other side to slowly find her castle. Of course, she will decide the location of the battle herself. Lung Jie readily agreed, stating that people who harm the interests of the alliance for personal gain should not be allowed to remain. If Bai Yu hadn't been preparing so frantically to confront them head-on, she would have secretly sought out the Elemental Alliance and wiped them all out. Even if it's just a doubt. Clearly, This traitor almost brought disaster to the entire alliance because of his own selfish desires. It was only because of Sun Xiaoxiao's cousin's undercover work that Bai Yu was able to deduce that his information had been leaked. Otherwise, Bai Yu would still be in the dark. On the desolate plains, it was time to report. All the squads had finished reporting, except for one squad that was completely silent. 10,000 elite soldiers were divided into 20 squads, each with 500 men. With 500 people simultaneously disappearing without a trace, Miles knew exactly what had happened without even thinking. Reporting to the general, the team that lost contact was the 15th squad. They were searching in the southwest. Miles and Tilo both looked puzzled. These lords were actually hiding deeper into the desolate plains. They had been misled all along, thinking that they were at the border between the snow mountains and the desolate plains. All troops, listen to my command. Advance to the southwest. With a shout from Miles, all the squads regrouped, forming a complete military formation, and marched southwest, with Miles at the forefront and Tilo flying in the air. On the snow-capped mountain, Bai Yu saw the army from the plains begin to move and stopped talking to Lung Jie. You've given enough information. You should hurry back and I'll take care of them for you. Bai Yu and Shi flew directly down the snow-capped mountain. Lung Jie responded and also turned into snow, sinking into the ground and disappearing. Bai Yu, are you telling him a little secret? As soon as Lung Jie left, Shi couldn't wait to ask. She hadn't had a chance to interject before and could only listen to the two talking silently. What the hell? Where did you learn all this from? My father told me that he often locked himself in a room with my mother, and every time I asked him, he would say that he was telling my mother little secrets. Your father, well, must be a decent man. Miles had barely led his army 2 steps on the plain when 2 white figures appeared before him. It's you, Miles exclaimed in surprise, not expecting this alien to appear in front of him on its own initiative. Lord Tilo, she is the lord from the Snow Mountain. While shouting at Tiluo, Miles drew his sword and unleashed his domain, rapidly attacking Bai Yu. Clang. Bai Yu easily blocked Miles's slash with his scythe. Now that Bai Yu has advanced to the king level, he can clearly feel that Miles is the weakest among the king-level opponents he has fought before. Miles' domain unfolded, intending to send Bai Yu flying. A red light flashed in Bai Yu's right eye, and the surroundings instantly transformed into a lava hell. A huge humanoid monster formed from flames behind Bai Yu and punched Miles. Boom. A tan protective shield appeared in front of Miles, successfully blocking the attack. Miles was also knocked back several meters due to inertia. Miles staggered backward, regaining his balance, his face filled with disbelief. In just a few days, this alien had actually reached the king level. If Ti Luo hadn't intervened to save him, he would have been injured in just 1 round. Miles's most relied upon gravity field had no effect on Bai Yu whatsoever. Luo beside him. Behind Ti Luo, 5 earthen yellow beads floated, emitting light and slowly rotating behind him. This is a king-level earth elemental mage. Inshi, that weakling is yours. I've never seen an earth mage before. Bai Yu, wielding a sickle, charged directly at Ti Luo. Miles wanted to intercept, but he couldn't fly, and his gaze could only be fixed on the little girl with animal ears in front of him. How dare you look down on me? Miles used gravity to solidify the sword, and the ground beneath him was riddled with holes and cracks as he was pressed down. If I can't beat her, I can beat you, right? Miles swung his sword with difficulty, and a huge trench instantly appeared in the ground, rapidly spreading towards Inshi, as if gravity was about to tear everything around it apart. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, raising clouds of dust. Miles was certain that his opponent was doomed by his attack. As the smoke cleared, Inshi held out her small hand, palm facing Miles, completely unharmed. The trenches on the ground stopped abruptly a few meters in front of Inshi. What? Miles, refusing to believe it, immediately drew his sword and attacked Inshi, while holding his shield in his other hand to guard against any possible attack from Inshi. Bang! Before Miles could figure out what was happening, his vision completely went upside down, and he fell heavily to the ground. Covered in dust and grime, Miles was completely bewildered. He hadn't even seen how Inshi attacked before he was instantly sent flying. There was even a slight dent in his chest armor, proving that the attack had hit his chest. You really are a king level? How lame. Inshi remained perfectly still in the same position. Inshi's provocation infuriated Miles, who immediately adjusted his stance and attacked Inshi again. Bang! As expected, Miles was once again heavily knocked away, and Inshi on the opposite side burst out laughing. What kind of ability is this? I can't even get close to it. How am I supposed to fight it? This is spatial magic. Sends the elemental fluctuations around you. Tilo didn't forget to remind Miles, but Miles wasn't a magician and didn't know how to do this at all. Even if he told him, there was no way to help him. Tilo wanted to throw her prop to Miles, but Bayou kept stopping her. Tilo is an earth mage with high defense, but that doesn't mean he has melee combat abilities. Tilo released powerful earth magic, but the fire giant behind Bayou shielded them with its hands, blocking all the attacks. The rocks turned into magma, becoming part of Bayou's fire domain. Bayou's agile abilities made Tilo realize that dragging things out any longer would be very disadvantageous for her, as her earth magic was better suited for defense than offense. Tilo domain was released, and instantly the surrounding area was filled with smoke and dust, with rubble flying everywhere. Pieces of rock were peeled off the ground and converged on Tilo. Soon Tilo was completely encased in rock, and its size grew larger and larger until it became a rock giant more than 10 meters tall. The power of the domain disappeared completely and was internalized and integrated into the giant's body. 5 beads were embedded in the giant's eyes and brow, and the last 2 were also incorporated into the palms of the rock giant's hands. Bayou looked up at the rock giant. The 3 beads were like its 3 eyes, providing it with a continuous source of energy. The 2 rocky palms were also distinct from the other parts, radiating an earthy yellow glow. You want to fly a Gundam with me, huh? 2 more people were added to Chapter 200. Boom. The rock giant slammed its massive fist into the ground, but Bayou quickly dodged. Its other hand opened, and the bead in its palm shone brightly. Bayou felt the ground beneath her feet soften, as if it wanted to swallow her whole. Bayou immediately tried to fly into the sky, but the surrounding soil and rocks suddenly shot up and enveloped him completely. The soft soil turned into hard boulders. Just when Tilo thought this attack would be enough to subdue Bayou and make her obediently wait for her death, the rock pillar that trapped Bayou instantly shattered. Bayou's figure had disappeared, turning into flames and merging with the fire monster behind him. The flames within the flame domain continued to merge into it, and the flame monster grew larger and larger, eventually becoming equal to the rock giant. Tilo was dumbfounded. She had never seen fire magic used like this before. This was clearly an earth magic technique. The fire giant punched the rock giant, and the surrounding rocks melted into magma due to the high temperature, looking like bloodstains left from the punch. Tilo was not to be outdone and threw a punch at Bayou, but it passed right through the fire giant's body, since the fire giant had no physical form. Bayou was able to hit him because of the impact of fire magic. But Tilo remained calm. He stood firmly on the ground, with earth elements flowing continuously. He did not believe he could outlast Bayou. The two began fighting in a primitive style, exchanging punches back and forth. Although Tilo couldn't hit Bayou, each attack depleted Bayou's fire. When Tilo was hit by Bayou, she could quickly heal the giant's injuries using earth element. Miles watched the two fighting above, feeling bitter. 10,000 soldiers had no chance to intervene in a battle between kings, and they weren't all commanders. Even besieging Inchi wouldn't yield any advantage. Inchi's spatial magic was too fast, so fast that even Miles couldn't dodge it, let alone these soldiers. Luo above are still fighting. Earth-type mages are just too tanky, and their ability to recover by stepping on the ground is really annoying. The fire giant and the rock giant clashed their fists, causing the ground to crack and the earth to shake. The rock giant threw another punch, and the fire giant instinctively tried to block it, but its movements became slowed after being illuminated by the bead between the rock giant's eyebrows. The rock giant punched through the fire giant's chest again. Flames surged outward from the fire giant's back and eventually coalesced into Bayou's figure. Bayou was not created by the fire giant, but rather actively separated from it. At this moment, there was a ball of strange black energy in Bayou's left palm in midair. As she clenched her fist, the energy dissipated. In an instant, the fire giant in front of Bayou turned into flames that filled the sky and then disappeared. The rock giant also began to crumble, and Tilo detached from it, his body falling downwards, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth. Just before landing, Tilo regained consciousness and managed to steady herself, preventing her from crashing to the ground. Curse. Tilo examined her body. Black smoke was still rising from it, clearly a sign that she was under a curse. Curses and magic are mysterious and extremely difficult to detect, but they also come at a price. It's that fire giant. Tilo instantly understood, and since she didn't have any items to guard against the curse, this would put her at a great disadvantage in the upcoming battle. Before Tilo could react, Bayou's figure had already appeared in front of it. Tilo reflexively used earth magic to defend itself, while the 5 beads on its back attacked Baiyu with all their might. The moment the 5 beads flew in front of Baiyu, the earthy yellow light they emitted dimmed instantly, and then they fell to the ground. With black flames burning in his hands, Baiyu punched through Ti Luo's stone wall, shattering his earth elemental shield. Ti Luo was knocked to the ground by Baiyu's punch. Before his body even landed, Baiyu had already appeared at his landing point with a scythe in hand, and then swung the scythe down forcefully. I possess 7 types of magic, as well as melee abilities that you lack. Although we are both level 1st kings, what do you have to fight me with? When Tilu was killed by Baiyu, Miles' heart pounded, and he immediately ordered his soldiers to retreat. Centered on Baiyu, darkness quickly enveloped the surrounding area, and countless soldiers instantly collapsed to the ground, spitting blood as their life force rapidly ebbed away. Bone dragons crawled out from the bodies of the dead soldiers and slaughtered the human soldiers who were still alive around them. These soldiers could barely move an inch within Baiyu's territory. Only a few commanders could still move with difficulty, but their bodies were quickly eroded by the virus and darkness, and they eventually collapsed to the ground in agony. How can you have 2 fields? Miles was shocked and helpless as all the soldiers disappeared. There are many things you don't know. Baiyu, wielding a scythe, walked step by step toward Miles. Miles felt as if Baiyu was a grim reaper, ruthlessly reaping the lives of everyone. Baiyu, he's really lame. He can't even touch me. Watching Miles being slain, Inshi couldn't help but mutter a complaint. This was Inshi's first opponent after advancing to the king level. She had originally wanted to hone her skills, but she found that Miles was simply too weak. He's really weak. He's the weakest king-level opponent I've ever encountered. After saying that, Baiyu also retrieved his domain and scythe. Tiluo and Miles's corpses to be summoned, so Baiyu and Inshi waited quietly there. Although Inshi fights using magic, Baiyu knows that she is a tiger, a warrior, not a magician, and that close combat is where she can unleash her full power. With a total of 9,500 undead, Baiyu summoned bone dragons to create a bone dragon army. Bone dragons don't have double summoning, but 1 bone dragon is still much stronger than 2 skeletons, ghosts, zombies, death knights, and gargoyles. If there are still corpses, Baiyu even wants to build an army of ghost dragons. 15 minutes later, after summoning the 2 king-level corpses, Baiyu summoned a gargoyle and a destroyer respectively. After much thought, Baiyu realized that neither of these 2 magic attacks were afraid of ordinary magic attacks. He didn't know if they were effective against lords, but they were definitely effective against magicians. With the addition of 2 more king-level combatants, bringing the total to 4 in just 2 days, Baiyu's confidence soared, further solidifying his resolve to confront those lords head-on. Come on, I'll take you to my castle. Having summoned the 2 corpses, Baiyu decided not to waste any more time and needed to hurry back to prepare. Baiyu communicated with Lung Jia, and as soon as the other party arrived, Baiyu would be informed immediately so that she could respond quickly. Okay, Inshi responded, and the 2 rode on little ice, leading a group of undead back towards the castle.